I was reborn. In my previous life, I was a billionaire worth billions, but an earthquake sent me back to my high school days. I opened my eyes to find myself in a foot massage parlor, with the reclusive campus beauty from my previous life now dressed in uniform ready to wash my feet. Memories awaken, and I know she will perish in a car accident tonight. Save her? Easy. I awakened a divine-level replication ability just by receiving a massage from her once. I could permanently copy 100% of all her skills. Add time. Definitely add time. The more skilled the school Belle's technique, the stronger the ability I steal becomes. With memories from my past life and the ability to defy the heavens through replication, I effortlessly grasped the school Belle's weakness and pulled her back from the brink of death. Just when I thought everything was under control, I unexpectedly discovered that the campus Belle harbored a shocking secret even she was unaware of. This secret is inextricably linked to my death in a past life. Chapter 1, The Campus Belle Washing Feet for Someone? Zhanghai International Hotel. The air was filled with the delicate fragrance of wine, mingled with the enticing aroma of finely prepared dishes. Su Ling raised the glass, gently swirling it. Across the table, Wang Linfeng picked up a king crab leg, its plump flesh glistening temptingly under the light. Old Su, you're truly a winner in life. At just 35, you're already the chairman of a publicly listed company worth billions. A winner? Far from it. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, but his gaze drifted into the distance, as if piercing through the thick walls to see his past self. Speaking of which, I owe my achievements today to one person. Wang Linfeng swallowed his food and curiously leaned in. Who is it? Su Lin smiled, his eyes softening. Do you remember that speech competition our high school held back then? Of course I remember. You were so introverted back then, yet you stubbornly insisted on signing up. In the end, only one person in the entire class of 60 voted for you. I almost died laughing. Back then, during his sophomore year in high school, the school was organizing a speech competition, with each class selecting one representative to participate. Despite being introverted, Su Lin mustered up the courage to sign up. However, he had 3 competitors, all of whom were extremely popular figures in the class. The outcome was predictable. Out of the 60 students in the class, 59 voted for the other 3 competitors, and only 1 vote went to Su Lin. That was Su Lin's classmate, Bairuo, the literature and arts committee member. Yeah, back then during the school speech competition, out of all 60 classmates, only Baiziro voted for me. Wang Linfeng froze for a moment, as if remembering something. It was her vote, like a beam of light, illuminating the path ahead for me. What a pity, I chased after her for so long back then but never succeeded. He paused, a hint of emotion in his voice. If it weren't for her, I might have given up long ago, and there wouldn't be the Su Lin of today. Wang Linfeng scratched his head, his expression slightly bewildered. Wait a minute, Lao Su, I seem to remember it wasn't Baiziro who voted for you, but Jiang Beiwei? Su Lin suddenly raised his head, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Jiang Beiwei? Yeah, the campus belle from back in our school days. She was drop-dead gorgeous, had this domineering aura, her suitors could have lined up all the way to France. Wang Linfeng said with conviction. Are you remembering it wrong? You were so focused on studying back then, you wouldn't have had the mind to pay attention to these things. Su Lin's brows furrowed tightly as he tried hard to recall the scene from back then, but his memory seemed shrouded in a fog, unclear and indistinct. No way, I asked Baiziro, and she said she was the one who voted for you. Come on, old Su, you must be remembering it wrong. I was sitting right behind Jiang Beiwei at the time, and I saw it clearly, it was Jiang Beiwei who voted for you. Wang Linfeng's voice suddenly rose, his emotion somewhat agitated, as if it were he himself being questioned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He slammed the table with a sudden force, the surface emitting a dull thud that shook the glass of red wine, spilling its contents. Wang Linfeng was startled. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. At this very moment, the entire room suddenly began to shake violently, and the crystal chandelier overhead swayed dangerously, emitting an ear-piercing creaking sound. Holy shit, it's an earthquake, run! Wang Linfeng shouted in terror, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Su Ling only felt the world spin around him, his vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, Su Lin slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a dimly lit room. Struggling to sit up, he realized he was wearing a loose bathrobe, lying on a soft massage bed with a thin towel blanket covering him. He glanced around and noticed a foot bath basin placed in front of him, still emitting steam. Is this a foot spa? Su Lin's mind was in complete chaos. He distinctly remembered drinking with Wang Linfeng at the hotel. How had he suddenly ended up in a foot massage parlor? He struggled to recall, but found his memory had gaps. The last thing he remembered was the moment the earthquake struck. Everything after that was a complete blank. Subconsciously, Su Lin checked the time, July 15, 2016, 4:53 p.m. Holy, did I just get reborn? Did I travel back 16 years? He abruptly jumped out of bed and rushed to the only mirror in the room. Reflected in the mirror was a young and unfamiliar face, with sharp brows, bright eyes, and a straight nose. Though still carrying a hint of youthful softness, it already bore the unmistakable outline of future handsomeness. This was indeed his 18-year-old self. I've truly been reborn. Su Lin took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He began to recall that 16 years ago today, something tragic had happened. Jiang Beiwei, the school's most beautiful girl, with her mature beauty and aloof demeanor, died in a car accident on this very day. Crushed by a heavy truck, she succumbed to her injuries despite rescue efforts. Is this a rescreening? According to the anime's plot, being reborn on this day must mean I'm supposed to come back and save Jiang Beiwei, Su Lin thought to himself. Su Lin suddenly felt his emotions surging, as a strong sense of mission welled up within him. He must save Jiang Beiwei. He couldn't let this girl perish once again. At that very moment, there was a gentle knock on the door as a girl wearing black stockings and a body-hugging skirt walked in, wearing a professional smile on her face. Hello sir, I'm technician number 5. Su Lin abruptly looked up, his gaze fixed on the girl at the doorway. The girl was tall and slender, with a cascade of jet black hair flowing over her shoulders, accentuating her fair complexion. Her features were delicate yet well-defined, exuding an air of cool elegance, her eyes sharp, nose sculpted, lips thin yet seductive, and the corners of her mouth slightly upturned with a faint, enigmatic smile. It was her, Jiang Beiwei. Su Lin was utterly shocked but quickly regained his composure. Since Jiang Beiwei was now here with him, there was no need to search for her anymore. All he had to do was find a way to keep her at work a little later, then offer to drive her home himself, bypassing the accident that was meant to happen. Wouldn't that save her? At this thought, Su Lin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What comes next is enjoying the school Belle's foot washing service, then adding an extra session for her. To think, Su Lin had never seen Jiang Beiwei this close before. In his past life, he was just an unknown ordinary student, while Jiang Beiwei was the untouchable school belle, always at the top of her class academically. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. There had never been any chance for them to interact. But now, the girl he could only admire from afar stood before him as his foot massage technician. This stark contrast filled Su Lin with excitement, and he secretly vowed to save Jiang Beiwei and change her fate. Chapter 2. Come on, let me wash you. Su Lin's gaze was like an X-ray machine, scanning Jiang Beiwei from head to toe without pause. She wore a body-hugging skirt, her straight legs sheathed in black stockings that accentuated her already voluptuous curves, making her figure even more enticing. The collar of her top was half open, and as she moved, the faint rise and fall of her peaks was vaguely visible, leaving much to the imagination. Jiang Beiwei lowered her head, not daring to meet Su Lin's gaze. She clutched her arms tightly across her chest, watching Su Lin cautiously as if trying to ascertain something. Sorry, I entered the wrong room. Jiang Beiwei slowly retreated backward, attempting to flee the room. Jiang Beiwei's voice was very soft, like a feather lightly brushing across Su Lin's heart. She lifted her head, shot a quick glance at Su Lin, then immediately lowered it again, her eyes flickering uneasily like a frightened fawn. Su Lin clearly caught the flicker of panic in her eyes. Su Lin was deeply puzzled by Jiang Beiwei's unusual attitude, considering that in their previous life, they had almost no interaction at all. One was the lofty campus goddess and top student, the other an obscure small-town exam crammer. Su Lin certainly knew Jiang Beiwei, but how could Jiang Beiwei possibly know him? Yet judging by her current reaction and her vote for him in their past life, she must have recognized him. She raised her head, glanced at Su Lin swiftly, then quickly lowered it again, her eyes flickering uncertainly, like a startled deer. Then, she slowly backed away, trying to slip out of the room unnoticed while Su Lin was distracted. Su Lin clearly caught the panic in her gaze. He sprang up immediately and dashed to the door with lightning speed, pushing it shut with a swift backward motion. With a sharp click, Su Lin locked the door. The sound of the lock clicking shut was particularly clear in the quiet room. Jiang Beiwei was startled by this sight. She fearfully wrapped her arms around herself, pressing her back against the wall, assuming a defensive posture. What do you want? Su Lin step by step approached Jiang Beiwei, backing her into a corner, his towering 1.86-meter frame exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Standing at just 1.72 meters tall, Jiang Beiwei trembled like a frightened little hedgehog, cowering in the corner. Su Lin reached out, gently lifting Jiang Beiwei's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Oh, is our school belle Jiang feeling shy now? Don't even think about running, I've already paid, he teased. Compelled to raise her head, Jiang Beiwei's face flushed instantly as she stared at Su Lin's face, now mere inches from her own. She wanted to struggle, but found herself utterly unable to move. Su Lin's hand, like an iron clamp, firmly held her chin, making escape impossible. An unprecedented sense of shame surged through Jiang Beiwei's heart like a tidal wave. In all her years, she had never been treated like this by a man before. What's more, this guy was someone she had secretly had a crush on before. These complicated emotions left Jiang Beiwei's mind blank, and she even forgot to resist. You, let go of me, I'll do it. Jiang Beiwei's voice already carried a sob. Su Lin was somewhat surprised by her reaction. Normally, when a woman is treated so rudely by a man of the opposite sex, even if she isn't angry, she should at least show some resistance and disgust. However, Jiang Beiwei not only failed to exhibit such a response but was instead extremely bashful and submissive. This also confirmed one thing for Su Lin. Jiang Beiwei doesn't dislike him, in fact, she might even have a crush on him. This only strengthened his resolve to save Jiang Beiwei. With that thought, Su Lin released his grip and returned to sit on his own sofa. Then let's begin. Jiang Beiwei took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She walked over to the foot basin, squatted down, and gently placed Su Lin's feet into the warm water. The warm water soaked Su Lin's feet, sending a wave of warmth from his soles to his heart, making him feel relaxed. Then came the massage session. Jiang Beiwei's technique is unexpectedly adept. Although Su Ling had frequently visited foot massage parlors since his student days, having been serviced by hundreds if not thousands of masseurs, he had never before encountered one as skilled and as proficient as Jiang Beiwei. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, with just the right amount of pressure, sometimes light, sometimes firm, bringing Su Lin an unparalleled sense of comfort. How long have you been a technician? Your skills are so proficient. Su Lin couldn't help but ask. He was very curious. Someone like Jiang Beiwei, both the campus belle and a top student, shouldn't be working here as a technician, nor should she have such excellent skills. Although I wanted to ask her, considering she might have reasons she couldn't share, Su Lin abandoned the idea, replaced by a strong desire to protect her instead. Jiang Beiwei's hand paused slightly, but quickly returned to normal. She didn't answer Su Ling's question, merely continuing her actions in silence. Su Ling didn't press further either. He closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed Jiang Beiwei's service. Whatever it was, they could talk about it after tonight. Time trickled by in the quiet room, with only the sound of the massage and Jiang Beiwei's faint breathing. After about an hour, Jiang Beiwei stopped, panting slightly from exertion. She raised her head to look at Su Lin, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. Time's up. Her voice was gentle and delicate, carrying a hint of exhaustion. I should leave work now. Jiang Beiwei stood up and prepared to leave. At that moment, Su Lin suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Jiang Beiwei stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked at Su Lin with confusion. Don't rush, I'll add another session. Su Lin said with a mischievous grin. He couldn't let Jiang Beiwei return so early. After all, that large truck could appear at any moment. He had to save Jiang Beiwei today. Jiang Beiwei froze, her eyes wide open as she stared at Su Lin with a pained expression. I'm already exhausted. I really have no strength left. Please let me go. She tried to refuse, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. Su Ling looked thoughtfully at Jiang Beiwei and slowly said, Can't handle it anymore? Oh well, considering how hard you've worked, I won't make you scrub it for me again. Hearing Su Lin say that, Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Hearing his next words, Jiang Beiwei was completely stunned. Let me wash your feet for you. Jiang Beiwei was completely stunned. She had never expected Su Lin to say such a thing. A woman's feet are among her most private parts. In ancient times, if a man saw a woman's feet, he would have to marry her. Not to mention washing them, it's practically no different from kissing. I refuse, Jiang Beiwei said angrily. General Jiang, if you don't want your foot washing incident at the massage parlor to go public. Hearing Su Lin say this, Jiang Beiwei ultimately gave in. After all, if this matter got out, she would face complete social death. She reluctantly agreed to Su Lin's request. Su Ling stood up, signaling Jiang Beiwei to sit down. Under Su Ling's gaze, Jiang Beiwei slowly took the seat he had just vacated. She took off her high heels, revealing her delicate feet clad in sheer black stockings. Chapter 3. You don't want this to get out, do you? Jiang Beiwei sat on the sofa, her legs clad in black stockings slightly together. The black stockings she wore today accentuated her already fair legs, making them even more alluring. Under the dim lighting, they glowed with a subtle sheen, tempting one to reach out and touch them. Su Lin's gaze was drawn like a magnet, fixed firmly on Jiang Beiwei's legs. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed up and down. He felt a surge of heat coursing through his nostrils, threatening to erupt at any moment. Jiang Beiwei seemed to sense Su Lin's gaze, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. She slowly bent at the waist, her hands resting gently at the base of her thighs. Then, inch by inch, she slid the black stockings down her legs. The motion was slow and graceful, as if performing a sacred ritual. Su Lin stared straight ahead, not even blinking. As the stockings fell away, Jiang Beiwei's two long, white legs and her perfect feet were finally fully revealed before Su Lin. What exquisite feet they were! Snow white, smooth, flawless, her toes were plump and rounded like translucent pearls. The arch of her foot was graceful and sensual, while the faint veins visible on the top of her foot added an extra touch of allure. And to think the person before him was the school beauty he could never have crossed paths with in his past life. Su Lin felt his breathing quicken. He quickly lowered his head, using the motion of bending over to conceal his inner excitement. Then, he gently grasped Jiang Beiwei's ankles and placed her feet into the warm water. The water reached her ankles, and perhaps because the temperature was a bit high, Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. She looked down at Su Lin, crouched before her, the boy she'd secretly admired. He might not remember, but she certainly did. Su Lin reached out, gently grasping one of Jiang Beiwei's feet and began massaging it meticulously. With his fingers, he gently kneaded her toes, the soles, the tops, every part, meticulously. Su Lin's fingers slid gently across Jiang Beiwei's sole. He could feel a thin layer of calluses there. It was the mark left by years of wearing high heels. Su Lin couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Jiang Beiwei felt incredibly comfortable under Su Lin's massage. She relaxed, lay back, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the top-notch service from this master masseur. Several minutes later, Su Lin was drenched in sweat. He wiped Jiang Beiwei's feet with a towel and held it to his nose. A refreshing fragrance wafted up, invigorating the senses. Jiang Beiwei seemed to sense something, abruptly sitting up straight and pulling her feet back. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Just checking if they're clean." "Good, no more odor." "Shouldn't you thank me?" "Thanks, but how come you're so skilled at this?" "You wouldn't know," Su Lin chuckled. "I'm naturally gifted. While you were washing my feet just now, I memorized every single one of your movements." Of course, he wasn't naturally gifted. He simply frequented foot spas often. The technicians who'd served him numbered in the hundreds, if not thousands. Through constant exposure, he'd naturally picked up the skill. "That's amazing." Jiang Beiwei looked at Su Lin with admiration. "But it's getting late. I should head back or I'll miss the last bus." Jiang Beiwei pouted and muttered under her breath, a hint of impatience in her voice. It was already nearly 8 o'clock. If she didn't leave soon, she really would miss the last bus. If she missed it, she'd have to walk home. But the walk from here to her home would take at least 3 hours. The thought made Jiang Beiwei feel even more anxious. She hurriedly slipped on her shoes, ready to leave. "Wait, I need to tell you something." Su Lin grabbed Jiang Beiwei's hand firmly and said with conviction. He couldn't let Jiang Beiwei take that car back alone. Who knew what trouble it might get into? He had to stop her here. "What is it?" Jiang Beiwei looked at Su Lin in confusion. "I've already bought a monthly pass here. You'll be serving me here for the next month." He knew he had to find a reason to keep Jiang Beiwei here. Otherwise, once she left this place, she might get into a car accident. "Ha?" Jiang Beiwei froze. She hadn't expected Su Lin to make such an unreasonable demand. No, I can't agree to that." Jiang Beiwei shook her head repeatedly in refusal. She certainly didn't want to wash Su Lin's feet every day. Though she did harbor some feelings for him, as the school's top student in beauty, she had her pride to uphold. "No amount of money will make me do it," Jiang Beiwei declared once more, her tone unwavering. "Then, what if I tell the entire school that you're working here as a technician?" Su Lin said with a wicked grin, looking like a complete psychopath. Su Lin suddenly spoke, his tone laced with a hint of threat. Jiang Beiwei's face instantly drained of color. Her eyes widened as she stared at Su Lin, fear filling her gaze. In the end, she chose to compromise. She knew that if Su Lin really exposed this secret to the entire school, she would be utterly ruined. She would be ridiculed by everyone, looked down upon by all. Su Lin hadn't expected this tactic to work so well. He thought to himself, this secret is mine to keep for life. "Alright, it's getting late. I'll walk you back so you don't miss the bus." Jiang Beiwei agreed without hesitation to Su Lin's next request. Compared to the monthly pass, this demand seemed perfectly normal and reasonable. Of course, this was all part of Su Lin's plan. He'd deliberately brought up the monthly pass to make his subsequent request to walk her home seem even more natural. While having the school beauty wash his feet was enjoyable, a man of integrity like himself wouldn't allow someone who voted for him to wash his feet daily. His primary goal now was to save lives. Su Lin then led Jiang Beiwei out of the room. They arrived at the parking lot, where Su Lin opened the car door and gestured for her to get in. Jiang Beiwei hesitated for a moment before getting in. Su Lin skillfully started the car and slowly drove out of the parking lot. Inside the car, Jiang Beiwei kept her head down, not uttering a word. Su Lin knew full well that he had successfully taken the first step. Now, as long as he got Jiang Beiwei home safely, he could at least ensure she wouldn't die tonight. Su Lin drove with focused concentration, silently calculating the time in his mind. Once tonight passed, Jiang Beiwei would be safe. He believed he could change her fate. Chapter 4, The School Beauty Even Brought You Breakfast. The car glided smoothly along the nighttime single lane, both occupants lost in silence. Sweat beaded on Su Lin's palms gripping the steering wheel. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Beiwei huddled in the passenger seat's shadow, streetlights casting mottled halos across her face. "You know how to drive?" Noticing the awkward silence, Jiang Beiwei broke the quiet with a question. "Learned over summer break. Got my license in 3 months." "Oh." Jiang Beiwei murmured softly, her gaze drifting to the bustling pedestrians outside the window, her expression pensive. "No worries. I'll be a regular at your foot massage place from now on." Su Lin joked with a laugh. "Jiang Beiwei. You like foot massages that much?" "Ahem. I should say I only like it when you do it. As the saying goes, love springs with the chime, yet when the wind ceases, the heart remains unsettled." Jiang Beiwei shot him a fierce glare upon hearing this, then asked with a hint of pleading in her voice, "So, will you tell anyone about me?" "No." His reply was decisive. "Thank you." The drive was uneventful, arriving safely at the apartment complex without incident. Su Lin glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 p.m. "Thanks, I'm here." Jiang Beiwei seemed in a hurry. She opened the door and hurriedly got out without even looking back. Su Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. The accident had happened at 9:30 that year. It seemed he had pulled this woman back from the jaws of death. With a light heart, he turned the car around and headed home. Within half an hour, he pulled up outside a convenience store. "Where'd you go so late at night?" Though called a convenience store, opening the door revealed 2 mahjong tables inside, and a pungent smell of smoke hit her nose. A plainly dressed woman stood behind the counter, muttering curses under her breath. Yet when she saw her son return home, a smile spread across her face. Just went for a drive." Su Lin's mouth twitched. Facing his mother, who suddenly looked a decade younger, he struggled to keep a straight face. He'd barely recognized her when he first walked in. There were 3 people in the family: his mom, his little sister, and him. His father had passed away when he was very young, and he couldn't even remember what his father looked like. The smoke-filled room made Su Lin head upstairs after greeting the neighbors. Since school was the next day, his little sister was already asleep. Lying in his room with his hands behind his head, he began sorting through his chaotic thoughts. The year was 2016, the dawn of the smart information age. There was no Douyin, no Genshin Impact yet. Smartphones were only gradually becoming widespread across all age groups, transitioning from flip phones to touchscreens. Armed with the experience from his previous life, he now desperately needed seed money to make his big move. As for his goals, he had already made up his mind. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as dawn broke faintly, the sound of street sweepers brushing the pavement drifted in through the window. Su Lin reluctantly dragged himself out of bed. In his previous life, he had endured the daily grind of early mornings until graduation, never expecting to have to endure it all over again in this one. He attended Jianghai City Senior High School, one of the better schools in the city. After washing up, Su Lin headed straight to school, having no habit of eating breakfast. His timing was neither early nor late, only about half of his classmates had arrived so far. He scanned the classroom but didn't see Jiang Beiwei anywhere. Had she skipped class? Which deadbeat dad bought me breakfast? As soon as Su Lin sat down at his desk, he was surprised to find a bottle of yogurt drink and a packet of Dali Yuan cookies waiting for him. "Damn, Lin, you're one lucky guy." His desk mate was a chubby kid named Zhou, with slightly dark skin and a sly, mischievous look about him. "What do you mean?" "It was left here by Jiang, the school's top beauty herself. Lucky I got here early and saw it, or it would have been a school mystery. Who else would buy you breakfast all the time?" Su Lin. This woman sure knows how to repay a favor. The thought barely formed in his mind when Jiang Beiwei walked into the classroom arm in arm with another female classmate. She glanced up and met Su Lin's gaze, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks before she quickly looked away. Su Lin didn't hesitate to accept the gesture, finishing the breakfast. Soon the first class ended. After the bell rang, classmates made plans to hit the restroom or grab snacks at the school store. Su Lin stayed behind. Sitting in the back row, he watched Jiang Beiwei in front of him, who was bent over writing something. He couldn't understand why this girl had voted for him back then. As far as he could recall, they'd had virtually no interaction before this. Just then, a crisp, pleasant voice reached his ears. "Hey, could you grab me a milk tea after class?" Su Lin looked up. The girl had fair skin, wearing a white shirt paired with a dark blue-pleated skirt. Her smooth black hair was casually pulled into a high ponytail. Bai Zhirua. That face, that name, he couldn't have been more familiar with them. Back then, he had mistakenly believed she was the one who cast the only vote for him, deeply touching his heart. After 2 years of chasing her, she decisively chose a rich second-generation heir. Only then did Su Lin come to his senses and resolve to carve out his own path. "Would you like anything else to eat?" Su Lin forced a smile, lifting his gaze to the stunning girl before him. I'm not hungry anymore. Let's just get a bubble tea." Before she finished speaking, Bai Jirua's eyes lit up as she continued. "Or maybe get 2 more servings of boneless chicken wings? I'll share them with Xiao Jin." With that, the other short-haired girl invited her to the restroom. How could I have been so love-struck back then? Back then, he would have rushed off to buy them without a second thought. Another class passed. Su Lin followed the crowd out of the classroom, headed to the snack bar, and ordered a hot red bean milk tea along with a slice of durian milfai. As for the boneless chicken feet, he didn't buy them, nor did he want to. With a 20-minute break between classes, many students hadn't returned to the classroom yet. Bai Zhirua and her best friend Xiao Jin were sitting by the window, whispering about something. "What took you so long?" Seeing him take so long, Bai Zhirua looked slightly displeased. Su Lin didn't answer, instead glancing at Jiang Beiwei taking notes beside him before walking straight over to her. "Here. Drink it while it's hot." The moment those words left his mouth, the entire class fell silent, staring at Su Lin in stunned disbelief. Has this guy lost his mind? How dare he flirt with the school beauty? After all, countless guys in this school were chasing after her, and most of them came from far more privileged backgrounds. Where did he get the confidence? Bai Zhirua was equally stunned, thinking she must have misheard. The man who usually doted on her like a puppy was now defying her? "What do you mean? Wasn't that thing bought for me?" she demanded, rising to her feet. Su Lin's lips twisted into a mocking smile. "Did I ever say it was? If you want it, buy it yourself. Am I your boyfriend? You?" Bai Zhirua was rendered speechless. Because she truly had no rebuttal. Su Lin had confessed to her several times before, only to be brushed off each time. But she never expected him to change so quickly. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears as she said anxiously, "But you clearly said you like me." "Oh, that was before." Su Lin's expression remained impassive as he placed the milk tea in front of Jiang Beiwei before turning back to his seat. As more classmates gathered around, all staring at her with strange looks, Bai Jiruo felt utterly wronged. She buried her face in her desk, sobbing. "Holy, did you change your gender again?" Her deskmate, Zhou Yu, stared at him in disbelief. Was this really the same sycophant she knew? Could it be that I've finally come to my senses? Su Lin offered a faint smile. "Forget that for now. You've got some nerve, openly pursuing Jiang Beiwei like this. You haven't forgotten what happened to that little dog next door, have you?" Zhou Yu leaned close and whispered the warning. Su Lin froze. Which one? He seemed to have a vague memory, but it was hazy after all. It had been over a decade ago. That guy named Su Fei, you know? The one who secretly confessed to Jiang Beiwei last month. You forgot? Zhou Yu was a bit confused. He was the one who heard about it first. Su Lin froze, realizing there was indeed such an incident. While others might just harbor secret crushes, Su Fei actually wrote a letter to confess his feelings. The whole thing got out to class 4, who cornered him in the bathroom and bullied him. Man, this school was pretty wild. Are we good brothers or what? Zhou Yu, absolutely. Alright, then when I get beaten up, you stand in front of me. Zhou Yu? Chapter 5, Knowledge Forgotten to the Last Detail. Seeing Zhou Yu's speechless expression, Su Lin chuckled and was about to say something when homeroom teacher Chen Wei walked in carrying a document folder. The classroom buzzed with laughter and chatter, but the noise instantly died down at her entrance. Chen Wei's expression darkened as she picked up a piece of chalk and wrote a number on the blackboard: 319. Today is July 16th, counting every single day. You have exactly 319 days left until the college entrance exams. With such a tight schedule, how dare you be laughing and joking around in the classroom? Her sharp rebuke caused most of the students to lower their heads. Chen Wei watched this unfold, gave another sharp snort, and slammed the file folder she was holding onto the lectern. The loud thud made Su Lin frown. He'd been holding a grudge against Chen Wei for quite some time. For some reason, this old woman always seemed to pick on him. In my past life, whenever trouble arose, she'd always dump it on him without a second thought, and she loved to be sarcastic and snarky all the time. Freshly reborn, he was thrilled to feel young again, but he'd forgotten about this troublesome person still lurking in school. Meanwhile, Chen Wei continued speaking. I won't beat around the bush. The college entrance exam determines your future. Whatever path you choose to take is entirely your own decision, Jiang Beiwei. Why was Chen Wei calling out Jiang Beiwei? Su Lin snapped out of his thoughts, and just as his gaze landed on Jiang Beiwei, she stood up. Teacher. Jiang Beiwei called out. Seeing her student before her, Chen Wei's face softened with satisfaction. Of all the students in the class, Jiang Beiwei was her favorite. Not only was she good looking, but her academic performance was also outstanding. Hand out the test papers from the folder. We'll conduct a diagnostic exam today to determine the focus for summer tutoring. Jiang Beiwei responded with a nod, took the folder from the lectern, and began distributing the papers one by one. Crossing her arms, Chen Wei continued, I know some of you dismiss my words, but I must make it clear, at your age, failing to get into a good school will ruin your future. TSK. Su Lin felt a surge of impatience, but Jiang Beiwei's presence quickly quelled it. After placing the papers down, a complex flicker passed through Jiang Beiwei's beautiful eyes. Su Lin noticed and was about to speak when his deskmate, Zhou Yu, nudged his arm. His gaze shot toward the podium almost instinctively, locking eyes with Chen Wei. He saw the displeasure and disgust in her eyes. However, Chen Wei didn't speak, merely shifting her gaze away indifferently. She didn't pick a fight with him? Su Lin was somewhat surprised, but since Bai Jiruo had already left after zoning out, he refocused his attention on the exam paper. After a brief pause, Su Lin's face turned green. Chen Wei taught math, but everything on the exam paper now seemed like they were testing their own knowledge. Oh no! He'd forgotten everything. Everyone has received their exam papers. Begin answering now. From the podium, Chen Wei barked the order before pacing the classroom. Spotting Su Lin still clutching his paper without writing, impatience flashed in her eyes. If any of you don't know how to answer, just put your paper down on the desk. Don't keep holding on to it. What, trying to cheat? At first, Su Lin didn't realize the problem. He was already overwhelmed by the questions on the paper, but as time passed, it suddenly dawned on him Chen Wei was talking about him. That old hag. Su Lin cursed silently, but still set the paper down and grabbed his pen to scribble randomly. Soon, the exam ended. Chen Wei collected the papers, leaving behind a crowd of students complaining bitterly. That test was way too hard. No idea where that shrew got it from. She's literally trying to kill us. Sigh, I've already finished writing. Let's just wait for the results. It'll be even worse when they do. I totally bombed. The group sighed in unison. Su Lin picked his ear, thinking to himself that he was the one who'd really failed. He'd forgotten every single question. Even though he'd lived this life twice, he couldn't completely ignore the college entrance exam. But with so little time left before the test, how could he possibly improve his scores? As Su Lin pondered this, a smiling face suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Jiang Beiwei. If the top student in their grade could tutor him, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone, boosting his grades and his chances with her? And he had to act fast, no time to waste. Maybe he should invite her to lunch today and formally propose the idea. After class that afternoon, Su Lin approached Jiang Beiwei to invite her to lunch. Jiang Beiwei froze, about to decline. Su Lin, no need, I've made plans with Rongrong. Before she could finish, Lin Rongrong chimed in beside her. Lin Rongrong hooked her arm through Jiang Beiwei's and asked with a smile, are you only inviting Beiwei? Su Lin glanced at Lin Rongrong, Jiang Beiwei's best friend and one of the top 3 students in their class. If the top student Lin is willing to grace me with her presence, I'd be thrilled. Let's all go together. Lin Rongrong winked playfully. Then I'll shamelessly tag along. Su Lin smiled, his gaze settling on Jiang Beiwei's face. So? Are you in? Though it meant one more person, it didn't matter as long as the goal was achieved. Jiang Beiwei felt a bit awkward. Before she could finish, Lin Rongrong had already grabbed her arm and started pulling her toward the cafeteria. I'll take her place. Wrong. Lin Rongrong and Jiang Beiwei's voices echoed in succession. Su Lin deepened the smile on his face and strolled leisurely after them. Cafeteria. Su Lin had just served herself a few dishes when she heard Jiang Beiwei and Lin Rongrong discussing that morning's math exam. Lin Rongrong complained, that test didn't feel like a diagnostic exam at all. Our homeroom teacher was just trying to make things difficult for us. Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips and chuckled softly, her voice gentle and soothing. That test was indeed a bit tough, but it wasn't just you who found it difficult. Don't overthink it. Su Lin chimed in casually, no need to overthink it. I'll definitely be last anyway. His tone was matter of fact, yet his unwavering certainty drew surprised looks from both Jiang Beiwei and Lin Rongrong. Lin Rongrong asked in confusion, how do you know you'll definitely be last? Su Lin declared with righteous conviction, because I didn't get a single one right. After that, Su Lin steered the conversation toward tutoring, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Beiwei. After a long moment, Jiang Beiwei shifted her gaze uncomfortably. Lin Rongrong noticed this and instantly understood. Oh my, someone here has ulterior motives, doesn't they? Jiang Beiwei's face flushed instantly. She wasn't stupid, she caught the implication in Lin Rongrong's words. Recalling the morning's milk tea incident, she clenched her chopsticks tightly. Rongrong knew she had feelings for Su Lin, but the foot spa incident had left her hesitant. Just then, Su Lin spoke up, so, are you willing? Before he could finish, someone else appeared beside them. Jiang Beiwei, Lin Rongrong, are you free tonight? Chapter 6, Just a Licking Dog. The 3 conversing figures turned simultaneously. Su Lin frowned. Bai Jiruo? What do you want? Su Lin couldn't be bothered to spare this impostor of Jiang Beiwei a single glance, his tone turning sharp. Bai Jiruo naturally sensed this. Remembering Su Lin's former adoration, a flash of anger flickered in her eyes. But she quickly suppressed her anger. So what if Su Lin had moved on? It wouldn't be long before Jiang Beiwei became someone else's girlfriend. With that thought, Bai Jiruo gave a light snort. Why are you being so rude? I'm not here to see you anyway. After a pause, she addressed Jiang Beiwei, a few classmates in our class really want to check out Xinghao KTV. I came to ask you and Lin Rongrong if you'd like to join us for karaoke. Jiang Beiwei hesitated. Tonight? Bai Jiruo nodded emphatically. Yes. Are you in? They're not going. Su Lin answered for Jiang Beiwei and Lin Rongrong. But the moment the words left his mouth, Bai Jiruo shot him a strange look. What's your relationship with them? What gives you the right to decide for them? Besides, this is what the rest of the class wants. Jiang Beiwei, you wouldn't refuse your classmates' kindness, would you? Su Lin felt annoyed. Bai Jiruo's words were clearly meant to put Jiang Beiwei on the spot, and with the singing involved, tonight's KTV outing probably wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. But he also knew that, given Jiang Beiwei's nature, she probably wouldn't refuse. Sure enough. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Beiwei nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Bai Jiruo smiled. 8 p.m., room 401. Hope you'll be on time. Oh, and Su Lin, you're welcome to join us too. Bai Jiruo walked away with a light step. Su Lin glanced at Jiang Beiwei, I'll pick you up tonight. Though Bai Jiruo's invitation was far from pleasant, Su Lin resolved to attend for Jiang Beiwei's sake. Jiang Beiwei bit her lip and slowly nodded. All right. Due to Bai Jiruo's antics, Su Lin's plans to catch up on his studies had to be shelved. 8 p.m., Xinghao KTV. In room 401, Bai Jiruo scanned the room. Seeing most of her classmates present, the corners of her mouth suddenly lifted. Have fun tonight, everyone. Our expenses are covered. The words instantly melted the lingering tension in the air. Who's being so generous to cover our expenses? From the corner, Wen Yan asked. She sat behind Bai Jiruo in class and was the first to be invited. Bai Jiruo tilted her chin slightly, teasingly keeping the secret, you'll find out when he arrives. You'll be absolutely shocked. Shocked? Could it be someone from our class? Is there even a rich kid in our class? Amidst the murmurs, the private room door swung open. All eyes were drawn to the entrance. The next moment, every face lit up with astonishment. Miss Jiang, you look absolutely stunning tonight. Someone exclaimed. At the doorway stood Jiang Beiwei, dressed in a white gown. Her waist-length hair cascaded down her shoulders, radiating an indescribable innocence tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Her attire wasn't extravagant, but her aura and stunning features alone were enough to captivate anyone. Bai Jiruo watched, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes. What's so great about her? She's just a pretty face. Just then, Su Lin popped his head up from behind Jiang Beiwei. Is everyone only staring at the school beauty? What about me? I'm a grown man here, and no one's even acknowledged me? Oh, come on, of course someone noticed you. Come on in, come on in. The moment Su Lin entered the private room, he steered the conversation his way. As a seasoned veteran who'd navigated the rough and tumble of society for years, Su Lin could effortlessly steer any conversation his way whenever he chose. Before long, the private room buzzed with activity. Some sang, others chatted. Suddenly, someone suggested drinking. It's a rare visit, how could we not try some drinks? It was that age of boundless curiosity. In an instant, many voices chimed in agreement. Seeing this, Bai Jiruo volunteered to fetch the liquor. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw several people standing outside. The one leading the group wore casual clothes and held a red box in his hand. Young Master Shang, you're finally here. Bai Jiruo's eyes lit up with delight. She reached out her hand, is this a gift for me? How? Before her fingers could touch the box, Mr. Shang withdrew his hand. This gift isn't for you. Where's Beiwei? Did she come? Bai Jiruo's smile froze instantly. At the same time, the attention of everyone in the private room was drawn to them. Those who recognized Shang Xiao whispered, he's Sheng Zining, the class monitor of class 2. I heard his family runs a supermarket chain, pretty wealthy. So the person Bai Jiruo mentioned earlier who'd cover the expenses, could it be him? Ha? Isn't it a bit awkward for class 2 to cover class 5's expenses? Sheng Zining? The murmurs nearby made Su Lin turn his head slightly. He remembered Sheng Zining as the school's notorious rich kid. But from what he heard, tonight's gathering was initiated by Jiang Beiwei? So what exactly was Bai Jiruo doing in the middle of it all? Some classmates also caught on to the issue, and when they looked at Bai Jiruo again, their eyes held a hint of strangeness. Just then, Sheng Zining entered the private room and handed a box to Jiang Beiwei. Beiwei, this is my gift for you. You look truly beautiful tonight. Before Jiang Beiwei could respond, Su Lin stepped between them, feigning confusion. Beiwei, who is this? Jiang Beiwei was struggling to find a way to refuse when Su Lin stepped in. Instinctively, she replied, he's Sheng Zining, the class monitor of class 2. Su Lin smiled warmly at Sheng Zining. So you're the class monitor of class 2? Does that mean class 2 is also having a gathering at Xinghao? I wonder which private room they're in. Should we go say hello? There was no class 2 gathering. Tonight's event was entirely orchestrated by him to pursue Jiang Beiwei. Sheng Zining cleared his throat lightly. No need. I just came to see Beiwei. You guys enjoy yourselves. I'll cover the entire cost of this private room tonight. His gaze shifted back to Jiang Beiwei. Beiwei, are you having a good time tonight? Jiang Beiwei wasn't stupid. Ever since Sheng Zining appeared, she'd vaguely understood what was going on. She gave a few perfunctory replies before sitting down in a corner. Shortly after, Sheng Zining took a seat not far from her. Everyone, sit down. No need to stand. Su Lin smiled and sat down as well. At that moment, Bai Jiruo leaned in, are you feeling hurt? Su Lin had just lifted a glass of wine when he glanced at Bai Jiruo. Are you concerned about my feelings? Bai Jiruo smoothed her skirt. I don't care. I just find you pathetic. First you chased after me, then you followed Jiang Beiwei. Too bad you can't hold a candle to Jiang Beiwei's suitors. You're nothing but her lapdog. Chapter 7, The Hospital Reunion. Under the dim lighting, Su Lin turned his head and saw Bai Jiruo's face, unable to suppress a sigh. Her face seemed to be smiling, but in reality, she was probably gritting her teeth so hard they might shatter. That smile looks awful on you. Bai Jiruo's expression froze abruptly. Su Lin, you. Before she could finish, Su Lin continued, you might as well admit it's jealousy. After all, she's the campus beauty, while you need someone to foot the bill and have to borrow her name to do it. How pitiful. Su Lin genuinely thought Bai Jiruo looked like a clown. As he tossed out the words, his peripheral vision caught Jiang Beiwei frowning tightly, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Recalling her earlier attempt to leave, Su Lin rose and walked around her. Let's go. The deafening music muffled Su Lin's words, yet Jiang Beiwei oddly heard them clearly. She froze, instinctively glancing at Sheng Zining beside her. I'm afraid I can't leave. Su Lin followed her gaze and smiled faintly. I'll speak for you. Meanwhile, Sheng Zining had been watching Jiang Beiwei closely. Spotting Su Lin approaching him, he suppressed his irritation. What is it? Su Lin explained that he and Jiang Beiwei needed to leave early. Sheng Zining frowned. Everyone else is staying. Isn't it a bit of a downer for you two to leave early? Su Lin replied, it is a bit of a downer. How about this, I'll drink 3 cups of wine as an apology. Next time there's an opportunity, I'll treat everyone. Since he was the one leaving early, Su Lin was decisive. He downed 3 cups immediately after speaking. But Sheng Zining wouldn't have it. His voice turned cold. This gathering tonight was arranged especially for Beiwei. Who do you think you are, taking her away? Jiang Beiwei happened to be nearby when she heard Sheng Zining's words. Her brows furrowed. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to phrase it. At that moment, Su Lin spoke calmly, this is Class 5's gathering. Young Master Sheng is forcing someone to stay. If word of this reaches the school, it might not reflect well, right? While Sheng Zining had indeed taken the lead in organizing tonight's gathering, he wasn't the only suitor for Jiang Beiwei at school. If word got out that he'd forcibly detained someone, Sheng Zining wouldn't fare well. After all, there were certainly students wealthier than Sheng Zining at the school. You. Sheng Zining rose angrily, but no words came out. Su Lin's threat was spot on. The surrounding commotion faded as all the students from Class 5 turned their attention to Su Lin and Sheng Zining. The next moment, Su Lin pulled Jiang Beiwei away. A soft thud echoed as the private room door closed, sealing off the world inside and out. In the passenger seat, Jiang Beiwei furrowed her brow. Su Lin, about what happened earlier, thank you. Streetlights flashed by rapidly as Su Lin stared straight ahead. You're welcome. I just did what needed to be done. In the dim light, Jiang Beiwei's face betrayed a hint of resignation. I never imagined Sheng Zining would be the one to step forward at tonight's gathering. Had she known Sheng Zining would intervene, Jiang Beiwei would never have come under any circumstances. Su Lin understood the crux of the matter, it's Sheng Zining's problem. You don't need to worry about it. As they spoke, Su Lin drove the car to the entrance of Jiang Beiwei's residential complex. We're here. Jiang Beiwei glanced outside and murmured, thanks for bringing me home. By the way, about this afternoon. Before she could finish, a ringtone suddenly sounded. Su Lin pulled out his phone to answer, but his expression changed the moment he recognized the number. Sorry, I need to take this call. The call connected, and his younger sister Su Yingying's voice came through. Big brother, hurry home. Mom just fainted. Did you call 120? I did, but... Before Su Yingying could finish her sentence, Su Lin heard the sound of an ambulance approaching from across the street. You go to the hospital first. I'll be right there. Okay, hurry up. Su Yingying hung up the phone. Su Lin looked at Jiang Beiwei in front of him, about to speak, when Jiang Beiwei urged, you should go now. Su Lin nodded. All right. If anything comes up, we'll discuss it when we get back to campus. Jiang Beiwei watched the car disappear into the distance. She smiled, lowering her head to hide the helplessness in her eyes, then turned and walked back into the residential compound. Meanwhile, Su Lin sped all the way to the hospital and quickly found his sister Su Yingying and their mother. They were in the emergency room, one lying on a stretcher, the other seated nearby. Not seeing a doctor, Su Lin asked Su Yingying, how is she? What did the doctor say? Su Yingying's eyes were red and swollen. The doctor said mom just got overworked. Su's mother nodded in agreement. That's what he said. Su Lin's heart immediately settled, and he sat down silently beside the bed. Su's mother cleared her throat. I know you two were scared. I'll be more careful from now on. Su Lin ruffled Su Yingying's hair. I believe you will, Mom. In truth, Su Lin felt a pang of guilt. His mother's exhaustion stemmed entirely from the family's financial struggles. But he had only just been reborn, everything was still in the planning stages. No rush. When the time came, he would ensure Su's mother lived a life free from worry. An hour later, both Su's mother and Su Yingying were asleep. Su Lin stepped out into the hallway. The hospital at night carried an indescribable sense of desolation. Leaning against the wall, Su Lin's fingers unconsciously reached into his pocket. He wanted a cigarette. Just then, shouts erupted from outside the emergency room. Quickly, quickly! Get these two in for stitches. The others just need their wounds cleaned. Su Lin instinctively glanced outside and saw several nurses pushing 2 people in, followed by 7 or 8 others. At first, Su Lin hadn't paid much attention to the new arrivals. But as his gaze swept over them, he froze in shock. They were all people he knew. Bai Zhirua, weren't you guys at Shanghai? Why are you at the hospital? Indeed, the entire crowd flooding in were classmates from tonight's gathering at Shanghai, and every single one bore injuries. Hearing his question, Bai Zhirua froze too, blurting out, what are you doing here? The nurse glanced around impatiently and urged, don't waste time here. Hurry up and take them to pay the fees. Bai Zhirua looked troubled. I don't have that much cash on me. Her words trailing off, Bai Zhirua turned to Su Lin. Su Lin, could you pay for it first? I'll pay you back later. In a past life, Su Lin would have agreed immediately, and wouldn't even have let Jiang Beiwei repay him. But this time, Su Lin didn't even want to pay. Instead, he shifted the topic abruptly, so many students got hurt. Did you call the police? Bai Jiruo's expression darkened. Report what? We were just. So you didn't call the police? Su Lin cut her off. His flat tone made Bai Jiruo lower her head. Su Lin laughed bitterly, pulling out his phone to make a call. No, we can't call the police. Chapter 8, Who sent her here? Bai Jiruo shouted, lunging forward to grab Su Lin's hand. Caught off guard, Su Lin dropped his phone. A sharp crack echoed, plunging the surroundings into silence. Bai Jiruo stammered nervously, the fight's already been handled. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Their eyes locked, and Su Lin understood, so their injuries were caused by your provocation, right? As he asked, Su Lin's gaze fell behind Bai Jiruo. Every student who met his gaze shifted their eyes away guiltily. Just then, the nurse's urgent voice rang out again. Hurry up and figure out how to pay for the medication. Those two who got stitches need pain relief. Bai Jiruo grew flustered. Payment? We're all students, where would we get the money for you? Get your wounds treated first. I'll contact their families to cover the costs. The impatient nurse frowned. You didn't even dare to call the police, and now you're going to contact their families? Just as Bai Jiruo was about to speak, Su Lin stepped in. I can help contact someone from the university. Let's treat the two with serious injuries first, the others can wait. Is that acceptable? Seeing the nurse's silence, Su Lin silently shook his head and softened his tone slightly. I know this is difficult for you. How about this, I'll leave my ID here as collateral and contact their families right now, in front of you. Rest assured, we're students from Jianghai Senior High. We won't delay payment. Besides, your hospital wouldn't want to ruin two students' futures over a little money, would you? As he spoke, Su Lin pulled out his ID and slipped it into the nurse's hand. After this mix of persuasion and pressure, the nurse finally relented. I can submit an application for treatment first. But if the fees aren't paid, they won't be able to leave the hospital. Su Lin couldn't care less whether they were discharged or not. He had already secured the most crucial point, the rest was none of his concern. After the nurse left, Su Lin scanned the room. Does anyone have the phone numbers for those two families? After a brief silence, 2 numbers were provided. Su Lin dialed each number in turn, briefly explaining the situation. Bai Jiruo kept her head down, silently tapping her fingers the entire time. Su Lin didn't seem to mind. The two most seriously injured have been taken care of. Whether you want to contact their families is up to you. With that, he turned and walked away. Su Lin, you're just leaving like this? A surprised voice called out from behind him. Su Lin paused slightly. What else can I do? He'd left Xinghao early without knowing the full story. Helping make the calls was already a favor he'd done for his classmate. Beyond that, there was nothing he could do. That said, after walking away, Su Lin still made a call to the police. Though the situation remained unclear, with so many students hospitalized, the school would inevitably face repercussions. This way, he could save himself some trouble. At dawn the next day, Su Lin and Su Yingying helped Su's mother leave the hospital. After dropping them off at home, Su Lin drove to the school. Upon entering the classroom, he found it nearly empty, with the remaining students engaged in speculation and gossip. Those absent were all invited to Bai Jiruo's gathering. Could something have happened last night? Not everyone's absent, right? I remember Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei went too. Su Lin? He's right there. Quick, let's ask him. Su Lin. Even if they asked him, he wouldn't know. Faced with the crowd of classmates surrounding him, Su Lin honestly explained the situation. Jiang Beiwei and I left early. I genuinely don't know what happened over there. Seriously? You're not just avoiding the question, are you? Come on, don't keep it from us, just give us a tiny hint. Exactly. Don't be so stingy. Su Lin hadn't expected to be called stingy. He laughed helplessly. Even if you ask me to death, I still don't know. Alright, everyone, please disperse. We took the exam yesterday, and the results should be out today. You should be thinking about how to face the homeroom teacher. As they spoke, Jiang Beiwei entered the classroom and was startled by the emptiness. Our class. Before she could finish, Su Lin quickly greeted her and asked about some schoolwork. Amidst the interruption, the surrounding students gradually dispersed. However, with many students absent, Class 5 spent the entire day in self-study. During this time, Su Lin specifically brought up the topic of tutoring. After considering it, Jiang Beiwei agreed. As evening fell, the dismissal bell rang, and students began leaving the school grounds one by one. As Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei reached the entrance of the academic building, they overheard murmurs nearby. Is that a police car parked at the school gate? What's the police doing here? I'm not sure, but I heard most of Class 5, Senior 3 didn't show up. Could it be related to that? Su Lin's footsteps faltered. Just then, someone approached Su Lin. You must be Su Lin. Your homeroom teacher wants you to come to the office. Su Lin knew exactly what it was about. After exchanging a quick greeting with Jiang Beiwei, he strolled leisurely toward the office. Bang! The moment he entered, he saw Chen Wei slam her hand down on the desk. Su Lin, what were you doing last night? Su Lin ignored her, instead scanning the room. 4 people in uniform stood on the left, along with the Dean of Discipline.
Unlike Chen Wei, the uniformed officers and the Dean all wore calm expressions.
It seemed they weren't here to confront him. Assessing the situation, Su Lin spoke up. "You're here about what happened with Shanghao yesterday, right?"
One of them nodded. "How much do you know about Shanghao?"
Su Lin smiled, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "You've checked the surveillance footage, haven't you?" In the silence, Su Lin spoke again. "You know that I, who left early, am not the problem. But because Shanghao is involved, you've ignored the injured students, ignored Shanghao himself, and instead come questioning me all to extract vague answers from me.
So you can make a big deal out of nothing and sweep it under the rug, right?"
Su Lin didn't hold it against them after all. No one wanted trouble.
But dragging him into this for no reason was unacceptable. He knew nothing about it.
Even if they wanted to suppress the incident, they shouldn't have come to him.
"Honestly, you shouldn't have come to me about this. I don't want to get involved, and I haven't." Knock knock knock. The office door was suddenly knocked upon.
Su Lin's words were cut off. He glanced casually toward the doorway, then his expression darkened as he asked in shock, "Mom, why are you here?" Indeed, standing outside the door was none other than Su's mother. Before she could answer, Su Lin turned, his voice laced with anger. "Who told her to come?"
Chapter 9, Does Majority Rule? Su Lin demanded, but his gaze fixed on Chen Wei's face.
Besides her, no one else would have called Su's mother.
Smack!
Chen Wei slammed her hand on the table again.
"I asked your mother to come. Is there a problem with that?" Meanwhile, Su's mother entered the office. "Shaolin, how are you talking to your teacher?" "Excuse me, teacher. I didn't know why you asked me to come?" Chen Wei snorted coldly. "What else could it be? Last night, students from my class got into a fight.
Now a bunch of them are in the hospital.
I want to get to the bottom of what happened last night. Is that a problem?"
Mrs. Su looked puzzled.
"What does my son have to do with students fighting last night?"
"Because your son was with them last night.
I suspect he was the ringleader."
At this point, Chen Wei's eyes flashed with disgust. Su Lin's mother, "I'm not saying Su Lin is hopeless, but he's always been trouble in class. Now he's even neglecting his studies to chase after someone. A person like that isn't fit for college. He's scum on society just for being alive."
"Ms. Chen."
Su's mother suddenly raised her voice. "I don't believe my son would neglect his studies for anything else.
There must be some misunderstanding here."
"The police are already here."
"What misunderstanding could there be?"
Su's mother shook her head. "The police are here, yes, but did they say it was my son's fault?"
Chen Wei frowned. "How could they not? Just a moment ago."
Just then, Su Lin cut her off. "The police didn't admit it was my fault just now. And I made it clear that what happened to Xinghao has nothing to do with me."
"Teacher Chen keeps insisting it's my fault. Were you at the KTV last night too?"
"If that's the case, can I also say that you were the one who started last night's incident?" Su Lin's voice echoed throughout the entire office. He was genuinely furious. He had intended to brush this off casually, but never expected them to involve his mother.
How could Su Lin tolerate involving his family? He scanned the room and continued, "And what about the others? If we're assigning blame, shouldn't we call in every student involved?"
Beside him, Su's mother opened her mouth several times, wanting to speak, but held her tongue each time.
Her son was speaking now. She couldn't get in his way.
Time passed, and the atmosphere in the office grew increasingly tense. Chen Wei was furious. "Su Lin, don't talk nonsense.
You know exactly what happened last night. Don't drag others into this."
"They were the ones involved."
"How am I dragging them into this?" Su Lin countered casually, then his tone turned sharp. "And Miss Chen, do you have some issue with these officers?
They haven't said a word, yet you're here making up all sorts of nonsense.
Are you planning to bypass the police in this investigation?" "Nonsense. How could I possibly bypass the police investigation?" Chen Wei denied vehemently. "You're my student. I'm looking out for you. This involves people from the underworld. Do you know what could happen if things spiral out of control? It would ruin you."
Even now, she still tried to pin the blame on him. Su Lin laughed bitterly, yet his expression remained utterly calm. Ignoring Chen Wei, he turned his gaze to the police officers standing nearby. From the start, Chen Wei had been setting the tone. Though he didn't know what they were scheming, today's events ultimately hinged on them.
"Gentlemen, the KTV incident has nothing to do with Su Lin."
As soon as Su Lin began to speak, another voice cut him off. Jiang Beiwei rushed into the office from outside, her voice urgent. "Officer, I was also at the KTV last night, but we left just after 9 p.m.
He didn't participate in the fight. I can testify to that." The moment Jiang Beiwei appeared, Chen Wei and the dean of students froze. As the top student in her grade, they held Jiang Beiwei in high regard and naturally didn't want to involve her. Chen Wei said, "This is Su Lin's matter."
"Jiang Beiwei, don't get involved."
Jiang Beiwei shook her head. "I'm not meddling. I'm telling the truth."
"And teacher, Bai Jiruo was the one who suggested going to the KTV last night. If you really need to question someone, you should go to Bai Jiruo, not make things difficult for Su Lin."
"Harass." Su Lin's gaze softened at the last two words she uttered. This was the person he cherished. Bai Jiruo wouldn't even cooperate with Jiang Beiwei. Chen Wei snapped, "What do you mean harassing? A fly doesn't land on a seamless egg. If he really hadn't done anything, how could so many people be saying there's something wrong?" Jiang Beiwei's face paled slightly, yet she forced herself to continue. "Does that mean whatever the majority says is automatically right?" Silence fell around them. The officers exchanged glances, each seeing resignation in the other's eyes. "I think you've misunderstood one thing." At these words, all eyes turned to the officer who spoke. Jiang Beiwei hesitated slightly. "What have we misunderstood? We came here today simply to gather some information about last night's incident. We're not here to pin a charge on anyone." The officer who spoke turned to Su Lin. "Su Lin, right? You don't look very old, but the way you speak, it's just like..." He paused, then shook his head with a smile. "Never mind that. Just answer a few questions, and you can go." Su Lin remained silent. He understood the implication in the officer's words. Perhaps from the very beginning, he really had overreacted? Damn it! He'd forgotten he was just a high school student now, instinctively going on guard the moment he saw a cop. Under the officer's questioning, Su Lin answered a few questions. Before long, the officer left with the results of the inquiry, but not before telling Chen Wei to trust her students. Clearly, they had also noticed Chen Wei's issues. But they couldn't say much more, so they just made that one remark before leaving. The principal cleared his throat. "Alright, now that this is settled, everyone can go. Su Lin's parent, please take him home first." Su's mother shook her head. "I'm not going home now." The principal froze. "Then where do you intend to go?" Mrs. Su pointed at Chen Wei and said, "This is our Shaolin's homeroom teacher, right?" The principal glanced over, a suspicion forming in his mind. Su Lin's parent, she wasn't just. "I don't care what her motives are, but the police haven't convicted my son. What gives her the right to constantly accuse him of wrongdoing? Or is it that every teacher in this school views students this way, that when trouble arises, they just sling mud at students without a second thought? Can someone like that even be a teacher?" Su's mother's tone was gentle, her words devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet it was precisely this calmness that plunged the entire office into dead silence. Often, the calm ones are harder to deal with. Chapter 10, Don't Go Crazy Here. Chen Wei's face darkened. "Su Lin's parents, I wasn't trying to smear you. It was just... I got carried away in the heat of the moment." She paused for a long moment before finally uttering those last four words. Mrs. Su smiled. Having managed to hold the family together after her husband's death, she wasn't the type to be easily intimidated. Now that her son had been wronged, she naturally demanded an explanation. "Do you believe me when I say that?" Chen Wei didn't believe it, of course. From the very beginning, she'd harbored resentment toward Su Lin. Otherwise, why would she have pinned the blame on him before the police even spoke? But as his homeroom teacher, wasn't it only natural for her to make mistakes? "I'm doing this for Su Lin's sake." Su Lin's mother, you might not know, but he scored 0 on yesterday's class test. With only about 300 days left until the college entrance exams, if he keeps this up, he'll be completely. Chen Wei grew more righteous with each word, but her speech was cut short by Su's mother. "Miss Chen, we're discussing your slander against Su Lin, not his grades. Please don't change the subject." Beside them, Su Lin watched Chen Wei silently. He wasn't surprised his mother had stepped in, so he didn't plan to get involved. But Chen Wei wouldn't get off so easily today. "Mom, you just got discharged from the hospital this morning. Don't get yourself worked up. She's the homeroom teacher. It's just a minor issue. We can endure a little hardship and let it pass. Don't put the teacher and classmates in a difficult position." He appeared to be yielding, but every word he spoke carried a hidden sting. The principal and teachers in the office immediately understood. The principal hurriedly interjected, "Today's incident was indeed our school's oversight. Miss Chen, you've misunderstood Su Lin. Why don't you apologize to him right away?" Su's mother, who had just clutched her chest, heard the word apology and immediately turned to Chen Wei. Chen Wei's expression shifted several times before she clenched her teeth and said, "I admit I didn't understand the situation well enough this time. I'm sorry. It won't happen again." Ignoring Chen Wei's apology, Su Lin gently supported his mother. "Mom, are you alright?" Mrs. Su leaned into him, her eyes closed. "My head, it's throbbing again." Jiang Beiwei, standing nearby, immediately interjected, "Auntie doesn't feel well. We should take her to the hospital right away." Su's mother narrowed her eyes, studying Jiang Beiwei. She marveled inwardly at the young girl's beauty, rosy lips, pearly teeth, and a slender figure that outshone even the biggest movie stars. "Principal, my mother isn't feeling well. We'll head to the hospital now." The principal nodded with a smile. Go ahead, go ahead." Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei supported Su's mother on either side as they left. Chen Wei, completely ignored, nearly lost control of her expression. This Su Lin was nothing but trouble, daring to get involved with Jiang Beiwei. No, she had to find a way to keep these two apart. Just then, the principal glanced at Chen Wei. "The fight outside by Class 5 is serious. Not only does it disrupt the school atmosphere, but it also tarnishes our school's reputation. Chen Wei, if you can't manage your class properly, you won't be teaching this class anymore.
Chen Wei hastily protested her innocence. I'll keep a close eye on the class from now on.
This won't happen again.
Meanwhile, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei help Su's mother out of the school gates.
I'm feeling much better now. You don't need to support me anymore.
As soon as Su's mother spoke, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei both released their hands.
Just as Jiang Beiwei began to speak, several figures suddenly appeared beside them. Bai Zhirua emerged wearing a white dress.
Su Lin, I heard the police came to the school.
Are you okay?
She bit her lower lip, her concerned gaze fixed on Su Lin's face, tinged with a hint of nervousness.
Su Lin glanced at her. Did you tell the police that I was the one who started last night's incident? Bai Zhirua's expression froze instantly. No.
Su Lin smiled, but a closer look revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes.
If it really wasn't you, the police wouldn't be targeting only me today. Bai Zhirua, you know exactly what happened last night.
If you can't handle it properly, I don't mind paying a visit to Shanghai to retrieve the surveillance footage from there.
After a pause, Su Lin added, oh, right. I had to pledge my ID as collateral for the hospital to treat them last night.
I need to go retrieve it soon.
Did you and Sheng Ziming cover the medical expenses? Bai Zhirua opened her mouth. I'm not responsible for those medical fees. Su Lin replied meaningfully, is that so?
I hope the parents of those students agree with you.
Invited out to play, only to end up hospitalized. No family would take that lightly.
The trouble for Bai Zhirua and Sheng Ziming was only just beginning. Bai Zhirua's face drained of color, tears welling in her eyes.
Su Lin, do you really have to talk like this? We used to be so close.
Su Lin felt a wave of disgust, like he'd stepped in dog.
Who said we were ever close?
Bai Zhirua, stop acting crazy here. How dare she even mention the past?
If it weren't for that misunderstanding, why would he have kept putting up with her? Mom, let's go to the hospital.
Su's mother was scanning the room with gleaming eyes. This new girl was pretty, but the one who stood out in the teacher's office was even prettier. When had her son started hanging out with two beautiful girls?
Mom, what's wrong? Mrs. Su snapped back to reality. Nothing. Let's go to the hospital. Only then did Bai Zhirua notice Su's mother. You are.
Su Lin blocked her view with his body, preventing her from greeting Su's mother.
He then turned to the backseat and said, Jiang Beiwei, let's go. Jiang Beiwei froze for a moment, then glanced at Bai Zhirua before hesitantly asking, is it okay if I come along? Aren't you supposed to tutor me?
The moment she heard the word tutoring, Jiang Beiwei immediately suppressed her hesitation. Bai Zhirua heard it clearly, a surge of resentment welling up inside her. But Su Lin didn't give her a chance to speak, ushering Su's mother and Jiang Beiwei straight into the car. He first dropped Jiang Beiwei off at her home, then picked up Su Yingying under Su's mother's guidance, before finally taking both of them to the hospital. While getting in for drip, Su Lin noticed Su's mother beckoning him and moved over.
Mom, what is it? That homeroom teacher of yours, doesn't she seem to dislike you?
Su Lin shrugged.
She only likes Jiang Beiwei. Su's mother froze. So you mean she only likes the good students?
Su Lin stroked his chin.
You could put it that way. Su's mother couldn't help but sigh, recalling Chen Wei's words, that 0 score. Do you need to explain that to me? Su Lin. Could he tell her he'd come back from the dead? Of course not.
Racking his brain, Su Lin came up with an excuse. I had a headache during the exam.
I barely wrote anything on that test. A headache? Are you sick? Su's mother immediately grew concerned.
Su Lin waved it off. I just felt a bit off at the time.
I'm fine now.
Just then, a loud shout came from outside.
Su Lin, come out here. Chapter 11, Don't Play Dumb with Me.
Su's mother and Su Yingying both turned to look outside the room.
The next second, Su Lin stood up. Yingying, take care of Mom. I'll go see what's happening.
Su Yingying tilted her head up. Okay. Su Lin stepped out of the room and saw one of last night's classmates approaching a guy named Wang Dan, if memory served.
What do you want with me?
The police came to the school today.
What did you tell them? Wang Dan stared intently at Su Lin, demanding an explanation. Su Lin retorted, what? Do I need to spell it out for you? Whether it's detailed or not is beside the point. How could you pin everything that happened last night on us? Su Lin, you were at Shanghai too.
Wang Dan grew angrier as he spoke, his face flushing crimson.
Su Lin looked as if he'd heard a joke, shaking his head. Who told you I pinned it on you? Bai Zhirua? Don't change the subject. Just answer me, did you or did you not? I didn't shift the blame.
Su Lin cut Wang Dan off. He was telling the truth.
Impossible. They all said. Wang Dan trailed off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something. They lied to me?
Su Lin thought to himself, it wasn't exactly lying. But Bai Zhirua was still at the school gate just moments ago, then she turned around and rushed to the hospital to spread rumors.
This really puts me in a tough spot.
Shanghai's case seems major, but it's really just a minor conflict.
Even if the police get involved, they'll likely just mediate. You don't need to be afraid, and there's no need to make a fuss. Su Lin turned and added, besides, it was Bai Jiruo and Sheng Ziming who brought you to Shanghai last night. You should demand an explanation from them. Su Lin didn't know what Wang Dan might do, nor did he want to know. After Su's mother finished her 4-drip, Su Lin took her and Su Ying home. The next day, as soon as Su Lin entered the classroom, his desk mate Zhou Yu leaned over. Heard the police came looking for you yesterday? Su Lin gave a low hum. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up as he pressed, those police officers were. Smack. Su Lin smacked the workbook in his hand against Zhou Yu's face. Instead of gossiping here, why don't you focus on how to handle the college entrance exam? Look, the countdown has dropped another day. Zhou Yu caught the workbook and complained, it's just a countdown. I've done all the practice papers and exercises I should have. Stop trying to scare me. Su Lin scoffed. Oh? Then how did I hear you scored 0 on your test the day before yesterday? 0 points? Zhou Yu froze, then jumped up with a start. Impossible. My grades aren't great, but I've never gotten a 0. Before he could finish, Bai Jiruo entered from outside the classroom, walked up to Su Lin, and slammed her palm down on the desk. Su Lin, did you do this on purpose? Su Lin glanced at the desk before looking up. What do you mean, on purpose? Bai Jiruo gritted her teeth. Don't play dumb with me. Those students suddenly. Are you sure you want to discuss last night's incident here? Su Lin cut Bai Jiruo off, a hint of mocking amusement flickering in his eyes. Bai Jiruo jolted awake, her anger-clouded mind snapping back into focus. I just. She stammered, searching for an excuse, but when she lowered her head, she met Su Lin's mocking gaze. Su Lin, don't get too cocky. Bai Jiruo stamped her foot and stormed back to her seat. As Su Lin saw Zhou Yu leaning in again, he simply turned the other person's face away. If you're my brother, cut the crap and copy last night's exam paper for me. Since his rebirth, Su Lin had been preoccupied with future plans. After another hospital visit last night, he'd completely forgotten about homework. Zhou Yu was shocked. Bro, when did you stop doing your papers? Su Lin retorted with righteous indignation, I've been swamped these past couple days. What's wrong with forgetting about the test? He had a perfectly good excuse. Zhou Yu was stumped for words and finally slammed the test paper down on the desk. Hurry up and copy it. Su Lin patted his shoulder. Good buddy. Just as Su Lin pulled out the test paper, Chen Wei walked in. Recalling yesterday's incident, Su Lin's expression darkened, and the classroom fell silent. I'll take a few minutes of morning reading time to address what's happened in our class these past 2 days. Chen Wei scanned the room, launching into a scathing critique of the day before yesterday's incident. Occasionally, her gaze swept over Su Lin, the disgust in her eyes utterly unmasked. Su Lin watched silently, shaking his head inwardly. Though Chen Wei appeared to be addressing other students, her veiled criticism was clearly aimed at him. The rest of the class also looked at Su Lin, both openly and surreptitiously. Just then, Chen Wei slammed her hand on the desk. I know you're still young, but you must understand, there are only about 300 days left until the college entrance exams. If you want good results, you have to keep pushing yourselves relentlessly. Without that drive, how do you expect to get into a decent university? Listening to the same old lecture, Su Lin couldn't help but yawn. Su Lin, what kind of attitude is that? Chen Wei caught Su Lin's posture and immediately turned her attention to him. Su Lin sighed. I'm listening to your guidance very attentively. What attitude could I possibly have? You're overthinking it. Beside him, Zhou Yu kicked Su Lin under the desk, signaling him to stay quiet. Who in class 5 didn't know Chen Wei despised Su Lin? There was no need to stick his neck out at a time like this. Su Lin clicked his tongue in disapproval. Suddenly, a dozen students entered the classroom, the very group that had been absent yesterday. Su Lin clearly spotted Wang Dan among them. His face was grim, and the others looked equally downcast, their expressions heavy. Their arrival immediately shifted Chen Wei's focus. Soon, the entire classroom was filled with her scolding and sarcasm. The students of Class 5 listened, all lowering their heads in unison. As the atmosphere teetered on the brink of chaos, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Yet Chen Wei paid no heed, storming off only when the math teacher for the first period appeared. Phew! In that instant, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Math teacher. The homeroom teacher really had her hands full with this bunch. Never mind, never mind. Class comes first. With that thought, the math teacher began, open your textbooks too. After a morning of classes, Su Lin approached Jiang Beiwei, let's go. Jiang Beiwei tilted her head up, where to? Let's grab a bite, then find a place to study. Jiang Beiwei frowned, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Su Lin leaned forward slightly, but the question on his lips suddenly died away. Seconds later, the two headed to the cafeteria with Lin Rongrong. They had barely sat down with their food when they overheard people nearby discussing Class 5. Who would have thought someone from our school would get into a fight with outsiders? The police even showed up. This is such a huge scandal. So what if it's a big deal? Have you even finished reviewing? How do you have time to care about other stuff? It's just boring, isn't it? Every day it's, hey, what are those sports students doing over there? Chapter 12. The main idea is to pay compensation.
In the bustling cafeteria, a group of sports students made their way toward a corner.
Their imposing procession drew everyone's attention.
Soon, someone recognized the person sitting in the corner.
Isn't that Su Lin? The one from class 5.
Clatter! The moment someone called out Su Lin's name, the food on the tray in front of him was knocked to the floor. In an instant, the cafeteria fell silent.
What was this? Was a fight about to break out? A crowd of onlookers, eager for drama, craned their necks forward, their excitement palpable.
Su Lin frowned.
What's going on here, everyone? Whoops, my bad. Didn't see the food on the tray. No hard feelings, bro.
The instigator patted Su Lin on the shoulder and turned to walk away. But the next second, another hand clamped down on his shoulder. Su Lin smiled sweetly. Pay up.
Regardless of their reasons, since this group had knocked over his food, they had to pay. He wasn't buying their insincere apology. Do you know who I am?
Chen Shi turned his head, his questioning tone laced with disbelief.
Whoever you are, wasting that much food is wrong.
Pay up. By the time he uttered those last two words, Su Lin's expression had darkened considerably.
Chen Shi laughed. You? What are you doing?
A sudden female voice cut off Chen Shi's words.
Immediately after, Bai Jiruo came running over. Su Lin? Chen Shi? Are you two about to start a fight in the cafeteria? Does Bai Jiruo know this athlete?
Su Lin shot her a glance, understanding the situation. Bai Jiruo, don't go spreading rumors. Chen Shi is an athletic student. Causing trouble at school could get him disciplined, which would mess up his special admissions and have serious consequences.
Right, Chen Shi? The fight turned into a disturbance.
Chen Shi had been contemplating confronting Su Lin, but upon hearing about the special recruitment, he immediately put those thoughts aside. That's right, I wouldn't cause trouble at school. Bai Jiruo, don't go spreading rumors.
Su Lin nodded with a smile. Pay up. Chen Shi stiffened. Is compensation the only thing you can think to say?
Su Lin spread his hands helplessly.
What can I do? You ruined my lunch.
Pay up. 4 consecutive demands for compensation left Chen Shi speechless. Bai Jiruo pursed her lips.
Su Lin, don't be so hard on your classmate.
I'll pay for him. Su Lin chuckled.
Bai Jiruo, if you're not blind, you should see what's on the table. Making things difficult for a classmate? Are you sure about that?
Following Su Lin's gaze, Bai Jiruo looked at the table and murmured, I just wasn't paying attention.
Why are you being so harsh? Was it that you didn't notice, or that you simply didn't care about Su Lin's predicament?
Jiang Beiwei, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke up. She walked over to Su Lin, her beautiful eyes fixed on Bai Jiruo, igniting a spark of anger within her.
This is between Su Lin and me. Why are you butting in? Is it that? Hey, this isn't just between you and me.
Su Lin, who had been pleased that Jiang Beiwei had stepped in, immediately cut Bai Jiruo off the moment he heard her take aim.
Bai Jiruo's chest heaved with fury as she stared at Su Lin in disbelief. Su Lin, I was defending you. How could you let this woman humiliate me like this?
Su Lin was utterly baffled. In his previous life, Bai Jiruo saying these things wouldn't have been an issue at all. After all, due to a misunderstanding, he had always fawned over her. But after rebirth, Su Lin had severed all ties with her.
Are we that close? Bai Jiruo's expression froze. She stared at Su Lin in disbelief. The entire class knows you were pursuing me. You ask if we're close?
A mocking glint flashed in Su Lin's eyes.
So you knew I was pursuing you after all?
Bai Jiruo choked, her eyes suddenly reddening.
Su Lin, you're going too far. Bai Jiruo turned and ran off.
Su Lin didn't even spare her a glance, continuing to press her for compensation, his demands laced with threats. In the end, Chen Shi reluctantly paid up. The crowd dispersed. Other students, disappointed at missing the drama, sighed and turned their attention elsewhere. Jiang Beiwei frowned, worry flickering in her eyes. That group just now must have been doing it on purpose. Su Lin smiled faintly.
I know. Had he not recognized this, Su Lin wouldn't have pursued the money? Then why did you?
Jiang Beiwei's frown deepened, but she stopped mid-sentence. Su Lin understood her worry and reassured her, don't worry.
They're just students. They've got special admissions to focus on. They won't go too far.
Though he said this, Su Lin was actually strategizing how to respond. Chen Shi and his crew had already set their sights on him.
Whatever their motives, further moves were bound to follow.
But for now, he could do nothing but wait for Chen Shi and his crew to make their next move.
Judging by today's developments, it wouldn't be long before they did. Yet events unfolded even faster than Su Lin anticipated.
That very afternoon, the moment he stepped out of the classroom, everything inside and outside his desk vanished. Even the desks and chairs were left covered in grime. But when Su Lin looked around, not a single person in the class met his gaze. Even Zhou Yu was frantically signaling him not to make a scene. Seeing this, Su Lin sat back down.
No rush.
He'd let them play their little games behind his back. After school that evening, just as Su Lin was about to walk Jiang Beiwei home, she was called away by the math teacher. While waiting for Su Lin and the others, she made a quick trip to the restroom. But the moment he turned around, a group of people appeared behind him, led by none other than Chen Qi, whom he'd encountered at lunchtime. They'd gotten here pretty fast. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. So you were behind what happened this afternoon? Chen Qi looked puzzled. What happened this afternoon? Su Lin flexed his wrist. No need to deny it. I already know the truth. In truth, Su Lin's certainty came from Zhou Yu. During class that afternoon, Zhou Yu had suddenly slipped him a note with Chen Qi's name written on it. Chen Qi snorted derisively, glancing around nonchalantly. Listen to this, he already knows? That's some talk. He suddenly reached out to grab Su Lin by the head. But Su Lin was ready. Before the move could land, he kicked Chen Qi squarely in the groin. Ah! Caught completely off guard, the blow instantly incapacitated Chen Qi. Clutching his groin, he knelt on the floor, his face contorted in agony. You, how dare you, hit me! The others immediately closed in on Su Lin, afraid he'd escape. One of them even slammed the bathroom door shut. Su Lin sneered coldly. He wasn't going anywhere. Turning his head, he grabbed the mop from the corner and jabbed it into the stall. You're disgusting. Quick, open the door. Seconds later, Su Lin unleashed a fury of blows like a god of war. 1 against a dozen. He single-handedly beat the group into submission. The commotion quickly drew the attention of students from the boarding classes. Yuck, it stinks. Who's so disgusting, playing with poop in the bathroom? Help! Can this bathroom even be used anymore? Chapter 13, Do you think I'm blind? Amidst the murmurs, Su Lin opened the door and emerged from the restroom with an utterly composed expression. In an instant, all the students gathered at the bathroom door scattered. What's going on? Who was fighting in the bathroom? It turned out a student had gone to find a teacher who, upon hearing about the fight, had rushed over at lightning speed. Su Lin met the teacher's gaze and said calmly, Sir, you've got the wrong idea. No one was fighting in the bathroom. The teacher scrutinized Su Lin from head to toe. I recognize you. Su Lin froze. Then the teacher added, the police came to the school yesterday looking for you, right? Boom. The surrounding students who had been eavesdropping erupted in commotion. High school life was already dull enough, and suddenly a student being sought by the police added a whole new level of intrigue. With the person involved right there, the boldest student blurted out. Hey, what did the cops want with you? Dude, what were you doing playing with poop in the bathroom? The teacher who rushed over frowned. Stop asking questions. Get back to class immediately. The group of students was shooed away. The teacher entered the restroom to investigate. When he emerged, his expression had grown incredibly complex. Never mind. I was looking for you guys. What happened here? Why were so many people gathered around just now? The principal strode over, panic still visible on his face. The teacher replied, Nothing major, Principal Shen. Just a fight. Several students are lying inside. When Director Shen spotted Su Lin, his brow furrowed in alarm. What are you doing here? Su Lin replied innocently, I was using the restroom. That's it? Su Lin retorted, what else? Director Shen took a deep breath, pointed at Su Lin, and remained speechless for a long moment. Finally, he could only direct his anger toward the students in the restroom. How much longer are you going to stay in there? Get out now. A few minutes later, Chen Qi emerged with a pale face, followed by a group of physical education students. Principal Shen was furious, and what disgusted him most was the stench clinging to these students. If not for his position, he would have covered his nose long ago. But he couldn't. So he could only demand in a gruff voice, Speak. What the hell happened? Chen Qi glanced at Su Lin, remembering the threat from minutes earlier, and muttered, Nothing happened. Director Shen's eyes widened. Nothing happened? Do you think I'm blind? Ha! This stench all over me, this battered look, how could I possibly be fine? Chen Qi cleared his throat. We look a bit rough, Director Shen, but we're genuinely fine. Director Shen's gaze immediately shifted to Su Lin. Su Lin didn't look away, staring straight back at Director Shen. He feigned ignorance. Director, is there something you need? Director Shen looked away. Are you sure everything's fine? After repeated confirmation, seeing Chen Qi stubbornly insist everything was fine, Director Shen could only let the matter drop. Alright, everyone, you're dismissed. Su Lin gave a cheerful farewell and turned to leave. Not long after, he picked up Jiang Beiwei. I'll drive you home. Jiang Beiwei nodded, her eyes holding a hint of inquiry. I heard someone was playing around in the bathroom earlier. They were making quite a racket. You mean Chen Qi, right? Did you run into them? Yeah, I just saw them when the Dean of Discipline caught them. Good thing Director Shen didn't misunderstand, otherwise I'd be so wronged. Jiang Beiwei giggled softly, her smile blooming like spring flowers, stunning and beautiful, leaving Su Lin momentarily mesmerized. But Su Lin snapped back to reality quickly. He was still driving, couldn't he afford to zone out?
Before long, Su Lin dropped Jiang Beiwei off at her apartment complex. See you tomorrow. Jiang Beiwei smiled and nodded. See you tomorrow. Su Lin's gaze lingered on Jiang Beiwei's face for a moment before he drove away. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together in a faint smile, then turned away. The smile vanished instantly from her face. Mom, what are you doing here? Jiang's mother stared in the direction the car had vanished, saying nothing. Jiang Beiwei lowered her head. Mom, I. Smack. Jiang's mother raised her hand and slapped Jiang Beiwei across the face. A clear handprint instantly appeared on her pale cheek. You shameless little. Who was that driver? Are you being kept by someone? Jiang Beiwei clutched the spot where she'd been struck. I'm not being kept by anyone. That man was just a classmate of mine. Classmate? Jiang's mother snorted. A bunch of students? Where would they get the money to buy a car? Jiang Beiwei, how did I raise you? You. I don't need your nonsense. Jiang Beiwei's lips moved back and forth, but for a long time, she couldn't get the words out. Jiang's mother continued her scornful tirade. You little, tangled up with men your whole life, you. As time passed, Jiang Beiwei's face grew paler and paler. Finally, her entire being seemed to collapse inward. Meanwhile, Su Lin drove home and was immediately pulled aside by Su's mother as soon as he entered the door. You're home a bit late today. Su Lin. He could see the questioning look in Su's mother's eyes. Just ask whatever you want to ask. Su's mother cleared her throat. What was that about Jiang Beiwei yesterday? Does she like you? Did Jiang Beiwei like him? Su Lin recalled their interactions since his rebirth. I suppose she does. What do you mean probably? She defended you so fiercely, how could it be fake? Su's mother shot him a disapproving glare before turning back to the cash register. Su Lin followed her. Mom, don't overthink it. At least for now, we're just in a tutoring relationship, right? Tutoring? That girl's top of her class? Top of the grade. Su's mother's eyes lit up. She'd taken a liking to Jiang Beiwei the moment she saw her yesterday, and now it turned out she was smart too. Top of the class, and beautiful to boot. How did her parents raise her? They've done such an excellent job, she's truly outstanding. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Am I not outstanding? Su's mother gave Su Lin an exaggeratedly critical look. Su Lin played along. Well? Su's mother nodded, tapping him lightly with her finger. Well, you've only got your looks going for you. Ha ha ha. Su Lin burst into laughter. This kind of light-hearted, joyful scene was something he hadn't experienced in his previous life for a very long time. Just then, Su Yingying came running downstairs. Brother, I don't know how to do this problem. Su Lin scooped her up in his arms. Let big brother see what problem our little Yingying can't solve. For the next 2 days, Su Lin stayed by Jiang Beiwei's side to review. They grew so close that rumors began circulating around school, all about them being in a relationship too young. Chen Wei grew anxious upon hearing this. Jiang Beiwei was the top student in her grade, aiming for the best university. She couldn't afford to mess things up over a teenage romance. Su Lin, Jiang Beiwei, come to the office with me. During the big break, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei were summoned to the office. The moment they left, Class 5 erupted into a buzz of excitement. What do you think Chen Wei wants with them? Chapter 14, I need to set the record straight. In the office, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei stood side by side. Chen Wei smiled when she saw Jiang Beiwei, but her expression immediately darkened upon seeing Su Lin. She hadn't wanted Jiang Beiwei to come at first, but after much thought, she decided it was necessary for Jiang Beiwei to meet Su Lin, that useless fool. Only then could she sever the connection between these two. I called you both here today to discuss the mock exam. The mock exam? Both Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei were taken aback. The difference was that Su Lin sensed something was off, while Jiang Beiwei grew more cautious. Teacher, we're in summer tutoring now. Is there still a mock exam? Chen Wei. Oh, she'd forgotten that detail. My mistake. What I meant was, Su Lin, you scored 0 on the last in-class quiz, remember? Su Lin shot Jiang Beiwei a subtle glance, then recalled recent rumors circulating at school. He had a vague idea of what was going on. He nodded. I remember. Since you remember, I won't beat around the bush. But with grades like yours, do you really think you'll do well on the college entrance exam? Su Lin smiled. How well you do on the college entrance exam isn't determined by a single classroom quiz, is it? You can't even pass a single classroom test, yet you expect a miracle on the college entrance exam? Do you know how many points Jiang Beiwei scored on her last test? Perfect score. Jiang Beiwei saves me so much trouble, while you give me nothing but headaches. I know your family situation isn't great, with just your mom raising you both, but that doesn't. Ms. Chen. Before Chen Wei could finish, Jiang Beiwei cut her off sharply. Su Lin's last test score was indeed poor, but academic performance shouldn't be tied to family circumstances. Chen Wei's expression darkened. Jiang Beiwei, I'm speaking with Su Lin. Why are you butting in? Jiang Beiwei frowned. Teacher Chen, I didn't mean to interrupt, but family circumstances. Su Lin stopped Jiang Beiwei.
He was genuinely surprised she'd spoken up to defend him, but Chen Wei had targeted him today, and her stubborn nature meant Jiang Beiwei's words were futile.
Thinking this, Su Lin interjected, "Teacher Chen, are you aware the principal knows about you speaking to students this way?" Chen Wei froze. "Are you trying to scare me?" Su Lin looked back innocently, "This isn't a threat. I'm just curious, how would the principal react to today's incident? After all, just a couple days ago you..." With a loud thud, Chen Wei slammed her hand on the desk. Just then, the office door swung open as teachers from other classes walked in. Seeing the three people inside, they all looked surprised. "Miss Chen, are you discussing matters with a student?" Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei greeted her. Out of courtesy to her colleague, Chen Wei couldn't afford to be rude outright, so she claimed they were discussing academic matters. The teacher who spoke up chuckled, "Jiang Beiwei is top of the class, her studies speak for themselves, right?" Chen Wei snorted. "Jiang Beiwei's achievements speak for themselves. It's him scored 0 on the last quiz, caused trouble again just the other day." Utterly infuriating. Su Lin narrowed his eyes and abruptly walked toward the door without a word. Chen Wei snapped, "Stop. Did I say you could leave?" Su Lin halted. "Whether Teacher Chen lets me go isn't important. I just want to ask the principal if the school has any objections regarding the incident from the other day." He turned back, a smile on his face, but none in his eyes. "Otherwise, why has Teacher Chen kept singling me out and targeting me?" The word targeted caused the expressions of all the surrounding teachers to darken. They knew Class 5 had caused trouble, but the details remained unclear. If Chen Wei really pushed a student to confront the principal, she herself would face serious consequences. "Teacher Chen, Su Lin just struggles academically. No matter how impatient you are, you shouldn't let students go looking for trouble." "Exactly. Su Lin, you should come back too. The principal is swamped with work, don't bother him over minor issues." Several teachers tried to mediate, pulling half toward Chen Wei and half toward Su Lin. Chen Wei knew escalating the situation wouldn't help, so she forced herself to calm down. But Su Lin refused to listen. "The dean is indeed busy, but this concerns my reputation. You teachers were once students yourselves, you should understand how a student targeted for a tarnished reputation suffers in school." The teachers holding Su Lin fell silent. They understood the school's dynamics well enough to see Su Lin's concerns were valid. Chen Wei really was being unreasonable. Why pick on a student for no reason? High schoolers weren't like elementary school kids. If they pushed him too far, wouldn't they just be asking for trouble? With that thought, the teachers softened their tone as they tried to persuade Su Lin. "Su Lin, you're overthinking this. What happens in the office stays in the office. Even if someone targets you, our teachers will step in. We won't let you suffer any injustice." Exactly. We won't let you suffer any injustice." Su Lin deliberately kept his head down, hiding the faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. After a while, he finally feigned persuasion and reluctantly said, "Since you teachers say so, I'll take your word for it. If anything happens in the future, I'll come find you all." No problem. Thinking they'd successfully calmed Su Lin down, the teachers immediately dismissed him. "Teacher Chen, academic matters can wait. Class is about to start, hurry and send Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei back to their classroom." Soon, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei were ushered out of the office. At that moment, the class bell rang. Jiang Beiwei furrowed her brow. "Su Lin, what exactly was Teacher Chen getting at? She'd said so much, yet it all seemed strangely targeted. It was just too odd." Su Lin turned his head just as a gust of wind blew by, obscuring Jiang Beiwei's beautiful eyes and brows with a few stray strands of hair. He stared at her, lost in thought without realizing it. Jiang Beiwei waited in vain for a response, instinctively lifting her gaze toward Su Lin. Their eyes met, and her ears flushed crimson beyond her control. You, why are you staring at me like that?" Su Lin smiled. "You look beautiful." The unexpected compliment left Jiang Beiwei stunned. "Why did you suddenly?" Su Lin caught himself mid-sentence and quickly amended his words, "She probably wants me to stay away from you." Though he changed the subject quickly, Jiang Beiwei caught his meaning. "Stay away from you? What does that mean?" Su Lin stopped in his tracks. "What else could it mean? She thinks we're dating and feels I'm not good enough for you." Jiang Beiwei froze, a blush suddenly spreading across her face. Dating? How could that be possible? She was merely tutoring Su Lin. How could Teacher Chen have misunderstood? And now she was targeting Su Lin over it. No way. I'm going to talk to Teacher Chen and set the record straight. Chapter 15. Do you think she'll believe you? Jiang Beiwei turned to head back to the office. The next second, Su Lin grabbed her hand. Caught off guard, Jiang Beiwei stumbled into Su Lin's embrace. Holding her soft, fragrant body, Su Lin recalled her earlier defense of him. He bent down slightly. "If you go explain now, it'll only make Chen Wei dislike me more." His heartbeat pounded against her ear, stirring a flicker of embarrassment within Jiang Beiwei. Yet, upon hearing his words, her eyes widened in surprise. "Why? I was telling the truth." Su Lin shrugged. "Do you really think she'd believe you?" Though Chen Wei had never targeted him personally, Jiang Beiwei had interacted with her and knew her temperament well.
The realization brought a shadow of sadness to her eyes.
Then maybe we should just. You wouldn't want to distance yourself from me, would you?
Su Lin instantly understood her meaning and deliberately leaned in close to her with exaggerated exaggeration.
The sudden closeness made Jiang Beiwei uncomfortable and she instinctively pulled back. Only then did Jiang Beiwei realize Su Lin was still holding her.
She pushed him away hastily.
Su Lin felt a surge of amusement, but fearing Jiang Beiwei might react angrily, he quickly suppressed the thought.
I know what you're thinking, but it won't work. Chen Wei has always disliked me. Even if we stay apart, she'll still think we're putting on a show for her.
Jiang Beiwei stared in disbelief. How could teacher Chen?
Her words trailed off as she lowered her head again. She knew Su Lin was right, but he wasn't just anyone. Their relationship was purely one of mutual support. Unconsciously, Jiang Beiwei recalled her mother's words from that night and a strange anger began to simmer within her. She wouldn't distance herself from Su Lin.
Tutoring was perfectly normal, no one could change that.
Jiang Beiwei abruptly lifted her head, her tone unwavering. I said I'd tutor you, and I will tutor you.
I won't abandon that decision just because of teacher Chen. Su Lin remained unaware of Jiang Beiwei's thoughts.
Though puzzled by her sudden change, he was deeply touched by her unwavering resolve. In this new life, beyond making money in his family, Jiang Beiwei was his greatest priority. Her repeated acts of support only solidified Su Lin's resolve.
Now that Jiang Beiwei was ignoring others' opinions, how could he possibly let her down? Then I'll leave myself in the care of Major Jiang.
Su Lin looked at Jiang Beiwei, his words carrying hidden meaning. Jiang Beiwei averted her gaze. She sensed something off about Su Lin's words but felt awkward to dwell on it.
Seconds later, Jiang Beiwei broke into a brisk run.
Su Lin followed behind with a smile, but after a few steps, he broke into a run.
Wait for me. At noon, Su Lin grabbed some food and went to find Jiang Beiwei.
No sooner had she sat down than Lin Rongrong joined them.
Seeing the dishes on the tray, a mischievous glint appeared in Lin Rongrong's eyes. You really know Wei Wei well, don't you? You got all her favorite dishes.
Su Lin met her gaze.
Didn't I get you 2 dishes too? Stop joking around.
After a pause, he looked at Jiang Beiwei and handed her the chopsticks. Here, for you. Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips. Though slightly embarrassed, she accepted the chopsticks. Lin Rongrong watched the exchange, her lips pursed in a knowing smile. Su Lin wore an exasperated expression. Jiang Beiwei's best friend was wonderful in every way, except for her overly impulsive nature. Still, having Lin Rongrong there as a buffer helped Jiang Beiwei relax a bit. With that thought, Su Lin pushed one of the dishes toward Jiang Beiwei. Try this. It's the cafeteria chef's specialty. I came early today just to get some. Jiang Beiwei hummed in acknowledgement and picked up a piece with her chopsticks. After lunch, the three returned to the classroom. As soon as Su Lin sat down, Joey leaned over.
Did you have lunch with Jiang, the school beauty?
Su Lin glanced back at Jiang Beiwei, who was deep in conversation with Lin Rongrong and hadn't noticed his look.
Correction, Lin Rongrong was there too.
The implication was clear, there was a third person present.
Joe, you clicked his tongue.
That Lin Rongrong is practically invisible.
Don't say I didn't warn you, the whole school's buzzing about you dating Jiang, the school beauty.
Her suitors will probably be after you soon. That girl from the neighboring class got bullied badly just for confessing.
Su Lin's situation.
Joe, you shuddered and dared not think any further. Su Lin didn't look at him, his hands clasped behind his head as he leaned back against the chair. On the other side, Jiang Beiwei suddenly turned her head, a flicker of worry crossing her moist eyes.
Was she putting Su Lin in danger by getting so close to him?
Lost in their own thoughts, neither noticed the other's gaze. Soon, it was time for afternoon classes. Su Lin chewed on his pen, listening intently to the lecture.
But the gap of so many years was no joke.
No matter how hard he listened, Su Lin could only grasp bits and pieces. Eventually, he simply stopped listening altogether.
After school that evening, Su Lin approached Jiang Beiwei, about to speak, when Bai Jiruo walked over. Su Lin, I need to talk to you. Su Lin turned his head, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping Bai Jiruo from head to toe. What is it? Bai Jiruo glanced at Jiang Beiwei beside them. This is important. We need to talk somewhere else. You.
Su Lin cut her off impatiently. Speak your mind if you must.
If not, get lost. Don't waste my time here.
Bai Jiruo's eyes widened in disbelief at what she'd heard. Su Lin, have you forgotten how you used to? Su Lin cut her off impatiently. You said it was in the past.
Why are you coming over now? To humiliate yourself? Or are you just being a masochist? You. Bai Jiruo's eyes widened in fury. Su Lin, what are you saying? What do you mean I'm being a masochist? Knowing full well he'd lost interest, yet still coming on to him, what else could it be but masochism? Su Lin thought it, and he said it. A few classmates still lingering in the classroom noticed the argument and turned to watch. Fury made Bai Jiruo's chest heave violently. She wanted to lash out at Su Lin fiercely, yet she couldn't find a reason to do so. As more eyes turned their way, Bai Jiruo felt the whispers behind her back. Her eyes instantly reddened. Su Lin, you're not human. Su Lin, question mark. He scratched his ear and turned to Jiang Beiwei. Did she just say I'm not human? Jiang Beiwei cleared her throat. That's what she said.
Su Lin murmured in acknowledgement. Just as Jiang Beiwei thought he was about to lose his temper, Su Lin reached into his pocket and pulled out several pieces of chocolate.
Jiang Beiwei froze. These are to fill your stomach. Su Lin pressed the chocolates into Jiang Beiwei's hands before turning to tidy up the papers he hadn't finished grading.
Jiang Beiwei looked down for a moment, then raised her head and reminded Su Lin to bring his textbooks too. Su Lin paused, then grabbed the textbook.
Where are we going for tutoring? Chapter 16, let's discuss tutoring fees.
Jiang Beiwei paused, pondering for a moment before tossing the question back at Su Lin. Where do you think would be suitable for tutoring? Su Lin stroked his chin.
My place. Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened.
Why your place? Noticing her flustered reaction, Su Lin leaned closer. Scared? Jiang Beiwei's eyes darted around.
I'm not scared. I just think it might be inconvenient to go. Don't worry about inconvenience.
I suggested my place because I need to discuss the tutoring fees with you.
After mentioning the tutoring, Su Lin kept pondering the foot massage parlor. He couldn't understand why Jiang Beiwei would choose to earn money there.
Clearly, she was short on cash, so finding a reason to give her money was crucial.
Tutoring presented the perfect opportunity. When Jiang Beiwei agreed, she hadn't even considered the tutoring fees. Hearing the mention of it left her momentarily dazed. After processing it, she couldn't help but say, isn't this a bit awkward? Why wouldn't it be?
You're such a top student, and since we're classmates, you know the school's curriculum inside out.
You're the perfect tutor for me.
Su Lin pulled Jiang Beiwei toward the door as he spoke. I've thought this through carefully and discussed it with my mom, so don't overthink it. Before they knew it, they were in the car.
Su Lin drove straight back to his family's convenience store.
Su's mother was busy behind the register when she saw Su Lin bring Jiang Beiwei home. She looked utterly surprised.
Su Lin, who is this? Su Lin replied, Jiang Beiwei is here to tutor me, Mom. We need to discuss the tutoring fees. Tutoring fees?
Su's mother didn't catch on at first, but when she saw Su Lin persistently giving her meaningful glances, she immediately understood. Su Lin's grades were indeed poor. Having the top student in the grade tutor him would make sense, but was this kid really here just for tutoring? Could he be up to something else? Though her mind raced with thoughts, Su's mother replied aloud, Right. How forgetful of me, I'd completely overlooked such an important matter. Su Lin had no idea his mother was plotting to deal with him.
With both sides settled, he promptly took Jiang Beiwei upstairs.
Su Ying had already gotten home from school and was scribbling away at her homework with a pencil. Spotting her brother bringing someone back, she tilted her head and fixed her gaze on the visitor. Sis, you look so pretty. Jiang Beiwei, who had been feeling a bit flustered, instinctively flashed a smile at the compliment. You're adorable too. Su Ying blinked her eyes. Sister, I like you. Before Jiang Beiwei could respond, Su Lin stepped in front of her. This sister isn't for you to like. Have you finished your homework? Su Ying pouted. I don't understand some parts. Su Lin tapped her lightly from a distance. I'll help you later. Go back to your room first. This sister and I need to talk. Su Ying nodded and grabbed her homework before leaving. The table was cleared, and Su's mother came up from downstairs. I inquired earlier, private tutoring for senior year costs 200 yuan per hour. What do you think of that price? Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips, replying somewhat awkwardly, Of course it's fine, but if it's fine, then it's settled. Mom, it seems guests have arrived downstairs. You should go check on them. Su's mother shot Su Lin a glare but still got up to go downstairs, though her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. Su Lin was far too preoccupied with that girl. No, she absolutely had to have a serious talk with him tonight. He could see the girl, but his senior year studies absolutely couldn't be affected. At the very least, she couldn't be the reason for any disruption. At this thought, Su's mother couldn't help but sigh. She hoped this girl could actually help her son's grades improve. Upstairs, Jiang Beiwei was still a bit dazed. Suddenly, a dark shadow flickered before her eyes. Jiang Beiwei snapped back to reality and realized it was Su Lin's hand. What are you doing? Su Lin propped his head up with one hand. Reminding you to snap out of it. Time is money now. Are you sure you want to waste it by zoning out? Jiang Beiwei's expression was complicated. You haven't discussed the tutoring fees with Auntie, have you? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. How do you know I didn't? Jiang Beiwei opened her mouth to say something, but quickly closed it again. Let's get ready for class. Su Lin. Though he felt a bit rushed, studying was indeed important. Other matters could wait until after the tutoring session. With that thought, Su Lin immediately cooperated with Jiang Beiwei. Meanwhile, Su's mother bustled about downstairs for a while before her mind drifted back upstairs. Sneaking up to peek, she was pleasantly surprised to find Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei genuinely studying. Just then, the sound of customers settling their bill reached her from downstairs. Su's mother hurried back down, tiptoeing carefully.
An hour later, Sue's mother came upstairs to call them for dinner.
Jiang Beiwei was about to leave when Su Lin held her back.
Don't rush off yet. We still have so many worksheets to finish.
I'll drive you home after we're done.
Stay for dinner now. Sue's mother chimed in with encouragement. After some back and forth, Jiang Beiwei nodded and agreed to stay. After dinner, Mrs. Su went back downstairs to tend to the shop. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei kept their heads down, studying hard.
Even though Su Lin had been reborn once, this intense study schedule still left him dizzy and disoriented. Jiang Beiwei watched him, and a smile slipped onto her lips. Her face rarely showed emotion, so when she suddenly smiled, it was as stunning as spring blossoms.
Su Lin, who caught the glimpse, was instantly transfixed. You.
Before he could finish, Jiang Beiwei turned her head away.
It's already 9:30. I need to head home. Su Lin nodded. Alright, I'll walk you back. Jiang Beiwei declined, no need. I can take the bus. You came all this way just to tutor me. How could I let a girl walk home alone?
Su Lin cut her off. Though he'd already shielded her from the worst danger, walking home alone at night was inherently unsafe for a young woman. At Su Lin's insistence, Jiang Beiwei blushed and nodded in agreement. They reached the building entrance. Su Lin exchanged greetings with his mother before driving Jiang Beiwei home. This time, however, Su Lin didn't approach the residential compound. At Jiang Beiwei's insistence, he stopped 100 meters away.
Tomorrow morning. See you at school.
Su Lin's plan to come pick her up was put on hold by Jiang Beiwei's words. After a brief exchange of glances, Su Lin sensed something and nodded silently without a word. Back home, Su's mother was waiting for him on the first floor.
Su Lin approached nonchalantly. Mom, why aren't you asleep yet?
Su's mother shot him a glance.
Some people have too much on their minds. How could I sleep without getting to the bottom of it? Su Lin, the person in question, couldn't help but smile.
It was my fault.
I shouldn't have kept it from you.
Su's mother sighed. I never said hiding it was wrong, but you and that young lady.
Su Lin assured her, she's just tutoring me now. We have no other relationship. Chapter 17, what kind of classmate is that? Hearing his emphasis, Su's mother sensed something was off. Just then, Su Yingying's voice called out.
She glanced at Su Lin and ran over to help her. The next day, Su Lin specially bought breakfast to bring to school.
Just as he sat down, he noticed an extra breakfast on the table.
Zhou Yu winked at him from the side, and Su Lin knew immediately who had sent it.
Knock knock knock. Su Lin walked over to Jiang Beiwei's desk and knocked twice. Jiang Beiwei looked up. What is it? Brought me breakfast again? Su Lin asked knowingly. Seeing Jiang Beiwei shift her gaze uncomfortably, he smiled and placed the breakfast he'd brought down. This is for you. Try it. A sandwich and a cup of milk. Su Lin had specially chosen them for Jiang Beiwei.
Jiang Beiwei felt a bit embarrassed, but Su Lin didn't wait for her to speak before returning to his seat.
Zhou Yu leaned in. Hey, bro, you're not seriously dating Jiang Beiwei, are you? Chen Wei would kill you.
Zhou Yu looked terrified, glancing nervously around as he spoke.
Su Lin found himself amused by Zhou Yu's reaction. Who said I'm dating Jiang Beiwei? You two eat together and hang out together and you're not dating? Zhou Yu's voice rose involuntarily in surprise. Not far away, Jiang Beiwei instinctively glanced over. At that moment, Su Lin also looked in that direction.
Their eyes met, and Su Lin raised an eyebrow at Jiang Beiwei.
The next second, Jiang Beiwei lowered her head to avoid his gaze. Blushing?
Su Lin cleared his throat, a hint of mischief playing across his smiling face. Zhou Yu watched the exchange and couldn't help but roll her eyes. They claimed they weren't dating, yet ordinary classmates never acted like this. After morning reading class, Su Lin received a stack of test papers. Glancing through them, he recognized much of the content from what Jiang Beiwei had taught him the night before. Comparing his notes, he quickly completed most of the papers. Zhou Yu, who had been sighing in frustration, watched Su Lin's efficiency and asked in surprise, Bro, since when did you get so fast at doing papers?
I've always been this fast.
Su Lin replied without looking up, his confident tone making Zhou Yu roll his eyes.
Fine, you've always been this fast.
Zhou Yu muttered a few dismissive words before returning to his own paper with a grimace. Just then, Chen Wei pushed open the classroom door and entered.
Everyone, put down what you're doing. I have something to say. The entire classroom fell silent as all eyes turned to Chen Wei at the front of the room.
She scanned the room and announced, as you all know, it's summer vacation now. The school has specially called you back for classes to prepare for the college entrance exams, aiming for you to achieve excellent results.
But good grades don't come from empty talk alone.
The higher-ups have decided to hold a joint exam with 3 other schools.
Joint examination?
Su Lin lifted his head slightly.
He remembered this never happening in his previous life. Why the sudden change? Could it be the butterfly effect?
I know you're skeptical, but this is an opportunity to demonstrate our school's teaching achievements.
I expect no one in our class to hold us back. Otherwise, I won't be happy, and neither will you. Understand? After a brief silence, voices began to respond, understood. Got it. The sparse responses displeased Chen Wei.
You're all teenagers, why are you so listless all the time? Where's your youthful vigor?
Someone muttered, do you think we want to? But we're crushed under the weight of studying all day. We just don't have the energy left. Who's talking?
Chen Wei snapped, her gaze instantly locking onto Su Lin, whom she assumed had spoken.
Su Lin looked back lazily. Teacher, is something wrong? Chen Wei paused.
Su Lin's voice didn't match the one who had spoken earlier. Though they clashed fiercely in the office, Chen Wei tempered her attitude in class. After a moment's thought, she redirected her criticism toward Su Lin's grades. You scored 0 on the last quiz. If you get another 0 on the upcoming joint exam and drag down the school's average, I'll call your parents and have you transferred out of class 5. Su Lin propped his head up with one hand while twirling a pen in the other.
Teacher Chen, what if I don't score 0 and don't drag the class down?
The entire class turned to look at them, surprised by Su Lin's response. Though they were all high school students, their upbringing meant few dared speak back to their homeroom teacher, let alone challenge or question her.
Chen Wei, naturally aware of the stares, sneered, isn't that only fair? You're a student who can't even handle the most basic tasks. What kind of student are you?
With that, Chen Wei walked straight out of the classroom.
The class bell rang. Su Lin raised an eyebrow.
After 2 confrontations in the office, Chen Wei had stopped engaging with him altogether.
Trying to set her up? That was going to be tough now.
After 2 periods, Su Lin took advantage of the long break to run out and buy Jiang Beiwei milk tea and cake.
This is to thank you for last night. You can't refuse.
Feeling the stares around her, Jiang Beiwei blushed as she accepted the gifts, then couldn't help but remind him, actually, you don't need to buy me things so often.
I'm not really hungry. Su Lin replied, it's my gesture. You wouldn't refuse, would you?
His eyes were deep and intense, and when he stared at someone, it was easy to lose yourself in them. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together.
I certainly won't refuse your kindness.
Su Lin smiled.
Good. I'm off to study.
Poor guy already in his 40s, yet reborn only to endure the grueling senior year all over again. But for his own sake, it was worth fighting through.
After walking a few steps, Su Lin suddenly remembered something. Jiang Beiwei, do you know when the joint entrance exam Chen Wei mentioned is scheduled?
That's right, this morning. Chen Wei only mentioned the joint exam without specifying the date. Jiang Beiwei, who had been staring at the cake, snapped to attention at the question, I'll go ask her later.
All right. Not long after, Jiang Beiwei returned from the office.
Miss Chen said the joint exam is in a month, right around when our summer tutoring sessions wrap up. So there's still that much time left. Su Lin stroked his chin, feigning a pitiful expression as he leaned toward Jiang Beiwei.
You heard what Chen Wei said this morning, right?
Jiang Beiwei nodded, a hint of worry on her face, but she quickly suppressed her emotions.
Don't worry. I'll help you focus on your studies during this period.
I won't let you score 0 points, nor will I let you hold us back. She spoke with genuine earnestness. Su Lin watched her, and the urge to tease her vanished instantly.
Then I'll leave it to you. He clasped his hands together and gave Jiang Beiwei a slight wave.
But he didn't notice Bai Jiruo watching them from behind, her eyes filled with both jealousy and resentment.
What else did that Jiang Beiwei have besides being good at studying and having a pretty face? Why did everyone revolve around her? As Bai Jiruo seethed with anger, her best friend approached.
Jiruo, Sheng Ziming is looking for you.
Chapter 18, is he telling the truth? Sheng Ziming. Bai Jiruo's eyes lit up. Though Sheng Ziming wasn't a true second-generation rich kid, his family had some money.
If she could get a handle on him, her pocket money wouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, she asked softly, where is he?
He's right outside. He said he needs to talk to you.
Bai Jiruo immediately suppressed her feelings toward Jiang Beiwei and hurried out of the classroom. Spotting Sheng Ziming leaning against the wall, she slowed her pace.
Mr. Sheng, what do you need from me? Sheng Ziming turned his head at her question.
The matter with Sheng Hao last time has been settled by my family.
However, you failed to complete the task I assigned you. Shouldn't you compensate me for that?
Bai Jiruo paled slightly, her tone darkening. Young Master Sheng, I did what you asked. I called Jiang Beiwei to Sheng Hao.
She went. I fulfilled my promise. What compensation do you expect from me?
While she did covet Sheng Ziming's money, Bai Jiruo refused to accept compensation if it implicated her personally. She continued, besides, our class 5 suffered so many injuries because of the dispute between young Master Sheng and Sheng Hao's people.
How do you explain that? Sheng Ziming seized Bai Jiruo's wrist, his voice darkening.
That's because they're useless. Bai Jiruo, don't forget what you promised me to get into Sheng Hao.
If those things spread around school, what do you think will happen? Bai Jiruo frowned.
I only agreed to bring Jiang Beiwei over.
Sheng Ziming, I call you young Master Sheng out of respect. Otherwise, do you really think your family's supermarkets alone could?
Before she could finish, a figure suddenly caught the corner of her eye.
It was Su Lin. Bai Jiruo's eyes darted around. Let go of me. Let go. I told you, the Sheng Hao incident has nothing to do with me. It was you and them who started the argument. Why should I be the one to make amends? Let go. Let go.
she screamed while struggling fiercely.
Uncertain of the situation, Shang Zining tightened his grip.
The tug-of-war quickly drew the attention of Su Lin nearby. He hadn't expected that just moments after finishing his conversation with Jiang Beiwei and stepping out for some fresh air, he'd witness Bai Jiruo and Shang Zining entangled in a struggle. While he disliked Bai Jiruo impersonating Jiang Beiwei, his distaste for Shang Zining ran even deeper, especially after overhearing the words Shang Hao and compensation.
Shang Zining, what are you doing? Let her go. Su Lin asked as he stepped forward. Instead of letting go, Shang Zining tightened his grip. Why should I? Su Lin, this is between Bai Jiruo and me. Stay out of it. Between you and Bai Jiruo? Su Lin repeated his words, amused.
She just mentioned Shang Hao and compensation.
That means you're here about Shang Hao, right?
So many students in class 5 got hurt, even the police showed up, yet you didn't make an appearance.
Why are you out bullying people today? Think it's water under the bridge? Or do you want to stir things up again? If it's the latter, I'll call over the homeroom teachers of both classes and the dean of discipline. We'll have a proper talk about compensation.
After all, many students in class 5 suffered undeserved harm.
As the main culprit, you ought to make some gesture, don't you think?
It was no wonder Su Lin spoke this way. Although Shang Ziming's family wasn't exceptionally wealthy, the fact that he could afford to hire someone to attack Shang Hao meant they had some savings. Shang Ziming hadn't made a fuss before, but now he was coming to Bai Jiruo demanding compensation. Conversely, the other class 5 students could also demand compensation from Shang Ziming. It was simply a matter of mutual recourse. Shang Ziming erupted in fury. Those people only got into Shang Hao because of me. I won't call them useless, but if they can't beat Shang Hao's people, what do you expect? And now you want me to pay compensation? Put. Do you even deserve it? He spat on the ground, wearing his contempt and disdain like a badge.
Su Lin's expression darkened slightly. Why aren't we worthy? You never were worthy. Shang Ziming flung his hand, shoving Bai Jiruo aside. I won't waste words with you. Stay away from Jiang Beiwei, or don't blame me for being rude.
Su Lin sized up Shang Ziming, then gestured with his hands to compare their heights.
Are you sure you want to get rough with me?
Though only 18, Su Lin stood at 1.8 meters tall, while Shang Ziming barely reached 1.7 meters. Combined with his unremarkable looks, standing next to Su Lin made Shang Ziming appear particularly awkward. This wasn't just Su Lin's perception, Shang Ziming was acutely aware of it too. Almost instantly, Shang Ziming stepped back to create distance between them. Su Lin, that's insulting. Su Lin crossed his arms. It's just stating the facts. How is that insulting? Shang Ziming, that attitude won't cut it. When you face real challenges later, well, you're screwed. Su Lin whispered the last two words softly. Shang Ziming nearly lost his temper several times, but then he recalled what had happened to Chun Chi in the restroom earlier. He didn't want to get beaten up, but he also couldn't accept it. In the end, Shang Ziming could only threaten, Su Lin, you just wait. This isn't over. Before leaving, Shang Ziming shot Bai Jiruo a vicious glare. This woman wouldn't get off scot-free either. The class bell rang. Su Lin didn't even glance at Bai Jiruo as he turned to head back to the classroom. But in the next instant, Bai Jiruo grabbed his arm. Su Lin, don't leave yet. Without a second thought, Su Lin flung her hand away. Stay away from me. Completely caught off guard by Su Lin's harshness, Bai Jiruo froze, tears welling slowly in her eyes. Su Lin, what did I do wrong? Why have you suddenly become like this? You used to be. Su Lin dug in his ear, cutting her off without mercy. Bai Jiruo, are you deaf? Bai Jiruo's tear-filled eyes widened. What? In a past life, seeing Bai Jiruo like this would have prompted Su Lin to rush over and comfort her. But now, only disgust filled his heart. He had made it clear more than once that he and Bai Jiruo were finished, and he didn't want any further entanglement with her. Bai Jiruo, I don't like you. Please stop clinging to me. Is that clear? Without waiting for a reply, Su Lin strode toward the classroom. Just as he reached the doorway, he spotted Chen Wei. Su Lin. He was certain this wasn't Chen Wei's class. Why was she here now? Chen Wei spotted Su Lin too. The bell rang 2 minutes ago. Why are you just now coming back to class? Students as careless as you are simply. Su Lin impatiently cut her off. Shang Ziming demanded compensation from Bai Jiruo. I was helping her deal with the trouble, that's why I'm late. If you don't believe me, go ask her yourself. Behind them, Bai Jiruo appeared just then. Her eyes were still red, and with her head hanging low, she looked utterly pitiful. Chen Wei had the most patience for model students, so she stepped forward and pressed. Bai Jiruo, is what he said true? Chapter 19, Bullying. Bai Jiruo glanced around hesitantly before slowly nodding. Yes. Chen Wei felt her head explode with a buzzing roar. Jiang Beiwei and Bai Jiruo. Both were renowned top students at school, and their good looks had earned Chen Wei considerable prestige. That's precisely why Chen Wei favored them most. Now she was being told her star students were being bullied. Jiang Beiwei, go to the office and find a teacher to cover the class. Bai Jiruo, you come with me.
Sheng Zining, huh? She'd see just what he was up to.
Meanwhile, Su Lin had returned to her seat. Seeing Chen Wei storming off with Bai Jiruo, her anger palpable, Su Lin was taken aback. Due to past conflicts, Su Lin had always held a poor opinion of Chen Wei, even bordering on distaste. He truly hadn't expected Chen Wei to skip class for a student's sake. It was a pity that Chen Wei only had eyes for the top students. As for those with poor grades, Su Lin shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter.
After morning classes ended, Su Lin had planned to grab lunch with Jiang Beiwei.
But just as he reached the classroom door, someone called out to him, saying Chen Wei wanted to see him.
With no choice, Su Lin temporarily parted ways with Jiang Beiwei and headed to the faculty office.
The moment he entered, he felt an oppressive atmosphere. Glancing around, he saw only 5 people present: 2 homeroom teachers, Director Shen, Bai Jiruo, and Sheng Zining. All 5 wore grim expressions. Chen Wei's gaze toward Sheng Zining particularly fierce, as if she could devour him.
Su Lin pretended not to notice anything, greeting them as if nothing was amiss. Sheng Zining's homeroom teacher was surnamed Zhao, named Zhao Ming. Spotting Su Lin, he inquired, "Did you tell Sheng Zining to cause trouble for Bai Jiruo?" Su Lin lifted an eyelid. "Does it matter whether I did or not?" Zhao Ming replied, "It concerns Sheng Zining's reputation." "How could it not matter?"
Su Lin smiled, but upon closer inspection, there was no warmth in his eyes.
If Sheng Zining's reputation is so important, why did he demand compensation from the victim? "Teacher Zhao, when the police came to the school a few days ago, you didn't seem to show up, did you?" One after another, they treated him like a soft target, but he wasn't one. Chen Wei snorted. "Not only did you not show up, you didn't even ask a single question. Teacher Zhao, your class started this whole thing, yet you ended up as bystanders. You played the part thoroughly. Now you come asking for compensation. Do you think class 5 is easy to push around?"
At this point, Chen Wei fixed her gaze squarely on Principal Shen. As the head of student affairs, Director Shen had been closely following this incident and demanded a resolution today.
Principal Shen felt a headache coming on. Both Chen Wei and Zhao Ming were difficult to deal with.
Even if he resolved things today, they'd likely cause trouble later. After much deliberation, Principal Shen directed his attention toward Bai Jiruo. "You're the one involved, Bai Jiruo. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Bai Jiruo had kept her head bowed, but at the sound of Director Shen's voice, her body froze instantly.
"Principal Shen, I.
Before she could finish, her eyes welled up with tears.
Director Shen watched her, unable to suppress a sigh. Sheng Zining apologized to Bai Jiruo.
"And since you were indeed the instigator of the incident in Class 5, compensation is the least you can offer." At these words, Sheng Zining bristled.
"Everyone was there at the time. Why should I?" "Because you didn't show up when the police investigated."
Chen Wei cut him off, her gaze growing increasingly stern as she looked at Sheng Zining.
Was Sheng Zining the only one who mattered? What about her Class 5 students?
The two sides remained at an impasse, leaving Principal Shen caught in the middle, torn between them. In the end, he could only let Sheng Zining leave first.
"We teachers will discuss this matter thoroughly." Sheng Zining shot fierce glances at Bai Jiruo and Su Lin before storming out of the office. Not long after, Su Lin and Bai Jiruo also exited one after the other. Su Lin.
As soon as they reached the doorway, Bai Jiruo called out, her eyes brimming with tears.
Su Lin shot her a glance before practically running away.
Bai Jiruo stared at his retreating figure, her face frozen in disbelief. She knew Su Lin had changed because of Jiang Beiwei, but she never imagined he wouldn't even give her the courtesy of a farewell.
Damn Jiang Beiwei. With so many suitors chasing after her, she just had to lure Su Lin away. If Bai Jiruo had previously looked down on Su Lin, after today, even if she still disdained him, a competitive spirit had ignited within her. In the cafeteria, Su Lin spotted Jiang Beiwei sitting at her usual spot and immediately walked over. "Haven't eaten yet?" Jiang Beiwei lifted her head slightly. "I've already eaten. These are the dishes I ordered. See if there's anything you don't like."
Su Lin picked up his chopsticks.
"How could there be anything I don't like in food you made?"
Just then, a group approached, with Chen Shi leading the way.
Su Lin. Su Lin paused. "Oh, isn't this Chen Shi, the guy who plays with feces? What do you want?"
Chen Shi glared angrily, but then thought of something and suppressed his rage.
"Meet me at the back gate after school tonight." Su Lin asked, "Who sent you?" Chen Shi snorted. "None of your business. Just remember to show up. Otherwise, I'll come looking for you at your place."
A cold gleam flashed in Su Lin's eyes.
He nodded. "Fine. I'll be there." Thinking Su Lin was intimidated, Chen Shi left smugly. Jiang Beiwei frowned deeply. "You shouldn't have agreed to go."
The way they were acting just now, they clearly intended to fight. She knew Su Lin and Chen Shi had clashed a couple days prior and was deeply worried.
"It's fine. I agreed to go, but I didn't say how many people would be there." Su Lin's calm demeanor rubbed off on Jiang Beiwei, and she couldn't help but ask, "Who are you bringing?" "You'll find out when the time comes." That evening, Su Lin headed straight to the administration building after school.
A few minutes later, a large group marched toward the school's back gate. Chen Shi was leaning against the wall with several athletes when he turned and saw Su Lin in the crowd. He froze in shock.
Su Lin, what do you think you're doing?
Su Lin spread his hands helplessly.
2 fists can't fight 4 hands.
If you made me come alone, I'd be scared out of my wits.
Here, these are my backup. Director Shen's face darkened. Bringing people to bully a classmate? Chen Shi, do you still want to participate in the special recruitment?
Ha!
Chen Shi froze. He'd asked the wrong question. But his mind worked fast and he immediately found an excuse. Director, you've misunderstood. We weren't bullying anyone.
We just needed to talk to Su Lin about something. Director Shen nearly lost his temper but managed to restrain himself.
He forced a smile and said, "Oh? Is that so?
Then let me hear what business you have with Su Lin." At that point, Chen Shi froze.
What? Ran out of excuses? I'll summon your parents tomorrow. Everyone, you're dismissed.
Chen Shi hesitated, glaring at Su Lin in frustration.
You coward.
Su Lin smiled, his words hitting Chen Shi right where it hurt.
Someone who plays with has no right to call others cowards, right? Chapter 20, looking for a beating? That single sentence sent Chen Shi into a rage. Who the hell are you calling a coward? Are you looking for a beating? Chen Shi.
Director Shen turned and bellowed, his gaze toward Chen Shi brimming with hostility.
If he dared threaten someone like this to his face, what worse things must he be doing behind closed doors?
Director Shen glanced at Su Lin, fearing trouble might erupt, and immediately grabbed Chen Shi by the collar, dragging him away. After a moment's thought, he turned his attention to the other athletic students.
You lot bring your parents here tomorrow too. After Director Shen led them away, Su Lin nonchalantly walked back to his car. Jiang Beiwei was waiting inside. Are you okay?
Su Lin waved it off.
I'm fine. Let's go.
We'll study at my place. Back home, Su Lin looked at Jiang Beiwei, about to speak, when she pulled out all the test papers from today.
I've reviewed your test answers. You've mastered yesterday's material. Today we'll cover new content, so...
Before Jiang Beiwei could finish, a small head peeked out from beside her.
Brother. It was Su Yingying. Su Lin asked, what is it, Yingying?
Su Yingying tilted her head.
Mom said she signed me up for a summer camp. I have to leave tomorrow.
Su Lin froze, recalling that in his previous life, Su Yingying had also attended summer camp. But back then, she hadn't told him about it.
After a pause, Su Lin asked, don't you want to go? Su Yingying pouted. Yeah, that camp wasn't fun.
Su Lin sighed inwardly. Su's mother never enrolled Su Yingying in summer camp for fun's sake, it was simply to have a place for her to stay.
Yingying, have you talked to Mom about how you feel?
Su Yingying fidgeted with her fingers and whispered, no.
Su Lin glanced at Jiang Beiwei and murmured, I'll handle things here first, then come back later.
Jiang Beiwei nodded, watching Su Lin and his sister leave before turning her attention to the test papers at hand. Simultaneously, she began mentally strategizing how to systematically tutor Su Lin. The college entrance exams were approaching fast. No matter what, Su Lin's grades had to be raised to at least the middle of the class. Unaware of Jiang Beiwei's plans, Su Lin cornered Su Yingying and questioned her thoroughly. Satisfied she wouldn't change her mind, he took her to find their mother. As soon as Mrs. Su heard it was about summer camp, she couldn't help but sigh. I know you don't want to go, but it's hot in summer, and the supermarket is always crowded.
Yingying, I can't watch over you every single moment by myself. Besides, summer camp isn't just for fun. You're in elementary school now, there are things you need to learn ahead of time. Su's mother explained the situation to Su Yingying in detail.
By the end, Su Yingying lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Su Lin watched this unfold. Though he wanted to help, he understood Mrs. Su's predicament and remained silent, though a thought began to form in his mind. Several minutes later, Su Lin carried Su Yingying back upstairs.
Jiang Beiwei was flipping through a math book when she saw the siblings return and immediately stood up. Have you settled everything? Su Lin ruffled Su Yingying's hair. Not yet, but tutoring comes first. Let's get started, Teacher Jiang.
The last 3 words carried a hint of teasing.
Jiang Beiwei flushed involuntarily. Teacher? I'm just... Alright, let's begin. Su Lin placed Su Yingying aside and took the test paper to listen to Jiang Beiwei's explanation. Time slipped by unnoticed.
At 9 p.m., Su Lin walked Jiang Beiwei home. Turning back, he called Su's mother over.
Mom, Yingying really shouldn't go to summer camp.
Su's mother paused. If she doesn't go to summer camp, who will take care of her? Su Lin smiled faintly.
Me. You?
Mrs. Su scrutinized Su Lin, her eyes tinged with doubt.
Your school is still in session. Where would you find the time to look after Yingying? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. I can find someone to help look after her.
Su's mother glared at him.
Easy for you to say. If I could find someone, would I need to send Yingying to summer camp?
Su's mother hadn't overlooked hiring someone, but the idea of paying for a caregiver solely to look after Su Yingying seemed excessive. Su Lin understood her hesitation immediately. He cut straight to the point. You could hire 2 part-time workers from the supermarket.
2 part-timers? Su's mother frowned. It's hard enough to find someone for a full day. Who would take a part-time job like that? She knew about part-time work, but their town was too small. No one would bother working at the supermarket for such meager pay. More importantly, she didn't want inexperienced help. College students. Su Lin's 3 words stunned Su's mother. College students would take a part-time job at a small supermarket? Su Lin thought to himself, college students still held value now, but in a few years, they'd be a dime a dozen. Forget part-time work, you'd find college students hiring for 2,000 or 3,000 everywhere. Why wouldn't a college student come? Staying at home just makes them feel useless. Coming out to earn some pocket money, what's wrong with that? Su's mother hesitated. What if they don't want to? Just give it a try. If college students actually show up, you'll even get some time to rest. Leave this to me. I'll have it sorted out for you in 2 days. Su Lin spoke with conviction. Though still skeptical, Su's mother agreed to let him try. She then headed downstairs. Some people were still playing mahjong downstairs, and she needed to keep an eye on them. Brother, you're so amazing. Su Ying cheered, throwing herself into Su Lin's arms, her eyes sparkling. Su Lin ruffled her hair. Good to know. Now, off to bed. Kids who don't get enough sleep won't grow tall. At the mention of not growing tall, Su Ying immediately panicked. I'll go to bed right now. I'll definitely grow tall. Su Ying ran off quickly. Su Lin stood there for a moment before heading to an internet cafe. Before long, he posted a job listing on the local forum, stating that the convenience store needed 2 summer part-time workers. The shift was 6 hours long, paying 12 yuan per hour, primarily responsible for the cash register and stocking shelves. At the bottom, Su Lin posted the supermarket's landline number. The next morning, he told Su's mother about the job posting before rushing off to school. During the big break, Zhou Yu dashed into the classroom from outside. Su Lin, a bunch of parents are gathering by the administration building. Su Lin was focused on the questions on his exam paper. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, he replied without looking up, so they're here. Big deal. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes. Aren't you even curious why they're here? This time, Su Lin looked up. Did you memorize the formulas? Did you practice the test questions? What about the review material? Fine. I'm talking too much. Just shut up already. Zhou Yu threw up his hands in surrender, then quickly put some distance between himself and Su Lin. The area fell silent. Su Lin's attention, however, wasn't on the test papers. Instead, it turned to what Zhou Yu had mentioned. Those parents must be the ones from yesterday's sports class. Looks like someone's about to call him out. Chapter 21, that's right, it's you. As Su Lin pondered this, the class bell rang. The teacher entered the classroom and immediately instructed Su Lin to go to the administration building. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Su Lin left the classroom and headed toward the administration building. Director Shen, Teacher Chen. Su Lin greeted each person in turn before standing to the left of the desk. To his right stood several middle-aged men and women. Principal Shen stated, "These are the parents of Chen Qi and the others. I've already discussed yesterday's incident of surrounding and bullying with them. Now, I'd like to hear your perspective." As Director Shen finished speaking, the parents began to speak one after another. Su Lin, we've heard everything the teacher said. Rest assured, we'll deal with them properly once we get home. Yes, we'll deal with them properly. We won't let them target you again. Su Lin glanced at them, completely ignoring their words. Where are Chen Qi and the others? Truthfully, Su Lin hadn't cared about Chen Qi's actions from the start. In his view, schoolyard bullying was no big deal as long as he could handle it. But they were the ones who started this trouble. Now they were hiding, and that was not the outcome Su Lin wanted. Principal Shun paused in surprise. You want them to come over too? Su Lin replied calmly, they're the ones who tried to attack me. Isn't it only fair they come? These parents had been invited by Director Shen. In front of Director Shen, they all spoke with perfect politeness, but behind his back, who knew what they'd say? At Su Lin's insistence, Director Shen had Chen Qi and the others summoned. The office was packed to the brim. Chen Qi and the others looked at their parents and couldn't help but lower their heads. They were filled with embarrassment and shame, but Su Lin had no intention of letting them off the hook. You entered this school through athletic recruitment. Your families undoubtedly invested significant effort in this. Now that you're in your senior year, instead of focusing on passing the athletic college entrance exams, you've come here to target me. How can you face your parents? He directed his criticism at Chen Qi and his group, then shifted his gaze to the middle-aged men and women standing nearby. And you, uncles and aunts, I understand that you're older and can't control your children. But you know that senior year is the most crucial period, and athletic students especially need to train with all their might. Yet you neglect your children, letting them hang out with unsavory characters. Have you ever considered they might get crippled? Or end up behind bars one day? At first, the parents remained unconvinced. But as Su Lin continued speaking, their expressions darkened. They had exhausted every resource and resorted to every means to get their children into this high school. They didn't ask for much, just a bright future for their next generation.
But if that future was derailed from the very start.
Smack!
One of the men raised his hand and slapped Chen Shi across the face.
Apologize to Su Lin right now. Promise you'll never do anything like this again.
If you dare to mess around, I'll break your hand.
That slap seemed to unlock something.
In an instant, the office echoed with the sound of slaps.
Several athletic students, enraged by the blows, couldn't contain themselves. Two of them shoved their parents aside. Caught completely off guard, one stumbled backward and crashed heavily to the floor. This startled even Principal Shun.
He had heard Su Lin's words, but deep down, he dismissed them.
The school enforced strict discipline across all fronts.
As long as he kept a close watch, there was no way any trouble serious enough to land someone in jail could arise. But he never imagined a student would dare push their own parents.
What are you two doing?
Principal Shin shouted angrily, and the other parents also turned to look at the two students. They were shocked. They were furious. Su Lin, who should have been the focus, was pushed aside.
But he didn't choose silence.
Instead, he periodically poured fuel on the fire, plunging the office into chaos.
An hour later, silence finally returned to the office.
Several parents, their faces flushed crimson with fury, glared intently at their sons. Principal Shen was at his wits' end.
With no other solution, he finally allowed them to take their sons home. Reflected home for a week. Returned to class after that.
Soon, only Su Lin and Director Shen remained in the office.
Director Shen took several deep breaths. You youngster, weren't you afraid that your words might backfire and draw the parents' anger onto you?
Su Lin met his gaze calmly.
I spoke the truth. How was that wrong?
Stumped for words, Principal Shen tapped Su Lin's chest with his finger and waved him back to class.
At lunchtime, Su Lin went to find Jiang Beiwei for lunch.
After walking a few steps, Bai Jirua intercepted them.
Su Lin, I need to talk to you. Su Lin snapped impatiently, are we that close? Bai Jirua's eyes widened.
Su Lin, this is important. Are you sure you want to be so sarcastic? Su Lin chuckled.
Am I being sarcastic, or is it you who won't let go? Bai Jirua, I've given you more than enough face.
You. Before he could finish, Bai Jirua turned to Jiang Beiwei, are you sure you want to stay here and listen?
This is between him and me.
You.
Su Lin, where are you taking her? Bai Jirua hadn't expected Su Lin to drag her away at the drop of a hat. Watching them grow farther apart, Bai Jirua immediately gave chase. Su Lin, stop right there. What I need to tell you is truly important. After calling out to Su Lin, she shouted at Jiang Beiwei, if you truly care about Su Lin, you should make him stop, not let him drag you away. Ever since Bai Jirua appeared, Jiang Beiwei had been in a daze. Hearing these words, her feet involuntarily halted. Sensing the commotion behind him, Su Lin turned and snapped, don't listen to her nonsense. She's just here to cause trouble. We should. It'll only take a few minutes to hear her out.
Jiang Beiwei's tone was gentle, yet beneath that gentleness lay a stubborn resolve. She intended to hear Bai Jirua out. Su Lin froze, his expression darkening as he glared at Bai Jirua.
You better be telling the truth. Otherwise, I'll never let you off the hook.
Bai Jirua caught up, and upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation flickered in her eyes. But when her gaze swept over Jiang Beiwei, that hesitation vanished. What I said is the truth.
After a pause, Bai Jirua pointed at Jiang Beiwei.
The reason Chen Shi targeted you is because of her Jiang Beiwei.
Jiang Beiwei froze. Me?
Yes, you. Bai Jirua lifted her chin.
Remember that guy from the neighboring class who confessed to you?
Right after he did, he got targeted and bullied.
You know about that, right? Before Jiang Beiwei could respond, Bai Jirua continued. Chapter 22, what are you doing? Jiang Beiwei, how many admirers do you have at school? Others might not know the situation, but surely you do?
If someone who merely confessed was targeted like that, how could they possibly spare Su Lin when he walks with you every day?
Jiang Beiwei, you're a disaster magnet. Stay away from Su Lin Yule.
Bai Jirua screamed as Su Lin grabbed her wrist and flung her aside.
At the same moment, Jiang Beiwei turned and walked away.
Su Lin turned to follow, only to have Bai Jirua grab his arm the moment he moved.
You know I'm telling the truth. Why are you still following Jiang Beiwei? Why do you have to talk so much? Bai Jirua, let me tell you this, even if I had nothing to do with Jiang Beiwei, I wouldn't come looking for you again. Her repeated provocations had pushed Su Lin past his breaking point.
He wrenched his hand free from Bai Jirua's grasp, his gaze filled with utter disgust.
The next moment, Su Lin sprinted after Jiang Beiwei's departing figure.
He caught up to her quickly.
Jiang Beiwei, don't listen to Bai Jirua's nonsense. What happened to me has nothing to do with you. Don't let it bother you. Jiang Beiwei kept her head bowed, a faint flush coloring her cheeks. You're the one talking nonsense, aren't you?
Su Lin, everything I said was the truth.
Jiang Beiwei shook her head. You don't need to explain.
I know the difference between truth and nonsense.
Su Lin, just stay away from me.
Su Lin opened his mouth several times, but no sound came out. As time passed, a surge of anger slowly welled up within Su Lin.
Jiang Beiwei, do I look like someone you can push around? The abrupt change in topic left Jiang Beiwei momentarily stunned. What do you mean?
Su Lin leaned forward slightly. The distance between them closed abruptly.
Feeling Su Lin's presence, Jiang Beiwei instinctively stepped back.
But the next second, her hand was seized by Su Lin. I know you worry about me, but there's no need.
If I choose, those attacks won't touch me. Jiang Beiwei, you don't have to avoid suspicion.
Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together, gradually gathering strength to pull her hand free.
This isn't about avoiding suspicion, Su Lin.
Bai Jiruo said. Su Lin cut her off.
Do you believe me, or do you believe Bai Jiruo? Jiang Beiwei's eyes stung with tears. If forced to choose, she trusted Su Lin, yet Bai Jiruo's words were also true. Wei, Su Lin, why are you two standing here? Have you had lunch yet? Let's go eat together. Lin Rongrong appeared out of nowhere.
After a flurry of questions, she linked arms with Jiang Beiwei.
Wei, I'll tell you, I just ran into Teacher Chen.
She was carrying a stack of test papers.
Probably for us to do. Lin Rongrong's chatter filled the air all the way.
Su Lin found it noisy, but remembering Jiang Beiwei's earlier state, he realized Lin Rongrong's chatter was actually welcome. Only this way could Jiang Beiwei's attention be diverted. The three arrived at the cafeteria, where Su Lin went to get their food.
Lin Rongrong immediately leaned close to Jiang Beiwei. Vivi, did you and Su Lin have a fight?
Jiang Beiwei kept her head down, her pearly white teeth biting her lower lip.
We didn't fight.
It's just that there are some things.
I'm a bit hesitant.
Lin Rongrong frowned in confusion.
Something involving Su Lin? Jiang
Beiwei hesitated before repeating Bai Jiruo's words. Lin Rongrong's eyes widened.
I ordered 5 dishes. Do you think that's enough?
Su Lin turned back. Lin Rongrong immediately dropped her questioning.
Su Lin observed the two women. Though he sensed something was off, he didn't press the matter. He simply sat down as if nothing was amiss. After lunch, Jiang Beiwei and Lin Rongrong left first. Su Lin hesitated, but ultimately didn't follow. Jiang Beiwei clearly didn't want to talk more. Going now would only create distance. He'd wait a little longer until Jiang Beiwei had time to think things through.
That afternoon, Chen Wei entered the classroom carrying a stack of exam papers.
These are the joint exam papers from 2 years ago.
There are 3 subjects in total, and the focus is similar to what you're studying now. We'll use them for the test this afternoon.
Jiang Beiwei, distribute the papers.
Jiang Beiwei stood up, took the papers, and began distributing them. By the end of the afternoon, Chen Wei collected all 3 exams, leaving class 5 in a chorus of groans.
Even after school, the students gathered to discuss it. Ms. Chen is way too harsh. We just had a quiz 2 days ago, and now she pulls out joint exam papers? It's murder. I'm definitely going to bomb this. What's there to fear? No matter how poorly we do, we won't be worse than Su Lin. Exactly.
Su Lin got a 0 last time.
We've got someone to anchor us at the bottom.
As the students chatted, their faces lighting up with relief, they spotted Su Lin walking past.
In an instant, all conversation ceased. Only after Su Lin had walked away did they relax. That was terrifying. I thought Su Lin heard us.
He looks perfectly ordinary now, but for some reason, I just find him unsettling. The students huddled together again, whispering. This time, the focus wasn't on the exam, it was on Su Lin. Meanwhile, Su Lin had caught up to the school gate.
Jiang Beiwei.
Jiang Beiwei's footsteps faltered, but instead of stopping, she only quickened her pace. Su Lin was so exasperated he laughed, taking 2 steps in one to catch up and grab Jiang Beiwei.
Jiang Beiwei, is this fun?
I told you Bai Jiruo was talking nonsense, and you. Jiang Beiwei averted her gaze from his.
Su Lin, it's your clinging that's pointless. Su Lin couldn't believe it. You're calling me persistent? Jiang Beiwei, do you even have a heart? You're the one without a heart, Su Lin. I've made myself perfectly clear. There's no need for this. Their gazes locked. Su Lin tried several times to speak, but each attempt was stifled by lingering hesitation. After another moment, Su Lin released his grip, feigning resignation. Since you put it that way, I have no choice. But we agreed earlier you promised to tutor me. You can't just abandon that now, can you? He understood exactly what Jiang Beiwei was worried about. But after everything he'd done since his rebirth, Jiang Beiwei couldn't just walk away, especially not with such contradictory intentions. Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened. Su Lin, you. What about me? Su Lin leaned closer to Jiang Beiwei, casually grabbing a strand of her hair. This is what you agreed to. Plus, I paid for the tutoring. As the top student in the grade, quitting halfway through isn't exactly ideal, is it? Jiang Beiwei glared at Su Lin indignantly. All that urgency you showed earlier was just an act, right? You clearly already. Su Lin's finger pressed against Jiang Beiwei's lips. The soft, warm sensation made him pause in surprise. Jiang Beiwei's lips were beautiful, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, naturally rosy even without lipstick. Su Lin stared, mesmerized, his feet unconsciously moving forward. Su Lin, Jiang Beiwei, what are you doing? Chapter 23, could you point me in the right direction?
The sudden shout snapped Su Lin out of his trance. He instinctively turned his head and saw Chen Wei striding toward them. His lips twitched involuntarily. Why was she here? By then, Chen Wei had reached them, her scrutinizing gaze sweeping over Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei several times.
Su Lin, are you deliberately bothering Jiang Beiwei? The accusation made Su Lin laugh in exasperation. Miss Chen, you've misunderstood me.
I wasn't bothering her, just discussing some matters. Chen Wei eyed Su Lin warily.
What could you possibly have to talk about with Jiang Beiwei? Plenty.
Su Lin turned to Jiang Beiwei, his gaze probing.
Is it okay if I say?
Jiang Beiwei was already nervous, and hearing this question suddenly made her even more anxious.
Whether you say it or not, what does it have to do with me?
Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together and looked away, her unease growing more apparent by the second. Chen Wei was furious, but she still had some reservations. She turned and motioned for Jiang Beiwei to leave first. Su Lin, come with me. Su Lin watched Jiang Beiwei's retreating figure before slowly following Chen Wei's urging. Once they were alone, Chen Wei's tone turned sharp.
Don't mind my bluntness, Su Lin. Jiang Beiwei is top of her class. She's practically got one foot in a top-tier university already. You scored 0 on a test. Don't even think about holding her back. Su Lin's expression turned serious. To conclude, I'll hold Jiang Beiwei back based on 1-0 on a test? Teacher Chen, isn't that a bit one-sided? Chen Wei scoffed coldly. Is it my bias, or your own lack of ambition?
Su Lin frowned.
So in the end, it all boils down to grades? The college entrance exam is a dividing line in life. If you can't even handle your grades, what right do you have to drag Jiang Beiwei down with you?
Chen Wei's eyes flashed with contempt. Su Lin felt a surge of anger, but no matter how much he resisted acknowledging it, he had to admit Chen Wei was right. The college entrance exam was indeed a watershed moment in life, but he was Su Lin. His path had many branches, the exam was merely one of them.
I can solve this problem, Su Lin said, enunciating each word deliberately. Chen Wei sneered coldly, exams aren't something you can just talk your way through.
They're about real, hard scores.
You can't even raise your grades by a single point now, and you think you can solve this? Stop dreaming. Stay away from Jiang Beiwei.
If I catch you bothering her again, it won't end as easily as today.
Su Lin's eyes suddenly turned dangerous.
He wanted to say something, but seeing Chen Wei's expression, he held his tongue.
You'll see a difference in the upcoming joint entrance exams.
Chen Wei snorted dismissively, utterly unconcerned by Su Lin's words.
If grades were that easy to improve, every top student would stop striving.
Su Lin returned to his car, hands resting on the steering wheel. His mind churned with thoughts of Jiang Beiwei's attitude and Chen Wei's earlier scorn and disdain. As time passed, one thought after another surfaced. Finally, Su Lin slammed his palm hard on the steering wheel and drove home. Upon arriving home, he noticed someone new at the supermarket. His mother was talking to him. Spotting Su Lin's return, she turned her head.
You're back. Oh? Looks like you're home alone tonight? She has something to do. She won't be coming tonight.
Su Lin offered an excuse, then looked at the person across from him.
You're the one working the part-time shift today? Yes, my name is Yang Feng.
Yang Feng introduced himself proactively. Su Lin chatted with him briefly before heading upstairs. But facing the table piled high with exam papers, he felt no inclination to study.
Suddenly, a small hand gripped the edge of the desk. Su Ying peeked over. Brother, why didn't the pretty lady come today? Su Lin repeated the excuse he'd used with their mother. Su Ying blinked, saying nothing, but she didn't leave either.
Noticing her, Su Lin couldn't resist pinching her cheek.
What are you thinking about? Staring at me like that? Su Ying pouted. Brother, did you bully the pretty lady?
The sudden accusation left Su Lin momentarily stunned, but then surprise flashed through his mind.
Why would you think that? Su Ying lifted her chin.
If you weren't picking on the pretty lady, she would have come over. Her certainty left Su Lin at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, he asked, You don't even know that pretty sister well.
How do you know she's not coming because I'm bullying her? Su Ying glared at him. You're making excuses, brother. Pretty sister said yesterday she'd bring me cake today. Jiang Beiwei was going to bring Su Ying a cake?
Su Lin carefully recalled yesterday's events, then poked Su Ying's cheek with his finger. You two were right in front of me the whole time.
How come I didn't hear her promise to bring you cake? Su Ying swatted his hand away. That's my secret with pretty sister. With that, Su Ying dashed downstairs.
Su Lin withdrew his gaze, staring at the spread-out exam papers on the table before suddenly rising and heading downstairs. On the stairs, Su Lin bumped into his mother. Su's mother asked, Where are you rushing off to?
I'm going out to find someone. Su's mother immediately understood. Jiang Beiwei? Did you two have a fight? We didn't fight. Just a misunderstanding.
Su's mother didn't say she believed him, nor did she say she didn't. She just stared at Su Lin silently. After a long pause, Su Lin couldn't help but clear his throat.
Mom, I Alright, I won't keep you. Go find her and clear up the misunderstanding. Alright. Su Lin left the supermarket, but once seated in his car, he felt lost again. Should he head to Jiang Beiwei's residential complex or search elsewhere? After much deliberation, Su Lin decided to try his luck first. Before long, Su Lin arrived at his destination. After parking, he spotted several middle-aged women walking by. That crazy woman from the Jiang family, just looking at her scares me. You're telling me? That's her own flesh and blood. She really went all out hitting her. The Jiang family? Daughter? Hearing these two words, a vague unease stirred within Su Lin. Could it be Jiang Beiwei? Was she beaten by her mother? Excuse me, when you mentioned the Jiang family's daughter, are you referring to Jiang Beiwei? The group of women chatting turned to look at Su Lin. After a brief pause, one of them asked, "What's your relationship with that Jiang family daughter?" Su Lin's eyes flickered. "I'm her classmate." The women exchanged glances, each seeing the same eager anticipation in the other's eyes. Just a regular classmate? Su Lin's heart sank. If this went badly, Jiang Beiwei's reputation here would be tarnished. With that thought, he looked directly at the woman who had spoken first and explained, "Our class formed a study group. Our teacher asked us to help each other review after school. Jiang Beiwei didn't come today, and I was worried something might have happened, so I came to check on her." Do you know where the Jiang family lives? Could you give me a specific address? Chapter 24, You Just Don't Get It. Su Lin's sincere tone softened the crowd's expressions. The women present softened their expressions as they listened, then pointed him in the right direction. "Thank you." Just as Su Lin was about to leave, one of the women called out to him. "Actually, it'd be best if you didn't go." Su Lin froze. "What do you mean?" "Jiang Beiwei's mother is a madwoman. She meddles in everything. No matter what Jiang Beiwei does, she twists it into something else. In her eyes, her daughter is never good enough. If you go over there, who knows what kind of trouble she'll stir up." Exactly. You're a guy going there would only make things more dangerous." Several other women chimed in, their voices echoing the same warning. Su Lin's mouth twitched at the criticism, yet he couldn't deny the truth in their words. After a brief silence, Su Lin pulled out some cash he carried with him. The women's eyes lit up at the sight. "Young man, what do you mean by this?" Su Lin pushed the money toward them. "Jiang Beiwei has helped our study group a lot. Now she's in trouble, and I can't step in myself. Could I ask you ladies to help out and put in a good word for me?" Seeing they weren't immediately agreeing, Su Lin hurriedly explained, "I know this is a bit of a favor to ask, but my request isn't much. I just need you to get Jiang Beiwei out." At the mention of getting her out, the women lost all hesitation. "Alright, leave it to us." Su Lin watched the women leave before finding a spot to stand. Since his rebirth, he interacted with Jiang Beiwei frequently, yet he knew surprisingly little about her circumstances. At the very least, until today, he hadn't known her mother was insane. No money, and a mother who was no pushover. What kind of life had Jiang Beiwei been living? On the other hand, had he not been paying her enough attention? Half an hour later, Jiang Beiwei arrived surrounded by a group of middle-aged women. Spotting Su Lin, she visibly froze. "You, how did you get here?" Su Lin remained silent, his gaze fixed on her face. A red, swollen handprint stood out starkly. Jiang Beiwei snapped to attention, instinctively covering her face. "I accidentally fell just now." The moment the words left her mouth, Jiang Beiwei knew she'd made a mistake. How could a fall possibly land on her face? But telling the truth meant revealing her family's situation, which she didn't want to do. Unconsciously, a wave of embarrassment washed over Jiang Beiwei. Why did Su Lin have to come today? Wouldn't it have been better if he'd just stopped outside the complex like before? Su Lin sighed inwardly, feigning ignorance as he stepped forward. "Watch your step next time." After a pause, Su Lin continued, "Today's review hasn't started yet. Are you coming with me, or?" He deliberately paused. Jiang Beiwei followed his lead in her thoughts and quickly grasped Su Lin's meaning. Glancing at the nearby aunties, she pressed her lips together and whispered, "Let's go study." "Alright, then let's head back to school." Su Lin deliberately mentioned the school, thanked the ladies, and then left the neighborhood with Jiang Beiwei. In the car, Jiang Beiwei turned her head to gaze out the window, not uttering a word. Su Lin felt uneasy inside, though he didn't show it on his face. At a traffic light, Su Lin broke the silence. "Are you planning to go home tonight?" Jiang Beiwei clenched her fists. "No, I'm going to stay at Rongrong's place tonight." Su Lin asked, "Did you tell Lin Rongrong?" Jiang Beiwei lowered her head. "No, I haven't." Su Lin sighed. "Come to my place instead." Those 4 simple words made Jiang Beiwei look up in shock. "Stay at your place?" Su Lin's tone turned serious. "Since you didn't notify them in advance, Lin Rongrong's parents might not let you stay. But my place is different, my mom and sister both like you. Staying the night won't be a problem." At this point, Su Lin turned his head. "Of course, if you're afraid, I can also." "I'm not scared." Jiang Beiwei suddenly cut in, her voice rising slightly with urgency. Su Lin's lips curved in an almost imperceptible smile before he feigned confusion, staring blankly at Jiang Beiwei. Just then, the green light flashed, and the car began to move slowly. Jiang Beiwei murmured softly, "I just worry people might talk." Su Lin replied indifferently, "It's my home. What kind of rumors could possibly spread about classmates staying over?" Outside the supermarket, Su Lin stopped the car. Jiang Beiwei stood to the side with her head bowed, strands of hair obscuring her expression. "Let's go." Jiang Beiwei murmured in response, then tucked her hair behind her ear before following Su Lin's footsteps. "Mom, Beiwei will be staying at our place tonight." Su's mother, who had just finished settling the bill, flinched at Su Lin's sudden announcement, her fingers trembling. Stay overnight?" Jiang Beiwei lifted her head slightly. "Auntie, is that inconvenient?" At this, Su's mother waved her hands immediately. "Of course it's not inconvenient. I just didn't react in time. Wait here, I'll go tidy up the room." Su's mother left immediately, leaving Jiang Beiwei feeling a bit lost and unsure. The next moment, Su Lin walked past her. "Come on, let's go upstairs to study." After finishing that day's practice test, Jiang Beiwei was led by Su's mother to Su Yingying's room. "I just took a look, the room next door has too much clutter and is hard to tidy up. You can stay with Yingying tonight. Is that okay?" Jiang Beiwei had no objections. "Sure, auntie." "Good." Mrs. Su ruffled Su Yingying's hair before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Su Lin leaned against the headboard, his mind entirely occupied with thoughts about Jiang Beiwei's family situation. His plan was to get Jiang Beiwei to leave home, but he had no idea what her intentions were. After much deliberation, Su Lin's thoughts returned to making money. He had originally intended to focus his energy on making money, but after interacting with Jiang Beiwei, he inexplicably changed his mind. Money still needed to be made. But having been reborn after all this time, how could he not make amends for the regrets of the past? In less than a year, Su Lin wondered if he could create a miracle within that time frame. With thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind, Su Lin slowly drifted off to sleep. After an unknown period, a sudden knock on the door echoed, followed by shouts. Though still half asleep, Su Lin sat up. He hurried downstairs to find a slender, well-dressed woman confronting Su's mother. Both women looked furious. Su's mother declared, "Your daughter is missing. You should be reporting it to the police, not causing trouble here. Mark my words, if you dare make any more unreasonable demands, I won't hold back." The thin woman sneered, "My daughter was taken by your son. And you dare threaten me? I'd love to see how you plan to be not polite." As she spoke, the woman shoved Su's mother. "Hey! Can't you understand a word I'm saying?" Unwilling to take the abuse, Mrs. Su pushed back. Seeing the two about to come to blows, Su Lin rushed forward. Chapter 25. Is she really your daughter? Stop it, stop it. Su Lin protested verbally, but in reality, he was clutching the thin woman's hands, inadvertently hindering her efforts. After taking a few blows, the frail woman snapped out of it. "You little brat, you're deliberately getting in the way. Get out of my way, get out of my way." Su Lin stepped back. At the same time, Su's mother also took a few steps back. The gaunt woman glared furiously at Su Lin and his mother. "So this is how it is? You two ganging up on me? I'm calling the police. I'm reporting you for kidnapping my daughter." Su Lin's brow twitched. As he looked at the woman's face, a vague unease stirred within him. Could this woman be? Before his thoughts could clarify, Su's mother cut in with a sharp question. "You keep saying you're here to find your daughter. Who is your daughter?" The thin woman lifted her chin. "My daughter's name is Jiang Beiwei." "Jiang Beiwei?" Su's mother was startled, while Su Lin felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Seeing neither of them respond, the gaunt woman snorted coldly. "Can't say anything now, huh? Let me tell you this, get my daughter out here immediately, or I won't let this drop." Mrs. Su ignored her, instead turning to give Su Lin a meaningful look. What was going on? Was she planning to send the woman away? Su Lin shook his head gently, signaling it was impossible. Seeing this, Su's mother immediately glared at the thin woman. "There's no one here named Jiang Beiwei. I'll say it again, if you want to find your daughter, go report it to the police yourself. Stop causing trouble here." As she spoke, she pushed the thin woman away. "Let go. Let go of me." The frail woman was no match for Mrs. Su and was quickly shoved out the door. Su Lin turned and hurried upstairs, where he soon spotted Jiang Beiwei leaning against the wall. Jiang Beiwei stood with her head bowed, an indescribable sadness radiating from her. Su Lin paused, then asked, "Do you want to go with her?" Jiang Beiwei shook her head softly. "I don't want to go with her." "In that case, go to bed quickly. You have class tomorrow, and you need to rest up to study properly." Su Lin glanced back downstairs, where his mother was still arguing with the thin woman. Recalling the slap mark on Jiang Beiwei's cheek, Su Lin gently nudged her. "Go to bed now. I'll handle things downstairs." Jiang Beiwei left under his urging. Watching her turn back 3 times as she walked away, Su Lin felt helpless. Soon, Su Lin returned downstairs. The thin woman had been shut out by Su's mother, but she stood outside the door, showing no intention of leaving. "Why are you back?"
Su's mother scrutinized Su Lin, puzzled by his sudden appearance.
Su Lin replied, I want to talk to her.
Su's mother rubbed her temples.
Honestly, there's nothing to talk about.
That woman outside is like a madwoman, she won't listen to reason.
Are you sure she's Jiang Beiwei's mother?
Su Lin's tone grew slightly heavier.
Jiang Beiwei hasn't been very fortunate, Mom. I'll step outside for a moment.
Su's mother waved him off.
Go ahead, just don't let anyone else in.
Under the gaunt woman's watchful gaze, Su Lin stepped out of the supermarket and broke the silence. Jiang Beiwei is staying with me. The calm on the thin woman's face vanished instantly.
I knew she was here. That shameless little she. Are you really Jiang Beiwei's mother?
Unable to bear it any longer, Su Lin cut the woman off abruptly. His sharp question silenced her. After a long pause, the thin woman spoke, Of course I'm her mother.
She's the restless little I carried for 10 months.
Rage flared in Su Lin's heart. No mother would constantly refer to her own daughter as a. But he quickly regained his composure.
He needed to probe something.
With that in mind, Su Lin deliberately said, I don't know how you tracked us down, but I won't let you take her away.
Stop bothering us here and go back immediately. The thin woman sneered coldly, Why should I go back? You brought my daughter here. I came looking for her. What right do you have to tell me to leave?
The gaunt woman repeated her words relentlessly, each utterance dripping with stubbornness. Su Lin studied her, his thoughts growing increasingly heavy. This woman was clearly troubled, but not quite insane. Her demeanor suggested an overwhelming need for control, driving her relentless verbal attacks.
With that thought, Su Lin spoke up, Didn't it occur to you that I might be lying to you?
The gaunt woman fixed her gaze on Su Lin, her tone darkening. I saw you on the surveillance footage.
Surveillance footage?
Su Lin's brow twitched. No wonder she seemed so certain she had evidence to back it up.
Finding this supermarket was no small feat.
Glancing at the woman again, Su Lin shook his head.
What you see on surveillance isn't necessarily the truth.
If you truly want to find Jiang Beiwei, you should consider why she left in the first place. Su Lin lowered her voice slightly.
A mother like you, no one could bear it, could they? You really are pitiful, coming out in the middle of the night to look for your daughter, without even someone to accompany you.
Su Lin's words cut deeper with each sentence. The thin woman had managed to stay composed at first, but as time passed, her eyes suddenly reddened.
Shut up.
Su Lin quickly stepped back, dodging the thin woman's shove. If you still want your daughter back, go home quietly. If you drive Jiang Beiwei to her death, you'll be a murderer for the rest of your life.
Nonsense. I'm no murderer.
The gaunt woman lunged at Su Lin, clawing wildly. Su Lin deftly dodged her and hurled a few more provoking words. Inside the supermarket, Su's mother witnessed the scene and immediately grew frantic. Her son hadn't even hit her. What gave this woman the right to lay a hand on him?
Su Lin, come back here this instant.
Su's mother burst out of the supermarket, grabbed Su Lin, and shoved him back through the entrance.
You're constantly berating your daughter. With your attitude, no one wants anything to do with you. And you're looking for your daughter? Let me tell you, your daughter is gone. You. MMMPH.
Su Lin covered his mother's mouth. Seeing her glare at him, he quickly lowered his voice to explain, Mom, she's not crazy.
Su's mother continued to glare. She couldn't care less whether the gaunt woman was insane or not.
She simply couldn't tolerate her daughter raising a hand in front of her.
Besides, Su Lin had said plenty of infuriating things just now. Why should she be stopped?
Su Lin understood his mother's meaning perfectly, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He truly shouldn't have said those things earlier. But the memory of the slap mark on Jiang Beiwei's face, along with her dejected and sorrowful demeanor, had overwhelmed him emotionally. Now, looking back, Su Lin felt a pang of regret.
No matter what, the thin woman was Jiang Beiwei's mother, and Jiang Beiwei clearly couldn't let go of her. Would his earlier words only push Jiang Beiwei further away? Unaware of Su Lin's thoughts, the gaunt woman lunged at him like a madwoman. Mom, stop it. Chapter 26, What's the problem with being hurt?
The sudden voice startled Su Lin. He turned to see Jiang Beiwei standing behind him, her eyes brimming with tears. How did you get out here?
Su Lin asked instinctively. More importantly, had Jiang Beiwei heard the words he'd just spoken to provoke his mother? Unaware of Su Lin's thoughts, Jiang Beiwei glanced at Su's mother and walked over slowly. Aunt Su, thank you for letting me stay tonight. But my mother has come looking for me, and I need to go back with her.
She made no attempt to cover her face, and Su's mother clearly saw the slap mark on her cheek. Words of protest caught in her throat, and in the end, only a sigh escaped her lips. Before long, Jiang Beiwei left with her mother. Mrs. Su looked at Su Lin, her heart aching. Her face, was that from her mother?
Su Lin nodded. Yes. She? Oh dear.
Mrs. Su sighed again and returned to the supermarket. Su Lin said nothing, only pondering inwardly how he could rescue Jiang Beiwei from her mother's grasp. Meanwhile, Jiang Beiwei had been dragged all the way home by her mother.
The moment she arrived, another slap landed on her face. That man, is he the one you've been hanging around lately? How could you be so shameless? Can't you live without a man? Ha!
Jiang Beiwei covered her face, letting her mother strike her.
After venting her fury, Jiang's mother firmly ordered her daughter to stay home and study. Jiang Beiwei protested urgently, "Why? I still have so much." Smack! Another slap landed on Jiang Beiwei's face. "You're a high school student. Your job is to study, not flirt with those boys. I'm calling your homeroom teacher. Starting tomorrow, you're not going to school."
The next day, Su Lin arrived at school with breakfast. As soon as he entered the classroom, he sensed something was wrong. Jiang Beiwei's seat was empty. By this time, Jiang Beiwei should have already arrived at school. But now, not only was she nowhere to be seen, her books were gone too. What was going on? Just then, Zhou Yu approached. "Bro, did you bring that breakfast for me?" Su Lin frowned and dodged the outstretched hand. "Where's Jiang Beiwei?" He had intended to ask later, but since Zhou Yu had come over, he decided to get it out of the way. Zhou Yu winked at him. "You didn't know?" Su Lin froze. "Know what?" Before Zhou Yu could answer, Bai Jiruo approached. Jiang Beiwei's mother came by early this morning to collect her things. She said Beiwei will be studying at home from now on and will only come for exams. Su Lin, ? Say that again. What about Jiang Beiwei from now on? Bai Jiruo tilted her head, her tone laced with sarcasm. From the sound of it, Jiang Beiwei didn't tell you about her family's decision, did she? Su Lin's face darkened as he turned to head toward the office. It's too late to go to the office now. This is her mother's decision, and Teacher Chen has agreed. You're an outsider, so? Su Lin whipped his head back, his icy glare freezing Bai Jiruo mid-sentence. After a moment, Su Lin left the classroom expressionless. Teacher Chen. Chen Wei looked at Su Lin approaching her, showing no surprise. You're here about Jiang Beiwei, aren't you? Yes. You're too late. Her mother has already taken everything. Mentioning this, Chen Wei felt thoroughly satisfied. With Jiang Beiwei taken back home, she would naturally lose contact with Su Lin. Her mother kept a close eye on her grades, so there was no need to worry about that. Teacher, do you know what kind of person Jiang Beiwei's mother is? Su Lin could see the smugness in Chen Wei's expression, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he countered with a question about Jiang's mother. Chen Wei replied indifferently, she's a bit controlling, but that's not a problem. As long as Jiang Beiwei's grades stay strong, she'll understand her mother when she's older. Su Lin's expression darkened. I see. After confirming Chen Wei's situation, he turned and left the office. Instead of returning to the classroom, Su Lin headed straight for the school exit. The security guard spotted him and immediately stepped out to stop him. Hey! Class has just started, why are you heading out? Get back inside. The guard tried to shoo Su Lin back inside. Su Lin grabbed his hand, something's come up at home. I already informed my homeroom teacher. Sir, please don't stop me. This is extremely important. The guard eyed him up and down, suspicion in his eyes. You really told your homeroom teacher? Who is your homeroom teacher? Chen Wei. If you don't believe me, you can call her. At the mention of Chen Wei, the old man's grip loosened slightly. When it came to which senior year homeroom teacher was the most difficult to deal with, Chen Wei ranked second, no one could claim the top spot. With that thought, the old man finally let go. Just remember to submit a leave slip later. Su Lin nodded and jogged out of the school grounds. But just as he reached the entrance of the residential complex, he stopped. Jiang Beiwei had followed her mother away last night, proving she cared about her. What would it mean for him to show up now? Su Lin's hand rested on the steering wheel as his thoughts churned, yet he couldn't come up with a solution. With no other choice, Su Lin could only wait outside the residential compound. After an unknown amount of time, a familiar figure came into view. Jiang's mother emerged from the complex, hurrying along with a cloth bag slung over her arm. Without a word, Su Lin followed the route he'd scouted the night before and entered the compound. Knock knock knock. Su Lin knocked on the door. Before long, the door swung open. Jiang Beiwei stood inside, clearly startled when she saw Su Lin. You? What are you doing here? Su Lin stared intently at her. Seeing her face, a surge of anger welled up inside him. But he quickly suppressed it, replying calmly, I heard about your situation and came to check on you. Jiang Beiwei lowered her head. It's class time now. Su Lin laughed bitterly. Did your mother hit you? Jiang Beiwei, are you really going to put up with this? Jiang Beiwei clenched her fingers. This is my family's business. It has nothing to do with you. With that, she tried to close the door. Su Lin saw this and immediately grabbed the doorframe. But Jiang Beiwei's strength was too great. By the time Su Lin reacted, she'd already slammed the door shut. Ouch! Su Lin sucked in a sharp breath, then withdrew his hand, cradling it protectively. Jiang Beiwei paused, her hand frozen mid-motion. Su Lin, are you okay? Su Lin dodged her hand. Does it matter if my hand is okay? Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened. Su Lin, that doorframe just hit you. What if it hurt? You're not even going to school anymore. What difference does it make if my hand is hurt? Su Lin had made up his mind to get Jiang Beiwei to come with him, so he put on a pitiful act. Jiang Beiwei, I'm not like you.
Some things. Never mind. Why am I even telling you this? You're not going back to school anyway. Let's just leave it at that. Su Lin turned to leave and Jiang Beiwei panicked. Stop right there. Chapter 27. You must agree. Su Lin ignored Jiang Beiwei and quickened his pace.
Seeing this, Jiang Beiwei hurried after him.
Stop right there.
Su Lin deliberately slowed his pace. When Jiang Beiwei finally caught up and grabbed his arm, he stopped abruptly.
Why are you chasing after me? Didn't you plan to stay home? And... Su Lin. Jiang Beiwei cut him off.
After her words fell, she lowered her head. My mom asked me to stay home mainly so I could focus on my studies for a while.
Once this period is over, I can go back to school.
Su Lin frowned.
You don't mean the start of the new semester, do you? 50 days of summer tutoring, nearly half a month had already passed. If he waited until the new semester started, how would he cultivate his feelings with Jiang Beiwei? Jiang Beiwei felt uneasy. No, I still have to go back for the exams. Su Lin. What difference does that make from going back after the semester starts? Su Lin remained silent, simply staring at Jiang Beiwei.
Jiang Beiwei couldn't explain it herself, but whenever she met Su Lin's gaze, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. As time passed, this feeling only grew stronger.
Jiang Beiwei felt a flutter of unease and instinctively took a step back. Su Lin, let's just wait until the day of the exam. Su Lin thought, you're already here, how could I possibly send you back?
Su Lin grabbed Jiang Beiwei's hand.
What about my grades? Jiang Beiwei, you promised before that you'd help me improve them. Held fast, Jiang Beiwei blurted out, I only promised to tutor you, not.
Before she could finish, Jiang Beiwei suddenly realized tutoring and improving grades weren't all that different.
After a moment, Su Lin offered to back down. I won't argue with you. I'll just ask one thing, does the tutoring deal still stand?
Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together.
Of course it's still on, but... I can't get out.
Su Lin smiled faintly.
That doesn't matter. As long as you remember the tutoring, I can help you get out. Jiang Beiwei froze. Really? Absolutely.
Su Lin nodded solemnly, then glanced behind them.
I just saw your mom leave. She'll probably be back soon. Wait for me at home. Remember, if someone comes to tutor you, you must agree.
After leaving his instructions, Su Lin quickly exited the residential complex. The next day, a woman dressed plainly entered the neighborhood where Jiang Beiwei lived. She looked around for a moment before approaching a nearby elderly woman and asking, is there a girl named Jiang Beiwei in this complex? Where does she live? The woman paused, her expression turning wary. Why do you ask? The woman explained, I have a high school senior who's struggling academically.
To help him improve, I hired Jiang Beiwei for tutoring.
She took my money but then suddenly vanished. Her story left the gathered women stunned. They never imagined Jiang Beiwei, still a high school student herself, was already tutoring others.
If that's the case, I can call Jiang Beiwei's family for you.
But whether it works out depends on what her family says. The woman who spoke didn't provide an address, she simply called Jiang's mother.
Jiang Beiwei, get out here.
Hearing her mother's voice, Jiang Beiwei set down her pen and stepped out of the room.
Mom, what? Smack. A slap landed hard across Jiang Beiwei's face.
Caught completely off guard, she staggered backward, nearly crashing into the doorframe beside her. Her mother pointed at her.
When did you start tutoring someone? And taking money for it? Tutoring? Taking money?
Recalling Su Lin's warning from yesterday, Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together.
I've been tutoring for ages. As for the money, that's my tutoring fee. What's wrong with me taking it? Jiang's mother glared. What do you mean, your tutoring fees? Is there anything in this house that's actually yours? Jiang Beiwei, raising you all these years was no easy feat, is this how you repay me?
The barrage of accusations and blame slowly forced Jiang Beiwei to lower her head.
It was always like this.
Whenever she dared to resist, her mother would bring up how hard she had it. But she had struggled too. Each time those words fell, they left her gasping for breath. Jiang Beiwei clenched her fingers, tears welling in her eyes. She wanted to yield, but unconsciously, Su Lin's words surfaced in her mind again. The words of submission simply wouldn't come out. After a long tirade, Jiang's mother finally silenced herself and returned a call. I heard the child explain the situation. Could you refund the tutoring fees? Let's just call it quits on the tutoring. Hearing this, the woman slammed her hand on the coffee table, making it thud loudly.
Do I look like someone who cares about that little bit of money?
What I want is for my child's grades to improve.
She promised, so how could she go back on her word?
Jiang's mother hadn't expected the woman to seize on this point, and her brow immediately furrowed.
I can refund all the fees. You can use that money to find a better tutor, it doesn't have to be my daughter.
I don't care about other tutors.
I've set my sights on your daughter.
Either she continues teaching my son, or I'll make this a big deal.
Let's see who ends up embarrassed when word gets out.
The woman's threat to make a scene infuriated Jiang's mother. Half an hour later, Mrs. Jiang reluctantly conceded, tutoring is fine, but I'll observe for a few days.
The woman snorted coldly. Fine, you can observe. All I care about is my son's grades improving. After a pause, the woman turned to Jiang Beiwei. Meet me at the milk tea shop near our complex at 7 p.m. tonight. Don't be late. Jiang Beiwei froze. Which neighborhood? Which milk tea shop? But she didn't show it. She just nodded silently. Seeing the matter settled, Jiang's mother promptly escorted the woman out. Turning back, she shot Jiang Beiwei a fierce glare. This is all your fault. If this happens again, I won't let you off the hook. Jiang Beiwei rose and silently returned to her room. Not long after, Jiang's mother went out to buy groceries. The moment Jiang Beiwei heard the door close, a knock sounded at the entrance. Opening it, she found Su Lin standing outside. You? Did she hit you again? Su Lin cut her off. The more he stared at the slap mark on her face, the angrier he grew. If it weren't for her mother's claim to kinship, he would have. Never mind. Better to get down to business. Su Lin gathered his thoughts. That woman earlier was someone I specifically arranged. Tonight, go to Tali Residential Complex. There's a milk tea shop near the East Gate. I've placed someone inside who won't arouse your mother's suspicion. Jiang Beiwei whispered, Did you know my mother would follow me? Yes. Su Lin paused before explaining, Your mother has intense control issues. If someone suddenly mentioned tutoring, she'd definitely. Before he could finish, footsteps echoed from downstairs. Chapter 28, Anything to say? Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei exchanged a glance. The next second, Su Lin tiptoed up the stairs. Almost simultaneously, Jiang's mother appeared on the stairs, carrying a cloth bag. Jiang Beiwei met her gaze, feigning confusion. Mom, weren't you the one knocking? Jiang's mother was about to snap back, but her tone sharpened at Jiang Beiwei's words. Someone knocked just now? Jiang Beiwei nodded. Yes. I asked who it was, but no one answered. Glancing around, Jiang's mother pushed Jiang Beiwei back inside. If anyone knocks again, don't answer it, especially when I'm not home. Understand? Jiang Beiwei nodded, watching her mother leave with the items before gently closing the door. Several minutes later, Jiang Beiwei peeked out but didn't see Su Lin. She felt a pang of disappointment but didn't dwell on it, simply closing the door again. Meanwhile, Su Lin had already driven away from the residential complex. In the back seat, the woman who had negotiated with Jiang's mother sat quietly. Su Lin instructed her, keep up the act for a few more days. When she comes alone, call me. No problem, but about the money. Su Lin finished her sentence with understanding, I'll pay you well. Just do your job. Over the next few days, Su Lin kept a close watch on Jiang Beiwei's situation, even forgetting about school matters. When Jiang Beiwei finally ventured out alone, Su Lin was summoned to the principal's office. Chen Wei slammed her hand on the table, fuming. Su Lin's mother, he's skipped school for days straight. Even when he's here, his mind is elsewhere. I warned you before, his test scores are 0. If you keep ignoring this, are you going to let your son ruin his future? Su's mother. If the homeroom teacher hadn't called her, she wouldn't have known Su Lin had been causing so much trouble lately. Though she thought this, when it came to speaking, Su's mother still sought a plausible excuse to offer. Teacher, could there be some misunderstanding here? Chen Wei snorted coldly, if it were truly a misunderstanding, I wouldn't have come to you. Today, don't let Su Lin attend class. Take him home immediately. Bring him back only when he's finished reflecting on his actions. An hour later, Su Lin followed his mother back to the supermarket. Now, explain yourself. What have you been up to these past few days? How did things escalate to the point where I had to be called in? Mrs. Su grew increasingly furious, finally unable to contain her anger as she raised her hand and slapped Su Lin across the face. Su Lin sighed helplessly. I had important business to attend to. It's mostly resolved now. And you expect me to believe you? Su's mother looked utterly skeptical, barely holding back from accusing him outright of lying. Su Lin paused, then recounted the entire situation involving Jiang Beiwei. Su's mother fell silent, then delivered another sharp slap. If it concerns her, why didn't you tell me? Having taken 2 consecutive blows, Su Lin sighed helplessly. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. I just thought it might be a sudden whim. What if it didn't work? As he spoke, Su Lin stepped forward to massage his mother's shoulders. I know you're upset, but I had my reasons. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, there won't be a next time. Moved by Su Lin's words, Su's mother finally decided to let the matter drop. That evening, Su Lin made a point of going to the milk tea shop. He didn't have to wait long before Jiang Beiwei arrived. Why are you the one here today? Jiang Beiwei was surprised. Su Lin smiled as he pushed a cup of milk tea toward her. I came to tutor you. Jiang Beiwei took the drink, cradled it in both hands for a moment, then set it down. I heard from Rongrong that you were asked to stay home and reflect. Was it because of me? Su Lin wasn't surprised Jiang Beiwei knew about it. He waved his hand dismissively. It's partly because of me, but not entirely. Jiang Beiwei murmured in acknowledgement, a hint of gloom flickering in her eyes. Su Lin saw it and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Jiang Beiwei was still influenced by her mother after all. Let's go. Jiang Beiwei froze, instinctively looking up. Where to? Su Lin replied, I don't know. Just let's walk around. But weren't you going to?
Before Jiang Beiwei could finish her sentence, Su Lin pulled her out of the milk tea shop. The evening streets bustled with people, the tempting aromas of street food wafting through the air. Su Lin guided Jiang Beiwei through the crowd, his gaze drifting to the side.
Is there anything you'd like to eat?
Jiang Beiwei took a deep breath, still holding the freshly bought milk tea in one hand.
Nothing.
The two continued walking down the street.
Suddenly, Jiang Beiwei asked, what are your plans or thoughts for the future?
Su Lin gazed at the bustling crowd ahead, the festive atmosphere making him feel a bit dazed. As someone who had been reborn, Su Lin held significant control over his future, which sometimes led him to make choices others found puzzling. Especially regarding the college entrance exams. Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. In just half a month, his plans for the college entrance exam had swung to two extremes. I don't have any definite plans right now, but I want to prepare thoroughly for the exam first. We'll see where my scores take me.
Jiang Beiwei looked pensive.
After strolling around the street for a while, Su Lin led Jiang Beiwei back to the supermarket. He noticed Su's mother wasn't there, which struck him as odd.
Just then, Su Yingying came running down the stairs.
Her eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Beiwei. Pretty sister, you're here. Jiang Beiwei smiled, bending down to ruffle her hair.
Why are you home alone?
Su Yingying tilted her head. Mom said she had some things to take care of, so she left first.
What could possibly need handling this late at night?
Su Lin frowned.
Do you know where Mom went?
Su Yingying shook her head.
I don't know.
But when Mom left, she made a phone call. I heard Uncle Lin's voice.
Jiang Beiwei turned to her, is something wrong?
Noticing her concern, Su Lin waved it off.
Nothing to worry about. Let's go upstairs first. She'll be back soon.
Su Lin bent down to pick up Su Yingying, and the three of them headed upstairs.
Soon, Su Yingying wandered off to play by herself, while Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei continued their tutoring session. An hour later, Su's mother returned. Seeing Jiang Beiwei, she looked genuinely surprised before warmly greeting her. Have you eaten? Are you thirsty? Let me get you something to eat.
Faced with such warmth, Jiang Beiwei felt a bit overwhelmed, her expression growing slightly awkward. Su Lin couldn't stand watching this. Mom, she'll be leaving soon.
No need to get anything.
Mrs. Su shot him a glare.
What kind of talk is that? Beiwei is our guest. What's wrong with offering her something?
Fierce as a demon toward Su Lin, Su's mother turned back to Jiang Beiwei with a soft, gentle voice.
Wait a moment, I'll go get you something to eat.
Su Lin pressed his hand to his forehead.
Mom.
Before he could finish, he caught the envy flickering in Jiang Beiwei's eyes and cut himself off mid-sentence. Just then, Jiang Beiwei turned to Su Lin, her expression puzzled.
Did you have something you wanted to tell me earlier? Chapter 29, must step forward. No.
Su Lin answered decisively. Jiang Beiwei felt a twinge of suspicion, but when she met Su Lin's unflinching gaze, she held her tongue. By 9 o'clock, Su Lin drove Jiang Beiwei home. When he returned to the supermarket, the calm on his face vanished, replaced by a look of deep concern.
Mom, is something wrong with our family?
Su's mother, busy tallying accounts behind the register, looked up in surprise at the question.
What nonsense are you thinking? What could possibly happen to our family? Su Lin walked silently to the opposite side of the counter and sat down.
After a long while, unable to continue her calculations, Su's mother set down her items and looked at Su Lin.
What exactly do you want to talk about?
Su Lin replied flatly, you must be hiding something from me.
Su's mother snapped irritably, what could I possibly be hiding from you? Go upstairs and go to bed. Don't keep me from working. Su Lin knew he wouldn't get answers today. He glanced at his mother and returned to his room. For the next half-month, Su Lin spent all his time attending Jiang Beiwei's tutoring sessions. He made no mention of returning to school, and his mother naturally kept quiet. But as time dragged on, the day before exams arrived. Early that morning, Su Lin made a special detour to Jiang Beiwei's house to pick her up for school. In the classroom, Zhou Yu spotted Su Lin and immediately approached him. Oh my, you're finally back. Did you plan on skipping class altogether? Su Lin casually pushed his head away. Just reflecting at home. Zhou Yu rolled his eyes. Cut the excuses. I think you just didn't want to. Hey, why is Jiang Beiwei back at school today? Su Lin glanced back and said deliberately, didn't she say from the start she'd be back for exams? What's so surprising about that? Zhou Yu thought about it and agreed. He then slung his arm around Su Lin's shoulder and sauntered back to their seats. Soon after, Chen Wei strode into the classroom. She scanned the room, and when her gaze landed on Su Lin, her eyebrows instinctively furrowed. Su Lin caught the look and deliberately flashed her a smile. Chen Wei immediately looked away. This is a mock college entrance exam. To ensure fairness, students from every class will be mixed together. I know some of you may not take this exam seriously, but the final results will affect the school's reputation. I expect everyone to give it their all. Don't assume this is just a mock joint exam and neglect it. Every test before the actual college entrance exam is crucial.
Chen Wei rattled off a string of instructions. The students listened attentively at first, but gradually, more and more of them drifted off. Chen Wei was dissatisfied with their attitude, but after a moment's thought, she decided against saying more. If they performed poorly, she would naturally settle accounts with each of them individually. The day's classes concluded. As dismissal approached, Chen Wei reappeared in the classroom. This time, she came to adjust seating arrangements. All students from Class 5 had been shuffled and assigned to different classrooms. Su Lin and Zhou Yu were assigned to the same class. As they headed to find their seats, they were stopped near the restroom. Seeing Chen Shi blocking their path, Su Lin rubbed his neck. "What's up?" Chen Shi glanced at Zhou Yu. "You. Get lost." Zhou Yu froze. "You. Go wait for me over there." Su Lin cut Zhou Yu off. After she walked away, he turned to Chen Shi. "Today's not a good day for a fight." Chen Shi spat. "Don't think I don't know what you're like. Trying to snitch to the parents again, huh? Let me tell you, I'm not falling for your tricks anymore." Su Lin dodged the spittle. "Come on, isn't it only natural for students to seek help from teachers when they're in trouble? Spit it out. What's this about blocking my way?" He added, "Of course, you can keep stalling. But with all these people passing by, what if someone reports this to the teachers?" Chen Shi glared. "Stop trying to scare me with the teacher. I'm here to warn you, stay away from Jiang Beiwei. She's not someone you should be thinking about." Su Lin picked at his ear, feeling an inexplicable chuckle welling up inside him. "What's your relationship with Jiang Beiwei? None of your business. Just stay away from her, or you'll regret it later." Chen Shi flung his head back and walked away with his students in tow. Su Lin sensed something was off and was about to press further when Zhou Yu suddenly darted out from the side. "Bro, you okay?" Su Lin's train of thought was interrupted. He shook his head slightly. "I'm fine." Zhou Yu stared at the direction Chen Shi and his group had left, his expression grave. "No offense, bro, but you should keep your distance from the school beauty while you're here. Those people don't play by the rules. No need to make things hard on yourself." Su Lin patted his shoulder. "I know. But I've got this under control. You can relax." Zhou Yu hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. After a moment, Zhou Yu sighed. "If you've got it under control, I won't say more." Su Lin smiled, exchanged a glance with Zhou Yu, then went to look for Jiang Beiwei. After circling around, he found she'd been called away by Chen Wei. He decided to wait outside the office building instead, and ended up waiting until nightfall. Jiang Beiwei and Chen Wei emerged together. "I've said everything I needed to say. Just give it your all on the exam. You should head back now." After parting ways with Chen Wei, Jiang Beiwei soon ran into Su Lin. "You're still here?" Su Lin raised an eyebrow. "You're still here. Where else would I go?" Jiang Beiwei realized he was right, they still had to go to tutoring. "Let's go." Su Lin led Jiang Beiwei back to the supermarket. While they were busy reviewing, Su's mother hurried up to the second floor. Spotting Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei, she didn't even say hello before leaving again. Jiang Beiwei noticed this and cautiously asked, "Su Lin, is Auntie in trouble?" Su Lin stared in the direction his mother had gone. She had indeed been facing issues lately, but he hadn't been able to pry anything out of her. For now, he'd pretend he didn't know. Pushing his thoughts aside, Su Lin said, "Nothing serious. Just that business has been booming lately and she's a bit overwhelmed. By the way, how do you solve this problem?" Jiang Beiwei nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the question. Following Su Lin's prompt, she refocused her attention on the tutoring session. 9 p.m. After dropping Jiang Beiwei off at home, Su Lin waited for his mother on the first floor of the supermarket. Upstairs, Su Engying had long been lulled to sleep. Around 11 p.m., Su's mother dragged her weary body through the door. Spotting Su Lin, she instinctively glanced at the time. "It's already 11 o'clock. Don't you have exams tomorrow? Why aren't you asleep yet?" Su Lin sighed. "How can I sleep when I haven't even figured out what's going on at home?" Su's mother glared at him. "I'm handling things at home. Why should you worry? Hurry back." "Mom, I'm an adult now." Su Lin cut his mother off, his expression solemn. He'd been observing for a long time and was certain the supermarket was in trouble. Regardless of anything else, as the only man in the family, he had to step up. Chapter 30, I'm disappointed in you all. Complex thoughts swirled within Su Lin. After a moment, he softened his expression. "This family isn't just yours. I'm an adult now, and I can also. You can't even pass your exams. How can I trust you just because you're an adult?" Su's mother cut him off, her words striking the most painful spot. "Mom, how can school grades be the only measure?" Su's mother retorted, "If school grades don't count, what else should I look at?" Su Lin was silenced. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't say anything now. After another moment, Su Lin sighed. "The exam is tomorrow. If I can rank in the top 20 this time, will you tell me what's going on?" Just as Su's mother was about to refuse, she suddenly recalled Su Lin's academic performance. She could use this as motivation. If Su Lin did well, revealing the truth wouldn't matter.
If he did poorly, it would provide a perfect excuse to refuse. Though the family supermarket meant Su Lin could eat even with poor grades, a good school was still different.
After weighing her options, Su's mother said seriously, top 10 in the class. If you can get into the top 10, I'll tell you everything, and from now on, I won't hide anything from you about our family.
Su Lin. Should he be relieved that his mother had this much faith in him? What? You chicken out now? Seeing Su Lin's silence, Su's mother deliberately goaded him. Su Lin replied in a hollow tone, why wouldn't I dare? Just remember what you said today, don't go back on your word later. Su's mother chuckled, tapping him lightly with her finger. I never go back on my word. In fact, I'll add one more condition. She paused deliberately before continuing, if you can rank in the top 10 of your class, this household will be yours to run. It must be said, Su Lin was tempted. But he didn't rush to agree. Instead, he calmly asked, what price must I pay? Su's mother shook her head. You won't have to pay any price. Just make it into the top 10 in your grade. Su Lin nodded slightly. This bet? I'm going to win it. Anyone can talk big. If you're serious, bring me your results. The next day, Su Lin strode into school with solemn determination and found his exam seat. Zhou Yu, seated right beside him, was startled by his battle-ready demeanor. Hey, bro, what's gotten into you? Su Lin shot him a glance. I heard someone in class say I'd be dead last on this exam. Zhou Yu cringed. Well, that's just wild speculation. You couldn't possibly come in last. Su Lin gave a cold laugh. You think so too? Zhou Yu fell silent, because deep down, he knew it was true. Su Lin clicked his tongue, cutting off the idle chatter. His gaze turned serious as he fixed it ahead. Whether it was the bet with his mother or the gossip swirling around him, he needed to prove himself. He, Su Lin, must seize control of his household. After 2 consecutive days of exams, the students' summer tutoring sessions came to an end. On the 4th day, students from several schools returned to campus as exam results and rankings were released. Su Lin had informed Jiang Beiwei in advance that he wouldn't be picking her up today, so he brought breakfast specially. But as he approached her, before he could even utter the word here, an arm shot out from the side, blocking him. Simultaneously, another breakfast was placed before Jiang Beiwei, a sandwich and a bottle of milk. A student in uniform, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, leaned toward Jiang Beiwei. I went out of my way to get this breakfast from Blue Whale Restaurant this morning. Their chef is a renowned 3 Michelin-starred chef with incredible skills. Try it, Beiwei. If you like it, I'll bring you breakfast every day. Jiang Beiwei had been staring at Su Lin the entire time and hadn't expected someone to suddenly appear, raving about the restaurant and the chef's skills. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't like sandwiches. Please take it back. Jiang Beiwei said, taking the breakfast from Su Lin's hands with natural ease. Inside were steamed buns and freshly made congee. Su Lin glanced at the breakfast delivery person beside him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course, the stomachs of his countrymen preferred their own breakfast fare. Clatter! Jiang Beiwei's breakfast was knocked to the floor. Warm porridge spilled everywhere, drawing the attention of everyone inside and outside the classroom. The rejected suitor demanded angrily, is it that you dislike sandwiches, or that you dislike the breakfast I brought you? Jiang Beiwei frowned. Does it matter? How isn't it important? You. What are you all staring at? Chen Wei's voice suddenly cut through the air. In an instant, all the students scattered. Even the student who had just confronted Jiang Beiwei fell silent. But Chen Wei paid no attention to the situation inside. She scanned the area and fixed her gaze on the few students who had come from outside. You're not from class 5. What are you doing here? And what's going on with the floor? In the silence, Chen Wei pointed at Su Lin. You explain. What's going on here? Su Lin didn't hold back, recounting the entire situation in detail. Chen Wei's face darkened as she pointed at the student with the slicked back hair. What's your name? Which class are you in? Who's your homeroom teacher? 3 questions in rapid succession left not only the person being questioned but even Su Lin, the bystander, feeling a cold sweat break out. To put it mildly, homeroom teachers during one's student days carried an undeniable air of authority. I'm Ma Yang. I'm in class 1. Ma Yang? Class 1? Chen Wei snorted coldly. Another one whose mind isn't on his studies. Zhou Yu, go to class 1 and fetch their homeroom teacher. Zhou Yu responded with a nod, his eyes sparkling as he dashed out. Before long, the homeroom teacher of class 1 arrived and took Ma Yang and several other students away. At the lectern, Chen Wei slammed her hand on the desk and pointed at everyone. I am deeply disappointed in you all. Her words plunged the classroom into an oppressive silence. Su Lin, however, remained unfazed. It felt like the oppressive pressure of a high school homeroom teacher. A word like disappointed was something they often heard back in the day. After a lengthy speech, Chen Wei finally steered the conversation back to academic performance. Jiang Beiwei from our class remains first in the grade this time. She also ranks first among several schools. I'm very satisfied and hope you can learn from her example, maintaining your own grades while steadily improving. After a pause, Chen Wei turned her gaze toward Su Lin. There's another student who performed exceptionally well on this exam.
His improvement has been remarkable.
The students exchanged glances, whispering among themselves to guess who it might be.
The next moment, someone turned to Su Lin and said with a smirk, "Whoever it is, it definitely isn't Su Lin."
Chapter 31, He can handle this. Hearing this confident remark, Su Lin turned to the student who had spoken.
The next moment, a piece of chalk smacked the student on the head.
Chen Wei sneered coldly. Instead of staring at Su Lin, "Why don't you think about your own grades?"
Wei Dezhu, your score this time is over 30 points lower than your final exam.
Where have your thoughts been lately? Wei Dezhu clutched the spot where he'd been hit. Teacher, my mind has always been on my studies. You know exactly where your mind has been.
Chen Wei snorted, then turned to Su Lin. And I've got some disappointing news for you. The student who made the most progress this time is Su Lin. Not counting the school-wide rankings, just within our class, he's climbed to 15th place.
A brief silence fell before the entire classroom erupted in commotion. Teacher, you're joking, right? Su Lin got a 0 on the last test. Exactly. Did they mark his test wrong?
There's no way Su Lin could have jumped to 15th in the class.
None of the students could believe it.
They'd been in the same class with Su Lin for ages, and his grades had never been good.
How could someone like him suddenly make such a huge leap? Speculation, suspicion, scrutiny. All eyes were fixed on Su Lin. But Su Lin, the subject of their scrutiny, couldn't care less. Chen Wei snorted coldly.
Those exams were graded by multiple schools in a cross-checking system.
How could there be mistakes?
Don't blame others for your own shortcomings. Now, I'll announce the scores and rankings.
Remember these results well. There will be another test at the start of the new semester. I expect every one of you to show improvement.
As Chen Wei announced the rankings and scores, one by one, the faces below grew somber.
Only Su Lin's gaze toward Chen Wei held an odd intensity.
Whether in her past life or this one, she had always targeted him, so Su Lin had always assumed Chen Wei disliked him. But he never imagined that simply improving his grades could make Chen Wei speak in his favor.
Perhaps Chen Wei wasn't as despicable as he had imagined?
Su Lin frowned in thought, quickly dismissing the notion. Chen Wei had a bad temper. He saw no reason to change his opinion based on a single remark today. He thought to himself, glancing in Jiang Beiwei's direction. Though he hadn't cracked the top 10 in the class, his grades had genuinely improved. Tonight, he'd treat Jiang Beiwei to a proper meal. He'd discuss the matter with his mother later at home.
As dismissal time approached, Su Lin leaned toward Jiang Beiwei. This afternoon. Su Lin, Teacher Chen is calling you. Su Lin. To be honest, he didn't want to see Chen Wei.
Jiang Beiwei smiled faintly. I'll wait for you at the school gate.
Su Lin cleared his throat. I'll be there as soon as I can. The office.
Su Lin called out, reporting for duty, and pushed open the door. Chen Wei sat behind her desk, staring intently at a folder in her hands. You're here.
Yes, what did you need, Teacher Chen?
Su Lin met Chen Wei's gaze directly.
Chen Wei closed the folder. How did you improve your grades?
Su Lin remained silent.
After a moment, Chen Wei sighed. Did Jiang Beiwei help you?
Su Lin intended to remain silent, but thinking of Jiang's mother, he retorted sarcastically, teachers always have their own ideas.
Does it really matter who helped me?
Chen Wei's expression darkened with displeasure.
Are you blaming me? Su Lin's tone remained calm. Not at all.
With that, both Su Lin and Chen Wei fell silent.
After a few minutes, Chen Wei shook her head.
You clearly have serious issues with me right now. I won't dwell on the details, but I must emphasize one thing: maintain your academic performance. As long as you don't interfere with Jiang Beiwei, there won't be any problems on my end. Su Lin's heart stirred.
But what the teacher wants shouldn't just be that I don't affect Jiang Beiwei, right? Chen Wei smiled, neither confirming nor denying.
Su Lin found this deeply ironic.
In Chen Wei's eyes, Jiang Beiwei was likely the only true student in the class. Most of the others probably didn't even register in her mind. But Chen Wei must have been provoked by that Ma Yang. To protect Jiang Beiwei's grades, she'd even deem him acceptable. For him, this presented an opportunity to walk alongside Jiang Beiwei. Back in the car, Su Lin asked Jiang Beiwei if there was anywhere she wanted to go.
Jiang Beiwei replied, no, let's just go to the supermarket to study. Su Lin was momentarily speechless. Ever since Jiang Beiwei had been able to leave home, she'd been single-mindedly focused on boosting his grades.
Fine. Let's just go back and study. Su's mother wasn't at the supermarket. After dismissing Su Yingying, Su Lin found himself distracted. Jiang Beiwei glanced at him several times before finally asking, did Teacher Chen say something to you?
Su Lin tilted his head slightly.
Why do you think that? Jiang Beiwei clenched her fists. Ever since you came out of the office, you've been completely distracted.
Su Lin shook his head.
It's not about what she said. I'm just thinking about the future.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes narrowed with curiosity.
Didn't you say before that you'd wait until your college entrance exam scores came out before considering the future? Why are you thinking about it now?
Su Lin, the college entrance exam is one thing, but some things require preparation ahead of time.
Jiang Beiwei pondered thoughtfully. So what do you want to do?
Su Lin cleared his throat.
I haven't figured it out yet.
Jiang Beiwei hummed in acknowledgement, tapping her pen on the exam paper twice.
If you haven't decided, then focus on studying. You ranked in the top 15 this time, aim for the top 10 next time. After that comes the school-wide rankings. Su Lin, high school is fleeting. Before you know it, it'll be over. Don't leave any regrets. Don't leave regrets.
Jiang Beiwei's words lingered in Su Lin's mind.
Time flew by. Su Lin was constantly being pushed to study by Jiang Beiwei, and his class ranking shocked Su's mother. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Su Lin spent several days pestering Su Yingying until he finally coaxed the crucial detail from his mother: the supermarket's income was unstable. Lately, I've seen so many people shopping online, and I thought maybe I could try it too. But you know, I've never done anything like this before, so I really don't understand the process. So it was about online shopping. Su Lin might be clueless about other things, but when it came to this, he could explain it down to the last detail. Mom, leave this to me. I'll have it sorted out within 2 weeks at most. Su's mother hesitated. Won't it interfere with your studies? It won't.
Su Lin's decisive answer dispelled her mother's hesitation.
The next day, Su Lin broached the topic of online shopping with Jiang Beiwei. You should have some money saved up. What do you say? Want to partner up and start a business?
Jiang Beiwei furrowed her brow slightly.
Online shopping? Does it really make money? Absolutely. And I can tell you with certainty that online shopping will become the mainstream way to shop in the future. Want to give it a try? Chapter 32, Securing the Agency Rights.
Su Lin leaned forward slightly, deliberately softening his tone. The sudden closeness between them made Jiang Beiwei feel slightly uncomfortable, causing her to pull back a little.
I could give it a shot, but could you please not lean in so close? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Does my proximity make you uncomfortable?
Jiang Beiwei hadn't expected Su Lin to voice her feelings so directly. After a brief silence, Jiang Beiwei turned her head away.
Let's just talk about online shopping.
I remember a lot of people opened stores online, but business wasn't exactly booming. Her rambling words laid bare the flustered state within her heart.
Shini noticed it, and the smile on his face deepened slightly. But he quickly suppressed it. Teasing Jiang Beiwei could wait, making money was the priority now. With that thought, Su Lin declared, I'm not just targeting the domestic market, I'm going global. Don't underestimate the current state of domestic development. In a few years, overseas shopping agents will be incredibly popular. At the same time, domestic goods would be exported abroad.
Setting aside all the messy details, the sheer affordability of domestic goods alone was incomparable to the high prices abroad. Add in the exchange rate advantage, and if he could establish a foothold early on, it would be a surefire moneymaker.
Su Lin didn't elaborate on all this, merely touching on a few points.
Jiang Beiwei pondered thoughtfully before telling Su Lin she wanted to get involved. But then another question arose.
The money I have probably isn't enough to open a store, is it?
Su Lin smiled.
It's just an online store, it doesn't require much capital. The main expense is sourcing inventory. After registering the shop, the two began selecting clothes to sell. For this, they even pored over fashion magazines, picking out numerous stylish yet affordable outfits. Su's mother even made a special trip out of town for this venture. As for the purchase funds, Su Lin, wanting to help Jiang Beiwei, personally covered part of the upfront costs for her. Don't refuse so quickly. This is just my tutoring fee, paid to you in advance.
Jiang Beiwei's refusal suddenly faltered.
She couldn't quite grasp why she'd ended up partnering with Su Lin in this business venture.
Turning back, she still felt a bit dazed.
Could this online shopping business really turn a profit?
During the days off before school started, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei devoted all their free time outside of tutoring to the online shopping venture.
For this, Su Lin even had his mother secure a delivery point. They say busy times fly by.
To Su Lin, it felt like the blink of an eye before classes started again, and then another blink later, the entire semester had flown by. By the time winter break arrived, Su Lin's grades had climbed into the top 10 in her class and the top 100 in her grade. Because of Su Lin, Jiang Beiwei also had fewer people keeping tabs on her. However, Su Lin consequently faced overt and covert hostility from many, though he couldn't care less. After his grades steadily improved, Chen Wei still disliked him, but when school incidents arose, she no longer indiscriminately blamed him. Occasionally, she even offered some help. During this period, Su Lin's online store began turning a profit. Soon after, he launched an online shop selling mobile phones. Seeing this, Su's mother grew anxious. Your phones are priced almost the same as in physical stores.
Why would anyone buy them online? And isn't buying phones online unreliable? What if they break?
No, you can't sell phones online. Seeing his mother's anxious expression, Su Lin reassured her, buying things online can have unexpected issues, but if the delivery service is reliable, it shouldn't be a problem.
By the way, Mom, have you considered opening another delivery point? Su's mother froze. Another one? Isn't this one enough? You think we can't make enough money?
Su Lin's retort silenced Su's mother. Online shopping was lucrative, but the delivery point also brought in decent income. At the very least, Sue's mother no longer relied on the supermarket for profits. She was even considering shutting down the card and chess parlor. There was no way around it, the card room was just too smoky and chaotic. Before, Sue's mother had no choice, but now that she did, she naturally preferred to avoid the hassle.
She didn't deliberate long.
The very next day, she and Su Lin began discussing plans to take over a second delivery point. During this period, few people noticed the profit potential of delivery points. Through Su Lin's deliberate price-cutting tactics, they successfully secured the second parcel center and managed to lower shipping rates even further. After settling this matter, Su Lin also launched his online mobile phone store. It was then that smartphones suddenly gained prominence in the domestic market. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lin leveraged his family's storefront to negotiate agency rights with several prominent brands. In the early days of smartphones, prices were as low as 300 or 400 yuan, making Su Lin's negotiations remarkably smooth.
With both matters settled, the new year was fast approaching. Realizing the urgency, Su Lin seized the chance when Jiang's mother stepped out and rushed over to find Jiang Beiwei. Want to go for a walk?
After winter break, Jiang Beiwei was confined to the house by her mother, forbidden from going anywhere. Not wanting to argue, she obediently stayed home.
Seeing Su Lin appear caught Jiang Beiwei off guard.
She hesitated. My mom keeps a tight leash on me.
I'm afraid. Just tell her you need to go out to discuss tutoring arrangements. She won't refuse. Su Lin had figured out a few tricks for dealing with Jiang's mother.
As long as Jiang Beiwei wasn't getting into trouble outside or associating with people her mother deemed unsavory, she generally wouldn't make things difficult for her. Especially tutoring, it earned money and helped with studies, so Mrs. Jiang didn't object.
Jiang Beiwei frowned, still silent.
Su Lin knew she was still hesitating and didn't press her, simply waiting quietly.
After a long moment, Jiang Beiwei hesitantly nodded. Then, I'll talk to her tonight. Then contact me tonight,
Su Lin said, pulling out an unopened phone.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened slightly. Is this one of those popular smartphones?
I negotiated distribution deals with several brands, all at cost price. Here, take it.
After saying that, Su Lin remembered something else. You have a SIM card, right?
Seeing Jiang Beiwei shake her head, Su Lin slapped his forehead.
He hadn't thought it through. Hold on, I'll go buy you one.
He shoved the phone box into Jiang Beiwei's hands and rushed out to buy her a SIM card before her mother returned.
I've written down the number. I'll contact you at 10 p.m. tonight.
Fearing Jiang's mother might catch them, Su Lin left immediately after speaking, taking the phone box with him before departing.
Jiang Beiwei held the pink phone, her eyes lowering with an indescribable sense of responsibility.
Su Lin had been far too kind to her, leaving her heart heavy with unease. Meanwhile, as Su Lin approached his front door, he saw Su Yingying running out, wiping away tears.
Chapter 33. Who's bullying you? Why are you crying? Who picked on you?
Though young, Su Yingying had been raised to be cheerful. Su Lin rarely saw her cry, so his expression darkened as he asked. Sobbing, Su Yingying stammered, My great-uncle came.
Her uncle Chen Tianen.
Su Lin's face darkened. This uncle of his was no good. When Su's father was alive, he had always looked down on him.
But it wasn't just contempt, he constantly demanded money and possessions from Su's parents.
When they refused, he would bring the elders over to cause trouble. This pattern persisted until Su's father passed away, only to resurface years later.
Could it be he'd found out about the family's money-making scheme? As Su Lin pondered this, Su Yingying lifted her head.
A stark red handprint stood out glaringly on her young, delicate face. Su Lin's expression darkened further.
Did your uncle hit you?
Su Yingying nodded softly, her sobs growing louder. Su Lin ruffled her hair.
Wait for me outside.
I'll go check on things. I'll make sure he pays for that slap. With that, Su Lin strode up the stairs to the second floor, where he found Su's mother standing sullenly to one side. Across from her, a middle-aged man looked down his nose at Su's mother.
If you refuse to give it, I won't force you. But I wonder if your parents would agree. They're getting old. If something happened to them on the way here, could you live with that?
Seeing Su's mother rendered speechless, Su Lin stepped forward, shielding her behind him.
If you, her own son, don't care, why should she? Chen Tianen tilted his head, sizing up Su Lin. Oh my, I wonder who's being so ill-mannered. Ah, it's Su Lin.
You've grown much more handsome than before, but your temper has only gotten worse. But then again, it's understandable for a single parent to struggle raising a child alone.
You. Crash.
Su Lin kicked over a nearby chair with a loud crash, the thud silencing Chen Tianen mid-sentence.
But soon, Chen Tianen jumped back up. Who gave you permission to speak to your elders like that? You have no respect.
Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson in place of your father. Just as Chen Tianen's hand was about to strike, Su Lin reached out and grabbed his wrist. Though Chen Tianen was middle-aged, he'd been spoiled rotten at home and couldn't take pain. Su Lin applied just a little pressure, and Chen Tianen immediately began whimpering in pain. Su's mother watched from the side, waiting several minutes before finally telling Su Lin to let go.
Su Lin didn't linger.
He flung Chen Tianan backward with a sharp jerk, sending him crashing heavily into a chair.
Chen Hohat, you just stand there watching your son bully me? I'm your older brother. If I hadn't protected you since childhood, you'd have been. One more word. Su Lin shot him a warning glance, silencing Chen Tianan once more. Su Lin watched this unfold, snorting derisively. Coward.
Chen Tianan's face shifted through a range of emotions, but his fear of Su Lin silenced him for a long moment. Finally, he redirected his hostility towards Su's mother. Look at the fine son you've raised, Chen Hohat. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this drop. Su Lin clenched his fists. No need for my mother to give you an explanation. I will. With that, Su Lin lunged forward and grabbed Chen Tianan by the collar. Hey! What are you doing? Su Lin, I'm your uncle. You. Su Lin shoved and kicked Chen Tianan down the stairs. Su's mother tried several times to speak up, but each time she stifled her voice. Her son was standing up for her, she certainly couldn't hold him back now. Unaware of his mother's thoughts, Su Lin pushed Chen Tianan out of the supermarket. With a wave, a taxi pulled over. He gave the driver Chen Tianan's address and instructed him to head there. Returning upstairs to find his mother looking gloomy, Su Lin spoke up. Yingying got slapped. He did it, didn't he? At the mention of Su Yingying's name, Su's mother snapped back to reality. How is Yingying? Su Lin remained silent, simply watching his mother intently. After a long silence, Mrs. Su grew anxious and rushed off to find Su Yingying. Su Lin sighed. Su's mother was determined to sever ties with her maternal family, but she couldn't resist Chen Tianan's constant harassment. Besides, emotional bonds couldn't be completely severed. Back and forth, it was only a matter of time before Su's mother suffered. A little while later, Su's mother came back holding Su Yingying's hand. Seeing Su Yingying's red, puffy eyes, Su Lin felt heartbroken and fetched ice for her to soothe them. Su's mother said, "Your uncle came by today, and he'll definitely come again in the future." Su Lin kept working. As long as we don't give him money, he won't be able to make a fuss for long. Su's mother frowned deeply. That may be true, but what if he brings your grandparents over? Su Lin paused. Mom, do you want to go back to those days? Su Lin was referring to the days when they were constantly pressured for money. Su's mother looked troubled. We can ignore your uncle, but we can't ignore your grandparents. Su Lin knew this well, but those grandparents were biased. Even though his family had given them substantial sums, the two still favored Chen Tianan. To resolve the issue, the focus must remain on Chen Tianan. With that thought, Su Lin asked, Mom, I need to confirm something. Su's mother paused. What is it? How much affection do you still have for your maternal family? Su's mother fell silent. After a long pause, she replied, What remains is for your maternal grandparents. They weren't perfect, but they weren't all bad either. Su Lin's expression grew complex. He understood what his mother meant. In truth, many parents are like this, not kind to their children, yet not so terrible either. It was precisely this sliver of kindness that kept countless people bound, unable to break free. Mom, I'll try to find a job for my uncle. Su's mother was taken aback. You're still a student yourself. How could you find a job for your uncle? Besides, he's so used to being lazy. Even if he got a job, he probably wouldn't stick with it. Someone accustomed to living off his parents naturally wouldn't want to work, but what if he had no choice? Mom, I'll take a few thousand yuan with me. Don't worry, I'll handle this properly. Having finally made it back home, Su Lin was determined not to let Chen Tianan cause trouble and disrupt their current life. After dinner that night, Su's mother rushed off to handle the inventory. Su Lin pulled out his phone and called Jiang Beiwei. The call connected shortly. A moment of silence hung between them. Su Lin spoke up, So? Did your mom agree? Jiang Beiwei whispered, She agreed, but she said we have to wait until after the new year. After the new year? Su Lin felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly shifted the subject. Are you free the day after tomorrow? Jiang Beiwei visibly paused. The day after tomorrow? What's up? Chapter 34, Money he should earn it himself. Nothing specific. Just wanted to hang out. How about it? Su Lin inquired, his gaze fixed on the bedside. During dinner, Su's mother had brought him the money he requested. Fearing that delaying matters could lead to complications, he decided to resolve Chen Tianan's issue tomorrow. The meeting with Jiang Beiwei would have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Through the phone, Su Lin couldn't see Jiang Beiwei's expression, but she agreed shortly after. Su Lin, alright, I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow in the morning. No need to pick me up. Just meet me at that milk tea shop before we go. Jiang Beiwei hung up. Su Lin stared at his phone and couldn't help but smile. His relationship with Jiang Beiwei was growing closer. It wouldn't be long before he could. Nah, better wait until after the college entrance exams. The next day, Su Lin drove to Chen Tianan's house. As soon as he arrived in the neighborhood, he saw two elderly figures being supported as they entered the Chen Tianan residence. Those two elderly figures were Su Lin's maternal grandparents, Cheng Yuan and Lu Hua. In his previous life, Su Lin hadn't seen them until after he graduated from university and established himself professionally. By then, he had the means to handle any trouble they might cause, so they never posed much of a problem. He never imagined that in this life, their money-making scheme would be discovered, prompting them to come knocking on his door early. Su Lin stared at the closed gate. After a while, he drove to a nearby employment agency. As soon as he entered, Su Lin asked, "I heard there are jobs abroad paying exceptionally well lately. Do you have any connections for that?" In his previous life, Su Lin had heard many stories about overseas work opportunities. If memory served him correctly, now was precisely the best time to negotiate such deals. The agency staff immediately approached him upon hearing this. "Which country are you considering?" Su Lin smiled. "Any country is fine, as long as the pay is high. Whether I can return quickly or not doesn't matter." To avoid raising suspicion, Su Lin deliberately emphasized the high earnings. The agency staff exchanged surprised glances. But they quickly suppressed their thoughts. Lately, many people had inquired about similar opportunities. To earn more money, quite a few were willing to stay abroad longer. "We can help you make the connection, but the agency fee." Su Lin smiled faintly. "If you can secure a successful placement, I'm willing to pay a bit extra. But I must stress one thing, this place has to be reliable. I don't want any mishaps." Su Lin genuinely disliked Chen Tianen, but the elderly couple was still alive. To avoid future complications, Chen Tianen had to return to China safely. "Rest assured, we're a legitimate agency. We absolutely won't do anything illegal." Su Lin chuckled, offering no response to the agent's assurances. He simply instructed them to handle it immediately. The sooner the better, ideally completed today. Though the agents found it odd, Su Lin was the one paying, so they naturally didn't ask questions. An hour later, several suitable countries were presented to Su Lin. He glanced through them and selected one known for its relative stability. This one. Seeing Su Lin's choice, the agent immediately inquired about departure timing. "By tomorrow at the latest. I'll bring the person over." After leaving the agency, Su Lin rushed straight to Chen Tianen's door. Before long, Lu Hua came to open the door. Seeing Su Lin, she paused in surprise. You're Su Lin?" Lu Hua uttered the few words with noticeable hesitation. Su Lin smiled faintly. "It's me, Grandma. Is my great-uncle home?" Lu Hua's eyes flickered. "What do you need my uncle for?" "Nothing major. We've made a bit of money at home, but you know how it is, there are too few of us to handle everything. So I thought I'd ask my uncle if he'd be willing to lend a hand." At this point, Su Lin deliberately paused. "Grandma, I hope my uncle will agree to this? I know I'm rushing things a bit, but money matters are urgent. If my uncle isn't willing, I..." Before he could finish, Su Lin's hand was seized. Lu Hua's eyes lit up as she asked urgently, "You really need your uncle's help? You weren't just trying to fool me?" Su Lin deliberately frowned. "Are you doubting my sincerity, Grandma? Never mind, I'll find someone else." Before the last word could escape his lips, Su Lin was pulled inside. Lu Hua said warmly, "You're overthinking it. Grandma just didn't react right away. Come in, come in. Your uncle's been incredibly busy lately. If it weren't for you being his nephew, he might not even have time to help you." Su Lin maintained a smile on his face, but a closer look revealed not a trace of warmth in his eyes. Getting the upper hand and still playing hard to get. But it didn't matter. He intended to let them bloat. Only then would sending Chen Tianen abroad become manageable. Entering the house, Su Lin greeted his grandfather and Chen Tianen. Lu Hua stood nearby and explained Su Lin's purpose. Su Lin caught his grandfather and Chen Tianen exchange a glance, their eyes reflecting an indescribable smugness. But Su Lin paid it no mind. He let Lu Hua finish explaining everything before speaking slowly. "I know this is rather urgent and might put you in a difficult position, uncle, but I have no choice. Outsiders might not believe us. But it's different with you, uncle. We're family. As the old saying goes, don't let the water flow to strangers' fields. Naturally, I'll put you first." As Su Lin spoke, he watched his grandfather and Chen Tianen's expressions, noting their growing smugness. A hint of scorn crept into his heart. Let them revel in their satisfaction. How else would they stumble into the trap he'd carefully laid? The money was there, it just needed to be earned by Chen Tianen himself. Before long, his grandfather inquired about the salary. Su Lin promptly quoted the figure the agency had suggested, then shifted his tone to drop a subtle hint. "This job might be tough at first, but once you get your footing, you'll be working with big bosses and making money overseas. Then Uncle Chen can start his own business." Su Lin deliberately mentioned overseas, causing Chen Tianen's eyes to light up instantly. His grandfather, however, was displeased. "You just mentioned overseas, does that mean your uncle is planning to flee abroad?" Su Lin nodded. "Yes, that's exactly." "No way." Grandfather cut him off without hesitation, his tone slightly stern. "Your uncle cannot go abroad." Su Lin feigned surprise. "Why not? There are many ways to make money abroad. As long as your eldest uncle is getting older. He must stay in the country. That's final. Stop arguing and go home now." Su Lin hadn't expected his grandfather to dismiss him so abruptly. Glancing at Chen Tianen across from him, he deliberately remarked, "Grandfather, you wouldn't be trying to condemn my eldest uncle to a life without prospects, would you?" Chapter 35, I'd say he can't afford it, wouldn't you? Clang. No sooner had Su Lin finished speaking than a cup smashed at his feet. What future he has is none of your business, you young upstart. Get out of here immediately. If you have any issues, have your mother come talk to me. Su Lin was driven out amid his grandfather's roar, but he didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he strolled leisurely down the path. Earlier, he had seen the greed in Chen Tianen's eyes and was certain Chen Tianen would come after him. Sure enough. Not even 5 minutes later, Chen Tianen's voice echoed from behind. Xiao Lin, wait up. Su Lin halted and turned with feigned surprise. Uncle Chen, why did you chase after me? Grandpa. At this point, Su Lin deliberately glanced behind Chen Tianen. Chen Tianen instinctively turned his head too, then suddenly snapped back, never mind your grandfather. What you said earlier about going abroad, is it true or not? Su Lin looked helpless. If it were a lie, why would I bring it up? At this point, Su Lin suddenly looked as if something had dawned on her. Uncle Chen, you're not still dwelling on yesterday's incident, are you? He sighed, paused, then continued, I didn't mean to single out my uncle yesterday. He just showed up so suddenly. If he'd given me a heads up, I wouldn't have had to scramble like that. Chen Tianen was indeed still dwelling on yesterday's incident. But hearing Su Lin put it that way, and recalling the money he'd mentioned, he couldn't hold back. So according to you, it's still my fault? Su Lin declared with righteous indignation, of course it's your fault. My mom always told me that even though our family struggles, we should never forget our grandparents. Under Su Lin's persuasive words, Chen Tianen quickly forgot about yesterday's incident. Immediately after, Su Lin reiterated the plan to study abroad, emphasizing how exhausting the beginning would be. As long as uncle can push through, the daily income afterward will be at least this much. Chen Tianen grew more and more tempted as he listened. Seeing the number Su Lin gestured at, he slapped Su Lin's shoulder. I'll take care of this. But how do we go about this going abroad process? You can go through an agency. They're well versed in the entire process and will handle everything at top speed. Right now? Su Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that Chen Tianen was even more eager than he was. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. With that thought, Su Lin led Chen Tianen straight to the agency they'd just visited. After some discussion, Chen Tianen's departure date was set for the following day, with a flight scheduled for 8 a.m. Watching the excited Chen Tianen, Su Lin deliberately poured cold water on the situation. Uncle Chen, if my grandfather finds out about this, I'm afraid. Chen Tianen, lost in thoughts of making a fortune, shot Su Lin a glare at the remark. As long as you don't say anything, he won't find out. I heard you bought a car. Will you come send me off tomorrow? Su Lin sighed. Sure, I'll definitely come send you off tomorrow morning. That evening, Su Lin contacted Jiang Beiwei to inform her he'd meet her at the milk tea shop at 9 a.m. the next morning before hanging up. The next day, Su Lin headed to the area near Chen Tianen's home. Before long, Chen Tianen slipped out furtively. Su Lin glanced at the items he was carrying and noticed they were all clothes. He raised an eyebrow. Uncle Chen, you're just bringing clothes? Chen Tianen pouted. I checked. They say everything's more convenient abroad than here. Just bringing clothes should be enough. Su Lin's mouth twitched. Even back when he'd reincarnated, no one would dare claim foreign countries were more convenient than China. But whatever. If Chen Tianen wanted to make things hard for himself, Su Lin saw no need to warn him. With that thought, Su Lin drove him straight to the agency. Half an hour later, Chen Tianen was seated in the agency's vehicle. Worried he might not hold up, Su Lin even gave him a little pep talk for motivation. Once they were gone, Su Lin immediately drove to the agreed-upon bubble tea shop. Jiang Beiwei sat alone. Spotting Su Lin, she couldn't help but smile. Her icy expression suddenly softened into a smile, like the first ray of sunshine after the rain, drawing an involuntary sigh of admiration. At that moment, Su Lin's footsteps halted. Su Lin, what's wrong? Jiang Beiwei asked in confusion. Su Lin snapped out of his daze and strode over. Nothing. Why just sitting there? Hey, want a cup? He quickly ordered a milk tea for Jiang Beiwei. Once he had the drinks in hand, he pulled Jiang Beiwei toward the exit. Su Lin, where are we going? Su Lin replied without turning his head, out for a walk, of course. It was absurd, really. Before winter break, he and Jiang Beiwei had practically lived together day and night. But they'd been buried in studies, and work distractions kept their relationship from developing. Only camaraderie grew between them. Even if Su Lin wasn't thinking about romance right now, he had reincarnated specifically to be with Jiang Beiwei. How could he tolerate this situation? Shopping and dining out, it had to happen. Jiang Beiwei murmured an okay, her eyes still a bit dazed, but she went along with Su Lin's plans without question. That morning, Su Lin took Jiang Beiwei to several stores, carefully selecting and buying quite a few outfits. Pretty. Flattering. Take this set too. This one suits you too. A stunning face paired with a fiery figure.
With each outfit Jiang Beiwei tried on, Su Lin selected another. Before long, the store staff started pulling out their most expensive items. You're such a natural on the runway, Mississippi. How about this one? It's our newest arrival, not even on the rack yet. Miss, how about this one?
The pink shade is so delicate it complements your complexion perfectly.
The compliments came one after another, making Jiang Beiwei blush with embarrassment.
Catching sight of Su Lin still watching from behind, she couldn't help but say, Su Lin, we have enough clothes.
No need to buy any more.
Su Lin refused. You're so beautiful and have such a great figure.
How could you buy just a few pieces? Get a couple more. You can switch them up when you get home. With Su Lin refusing to budge, Jiang Beiwei tried on a few more outfits.
But as her gaze shifted, a hint of unexplainable worry flickered in her eyes.
Could Su Lin really earn enough to cover all these purchases? And with all these clothes, where would she even put them once she got home? With that thought, Jiang Beiwei declined the new clothes the salesperson offered and strode toward Su Lin. Su Lin, let's stop shopping.
We should head back.
Su Lin looked puzzled. Don't you like these clothes? Jiang Beiwei shook her head. It's not that I don't like them. It's just that I bought too many clothes and I have nowhere to put them. Su Lin. That really was a problem. Just then, a mocking voice cut through the air. What do you mean no room?
I'd say you simply can't afford them. Both turned to look in the direction of the voice. When they saw who it was, their brows furrowed.
Chapter 36, yeah, right.
As the two departed, the clothing store fell silent once more.
Su Lin turned and called out to Jiang Beiwei, let's go. Time to eat. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together, ultimately following in silence. Bai Jiruo, what are you doing here?
Su Lin spoke coldly, a flash of impatience crossing his eyes.
Running into Bai Jiruo during vacation? What a pain.
Bai Jiruo had no idea what Su Lin was thinking, but she could see the contempt in his eyes. A surge of anger instantly shot to her head.
Do I need to tell you where I am, Su Lin? Who do you think you are? Su Lin, ? What the hell is wrong with her? Why the sudden outburst at him?
Besides, this place is huge, where she goes has nothing to do with him.
He couldn't care less.
Su Lin thought this and voiced it aloud.
Bai Jiruo grew even angrier. Su Lin, you. Jiruo, who are you talking to?
Two people rushed in through the shop entrance, interrupting Bai Jiruo mid-sentence. Su Lin looked up and recognized Wen Yan, who had been following Bai Jiruo.
At that moment, Wen Yan also spotted Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei. After a brief silence, she appraised Jiang Beiwei. Oh my, isn't this our campus beauty queen? Out shopping for clothes with Su Lin? Who would have guessed? She acts like she couldn't care less about guys at school, but once she steps outside, she's practically climbing over them for clothes. I wonder what expressions those guys who chased after you at school would make if they knew. After all. Su Lin abruptly stood up and walked toward Wen Yan without a word. Wen Yan's cutting remark was cut short as she was thrown into a panic by this abrupt move. Su Lin, what are you doing? Su Lin stared expressionlessly at Wen Yan before walking past her and picking up a set of clothes from the back. Overreacting. You. Wen Yan glared, speechless at his retort. Su Lin paid her no mind, handing the clothes to the clerk and instructing them to pack and ring up the purchase. The moment the price was quoted, Bai Jiruo blurted out, Su Lin, you're a student too, right? Spending this much on clothes for her, aren't you afraid your family will scold you? Su Lin met her gaze calmly. Who said this was my money? Bai Jiruo froze. What do you mean? Su Lin gestured toward Jiang Beiwei. The payment came entirely from her. After a pause, Su Lin continued, you probably don't know this, but Jiang Beiwei has been tutoring others all along. She's top of her class, and one-on-one tutoring fees are incredibly high. Unlike you, who has to string people along just to use their money. Oh, I forgot. You and your so-called best friend are both like that. Naturally, you can't comprehend someone wanting to stand on their own 2 feet. TSK. I'm wasting my breath. Why bother? Su Lin shook his head, as if Bai Jiruo were beyond redemption. Yet his words landed like a heavy punch on Bai Jiruo. The cashiers, who had been busy ringing up purchases, all instinctively turned to look at Bai Jiruo. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever used someone else's money and strung them along? So you're saying you haven't? Of course I haven't. Su Lin smiled, casually taking the bag handed to him by the clerk. Since you didn't, then why don't you return the money you took from me earlier? Not to mention anything else, but this outfit you're wearing, it looks like I bought it for you, doesn't it? Back when he was her devoted admirer, Su Lin had bought her countless things from snacks to clothes and even a phone. But that had been his choice. Even after reincarnating and enduring Bai Jiruo's repeated disgusting behavior, he never demanded repayment. But Bai Jiruo trying to drag Jiang Beiwei down? That was a different story. As Su Lin's gaze fell upon her, Bai Jiruo's face instantly flushed crimson. She knew perfectly well who had bought her clothes. Truthfully, she hadn't intended to approach Su Lin when she saw him. But the moment she spotted Jiang Beiwei, the rage in her heart flared up uncontrollably. Why the hell was her lapdog suddenly fawning over Jiang Beiwei?
After mulling it over, she couldn't help but come looking for trouble. Yet she never expected Su Lin would turn his wrath on her instead. Bai Jiruo stared at Su Lin, yet felt every eye in the store was on her.
Embarrassment and fury surged within her. So what if you bought them? Did I ask for them?
Her words finished, she turned her ire toward the surrounding staff.
And you lot, what are you staring at? You don't seriously think that money was hers, do you? It's all just... Smack! Several bags flew through the air. Caught off guard, Bai Jiruo was hit squarely.
The next second, Su Lin tilted his head slightly. Oh dear, my apologies.
These bags were too heavy. I was trying to carry them on my shoulder and accidentally hit you. Are you all right? He offered his apology in an utterly calm tone. Everyone present could see the underlying meaning.
Except for Bai Jiruo, everyone else averted their gaze, afraid they might crack a smile and become the next target. Bai Jiruo opened her mouth several times but no sound came out. Finally, her eyes reddening, she ran out of the clothing store.
Jiruo! Jiruo, wait for me!
Wen Yan saw this and hurried after her. She was gone. At the restaurant, Su Lin ordered several dishes.
Seeing Jiang Beiwei keep her head down and remain silent, he knew she was still bothered by Bai Jiruo and Wen Yan's earlier words. What rotten luck!
They finally managed to get out for a stroll, only to run into those two. Pushing those thoughts aside, Su Lin handed her the menu.
See if there's anything you'd like. This place has really good food. Jiang Beiwei's reaction was a bit slow. Only after taking the menu did she realize, no need. What you ordered is enough. With that, she handed the menu to the nearby waiter.
Su Lin poured a glass of water and pushed it toward her.
Have some water.
Jiang Beiwei cradled the glass and drank silently. Her demeanor only deepened Su Lin's loathing for Bai Jiruo. After a moment's thought, Su Lin decided to broach the subject. Are you thinking about what Bai Jiruo and Wen Yan said? Jiang Beiwei clasped her hands together, unconsciously shifting them back and forth.
Don't deny it. I can see what's on your mind. Su Lin cut her off, silencing Jiang Beiwei with a single sentence.
Seeing this, Jiang Beiwei could only nod. I was indeed thinking about what they said, Su Lin.
Those clothes today.
Those clothes were to celebrate the success of our partnership. Su Lin took over the conversation, pouring himself a glass of water as he spoke. You might not know this, but the money we invested has already multiplied several times over. Compared to what I've earned, those outfits are nothing.
As he spoke, Su Lin raised his glass and clinked it against Jiang Beiwei's. The crisp clink snapped Jiang Beiwei back to reality. Really? Su Lin raised an eyebrow.
Of course.
As if. He'd brought Jiang Beiwei out today specifically to go on a date and build their relationship. Damn, Bai Jiruo and Wen Yan, they'd ruined his entire plan. Damn it, this was infuriating. Chapter 37. Do you love watching TV dramas? Su Lin's thoughts were complex, but outwardly, he showed no change.
Under his deliberate reassurance, Jiang Beiwei gradually relaxed, her face brightening with more smiles.
After lunch, Su Lin took Jiang Beiwei to see a movie.
But halfway there, he suddenly received a call from his mother, saying his grandparents were at home looking for him.
Su Lin took a deep breath. I'll be right back. With that, he hung up.
Jiang Beiwei tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes.
What's wrong?
Two troublesome people are at my place.
I need to go back.
After a pause, Su Lin's face softened with apology.
Looks like we won't be able to make it to the movie after all. Those two elders were likely here for Chen Tianen. This wasn't something that would be resolved quickly.
Jiang Beiwei instinctively pulled her lips into a smile.
It's fine. Go home and handle things first. We can watch the movie anytime.
Despite her words, Su Lin still felt a lingering irritation. He dropped Jiang Beiwei off near her apartment complex and watched her disappear with her bags before driving straight home. The moment he parked, he spotted a crowd gathered outside the supermarket, all craning their necks to peer inside. At the same time, wails of grief echoed from within the store. My life is just so miserable. I finally got both my kids settled down, and now at my age, I have to deal with my daughter pulling this stunt. For that measly amount of money, you've gone and gotten rid of your own brother. Chen Hoat, let me tell you this, if you don't bring your brother back today, I won't let this go. Su Lin pushed through the crowd of onlookers and slammed the supermarket door shut. His gaze shifted to Lu Hua, who was sitting on the floor wailing. Beside her, on a nearby stool, sat her grandfather, Chen Yuan, expressionless, looking completely detached from the situation. If he was worried, it didn't show in his expression or demeanor. But if he wasn't worried, he wouldn't have been here in the first place. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Lin pulled Lu Hua to her feet. He was incredibly strong, and with a powerful tug, Lu Hua found herself plopped onto the nearby stool before she could react. Her wails abruptly ceased. Seeing this, Mrs. Su's face flashed with bitterness. Shaolin, you. Su Lin raised a hand, signaling Su's mother to hold her tongue. His gaze then shifted to Chen Yuan, who sat quietly. Grandpa and Grandma came today because of my eldest uncle, right? Su Lin's pointed question made Chen Yuan lift his eyelids.
Since you know why we're here, just tell us straight, where is your eldest uncle? Su Lin didn't answer. Instead, he pulled over 2 chairs. Mom, please sit down first. Su's mother hesitated, but eventually sat down. Chen Yuan's eyes flashed with displeasure. The two of us. Does Grandpa no longer want to know where my uncle went? Su Lin's single question instantly silenced Chen Yuan's rebuke. He was deeply displeased, but the thought of Chen Tianan's still unknown whereabouts forced him to suppress his anger. Where exactly is your uncle? He went abroad. What? The voice wasn't Chen Yuan's, but Lu Hua's, seated beside him. She stared at Su Lin in disbelief. You, say that again. Where did he go? Su Lin gave a slight smile and repeated it obligingly. Lu Hua shook her head. No. He was still at home yesterday. How could he have left the country today? Su Lin glanced at her. Why not? I checked. The procedures for leaving the country can't possibly be completed that quickly. Lu Hua's blurted out words made Su Lin narrow his eyes slightly. He had assumed this morning that the two of them were unaware of the situation, but it turned out Chen Tianan had already told them everything. But Su Lin also detected shock and reluctance in Lu Hua's words. It meant they hadn't tried to stop him because they believed Chen Tianan couldn't possibly leave so quickly. They hadn't anticipated the agency had ways to circumvent the system and get him out. In the silence, Su Lin spoke. If my uncle wants to go abroad, he naturally has a way to leave. If you two don't want to be separated from him, you can absolutely go with him. After all, wages are higher overseas. If my uncle can manage it, he'll definitely be able to support you. Crash. Chen Yuan smashed everything on the nearby table. Su Lin, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just think we'll be a burden on your family, don't you? He's your uncle. We're family. Don't you feel guilty? Su Lin's expression darkened. Why should I feel guilty? Besides, who says we're? Su Lin. Su's mother suddenly spoke up. Before Su Lin could react, she was pushed upstairs by her mother. Xiaolin, stay upstairs. I'll handle this. But. Su's mother's expression was resolute. No buts. I'll handle it. Watching the door close, Su Lin frowned. If his mother could handle those two downstairs, their family wouldn't be constantly hounded and bled dry. Lost in thought, Su Lin suddenly heard rustling sounds nearby. Turning his head, he saw Su Yingying approaching, clutching a stuffed toy. Are you scared, Yingying? Su Lin asked as he went over to pick her up. Her eyes reddened. Brother, Grandpa and Grandma are so scary. Yingying is afraid. Su Lin ruffled her hair. Don't be afraid. With Big Brother here, they can't do anything to you. Just then, an argument erupted downstairs. Su Yingying glanced toward the doorway and shrank back into Su Lin's embrace. Brother, I'm scared. Su Lin took a deep breath, about to set Su Yingying down to investigate, when Lu Hua's wails reached them. You unfilial woman. What sin did I commit to give birth to you? How could I have? Lu Hua's shrill voice pierced through the air, carrying clearly up to the second floor. Su Lin could no longer contain himself. Yingying, stay upstairs. I'll go down and see what's happening. Su Yingying looked up at him, her eyes already brimming with tears from fright, but she still managed to say okay. Su Lin felt heartbroken, yet feared the situation downstairs might spiral out of control. He gently stroked Su Yingying's cheek and hurried downstairs. He regretted it. He shouldn't have let Mother Su persuade him. What was the big deal about two old people? He'd just get yelled at a little. Wait? What was this? Chen Yuan sat on the floor, blood dripping steadily from his head, while Lu Hua sat beside him, wailing uncontrollably. A few steps away, Su's mother stood silently watching them. This was truly, completely unexpected. Su Lin was stunned. Su Lin thought for a moment, then took 2 more steps back. He'd better not get any closer, or else. Xiaolin, look at your mother. She's gone completely mad. How could she hit her own father? That's utter disrespect. Lu Hua spotted Su Lin and immediately unleashed a torrent of words. Su Lin's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but interrupt her. Do you watch a lot of soap operas? Chapter 38, the departure plan is set. It wasn't that Su Lin was being nonsensical. Lu Hua's words genuinely sounded more and more like something from a TV drama, specifically, one of those period dramas. Lu Hua, oblivious to Su Lin's thoughts, glared at her, a surge of anger rising in her chest. You, how dare you? Where's your respect for elders? Su's mother watched the scene unfold, her brows furrowing deeply. How is he not behaving like an elder? Mom, Xiaolin is just a grandchild. He has no obligation to you. You don't need to pressure him with your seniority. Xiaolin, go upstairs. Su Lin's heart was in turmoil, yet his movements showed no hesitation as he turned and headed upstairs. He didn't know what Su's mother intended to do next, but she wasn't wrong about one thing: as a grandchild, he truly had no obligation to fulfill duties at this moment. Soon after, Su Lin heard the sound of an ambulance approaching. After the chaos subsided, Su Lin brought Su Yingying downstairs and tidied up the mess on the floor. Brother, where did Mom go? Mom took Grandpa and Grandma to the hospital. Su Lin didn't hide anything from Su Yingying.
He briefly explained the situation before lifting her into a chair.
In his view, those two elders wouldn't stay quiet easily.
For Su Yingying's safety, she had to understand the full story.
Su Yingying's eyes welled up with tears. So Grandpa and Grandma are bad people? They're bad people to us. Yingying, if you ever see them again, stay far away. Okay. 2 hours later, Su's mother returned, exhausted.
Su Lin scanned her from head to toe, relieved to find no injuries.
Mom, have some water.
Su's mother glanced at him before taking the cup and drinking. Silence spread, neither of them speaking. After an unknown length of time, Su's mother broke the silence.
I don't know why you sent Chen Tianen away, but this matter might still drag on.
Su Lin smiled. Mom, if you could just bring yourself to be ruthless, this matter would be easily resolved. Mrs. Su's hand trembled.
What do you intend to do?
Su Lin smiled faintly.
Send 2 more people abroad. No.
Su's mother instinctively refused, but after speaking, she fell silent.
Sending people away was the simplest solution. But the question was, would they be willing to leave? Mrs. Su voiced the question aloud.
Su Lin shook his head.
It's not about whether they're willing to leave now. They have to leave.
If Su Lin truly intended to secretly send Chen Tianen away, he wouldn't have revealed himself and shared the overseas matter with the 3 of them. He had gone to such lengths precisely to send them all away. However, Su's mother taking action against those 2 was far beyond Su Lin's expectations. With that thought, Su Lin continued, leave the rest to me. Mrs. Su hesitated, but in the end, she simply set down her cup and left without a word. The next morning, Su Lin made a trip to the hospital. The moment Lu Hua saw him, her face twisted in disgust, every word she spoke dripping with venom. Su Lin paid it no mind, smiling warmly as he greeted the others in the room before settling down beside the hospital bed.
Shen Yuan's face darkened. What are you doing here? To visit Grandpa, of course. I had something come up yesterday and couldn't make it over. Don't be angry, Grandpa. Su Lin's words made everyone in the room think Shen Yuan was upset that he hadn't visited yesterday. An elderly man spoke up to placate Shen Yuan.
Listen, you shouldn't be putting on such a brave face.
The kid isn't exactly fine, you know. Shen Yuan laughed bitterly. What could possibly happen to a student?
Besides, I ended up in the hospital because of him. Su Lin lowered his eyes slightly, a hint of amusement flickering beneath his calm expression. Shen Yuan was getting on in years. The moment he spoke, others immediately took the lead. Sure enough, the moment Shen Yuan finished speaking, the elderly man who had advised him chimed in again.
You said yourself he's a student.
Even though it's winter break now, students still need to study.
Su Lin replied softly, it's fine. I'm just a senior in high school. How could studying compare to Grandpa's well-being? Grandpa, Uncle just went abroad for work. Rest assured, if he doesn't return, I'll take care of you in your old age.
I won't let you or Mom face any hardship.
The hospital room fell into an instant, deathly silence.
Even Shen Yuan finally snapped out of his daze. You little brat, how dare you? Su Lin feigned fright and quickly backed away from the bed. At that moment, Shen Yuan had just raised his hand.
To everyone else, it looked like he was about to strike.
Instantly, everyone's gaze turned hostile.
He has a son of his own, yet he expects his daughter and grandson to support him in his old age? Is this man okay? Compared to Lu Hua, Shen Yuan was fiercely protective of his reputation.
Under the stares of those around him, his expression darkened.
What are you all staring at? If it weren't for him sending my son abroad, I wouldn't have.
No, I wouldn't have asked you to support me in my old age at all.
Su Lin, don't ruin my reputation here.
Su Lin feigned confusion.
So Grandpa doesn't need our money anymore? Grandma, what about this time? Don't even think about it. Lu Hua cut Su Lin off without hesitation. Your money is all from Tianen. Why shouldn't you give it?
Su Lin sighed.
Grandma, how did our family's money become? Never mind. I didn't come here today for money anyway. After a pause, Su Lin brought up Chen Tianen. My uncle ran into trouble overseas. He called last night asking you two to go over and help. What did you say? Lu Hua's voice was shrill and sudden, causing several people to frown. Yet Su Lin repeated his words expressionlessly, as if he hadn't heard her. The next second, Lu Hua lashed out at him. It's all your fault. If you hadn't tricked your uncle into going abroad, how would he have gotten into trouble overseas? I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death. But while Lu Hua made a big show of attacking, Su Lin wasn't stupid. He deftly dodged her slaps and even feigned being struck. The other patients in the ward watched the scene in stunned silence. The elderly man from earlier spoke up. Weren't we just praising our son for going abroad? How did it suddenly become that he tricked us? Hey, stop hitting her. She's just a child. His words only fueled Lu Hua's fury. What child? My Tianen is the one who doesn't understand. He was so young when that bastard tricked him into leaving. How scared must he be all alone overseas? And you lot. What gives you the right to meddle in my family affairs? Lu Hua pointed angrily at the people in the hospital room as she shouted. Everyone. She's got issues.
They didn't want to engage anymore, turning their heads away and watching the drama unfold out of the corners of their eyes. Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly.
Though these were all strangers to Chen Yuan, strangers were more trustworthy than his own family.
The plan to get them out of the country was solid.
Chapter 39, You have to do your part.
After that, Su Lin deliberately lingered for half an hour before leaving the ward with a resigned expression. He didn't leave the hospital, however, instead sitting in a corner, waiting for the person in the room to emerge.
Su Lin didn't have to wait long.
A dozen minutes later, two people emerged. As soon as they rounded the corner, they spotted Su Lin sitting in the corner.
Oh dear, young man, why haven't you gone home yet?
Su Lin recalled that these two were the elderly man's family. Wiping his face, he feigned helplessness.
There are only 2 elderly people in this hospital. How could I dare leave? The woman on the left deliberately stirred trouble. Your grandmother cursed you like that, and you're still concerned?
Now, Su Lin replied.
It's just a few words from an elder. That doesn't count as scolding.
Su Lin put on a show of filial piety, quickly winning over the two people in front of him with nods of agreement.
True enough. But you're not doing any good staying here. They clearly don't want you around.
Why put yourself through this? Su Lin sighed.
It's not about wanting trouble. It's about my uncle's side. Ah, never mind.
I'll go check on them again later. After all, my uncle is still waiting for them overseas. With that final sentence, Su Lin shook his head and walked back toward the ward entrance.
The two men exchanged glances, each seeing confusion in the other's eyes.
The young man's family is certainly devoted, but it's a shame the man himself doesn't care.
Let's go. It's none of our business.
Meanwhile, Su Lin stopped at the ward door, watching through the glass as Chen Yuan chatted with the elderly man in the next bed. Lu Hua sat nearby, muttering to herself from time to time. Though he couldn't hear her words, Su Lin could guess she was cursing him and his mother.
It was understandable. Lu Hua had always been the one charging ahead for Chen Tianen's sake. With such deep-rooted feelings and habits, it was only natural she couldn't hold back. But Chen Yuan was different. He was greedy yet valued appearances. Even though he was involved in every incident, his reputation remained intact. This time, however, was different. The old man in the next bed was clearly meddling. At their age, their conversations inevitably circled around their sons and daughters. After that earlier exchange, Chen Yuan had already harbored resentment. Provoked further by the old man's family, he would surely start scheming. By tomorrow at the latest, he'd make his move. Su Lin turned and walked away. The next morning, as soon as he got out of bed, Su's mother rushed up to him. Shaolin, your grandparents called me and said, they want to go abroad? Su Lin calmly took over the conversation. Seeing his mother nod, he cleared his throat, then agreed to it. But it's abroad. They'll be so far away. What if? Mom, let's make a bet. Su Lin cut her off, his tone steady as he proposed the wager. Su's mother still cared deeply for her own parents. She could be harsh with them in China, but if the two elders went abroad, she wouldn't be able to resist softening her heart. After a brief silence, Su's mother asked, you want to bet on their attitude toward me, right? Su Lin sighed. Mom, those two just. Enough. I know. If they really bring anything up, you handle it. I won't interfere. Su's mother turned away, a complex flicker passing through her eyes. Ever since Su Lin had started handling family matters, she felt her son had truly grown up. But this time, with Chen Tianen coming to the door, Su Lin's methods made her feel increasingly uneasy the more she thought about them. Could Su Lin be heading down a path toward breaking the law without her knowing? If that were the case, how could she possibly bring him back? Unaware of his mother's thoughts, Su Lin packed lightly after receiving her approval and accompanied her to the hospital. It was morning rounds, and the ward was crowded with people. But soon, Chen Yuan insisted on being discharged. I only have minor injuries. There's no need for hospitalization. You two hurry and process my discharge. Keep the extra money for our daily expenses. Su's mother frowned. But the doctor won't. I don't care what the doctor says. I'm leaving today, period. Chen Yuan was adamant about leaving. Though Mother Su felt conflicted, she had no choice but to turn and seek the doctor's permission. Before long, the four of them left the hospital. Su Lin drove straight to Chen Tianen's house. The moment he stepped out of the car, Chen Yuan's expression darkened. Su Lin, what do you think you're doing? Su Lin closed the car door and followed him inside. With grandfather holding such strong opinions about our family, of course I'm taking you back to your own home. What? Grandfather doesn't want to come? Chen Yuan shot him a fierce glare. Others may not know your true colors, but I see right through you. Keep your little schemes to yourself, I won't fall for them. Su Lin smiled with a hint of amusement. Grandfather's mistaken. What kind of schemes could a youngster like me possibly have? Chen Yuan ignored Su Lin and turned to Su's mother. You're still the one in charge here, right? Just as Su's mother was about to nod, she suddenly thought of something and shook her head instead. Our household is run by 2 people now. She didn't name the other person, but everyone present knew it was Su Lin. Chen Yuan snorted coldly. In that case, let's discuss the money.
Before Mrs. Su could speak, Chen Yuan continued, "This wound on my head is from your blow. Out of consideration for you being my daughter, I won't press charges. But compensation is non-negotiable 100,000 yuan.
Is that acceptable? Mrs. Su hesitated, about to speak.
When Su Lin interjected, 10,000.
Chen Yuan's eyes darkened. 10,000 is far too. If you think it's too little, sue my mom. This is a domestic matter.
Even if it goes to the police station, nothing will come of it.
Su Lin rejected Chen Yuan's words with an unflappable calm.
Their eyes locked. Su Lin tilted his head slightly.
Of course, you can make a fuss. But if you drag this out, I won't give you the 10,000.
And don't look to my mother, all the family money is in my hands.
She can't make decisions about it.
Chen Yuan had managed to stay composed until that moment. Hearing that all the money was in Su Lin's hands, he couldn't hold back any longer.
Impossible. You're just a high school student, how could she possibly give you control of the family finances? Chen Yuan demanded confirmation from Su's mother.
However, Su's mother had long promised Su Lin she wouldn't interfere in these matters.
She gave a nervous chuckle and turned her head away. Chen Yuan's heart sank to the bottom.
He could manipulate Su's mother, but Su Lin was her grandson, manipulating him wouldn't be so easy. Last night at the hospital, he'd had a heated exchange with the old man in the next bed, leaving him thoroughly frustrated. In the end, it was only Chen Tianan's departure overseas that salvaged a shred of his dignity. That was precisely why he'd resolved to follow them abroad. He had even warned Lu Hua not to cause trouble. Now they tell him all the money is in Su Lin's hands. What on earth is he supposed to do? After bottling it up for ages, Chen Yuan finally said, even if the money is with him, you still have to contribute to the retirement arrangements.
Chapter 40, this is every last penny I have.
Su Lin responded slowly, of course we'll contribute.
Why wouldn't we? I just wonder how grandfather expects us to do it.
The question bounced back to Chen Yuan, who replied without hesitation, money. I've already said it before, your grandmother and I are going abroad. We don't know when we'll return, so you must provide sufficient funds.
Su Lin nodded solemnly.
If you're going abroad, then the money should indeed be sufficient.
How much does grandfather want?
Chen Yuan felt a flicker of satisfaction at the question.
1 million.
The moment that figure was uttered, the room fell into an instant, deafening silence.
Su's mother stared at Chen Yuan in disbelief. Dad, are you joking? Where are we supposed to get 1 million yuan for you? Chen Yuan snorted coldly. That's your problem.
As far as I'm concerned, you must pay 1 million.
We won't be going abroad for anything less.
But... Mrs. Su tried to protest urgently, but the next moment, Su Lin's hand rested on her shoulder. Then you stay here, Mom.
Let's go home.
Su Lin acted decisively, tightening his grip to pull Su's mother out. Su's mother tried to say something more, but ultimately held her tongue.
Inside the room, Chen Yuan glared. Go check outside. He didn't believe those two would leave. Lu Hua dashed outside but saw no car.
Frantic, she turned back. Dad, they really left.
They really left? Chen Yuan sprang to his feet. Call Ho Hot. Tell them to come back immediately.
Lu Hua nodded and fumbled for her phone to make the call. Meanwhile, Su's mother stared at the incoming number on her phone, glancing sideways with a troubled expression.
Shaolin, it's your grandmother calling. Su Lin stared straight ahead, answer it if you want to. Hang up if you don't.
Su's mother hesitated, but finally answered the call.
Where have you been? Lu Hua's shrill voice pierced through the receiver.
Su's mother rubbed her ears, stung by the piercing tone. Lu Hua, unaware of this, assumed Su's mother was deliberately ignoring her when she received no response.
Chen Hohot, you'd better come back right now. Otherwise, I'll block your supermarket entrance every single day. I'll make sure you can never open your doors again and can't do business. After this barrage of threats, the last shred of hesitation vanished from Su's mother's heart. Then come on over. If it comes to it, I'll just shut this supermarket down. But don't expect me to give you any more pension money in the future. With that, Su's mother hung up the phone, her anger boiling over. Her eyes were red with fury. Su Lin checked on her through the rearview mirror and sighed inwardly. His mother was wonderful in every way except for being too soft-hearted. Despite her current resolve, he knew she'd cave again if those two softened their tone. But this time, he demade his stand. Once those two left, things would be easier to handle. For the next 2 days, Su Lin stayed at the supermarket without going out, except for contacting Jiang Beiwei to discuss some academic matters. As for the couple who had threatened to block the door, they never showed up. Finding the silence too suspicious, Su Lin immediately visited the real estate agency. By the time he emerged, he had secured Chen Tianan's overseas contact information. Meanwhile, the agency made a special trip to deliver the contact information to Chen Yuan. Within a day, Su's mother received a call from Lu Hua. Let's discuss the money for your retirement again. It happened to be dinner time. Su Lin watched the call end on the screen as he served his mother some food. No rush to go over there. Let's talk after we finish eating.
Su Lin's no rush turned into waiting until after the new year. On the second day of the new year, Lu Hua called and asked Mrs. Su to return for the post-wedding visit. After pondering it, Su's mother took Su Lin back to pay their respects. But the moment they stepped inside, she saw a crowd of relatives gathered. Her expression darkened instantly. Before she could say anything, she was surrounded by a crowd of relatives. "Why, it's Ho-Hot. Haven't seen you in years, finally caught up with you this year. I heard you sent Tianan abroad. Is he making a fortune over there? This is little Lin. How are his grades at school?" One question after another came pouring at her. Su's mother's expression grew increasingly grim. Just then, Su Lin stepped forward. "Yes, we sent my uncle abroad. He's making quite a fortune over there. My grades at school are still pretty good." He answered each question in turn, skillfully steering the conversation back to himself. Before long, the gathered relatives began to disperse one by one. Chen Yuan and Lu Hua emerged from inside just then. Seeing the dispersing crowd, they knew the relatives hadn't managed to corner the couple. Lu Hua's expression was grim, but Chen Yuan remained calm. He didn't need these relatives to actually cause trouble for the couple. As long as they served some purpose when the relatives came asking for money, their visit wouldn't have been in vain. With that thought, Chen Yuan gestured for them to enter the living room. After some small talk, Chen Yuan steered the conversation toward the purpose of their visit. Upon hearing they wanted retirement funds, the relatives exchanged glances. Though puzzled, they vaguely guessed the reason. "Old Chen, are you planning to move abroad?" Chen Yuan nodded. "Yes. Tianan is overseas, and my wife and I miss him terribly. We've decided to join him. But we just can't seem to settle this retirement money issue. How could I possibly leave with peace of mind? That retirement money is crucial, no doubt. But Ho-Hot, they are your parents after all. Tianan will be supporting them in the future. Isn't it only right for you to provide some funds in advance?" "Yes, the retirement money is only fair." Seeing the blame shifting towards Su's mother, Su Lin immediately interjected. "Uncle, auntie, and the elders are right. This retirement money is indeed appropriate. Our family never said we wouldn't give it, but we simply can't afford it." One middle-aged man frowned. "Little Lin, we're talking to your mother. It's not quite right for a younger generation to interrupt like this, is it?" Su Lin looked surprised. "Oh, I see. Well then, I'll step out for now. Mom, just hand over whatever money you have on you. Once we're done, we'll head home." Su Lin left without a second thought. Su's mother looked puzzled but still emptied her pockets of all the money she had on her. The relatives present turned grim. The middle-aged man who had been criticizing Su Lin spoke up directly. "Ho-Hot, you wouldn't be using just a few dozen yuan as your retirement savings, would you?" Su's mother sighed helplessly. "All the family money is with Shaolin. As the younger generation, it's inappropriate for him to handle elders' affairs. So I can only give what I have." Her voice trembled with pain as she added, "This is every penny I have on me. For the next couple days." "Ah, never mind. This is for your retirement, Dad. Please take it. If there's nothing else, Shaolin and I will head back now." She started walking toward the door. After a few steps, Chen Yuan's furious shout echoed. Chapter 41, "That's what you wanted to give." "Chen Ho-Hot, you stop right there." Mrs. Su halted abruptly. "Dad, is there something else?" Chen Yuan trembled with rage. "I don't want your measly pension money." Upon hearing this, Su's mother immediately went inside and retrieved the money. "You don't want it, but I do." Chen Yuan felt darkness closing in. You. After stammering you for a while, Chen Yuan couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. The relatives nearby couldn't bear to watch and began to rebuke Su's mother. "How inconsiderate of you. He's your father. What's wrong with him asking for a little pension money?" "Exactly. You're his daughter. A daughter should act like a daughter. Otherwise, what will people think if word gets out?" Su's mother kept her head bowed, letting the accusations wash over her without a word. As time passed, the relatives who had spoken grew too embarrassed to continue. Chen Yuan saw this and knew it couldn't go on. He and Lu Hua had already decided to emigrate, and before leaving, they absolutely had to secure some retirement money. With that thought, Chen Yuan shot Lu Hua a meaningful glance. Lu Hua plopped down on the floor, slapped her thigh, and wailed, "Why is my life so hard? Having a daughter is like having none at all. Oh, my heart aches so much." Meanwhile, Su Lin listened to the commotion inside. As the noise grew louder, he entered the room. Spotting him, Lu Hua instantly recalled Su's mother's words. All the money was in Su Lin's hands. "Did you see? Your son is back. Hurry up and make him give us the money." Su's mother sighed helplessly. "Why did you come back again?" Su Lin replied, "If I didn't come back, how would these people be satisfied? You want retirement money, right? Can we sit down and talk this out? If not, I'm leaving right now." His previous demeanor had already set the stage, and with just one sentence, Su Lin silenced the room. Chen Yuan also spoke up, gesturing for Lu Hua to rise. "How much retirement money do you intend to give us? It won't be small, but the 1 million you want is impossible." 1 million. The relatives around them were all stunned.
Hey, old Chen, have you lost your minds? How dare you ask for 1 million? They're just a widow and her orphan child. Where on earth would they get 1 million yuan for you?
The group of relatives who had previously sided with Chen Yuan turned on him in an instant.
Chen Yuan was furious at their words. What's wrong with 1 million? They've made so much money lately and sent Tian abroad. Her mother and I are 2 people. Isn't it only fair to ask for 1 million?
His righteous indignation silenced the relatives. Seeing no one respond, Su Lin clapped her hands twice.
1 million is impossible.
Seeing Chen Yuan about to speak, Su Lin continued, setting aside whether my family has that kind of money, grandpa and grandma want to go abroad.
That requires us to handle the paperwork, right? Chen Yuan's eyes darted nervously.
He didn't want to admit it, but the facts were undeniable. Even so, Chen Yuan stubbornly insisted, this is what you should do.
Su Lin smiled. I never said it wasn't our responsibility. But the amount you're asking for comes with conditions that require compromise.
Under Su Lin's persistence, the retirement fund was quickly reduced to 180,000 yuan.
Chen Yuan's face darkened. In his view, they were leaving the country. Whether they'd ever return was uncertain, and 180,000 yuan was woefully inadequate for retirement.
Yet Su Lin paid no heed to his thoughts. With relatives present as witnesses, he drafted the contract on the spot, promising to transfer the funds to the bank that afternoon and arrange assistance with the immigration process. If there's nothing else, my mother and I will take our leave now. Su Lin said his goodbyes and rode home with his mother.
On the way, Su's mother remarked with a complex expression, how did you know your grandfather would definitely ask for the retirement money today? Su Lin stared straight ahead. Didn't you guess it too, Mom?
If she hadn't guessed, Su's mother wouldn't have agreed to empty her pockets and even put on a little show.
Exactly.
After receiving the call, the two had already planned their course of action, and events unfolded exactly as they had anticipated.
Mrs. Su sighed sadly, I truly didn't expect them. Never mind. The money's gone now. Once they leave the country, we won't be able to reunite anytime soon.
But you must make sure they're taken care of.
Don't let them suffer. Su Lin nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I won't let them suffer.
The subsequent arrangements were handled swiftly. By the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Su Lin had 2 plane tickets ready and sent them off.
Then came the school's notice that senior year would start early.
Su Lin found himself shuttling back and forth between the school and his business. Fortunately, Su's mother had become quite familiar with his business and stepped in to lend a hand.
Want to go out tonight? After school, Su Lin approached Jiang Beiwei with the invitation. Jiang Beiwei lifted her head slightly and declined. Didn't you hear the teacher say the first mock exam starts in a month and a half?
Even though you've improved a lot, to get a good score on the first mock exam, you still need to. Before she could finish, a piece of chocolate appeared in her mouth. Su Lin handed her the chocolate bar and couldn't help sighing, you have so little faith in me.
Who do you think I am?
I'm Su Lin, the guy who went from 0 points to the top 20 in class in just over a month. One more night of hard work won't break me. Su Lin deliberately emphasized the word grind, leaving Jiang Beiwei helpless.
You call one night striving? Su Lin, have your grades really fallen this low? Well, I guess spending the whole winter break daydreaming about dates left no time to care about your studies, huh? Su Lin turned to see Bai Jiruo staring at him with a gloomy expression. I thought someone was calling out. What's this? Getting angry because you can't get money from others? Oh dear, you wouldn't be hating me because of love, would you? It's no big deal.
Just try a little harder, and there will definitely be others licking at your feet.
You won't be short of spending money. Oh, right. Didn't you say you'd pay me back? Where's my money? Those still in the classroom instinctively turned to Bai Jiruo upon hearing this. Bai Jiruo's face instantly flushed crimson.
Her finger trembled as she pointed at Su Lin.
What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever owe you money?
Su Lin tilted his head, leaning forward slightly.
Are you sure you've never owed me money?
Meeting his haunting gaze, Bai Jiruo recalled their standoff at the clothing store. Her heart skipped a beat. If not for her stubborn refusal to back down, she wouldn't have approached him today. Now that he was demanding repayment, Bai Jiruo suddenly regretted it. She was stubborn, but Su Lin clearly favored Jiang Beiwei.
Coming over had been asking for trouble. What was she to do?
Just then, Wen Yan approached from the side.
Su Lin, how are you talking to Jiruo? Owing money? Did Jiruo even want that money?
If everyone followed your logic, anyone could spend money to pursue someone, then demand it back if they changed their mind.
Chapter 42, of course it was to vent.
Wen Yan's words drew nods of agreement from the surrounding students, with 2 of them speaking up directly.
Su Lin, you're a guy, at least. Saving money this way is way too much. Exactly. Who asks for their own money back?
Hiding behind Wen Yan, Bai Jiruo listened to the accusations against Su Lin, feeling pleased inside.
With so many classmates here, let's see how you get out of this, Su Lin.
As the murmurs grew louder, Su Lin scanned the room.
Do you think I'm the one in the wrong? Several classmates raised their heads defiantly. How could it not be your fault? We all saw you hand over that money yourself. Exactly. Once you give something away, you can't ask for it back.
Jiang Beiwei, watching from behind, sensed the tense atmosphere and instinctively reached out to pull Su Lin back, urging him to stay silent. But Su Lin raised his hand and pressed hers down.
I don't care about the money spent at school.
What I'm talking about is the shoes she's wearing. Su Lin pointed at Bai Jiruo. Those shoes are from a trendy brand. When they first came out, they cost 2,800 yuan a pair. She borrowed them from me, saying she didn't have the money on her at the time and asked me to pay for them first.
Several classmates looked down and saw Bai Jiruo wearing a pair of plain white sneakers.
They seemed ordinary enough, but when they recalled Su Lin's mention of 2,800 yuan, they all sucked in a sharp breath. What was even more crucial was that Su Lin had said it was a loan and that Bai Jiruo had asked for it herself.
If that's the case, then Su Lin is perfectly justified in asking for the money. Bai Jiruo, did you really buy these shoes with money borrowed from Su Lin?
Bai Jiruo remained silent. After a while, the classmates around them couldn't help but figure out the situation.
Bai Jiruo, if you said it was borrowed, then you have to pay it back. Exactly. You can't just keep someone else's money for yourself. Su Lin watched Bai Jiruo's face grow pale, calmly enjoying the spectacle. His classmates truly lacked social grace, but they hadn't yet stepped out into the world, so they clung to rigid principles. Take this debt repayment, for instance. Or how they refused to indulge Bai Jiruo. But Bai Jiruo was foolish too, asking for his money while pretending it was a loan.
In his past life, he hadn't given this money a second thought.
But in this life, Bai Jiruo's repeated provocations had finally pushed him over the edge. No matter what, he would make her pay it back. I never said I wouldn't pay it back. Bai Jiruo finally caught on, her eyes reddening as she softened her voice. I just didn't have any cash on hand right now, so
These shoes were bought in your sophomore year.
It's been nearly a year now.
In between, you've borrowed money from me intermittently to buy more shoes and clothes, all trendy brands.
You claim you have no money, yet how dare you ask me for more?
At this point, the classmates in the classroom dared not get involved anymore.
A pair of trendy shoes cost 2,800 yuan.
Bai Jiruo had clearly borrowed multiple times, amounting to tens of thousands of yuan.
These days, many families have savings, but lending tens of thousands to a classmate?
That was beyond their means.
The atmosphere grew tense.
Even Wen Yan, who had been defending Bai Jiruo, found herself glancing unconsciously at the person behind her.
Jiruo, did you really borrow all that money? Su Lin raised an eyebrow.
So Wen Yan had stepped in to defend her, only to be deceived as well.
But he didn't rush to speak, simply waiting quietly for Bai Jiruo's answer. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. Chen Wei frowned. School's already out. Why are you still lingering in the classroom?
The students in the classroom greeted her in unison.
Hello, teacher. Hello, Teacher Chen.
Chen Wei entered the classroom, her gaze sweeping around before immediately locking onto Su Lin.
Now then, what exactly are you two up to?
Su Lin shrugged.
Nothing. Just asking for money. Chen Wei frowned in confusion. What money?
Su Lin truthfully explained the situation. Chen Wei's face darkened instantly, but shock dominated her expression.
Bai Jiruo, is what Su Lin said true?
Bai Jiruo kept her head down, tears streaming down her face.
Chen Wei watched her, then thought of Bai Jiruo's grades, and instantly felt a headache coming on.
Su Lin had only mentioned tens of thousands, not the exact amount, but it was obvious Bai Jiruo hadn't borrowed a small sum. There was no way Bai Jiruo could come up with that kind of money.
Why did Su Lin have to bring this up during the crucial second semester? This thought led Chen Wei to confront Su Lin. Why didn't you bring this up before? Su Lin inwardly clicked his tongue. Earlier, Chen Wei had spared him trouble for Jiang Beiwei's sake. Little did he expect her to turn around and start picking fights again. Because I hadn't planned to ask for the money before.
But when someone keeps targeting others, for the sake of our class's grades, I had no choice but to. Su Lin spread his hands. He didn't spell it out, but the glance he shot Jiang Beiwei made his meaning crystal clear. Chen Wei grasped the crux of the matter. Her gaze shifted to Bai Jiruo, growing sharp. Jiang Beiwei was the top student in the grade. Regardless of anything else, Chen Wei had always hoped Jiang Beiwei would get into the most prestigious university. For that, she'd even temporarily tolerated Su Lin. Bai Jiruo, have your parents come to school tomorrow? Bai Jiruo gasped in shock. Teacher, I can't. I don't care if you can or not. Bring your parents in. This matter must be resolved immediately. After finishing her statement, Chen Wei hurried the class out. Su Lin brought Jiang Beiwei back to the supermarket. Just as he finished today's lesson, Jiang Beiwei spoke up. Why, were you picking on Bai Jiruo today? Su Lin, pen in hand, tilted his head slightly at her words. Jiang Beiwei didn't look at him, maintaining a composed expression as she stared at the test paper before her. Su Lin smiled. To vent, of course. To vent? Jiang Beiwei's fingers tightened slightly. She didn't say anything particularly offensive today, did she? Su Lin replied indifferently, I hold grudges. She didn't say anything today, but she has in the past. And there's one person I won't allow anyone to speak ill of her.
Jiang Beiwei opened her mouth, then closed it again after a moment. Brother, pretty sister. Suddenly, Su Yingying burst into the room. Clutching a phone, she giggled as she flopped onto Jiang Beiwei's lap. Pretty sister, look. This dress is so pretty. Jiang Beiwei glanced at the phone screen. It showed a pink princess dress with a large bow of the same color at the back waist. It is pretty. Do you like it, Yingying? Su Yingying's eyes widened. Su Lin casually took the phone. It is pretty, but the price is pretty steep too. It was the early days of online shopping when prices in web stores were still a bit steep, but the quality was solid. Su Lin forwarded the link and bought it in no time. It'll arrive in a few days. Jiang Beiwei gazed at his profile, her lips curving into a faint smile. He really doted on his little sister. Just then, Su Lin suddenly looked up and asked gently, would you like to buy one too? Jiang Beiwei froze. What? I think this dress would look absolutely stunning on you. Chapter 43, How could I dare to object? On the phone screen Su Lin held up a fishtail gown draped over a mannequin. The shimmering white gown left Jiang Beiwei speechless once more. This dress. It's beautiful. Su Lin smiled warmly at Jiang Beiwei. It would be perfect for graduation. Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but laugh. School just started and the college entrance exams are still months away. Isn't it a bit early to be thinking about graduation already? Su Lin dismissed the concern, not at all. A few months will pass in the blink of an eye and a suitable dress might not be available then. Jiang Beiwei shook her head. It's just graduation. Anything will do. This dress isn't quite right. Jiang Beiwei wasn't sure how the conversation had veered off track, but as she chatted with Su Lin, her earlier complicated feelings faded away. After dropping her off, Su Lin opened his online store again in the car. This time, however, he wasn't browsing formal dresses, he was looking at princess dresses. A princess dress might be more fitting for graduation than a formal gown. The next day, Su Lin had barely entered the classroom when he was summoned to the principal's office. Bai Jiruo stood beside a middle-aged man, her eyes red-rimmed. Chen Wei spotted Su Lin and pointed to the man. This is Bai Jiruo's father. Su Lin had pursued Bai Jiruo relentlessly in his previous life, so he recognized Bai's father immediately. Still, he greeted him politely as Chen Wei made the introduction. Mr. Bai's expression was grim. Why did you lend money to my daughter? Su Lin countered, when you borrow money, do you ever consider why? Mr. Bai retorted coldly, when I borrow money, it's because I can repay it. What about you? Lending such a large sum to your classmate, didn't you ever consider she might not be able to pay it back? Was he trying to find an excuse to renege on the debt? Su Lin smiled. Truthfully, I never intended for her to repay it. But she insisted on drawing a line, insisting it was a loan. I couldn't persuade her otherwise, so I had to agree. Uncle Bai is a reasonable man and has raised his daughter well. Most people wouldn't have been able to handle this. Mr. Bai's expression had just begun to soften when the latter part of the sentence darkened it again. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words died on his lips. Between the praise and the undeniable facts, there was no way he could wriggle out of repaying that money now. Before long, Father Bai indicated he needed to go raise funds. Have Jiruo bring it over tomorrow. Su Lin smiled and thanked him. Just then, the class bell rang. Su Lin immediately headed back to the classroom. Before leaving, he glanced at Bai Jiruo and let out a soft hiss. After this incident, Bai Jiruo probably wouldn't come around anymore. What was that saying again? You reap what you sow. Once Su Lin got the money from Bai's father, he'd put Bai Jiruo completely out of his mind. There was nothing he could do about it. Ever since Chen Wei announced the mock exam schedule, Jiang Beiwei had clamped down on his studies. Forced to keep up with the grueling pace, Su Lin even put his online store on hold for a while. A month and a half flew by in the blink of an eye. After the final exam ended, Su Lin returned to his seat, slumped over his desk, his entire being in a dazed state. Nothing. He truly had nothing left. Thud. Suddenly, a notebook landed beside his hand. Su Lin looked up and saw Jiang Beiwei's beautiful face and the spectacular. So big. The two words flashed through his mind, and Su Lin instantly sat up straight. Ahem. What brings you here? Jiang Beiwei sensed something was off with Su Lin, but she didn't press the issue. Instead, she pointed to the notebook on the desk. These are some notes I took. Take your time to review them thoroughly. Try to grasp everything inside as quickly as possible. Su Lin's gaze fell upon it, and his mind buzzed as if an invisible string had snapped. The mock exam just ended, please spare me. He clasped his hands together, adopting a pleading posture toward Jiang Beiwei. Jiang Beiwei couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. What are you playing at? I'm only doing this for your grades. I heard there's a second mock exam coming up in just a month. You need to show improvement. Su Lin sighed helplessly. My first mock exam results aren't even out yet. How do you know I need to improve? Jiang Beiwei blinked. Because your scores can't beat mine. Su Lin, ? He clasped his hands together again. Just tell me how many people in the school can actually beat your scores? That's none of my concern. You.
Before Jiang Beiwei could finish, a sudden push came from behind. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward. Su Lin startled, quickly rising to catch her.
Ouch.
Jiang Beiwei crashed into Su Lin's arms, gasping involuntarily as her nose stung painfully from the impact.
Unnoticed, Jiang Beiwei's eyes began to redden. Are you okay? Su Lin asked with concern. Jiang Beiwei touched her nose. I'm fine.
Su Lin looked into her eyes, then turned his gaze towards someone passing by.
Bai Jiruo, stop right there.
Bai Jiruo halted her steps.
What is it? Didn't you see you bumped into someone? Bai Jiruo glanced at Jiang Beiwei. This road is so wide. How can you say I bumped into her?
Su Lin frowned.
Bai Jiruo, do you think I'm blind? Whether you're blind or not, I don't know. But whether certain people have ulterior motives, well, that's anyone's guess.
After all, when someone without money suddenly hooks up with someone wealthy, who knows what tricks they might pull to attract attention?
Bai Jiruo's tone seemed calm, but Su Lin instantly detected the biting sarcasm beneath. Bai Jiruo, you. Su Lin.
Jiang Beiwei's sudden call, just a soft whisper, made Su Lin fall silent.
What's wrong? Does something hurt?
Jiang Beiwei shook her head gently.
Nothing hurts.
You shouldn't get into it with her.
It's not worth it.
Su Lin shot Bai Jiruo a glance.
Fine. I'll listen to you. Bai Jiruo sneered. Hypocrite. Put. At that, Jiang Beiwei's expression darkened. Bai Jiruo, do you have a problem with me?
Bai Jiruo averted her gaze. Your bodyguards are everywhere on campus, Miss Popular.
How could I possibly have a problem with you? With that, Bai Jiruo turned and walked away.
Su Lin stared at her retreating figure, a surge of anger rising within him.
This Bai Jiruo was clearly doing this on purpose.
It seemed returning the money earlier hadn't taught her a lesson after all.
Su Lin, what are you thinking about?
The voice at his ear snapped Su Lin back to reality. Meeting Jiang Beiwei's concerned gaze, he quickly replied, nothing.
Oh, right, is there anything in those notes you don't understand? We still have time. Do you want to go over it with me first?
Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together before finally nodding. Before long, the two were immersed in their studies. Just as Su Lin was preparing to teach Bai Jiruo a lesson, a rumor began spreading throughout the school. Su Lin from class 5 was dating the school's top beauty, Jiang Beiwei. It was all because Su Lin deliberately used studying as an excuse to pester the school beauty every day, they claimed.
The moment the news broke, the entrance to class 5 suddenly drew a crowd. Chapter 44, 3 transfer students.
School beauty, our grades aren't great either.
Maybe you could tutor us too? Yeah, help us out too. We like you a lot. At the entrance to class 5, the crowd surrounding Jiang Beiwei spoke one after another.
She wanted to say something, but the words died on her lips. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Just as Jiang Beiwei was about to be completely surrounded, Su Lin stepped out from behind and shielded her with his body.
Well, isn't this the guy rumored to be dating the school's top beauty, Jiang? What's this? Feeling sorry for her now that she's surrounded? Someone teased, drawing a wave of laughter.
Su Lin surveyed the crowd.
Is that so funny?
His casual 3 words abruptly silenced the laughter.
Su Lin sneered. I thought you guys were so tough. Turns out all you can do is pick on girls. After a pause, Su Lin continued, but then again, a bunch of academic failures can't bully anyone. Without good grades, you don't even have good character.
These words sent a jolt through Jiang Beiwei's heart. She understood the nature of those surrounding her. Among them were academic underachievers, but the majority were top students. Their rankings simply fell below hers.
Su Lin, you.
Jiang Beiwei started to speak up, but before she could finish, one of them fixed his gaze on her.
Jiang Beiwei, this is between him and us. As a girl, you shouldn't get involved, right? Jiang Beiwei frowned. What meddling?
You guys started picking on me first, that's why he stepped in. The speaker feigned shock.
You've got the wrong idea. We came to discuss studies with you. How did that become causing trouble? Don't get us in trouble, okay? The others chimed in.
Yeah, we just came to exchange ideas. Even if you're top of the class, you can't get us in trouble. Jiang Beiwei, your character is pretty shady too.
Su Lin listened as they directed their hostility toward Jiang Beiwei, finding it laughable.
They cloaked their words in the guise of admiration, yet not a single sentence showed respect.
Their admiration was not only shallow but laced with sarcasm.
No wonder Jiang Beiwei had always been cold and rejected all suitors. They simply weren't worthy.
With that thought, Su Lin stepped in front of Jiang Beiwei again. You lot. What are you all doing here?
The abrupt voice cut Su Lin off. Everyone turned to see Chen Wei and director Su standing expressionless outside the classroom door. After a brief silence, the group of students who had been so aggressive moments ago burst into laughter.
We were discussing study methods with Jiang Beiwei. Hello, Teacher Chen. Hello, Director Su.
Everyone was explaining, greeting each other, acting as if nothing had happened.
Chen Wei scanned the room. Su Lin, what's going on here?
Before Su Lin could speak, Jiang Beiwei tugged at his sleeve. She said nothing, but Su Lin sensed her plea. Jiang Beiwei didn't want him to reveal what had just happened. At the same time, the surrounding students turned their gaze toward Su Lin. The atmosphere grew tense, and Chen Wei's expression darkened. Su Lin, tell me the truth. Su Lin felt the tug on his sleeve again. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to comply with Jiang Beiwei's wish. They really were here to exchange study methods. Chen Wei glared intently at Su Lin, who returned her stare without flinching. Director Su glanced around, then cleared his throat. Since they both say so, it must be true. Teacher Chen, there's no need to be nervous. The principal is waiting for us. Chen Wei shot Su Lin a piercing look. Director Su is right. Let's go. After taking a few steps, Chen Wei turned back. And you lot, stop loitering outside class 5. If you truly want to improve your grades, focus on studying instead of wasting time here in a group. The moment she spoke, the doorway to class 5 emptied instantly. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei returned to the classroom. Su Lin, are you okay? Jiang Beiwei asked softly, her eyes filled with obvious concern. Su Lin shook his head slightly. I'm fine. Just don't know why those guys came over. Just then, Zhou Yu approached from behind. Haven't you heard? The whole school's buzzing about you two dating. They say you'll end up together because you study together. Su Lin, huh? He stared at Zhou Yu in utter bewilderment. Who started this rumor? Zhou Yu shook his head. No idea. But a lot of people at school believe it. At this point, Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask, are you two actually dating? Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei exchanged glances, both wearing helpless expressions. If they were actually dating, would they be this clueless? Zhou Yu glanced around, surprised. You guys aren't dating? Su Lin felt speechless. If we were dating, would you even be able to tell? Zhou Yu clicked her tongue in disbelief. You two are really. Oh my, that's so unfair. Su Lin felt wrong too and was about to say something when Bai Jiruo and Wen Yan walked over. Su Lin watched them, and suddenly a realization dawned on him. Bai Jiruo. Bai Jiruo instinctively turned back. What is it? Su Lin paused mid-question, then asked instead, do you know people at school are saying I'm dating Jiang Beiwei? Bai Jiruo rolled her eyes. Why would I know? Su Lin stared at her, his tone deliberate. You really don't know? Bai Jiruo glared at him impatiently. If I knew, why would I need you to tell me? With that, Bai Jiruo rolled her eyes again and pulled Wen Yan away. Jiang Beiwei frowned. Su Lin, you. Su Lin withdrew his gaze. Nothing. Jiang Beiwei hesitated, then fell silent. Zhou Yu looked around anxiously. What on earth were those two talking about? Why was he standing right there and still couldn't make heads or tails of it? His inner turmoil made Zhou Yu's face practically wrinkle up. Su Lin noticed and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After Jiang Beiwei left, he wrapped his arm around Zhou Yu's neck and steered her toward another direction. Besides dating matters, is there anything else going on at school? Lately, he and Jiang Beiwei had been so absorbed in their studies that he was genuinely unaware of school affairs. This was where Zhou Yu came in handy. Realizing this, Zhou Yu immediately rattled off a few things without hesitation. Besides the two of them dating, there were also some fights and cases of exclusion and bullying. Oh, right, one more thing, 3 transfer students just arrived at school. Su Lin was surprised, transfer students at this time? Which grade? Senior year. Do you think those 3 are okay? They're about to take the college entrance exam, yet they're coming here. Are they afraid they'll do well? Su Lin recalled that in his previous life, 3 transfer students had also arrived. But they weren't here to drag down the class average, they'd specifically come to take the college entrance exam here. Chapter 45, She's a Great Teacher. As Su Lin pondered this, Zhou Yu continued, but they're just a few transfer students. They probably won't score higher than Jiang Beiwei. Don't worry about it. Su Lin hadn't expected his recollection of the past life to be misinterpreted as worry by Zhou Yu, but he didn't explain. He brushed it off with a few words. Soon after, the two returned to their seats. Su Lin's mind was still on the 3 transfer students. While their city's admission standards were high, the large number of underperforming students meant those 3 wouldn't need stellar scores to secure their spots. Ring ring ring. The class bell rang. Su Lin watched the teacher walk in, immediately focusing his attention on the lesson. During the long break, Chen Wei sent someone to find Su Lin. Teacher Chen. Chen Wei studied Su Lin, her expression unreadable. Everyone at school is saying Jiang Beiwei is dating you. Is it true? Su Lin was surprised Chen Wei hadn't exploded in anger. Didn't you hear me? What are you spacing out about? Su Lin snapped back to attention. I heard you. It's not true. Her decisive answer made Chen Wei frown. If you two aren't dating, how did the rumor start? Su Lin shrugged. I don't know either. But you should understand, if I were dating Jiang Beiwei, my grades wouldn't improve. And the teacher should also consider who might be spreading this rumor. That person probably wants to stir up trouble, right? Su Lin knew his explanation was a bit one-sided, but if they weren't dating, they weren't dating. If he could convince Chen Wei with minimal effort and divert her attention, there was no need to complicate things.
Chen Wei followed Su Lin's train of thought. Before long, Chen Wei's face darkened. She wasn't stupid.
Conspiracy theories began to surface, and she instantly suspected someone was deliberately trying to steal her top student status. Jiang Beiwei was the top student in the grade. If she got into a good school, the scholarship and rating were practically guaranteed. Several homeroom teachers were keeping a close eye on her for this very reason. Add to that Su Lin steadily improving grades barring any mishaps, he'd likely score well on the college entrance exam too, which would mean another bonus.
You can go back now. Watching Su Lin turn away, Chen Wei couldn't resist adding one last reminder: after graduation, you can do whatever you want.
But right now, you're high school students.
You need to focus on your studies. Getting into a good university is something that will benefit you for life. Don't let a fleeting romance hold you back.
Su Lin paused in his steps.
Got it, teacher.
Chen Wei might be pragmatic, but she wasn't wrong about some things.
High school students. Sigh. Su Lin sighed, about to head back to class, when Jiang Beiwei appeared ahead.
Her face bore a look of urgency, but upon seeing Su Lin, she suddenly broke into a smile.
Are you okay? Why are you here?
Their voices fell simultaneously. Su Lin cleared his throat lightly, his smile impossible to hide.
I'm fine.
Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips and turned her head.
I came to check on you.
After a few seconds of silence, Su Lin took Jiang Beiwei by the hand and led her toward the classroom.
He didn't hold back, recounting everything Chen Wei had said.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened slightly. She's always been so focused on our grades.
She's a really good teacher. Su Lin. Was teacher Chen Wei concerned about grades because she cared? It was for her own. Never mind.
To Jiang Beiwei, Chen Wei truly was a good teacher after all. She genuinely cared for and cherished her top students. Unlike him, who was always kept at arm's length. Su Lin silently shook his head, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere.
That afternoon, the rankings for the first mock exam were released.
Jiang Beiwei remained at the top of the grade, while Su Lin's ranking had entered the top 100, landing precisely at number 100. However, the gap between his score and the top 10 students wasn't significant, only 8 to 10 points. The moment the rankings were released, the entire Class 5 erupted in shock. They knew just how poor Su Lin's grades had been. Who could have imagined that in just a few short months, he'd climb from 0 points to 100th place in the grade?
This can't be real, right? How did Su Lin make such terrifying progress? This is the first mock exam. The school takes it incredibly seriously. How could it be fake? I'd say it's all thanks to Jiang Beiwei's teaching. Is Jiang Beiwei really cut out to be a teacher? If I asked her to tutor me, could I improve my grades too?
The classroom buzzed with speculation, but Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei paid it no mind. Both were waiting for the test papers to be handed out.
Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. The papers were handed out just before dismissal. Before Su Lin could even glance at his own, Jiang Beiwei took it away.
After a thorough review, she pinpointed the areas Su Lin needed to focus on for future study. Su Lin found this utterly miserable, but since Jiang Beiwei was the one tutoring him, the misery was tinged with a few layers of sweetness. Meanwhile, Chen Wei, driven by the rumors circulating at school, scoured the halls asking questions and quickly pieced together the truth. During the last class on the weekend, Chen Wei stormed into the classroom. The students, who had been laughing and joking moments before, fell instantly silent. Chen Wei surveyed the room. Lately, some strange rumors have been circulating around school. You've probably heard them, right? The group had been confused moments before, but now all eyes turned toward Jiang Beiwei. The only person who could make their homeroom teacher so anxious was Jiang Beiwei. The so-called rumors must be about her relationship with Su Lin. Noticing their stares, Chen Wei snorted coldly.
Looks like you all know what's going on. I won't beat around the bush. Some people have bad intentions. Instead of focusing on their studies, they're trying to disrupt others.
This is the first time, so I won't name names.
But remember my warning, don't try this again.
Chen Wei composed herself before turning to discuss the results of the first mock exam. You all know your specific rankings.
I won't dwell on them.
I hope you'll keep striving to improve your scores for the second mock exam. Especially you, Bai Jiruo. Your results this time weren't bad, but they weren't great either.
You need to pay attention.
Bai Jiruo bit her lower lip, feeling the stares around her.
Her ears turned bright red. I understand, teacher.
Her head bowed, her body tensing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Su Lin watched her thoughtfully. Bai Jiruo's scores had indeed slipped slightly, but not enough to warrant Chen Wei singling her out. Recalling what Chen Wei had just mentioned, Su Lin's expression darkened. It was Bai Jiruo who had spread the rumor that Jiang Beiwei was dating him, and now this woman was still trying to scheme against him. The more Su Lin thought about it, the angrier he grew. When he looked at Bai Jiruo again, his expression carried a hint of coldness. Chen Wei continued her lecture up front. The moment the dismissal bell rang, she left, only informing the class before departing that evening study sessions would be required from now on. The news sent the class into an uproar of groans, though some eyes both overt and covert immediately turned toward Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei.
Chapter 46, we still have plenty of time.
Su Lin noticed the glances from his peers but paid them no mind, calmly accepting Jiang Beiwei's book.
Let's go.
Jiang Beiwei nodded and picked up the notebook she'd been working on all afternoon. The pair walked out naturally, leaving everyone in the classroom stunned.
Wait, are they actually dating? They're walking together. How could they not be dating? Wow, wow, wow.
Just now the homeroom teacher said that rumor was out of nowhere, and now look, they're walking off together without even trying to hide it.
What's there to hide? One's the top student in the grade, and the other just broke into the top 100.
Their relationship is a positive thing. The homeroom teacher should be thrilled, not upset.
Meanwhile, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei had just exited the school gates. In the passenger seat, Jiang Beiwei suddenly spoke up. What do you think they'll be saying behind our backs?
Su Lin shrugged indifferently. Whatever they say, it won't affect us.
Jiang Beiwei glanced at him. For some reason, a wave of complicated feelings washed over her.
Compared to her, Su Lin remained unfazed by everything, as if no problem could ever stump him.
Well, not quite. Math problems were a different story.
Thinking of this, Jiang Beiwei cleared her throat. Right now, it doesn't affect us because your grades have improved.
But if you don't keep it up, Teacher Chen won't let you off the hook. Su Lin exaggerated dramatically. I've got Teacher Jiang tutoring me, how could I possibly falter? The title Teacher Jiang made Jiang Beiwei's ears turn red. What nonsense are you spouting? Since when did I become your teacher? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. You always have been. After a pause, Su Lin brought up evening study sessions. If we're always at school, our tutoring sessions will become inconvenient. Jiang Beiwei's face clouded with concern. How about I talk to Teacher Chen about letting us sit together? Su Lin nodded. That's fine, but there's no rush. He wanted to see if Chen Wei would speak up first. After all, his foundation was already solid. Influencing him was impossible. Jiang Beiwei didn't understand, but she didn't press the matter. The next day, Su Lin brought breakfast into the classroom. He barely sat down when Chen Wei burst in, demanding a seat change. After some commotion, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei ended up as deskmates. Nice to meet you, Teacher Jiang. Su Lin deliberately lowered his voice for the last 3 words. Jiang Beiwei flushed and shot Su Lin a disapproving glare. Don't go saying that around school. Su Lin shrugged helplessly. The next moment, several notebooks appeared on his desk. What are these? Even Su Lin, usually so composed, stuttered in surprise. Jiang Beiwei lifted her chin slightly. These are all the key points I organized last night. Don't get too cocky just because you did well this time. There were plenty of mistakes you shouldn't have made. Keep up the good work, Su Lin. Su Lin. Fine. For Teacher Jiang's sake, he'd push himself a little harder. After that, Su Lin was dragged into a relentless study session by Jiang Beiwei. Time flew by, and Su Lin felt like he hadn't accomplished anything before the second mock exam arrived. This time, Su Lin's ranking improved by another 20 spots. After the test papers were handed out, Jiang Beiwei dragged him over to dissect his mistakes. Exams, textbooks. Amidst the chaos, Su Lin put his business on hold, and even set aside matters concerning Bai Jiruo. Not long after the second mock exam came the third. Time seemed to fly by for Su Lin. It felt like he hadn't finished all the practice problems, and there were still a few test papers left, but time was running out. They had already reached the day before the college entrance exam. Chen Wei stood at the lectern, her usually stern face softened by a smile today. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. I won't bore you with unnecessary words. I wish you all. Chen Wei's words faded as a stream of students walked from the classroom toward the school gate. The familiar path they walked suddenly seemed shrouded in a layer of melancholy. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei walked side by side toward the exit. Neither spoke, yet an unspoken tension hung between them. Su Lin. Jiang Beiwei. Inside the car, both spoke at the same time. Yet after exchanging names, silence fell once more. Time passed, and Su Lin spoke again. You go first. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together, her hands clenching unconsciously on her knees. Which school are you planning to apply to? Don't get me wrong, I just want to. Su Lin lowered his eyes slightly. I'll apply to whichever school my scores qualify me for. Oh. Jiang Beiwei nodded slowly, a hint of inexpressible sadness in her expression. Su Lin remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to attend the same university as Jiang Beiwei. It was that, despite studying relentlessly for a year, his scores still fell short of hers. A single-point difference in the college entrance exam meant tens of thousands of applicants. The gap between their scores was too vast to bridge. But Su Lin suddenly reached out, his long, slender fingers resting beside Jiang Beiwei's ear. The gap between our scores is indeed significant, but attending different universities doesn't mean we'll be in different cities. Let's both strive to get into the best universities within our capabilities. We still have plenty of time. That last sentence was one Su Lin had carefully considered before adding. Jiang Beiwei lifted her head slightly, a solemn look in her eyes. I will. 3 days vanished in the blink of an eye. As soon as the final exam results were released, Su Lin rushed to Jiang Beiwei's exam hall at top speed. By then, most students and parents had dispersed, leaving only Jiang Beiwei standing outside the testing center. The moment Su Lin appeared, Jiang Beiwei's whole face lit up. I knew you'd come. Su Lin nodded. I knew you'd wait for me. Exchanging a glance, Su Lin extended an invitation. Would teacher Jiang be willing to grace me with her company for dinner tonight? He offered a gentlemanly bow, extending one hand toward Jiang Beiwei. Jiang Beiwei chuckled. What do you mean, do me the honor? You? Su Lin lifted his head, his dark pupils glinting with a hint of light. Jiang Beiwei caught the look and stopped mid-sentence. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Am I not quite handsome? Jiang Beiwei snapped back to reality. Who brags about themselves like that? What's wrong with praising myself? It means I know my own worth. Su Lin spoke as he guided Jiang Beiwei into the car. After dinner, Su Lin bought Jiang Beiwei a bouquet of roses. They hadn't discussed dating, but after spending so much time together, an indescribable understanding had formed between them. At 9 p.m., Su Lin drove Jiang Beiwei home. To avoid Jiang's mother, he only walked her to the entrance of the residential complex before leaving. Little did he know that the moment Jiang Beiwei slipped back into her room, her mother appeared. Where did you get those flowers? The sudden voice startled Jiang Beiwei. She turned to see her mother standing behind her, her expression tense as she stammered, They were given to me by a classmate. Chapter 47, I'll do whatever you want. Why would a classmate give you flowers? Jiang Beiwei clasped her hands together. Today was the last day of the college entrance exams. My classmates, they gave me flowers to celebrate. Lying to her mother, Jiang Beiwei unconsciously lowered her head. But she felt she hadn't lied wrongly, because the bouquet of roses was indeed from Su Lin, just not for celebration. Jiang's mother remained silent, staring at her daughter without a word. As time passed, Jiang Beiwei's body grew increasingly stiff. Mom, It's getting late. Go to bed. Jiang's mother cut her off before she could finish, turning and walking away. Jiang Beiwei felt a surge of unease. Given her mother's temperament, she should have erupted the moment she saw the flowers. This unexpected calm made Jiang Beiwei uneasy. But her mother's door was already shut. After much deliberation, Jiang Beiwei pushed her worries aside. The college entrance exams were over. Her mother might not be watching her as closely as before. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. Jiang Beiwei kept reassuring herself in her mind as she slowly closed the door. Meanwhile, Su Lin returned to the supermarket just as his mother was ringing up a customer. Mom! Su Lin called out. Su's mother looked up. You're back. Have you eaten? I've already eaten. Su Lin took the items from his mother's hands. You should go rest for a bit. Just as Su's mother was about to refuse, a loud clatter came from upstairs. Su Lin glanced upward, a smile playing on his lips. I'll go check. With all that noise, Su Yingying was probably about to get a beating. Gritting her teeth, Su's mother excused herself from the guests and hurried upstairs. After the guests departed, Su Lin pulled up a chair behind the counter. He appeared lost in thought but was actually strategizing about future business arrangements. As for the online shopping business, as long as no major issues arose, it could continue indefinitely and even expand overseas. The mobile phone distribution deal they'd secured earlier was now fairly stable, though it didn't generate as much profit as the online sales. More crucially, the industries poised for future profitability all required substantial upfront capital investment: gaming, real estate, and certain stock investments, for instance. Real estate had already seen a 50% increase, yet its true peak hadn't arrived yet. Money, 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 everything requires money. How could he get his hands on money quickly? He didn't ask for much, just enough to get his foot in the door. Su Lin couldn't stop thinking about it even in his sleep. But upon waking, he had no time to dwell on it, as Su's mother dumped the online shopping responsibilities back on him. I took over while you were busy with the college entrance exams, but now that you're selling phones and running the delivery point, I'm genuinely overwhelmed. Now that I have some free time, you should step up and handle some responsibilities too. With that, Su's mother dashed off to pack parcels. Su Lin's mouth twitched, and in the end, he could only sit down at the computer and patiently communicate with customers. After that, Su Lin never left the house again. Fortunately, both he and Jiang Beiwei had cell phones, so he contacted her every night. On the day the college entrance exam results were released, Su Lin went straight to wait outside Jiang Beiwei's apartment complex. Before long, Jiang Beiwei emerged. Did you check your scores? Su Lin sighed, 650 points. Jiang Beiwei exclaimed with delight, that's dozens of points higher than your second and third mock exams. Indeed, Su Lin had performed exceptionally well during the exam. Not only Jiang Beiwei, but Su Lin himself was surprised when he saw the results. But on the flip side, it meant Jiang Beiwei's score would be even higher. Pushing aside his thoughts, Su Lin fixed his gaze on Jiang Beiwei. What did you score? The joy faded from Jiang Beiwei's face. 680. Su Lin froze. He was 30 points behind her. Have any well-known universities contacted you? Jiang Beiwei whispered, you mean, did Yanbei University contact me? Yanbei, the nation's most prestigious university. With Jiang Beiwei's scores, she would absolutely receive an invitation from Yanbei University. Of course, lesser-known schools wouldn't be a problem either.
But given the gap in their scores, there was no way the two of them would end up at the same university.
You think Jiang Beiwei would choose a lesser school? Are you kidding me? Regardless of whether Jiang Beiwei would agree, even if she did, Su Lin would never let her do that. Academic pursuits might not be the only path forward, but for a stable future, a solid education is indispensable. Su Lin said, they must have contacted you. Yanbei University is a perfect fit for you. Jiang Beiwei lowered her eyes slightly. I know. After a brief silence, Su Lin changed the subject. By the way, who's this year's top scorer in our city's college entrance exam? Not sure. But when Teacher Chen called me, he mentioned that the scores in our city weren't particularly high this year. Su Lin froze. So does that mean you could be the top scorer? Jiang Beiwei shook her head. My score this time was still a bit low. If it had been higher, I might have secured it. Su Lin waved it off. It's fine if you're not the top scorer. You'll definitely get into Yanbei University anyway. After chatting for a while, they suddenly fell silent. Soon after, Su Lin suggested they go for a walk. We have to return to school tomorrow to submit our college applications. After that, high school life will be completely behind us. Here, these are the clothes I prepared for you earlier. Would you like to wear them tomorrow? Su Lin presented a beautifully packaged box. Jiang Beiwei glanced at it before carefully taking it. I will wear them. Su Lin had intended to take Jiang Beiwei out for a walk, but remembering Jiang's mother, he suppressed the thought. No rush. They still have time, they can take it slow. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Beiwei watched the car drive away before heading home with the box. The moment she entered the door, she saw her mother blocking the entrance, her face expressionless. Jiang Beiwei stopped instinctively. Mom, weren't you going out? Her mother replied coldly, if I had gone out, I wouldn't have caught you fooling around with someone. Hanging out? Jiang Beiwei's face flushed red with anger. Mom, I wasn't fooling around with anyone. Jiang's mother slammed her hand on the coffee table. If you weren't fooling around, how else would someone give you all those gifts? Jiang Beiwei, do you think I'm some little doll? She stepped aside as she spoke. Jiang Beiwei saw the clothes on the sofa and the phone on the coffee table. Her head buzzed. Mom, did you go into my room? Jiang's mother crossed her arms. What? Is that not allowed? Jiang Beiwei clutched the box in her arms tighter. Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. How could you just walk into my room like that? Anger made Jiang Beiwei's body tremble uncontrollably. A haze seemed to cloud her vision, making her breathing suddenly difficult. Jiang's mother sneered coldly. You're certainly not 3 anymore. So what? As long as you're still my daughter, I can do whatever I want as your mother. Chapter 48. How much money can that thing make? No, that's not it. Jiang Beiwei forced out the words with difficulty. She wanted to argue with her mother, but after uttering those 4 syllables, her lips moved several times without producing another sound. Her thoughts turned to Su's mother. As a mother, she could give Su Lin both money and trust. Why, when it came to her, was she constantly suppressed and berated? What are you pretending? You got caught fooling around with someone, and you still have the nerve to act innocent? Jiang's mother grew angrier by the second. She had given Jiang Beiwei everything, time, money, yet here she was, sleeping around for some trivial things. Jiang Beiwei, you're just like your father, utterly hopeless trash. You both betrayed me. You both betrayed me. Smack! Jiang Beiwei's face jerked to the side from the slap. The stinging pain couldn't compare to the grief in her heart. Every single time, Jiang's mother resorted to this. What exactly did she have to do to finally satisfy her? Amid her mother's hysterics, Jiang Beiwei slowly lowered her head, the box in her hands slipping to the floor. The next day, Su Lin came to pick her up. After waiting a long time with no sign of Jiang Beiwei, he decided to call her. To his surprise, it was Jiang's mother who answered. Jiang Beiwei has already gone to school. Su Lin. Why was the phone in Jiang's mother's possession? The question flashed through his mind, but he calmly said, thank you. After hanging up, Su Lin stared straight ahead for a moment before driving to the school. In the classroom, several classmates were chatting idly with Chen Wei. Unlike during regular class hours, Chen Wei appeared completely relaxed. However, Su Lin's arrival instantly drew the attention of everyone around them. Su Lin, why did you come alone? Asked a classmate seated near the door in surprise. Su Lin's footsteps faltered, a wave of unease washing over him. Jiang Beiwei isn't here yet? Didn't she say today was the day to fill out the college applications? Several classmates shook their heads in succession. No idea. Jiang Beiwei hasn't shown up at all. Yeah, Su Lin, haven't you been in touch with Jiang Beiwei? Su Lin was about to say something when Chen Wei, standing behind the lectern, looked over. Su Lin. Su Lin froze, then walked over to greet her. Teacher Chen. Chen Wei looked him over from head to toe. Jiang Beiwei's mother called me this morning. She said Beiwei has already decided on her college choice. Whether she comes to school or not makes no difference. Didn't Beiwei tell you about this? Su Lin frowned, ultimately deciding not to repeat what Jiang's mother had said on the phone. No, I just didn't think of it at the moment. Chen Wei hummed in acknowledgement before telling Su Lin, this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam isn't from our school. But your results are excellent. Have you considered which university you'd like to apply to? Without hesitation, Su Lin replied, any university near Yanbei. I'll apply to whichever one I can get into. Chen Wei nodded. She understood Su Lin's mindset. Once both students entered university, there was no need for her, as their high school homeroom teacher, to meddle further. A 30-point gap with a bit of luck, they might even end up at the same school. With that thought, Chen Wei reminded Su Lin, actually, you could apply to Yanbei University too, though you might not get into some of the more popular majors. Su Lin smiled. I know, but I still want to apply for a popular major. At the very least, it should be a major that the school is known for. Seeing his determination, Chen Wei said no more. Besides Yanbei University, Yan City had several other prestigious institutions. Graduates from those schools wouldn't fare any worse in the job market than Yanbei graduates. After filling out his college application, Su Lin drove to Jiang Beiwei's residential complex. But once he arrived outside the gates, he felt lost. Walking straight and risked Jiang's mother taking it out on Jiang Beiwei, even if she didn't punish him directly. Yet waiting outside left him uneasy. He had no idea how Jiang Beiwei was doing. After all, he'd witnessed Jiang's mother's extreme behavior before. Was there a way to avoid Mrs. Jiang while still getting Jiang Beiwei out? Su Lin rubbed his temples, deliberating for a moment before deciding to approach the residence directly. Knock knock knock. Su Lin knocked on Jiang Beiwei's door. After waiting over 10 minutes, no one came to answer. Su Lin knew Jiang's mother was doing this on purpose. He didn't care. He casually called Jiang Beiwei. After a few rings, he heard the sound of the phone being hung up on the other end. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Since you don't care, don't blame me for making a scene. Aunt Jiang, I know you're home. Don't stay silent. I'm here on urgent business today. If you don't open the door, I'll go downstairs and ask the neighbors. Aunt Jiang, feel free to keep the door shut. I'll just go. Su Lin spoke while turning to leave, but before he took a few steps, the front door swung open behind him. Mrs. Jiang's face was ashen. Where do you think you're going? Su Lin turned back. Seeing the look on Jiang's mother's face, he knew she was furious. But Su Lin didn't care. His target today was Jiang Beiwei, everyone else was irrelevant. With that thought, Su Lin walked back. Nowhere. I just have some things I'd like to discuss with you and Jiang Beiwei. Jiang's mother fixed him with a piercing stare. Su Lin felt her gaze piercingly sharp. If looks could kill, he'd likely already perish under her glare. Seeing this, Su Lin deliberately said, Aunt Jiang, do you have something against me? If so, I might have to find some people. Jiang's mother took a step back, cutting him off abruptly. Come in. Su Lin successfully stepped into Jiang Beiwei's home, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Jiang's mother was extreme, yet surprisingly, she valued her reputation. But if that was the case, why did she treat Jiang Beiwei so poorly? Lost in thought, Su Lin closed the door and instinctively headed toward Jiang Beiwei's room. If you dare go there, I guarantee Jiang Beiwei won't even get into college. Su Lin, ? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Beiwei scored 680 points. Any other family would be overjoyed. But Jiang's mother actually. Su Lin took a deep breath, forcing his emotions down. You must be joking. Jiang Beiwei worked her ass off for 3 years to finally get this score. How could she not go to college? After a pause, Su Lin forced himself to look away and placed his phone on the coffee table. Jiang's mother glanced at it. So, what's this urgent matter you have? Su Lin opened the back end of the online shopping platform and gestured for Jiang's mother to look. Jiang's mother grew impatient. I don't understand that stuff. Just get to the point. Su Lin's expression turned serious. During the winter break of our senior year, Jiang Beiwei and I pooled our money to start an online store. Luckily, it turned a profit. But because we were so busy preparing for the college entrance exams, we never divided the money. I came here today specifically to discuss dividing the profits with Jiang Beiwei. Jiang's mother looked skeptical. What's this online store? How much could that thing possibly make? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Chapter 49, not much longer. 3 consecutive questions sent a chill through Su Lin's heart. This Jiang mother clearly didn't believe Jiang Beiwei at all. But it didn't matter. No amount of suspicion could outweigh the tangible reality of money. With that thought, Su Lin took a deep breath. The online store corresponds to a physical store. Since we don't have physical store rent, the prices of the items we sell are at least half cheaper. But you also know that running a store involves not only rent but also wholesale costs. Once the major expenses are under control, the money we earn is basically all ours. Besides, even if I wanted to deceive you, the money is real, right? I wouldn't just hand it over for no reason, would I? In that pause, Su Lin had intended to say we, but remembering Jiang Beiwei hadn't appeared yet, he decisively changed his words. Jiang's mother followed Su Lin's train of thought and realized he was right. So, how much profit did that online store generate? Su Lin tapped the back-end system.
After deducting initial costs, the undivided portion is roughly 300,000 yuan. Jiang Beiwei holds 2/10 of that sum.
60,000? Jiang's mother couldn't believe her ears. You mean Jiang Beiwei gets 60,000 from this store?
In reality, it was 100,000 yuan. But Su Lin was wary of Jiang's mother and deliberately underreported the share amount.
He needed an excuse to see Jiang Beiwei.
As for what came next, he had no idea what Jiang's mother might do, so he had to keep his options open.
Moreover, this 300,000 yuan was just one portion. Su Lin had hidden even more.
Thinking this, Su Lin nodded solemnly, yes, 60,000.
Jiang's mother felt a bit dazed. If she had to earn that amount, it would take her at least a year of work. 60,000. Transfer the money to me. Su Lin said, I need to go to the bank.
60,000 is a large sum. I can't transfer it all to you at once.
Jiang's mother replied decisively, go now. I'll give you my bank account number.
Su Lin watched as Jiang's mother handed him the written bank details, but he didn't move. After a long pause, Jiang's mother's expression turned displeased.
You're not pulling my leg, are you? You don't actually have.
Su Lin cut her off. This is Jiang Beiwei's share from the online store. According to our original contract, if she wants her cut, she must come in person. We also need to draw up a separate payment agreement to prove she received the funds. Otherwise, if issues arise later and she denies taking the money, who would I turn to for justice? Su Lin made up the story without batting an eye, and Jiang's mother, unaware of the crucial details, was completely taken in.
Before long, she released Jiang Beiwei. Su Lin forced himself to suppress his urgency. Jiang Beiwei, you heard what I said earlier, right?
Jiang Beiwei's eyes were red and swollen, her entire being radiating an inexplicable numbness. But when Su Lin asked, she nodded. I heard you. Su Lin fell silent. Jiang Beiwei's state was clearly off. Her mother must have taken a heavy toll on her.
But just like that, in one night? Did Mrs. Jiang truly treat Jiang Beiwei as her own daughter?
Su Lin lowered his eyes slightly. Since you heard it, draft a contract with me. Additionally, you must accompany me to the bank to witness me transferring the money personally.
All right. Su Lin scribbled out a contract with a pen, signed his name, and pressed his fingerprint before taking Jiang Beiwei and her mother to the bank. After some hassle, 60,000 yuan was transferred into Jiang's mother's bank account.
Staring at the string of zeros, Jiang's mother visibly froze. After a moment, she studied Su Lin.
All those things Jiang Beiwei has, you bought them for her?
Su Lin shook his head. No, she bought those things with her own money.
I just followed her around because she didn't have any spending money. Upon hearing this, Jiang's mother instinctively looked at Jiang Beiwei.
Her lips moved several times, but she held back.
Jiang Beiwei kept her head down the entire time, unaware of her mother's reaction.
Su Lin noticed this and felt deeply dissatisfied, but facing Jiang Beiwei's mother, he could do nothing.
With that thought, Su Lin carefully chose his words and suggested that Jiang Beiwei participate in the online store. She's also an investor in the online store.
While she receives a fixed 20% share of the profits, if she participates in the store's operations, she could earn some wages as well. At the very least, it should be enough to save up for her tuition.
Aunt Jiang probably won't keep her locked up at home anymore, right?
Su Lin's final question seemed cautiously phrased, yet it carried a hint of sarcasm.
Jiang's mother's expression darkened instantly. She wanted to control Jiang Beiwei, yet she also needed the money.
After much deliberation, she proposed a solution. I'll go with her.
Su Lin, fine. For now, set aside the issue of Jiang's mother, just get Jiang Beiwei out of the house first. As for what came next, that was Jiang's mother's responsibility. Instead of taking them home, Su Lin drove them to the local courier service. After that, he started calling Jiang Beiwei everywhere, making it seem like she had to get involved in everything. Of course, Jiang Beiwei genuinely got involved. After a while, Jiang's mother grew restless. With so many tasks to handle, she reasoned it would be better to stay home and wait for her share of the profits. But upon reflection, she realized that passively waiting for a share of the profits was unstable. While she was extreme in her stance regarding Jiang Beiwei, she herself wasn't foolish. Even though Su Lin was currently keeping Jiang Beiwei close, who could say if he wouldn't eventually find her a nuisance? She could see clearly that Jiang Beiwei's involvement likely stemmed from Su Lin's interest in her. Even if things hadn't been made explicit now, no one could guarantee what the future held. Jiang Beiwei absolutely had to understand the online store business. Otherwise, this money would vanish. Lost in her own thoughts, Jiang's mother remained frozen in the corner. Meanwhile, Su Lin noticed her absence and immediately pulled Jiang Beiwei to a halt. Are you okay? Though they'd exchanged many words before this, it was only upon hearing those three simple words that Jiang Beiwei's tears finally fell. Tears rolled down one after another, yet even so, Jiang Beiwei dared not cry out loud. Su Lin, I feel so miserable. Su Lin gently cupped her face, his voice filled with concern. If you're hurting, cry. I'm here. As he pulled her into his embrace and felt the dampness against his chest, a dull ache settled in Su Lin's heart. He had promised to treat Jiang Beiwei well, yet after all this time, he hadn't even managed to win over her mother.
Even if he hadn't planned to date Jiang Beiwei during high school, he shouldn't have ignored her. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Beiwei pulled away from Su Lin's embrace. She shyly wiped the tears from her eyes.
Sorry for getting your clothes wet.
Su Lin shook his head.
It's fine. It's just. Aunt Jiang. Jiang Beiwei glanced toward her mother. It's fine. She won't be around much longer. Jiang's mother had a job too. She'd taken leave to stay home these past few days, but she'd inevitably have to return to work soon. Hearing this, Su Lin's eyes twinkled. How about I arrange another night shift for Aunt Jiang? Chapter 50, you actually left when I told you to? Jiang Beiwei froze. Arrange work? What do you have in mind? Su Lin smiled faintly. You'll find out tonight. Another day ended, and Su Lin drove Jiang Beiwei and her mother home. Midway, Su Lin mentioned his recent busy schedule. I wonder if Aunt Jiang has time tonight. Could she lend a hand? Before Jiang's mother could respond, Su Lin added, it won't be unpaid work. We can pay you 50 yuan per hour. What do you think? This wage was exceptionally high for part-time work, and Jiang's mother was immediately intrigued. How long would it be for? If it works for you, I'd prefer it to be ongoing. After all, our shop is always open. It makes more sense to hire someone we know rather than a stranger. Su Lin explained briefly. Seeing Jiang's mother remain silent, he didn't press further. Sometimes saying too much actually hinders progress. The next day, Jiang's mother didn't come along, but she had Jiang Beiwei deliver a message. My mom says she's willing to take that part-time job. Jiang Beiwei was taken aback. She'd assumed her mother wouldn't want to come. Su Lin smiled faintly. Glad to hear it. By the way, have you submitted your college application yet? Which university? Yanbei University. An answer that came as no surprise. Su Lin cleared his throat. Any plans for this summer? Jiang Beiwei paused, startled. What's wrong? Meeting her gaze, Su Lin stated his purpose. If you haven't made plans, I'd like to go with you to Yan City. Jiang Beiwei fell silent. As time ticked by, a hint of resignation crept into Su Lin's voice. Of course, if you're not willing, I won't force you. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together. It's not that I don't want to. It's just, my mother. She won't let me go. Su Lin inwardly sighed. He knew full well that Jiang's mother was the problem. I can handle it. Jiang Beiwei shook her head. No need. It's not worth wasting time on. After a pause, she added, besides, I'm planning to get my driver's license soon. I've already signed up for lessons, so I really don't have time to go. After hearing all this, even Su Lin couldn't help but feel a touch of resignation. Still, he wasn't overly disappointed. As long as she was nearby, he'd have plenty of chances to build their relationship. For the next fortnight, Jiang's mother remained busy at the courier station, while Jiang Beiwei focused on her driving lessons. Amidst their busyness, their relationship actually grew closer. Noticing this, Su Lin grew pensive and soon brought it up with Su's mother. Su's mother said, it's only natural. Even though her mother is extreme, she's still a mother at heart. Her concern for her child won't change. This is a good thing. Besides, mothers and daughters don't hold grudges overnight. Su Lin sighed. I know. It's just that her change feels too sudden. Su's mother retorted impatiently, isn't that a good thing? Do you want to relive what happened before? Su Lin's expression darkened. He hadn't gone to all that trouble just to provoke Jiang's mother. With that thought, Su Lin dropped the subject. Starting the very next day, however, he began picking up and dropping off Jiang Beiwei. After several such instances, Jiang's mother grew displeased. Weiwei, what exactly is going on between you and that Su Lin? Jiang Beiwei, exhausted after spending the entire day in the sun, rubbed her temples at the question. Mom, I just want to sleep. Jiang's mother's expression changed abruptly. Are you? Mom! Jiang Beiwei cut her mother off. In the tense silence that followed, she rose and walked over to her mother, wrapping her arms around her. I know you care about me and worry about me, Mom, but I'm an adult now. There are many things I can decide for myself. Jiang's mother lowered her head, saying nothing. After an unknown length of time, Jiang Mu pushed Jiang Beiwei away and returned to her own room. She hadn't been persuaded. She feared she wouldn't be able to control her emotions if she stayed any longer. Jiang Beiwei stared at the closed door, a heavy weight settling in her heart. Her mother hadn't caused any trouble lately, but this calm made her feel uneasy. She sensed that beneath the surface, her mother's emotions were steadily building up in ways she couldn't see. With that thought, Jiang Beiwei dialed Su Lin's number. You don't need to pick me up tomorrow. Through the phone, Su Lin couldn't see Jiang Beiwei's expression, but he knew exactly what she was worried about. Jiang's mother was stirring up trouble again. A surge of anger welled up inside Su Lin. She was busy from dawn till dusk, yet why did her mother never tire of causing trouble? Did Jiang Beiwei truly need to leave this place to escape her mother's influence and make her own decisions? Or was it that Jiang Beiwei never truly cared for him? If that was the case, he would distance himself for now. Everything could be discussed later. His thoughts raced as he pressed his fingertips to his temples. He gave a brief acknowledgement before ending the call.
After that, Su Lin never took Jiang Beiwei's calls again. Even when they crossed paths, he merely exchanged a casual greeting.
July slowly passed.
Jiang Beiwei hadn't paid it much mind at first, but as time dragged on, a growing unease settled in her heart. Ever since tutoring began, Su Lin had been by her side constantly. This prolonged absence, where meetings were reduced to mere greetings, was unprecedented. Unconsciously, a heavy weight settled on Jiang Beiwei's heart, dragging her mood down with it.
Su's mother noticed this and felt like cursing. He kept sending money and taking her out to earn it. Su Lin clearly had feelings for Jiang Beiwei. But how could a boy pursue a girl while treating her so coldly? At dinner that night, Mrs. Su watched Su Lin approach and suddenly raised her hand, smacking his arm with her chopsticks. Ouch!
Caught off guard, Su Lin sucked in a sharp breath.
Mom, what are you doing?
Su's mother snorted coldly.
What am I doing?
I'm trying to knock some sense into a certain brainless fool.
Su Lin, Mom, I'm so good at making money, how did I become a fool? Su's mother laughed bitterly. I ask you, what are your intentions toward Jiang Beiwei? Su Lin froze. Mom, why are you asking this? Never mind why I'm asking. Just answer me. Under his mother's relentless pressure, Su Lin admitted he had feelings for Jiang Beiwei.
Upon hearing this, Su's mother slammed her hand down on the table. If you care about her, why treat her so coldly? When Su Lin's college entrance exam results came out, Su's mother was overjoyed. Su Lin was intelligent, but his mind had been preoccupied with Bai Jiruo, causing his grades to steadily decline. When Jiang Beiwei appeared, Mrs. Su suspected something was off with Su Lin, yet she still cooperated by providing tutoring fees. She never imagined she would receive such a huge surprise. Jiang Beiwei was beautiful and could keep Su Lin in line. What more could Su's mother ask for? But with Su Lin acting like this now, wasn't he essentially pushing her away? Su Lin sighed helplessly. Mom, it's not that I'm cold toward her.
It's Aunt Zhang's doing. I'm just following her lead by keeping my distance.
Su's mother shot him a cold, stern look.
She told you to leave, and you just left? Chapter 51, we should go home.
Su Lin wanted to explain, but for some reason, he held his tongue again. Seeing his silence, Su's mother grew anxious. Xiaolin, tell your mother clearly what exactly are your feelings toward her.
Su Lin snapped back to reality. Nothing. Besides, we're both still young. It's better to put matters of the heart on hold for now.
Su's mother hesitated, wanting to say more, but in the end, she said nothing. She simply left it to Su Lin to decide for himself.
Just don't end up regretting it.
Su Lin nodded and proceeded to serve his mother some food.
I won't. Early August.
Jiang Beiwei passed her driver's license exam.
Recalling his mother's words, Su Lin sought out Jiang Beiwei. Congrats on getting your license. Want to grab a bite together? Jiang Beiwei froze, suddenly remembering something.
She turned her head to look behind her. Following her gaze, Su Lin met Zhang's mother's eyes. Though her expression seemed calm, he couldn't help but detect a hint of madness. Would she suddenly charge over? The thought flashed through Su Lin's mind, heightening his wariness. Time ticked by. Just as unease began to creep into Su Lin's mind, Zhang's mother turned and walked away. In that instant, both Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing each other's state, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. Nearly a month of coldness vanished in that instant. Su Lin said, let's go. I'll take you to try some Western cuisine. I heard it's a new restaurant with excellent flavors. Jiang Beiwei asked doubtfully, Western food like the kind where you eat steak? Yep. Su Lin opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat himself. Jiang Beiwei froze. You mean, you want me to drive? Su Lin buckled his seatbelt and leaned back against the corner. You finally got your license, don't you want to give it a try? Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips, feeling a bit uneasy, yet her eyes sparkled brightly. Then, shall I give it a try? Su Lin nodded with a smile, watching her get in and offering a few casual pointers. The car sat still for a moment before suddenly pulling away. Jiang Beiwei felt flustered at first, but as time passed, she grew increasingly composed, even managing the occasional smooth overtake. Before long, they arrived at the location Su Lin had mentioned. Watching Jiang Beiwei park the car, Su Lin offered his praise without reservation. You drove exceptionally well. Jiang Beiwei's eyes crinkled with a smile, radiating an indescribable energy and vitality. The two entered the restaurant. Su Lin ordered steak, and they ate and chatted. The mood was just right when two figures suddenly appeared in Su Lin's peripheral vision. He instinctively looked over and was shocked to see that one of them was Bai Jiruo, who was now embracing and kissing a middle-aged man with obvious intimacy. Su Lin, what are you looking at? Su Lin didn't avert his gaze. Jiang Beiwei followed his line of sight as she asked, and upon spotting Bai Jiruo, she couldn't help but frown. Su Lin, that man next to Bai Jiruo. Su Lin made a shushing gesture, then lowered his voice. She hasn't noticed us. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. It wasn't that Su Lin feared Bai Jiruo, rather, he and Jiang Beiwei had come out together, and he didn't want Bai Jiruo to disrupt their mood. Jiang Beiwei didn't understand, but she didn't press the issue. She nodded and dropped the subject of Bai Jiruo.
Meanwhile, Bai Jiruo and the middle-aged man had moved to a corner on the opposite side. After sitting down, Bai Jiruo expressed her displeasure. I feel so sorry for you. You're so talented and handsome, how could my sister be so mean to you? You're such a sweet talker. Even now you still call her sister. Alright, you've been wrong today. I'll make it up to you. Bai Jiruo's eyes lit up. After a few more soothing words, she lowered her head and fell silent. Not long after, Bai Jiruo followed the middle-aged man away. As her gaze shifted, she spotted Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei, her heart instantly tightening. When had these two arrived? How much had they seen? Would they spread rumors about her? The more Bai Jiruo thought about it, the paler her face grew. But in front of the middle-aged man, she dared not mention a word, clinging to him as they walked away. Su Lin watched them disappear into the distance before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Are you full? He asked gently. I'll go settle the bill. Jiang Beiwei nodded. Go ahead. The two left the Western restaurant. Su Lin suggested going to the movies. You shouldn't be in a hurry to go back, right? Jiang Beiwei thought of her mother, a look of hesitation crossing her face. Seeing this, Su Lin could only sigh helplessly. Then how about just buying a few clothes? School starts soon, and you'll need some new outfits to take with you. As he spoke, Su Lin suddenly remembered something. Has your acceptance letter arrived? When do you report for enrollment? Jiang Beiwei replied, it's already here. I start in 2 weeks. Su Lin's eyes lit up slightly, but he quickly suppressed his thoughts. Alright, I'll come send you off then. Jiang Beiwei said nothing. The two chatted as they made their way to the mall. While waiting for Jiang Beiwei to try on clothes, Su Lin suddenly spotted two familiar figures appear at the entrance. Su Lin. He had already pretended not to see them at the Western restaurant. How could he turn around and run into them again? Indeed, standing at the entrance were Bai Jiruo and that same middle-aged man from before. The two parties locked eyes. Bai Jiruo's face instantly drained of color, and she instinctively halted her steps. Unaware of the situation, the middle-aged man continued walking inside until he was pulled back. Confused, he asked, Jiruo, why are you standing at the door? Bai Jiruo didn't speak, instead staring fixedly at Su Lin. After a long moment, the middle-aged man sensed something was amiss. He frowned at Su Lin and demanded, who are you? Su Lin, isn't this dress a bit too tight? I feel a little uncomfortable wearing it. Before Su Lin could answer, Jiang Beiwei emerged from the fitting room, her voice trailing off hesitantly. Bai Jiruo, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he looked at Jiang Beiwei. She was a real beauty, with a figure that was curvaceous in all the right places. You know Zireo? Since you're acquainted, that makes us acquaintances too. Would you have time for me to treat you to a meal? Jiang Beiwei frowned, uncomfortable with the way the middle-aged man was looking at her. Just then, Su Lin stepped in front of Jiang Beiwei. No, thank you. We don't know her well. With that, Su Lin motioned for Jiang Beiwei to go inside and change. Jiang Beiwei's figure wasn't something just anyone could see. Watching Jiang Beiwei leave, the middle-aged man chuckled. Jiruo, are you sure you're not close? Bai Jiruo bit her lip, suppressing the stinging embarrassment in her heart. We really aren't close, Uncle Wang. Let's find another place. This shop isn't good. I actually think this place is quite good. The middle-aged man approached Su Lin. My name is Wang Song Song as in Mount Song. You don't look very old. Did you take the college entrance exam with Jiruo? How did you do? Any chance of getting into a top university? You? Su Lin, we should head home now. Chapter 52, I'll remember those words. The abrupt interruption cut off Wang Song's words. It was Jiang Beiwei, who had come out after changing clothes. After speaking, she grabbed Su Lin's hand and pulled him toward the exit. Su Lin had intended to engage Wang Song in conversation for a moment longer, but seeing Jiang Beiwei's urgency, he instantly relaxed his body and let her pull him away. Left behind, Bai Jiruo's expression darkened, though she quickly suppressed the surging emotions. Uncle Wang, have you taken a liking to Jiang Beiwei? Wang Song turned back, flashing a meaningful smile. Looks like you know what to do now. Bai Jiruo forced a strained smile. Of course. Had Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei not witnessed her humiliation, Bai Jiruo might have done nothing. But now. Bai Jiruo lowered her head. Let Jiang Beiwei rot with her. Meanwhile, Su Lin was being pulled into the car by Jiang Beiwei. In the silence, Jiang Beiwei turned her head slightly. That Bai Jiruo, keep your distance from her from now on. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Lin's eyes. You don't like her? Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together. You don't like her either, do you? Their gazes met. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily. You should know I chased after her for a while. Who knows? Su Lin. Jiang Beiwei abruptly cut him off. Sensing something was off, Su Lin quickly explained, I was just saying that offhand. Don't take it to heart. He could tease Jiang Beiwei, or even act cold toward her for a moment because of certain thoughts. But in front of her, Su Lin would never say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing. Even if they weren't together yet, it was the same. Silence fell over the car. Jiang Beiwei lowered her head slightly. I know you were just joking, but Su Lin, Buzz. The sudden vibration interrupted Jiang Beiwei's words. She glanced at her phone and saw it was her mother's number, quickly answering the call. Mom, what's wrong? Her mother's voice came through the receiver. You and Su Lin come back quickly. There's trouble at the express delivery point. What? Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei exchanged a look. Soon, Su Lin took over the driving. Rushing back to the delivery point, they found the place in utter disarray, with many items damaged. Jiang Beiwei scanned the scene, then hurriedly sought out her mother. Mom, are you okay? John's mother looked panicked and shook her head softly. I'm fine. It's just your Aunt Su who took a fall. She's already been sent to the hospital. Su Lin frowned. Is she badly hurt? Not serious, but she twisted her back. Su Lin rubbed his temples. I'll go to the hospital first. You? Jiang Beiwei urged Su Lin to leave. I'll stay here with Mom to clean up. You go to the hospital quickly. Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement and drove to the hospital. In the hospital room, Su's mother was already lying down. Seeing Su Lin rush in, a look of relief flashed in her eyes. You just came straight over? Did you handle the courier delivery? Su Lin sat down beside her. Not yet, but it's not urgent. After a pause, Su Lin asked, about tonight's incident, do you have any idea who might be behind it? Su's mother sighed. Yes. Who? Su's mother looked slightly troubled. Shaolin, could we just let this go? Su Lin's brow twitched slightly. His calm gaze fixed on his mother's face. Is that person someone we know? Given their family's poverty, few people qualified as acquaintances in Su's mother's eyes. Su Lin's thoughts raced and a suspicion immediately formed. Uncle Wang? The Uncle Wang Su Lin referred to wasn't Wang Song, but Wang Tiankai, who had always lived nearby. Ever since Father Su passed away, Wang Tiankai had openly and covertly assisted the supermarket immensely. Because of this, Su Lin had assumed Wang Tiankai harbored feelings for Mother Su. Unfortunately, in his previous life, nothing had developed between them until the earthquake struck. Pulling his thoughts together, Su Lin watched his mother's shocked expression and felt a pang of sorrow. The good man from his previous life had become the villain in this one. Mom, do you really think this can just be swept under the rug? Mrs. Su's expression darkened slightly. Regardless, we can't pursue this matter further. Shaolin, Uncle Wang has done so much for us. Even if he made a mistake in a moment of poor judgment, we must give him a chance. Su Lin took a deep breath, his anger churning in his chest. Mom! Are you ignoring me? Their gazes locked. After a long pause, Su Lin looked away. Fine. I'll give him one chance. But let me make this clear if there's a second time. Su's mother cut in without hesitation. If there's a second time, I'll call the police immediately. Su Lin gave his mother a long, meaningful look. I'll remember that. With that, Su Lin returned to the delivery station. Jiang Beiwei and her mother had already packed most of their belongings. Seeing Su Lin return, they both came to greet him. Jiang Beiwei asked, what about the courier station? Su Lin truthfully relayed his mother's plan, omitting the fact that the perpetrator was someone they knew. Jiang Beiwei frowned in confusion. You really won't pursue it? What if that person strikes again next time? If they strike again, we'll call the police. Jiang Beiwei was about to say more when her mother tugged at her sleeve. Since you've already made your decision, we won't say more. But quite a few items were destroyed, so we'll need to get a new batch delivered. Su Lin glanced at John's mother. I'll make arrangements as soon as possible. John's mother nodded and pulled Jiang Beiwei away. Mom, why did you stop me just now? John's mother tapped her daughter's forehead. Why? This was clearly done by someone you know. That's why they aren't pursuing it. If you keep asking questions, you'll just embarrass them. Jiang Beiwei froze. Someone we know? Yes, someone familiar. Jiang Mu sighed as she spoke. So many times she wanted to let go, but every time she saw Jiang Beiwei's worried expression, she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Gradually, she had grown unable to let go. But what mother could ever truly let go? Still, she knew she'd have to let go sooner or later. Weiwei, I think I need to see a doctor. The sudden change of subject startled Jiang Beiwei. See a doctor? Mom, what kind of doctor are you going to see? You don't need to know that. Jiang Beiwei wanted to ask more, but seeing her mother's expression, she held her tongue. Though Mom had stabilized considerably lately, certain aspects still hinted at her former state. Fearing she might lose control, she dared not press further. Meanwhile, Su Lin reorganized the shipments. Fortunately, they were all new orders, so even if delayed by a day, it wouldn't cause major issues. After 2 days of frantic work, Su Lin finally wrapped up everything. After confirming every issue was resolved with no oversights, Su Lin pulled up a chair to sit down. But no sooner had he sat down than a figure appeared before him. Su Lin recognized the visitor and his expression turned icy. Did you go to the hospital? Chapter 53, all in all, steady as she goes. It wasn't surprising that Su Lin looked grim. It was because the visitor was Wang Tiankai. 2 days. It took Wang Tiankai a full 2 days to finally show his face. I went. Su Lin sneered coldly. Since you've been there, what do you have to say about what happened before? Wang Tiankai said nothing. Instead, he dragged a chair over from the side and sat down in front of Su Lin. Time passed, and the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Wang Tiankai lifted his head slightly. I have no explanation. I was foolish before. I shouldn't have. Before he could finish, Su Lin grabbed him by the collar. Foolish. Su Lin repeated his words, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You think one word of foolishness can erase my losses? Wang Tiankai, when did you become so childish? Wang Tiankai pressed down on his hand. I know you suffered significant losses. That's why I came today to compensate you for them. Su Lin scoffed. Compensate for my losses? Fine. How exactly do you plan to do that? Wang Tiankai produced a bank card. There's 100,000 yuan inside. That should cover your losses. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. What if I say it's not enough? Wang Tiankai paused, then I'll transfer another 100,000. Is that enough now? Su Lin took the card. I'll be waiting for your money. Wang Tiankai stood up and left. Su Lin toyed with the bank card in his hand, suddenly feeling a surge of anger welling up inside him, a fire that seemed to grow fiercer by the moment. Just then, Jiang Beiwei approached. Su Lin, here's a new batch of orders. Get them shipped out ASAP. As soon as Su Lin took the orders, Jiang Beiwei sat down in front of him and adopted a serious tone. Is there something you need to discuss with me? Jiang Beiwei hesitated, but after a moment's consideration, she pressed on, I want to order another batch of jewelry to sell. Jiang Beiwei explained, I've seen online that many girls love affordable yet stylish jewelry. Even though the individual pieces seem inexpensive, if we sell enough, it could be a significant income stream. Su Lin remained silent. Noticing his silence, Jiang Beiwei hesitated. Of course, if you don't want the hassle, then. Your idea is sound, but I know nothing about jewelry. If you want to add it, you'll have to handle it yourself. A hint of amusement flickered in Jiang Beiwei's eyes. I understand. After settling the matter, Su Lin handed over the bank card in his hand. There's some money in there. You can use it to source a batch of goods. After a pause, Su Lin added, if you encounter any difficulties, consider investing in some training. All right. Jiang Beiwei replied. Before long, she turned and walked away. Su Lin watched her retreating figure. For some reason, he suddenly smiled. He greatly appreciated Jiang Beiwei's initiative. It showed she was determined to change her future. Even if she knew nothing, her willingness to learn and adapt was enough. Jiang Beiwei quickly figured out the ropes. As the jewelry online store took off, the parcel delivery points saw a surge in outgoing shipments. At the same time, smartphone sales picked up. With the start of the university semester approaching, many parents began shopping for essentials for their students' phones, and computers were staples. Su Lin launched several promotions, raking in a fortune. But before he could fully savor his success, the day arrived for Jiang Beiwei to register at her university. Su Lin packed their belongings and drove Jiang Beiwei and her mother to Yen City. Indeed, Jiang's mother had specifically taken leave to accompany them in sending off Jiang Beiwei. Su Lin said nothing. Recently, Jiang's mother had become noticeably calmer, which had improved his impression of her somewhat. On the plane, Jiang's mother stared blankly at the clouds outside. She never imagined Su Lin would fly to Yen City. It was worlds apart from what she had envisioned. With that thought, she turned to Jiang Beiwei. Wei. She wanted to ask about the plane ticket, but when she met Jiang Beiwei's eyes, she held her tongue. Instead, she said, this is the first time in my life I've ever flown on a plane. Jiang Beiwei paused, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. You'll have countless more chances to fly. Jiang's mother smiled faintly, then turned her head back to watch the clouds drifting outside the window. Several hours later, the plane touched down. Su Lin retrieved their luggage and led Jiang Beiwei and her mother straight to Yanbei University. As the campus came into view, Jiang Beiwei suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Su Lin, which university did you apply to? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. That's confidential for now. Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened with curiosity. Is the school you applied to that mysterious? Su Lin chuckled. Mysterious isn't quite the word, it'll just surprise you. Jiang Beiwei grew even more curious. Which university is it? You'll find out once you've completed your enrollment. Su Lin teased her with the suspense, and Jiang Beiwei couldn't pry any more information out of him. She could only tuck that lingering question away deep inside. Just then, the driver's voice came through, Yanbei University. The group immediately looked out the window, and at a glance, they were stunned by the imposing campus gates. Seconds later, Su Lin paid the fare, and the three followed the crowd through the gates of Yanbei University. Soon, a student ran over to ask, hello, my name is Zhao Hao. I'm here to guide the new students through registration. Which of you are the new students? Su Lin pointed at Jiang Beiwei, her. Zhao Hao's gaze fell on Jiang Beiwei, and his eyes suddenly lit up with astonishment. What a beautiful girl. If nothing unexpected happened, she was bound to be the most beautiful girl among this year's freshmen, the new campus beauty. Unconsciously, Zhao Hao stared longer than he intended.
Su Lin frowned, stepping forward to shield Jiang Beiwei.
This interruption snapped Zhao Hao back to reality. Realizing he'd stared for too long, he quickly apologized. My apologies, I was just lost in thought. By the way, what's your name, freshman?
Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips slightly.
Jiang Beiwei. Junior Jiang, let me guide you to registration. Zhao Hao turned to lead the way. Su Lin said nothing, only glancing back at Jiang Beiwei. With Zhao Hao's guidance, Jiang Beiwei quickly completed her registration. Just as Zhao Hao was about to leave, Su Lin produced an admission letter from his suitcase as if by magic.
Jiang Beiwei and her mother were both stunned.
Jiang Beiwei gasped, Su Lin, you got accepted too? Why didn't you tell me?
Su Lin shrugged. I wanted to surprise you, so I kept it to myself.
How about it? Surprised? Others might not know Yanbei University's admission cutoff, but he, having reincarnated, was well aware.
A score of 650 was borderline, but Su Lin had applied for the computer science department. In this era where everything was just beginning, few dared to apply for new majors.
Moreover, the number of admissions for their city was fixed.
As long as he didn't apply for a popular major, he was unlikely to be left out.
All things considered, it was a safe bet. Chapter 54, What are you getting so excited about? Jiang Beiwei was unaware of Su Lin's internal deliberations.
Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the acceptance letter in his hands.
I'm thrilled, she said. Absolutely thrilled.
Jiang Beiwei had always assumed Su Lin had applied to other schools, and she'd even felt a pang of sadness at the thought of them not being together. But in the blink of an eye, she received such wonderful news. Su Lin cleared his throat.
Wait here for a moment. I need to go register. Okay. Under Jiang Beiwei's watchful gaze, Su Lin went through the registration process once more. John's mother's expression was complex.
A man who could both earn money and pursue his studies, he seemed quite suitable for Jiang Beiwei.
Come on, let's take you to the girls' dorm first. See what you need and we can pick it up on the way. Su Lin said as he walked ahead. Before long, the three of them entered the women's dormitory.
Jiang Beiwei's appearance drew another wave of stares, with many girls unable to resist glancing at her repeatedly. But as the object of their gaze, Jiang Beiwei paid it no mind whatsoever, quickly locating her own dorm room. The dorm housed 4 beds. Hers was by the window. The other 3 beds were already made, but the room was empty. Su Lin scanned the room and noticed Jiang Beiwei's spot wasn't too far from the bathroom, so he reluctantly accepted it.
This spot's okay. John's mother had already begun unpacking from the suitcase.
Jiang Beiwei smiled faintly, then turned to help her mother unpack. Once their beds were made, Jiang Beiwei asked, Where's your dorm? We're heading that way anyway. I'll make yours too. Su Lin had intended to refuse, but the words formed on his tongue and then vanished. Alright.
Might as well familiarize myself with the route. Jiang Beiwei flushed. What do you mean, familiarize yourself? Ahem. John's mother cleared her throat loudly twice.
Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei immediately averted their eyes and walked out as if nothing had happened. Halfway there, Su Lin said, Once I'm done over there, I'll need to come back to your place.
Jiang Beiwei frowned in confusion. Why?
Su Lin replied, To treat your roommate to a meal.
Jiang Beiwei frowned. Is that really necessary?
Su Lin shook his head.
Why not? You're roommates. Barring any surprises, you'll be living together for 4 years.
Setting the tone early in the semester means if any trouble comes up later, you can count on them for help.
Most crucially, since Su Lin lived in the men's dorm, he couldn't grasp many dynamics within the women's dorm. That's why he needed someone like Jiang Beiwei by his side.
Especially if something happened and Jiang Beiwei didn't want to talk about it, he'd still have a way to find out.
He didn't mention this part to Jiang Beiwei, though.
John's mother noticed it, but after thinking it over, she decided it was fine. Recently, she had visited the psychiatric hospital specifically to consult. The doctor informed her that Jiang Beiwei's condition was a psychological disorder. Recovery depended entirely on her self-control. She should avoid unnecessary stress whenever possible. Only when she could truly master her emotions could the next phase of treatment begin. Today's incident would be the first step. Su Lin's dorm was on the 4th floor. As soon as the 3 of them entered, they saw a crowd gathered inside.
Oh my, you must be the student in the 4th bed? Are these your mother and sister? Your sister is absolutely stunning.
A cheerful middle-aged man approached, his final words dripping with admiration for Jiang Beiwei.
Su Lin offered a faint smile. They're not my mother and sister. My name is Su Lin. What's your name, sir?
At the same time, others were also drawn to Jiang Beiwei's appearance and began approaching to greet her. Soon, Su Lin learned the names of his roommates Li Yun, Zhen Beiwei, and Hua Ling.
Li Yun had an intellectual appearance, wearing glasses and speaking in a measured tone.
Zhen Beiwei, son of the boisterous middle-aged man, had an easygoing personality and a rather honest appearance. As for Hua Ling, he seemed a bit slow. After greeting everyone, he stood there motionless, his eyes glued to Jiang Beiwei the entire time. Su Lin took in all 3 of them, feeling a bit of dislike toward Hua Ling.
It wasn't that Jiang Beiwei was unattractive, but his demeanor and personality were polar opposites. It seemed he'd have to be extra cautious around this guy in the dorm. Just then, Mr. Qian smiled warmly and suggested, since the kids are sharing a dorm, why don't we all grab dinner together tonight? At this suggestion, Su Lin politely declined. I'm terribly sorry, Uncle Qian, but I need to stop by Weiwei's dorm first. I might not have time to join you. Mr. Qian paused, taken aback. Your sister. Oh, wait, this young lady is also a student at Yanbei University? Su Lin nodded. Yes. Mr. Qian scratched his head, genuinely surprised that both young people were freshmen at Yanbei University. Well, then, we'll just have to postpone it for another time. Su Lin smiled and nodded. After setting down the items, she led Jiang Beiwei and Zhang's mother away. Not long after they started walking, Zhang's mother spoke up that Hua Ling doesn't seem like a good sort. Be careful around him in the future. Su Lin turned in surprise. Aunt Zhang, you. Mrs. Zhang gave a cold snort and immediately looked away. Su Lin didn't press the issue. It was rare for Mrs. Zhang to show him any goodwill, so it was best to play along. After all, pushing her too far would only hurt him in the end. After that, however, Su Lin made a point of engaging Zhang's mother in conversation. By the time they reached Jiang Beiwei's dorm, Mrs. Zhang's expression had visibly softened. At the same time, Su Lin met the other residents of Jiang Beiwei's dorm, two gentle, pretty girls named Qin Shui and Yu Xia. The third was Guan Yunyun, whose voice alone betrayed a spoiled nature. Su Lin had intended to stay a while longer, but Jiang Beiwei immediately urged him and Zhang's mother to leave. With no other choice, Su Lin left an invitation for dinner that evening and led Zhang's mother to find a hotel. My name is Jiang Beiwei. I hope you'll look after me over the next 4 years. Jiang Beiwei greeted them politely, yet the other three girls stared intently at her face. As time passed, the expression on Jiang Beiwei's face began to waver. You guys? Before she could finish, the girl named Yu Xia leaned in. You must be the most beautiful freshman on the school forum. You're stunning, even prettier than your photos. Pictures? Jiang Beiwei hadn't expected such a remark. After a moment's reaction, she hurriedly asked, what photos are you talking about? The one someone secretly posted on the school forum. Ahem, let me show you. Yu Xia realized her words were problematic and quickly cut herself off, instead opening a forum on her computer. As the page refreshed, a photograph appeared on the screen, none other than Jiang Beiwei during her registration. She wore a white dress, her makeup-free face radiating a pure innocence that did nothing to diminish her beauty. Yu Xia swooned, you're even prettier in person. Even if she's gorgeous, it's not your face. Why are you so excited? Chapter 55, The Restless One. The sudden remark left both Jiang Beiwei and Yu Xia momentarily stunned. They turned to see Guan Yunyun speaking. After a brief pause, Jiang Beiwei asked, Guan Yunyun, have I ever wronged you? Guan Yunyun sneered coldly, I don't know if you've wronged me, but there are just some people I can't stand. Yu Xia's eyes instantly reddened. Guan Yunyun, are you implying there's something wrong with me? Guan Yunyun snorted, grabbed a bag nearby, and turned to leave. Jiang Beiwei frowned, about to speak, when Yu Xia suddenly grabbed her arm. That split-second distraction allowed Guan Yunyun to slip away. Yu Xia whispered, I know you're upset, but Guan Yunyun knows the student union president. Even though Yanbei University's student union doesn't hold much power, they still oversee some internal school activities. There's no need to stir up trouble. At that moment, Qin Shui chimed in from the side. Yu Xia's right. We're here to study. Just focus on what we're supposed to do. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together. She felt something was off, but with both Qin Shui and Yu Xia voicing their opinions, she could only suppress her own thoughts for now. Meanwhile, Su Lin had arranged for Zhang's mother to return to the dormitory and found only Hua Ling there. Their eyes met, and Hua Ling said they went out to buy something. They said they'd be back soon. Su Lin nodded and walked over to his bunk. The four-person dorm featured bunk beds with desks below. Su Lin glanced at the empty desk surface and decided to wait until tomorrow to explore the area with Jiang Beiwei. Some things were available at home, but others still needed purchasing. After all, this was where she would live for several years. It was worth putting in the effort to decorate properly. As Su Lin pondered this, a figure suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Hua Ling leaned closer. I noticed you didn't bring many things. Did you not buy them? Or do you have other plans? Su Lin paused. Before he could speak, Hua Ling continued, I know a group chat for second-hand items. If you have other plans, you could join and take a look. They're all things used by seniors, so at the very least, the quality is guaranteed. Su Lin, ? The look in his eyes as he regarded Hua Ling held a hint of strangeness. You think I can't afford to buy things? The dorm fell silent. After a moment, Hua Ling smiled and said, of course not. I just think it's wise to save money where you can. No need to pretend to be something you're not. His expression mocked Su Lin's hypocrisy. His words tinged with a hint of condescension. Su Lin chuckled. He'd suspected Hua Ling wasn't simple before, but hadn't expected even his speech to carry a hint of superiority. Well, thanks for your concern. Su Lin couldn't be bothered to explain, dismissing him with a casual remark before dragging his suitcase over.
But Hua Ling followed him, his expression complex.
Su Lin, you really don't need to hide anything. I won't look down on you. Let's add each other as friends. I'll send you the second-hand group right now, so you can.
Su Lin abruptly turned, his calm gaze locking onto Hua Ling, causing the latter to involuntarily step back.
Why are you looking at me like that? I'm genuinely trying to help you. We're both students at Yanbei University, so... Who told you I can't afford things?
Su Lin cut Hua Ling off. Since he kept pestering him, it was time to set the record straight and see who really had nothing to be ashamed of.
No one told me. I just thought you might need help. Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. You think? Don't you know there's a certain type of person who hates hassle and baggage, which is why they come to school empty-handed?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the dorm door swung open.
Li Yun and Qian Dahui entered one after the other.
Spotting the two men facing off, they both halted in their tracks. After a moment, Qian Dahui approached as if nothing had happened. We bought some daily necessities downstairs and found the prices here are pretty cheap.
Want to check it out?
Su Lin withdrew her gaze, her tone gentle.
Really? Then I might just go take a look.
Oh, right, there's a second-hand group here at Hualing.
See if you can find anything useful. With that, Su Lin walked straight out of the dormitory.
Li Yun and Qian Dahui exchanged glances, both seeing bewilderment in each other's eyes.
Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? How did the atmosphere shift so abruptly?
They wanted to ask for clarification, but Su Lin had already left. When Hua Ling met their gaze, she followed him out. For a moment, only Li Yun and Qian Dahui stood in the dorm, staring at each other.
Qian Dahui scratched his head. Li Yun, what do you think is going on?
Li Yun chuckled. Whatever it is, our dorm is definitely not going to stay quiet.
That evening, Su Lin arrived at the girls' dormitory building and called Jiang Beiwei.
Seeing the three girls appear, he raised an eyebrow slightly. His dorm wasn't peaceful, and now it seemed Jiang Beiwei's dorm wasn't either.
But Su Lin didn't ask any questions.
He led the three of them out of the campus gates.
Jiang's mother was already waiting outside.
Spotting them, she immediately came over. I see all the restaurants around here are fully booked. Su Lin raised his phone.
No problem. I called ahead and reserved a table.
Xin Shui and Yu Xia exchanged surprised glances.
You actually need to make reservations in advance to eat in Yin City?
Yu Xia voiced her unspoken question.
Su Lin glanced at her and explained, usually not, but today is Yanbei University's registration day.
Lots of people plan to eat out today, so reservations are necessary.
Yu Xia understood immediately.
Oh, I see. Just then, a shout came from nearby.
Su Lin, are you guys dining here too? What a coincidence.
Su Lin looked in the direction of the voice and recognized Qian Dahui, accompanied by Li Yun and several elders. Before he could fully process it, the group had already approached. Qian Dahui scanned the group with a smile.
You're all Yanbei University students, right? Care to join us for lunch?
The group trailing behind watched with amused smiles.
Su Lin considered it for a moment before agreeing, sure.
Have you picked a place yet?
This question left Qian Dahui dumbfounded. Reserve a spot? Can't we just find a restaurant once we're out?
Seeing the others shared the same confusion, Su Lin sighed and repeated his earlier explanation. Even the parents fell silent. They'd been so preoccupied with shopping and exploring the campus that they'd completely overlooked the most crucial detail. Su Lin silently shook his head.
Come on, I've secured a table.
The two groups merged and soon arrived at the restaurant Su Lin had reserved. After dinner, Qian Dahui and Li Yun's elders departed, while Zhang's mother returned to the hotel. Qian Dahui glanced at the remaining group, his eyes suddenly lighting up.
How about we go sing karaoke?
Su Lin sighed helplessly, I have a meeting at 8.
Are you sure you want to go singing? Chapter 56, Qian Dahui, the tone-deaf one. Meeting? What meeting?
As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, everyone except Li Yun chimed in with the same question.
Yu Xia groaned, didn't they say college meant freedom? Why do we have to attend a meeting right after registration? This is Yanbei University.
Li Yun pushed his glasses up.
College does usually mean freedom, but haven't you forgotten about military training?
Su Lin replied slowly, according to the notice, registration only lasts 2 days. After that, military training begins immediately. The university will issue further details about the training on the second evening and today is that second day.
After a moment, Su Lin added 2 more words, tonight. Jiang Beiwei and the others.
Half an hour later, the group split into 2 waves and headed to the classrooms assigned by their respective departments. After making the rounds, each person collected 2 sets of military training uniforms.
Not long after returning to the dorm, Su Lin received a call from Jiang Beiwei. We didn't bring laptops or anything like that this time. Should we go buy some?
Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement. We'll go shopping together after military training ends. After chatting a bit longer, Su Lin hung up and was about to sleep when Qian Dahui approached.
Were you just on the phone with Jiang Beiwei?
Su Lin glanced up slightly.
Yes. Why? Qian Dahui cleared his throat heavily. What exactly is your relationship with Jiang Beiwei? Su Lin could hear the conflict in Qian Dahui's voice.
After a brief silence, he replied, a relationship that might lead to marriage in the future.
Qian Dahui's eyes widened instantly. Are you serious? At the same time, Li Yun also looked over. Though he didn't speak, the question in his eyes was equally obvious.
Su Lin smiled faintly.
Of course I'm serious. Alright, it's getting late. Go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow morning.
If they were still in high school, Su Lin would never have mentioned marriage. They weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend.
But this was Yanbei University. Jiang Beiwei had only just enrolled today and was already a top contender for campus beauty queen.
Who knew if someone with impure motives might approach her tomorrow to declare their interest? So Su Lin planned to start with those closest to him, gradually tying himself to Jiang Beiwei. The dorm fell silent. Su Lin closed his eyes and soon drifted off to sleep.
The next day dawned bright and sunny.
Yanbei University students arrived at the military training site one after another.
Seeing the vast open field and the blazing sun overhead, many students looked terrified. Beep!
A whistle suddenly pierced the air, followed by a sharp, commanding voice.
Everyone, line up by major.
Anyone not in their formation within 5 minutes will run 7 laps around the field.
7 laps. Not just the other students, even Su Lin was startled by the number of laps.
It was still morning, and the sun was already scorching. As the temperature rose later, running 7 laps would leave them half dead, if not dead.
The problem was, how exactly did one line up by major?
Su Lin quickly scanned his surroundings and soon spotted the words written on the ground. At the same time, another group of students also spotted the words on the ground.
In an instant, chaos erupted.
5 minutes later, half the freshmen were sentenced to lap punishment, Su Lin included.
Beep. The whistle blew again. No slacking off. Everyone keep moving. If one person falls behind, the rest of you get extra training. An hour later, the laps were halted.
The drill sergeants watched as students collapsed one after another, their faces darkening. They had tolerated the slow start, but never expected that after dragging on for an hour, 7 laps would be abandoned. Yanbei University students were indeed intelligent, but their physical condition was truly poor.
Fortunately, none of the collapsed students had heatstroke.
The drill sergeants had no choice but to let them rest where they lay. Su Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, his gaze darting around the area as he searched for Jiang Beiwei's location. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder.
Qian Dahui gasped, I'm going to die from exhaustion. Starting with 7 laps?
This drill instructor is literally trying to kill us. Su Lin's mouth twitched. Qian Dahui's voice was too loud, he'd already caught the instructor's gaze. Realizing this, Su Lin cleared his throat loudly and shot Qian Dahui a meaningful look.
It's fine. This is the kind of training we need.
Qian Dahui gasped in shock. Bro, are you serious?
Running laps counts as training? Those instructors are just being unreasonable.
Su Lin. Damn it, more and more instructors were looking over.
Qian Dahui really couldn't read the room. Su Lin gritted his teeth. Qian Dahui, I'm giving you one chance. Reconsider what you just said.
Li Yun covered his face beside them. Seeing Qian Dahui about to speak again, he kicked him hard.
Go get me a bottle of water.
Qian Dahui opened his mouth, then muttered under his breath as he went to fetch water for Li Yun. Su Lin pressed his hand to his forehead. He exchanged a glance with Li Yun, and both couldn't help but let out a wry smile.
Half an hour later, the whistle blew again. A group of students lined up and began standing at attention.
As the sun climbed higher, some students with poorer physical fitness were gradually sent away. By lunchtime, Su Lin dragged his weary feet as he struggled to find Jiang Beiwei.
Are you okay? Jiang Beiwei looked at Su Lin in surprise, instinctively helping him sit down.
Su Lin gave a wry smile, his voice weak.
Still alive, for now. Jiang Beiwei frowned. You seemed perfectly fine earlier. How did you manage to collapse in just one morning?
Su Lin slumped over the table.
He had thought he was fine too. But after a morning of training, he realized his condition wasn't as good as he'd imagined. Getting old. Su Lin sighed solemnly. Jiang Beiwei chuckled at his remark. If you're getting old, then everyone older than you must be entering their golden years, right?
Su Lin sighed and shook his head.
I'm telling the truth here. How can you not believe me?
Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips and chuckled softly. You make it sound so convincing, but not a word of it is true.
What do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you.
Su Lin casually listed a few dishes, then watched as Jiang Beiwei went to get them.
Before long, Jiang Beiwei returned with a tray.
Su Lin looked at her and suddenly remembered the other 2 girls in her dorm. Why are you here alone?
Where are Qin Shui and Yu Xia? Jiang Beiwei replied, they're too tired.
Said they'd just grabbed some snacks back at the dorm and wouldn't be joining us for dinner. So that's how it was. Su Lin picked up his chopsticks and was halfway through eating when several female students walked by.
If this sun keeps beating down, my face will be ruined.
I heard there's something called sunscreen spray that prevents tanning and sunburn, but I have no idea where to buy it. I don't know either, but I heard Guan Yun Yun from the dorm next door knows.
Su Lin didn't pay much attention to the rest of the conversation. Do you have any sunscreen spray?
Jiang Beiwei paused, then shook her head.
It's only a few days of sun. No need for sunscreen. Chapter 57. Our Beiwei is simply amazing.
Su Lin disagreed.
That guy just said it also prevents sunburn.
Even if you don't care about staying fair-skinned, you shouldn't let yourself get sunburned.
Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips.
True, but... She suddenly paused, a hint of unease in her expression.
That guy mentioned Guan Yunyun knows about this.
She seems not too fond of me.
Su Lin raised an eyebrow. No problem. I know where to buy it. He realized his oversight. He'd completely forgotten about sunscreen.
Had he remembered sooner, Jiang Beiwei could have used it already.
Jiang Beiwei looked surprised. How did you know? Secret.
Su Lin teased her with the mystery, then pulled out his phone and started searching for suppliers he'd connected with while setting up his online store. After just a few calls, he located a supplier for sunscreen.
Have some shipped to Yanbei University first. Su Lin hung up and suddenly remembered two problems.
First, Yanbei University had been sealed off since military training began, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. The second was that he'd be in military training the entire time, leaving him no opportunity to receive the shipment.
Su Lin's expression shifted too quickly for Jiang Beiwei to miss. She immediately sensed something was wrong and asked, "Is there a problem you can't handle?" Su Lin didn't hide anything, laying out the problem directly.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes crinkled with a smile. Outsiders can't get in, but our students can leave campus.
Leave this to me.
I just happened to meet a senior who can help us receive the package.
Su Lin raised an eyebrow. That's wonderful. Our Beiwei really is amazing. She can solve any problem that comes up. The compliment made Jiang Beiwei's cheeks flush involuntarily. What did you say?
Noticing her blush, Su Lin leaned forward slightly.
Did I say something wrong? Our Beiwei really is amazing. Their eyes met. Su Lin deliberately curved his lips upward, making Jiang Beiwei's cheeks flush even redder. Hurry up and eat.
She pushed the plate in front of her toward Su Lin, averting her gaze to avoid meeting his eyes.
Seeing this, Su Lin didn't press her further, quietly eating his meal instead. Their interaction caught the attention of several people nearby. Some looked puzzled, others gritted their teeth. What exactly was the relationship between that guy and the school beauty? How could he get so close and tease her like that? Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei remained oblivious to the surrounding thoughts. After finishing their meal, Su Lin walked Jiang Beiwei back to her dormitory, watching her ascend the stairs before turning to leave. But the moment he entered the dorm, he sensed something was off. Qian Dahui sat nearby, while not far away, items lay scattered all over the floor. Li Yun stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wall beside the bathroom door. Their movements differed, but both wore grim expressions. Su Lin spoke up. What happened? Qian Dahui glanced at him. Nothing. Su Lin shifted his gaze away from him. Where's Hua Ling? Even if Qian Dahui hadn't said anything, Su Lin had already guessed something when he didn't see Hua Ling. But he couldn't figure it out. It was only his second day at school. How could Hua Ling have lost control of his emotions and torn down the facade so quickly? Li Yun sighed. He went to another dorm. After a pause, Li Yun recounted the relevant details. Only then did Su Lin understand that their argument had originated from a photo on the school forum, one featuring him and Jiang Beiwei. Li Yun told Su Lin that Hua Ling clearly has feelings for Jiang Beiwei. I don't know what makes him think she'd ever be interested in him. He wouldn't listen to a single word of reason. Shen Dahui sighed. I didn't mean to argue with him either. I just couldn't stand his smug certainty. It's obvious Jiang Beiwei is. Mid-sentence, Shen Dahui abruptly stopped. Never mind. You get the gist. Just know I understand. Su Lin smiled. I get what you mean. Don't worry, I've got this covered. By the way, which dorm did Hua Ling go to? Next door, room 502. He seems to have an acquaintance in that dorm. An acquaintance? Su Lin pondered for a moment before asking, what year is he in? Qian Dahui tapped his calf a few times. Same as us freshmen. After speaking, he suddenly realized something. Bro, you're not planning to go to 502 to find someone, are you? Su Lin waved him off. I'm not going. Just asking a couple questions. It's already 10:30. Get some sleep. We've got military training tomorrow. Qian Dahui still seemed uneasy. You're really not going? Su Lin patted his shoulder. I said I'm not going. What's there to be real or fake about? With that, Su Lin headed to the bathroom to wash up. Qian Dahui leaned close to Li Yun. What do you think? Is he really not going? Li Yun's mouth twitched. Stop worrying about what's real or fake. Just go to sleep. If it weren't for knowing Yanbei University had no backdoor admissions and Qian Dahui had decent college entrance exam scores, Li Yun would have thought this guy was just another one relying on family connections. How could someone be so clueless about the ways of the world? Li Yun shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside, and fell asleep the moment he lay down. At dawn, Su Lin dashed to the cafeteria, bought breakfast, and headed to find Jiang Beiwei. Why are you up so early? Aren't you tired? Jiang Beiwei took the breakfast and asked casually. Su Lin stared at her intently. Someone's already trying to steal her away from me. If I don't hurry up, I might lose her. Su Lin, are you here to deliver breakfast to Jiang Beiwei? The abrupt inquiry cut off Su Lin mid-sentence. He turned his head slightly and saw Qin Shui and Yuxia standing not far away. The difference was that Qin Shui was covering her face, while Yuxia wore a look of pure curiosity. Clearly, Yuxia shared Qian Dahui's temperament. Su Lin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Yes, I came to bring Beiwei breakfast. Have you two eaten yet? Yuxia lifted her head slightly. Of course not, we haven't eaten yet. We were just about to go eat. The deliberate pause amused Su Lin, but he didn't dwell on it. He simply urged them to hurry over. Yuxia chuckled softly, tugging Qin Shui along as they jogged off. Jiang Beiwei chuckled. Yuxia can be just like a child sometimes. By the way, you came over so early, did you eat yourself? Su Lin leaned in close to her, their faces so near they could feel each other's breath. Caught off guard, Jiang Beiwei flinched and instinctively took a step back. Why did you come so close? Su Lin replied with feigned seriousness, I was afraid you couldn't hear me clearly. Jiang Beiwei shot him a glare. How could I not hear you? I'm not deaf. Alright, hurry up and go eat breakfast in the cafeteria. We'll be assembling soon. No need. I already ate when I came over earlier. Su Lin caught Jiang Beiwei's pushing hand, and the two walked side by side toward the military training field. Before long, a group of freshmen hurried over. Another day of military training ended. After seeing Jiang Beiwei back to her dorm, Su Lin entered the room just in time to see Hua Ling fiddling with a computer, while Chen Dahui glared angrily beside him. Chapter 58. Didn't you know? What was going on now? Su Lin felt puzzled, but before he could speak, he caught Li Yun's meaningful glance. Don't say anything. Li Yun mouthed the three silent words. Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, ultimately complying with Li Yun's request as he silently approached his own bed. But the moment he stood still, Hua Ling let out a soft hum. Su Lin turned his head slightly. Was that directed at me? Hua Ling turned his head away, ignoring Su Lin. Seeing this, Su Lin understood. Looks like you were grumbling at me. Since we're roommates, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. You've got a thing for Jiang Beiwei, right? The dorm fell silent. Even Hua Ling hadn't expected Su Lin's bluntness to be so direct. Seeing no response, Su Lin continued, I'll take your silence as an admission. But let me tell you this, Jiang Beiwei won't be interested in you. She and I have been through high school together. Our bond isn't something outsiders can influence, let alone someone who's only met her once. Hua Ling, put away your little schemes. If you really don't want to live in this dorm, you can move out. But if you keep stirring up trouble, I won't let you off easy. You can doubt me, or you can try. Su Lin delivered this tirade, ignoring Hua Ling's sour expression, then turned and climbed into bed. After that, the dorm fell completely silent. Military training days flew by, and before they knew it, the final day arrived. The sunscreen Su Lin had ordered arrived at school the very next day. It was brought in by the senior Jiang Beiwei had mentioned, and sold out completely within a single day. Seeing this, Su Lin promptly ordered another shipment. Meanwhile, his relationship with Jiang Beiwei spread like wildfire across campus through their daily breakfast runs. For a time, countless people sighed with regret. But neither Su Lin nor Jiang Beiwei paid it any mind, as they were preoccupied with another matter. Not even a word of warning before dumping us two with the orientation responsibilities? That's pretty slapdash, don't you think? Jiang Beiwei frowned deeply. She and Su Lin hadn't even been able to attend the final military training summary meeting before being dragged to the student council. After one meeting, they inexplicably became the hosts of the orientation event. Su Lin shrugged indifferently. If the student union decided it, they must think we're suitable. Just do it. If anything goes wrong, they won't come after us anyway. Jiang Beiwei fell silent. That may be true, but I still feel something's off about this. It's just an orientation event, nothing major. It'll be fine. Su Lin reassured Jiang Beiwei. Once she calmed down, they left the student council building together. Not long after returning to the dorm, the other three came back. Shen Dahui burst in, shouting, Su Lin, you really missed out on the wrap-up meeting tonight, it was wild. Su Lin glanced back and replied with a smile, I would have liked to go, but the student union needed me. I had to choose one or the other. Qian Dahui froze. The student union called you? What for? The orientation event. Su Lin replied casually, but immediately sensed something was off. The expressions on the faces of the three people in front of him had all turned grave. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this orientation? Li Yun spoke up, the orientation itself is fine, but there's a problem with the people attending this year. Su Lin's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Word is that this year's event will draw many alumni, big names, influential figures. Li Yun didn't elaborate, but what he revealed was enough for Su Lin to grasp the issue. Typically, returning alumni would be upperclassmen at least, but the student union had specifically chosen him and Jiang Beiwei.
The current students weren't the concern, it was the returning alumni who might have ulterior motives. Su Lin felt overwhelmed. He'd come here to study, why was he suddenly entangled in this scheming? At that moment, Li Yun spoke again. Su Lin, it's best you decline this. We're only freshmen, there will be plenty of opportunities to make our mark later. Su Lin shook his head. This isn't about whether I accept or decline. Li Yun frowned. What do you mean? Hua Ling's voice was somber. He must have offended someone. They've pinned him to this task. Su Lin glanced at him. When Hua Ling wasn't losing his mind, he was actually a smart guy. But precisely because he had some sense, his warnings carried weight. Pushing aside his thoughts, Su Lin truthfully explained the issue at hand. Li Yun was baffled. You're just a freshman. How did you get targeted? Su Lin thought to himself, though he was a freshman, he'd already made quite a name for himself. Jiang Beiwei's presence had spread his reputation, and later during military training, selling sunscreen probably fueled another wave of talk. Freshmen were constantly worn down by training drills, so they remained unaware of the situation. Now that the wrap-up meeting was over, they'd likely find out soon enough. With that thought, Su Lin recounted the entire sequence of events. Li Yun and Qian Dahui were both stunned. Wait, bro, we were still getting tortured in boot camp and you were already raking in cash? Qian Dahui couldn't believe it. Why hadn't he thought of this money-making scheme when they were both freshmen? Su Lin replied, it's not much, just a little pocket money. Qian Dahui's mouth twitched. With all the girls in freshman year, if your sunscreen works well, you'll have plenty more sales coming your way. Bang! A sound came from nearby. Su Lin glanced over and saw Hua Ling climbing into bed. Turning his gaze back, Su Lin said, that depends on how things go. By the way, classes officially start tomorrow, right? What about the schedule? We'll have some orientation tomorrow. Oh, and we still need to pick a few electives, they all count toward credits. Seniors told me these are the easiest ones to pass. Su Lin changed the subject, and Shen Dahui proceeded to share all the information he'd gathered. Su Lin nodded occasionally, indicating he was taking it all in. The next day, after finalizing his elective selections and course schedule, Su Lin rushed to find Jiang Beiwei. His inquiry immediately confirmed that she too knew about the returning alumni. I knew something was off. Turns out there really is a problem. Jiang Beiwei looked troubled. Su Lin, should we find an excuse to back out? We can't back out. And the orientation is just days away. The student council will probably throw more obstacles our way. Su Lin's words made Jiang Beiwei's expression grow even more grave. What kind of trouble could the student union possibly cause us? We'll find out soon enough. That evening, Su Lin received a call from the student union. When he went to find Jiang Beiwei, he was told she had already left that afternoon. Yu Xia looked puzzled. She went over around 3 p.m. Didn't you know? Chapter 59, Sudden Unexpected Event. Su Lin's expression shifted slightly. Since Jiang Beiwei hadn't contacted him, how could he possibly know? But Su Lin didn't dwell on it for long. After a quick farewell, he headed straight for the building housing the student union. Just as he reached the ground floor, he bumped into Jiang Beiwei coming the other way. Su Lin, what brings you here? Jiang Beiwei looked genuinely surprised. Su Lin didn't answer. Instead, he gave her a thorough once-over. They called you here. What's it about? Jiang Beiwei smiled. It's about hosting duties. They said since I'm a freshman with no experience in hosting, they found a senior to mentor me. That's all? Su Lin felt a twinge of suspicion, but his expression remained neutral. I'm here on business too. Wait for me outside for a moment. All right. With that reply, Su Lin quickly entered the building. It didn't take long for him to learn the reason for his summons. The orientation event needs some sponsorship. I heard you made a decent sum during military training this time. Interested in chipping in a bit? Su Lin stared silently at the student council president before him. The sponsorship opportunity for the orientation event was indeed tempting, but the question was, did the student council genuinely need more funding? With this thought, Su Lin voiced his question directly. No one turns down sponsorship money, especially since Yanbei University's orientation draws huge crowds. You won't lose out by joining us. Su Lin knew full well he wouldn't lose out, but sometimes taking too big a step could become a liability. After careful consideration, Su Lin declined the offer. The president's face fell with disappointment. If that's your decision, I won't pressure you. What a shame, I thought I could give you a leg up. Su Lin acted as if he hadn't heard. Anyone could offer flattery, but whether ulterior motives lurked behind it was another matter entirely. Leaving the building, Su Lin spotted Jiang Beiwei waiting nearby and immediately walked over to her. Let's go. Jiang Beiwei glanced behind Su Lin. Is it settled? Su Lin gave a slight nod. Just a few words. After a pause, Su Lin suggested they grab a bite to eat. The two took a stroll outside campus, ate, and then returned. Due to sponsorship issues, Su Lin voluntarily stepped down from hosting the orientation event, dedicating himself solely to picking up and dropping off Jiang Beiwei each day. Time flew by, and before long, the day of the orientation arrived. Just when Su Lin thought everything was calm, complications arose on Jiang Beiwei's end. They suddenly notified me that the hosting duties have been assigned to someone else.
Jiang Beiwei looked bewildered.
She had been running around non-stop these past few days, only to be pulled out at the critical moment. Su Lin hadn't anticipated this turn of events either. Looking at Jiang Beiwei before him, radiant in her red evening gown, his expression darkened.
I'll go talk to the student union.
Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Beiwei grabbed his hand, stopping him.
It's just a last-minute host change. It's fine. They must have their reasons.
Jiang Beiwei forced a smile, her expression tinged with resignation. Su Lin scoffed coldly, this isn't trivial. They had their choice from the start, they shouldn't have dragged you into this mess.
Everyone's time is precious, what right did the student council have to waste others' time?
Jiang Beiwei had considered this too, but other matters weighed on her mind. The host selection has always been the student union's decision. They must have valid reasons for the last-minute change. It wouldn't be right for us to interfere. Jiang Beiwei's voice softened, gradually calming Su Lin's anger.
Just then, the announcement signaling the start of the orientation ceremony echoed through the hall.
Su Lin listened for a moment, then suddenly frowned.
That voice, isn't it your roommate's?
Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips slightly.
It's Guan Yunyun's.
Su Lin laughed bitterly.
Your roommate is quite something.
She'd been quiet all along, only to pull this stunt right before taking the stage.
This was clearly intentional bullying. Jiang Beiwei felt a pang of sadness.
She knew Guan Yunyun had a strong personality and was difficult to get along with, but she never imagined Guan Yunyun would go to such lengths over this matter. Meanwhile, Xin Shui and Yu Xia were equally stunned.
Yu Xia whispered, wasn't Wei Wei supposed to be the host? Why did it suddenly become Guan Yunyun?
Xin Shui stared at the girl in the white dress on stage and clicked her tongue.
Someone deliberately snatched the spotlight, that's what.
The audience was packed, and the moment Guan Yunyun appeared, her poised and graceful demeanor drew waves of admiration and praise.
Yu Xia heard it all, her brow furrowing deeply. Those compliments should have been Jiang Beiwei's. Keep your expression in check. There are cameras tonight. If you get misunderstood, you're done for.
Xin Shui whispered the warning to Yu Xia before glancing toward the backstage area.
She wondered how Jiang Beiwei was holding up. Would she be able to handle this situation? Backstage, Jiang Beiwei listened for a moment before turning to Su Lin. Let's go. We'll sit up front. You're taking this so calmly. Jiang Beiwei sighed helplessly. They're already up there. We can't exactly drag them down now, can we? Su Lin understood the logic too.
He shook his head and deliberately lagged behind. Once they reached the stage area, he spotted many familiar faces. They were either future business tycoons or exceptionally renowned figures. Especially the man beside the president. Su Lin could recall all the reports about him. Chen Hao, real estate tycoon, the nation's wealthiest man, renowned philanthropist.
Now, they were all seated below, watching Yanbei University's welcome gala. Su Lin sighed inwardly. Guan Yunyun's move had been ruthless. Who could have imagined that even as they were about to take the stage, their spot could still be snatched away? He had been careless too. Though he suspected something was off, he hadn't taken any precautions. It was sheer negligence. At that thought, Su Lin suddenly narrowed his eyes. While the situation was now set in stone, getting Jiang Beiwei to step forward wasn't entirely impossible. Wei Wei. Su Lin leaned close to Jiang Beiwei's ear and whispered something. Jiang Beiwei's eyes lit up suddenly, then immediately furrowed her brow. Wouldn't that be a bit awkward? After all, it's Yanbei University's orientation event. What if? Su Lin made a shushing gesture. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I've got this. With that, Su Lin turned and walked away. Jiang Beiwei watched his retreating figure, a hint of worry visible in her brows. The welcome gala proceeded smoothly and soon neared its conclusion. As the finale act took the stage, Su Lin returned to Jiang Beiwei's side. Come with me. Jiang Beiwei nodded and followed Su Lin out. Neither of them paid attention to their surroundings, completely unaware that Jiang Beiwei's red dress had drawn quite a few glances. Only after their figures disappeared did the gazes finally withdraw. After the final performance, the students dispersed. The principal, observing the few students who had returned specially, smiled and invited them to step outside. The moment they stepped out of the auditorium, their eyes were drawn to a flash of red. Chapter 60, Not a Bad Deal. Beneath the streetlight, a girl in a red dress curved her lips into a gentle smile. A table stood at her feet, laden with flowers. As each student passed by, she offered them a single bloom. Though her red dress blazed like fire, her demeanor was remarkably gentle. The contradictory qualities of water and fire were somehow revealed in one person. Su Lin stood to the side, handing out items to students alongside Jiang Beiwei. The difference was that Jiang Beiwei handed out flowers, while he offered a box containing sunscreen spray and a promotional card printed with the online store's link and name. Xin Yi's peripheral vision caught the figure emerging from the auditorium entrance. He deliberately shifted 2 steps to the side, blocking Jiang Beiwei's silhouette. No matter how radiant Guan Yunyun appeared on stage, her looks and aura still couldn't compare to Jiang Beiwei's. Stars and the moon have never been comparable.
On the other side, Chen Hao was also drawn to the pair walking side by side. Watching them, he couldn't help but sigh.
Youth is truly wonderful. The principal glanced at him. Don't talk as if you're ancient.
At your age, you still have plenty of time to make your mark.
Chen Hao chuckled. You're right, principal. By the way, are those two students also freshmen? With looks like theirs, why didn't they show up at the welcome party? The principal was also puzzled, though he didn't show it. Why not go ask them and find out?
Su Lin quickly noticed the approaching group, but he pretended not to see them. Once they were behind him, he decisively stepped aside, letting Jiang Beiwei take the lead. Before arriving, he had specifically instructed Jiang Beiwei, no matter the situation, whenever someone approached, she was to present them with a flower. Now, Jiang Beiwei followed Su Lin's instructions to the letter.
Enjoy your visit. These are some small items from our online store. Please try them out.
As Jiang Beiwei finished speaking, Su Lin also handed over the box. Chen Hao looked surprised.
You run an online store? How long have you been doing this?
Su Lin smiled without answering.
Jiang Beiwei glanced at him and stepped forward to answer. We started in high school. It's been a while now.
Unaware of the underlying issue, Chen Hao assumed Jiang Beiwei was the driving force behind it and gave her a thumbs up with some praise. Jiang Beiwei smiled slightly, replying with a few modest words. The principal observed this exchange and began to piece things together. He said nothing, however, and after letting Chen Hao and Jiang Beiwei chat for a while, he steered the conversation elsewhere. After the group left, Jiang Beiwei couldn't help turning back to ask, Su Lin, why didn't you answer that yourself just now?
Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Between a fellow guy and a beauty, who do you think leaves a stronger impression? Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened in surprise. So you did that on purpose. You're overthinking things. Su Lin disagreed. It's not overthinking. It's being thoughtful. Jiang Beiwei snorted lightly. That sounds nice, but we're losing money right now.
In just that brief moment, they'd already given away over 300 bottles of sunscreen spray. And that was only because they'd arrived late, allowing some students to leave already. Su Lin smiled as he picked up a flower. On the surface, it looks like a loss, but our online store's reputation has spread, and we've made an impression on the principal. Having been outmaneuvered like that, Su Lin wasn't about to let it slide. Jiang Beiwei's beauty and popularity, combined with the added business, would quickly spread her fame. If Guan Yunyun wanted to make a splash, he'd make sure no one noticed her existence. With that thought, Su Lin gathered the remaining flowers. Let's go. Jiang Beiwei refused. Give these flowers away before we leave. Otherwise, there's no place to store them. Su Lin fell silent. After a moment, he reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, some students responsible for logistics hadn't left yet. Once they emerged, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei successfully distributed all the prepared items. As Jiang Beiwei tidied the table, a large bouquet of red roses suddenly appeared before her. Su Lin bowed his head slightly, his handsome face bathed in the soft glow of the streetlight, adding a touch of hazy mystery. These are for you. Do you like them? Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened, her mouth opening several times without sound. Finally, she took the bouquet and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. I love them. The night seemed to freeze in time with those two simple words. The scene was captured by a student nearby and immediately uploaded to the school forum. In an instant, the entire student body was in an uproar. Who the hell is that guy? How come we haven't even gotten close to the campus beauty, yet he gets to give her flowers? Aren't you guys missing the point? I thought everyone was saying the host of the welcome party was the best-looking freshman. Why is someone else on stage tonight? Ask the student union, they've always handled these things. Post after post flooded the forum, cementing Jiang Beiwei's reputation as the campus beauty. Meanwhile, Jiang Beiwei returned to her dorm. She had just set down the red roses when a loud bang echoed as Guan Yunyun kicked open the door and stormed in. Their eyes met. Jiang Beiwei paused briefly before nonchalantly looking away. Xin Shui, Yu Xia, I saved these sunscreen sprays especially for tonight. Here, take one each and see how they work. Yu Xia leaned in. Thanks, Wei Wei. Anything you give must be great. I saw it's the same kind you guys were selling before. Guan Yunyun suddenly snorted derisively. If you're going to give gifts, why give someone something you sell yourself? Aren't you embarrassed? Jiang Beiwei turned to face her. The one who should be embarrassed is you, isn't it? Guan Yunyun sneered coldly, why should I be embarrassed? Jiang Beiwei was about to bring up the hostess issue, but she swallowed her words. It was a done deal, no point rehashing it and looking petty. Instead, she said, a gift is about the thought behind it. If Yu Xia and the others can use what I have, then it's the perfect choice. You, on the other hand, brought nothing and just stood there making snide remarks. Aren't you the one who looks ridiculous? Yu Xia immediately chimed in, exactly. Someone who did nothing has no right to criticize others. Faced with their words, Guan Yunyun showed no reaction whatsoever. After a moment, Guan Yunyun turned and walked away. Jiang Beiwei hadn't mentioned the gala at all. Had she really let it go? Watching the open door, Yu Xia frowned deeply. Wei Wei, what was that all about?
Jiang Beiwei patted Yu Xia's shoulder reassuringly. Forget about her. Hurry up and get ready for bed. We have class first thing tomorrow morning. We can't be late for the first period.
Hearing this, Yu Xia immediately pushed Guan Yunyun from her mind. Meanwhile, Su Lin was getting busy.
Chapter 61. You're here to view the house?
As soon as Su Lin returned to the dorm, he opened the forum. Scanning the photos and comments, a smile spread across his face.
Don't think this matter is settled, the real crux is just beginning.
Su Lin spent the entire night scrolling through the forum, only going to sleep as dawn approached.
He barely closed his eyes before hearing Qian Dahui's shout. Get up! Class starts in an hour. 1 hour.
Su Lin shot his eyes open, staring at the ceiling above him before sitting bolt upright.
Qian Dahui was leaning over the edge of the bed.
Seeing him sit up, he immediately jumped down.
Hurry up and get dressed. Su Lin got out of bed efficiently and finished washing up quickly. I'm heading to the girls' dorm.
You guys go ahead to the classroom. Qian Dahui and Li Yun exchanged glances, both unable to suppress a disapproving TSK.
Qian Dahui muttered, that bastard Su Lin betrays his comrades for a pretty face.
Li Yun pushed his glasses up.
Forget about loyalty to women for now. We still need to grab breakfast at the cafeteria. Don't waste time. Got it.
Qian Dahui deliberately drew out his response, splashed water on his face, and then left the dorm with Li Yun. Meanwhile, Su Lin made a special trip to the cafeteria to buy breakfast before calling Jiang Beiwei.
Are you downstairs yet? Jiang Beiwei answered without surprise. We're heading down soon, but we're grabbing breakfast first.
Su Lin chuckled. I brought breakfast for you all.
I'll be there shortly.
Indeed, Su Lin had bought breakfast for Qin Shui and Yu Xia as well. After hanging up, Su Lin hurried to the girls' dormitory building and saw Jiang Beiwei and the others waiting by the roadside.
Why are you standing downstairs? Jiang Beiwei replied, we'd be waiting upstairs anyway.
Standing here saves us a bit of time. Su Lin sighed helplessly. You girls really don't mind the heat.
As he spoke, Su Lin handed them their breakfasts.
After confirming their classrooms weren't in the same building, they agreed to meet at the cafeteria for lunch. After parting ways, Su Lin found his classroom just 1 minute before class started.
Qian Dahui waved him over. Hurry up. I saved you a seat.
Su Lin hurried over.
Thanks. Qian Dahui waved it off. No big deal. By the way, has the school's top beauty started her class yet?
Su Lin nodded, about to say something, when the teacher entered. Seeing this, both fell silent and focused on the lesson. For the next 2 months, Su Lin shuttled daily between the boys' dorm, the cafeteria, the girls' dorm, and the classrooms. As time passed, the temperature gradually dropped. Su Lin's online store gained fame on campus, but his focus lay elsewhere. He had set his sights on some juniors and seniors, eventually identifying the most skilled among them Zhou Shu.
Have you ever considered starting a game development studio? Zhou Shu looked at Su Lin across the table, a thoughtful expression flickering across his face. I know who you are.
The unexpected reply caught Su Lin off guard, but he quickly composed himself.
It's an honor. Zhou Shu smiled. You're quite the character. No wonder you started your own business in high school. So, what brings you here? Straightforward and efficient.
Su Lin silently praised his approach before getting straight to the point. I want a game.
Zhou Shu nodded. What kind of game?
A female-oriented dress-up game, a 2-team competitive game, open-world exploration.
Su Lin listed each feature one by one, leaving Zhou Shu frowning at his bluntness. Some of the games you mentioned already exist. Su Lin adjusted his posture and pulled out his smartphone. You might be misunderstanding. I'm talking about mobile games.
Zhou Shu's gaze fixed on Su Lin's hand, his heart skipping a beat.
You think future games should be on phones? Su Lin nodded slightly. Computers are gradually getting thinner. Who can guarantee that future phones won't be just like computers?
The idea of phones becoming like computers left Zhou Shu momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. It was true that computers were getting thinner, and it wasn't impossible for phones to have the same functionality as computers.
But adding games to current phones was still very difficult. Zhou Shu laid out these issues clearly.
Su Lin smiled. I know it's difficult to achieve this now, but the future trend is clear.
Why not give it a try? Zhou Shu calmly pointed out the crux. We can try, but the key question is, where does the money come from?
Su Lin leaned forward slightly. That's precisely why I came to you to solve that problem.
I bring the funding, you bring the expertise. We partner to launch a studio, splitting profits 50-50. What do you say?
His online store and delivery points had already generated a solid capital base, so he spoke with complete confidence. Moreover, as times progressed, his funds would only grow, more than sufficient to sustain a studio.
Zhou Shu hesitated. Su Lin's proposal was tempting, but one concern lingered. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. What investment doesn't carry risk? But if we profit, my returns will be even greater. Hearing this, Zhou Shu made his decision. Let's make this a pleasant collaboration. Let's do business. Their hands clasped together.
Su Lin smiled.
I'll bring the contract to you by tomorrow at the latest. You can have a lawyer review it if you wish. Zhou Shu nodded solemnly in agreement. Su Lin parted ways with Zhou Shu and immediately turned to seek out Jiang Beiwei. We've been attending university for so long, yet we've never explored Yen City. How about we go out for a stroll?
Facing Su Lin's invitation, Jiang Beiwei hesitated before shaking her head in refusal.
I've been busy with product selection lately. No time for fun.
Su Lin looked surprised.
You're either in class or with me. How come I never heard about you being busy with product selection? Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but glare at him. How dare you say that?
How long has it been since you last got involved with the online store? Su Lin stroked his chin.
Just these past 2 months. Is that really so long? Not long? If the store wasn't already on solid footing, we'd be bleeding money dry within a month.
Su Lin laughed heartily.
You said it's on track.
As long as someone's managing it, don't wear yourself out.
Come on, let's go out for a walk. Once winter break hits, we'll bring the family over to visit.
Su Lin pulled Jiang Beiwei away from campus, but their stroll didn't last long before they headed straight for a local real estate sales office.
We currently have a down payment discount. With just a 20% down payment, you can secure a home in these locations. The sales agent rattled off the details, but Jiang Beiwei's brow furrowed involuntarily. A 20% down payment seemed manageable, but the loan interest rates were shockingly high. Su Lin. Hey, isn't this the freshman from Yanbei University? Are you here to look at properties? Chapter 62, New Plans.
Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei turned simultaneously to find Chen Hao and a group of people standing nearby, smiling at them. After a brief silence, Su Lin lowered his voice slightly and reminded her, "It's Mr. Chen.
Go say hello." Jiang Beiwei immediately caught on and stepped forward to greet Chen Hao.
During their small talk, Chen Hao asked if they were there to buy a house. While the properties here are far from the city center, they're still within Yen City's boundaries.
Even the most remote areas here will see skyrocketing property prices. Su Lin knew this well.
In truth, what he was looking to buy wasn't a home, but commercial space. Acquiring an entire building was out of the question, but with a loan, he could secure a section in a more remote area. Jiang Beiwei smiled with pursed lips, occasionally exchanging a few words with Chen Hao. When she didn't know something, she readily admitted it.
Her candid demeanor pleased Chen Hao immensely.
But when his gaze shifted, he noticed Su Lin sitting silently beside them, and he chuckled inwardly. Even though he was currently conversing with a woman, Chen Hao was certain the young man held the reins in their relationship. If it were anyone else, Chen Hao wouldn't have bothered to greet them. But after taking the gifts they'd given him back home, he discovered the promotional flyers inside. Bold in thought and action, discerning yet thick-skinned, these two were bound for success. With that thought, Chen Hao deliberately remarked, "Young man, you've been silent this whole time.
Do you disagree with what I said?"
Su Lin snapped back to attention, instantly spotting the teasing in Chen Hao's eyes.
He replied calmly, "Mr. Chen, you're joking.
I was just pondering whether it's better to have a house or a storefront." After a pause, Su Lin continued, "One is for living, the other can be used or rented out. But if the location isn't chosen well, it always feels like you're losing out on a lot." He deliberately left the conversation open, and Chen Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "Since you're considering buying a storefront, you must have researched the situation. I won't waste words on the obvious, I'll just say this.
Go ahead. Think long term. Remote locations aren't necessarily dead zones provided you have sufficient capital.
If not, playing it safe with a residential property is wiser." Su Lin nodded as he listened. Before long, Chen Hao excused himself to attend to his own affairs. Once the group had disappeared, Jiang Beiwei turned her head and asked curiously, "Su Lin, are you really going to buy a house here?" Su Lin smiled faintly. "Yen City is a metropolis. The opportunities here far outweigh those back home." Jiang Beiwei frowned slightly. "That may be true, but we're still students.
Isn't buying a house now too risky?
After all, the nearby ones are too expensive, and the distant ones don't seem to have much value yet." Su Lin shook his head.
"Opportunity favors the prepared. To stay ahead, you have to take risks."
As he spoke, Su Lin glanced to the side where a sales agent stood listening quietly. Their eyes met, and he immediately forced a smile.
"Whatever your requirements for a home, we can find something suitable here."
Su Lin smiled.
"What's your name?" "Zhu Huan." Su Lin addressed him as Mr. Zhu and inquired further, "Is that for the entire city of Yen?"
Xu Huan nodded and explained, "The staff at this sales office don't just sell properties in one location, we also handle sales for other developments."
"That's great. Could you pick out a few more affordable storefronts for us?"
"Oh, and if there's a suitable property, I'm open to it too.
The area I'm looking at is roughly."
Su Lin gave a price range, and Xu Huan listened attentively while jotting down the details, quickly narrowing down several locations.
"Currently, all these locations are discounted.
If you take them all, I can arrange a special deal for you, a reduction of 100,000 yuan on the down payment for each unit, and you'll only need a 15% down payment."
Su Lin raised an eyebrow. 200,000 per unit.
Before Zhu Huan could respond, Su Lin continued, these locations are too remote, no major shopping centers or subway access nearby.
I'm buying them on a long shot. If the down payment is too high, I might just walk away.
Zhu Huan frowned, unable to discern Su Lin's true intentions. But Su Lin had a point, properties near major shopping centers and subway stations did command higher prices. Deducting 200,000 yuan as a down payment was indeed a significant amount, but compared to the commission he'd receive, he'd still come out ahead. After crunching the numbers, Zhu Huan nodded. You're a straightforward man, so I'll be straightforward too.
200,000 is fine, but your payment method is loan.
Without hesitation, Su Lin filled in the two words during Zhu Huan's pause. Knowing full well that property prices in Yen City would skyrocket in the future, he'd be foolish to pay in full. With that thought, Su Lin turned to Jiang Beiwei. You buy one too?
Jiang Beiwei looked surprised. Me? But you won't regret it. Jiang Beiwei froze, rendered speechless by Su Lin's earnestness.
After a moment, she whispered, I don't have enough money for a down payment.
Su Lin replied, I'll lend it to you.
This statement stunned not only Jiang Beiwei, but even Zhu Huan standing nearby. When Chen Hao had come over earlier, he'd already known these two were students.
A student lending money to another student to buy a house in Yen City? Who would believe that if it got out?
This wasn't a mere 10 or 20,000, the down payment alone was over $1 million.
Jiang Beiwei frowned deeply. Su Lin, you.
She wanted to ask where Su Lin had gotten so much money, but the words died on her lips.
I haven't found anything I like yet. We'll see when I do. Su Lin didn't press Jiang Beiwei.
After discussing it with Zhu Huan, he decided to come back the next day to make the payment.
On the way back, Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but voice her lingering question. Su Lin replied, I genuinely don't have that much money right now.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened in shock.
You don't have that much money, yet you dared to take 4 storefronts? What if you can't come up with the payment tomorrow?
Indeed, Su Lin had secured 4 storefronts all adjacent to each other.
Su Lin smiled. I can use them as collateral. Jiang Beiwei was puzzled. What exactly will you use as collateral? You'll find out soon enough.
That afternoon, Su Lin contacted his mother to tell her about buying storefronts in Yen City.
How much savings do we have at home now? Startled by Su Lin's sudden announcement, Su's mother was momentarily flustered by the abrupt question. We do have some savings, but isn't real estate in Yen City expensive? Will that amount even cover buying a storefront?
Her mother voiced her concern, then blurted out a figure.
Su Lin considered for a moment before asking, can we use the family home as collateral? It could be mortgaged, but our house probably wouldn't fetch much money, right?
Su Lin replied, when we mortgage it, mention the delivery point and the online store. If all goes well, we might get a higher amount.
Alright, I'll go now. Mrs. Su was a capable woman. She hung up and headed straight to the bank. By evening, Su Lin received a response. Chapter 63, Unwarranted Thoughts.
I mentioned it, and the bank agreed immediately at the highest tier with a lower interest rate.
The money's already in your account. You decide how to handle it. Su's mother outlined the situation. After Su Lin confirmed he understood, they ended the call. The next day, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei rushed to the sales office. After several rounds of discussion, they finalized the down payment percentage.
When the loan came through, Jiang Beiwei stared at Su Lin in disbelief. He had actually secured the funds. What, surprised by how fast I pulled it off? Su Lin leaned close to Jiang Beiwei, a hint of smugness in the smile around his eyes.
Jiang Beiwei cleared her throat. Not really. It's just
buzz buzz buzz. The sudden vibration interrupted Jiang Beiwei's words. Su Lin glanced at his phone and saw it was Zhou Shu calling.
Only then did he remember today's scheduled contract signing. I'll take this call.
After excusing himself, Su Lin stepped aside to take the call. After a brief conversation, Su Lin led Jiang Beiwei to meet Zhou Shu. Upon learning that Su Lin had already secured his future workplace, Zhou Shu was speechless for a moment.
What's wrong? Do you think the location is too remote, unsuitable?
Zhou Shu hastily waved his hands.
Not at all. I just didn't expect you to move so quickly.
They'd only agreed to sign the contract yesterday, and today the work location was already settled. Su Lin's efficiency was astonishing.
Su Lin smiled. Opportunity and time never wait.
When it comes to making money, the faster the better. Where's your lawyer?
Haven't they arrived yet?
At the mention of the lawyer, Zhou Shu's expression turned serious.
He should be here soon. I'll give him a call to hurry him up. Su Lin felt a vague sense of unease. Your lawyer, didn't he come with you?
Zhou Shu replied, he had a case to handle, so we agreed to meet here.
Don't worry, his office is just 2 blocks away.
As he spoke, Zhou Shu dialed the number.
But after several rings, there was no answer. Watching the call disconnect again, Zhou Shu's expression darkened. About the contract. Su Lin understood, I'm not in a rush. If you want to check on the situation, go ahead. Zhou Shu stood up. Alright, I'll be back soon. After Zhou Shu left, Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but speak up. Su Lin, that lawyer isn't going to skip out on us, is he? Su Lin shook his head slightly. Reviewing the contract is part of his job. It involves certain expenses.
He wouldn't just not show up for no reason.
Jiang Beiwei froze. So that means the lawyer might be in trouble? Su Lin nodded. It's possible.
No sooner had the words left her mouth than his phone rang.
Seeing it was Zhou Shu calling, Su Lin's heart sank. Could that lawyer really be in trouble?
Jiang Beiwei peered over his shoulder.
Aren't you going to answer? Su Lin snapped back to reality. I'll take it.
Soon, Su Lin learned the lawyer's situation. He'd been stabbed on his way over and taken to the hospital by passers-by. Over the phone, Zhou Shu's voice carried a note of guilt.
I'm truly sorry for wasting your time. It was an accident. No need to talk about wasting time. Are you still at the law firm? Receiving an affirmative reply, Su Lin hung up and headed to the law firm with Jiang Beiwei.
The firm, caught off guard by the situation, immediately arranged for a well-known lawyer to come over.
The contract itself appears sound at this point. Adding any additional details would require further consideration. Su Lin glanced at Zhou Shu. Do you have any conditions you want to add? Zhou Shu replied without hesitation, no.
The lawyer observed their exchange, confirmed neither had additional demands, and had them sign their respective copies. Shortly after, Su Lin and Zhou Shu each received a copy of the contract, while the third copy remained with the law firm. After Zhou Shu settled the fees, Su Lin arranged to meet him for dinner that evening before leaving with Jiang Beiwei. Jiang Beiwei had remained quiet throughout the proceedings, but now she broke the silence.
Su Lin, you. Seeing Jiang Beiwei hesitate, Su Lin raised an eyebrow. What about me?
Jiang Beiwei shook her head softly.
Nothing.
Her connection with Su Lin was limited to their online store. She had no right to meddle in his personal affairs. This realization left Jiang Beiwei feeling a bit down, though her expression betrayed nothing. Su Lin kept watching her. Seeing Jiang Beiwei lower her head in silence, he sighed inwardly.
Are you thinking you have no right to tell me what to do?
Jiang Beiwei's heart skipped a beat.
What? I didn't think that.
Su Lin turned her to face him. You didn't think it, or are you just muttering to yourself, too scared to admit it? Jiang Beiwei met his gaze and pressed her lips together.
What's there to be afraid to admit? It's just.
Before she could finish, Jiang Beiwei averted her gaze. Su Lin's intense stare was too much for her to bear. Su Lin's expression softened into resignation, though he knew deep down that the root of this issue lay with him. From high school to college and beyond, their relationship had never been fully defined. It was natural for anyone to feel uneasy.
Weiwei, not everyone can keep following me around forever. Jiang Beiwei froze. What do you mean?
Su Lin took her hand, about to speak, when a delighted voice suddenly rang out nearby.
I knew I wasn't mistaken. It really is you too.
Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei turned simultaneously.
Their brows furrowed in unison at the sight of the speaker. Immediately, Su Lin shielded Jiang Beiwei behind him and asked in a cold tone, Bai Jiruo, what are you doing here?
Indeed, the unexpected arrival was none other than Bai Jiruo. After their summer encounter, Su Lin had long forgotten her. He never expected her to appear the moment he turned around.
What rotten luck!
Bai Jiruo tilted her head slightly. She had no idea what was going through Su Lin's mind, but seeing the look in his eyes, she knew he didn't care for her.
No matter. She only needed to be on good terms with the two of them. With that thought, Bai Jiruo stepped forward.
I'm here in Yen City for school. Since I had nothing to do today, I decided to come out for a stroll.
Is that okay? Su Lin shielded Jiang Beiwei as he took a step back. You know perfectly well whether it's okay. Let's go back to school.
Jiang Beiwei, who had been watching Bai Jiruo the whole time, nodded softly at his words. All right.
Seriously? We're high school classmates, after all.
It's rare we run into each other. Can't we at least chat for a bit?
Shut up.
Su Lin cut Bai Jiruo off without hesitation. I don't care what your intentions are, but we're not that close. Stay away from us from now on, or I'll start suspecting you have ulterior motives.
Bai Jiruo's expression darkened. Su Lin, what nonsense are you spouting?
Su Lin ignored her.
Let's go back to school.
The repeated exchange drew Jiang Beiwei's attention away from Bai Jiruo. On the way back to school, both were lost in their own thoughts, the journey passing in silence.
Chapter 64. This won't end in murder, will it? Su Lin.
At the entrance of the girls' dormitory building, Jiang Beiwei and Su Lin spoke simultaneously. After their words trailed off, both froze in place. But soon, Su Lin spoke again. You go first. Jiang Beiwei clasped her hands together, a flicker of unease crossing her face. I. Su Lin stared at her intently, but after hesitating for a long while, Jiang Beiwei still couldn't finish her sentence. Su Lin felt a bit helpless. Jiang Beiwei always seemed to have this inexplicable hesitation around him.
Fine, he'd just have to get straight to the point. Su Lin broke the silence. You want to ask about the nature of our relationship, don't you?
Their eyes met, but Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze. Her silence gave Su Lin his answer.
Sighing, Su Lin stepped forward and pulled her into his embrace.
The sudden closeness made Jiang Beiwei's eyes whiten involuntarily. Listening to the heartbeat against her ear, her cheeks flushed red.
Su Lin, what does this mean?
Su Lin gently ruffled her hair, about to speak, when someone collided with them from behind. Caught off guard, Su Lin instinctively thrust his arms forward.
Who's there? Can't you watch where you're going?
The anger surging in his heart made Su Lin snap out a rebuke.
Oh, I wonder who's blocking the way here. It's our campus beauty and her puppy love, huh? What, can't you two find somewhere else to hang out? Why must you come mess around under the dorm building? Jiang Beiwei's expression darkened. Guan Yunyun, what nonsense are you spouting?
Indeed, it was Guan Yunyun who had just bumped into someone.
Hearing Jiang Beiwei's words, Guan Yunyun sneered coldly. You know damn well if it's nonsense. If you did it, own up to it.
A chill flashed in Su Lin's eyes. He shielded Jiang Beiwei behind him, his expression impassive as he stared at Guan Yunyun.
From what you said earlier, did you see us causing trouble somewhere?
Guan Yunyun's eyes flickered slightly, and she didn't answer immediately. The standoff between the three drew the attention of those around them, and slowly, a crowd began to gather. Noticing this, Guan Yunyun lifted her chin defiantly.
That's right. I saw you two fooling around. The crowd, mostly female students, erupted in a murmur at her words. Seriously? Yanbei University may not interfere with student relationships, but this is going too far, right?
You said it's their own business.
Why should anyone care if they're messing around? But Jiang Beiwei is the campus beauty, right? So many people know her, and she's acting like this? That's not right, is it? The murmurs grew louder.
Su Lin looked at Guan Yunyun, his tone cold.
Knowingly fabricating facts to damage someone's reputation constitutes defamation.
Serious cases can carry up to 3 years in prison.
Are you aware of that? Guan Yunyun's expression instantly changed. Do you think I'm some scaredy cat? 3 years in prison? You're pulling my leg. Su Lin smiled as Guan Yunyun let him lead her away.
Leaning forward slightly, he remarked, given how well versed you are in sentencing guidelines, it seems you're quite aware of the lies you're spinning.
Normally, Guan Yunyun would have insisted she was telling the truth.
But her focus was on the 3-year sentence, indicating she had prior knowledge of the law. Realizing her slip, Guan Yunyun quickly explained, I just happened to see it once.
Occasionally?
Su Lin's voice rose slightly at the end, his expression seemingly amused, yet his eyes held no trace of humor.
Since you put it that way, let's call the police.
If this had been a private conversation, Su Lin wouldn't have given Guan Yunyun's words a second thought. But this was the girls' dormitory, where Jiang Beiwei lived.
If her reputation were tarnished, who knew how many people would gossip about it?
Besides, they still had unfinished business with Guan Yunyun from the welcome party.
How could Su Lin let it go so easily?
The mention of calling the police startled the gathered students, and Guan Yunyun herself froze.
Call the police? What kind of joke is that? It's just a few words. What good would it do in front of the police?
Guan Yunyun genuinely believed that, but Su Lin had no intention of letting her off easy. He twirled his finger.
So many people witnessed this. You deliberately fabricated lies. Do you think that will hold up in front of the police?
And if I'm not mistaken, someone has probably already posted this on the school forum. At this point, Su Lin's eyes turned icy cold.
Guan Yunyun finally caught on, her face turning pale.
She hadn't wanted to make Jiang Beiwei suffer, but she certainly hadn't intended to get herself dragged into this mess.
Besides, how could a few words be that exaggerated? Guan Yunyun took a deep breath. You don't need to scare me here. You know full well whether you did those things or not. With that, Guan Yunyun turned to leave. Just then, Su Lin pulled out his phone. Are you sure you want to leave? Right now, it's just an apology. But once the police arrive, it won't be so simple.
Guan Yunyun spun back, anger blazing in her eyes.
Jiang Beiwei, are you just going to let Su Lin run wild like this?
Jiang Beiwei turned her head slightly.
Is it really Su Lin acting out, or have you always disliked me? Guan Yunyun, we're roommates after all. What's the point of targeting me? Guan Yunyun's eyes flickered. The surrounding students had now caught on too. Looking at Guan Yunyun again, their gazes held added shock. They knew Guan Yunyun, the host of the welcome gala. They'd also seen the forum posts. As their thoughts drifted, some suddenly understood. Guan Yun, we're all roommates. There's no need to pick on each other, right? Why spread rumors about dorm conflicts? Let's just leave. There's no point in watching this anymore. Guan Yunyun's face paled, and her gaze toward Jiang Beiwei now held a hint of malice. Jiang Beiwei, you just wait. Su Lin said coldly, don't wait. Apologize now, or I'm calling the police. Go ahead and call them. Let's see what happens when they show up. It's just a few words. Do you really think they'll do anything? Put. Guan Yunyun spat on the ground and stormed off. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. This time, he didn't stop Guan Yunyun from leaving. Jiang Beiwei withdrew her gaze, concern flickering in her eyes. Su Lin, Don't worry, I'll handle this for you. She won't affect you. If it weren't for the freshman mandatory residence requirement, Su Lin would have already taken Jiang Beiwei out to rent an apartment. But before that, he had to solidify their relationship. No rush. He'd make arrangements first, then confess to Jiang Beiwei. With that thought, Su Lin bid farewell to Jiang Beiwei. On the forum, footage of the confrontation beneath the girls' dormitory had already been uploaded. Many who learned the full story grew visibly agitated. Two gorgeous girls going head to head? How entertaining is that? Not feeling the excitement here. Just think the girls' dorm is pretty wild, fights breaking out since the start of semester. Freshmen aren't allowed off-campus housing, so they're stuck together for a whole year. Won't someone get killed? Chapter 65, Who's bullying whom? Rumors about the conflict between Jiang Beiwei and Guan Yunyun spread like wildfire across campus. When the word life entered the conversation, it sent shockwaves through the student body. Come on, it's just two girls having a disagreement. This isn't a minor spat. So many big shots showed up at the welcome party. Jiang Beiwei had her hosting spot snatched for no reason and was targeted. Who could swallow that humiliation? Could you? Comments flooded the forum one after another. In the boys' dormitory, Su Lin calmly closed the comments section. Turning his head, he found Chen Dahui staring at him with a troubled expression, which amused him. Chen Dahui, what's with that look? Chen Dahui sighed. Were you just reading the forum? Su Lin calmly admitted, yeah. Is there a problem? Chen Dahui took a step forward. Aren't you angry? Su Lin countered, why should I be angry? Isn't the campus beauty your girlfriend? She's being bullied like this, and you're really not upset at all? Chen Dahui's voice suddenly rose. He could scarcely believe his ears. Su Lin wasn't stupid. He understood Chen Dahui's meaning immediately, finding it even more amusing. It was just a few words. It wasn't targeted at me, and I didn't say I wouldn't do anything about it. Chen Dahui immediately leaned in close to Su Lin. How exactly do you plan to help the school beauty? Su Lin pushed Chen Dahui's face away. Don't get so close. As for how I'll help, you'll find out soon enough. Oh. Without getting an answer, Chen Dahui didn't press further. After a few more words, he turned and headed back to his own bunk. Su Lin withdrew his gaze. This time, he intended to bring up everything including the MC matter. For the next 2 days, Su Lin calmly escorted Jiang Beiwei to and from her activities. Regardless of the commotion outside, the forum buzz hadn't died down. An account filled with nothing but numbers relentlessly dug into Guan Yunyun's background, starting from her temperament when she first enrolled and eventually reaching the student council president. Guan Yunyun initially scoffed at it, but when the student council president was dragged into the mix, panic instantly seized her. Bang! Guan Yunyun kicked open the dorm room door. Seeing only Jiang Beiwei and Yu Xia inside, her gaze immediately locked onto Jiang Beiwei. Jiang Beiwei, are you ever going to stop? Jiang Beiwei was staring at her computer screen. Hearing the question, she turned her head, her gaze sweeping up and down Guan Yunyun. What did I do? Guan Yunyun pointed at Jiang Beiwei, her words trembling with anger. You're asking me? Did you spread those things on the forum? Jiang Beiwei didn't answer. Instead, she gestured for Guan Yunyun to look at her computer screen. Her forum username was her real name. Moreover, she was currently viewing that very post. Guan Yunyun noticed this and paled instantly. Jiang Beiwei, are you trying to drive me to my death? Jiang Beiwei frowned. What do you mean, force me to death? Guan Yunyun, what makes you think I did this? Besides you, who else would target me like this? Guan Yunyun's outburst made Jiang Beiwei's expression darken. Guan Yunyun, who exactly is targeting whom? Yu Xia, standing nearby, finally caught on. Exactly. Guan Yunyun, Weiwei never targeted you. Stop trying to pin your own actions on others. Shedding blame? Guan Yunyun's eyes flushed red with anger. Yu Xia, we were the first to know each other. Just because of Jiang Beiwei's petty favors, you're siding with her to target me? Yu Xia froze. She sensed something off about Guan Yunyun's words, but when she tried to speak, no words came out. Just then, Guan Yunyun suddenly flew into a rage, grabbing things in the dorm and smashing them. The commotion quickly drew people from other dorm rooms. Guan Yunyun, what are you doing? Ouch. Why are you smashing things? Quick, call the counselor. Jiang Beiwei, Yu Xia, you two, don't just stand there. Go restrain her. Before long, the counselor arrived. The dorm was in shambles, and Guan Yunyun was taken to the neighboring dorm. Jiang Beiwei, Yu Xia, what on earth is going on in your dorm? Jiang Beiwei and Yu Xia exchanged a bewildered glance. But after a few seconds, Jiang Beiwei stepped forward and said truthfully, Teacher, we don't know what happened either. Yu Xia felt a surge of fear. She sensed things were spiraling out of control, yet she nodded in agreement with Jiang Beiwei's words. That's right, we don't know what happened. The counselor looked at them, then thought of Guan Yunyun in the next dorm, his expression darkening. I know conflicts can happen in girls' dorms, but group bullying is unacceptable. Group bullying? Jiang Beiwei froze for a moment before furrowing her brow. How can you accuse us of group bullying? There are 4 people in the dorm. 1 stayed out of it. The 2 of you against 1, isn't that ganging up? The counselor grew angrier as she spoke. How long has this freshman year even been going on? And you're already targeting your own roommate like this?
Xia snapped back, we weren't targeting her, she's the one.
Jiang Beiwei cut her off. Teacher, are you willing to stand by your words?
The counselor sneered coldly.
Why wouldn't I? You two come with me. I'm contacting your parents right now.
Just then, Xin Shui rushed in from outside.
Weiwei, Xia, what happened in the dorm? The moment she spoke, the counselor turned her attention to her, and you claim this isn't group bullying? The three of you are isolating a classmate together. Xin Shui froze in shock. What bullying? What isolation?
She just stepped out to pick up a package when she heard about the incident in the dorm. Rushing back, the first thing she heard left her completely bewildered.
Forget about bullying or isolation, you contact your parents too. Xin Shui. Was the counselor out of her mind?
She knew nothing about it, why did she need to contact her parents?
Outside the dorm, several students peered in. A girl from the next room blurted out what happened. Unaware of the full story, they only mentioned Guan Yunyun smashing things.
To others, however, this instantly became defined as bullying. Some who had seen the forum post whispered additional details. Amidst the swirling rumors, Jiang Beiwei and her two friends were taken away by the counselor.
Meanwhile, Su Lin learned about the incident in the girls' dormitory and couldn't help but laugh in anger.
This Guan Yunyun sure knew how to stir up trouble.
If bullying and isolation were confirmed, Jiang Beiwei and the other two girls would definitely face disciplinary action, likely resulting in a formal record in their files.
Where's the counselor's office?
Su Lin turned to ask Li Yun. Upon receiving the location, he immediately rushed to the counselor's office.
As soon as he approached, he heard scolding coming from inside.
Bullying your own classmates? You've brought shame upon Yanbei University. Once your parents arrive, all of you will be suspended from classes. Bang! Su Lin kicked the office door open. Chapter 66, I'm her boyfriend.
The sudden noise startled everyone inside the office.
The counselor stopped mid-scolding and snapped angrily, Who are you? Who gave you permission to kick the door?
Su Lin walked into the office, gave Jiang Beiwei a reassuring glance, and only then turned his attention to the counselor.
My name is Su Lin. I'm a freshman in the computer science department, and I'm also Jiang Beiwei's boyfriend.
After a pause, Su Lin continued, I overheard some of what you said outside the door earlier.
You called their parents and want to suspend them from classes?
The counselor's eyes flashed with disdain at the mention of boyfriend in Su Lin's presence. While we are a university, we have zero tolerance for bullying. They did something they shouldn't have, and they should be suspended to reflect on their actions.
Su Lin didn't miss the look in the counselor's eyes. You're absolutely right, teacher. Bullying should be met with zero tolerance.
This unexpected show of agreement threw the counselor off balance.
Wasn't Su Lin Jiang Beiwei's boyfriend? Why was he speaking up for her?
Though the thought crossed her mind, the counselor quickly regained her composure.
It's good you see it that way. I'll have those 3 students suspended for reflection. Hold on a moment. Right now, it's only your word against theirs. To determine the truth, shouldn't we call in all the relevant parties to clarify the situation?
Su Lin and the counselor exchanged a glance, neither speaking further. After a moment, the counselor sneered coldly, Guan Yun was bullied.
Are you sure she'd dare confront these 3 if she came forward? Su Lin replied nonchalantly, then let them hide for now.
Even the police need evidence to build a case.
Surely you wouldn't convict someone based solely on your word?
At the word conviction, the counselor's expression darkened instantly.
What do you mean conviction? Su Lin, you.
Su Lin stared intently at the counselor. His phone, which had somehow ended up in his hand, displayed the 110 emergency number on its screen, his finger poised over the dial button.
The office fell silent.
All eyes were on the counselor, waiting for a response.
Bring Guan Yunyun here. Shortly after, Guan Yunyun entered the office accompanied by several girls.
When she saw Su Lin, her eyes flickered momentarily. But she quickly lowered her head, feigning extreme fear. She stood motionless, her body trembling slightly. The girls accompanying her felt her trembling and were taken aback. She seemed perfectly fine on the way here.
Why is she so scared now that we're in the office? Could it be?
They all turned to look at Su Lin, their expressions turning displeased.
Who are you? Why is Yunyun scared of you? Su Lin replied calmly, I'm Jiang Beiwei's boyfriend. I came to talk to the counselor about today's incident. But Guan Yunyun, you seem quite afraid of me? Yet I've only seen you a handful of times, right?
His nonchalance, coupled with his follow-up questions, left the girls flustered.
Guan Yunyun shifted slightly. I'm not afraid of you.
Her trembling voice and evasive posture immediately drew furious glares from the other girls toward Su Lin.
Even if you are Jiang Beiwei's boyfriend, you can't intimidate Yunyun. Exactly. Jiang Beiwei bullies her roommates. As her boyfriend, what gives you the right to defend her?
Then, they all turned their gaze toward the counselor.
Teacher, it's 3 against 1 in their dorm. No matter what, they need to give Yunyun an explanation, right? Exactly. Yunyun's been traumatized. Jiang Beiwei and her 2 friends must apologize. This affects our school's reputation, we can't just sweep it under the rug.
One after another, the three girls completely ignored Su Lin. The counselor glanced at Su Lin and said soothingly, I know you're all upset, but I called you here to resolve this matter.
Please have Guan Yunyun sit down first. Once Guan Yunyun sat down, the counselor deliberately softened her tone. Guan Yunyun, I've gathered a basic understanding of the situation in your dorm. Now I need you to answer some questions. Is that okay? Guan Yunyun kept her head down, pausing for several seconds before replying, sure. The counselor's expression softened with pity. Victims of bullying were always the most vulnerable. Is it true that your dorm has split into two factions? Yes. Have they ever targeted you? Guan Yunyun's eyes welled up. What even counts as targeting? Ignoring me? Verbal abuse? The counselor replied without hesitation, all of the above.
Guan Yunyun counted on her fingers, about to say both, when she glanced sideways at Su Lin.
That glance made Guan Yunyun immediately lower her head.
From the very first day we checked in, something felt off in our dorm. Then when the host was replaced, the atmosphere got even worse. I don't know what this is, but I feel so miserable. I'm suffocating inside, I can't control myself, but I swear I haven't done anything wrong. Guan Yunyun skirted the most painful details, and by the end, tears fell from her eyes.
The counselor sighed and turned to Su Lin. Given this, do you still insist on confronting her? If not for Su Lin's threat, the counselor wouldn't have bothered summoning Guan Yunyun.
This situation was already plain for all to see. Any further action felt redundant.
Su Lin stared intently at Guan Yunyun.
It must be said, she was clever. Her words seemed to cover everything, yet contained no real substance, even misleading others.
Why wouldn't I confront them?
Bullying does happen more easily in groups, but that doesn't mean the fault lies solely with them.
After a pause, Su Lin pressed, you admit Jiang Beiwei and the others bullied you, right? Guan Yunyun kept her head down, silent.
The girl beside her immediately accused Su Lin. She doesn't even understand the situation herself.
Why are you pressuring her? Do you want her to lay bare all her pain?
Su Lin glanced at the girl who spoke. Round face, short hair, quite adorable.
Is your name Su Yuan?
The girl froze.
How do you know my name?
Su Lin replied, not only do I know your name, but I also know you're very close with Guan Yunyun. You love Peking duck, and you also like. Su Lin rattled off a long string of details, leaving Su Yuan looking utterly terrified.
How do you know all this? Su Lin looked at Guan Yunyun. Someone told me, of course. Didn't you know? Guan Yunyun has a secret account where she vents about people around her. You're the fourth person to appear there. The first three were her roommates, the same three who bullied her today. Su Yuan turned in shock. Guan Yunyun, is what he said true? Guan Yunyun stared at Su Lin in disbelief. How could you?
Su Lin smiled faintly.
You can deny it, but I have proof.
Ever since the incident at the welcome party, Su Lin had been keeping a close eye on Guan Yunyun. Through his efforts, he had indeed found a breakthrough.
A hidden alternate account. Chapter 67, Need My Help? Guan Yunyun's body trembled uncontrollably.
This time, it wasn't an act, it was genuine fear. She could mislead others, but that didn't mean she was willing to reveal her own secrets. If everything on that account came to light, she would undoubtedly become the target of bullying.
Guan
Yunyun tried to say something, but Su Lin cut her off before she could make excuses.
Today's incident has already implicated the reputations of 3 people. Guan Yunyun, if you don't cooperate, those things won't stay hidden. The counselor erupted in anger. Su Lin, how dare you threaten Guan Yunyun right in front of me?
Su Lin shot him a glance.
Is it me intimidating her, or is she the one with the problem? Can't you see that, teacher? Since that's the case, why don't we all just? Today's events were all a misunderstanding.
It was me, I harbored thoughts I shouldn't have.
I'm sorry, Su Lin. Guan Yunyun panicked and quickly cut Su Lin off. Su Lin didn't seem to mind.
He said indifferently, you shouldn't be apologizing to me.
Guan Yunyun's eyes flickered. Those things? I truly didn't mean to. You know in your heart whether it was intentional or not. Su Lin tossed out the words before calling Jiang Beiwei and the others out.
Guan Yunyun watched the 3 rush out, her expression darkening. Before she could speak, Jiang Beiwei said, Teacher, we'd like to switch dorm rooms.
Counselor, ? The 3 of you want to switch dorms?
Yu Xia and Qin Shui nodded simultaneously.
Qin Shui explained, we just can't bear to share a dorm with Guan Yunyun anymore.
Who knows when she'll start another scene?
Will we even be able to attend classes at Yanbei University? Exactly. We won't even speak to Guan Yunyun anymore.
The counselor had already figured it out, but he still found it hard to believe.
In a room of 4, 3 had been isolated by one person? Guan Yunyun, what do you have to say? After a long pause, the counselor turned to Guan Yunyun for her response. Guan Yunyun gritted her teeth, I agree.
At that moment, Su Lin spoke up, I think it's better for just one person to move than 3. And Guan Yunyun, you're the one who caused today's trouble. For the sake of their university life, shouldn't your apology be known to everyone on campus?
Guan Yunyun hesitated. Apologizing here didn't bother her, but if everyone at school found out, that would be a different story. In the silence, Su Yuan spoke up. Su Lin, that secondary account you mentioned, where exactly is the number? Guan Yunyun gasped. Su Yuan, what do you mean? Su Yuan tilted her head slightly. I'm curious what you'd criticize me for. I also want to know how many people did you actually talk about on that alternate account? Su Lin flashed a smile. A lot. Glancing at Guan Yunyun, Su Lin lost all desire to stall. She handed over Guan Yunyun's account directly. Once everyone present saw the contents of the account, they were all stunned. Su Lin's description of it as criticism was an understatement. Each comment was a barrage of insults, contempt, and arrogance laid bare for all to see. Guan Yunyun's face drained of color. She never imagined that her carefully orchestrated plan would be undone by a single fake account. But how did Su Lin find it? Had he been watching her all along? The counselor was so furious she couldn't speak. Guan Yunyun, I'll post your situation in every group chat. As for changing dorms, I'll handle it. Just go back and pack your things. He had actually felt sympathy for Guan Yunyun. Who could have predicted so many problems would arise in the blink of an eye? You can all go now. Jiang Beiwei and the other two left promptly. The girls who had been accompanying Guan Yunyun saw this and followed suit. Su Lin stared at Guan Yunyun until a hint of evasion flickered in her eyes, then turned away. Outside the office building, everyone else had left except Jiang Beiwei, who remained waiting. Seeing Su Lin emerge, Jiang Beiwei approached him, her expression complex. I never imagined Guan Yunyun would resort to bullying to harm us. Su Lin thought to herself, that's only because Guan Yunyun still has a shred of conscience. Living in the same dorm, if Guan Yunyun had truly harbored malicious intent, there were countless ways she could have acted. Of course, it could also be that Guan Yunyun simply hadn't gotten around to it yet. She's moving out from now on. Jiang Beiwei hummed in acknowledgement, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Lin's face. They locked eyes. For a long while, neither spoke. Su Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why are you staring at me like that? Jiang Beiwei hesitated, then shook her head softly. Nothing. I should head back to the dorm. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Lin's eyes. He knew exactly what Jiang Beiwei wanted to say, but the topic of boyfriends would have to wait. I'll walk you back. Su Lin escorted Jiang Beiwei back to her dorm, then immediately turned around and uploaded screenshots from Guan Yunyun's alternate account to the forum. The forum was already buzzing about today's incident in the girls' dormitory. When Guan Yunyun's comments surfaced, many students were stunned. The supposed victim was actually the perpetrator? These were merely students not directly involved. Those whose names appeared in the posts couldn't stand it. They stormed into the dormitory, all demanding to find Guan Yunyun. In an instant, the girls' dormitory became chaotic beyond belief. The situation had escalated. The next day, news of Guan Yunyun's disciplinary record appeared on the official website. Su Lin stared at the words serious disciplinary action and finally felt satisfied. After that, Su Lin threw himself into a whirlwind of busyness. On one hand, there were business matters to attend to. On the other, the game studio was finally up and running. Investments, mortgages, the studio, every aspect demanded funds. Yet Su Lin hadn't forgotten Jiang Beiwei. It just shifted from daily pickups and drop-offs to seeing her every 2 or 3 days. Time flew by, and winter break arrived before he knew it. When Su Lin received his mother's call, he was still a bit dazed. After chatting for a while, Su Lin headed to find Jiang Beiwei. Just as he arrived at the girls' dormitory building, snow began to fall from the sky. As the flakes drifted down, Su Lin looked up and was suddenly struck by how quickly time had passed. Su Lin! Jiang Beiwei's voice called out. Su Lin snapped back to reality just as Jiang Beiwei ran toward him. Against the backdrop of the snow, she seemed to glow. Panting, Jiang Beiwei reached Su Lin. Why come find me at this hour? The temperature was too low. White mist puffed from her mouth as she spoke, obscuring half her face. Su Lin smiled. Winter break is coming up. I just wanted to ask, what are your plans for the break? Plans? Jiang Beiwei tilted her head slightly, countering with a question of her own. What about you? Any plans for the break? I'll be staying in Yen City to handle some matters, but I'll return before the new year. Jiang Beiwei's eyes sparkled brightly. Then, do you need my help? Su Lin leaned forward slightly, suddenly closing the distance between them. Of course I do. With your help, I could handle so many things. Before Su Lin could finish, his phone vibrated sharply. Chapter 68, it's yours. Ignoring it, he was about to finish his sentence when Jiang Beiwei pulled the phone from his pocket. Answer the call first. The name Chen Wei flashed repeatedly on the caller ID. Su Lin glanced at Jiang Beiwei, satisfied that her expression showed no signs of unease, before answering the call. The moment the call connected, Chen Wei's urgent voice came through. Su Lin, come back immediately. Something's happened at the dorm. Su Lin's expression darkened. What happened? It's hard to explain over the phone. Just come back first. Before Chen Wei hung up, Su Lin caught the sound of commotion in the background.
After a pause, Su Lin's voice carried a hint of apology.
Wei, I. Jiang Beiwei lifted the corners of her mouth, understandingly replying, it's fine. You go back first. I'll come find you as soon as I handle this. Su Lin rushed back to the dorm.
The moment he entered, he saw the room in disarray. Qian Dahui and Li Yun sat on separate chairs, both looking exhausted.
What happened?
Su Lin scanned the room, his mind filled with questions. Qian Dahui spotted him and immediately approached, his expression turning serious as he asked, have you noticed anything off about Hua Ling lately?
Su Lin, ? What did Hua Ling's affairs have to do with him?
Still puzzled, Su Lin shook his head decisively.
No, what's wrong with him? Qian Dahui remained silent, turning to look at Li Yun instead. Li Yun sighed. He's been causing trouble outside using your name.
After a pause, Li Yun recounted everything he knew. It was only then that Su Lin learned Hua Ling had been tarnishing their reputation all along, yet still used his name to associate with others, luring many freshmen to follow him. The state of the dorm today was entirely due to Hua Ling assigning tasks without paying.
Li Yun's voice was somber. Honestly, if he'd been interacting with freshmen on his own merits, I wouldn't have said anything.
But he's using your name to do things, and now he's brought trouble back to the dorm.
Li Yun shook his head, leaving the sentence unfinished.
Su Lin's face darkened. No matter what the issue was, anything involving money was no small matter.
Using his name to make money? Well, we'll see if Hua Ling can even keep that money. Su Lin's expression turned icy. Just call the police. Qian Dahui froze. Call the police? That doesn't seem right. After all, we're roommates. There's no need to.
Su Lin cut him off.
If we don't report it, I'll have to cover the cost. Why should I be the sucker?
The mention of money instantly silenced Qian Dahui. Before long, the police arrived on campus.
After hearing the full story, they immediately contacted Hua Ling.
Meanwhile, Su Lin also contacted the counselor.
An hour later, Hua Ling arrived at the dormitory with the counselor. Hua Ling looked impatient. Are you out of your mind? Why did you call the police for no reason? The three people in the dorm stared at him expressionlessly.
The moment Hua Ling spotted the police officers and counselor standing nearby, his expression froze.
The counselor's face darkened. Hua Ling, don't you know what you've done? Hua Ling's eyes darted nervously. What could I have done? I didn't do anything. You're sure you didn't do anything? Then what about those students who came smashing things? A bunch of strangers showing up out of nowhere demanding money from me and mentioning your name in the process? Hua Ling, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Su Lin's tone was icy.
He had always known Hua Ling harbored resentment toward him, but he never imagined Hua Ling would dare to act recklessly. His nerve was truly thick.
Hua Ling looked away. What does that group demanding money from you have to do with me?
Who knows if you staged it yourself, deliberately trying to pin it on me? Before Su Lin could respond, the counselor beside them interjected, hold off on arguing with Su Lin. I've already sent messages to several major groups. Anyone connected to you will be here soon. We'll settle this face to face. Yanbei University didn't interfere with students' future plans, but deceiving classmates was absolutely forbidden. After that, 45 students trickled in, all freshmen. The longest had worked for Hua Ling for 4 months, the shortest for 2. At first, Hua Ling gave us a little money, but then he stopped. If he hadn't made any money, we wouldn't have said anything, but he made a lot and just wouldn't hand it over.
Winter break is almost here. We absolutely have to settle this before the new year. Otherwise, when we return, will he even admit to it?
As the figures were reported one by one, not only the counselor but even the police were stunned by the final total.
150,000 yuan. And that was just the wages owed, not the profits. The counselor asked in utter shock, what exactly did you do? How did you make so much? We just sold stuff online. The goods flew off the shelves, whether clothes or snacks.
As long as they were cheaper than in stores, even by just a few yuan, people would buy them in droves.
Everyone in the dorm except Su Lin looked stunned. Then, as if remembering something, all eyes turned back to Su Lin.
Hua Ling had only just joined, but Su Lin had been doing this for a long time. Didn't he earn even more? Su Lin ignored their stares, his gaze fixed firmly on Hua Ling. A year ago, anyone could join the online shopping business and build a reputation with a little extra investment. But joining now required much more effort. Hua Ling could earn so much with just a few dozen people, proving he had genuine ability.
Even without leveraging his reputation, he could still make money.
In the silence, Su Lin spoke up, everything's been laid out.
Hua Ling, are you still going to stay silent?
The counselor chimed in, it won't help to keep silent.
You must hand over the money today.
Under the furious stares of all parties, Hua Ling turned his head away.
Fine, I'll pay. But I don't have the money on me right now.
I still need to wait.
Hundreds of thousands in earnings gone in a few days? Hua Ling, who are you trying to fool?
Su Lin cut Hua Ling off. No matter what, this money owed to the freshman had to be paid. He didn't want to turn around and find more trouble waiting for him.
Hua Ling's expression darkened instantly. Su Lin, this is between me and them. What gives you the right to interfere? Xian Dahui couldn't hold back. If you hadn't dragged Su Lin into this, would he be interfering? Hua Ling, you used his name to make money, how dare you turn around and blame him? Li Yun remained silent, but his expression clearly echoed Xian Dahui's sentiment.
The new student who'd been summoned finally caught on, his eyes now filled with hostility toward Hua Ling.
You must hand over the money today. Hua Ling, how can you be so disgusting? If you really can't produce the money, we'll contact your family and make your parents pay. One accusation followed another, and Hua Ling's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he roared, "Are you done yet? It's just a little money, I'll give it to you." Chapter 69, We Did It.
The dorm fell silent.
Su Lin spoke softly, 15,000 is small change? Your family's quite well off, huh? Since that's the case, why don't you just hand over this small sum right now? No problem, right? Hua Ling's eyes flashed red with fury. Su Lin, what do you think you're doing? Su Lin crossed his arms. Nothing special. Just can't stand people dragging their feet on paying wages.
The others immediately chimed in agreement. Hua Ling wanted to explode, but seeing the crowd before him, his anger vanished instantly.
I never said I wouldn't pay.
It's just that the money is tied up temporarily.
I need a few more days.
A dark gleam flashed in Su Lin's eyes.
That's not what you said earlier. Or have you already squandered all their wages? Can't produce it now?
Those who had come to collect wages grew tense.
Hua Ling, did you really squander the money? No way, Hua Ling. That's our wages. What right do you have to spend our wages?
Just as things were about to turn violent, the police stepped in and separated the two sides. Because of this, they all agreed to contact Hua Ling's parents. Hua Ling, who had been acting so cocky, panicked when he saw them making the call.
I'm not a 3-year-old. Why are you calling my family? Hang up this phone.
The counselor's tone turned stern. This call must be made. You're still a student, some matters require your family's involvement.
Just then, the call connected. Upon hearing the details, Hua Ling's parents froze in shock.
Immediately afterward, they declared the money had nothing to do with them.
Whoever owes you should pay you back. Don't come after us. With that, they hung up. Hua Ling sneered, I told you not to call. Satisfied now?
Su Lin, who had been watching from the side, narrowed his eyes slightly at the remark.
Hua Ling seemed remarkably confident. Where did that confidence come from? As he pondered this, the counselor escorted the police officers out. There are 3 days left before the official winter break.
If you can't come up with the money within those 3 days, Hua Ling, prepare to withdraw from school.
Hua Ling scoffed, it's just a little money. Even if I can't pay it, you can't expel me.
The counselor gave him a long, hard look.
Then we'll see if the school lets you withdraw.
The student demanding money was persuaded to leave, leaving Su Lin and the others facing off against Hua Ling.
Hua Ling said nothing, spitting on the ground. This isn't over between us.
The dorm door slammed shut, letting in a blast of cold wind mixed with snowflakes.
Su Lin stepped forward to close the door.
Turning back, he saw Qian Dahui and Li Yun both wearing heavy expressions, their eyebrows raised.
What? Scared by that threat? Qian Dahui sighed. Of course not. I just can't figure out why Hua Ling would do that. And is selling stuff online really that profitable? Su Lin replied without hesitation, online sales don't carry the same overhead as brick-and-mortar stores. Anyone smart enough can make money. Qian Dahui leaned closer to Su Lin. Could I make money? Su Lin stroked his chin, exaggeratedly sizing Qian Dahui up from head to toe.
Qian Dahui struck a pose, his face beaming with pride.
I'm definitely up for it.
Su Lin chuckled.
With your fashion sense? Not so sure about that. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who do you think I am? Qian Dahui, a natural genius. How could I possibly fail?
Su Lin shook his head with a smile. After chatting for a while longer, they shelved the matter.
That evening, Su Lin contacted a few people and quickly uncovered the truth about Hua Ling staring at the online store identical to his own. Su Lin was so furious he laughed. Hua Ling was quite capable, no wonder he'd raked in so much profit after getting involved. Turns out he'd been the blood bag. Fine. Let's see who comes out on top in the end. Considering the final 2 days of exams, Su Lin refrained from taking action and focused solely on preparing for the tests. Once the exams concluded, Su Lin specially invited everyone from both dorms to dinner.
The next day, only one person remained in each dorm, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei. Walking side by side through the school gates, the snow from the previous 2 days hadn't melted yet, blanketing everything in a vast expanse of white. The cold was biting. A gust of wind swept by, and Jiang Beiwei instinctively pulled her cotton coat tighter around herself. Noticing this, Su Lin immediately switched places with her, shielding her from the wind. Jiang Beiwei smiled faintly, lips pressed together.
Su Lin, now that we're staying at school, what should we do next? Take you out for some fun. Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened in surprise. Take me out to have fun? In the middle of winter? What's there to do in Yin City? Who said we'd stay here? Jiang Beiwei was confused by Su Lin's words. Didn't you say we're staying in Yin City?
I'm staying in Yan City to handle some matters.
It'll only take a few days at most. Once everything's settled, we can go somewhere else to have fun. Su Lin explained, and Jiang Beiwei's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. Oh, I see. So where do you plan to go? Find somewhere warm. Su Lin said, then suddenly asked, do you want to go abroad for a trip? Jiang Beiwei froze. Go abroad? Do we have time to get visas? It wasn't surprising that Jiang Beiwei asked this. She'd never applied for a visa before and couldn't travel to many places. Su Lin smiled. Of course we have time. I've already taken care of the visas. Jiang Beiwei was surprised. My visa is ready too? Just one more step. After a pause, Su Lin continued, I asked for your ID earlier. I specifically had someone handle the procedures. It's almost complete, just waiting for you to arrive. All right. Su Lin took Jiang Beiwei to complete the formalities, then escorted her back to the dormitory. The wind picked up again. At some point, snowflakes began to fall. Walking alone through the snow, Su Lin felt an indescribable loneliness. Just then, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out to see it was a call from his mother. Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? I heard you're on winter break. When are you planning to come back? I have some things to take care of. I won't be coming back for now. Su Lin explained, then mentioned his plans to invite Jiang Beiwei abroad for a trip. Su's mother seemed a bit surprised but didn't say much, only reminding him to stay safe. Make sure you come back for the new year. Got it. Su Lin hung up the phone, and the lingering loneliness in his heart vanished suddenly. He had been given a second chance at life. Jiang Beiwei, his family, they were all here. What was there to feel lonely about? Shaking his head, Su Lin headed to the studio. Zhou Shu and several recent graduates were tapping away at their keyboards. They didn't even glance up when Su Lin entered. Su Lin didn't interrupt them. He found a random seat and began reviewing the online store. The past few days had been consumed by exams, leaving him no time to tackle the counterfeit Hualing store. Now that he finally had a moment, he decided to get it over with. Screenshots, reports. After a series of actions, Su Lin shut down the store. Suddenly, cheers erupted from behind him. We did it. Chapter 70, it's not just about the game. What did we succeed at? Su Lin instinctively turned around, but before he could speak, Zhou Shu rushed over. That mobile game you mentioned? We've already developed it. We've confirmed it can be downloaded directly to phones. But this is just the first version, it only supports simple costume changes. We'll need to test other features later. Su Lin froze, then sprang to his feet. Quick, show me. Zhou Shu turned to call someone. Soon, a phone was handed to Su Lin. He opened it and found it was indeed a simple dress-up game. However, it consumed a significant amount of memory. Just this one game took up nearly half the phone's storage. Moreover, noticeable lag occurred upon opening it. Su Lin frowned and pointed out the issue. Zhou Shu chuckled. That is indeed an issue, but we'll figure out a solution. It should be resolved within a few days at most. Su Lin nodded and suggested, you could lower the graphics settings a bit. Current phones aren't on par with computers yet, so reducing the quality slightly shouldn't be a problem. That's exactly what we were planning to do. After chatting for a while, Zhou Shu took the phone back. Su Lin pondered for a moment, then booked a restaurant. After work that evening, he gathered the entire studio team for a celebration. He announced that once the game launched, each member would receive a share of the profits. Every creator involved in making the game will get a share of the profits. The more the studio earns, the more you'll earn. A few percentage points? Su Lin was more than willing to give them. He wasn't just after the game, he was after talent. Once the studio built its reputation, more and more people would join. Then, recalling the profits of game companies in his past life, Su Lin's smile grew wider. Come on, bring it on. After the celebration ended, Su Lin returned to campus. The next morning, shortly after waking up, he received a call from his advisor. The matter concerning Hua Ling had been resolved, and he was asked to go to the police station. Su Lin was puzzled. Teacher, isn't this primarily Hua Ling's issue? What use is it for me to go? The counselor's exasperated voice came through. Hua Ling is willing to pay, but he insists on meeting you first. He says if you don't come, he won't pay. Su Lin. Fine. He'd go see what this Hua Ling was up to. With that thought in mind, Su Lin headed to the police station. I hear you won't pay unless I meet you first. So, what do you want? Hua Ling looked pale and utterly disheveled. As a student at Yanbei University, his future had once been bright. But that 150,000 yuan had destroyed him. I admit I delayed paying wages, but that money should have been yours. Su Lin crossed his arms. They weren't my employees. They didn't work for me. Why should I pay them? He thought Hua Ling had lost his mind. Why should people not involved in the matter get money from him? Hua Ling smiled, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. Are you certain they aren't your employees? Su Lin replied matter-of-factly, of course not. Why don't you go check your employee roster? Su Lin froze. The online store's operations were based back home. Where would he find an employee roster here? Hua Ling sneered. Looks like you really haven't checked your employee roster. I'm reporting him for maliciously withholding wages and then slandering me to take the fall. I want you to arrest him. The sudden shift in accusations left not only Su Lin but even the police officers bewildered. The next moment, an officer stepped forward. What nonsense are you spouting? You were the one who admitted everything earlier. We have witnesses and evidence. I'm pressing charges against him. Hua Ling cut the officer off. If I file a complaint, you're obligated to continue investigating. Or are you trying to protect him? You've got his back here. Bang! Su Lin slammed his hand on the table, his icy gaze fixed on Hua Ling. You claim those people are my employees and there's some so-called employee roster? Then bring it out. I want to see if what you're saying is true or false. Hua Ling tilted her head, speaking with a cocky smirk. I'm locked up here. What lies could I possibly tell? Su Lin, you're scum. You made me take the fall and now expect me to bear all the consequences? Put. Today, I'll make you pay the price you deserve. Due to Hua Ling's sudden change in stance, the matter had to be re-investigated. Before long, an employee roster appeared on Su Lin's computer screen. The investigating officer stared at Su Lin, his expression grim. You claimed it was his fault? Then what about these names? And this payroll account? Su Lin frowned. Are you guys? His words of suspicion abruptly halted. He clicked open the roster and scanned through it, stunned to discover that the payroll account belonged to none other than Jiang Beiwei. Not only that, but the employees listed below were indeed registered under his online store. Could it be Jiang Beiwei? No, Jiang Beiwei would never do something like this. There must be something fishy going on here. Hua Ling said triumphantly. See? It's all connected to you, Su Lin. Don't even think about pinning this on me. From now on, just wait to get expelled from Yanbei University. At the word expulsion, Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, with calm composure, he glanced at Hua Ling. I demand to see Jiang Beiwei. An hour later, Jiang Beiwei rushed to the police station. Though unaware of the specifics, seeing Su Lin under guard sent panic surging through her. Su Lin, what happened? Why are you here? An officer explained the entire sequence of events. Jiang Beiwei was stunned. Impossible. My bank card has been on me the entire time. And after I arrived at Yanbei University, I never issued any payments to anyone else. Then what about your bank statements? Jiang Beiwei frowned. What bank statements? After the semester started, Wait, which bank card are you talking about? At this, everyone nearby perked up, and a string of numbers was recited. Jiang Beiwei's expression suddenly grew complex. That bank card was the one I used to pay tuition. It was issued by the university. But after I enrolled, the student union confiscated it. The words taken by the student union plunged the room into silence. What does the student council need your bank card for? Jiang Beiwei took a deep breath. I don't know, but I can explain this in detail. Through her account, everyone learned that her bank card had been collected by the student union under the pretext of registration. After military training, she was selected as the host for the welcome gala. Due to arrangements made by the student union, she handed over her card. Later, they gave me the card back. At this point, Jiang Beiwei offered to return to campus to retrieve the card. Chapter 71, Someone reported me. We'll send someone to accompany you. While Jiang Beiwei went to retrieve her bank card, Su Lin and Hua Ling locked eyes the entire time. Neither spoke, yet hostility was evident in their gazes. Su Lin declared, I don't know where you dug up all that stuff, but those employees aren't mine. They're not mine, and you won't pin this on me. Hua Ling remained silent, though occasional fleeting glances betrayed a hint of smug satisfaction. After keeping it hidden from Su Lin for so long, he didn't believe Su Lin could just brush this off. An hour later, Jiang Beiwei returned, accompanied by Su Lin's academic advisor. He glanced at Su Lin, then at Hua Ling, and his whole demeanor soured. All this back and forth drama, and it was all tied to the school this advisor was going to get chewed out. Sighing, the counselor stepped forward to assess the situation. The police officer told him, we haven't reached a conclusion yet, but don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this. The counselor hesitated. Then what about these two? They can return to campus, but they must not leave Yen City until the investigation is complete. The police station could detain them, but without confirmation, there was no need to hold them. The counselor sighed, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. Half an hour later, the four stood outside the police station entrance. The counselor glanced around. Let's go back to campus. The four took a taxi back to campus. The counselor, fearing any mishaps, made sure to take Hua Ling with them. The wind blew, its chill seeping into their bones. Su Lin stared at the road ahead, saying nothing. Jiang Beiwei clenched her fingers. Su Lin, I didn't. I know. Su Lin cut her off, turning to face her. The problem must be with your dorm. Jiang Beiwei froze. My dorm? You mean Guan Yunyun? But she moved out ages ago, and my bank card has always been locked in my locker. How could? Before she could finish, Jiang Beiwei suddenly fell silent.
Guan Yunyun had indeed moved out, but her dorm wasn't just occupied by one person, there were also Qin Shui and Yu Xia.
But those two.
Jiang Beiwei's face drained of color.
No, it can't be. My relationship with them was clearly.
She wanted to say great, but the words stuck in her throat, impossible to utter.
The incident had already happened, there was definitely something wrong in the dorm. The bank card incident was impossible to ignore. Su Lin saw her inner turmoil, don't overthink it. We'll figure out the details once we find the person. But they've already gone home. Even if I wanted to find them, I wouldn't be able to recognize them.
Jiang Beiwei quickly accepted Su Lin's words and shifted her focus to the task of finding them.
Su Lin said calmly, you won't need to identify them. They'll come forward on their own.
At this point, Su Lin whispered a few instructions.
Jiang Beiwei nodded softly. I understand. I'll do as you say. The two parted ways.
Su Lin returned to his dorm and had barely lain down when his mother called. Her mother's voice carried urgency. Shaolin, I just got a call saying you're going to be expelled from school.
What's going on? What happened over there?
Su Lin paused.
Who called you? Zhang Chenghao. Yes, that's the name. Zhang Chenghao. The student union president's name.
Su Lin slowly curled his fingers. He hadn't sought out Zhang Chenghao yet, but Zhang Chenghao had come forward on his own. But this confirmed the problem lay with the student council. Are they idiots? Thinking they could pull off such blatant shenanigans and the police wouldn't notice? With that thought, Su Lin spoke calmly, just a minor conflict in the dorm.
Nothing serious. Su's mother doubted him. Are you sure it's nothing? Don't worry, it's really nothing. Su Lin offered a few reassuring words before hanging up. Just then, Jiang Beiwei sent a message, 2 screenshots of a chat. Su Lin was suddenly taken away by the police. I'm scared. Why would he be taken away by the police out of the blue? Did he do something he shouldn't have? I don't know, but I'm so scared right now. Yu Xia, what if Su Lin gets fired? What will I do? What does his getting fired have to do with you? Weiwei, stop overthinking. You two aren't even dating. Just mind your own business. But they said the problem was with my bank card. No, I have to go ask President Zhang. What's going on with my bank card? How could it be paying people out of nowhere? After that, Yu Xia kept urging Jiang Beiwei not to act rashly. Every word brimmed with concern, yet each also carried a hint of enticement. Su Lin sneered. Yu Xia was usually the most enthusiastic toward him, yet behind his back, she'd say things like this. In stark contrast were Qin Shui's chat logs. Qin Shui analyzed Jiang Beiwei's words, offered some comfort, then urged Jiang Beiwei to contact Su Lin. Make sure to clarify the bank card issue. Since he's detained, only someone outside can help. Also, go to the bank tomorrow. There must be records of the payroll transactions. Check the signatures. Su Lin took a deep breath and dialed Jiang Beiwei's number. But after the call connected, neither of them spoke. As time passed, Jiang Beiwei's troubled voice broke the silence. I suspect there's something wrong with Yu Xia, but Su Lin, she was the first person to show me kindness. I don't understand why she would do this. Su Lin replied, some people don't need reasons for their actions. The difference lies only in whether they want to or not. Call the police. This matter needs closure. Though resolving the bank card issue wouldn't fully settle matters, once the primary employee problem was handled, it would be Hualing's headache from then on. Su Lin offered a few words of comfort before hanging up, though a lingering heaviness remained in her heart. Things had gone too smoothly, so smoothly it unsettled Su Lin. She sensed this matter wasn't truly over, yet no matter how she analyzed it, she couldn't pinpoint where the problem lay. With these thoughts swirling, Su Lin slowly closed her eyes. The next day, Su Lin understood the source of his unease. Hualing wasn't stupid. After all the trouble they'd gone through to create such a big mess, how could it possibly end so easily? There was bound to be more trouble ahead. Just then, Su Lin's phone rang. It was his mother. As soon as he answered, she blurted out that they'd been reported. They say we evaded taxes and failed fire safety inspections. We have to shut down for rectification. Ling, this situation. Don't worry. Let them investigate. Su Lin had anticipated this move. Whether it was fire safety or tax compliance, he had met every requirement to the letter. There might be a few more issues, but they were all minor and wouldn't cause any real trouble. Once I wrap up my current matters, I'll head back immediately. Chapter 72. You didn't do it, but you can't shake it off. Su Lin gave his mother a brief update before heading to find Jiang Beiwei. But when he reached the lobby and dialed her number, he heard the call out for her across the lobby. Surprised, Su Lin asked, "You're at the bank?" Jiang Beiwei's voice came through. "Yes, I'm checking the status of that bank card." Su Lin almost said it wasn't necessary, but stopped himself. "I'll come meet you now." The call ended. Su Lin prepared to head to the bank to find Jiang Beiwei, but the moment he turned around, he locked eyes with another person. "Su Lin, are you here to see Jiang Beiwei?" Su Lin looked at the round-faced girl before him. "You're Su Yuan?" This girl had been very protective of Guan Yunyun before, and with them sharing the same surname, Su Lin had some recollection of her. Hearing Su Lin's uncertain tone, Su Yuan's eyes crinkled with a smile. Yes, it's me.
Su Lin exchanged greetings with her and prepared to leave. But before he took a few steps, Su Yuan suddenly called out to him, "Have you run into trouble lately?" Su Lin halted in his tracks.
How did you know?
Their eyes met, and Su Yuan's gaze flickered with conflict.
I.
Seeing her hesitation, Su Lin knew there was more to it.
Are you free for lunch? Wei and I would like to treat you.
Su Yuan lifted her head, hesitated several times, then slowly nodded.
Sure. Su Lin and Su Yuan exchanged phone numbers before heading off to find Jiang Beiwei. By then, Jiang Beiwei had completed the procedures and seen the name on the signature Yuxia. She took a deep breath.
When she stepped out of the bank and saw Su Lin, her eyes were slightly red. Su Lin sighed inwardly, stepping forward to take her hand.
Why didn't you wear more clothes? It's freezing out here. Jiang Beiwei kept her head down. The bank had air conditioning. I wasn't cold.
Su Lin ruffled her hair.
I'm treating someone to lunch. Want to join us?
Jiang Beiwei hesitated to refuse, but the words formed on her tongue and then retreated.
Instead, she asked, where are you planning to host? Near the school. The two chatted as they got into a taxi.
Meanwhile, Hua Ling found Zhang Chenghao.
Hey, are you sure about that Su Lin thing? Why the rush? If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have made you change your mind.
Zhang Chenghao remained utterly composed. His calmness helped settle Hua Ling's nerves.
I'm not anxious. I just think there are too many holes in this plan. What if Su Lin lays everything out? I'll still get expelled. Just pay the money. As long as they forgive you, the school won't expel you. Alright, don't waste any more time here.
Remember what I taught you before, sometimes, the more holes there are, the more people doubt themselves.
Was that really true?
Hua Ling felt doubtful, but faced with Zhang Chenghao, he couldn't voice his thoughts.
When he'd been scheming against Su Lin, he'd unexpectedly run into Zhang Chenghao.
After that, he'd handed over some matters to Zhang Chenghao. Despite raking in a fortune, much of it was now in Zhang Chenghao's hands. If Zhang Chenghao really dug his heels in and refused to pay, and Su Lin turned on him, then don't blame him for getting tough. In any case, he absolutely refused to allow himself to be fired.
At noon, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei picked up Su Yuan.
To gather information, Su Lin specifically requested a private room.
After ordering, Su Yuan brought up a matter.
I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard that this big shot named Chen Hao was planning to donate a sum of money to the school to fund entrepreneurial students, regardless of their year. But for some reason, only seniors and student union members know about it. I've heard, though, that the funding comes with certain prerequisites. I'm not sure what exactly they are. At this, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei's expressions darkened. They weren't fools. A moment's thought revealed the crucial connection. Jiang Beiwei said, it must be President Zhang who wants the funding, but why would he target you? The sudden question left Su Yuan stunned.
Chairman Zhang targeting Su Lin? Jiang Beiwei. She'd misspoken. Clearing her throat, Jiang Beiwei explained, I misspoke. I meant Hua Ling.
My mind's been so preoccupied with student council matters lately, I'm talking nonsense. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Lin's eyes. Though Jiang Beiwei reacted swiftly, Su Yuan had already figured it out.
But it didn't matter. The truth would come out soon enough.
Thinking this, Su Lin said to Su Yuan, your information seems credible.
As for that precondition, I have my own suspicions. Thank you.
Su Yuan pressed her lips together, shifting her gaze from Jiang Beiwei to Su Lin.
You're welcome. I'm just glad I could be of help.
She had chosen to speak up precisely because of the previous bullying incident.
Regardless, she had misunderstood Jiang Beiwei, and Su Lin had helped her. After lunch, Su Yuan left first. Su Lin looked at Jiang Beiwei and said calmly, that precondition must be that you've already made money. A thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Beiwei's mind. Are you saying that Chen Hao actually wanted to sponsor you? Though the notion seemed far-fetched, Jiang Beiwei felt it was highly plausible.
Su Lin sighed. The only reason Zhang Chenghao would go to such lengths is this. I've retrieved the bank transfer records.
Su Lin, does this mean this matter is finally settled?
Jiang Beiwei placed the printed documents before Su Lin, her voice tinged with hope. Su Lin remained silent.
After a long silence, the expression on Jiang Beiwei's face stiffened. Still no?
Su Lin pointed out, Yuxia and you are close. For the bank to approve the transfer, Yuxia must have obtained an authorization letter. They'll claim you instructed her to make the transfer.
Then what? Are we just supposed to swallow this loss? Even if the funding doesn't go to you, we can't let Zhang Chenghao reap the benefits. Jiang Beiwei was extremely anxious. She knew all about the online store.
If Su Lin really got fired because of her, she'd feel terribly guilty. Su Lin reassured her, it won't happen.
This won't blow over that easily. Just then, his phone rang.
Su Lin picked it up and saw it was his advisor.
Teacher, what's the matter?
A few seconds later, Su Lin hung up and motioned for Jiang Beiwei to follow him.
Administrative building.
The counselor placed a document before Su Lin. The school wishes this matter to be closed.
Su Lin raised his eyes slightly. What do you mean? The documents cover mentioned investments. The counselor cleared his throat. This incident has been leaked online. So the school wants me to swallow my pride for the sake of its reputation? But you should know the problem here isn't me. The counselor replied flatly, I know. So what? You didn't do it, but you won't be able to shake off the stain either, will you? Chapter 73, Come Back First. Not only Jiang Beiwei, but even Su Lin hadn't anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Compared to her, however, Su Lin remained more composed. In his previous life, he'd witnessed schools suppressing scandals to protect their reputations. While he valued profit, this was about reputation, something that could impact his future business ventures. He wouldn't agree to it. What if I could shake off the stain? The counselor glanced at Su Lin. For the school, whether you can shake off the stain isn't the most important thing. Su Lin paused to consider. It was true. The institution valued its reputation above all else. A clean resolution before the scandal escalated would be ideal, but this particular incident involved students from both sides. There was no way to separate the two. Realizing this, Su Lin fixed his gaze on the counselor. I can agree to end it here, but the school needs to give me something in return. Su Lin's shift was so abrupt that Jiang Beiwei hadn't processed it. When she turned to look at him, her eyes held utter disbelief. Su Lin, this matter. Su Lin shook his head gently. In that instant, Jiang Beiwei swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Her silence effectively ended the matter. Before long, Su Lin and the counselor had negotiated the terms of the benefit. Shenhao's financial aid would go to Su Lin in exchange for Su Lin never speaking of this matter again. As for Hua Ling, the school would intervene to ensure he provided everything he was obligated to give. Satisfied that what he was entitled to receive would not be compromised, Su Lin decisively ended the conversation. My end is settled. The counselor nodded. Then you may go. Su Lin stood up, exchanged a glance with Jiang Beiwei, and the two departed. Outside the office building, they crossed paths with Hua Ling coming toward them. Before Hua Ling could speak, Su Lin had already taken Jiang Beiwei's hand and brushed past him. Hua Ling's expression suddenly froze. But he quickly suppressed the thoughts churning within and entered the office building as if nothing had happened. Su Lin, why did you agree to the counselor's suggestion? This matter hasn't even been resolved yet. Su Lin halted in his tracks. The matter has already been resolved. What do you mean? Jiang Beiwei was completely baffled. Su Lin sighed. The school knew the truth from the very beginning. To put it plainly, the school hadn't intended to get involved at all. It was only because someone leaked the incident online that the counselor was forced to talk to him. In truth, the issue stemmed from Hua Ling failing to pay the worker nothing major. But by dragging their feet, they'd blown it out of proportion. Now that the school had stepped in, a resolution would come tomorrow. Su Lin explained all this to Jiang Beiwei. Jiang Beiwei's anger flared. This is outrageous. We're completely innocent, how dare they? Mid-sentence, her voice trailed off. Seeing the gloom in her eyes, Su Lin wanted to comfort her, but in the end, he said nothing. Many things must be seen for oneself to truly understand. No amount of explanation from others would suffice. A cold wind swept past. Su Lin withdrew his gaze. Let's go. I'll walk you back to the dorm. All right. After seeing Jiang Beiwei back to her dorm, Su Lin called his mother to inquire about the situation at home. Everything's been checked. No issues. Su's mother's voice carried a hint of relief before shifting to ask about Su Lin's situation. How are things on your end? Everything's taken care of on my end too. Su's mother breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. By the way, you and Weiwei are on winter break now, right? When do you plan to come back? Probably before the new year. We still have some business requiring a trip abroad. Su Lin didn't elaborate, and Su's mother didn't press him. She simply reminded him to be careful before hanging up. Lying in his dorm room, Su Lin was lost in thought when Li Yun's call suddenly came through. Did something go wrong over there? Li Yun's voice was calm, yet his words carried an unspoken question. Su Lin rested his head on his arm. What do you know? I don't know much, just heard that Hua Ling's mess got dumped on you. How about it? Can you handle it? Su Lin chuckled softly. It's no big deal. Li Yun nodded in understanding. Since it's taken care of, I won't press further. Su Lin said thank you and ended the call. The next day, an official notice appeared on the university website. Meanwhile, Hua Ling had already moved out of the dormitory. At that moment, Su Lin was taking Jiang Beiwei to process their visas. Just as the process was completed, Jiang's mother called. I took a fall and am currently at the hospital. Jiang Beiwei immediately panicked. Is it serious? Not seriously, but I can't walk on my leg. Jiang Beiwei felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Not serious? You can't walk. Su Lin, I might not be able to go abroad with you. Su Lin had overheard the conversation and immediately reassured her. I understand. Don't worry. We'll catch the next flight back. Su Lin booked the tickets and they boarded the plane together. A few hours later, they arrived at the hospital. Mom, how are you? What did the doctor say? Jiang Beiwei rushed to the hospital bedside, her voice urgent.
Jiang's mother, who had been conversing with someone nearby, froze momentarily upon seeing Jiang Beiwei.
How did you get back so quickly? Jiang Beiwei froze. You're injured. Shouldn't I have come back quickly?
Their eyes met, and Jiang's mother realized her slip of the tongue.
She quickly explained, what I meant was you came back so fast, I didn't have time to react.
At this point, Jiang's mother greeted Su Lin. We've caused you worry, but it really isn't a big deal.
Su Lin smiled faintly. Glad to hear it. Wei Wei was terribly worried the whole way back. After a few more words, Jiang's mother urged them to leave first. Jiang Beiwei looked hesitant. I should stay here with you. Mrs. Jiang waved her off. No need for you to stay. Go home and rest. Under her mother's urging, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei left the hospital room.
Before the elevator, Jiang Beiwei's expression suddenly darkened.
Su Lin, have I been deceived?
During their earlier conversation, Jiang Beiwei had already sensed something off about her mother. Su Lin glanced at her.
She really is hospitalized. Whether it was deception or not, Jiang's mother being in the hospital was the best proof. Jiang Beiwei took a deep breath. You're right. She is in the hospital. Su Lin nodded and asked where she planned to go next. If you don't want to go home, you can come with me to the courier office.
Jiang Beiwei decisively chose the latter. I'll go with you. At the courier station, Su's mother was busy with several young people. Seeing Su Lin, she seemed momentarily dazed. After regaining her composure, her voice trembled slightly. Didn't you say you wouldn't be back until after the new year? Su Lin smiled. Something came up, so I came back early to check things out.
Chapter 74, Jiang Beiwei, you're back.
Su's mother hurried over to Su Lin, placing both hands on his shoulders.
It's good you came back. Are you hungry? I'll go cook some noodles for you, for both of you. She glanced at Jiang Beiwei, handed her tasks to someone else, and dashed off to cook noodles. During their meal, Su's mother inquired about conditions in Yen City. Su Lin gave a brief answer. Mom, about that checkup you mentioned earlier shouldn't be any major issues now, right? Of course not. All my procedures passed. Everything's fine. Just then, Su Yingying came running over. Brother, sister, you're finally back. Su Lin turned to reach for Su Yingying, but the little girl twisted away and threw herself into Jiang Beiwei's arms. Sister, you seem a little upset. Did brother bully you? Su Yingying tilted her little face up, her questioning tone earnest. Jiang Beiwei ruffled her hair. Your brother didn't bully me. Su Yingying wrinkled her little nose. If he didn't bully you, why are you upset? Jiang Beiwei's face softened into a faint smile. I'm not upset. I just didn't get enough rest and feel a little tired. Really? Su Yingying tilted her head, her eyes filled with doubt. Jiang Beiwei reached out and tickled her nose. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Just then, Su Lin spoke up. Alright, your sister hasn't eaten yet. Hurry downstairs and let your sister eat properly. Su Yingying gave a soft okay and obediently stood to the side. After the two finished eating, Su's mother took Su Yingying away. Su Lin glanced at Jiang Beiwei. Shall I take you to rest? Jiang Beiwei shook her head. I'm not tired yet. If you have things to attend to, go ahead. I can sit for a while and head back on my own. Su Lin met her gaze and couldn't help but sigh. You still want to go to the hospital, don't you? Jiang Beiwei lowered her head. Not exactly. But she's still in the hospital. I should go see her. Alright, I'll take you there first. No need. I'll just take a taxi later. Jiang Beiwei insisted. Considering the distance from the hospital to here, Su Lin didn't refuse. Alright, give me a call once you arrive at the hospital. Su Lin gave the reminder before turning to find Su's mother. Why did you come alone? Where's Wei Wei? She's heading to the hospital soon and doesn't need me to drive her, so I came over to check on her. Su Lin said, reaching out to help. Su's mother stopped him. Don't lift a finger. We've got plenty of help here. Su Lin smiled and pushed her away. I know there are people here. I just wanted to give you a break. Yingying, help mom over there. Su Yingying, who had been playing nearby, heard this and immediately ran over. Mom, let's go. Su's mother tried to refuse, but at Su Lin's insistence, she could only let Su Yingying pull her away. That night, lying in his familiar room, Su Lin reflected on recent events, a hint of resignation flickering across his face. He had clearly decided to go out and have fun, yet one thing after another kept happening, leaving his relationship with Jiang Beiwei still up in the air. Oh well. Since he was back now, he'd just rest properly. Everything else could wait. For the next few days, Su Lin stayed busy at home. As the new year drew nearer, the volume of packages increased. But with 3 days left before the holiday, they finally relaxed because the delivery services had shut down. Su's mother patted her waist. Ouch, my back's been so stiff lately, it feels like it's not even my own anymore. Su Lin, sitting nearby, heard her and stepped forward to massage her. How's that? Feeling better? Su's mother let out a few ouch sounds. When Su Lin's hands moved away, a look of surprise appeared on her face. It really does feel better. Little Lin, when did you learn how to do this?
It was something he often did to relax in his previous life. After massaging others many times, he had developed a knack for it. Su Lin replied silently to himself, but aloud he said, I saw others doing it before. I was worried it wouldn't work. After a pause, Su Lin added, this is just superficial stuff.
If you really want to feel better, you should see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor.
Su's mother waved her hand dismissively. It's almost New Year's. There's no rush to see a doctor. During the holiday season, it was best to avoid hospitals unless absolutely necessary.
Su Lin took note but said nothing more.
He resolved to take his mother for a full checkup after the holidays and hire more staff for the family businesses. From now on, Su's mother could focus on overseeing the big picture, leaving the packing and such to others. Oh, right, he also needed to contact Zhou Shu to check on the progress of his game. Barring any setbacks, it would be best to release the game as soon as possible.
Making money couldn't afford any delays.
Oh, and there was the live streaming app, the short video app. Su Lin pondered these thoughts while chatting with his mother. On the last day before the new year, Su Lin made a special trip to Jiang Beiwei's home to deliver the holiday gifts. Sitting on the sofa, Su Lin glanced at Jiang Beiwei several times, but she kept her head down, showing no intention of speaking. Seeing this, Su Lin didn't rush her.
He picked up a cup from the coffee table and took a sip of tea.
Just then, Jiang's mother emerged from the room. Look at you, showing up unexpectedly like this.
I don't really have anything to offer you. Take this red envelope. Consider it my little blessing.
Su Lin set down his cup and pushed the red envelope back.
I just came to visit today. Aunt Jiang, please don't be so formal. Take the red envelope back. After several exchanges, Su Lin finally prevailed. Mrs. Jiang took the envelope, a hint of awkwardness in her expression.
Oh, you must be so busy.
It's rare you come by. Su Lin smiled and chatted with her for a few moments before leading Jiang Beiwei out the door. You seem not too keen on seeing me?
In the car, Su Lin broke the silence.
Jiang Beiwei instinctively denied it. I don't. If that's the case, then why haven't you looked at me the entire time? Jiang Beiwei clasped her hands together. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Su Lin's curiosity piqued. What exactly feels unfamiliar? They weren't strangers, so why was Jiang Beiwei acting so distant? Jiang Beiwei lowered her head, as if gathering resolve, then suddenly looked up. Su Lin, what exactly is our relationship? Their gazes locked. Su Lin lightly touched his chin, countering with a question instead of an answer. What do you think we are?
Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together, anxiety flickering in her gaze as she looked at Su Lin.
I don't know. Is it that you don't know, or that you're afraid to think about it? Su Lin's follow-up question came swiftly, but to Jiang Beiwei, this relentless pressure felt like coercion, stirring an urge to flee. The next moment, she pushed open the car door and ran out. Su Lin, ? Why did she just leave? Jiang Beiwei, come back.
Chapter 75, Her Heart Has Issues. Su Lin shouted, quickly getting out of the car to chase after her. Moments later, Su Lin grabbed Jiang Beiwei's wrist, forcing her to turn and face him.
Jiang Beiwei, what exactly are you agonizing over?
Jiang Beiwei stared at the face mere inches from hers, her lips pressed tightly together.
It's not about me agonizing over anything, Su Lin. You involve me in everything you do, even. I just want to know what kind of person am I to you? Su Lin's expression gradually relaxed.
He thought Jiang Beiwei had other intentions, which was why she was trying to escape.
Forget it. He'd make things clear today. With that thought, Su Lin released his grip. In my heart, you are. Beiwei? Are you talking to a classmate? The abrupt inquiry cut Su Lin off mid-sentence.
Turning their heads, they saw an older woman running toward them.
Oh my, I recognize you. You came here once before looking for Beiwei. What are you two?
The woman paused deliberately, her eyes twinkling mischievously at both of them. Su Lin cleared his throat.
I'm Beiwei's boyfriend. I came to visit Aunt Jiang.
The woman clapped her hands together, beaming.
I knew it. An ordinary classmate wouldn't be allowed into the neighborhood. Which university do you attend? I'm from Yanbei University. Same university as Beiwei? You're quite the catch, young man. Su Lin chatted with the woman with a smile.
By the time she finished her enthusiastic monologue, 20 minutes had passed.
All right. I won't keep you young folks chatting. You two take your time. The auntie departed cheerfully. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, his calm eyes settling on Jiang Beiwei. So? Got your answer now?
Jiang Beiwei had flushed when Su Lin referred to him as her boyfriend, and now, faced with his question, she couldn't help but turn her head away. You never hinted at this before. Su Lin exaggerated dramatically. I never hinted? Remember that time with Guan Yunyun? I declared you my girlfriend right there in the counselor's office, in front of everyone. His tone softened as he spoke, and he took Jiang Beiwei's hand. Truthfully, I've considered you my girlfriend for a long time. I've just been so busy lately that I never found the chance to tell you. I figured I'd wait until after I officially confessed my feelings before we decided on our relationship.
Su Lin hadn't anticipated that his plan would spark a jumble of complicated thoughts in Jiang Beiwei.
But he felt that since he'd been given this rare second chance at life, he had to do everything he should have done.
Confessing one's feelings was a serious matter.
Wei Wei, you.
Jiang Beiwei turned her head away.
I didn't hear a word you said today. A hint of amusement flashed in Su Lin's eyes. Got it.
Come on, I'll take you shopping.
Jiang Beiwei shook her head in refusal.
Don't even think about buying me anything.
We still have the loan on the storefront in Yen City to pay off. We need to save money wherever we can, no frivolous spending.
Su Lin's eyes crinkled with amusement. So you're considering me now?
Jiang Beiwei shot him a glare.
Who said I was considering it? I have so many clothes already. Who cares about one or two more?
With that, Jiang Beiwei pulled away from Su Lin's hand.
I'm not talking to you anymore. It's freezing out here. I'm going home.
Su Lin hurried after her. This time, he didn't follow her inside. Only after watching the door close did he turn and leave. Back home, Su Lin's cheerful expression drew several glances from Su's mother.
No offense, but what exactly are you so happy about?
Su Lin froze.
Am I happy?
Su's mother curved her lips into a smile.
Your mouth is practically reaching the sky. Come on, tell me what you're so happy about. Su Lin didn't answer.
He nudged his mother's shoulder toward the house. I'm happy about how much I earned this year.
Next year, we'll work even harder and make even more.
Mom, I'm planning to buy a house in Yen City.
Outside, fireworks burst into the night sky.
The booming sounds drowned out the sounds of the Wan household, yet the festive atmosphere remained palpable. Su Lin leaned against the window, quietly watching the changes outside. The curve of his lips couldn't help but lift upward.
He was wondering when would be the best time to confess his feelings to Jiang Beiwei. He'd have to set the scene perfectly, then absolutely. Knock knock knock.
Suddenly, there was a knock at the door.
Su Lin's thoughts were interrupted.
He turned to open the door and immediately saw Su Yingying rushing in.
Yingying, what's wrong?
Su Yingying stamped her foot in panic.
Mom! Mom's collapsed on the floor. What? Su Lin's expression darkened. Where is Mom? Downstairs, in the kitchen.
Su Lin ignored Su Yingying and rushed straight downstairs. There, on the kitchen floor, lay Su's mother, eyes tightly closed, her face deathly pale.
Mom, how are you?
Su Lin asked as he placed his finger to her nose. After confirming she was still breathing, he reached for his phone to dial 120, but for some reason, a strange thought suddenly surfaced.
Wouldn't it be faster to drive than wait for an ambulance?
Yingying, go upstairs and grab my black backpack.
Hurry!
Su Yingying, still on the stairs, heard the command and immediately turned to fetch the black backpack. Su Lin lifted his mother into his arms, carefully placing her in the car before turning back to pick up Su Yingying.
20 minutes later, Su Lin rushed into the hospital emergency room with his mother. Quick! Someone collapsed.
The on-duty doctors and nurses rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Su Lin pushed the stretcher forward while quickly explaining the situation.
Minutes later, Su's mother, hooked up to oxygen, was wheeled away for tests. Watching this unfold, Su Lin fought back his anxiety.
He turned to find Su Yingying and led his men to the floor where the tests were being conducted.
Brother, Mom's going to be okay, right?
Su Yingying clung to Su Lin's leg, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Lin stroked her head.
Don't worry. Mom will be fine.
In his previous life, Su's mother had never had any serious issues, and this time would surely be no different.
Soon, a nurse hurried over.
Su Lin stepped forward to meet her, only to hear the nurse say, "Hurry and pay the fees."
We need some medication here.
Su Lin nodded, wanting to ask about his mother's condition, but the nurse had already returned to the emergency room after speaking. After a moment's thought, Su Lin picked up Su Yingying and headed to make the payment. Outside the resuscitation room door, Su Lin kept his head bowed. Though his heart raced with anxiety, he patiently soothed Su Yingying. An hour passed before Su's mother was wheeled out to an emergency bed downstairs. Simultaneously, various monitoring devices were attached. Holding Su Yingying, Su Lin watched from the side, a shadow of gloom in his eyes.
Doctor, how is she? She has a heart condition. Were you aware of this?
Su Lin's heart skipped a beat.
I didn't know. Is her heart condition serious?
Not critical at this stage, but if left untreated.
Chapter 76, Find the Best. The doctor didn't finish his sentence, but Su Lin grasped the crucial point.
Remembering his past life, Su Lin's breath caught in his throat. So it wasn't that Su's mother was fine, it was that he'd been so preoccupied with making money that he'd completely neglected her health. Pushing those thoughts aside, Su Lin asked detailed questions about her condition. The doctor answered each one thoroughly, finally advising him that it would be best to seek treatment in Yen City.
There's a doctor there named Wei.
He's exceptionally skilled in cardiac treatment. If your family can afford it, you should take her to see him as soon as possible.
Wei.
Su Lin repeated the name silently in his mind, then nodded solemnly in gratitude. I'll make the arrangements as soon as possible. Su Yingying nestled in his arms, her eyes still filled with confusion. She didn't understand the situation, but she grasped that her mother was unwell.
Brother, are we going to Yen City? Su Lin nodded. We're going to Yen City for mom's treatment. By the way, can my mother fly? The doctor's eyes flashed with surprise at the question, though he was also heartened by the family's concern. Her condition is stable enough now. Flying shouldn't be a problem.
Su Lin thanked him, then sat down on a nearby chair, still holding Su Yingying.
As dawn approached, Su's mother awoke.
Seeing her children beside her, her expression was filled with confusion.
Xiaolin, where are we?
Su Lin heard her voice and immediately approached.
The hospital, Mom. Are you feeling any discomfort?
Their eyes met, and Mrs. Su instinctively clutched her chest.
I feel a little off, but nothing too serious. Xiaolin, what exactly happened to me?
The doctor said you have some minor issues, but nothing serious.
It's treatable. Hearing it was treatable, Su's mother instantly relaxed. As long as it can be treated.
Just then, the doctor approached to inquire about her condition.
Mrs. Su described her symptoms. Doctor, is this really nothing serious? The doctor glanced at Su Lin and replied, not at all. This is perfectly normal. Mrs. Su breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. She sank back onto the hospital bed.
A little while later, a nurse came to notify them it was time to settle the bill. Su Lin bid his mother farewell and left. The moment he stepped out the door, Su's mother immediately motioned for Su Yingying to come closer.
Yingying, tell Mom, are you really okay?
Su Yingying blinked her eyes.
Yes, I'm fine. Su's mother couldn't help but frown. If she truly was fine, why had the doctor just looked at Su Lin?
Outside the door, Su Lin silently shook his head. He knew Su's mother would turn to Su Yingying next, which was precisely why he'd made a point of greeting her earlier that night. As it turned out, he'd been absolutely right. Pushing aside his worries, Su Lin went to the outpatient hall to settle the bill. Once all the formalities were completed, he took Su's mother and Su Yingying home, then began packing his things. Su's mother watched him, a heavy feeling settling in her heart.
Xiaolin, is my condition not looking good? Without turning his head, Su Lin replied, it's just fatigue. Nothing serious.
But there are excellent doctors in Yen City, so I'm taking you there for a checkup.
Su's mother froze. If it's just fatigue, why go all the way to Yen City? Wasn't that contradictory?
Su Lin turned, his expression solemn.
Because I don't want anything to happen to you. Though concealment might be safer, Su Lin felt some truth needed sharing, otherwise his mother wouldn't cooperate.
Mom, I've finally grown up, and our family's situation is slowly improving.
Your best days are still ahead.
This time it was just fainting, but who knows what other problems might arise later. Yen City is the center. The doctors there are highly skilled.
I'll take you to Yen City for a thorough checkup. Only then will I feel at ease.
Su Lin framed the issue as his own concern. His heavy, worried expression left Su's mother speechless, and she could only mutter to herself.
What's there to check? The doctors here can do the same tests. You've just gotten a bit too big for your britches since you made some money. Su Lin pretended not to hear her muttering and turned to call out to Su Yingying, have you packed your things?
Su Yingying tilted her head up.
All packed.
Su Lin ruffled her hair. Then stay here with Mom.
I'll go handle some work arrangements.
He needed to give specific instructions for the delivery point, the supermarket, and the online store to prevent any other complications.
Su Yingying nodded firmly. I'll definitely keep Mom company. After that, Su Lin spent 3 hours going over the arrangements for all 3 places.
Once he confirmed everything was in order, he booked a flight to Yen City and casually called Jiang Beiwei.
Is Aunt Su okay? Nothing serious. Just going for a checkup.
After a few more words with Jiang Beiwei, Su Lin hung up. That evening, the 3 members of the Su family arrived in Yen City. Su Lin immediately made an appointment with Dr. Yu Songwei. Checking the schedule, he found he'd have to wait 5 days.
Su's mother peered over and asked in confusion, there are so many doctors at the hospital. Is it really necessary to see this particular one?
Yen City does have many doctors, but few are renowned. Since we're here, we must seek the best, no compromises. Su's mother shot him a disapproving look.
You always insist on the best. Do you have money to burn?
Su Lin smiled, completely unfazed by his mother's nagging.
Su Yingying sighed, Mom, brother, where are we staying tonight? Su Lin replied, a hotel. I've already made a reservation. A nearby hotel offered a family room, just big enough for the 3 of them. After taking a taxi to the hotel, Su Lin checked them in and went straight to bed. Su's mother held Su Yingying close, rocking her to sleep. After the child finally drifted off, she remained silent for a long time. Her situation wasn't as straightforward as Su Lin claimed. That boy was putting on airs, but didn't he realize who his mother was? How could she possibly be unaware? The Su family spent their New Year in Yen City. Compared to their hometown, the New Year here felt eerily quiet. Were it not for the occasional festive decorations still visible on the streets, one might not even recognize it as the holiday season. Su Lin took Su's mother and Su Yingying out for a stroll. The more Su's mother looked around, the more she sighed. It's so quiet here. It doesn't feel like the new year at all.
Su Lin nodded in agreement.
True. But quiet is better. No one to disturb us.
Su's mother shot him a glare.
Quiet? How can life be too quiet? By the way, did you tell Wei Wei you were bringing us to Yin City?
I did. Su Lin and Su's mother chatted. Su Ying, who had been running ahead, suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky.
Brother, it's snowing.
Su Lin and Su's mother both looked up to see flakes of snow drifting down.
Chapter 77, Too Much Suffering in the Past.
On the 5th day since arriving in Yin City, Su Lin finally reached the end of the queue. Early that morning, he rushed to the hospital with Su's mother and Su Ying. Yu Wei inquired about the situation and quickly arranged for Su's mother to be admitted for examination. After paying the fees, Su Lin was about to return to the ward when he turned around and unexpectedly encountered a familiar face.
Zhou Shu? Su Lin?
Su Lin and Zhou Shu locked eyes, both wearing expressions of surprise. But soon, they moved aside to talk. It was then that Su Lin learned Zhou Shu had come to visit a patient. A relative of mine is hospitalized, so I came to visit.
But what about you? Didn't you say you were going abroad? Why are you still in Yin City?
Su Lin looked helpless.
A lot has happened recently. I had to go back to my hometown. He didn't elaborate, and Zhou Shu didn't press him. After their conversation ended, they went their separate ways.
Inside the hospital room, Su Ying was leaning over the bed, her little face scrunched up in worry. Su's mother said, even though you're in Yin City now, you still have to do your homework properly.
No slacking off. Su Ying muttered softly, I haven't been slacking off. I've been doing my homework at the hotel the whole time. Su's mother snorted lightly, homework, my foot. Your notebooks are all blank.
Su Ying fell silent, lowering her head to write diligently.
Su Lin, standing at the ward door, watched the scene before stepping inside. Mom. Su's mother replied, have you paid all the fees? Yes. We'll wait for the hospital's notice regarding the rest. Su Lin answered as he walked over and sat down beside the hospital bed.
Su Ying turned her head.
Brother, I want to go back to the hotel.
Su Lin shot her a sideways glance and tapped her forehead with his finger.
Stop scheming.
You're staying here to do your homework today. He knew full well that once back at the hotel, Su Ying would play by herself and never glance at her homework. Su Ying stuck out her tongue and made a face at Su Lin.
Fine, I won't go back then.
Oomph.
As they spoke, a nurse arrived to draw blood, gave some final instructions, and then left.
Su's mother pressed the spot where the blood had been drawn and immediately told Su Lin to return to the hotel.
Just come pick Ying up tonight.
Su Lin thought about it and agreed there was no need to linger, especially since Su's mother's condition seemed stable now. That said, he still instructed Su Ying to call him immediately if any doctors or nurses came by. The hotel wasn't far away, and if he hurried, he could be there in just over 10 minutes.
Got it.
Back at the hotel, Su Lin made a call to check on recent developments, confirming everything was under control before hanging up.
Immediately after, Jiang Beiwei called. Su Lin hesitated before answering. Why are you calling at this hour? I wanted to check on Aunt Su. Is she okay?
She's been admitted to the hospital. I don't have all the details yet, but it shouldn't be too serious.
That's good to hear.
After Jiang Beiwei hung up, both fell silent.
Time ticked by, second by second. Jiang Beiwei broke the silence. Before school starts, will you be coming back? Su Lin lowered his eyes, I'm not sure. The conversation fell silent once more.
A sigh escaped her lips. Then, Jiang Beiwei said, we'll talk about it when we get back to school. After hanging up, Su Lin collapsed onto his bed. He couldn't figure it out. They'd already clarified their relationship, yet now, talking to Jiang Beiwei on the phone, he felt strangely at a loss for words.
Was it because they were apart?
Su Lin closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep without realizing it. That evening, he picked up Su Ying from the hospital, dropped her off at the hotel, and headed back to campus. The moment he entered the dorm room, he froze.
Li Yun? You came back early?
Li Yun was engrossed in a game but glanced over at the question.
Yeah. Why are you back early too?
Su Lin retrieved his laptop from the locked cabinet beside him.
Not exactly early. Just had some business in Yin City. I'll be leaving shortly. Li Yun gave a brief reply and said nothing more. Su Lin didn't elaborate either. He locked the locker and turned to leave, only to be called back by Li Yun at the doorway. About that incident with Hua Ling, the school website already posted an announcement. Don't you want to take a look?
Su Lin paused in his steps.
No need. Nothing worth seeing.
Li Yun turned his head but ultimately said nothing more. He simply reminded Su Lin to be careful on his way before returning his attention to the game.
On the way back to the hotel, Su Lin kept pondering Li Yun's reminder.
In the end, he opened the school's official website and checked the relevant notice.
After a moment, he closed it again.
The school stated that the Hua Ling incident was merely a misunderstanding, that both parties had since resolved the matter, and that students were prohibited from discussing it further. Beyond that, there was nothing else.
Honestly, Su Lin felt a bit disappointed.
But when he thought about Chen Hao's investment, that disappointment was quickly pushed aside. Although the incident had targeted him, he hadn't suffered any losses so far, which was fortunate. Back at the hotel, Su Lin logged into his online store's backend, reviewed the upcoming inventory, and made some adjustments. The next day, as soon as Su Lin arrived at the hospital, the doctor called him over.
I've gathered a general understanding of your mother's condition. For now, her heart shows no major issues, but she must have suffered greatly before this, right? Su Lin nodded slightly. Yes, she endured a lot of suffering. Is that the primary factor affecting her health? Yu Wei tapped the medical report. Yes. After a pause, Yu Wei continued, what is your family's financial situation like?
Su Lin's eyes darkened slightly.
We're fairly well off. Please just tell me what you need to say.
Given her current physical condition, surgery is not advisable at this time. Su Lin hadn't anticipated this obstacle. After a brief pause, he asked, how long will she need to recuperate before surgery is possible?
Yu Wei shook his head.
I don't have a specific timeline either. If you truly want what's best for your mother, start now by sparing her any unnecessary stress. Schedule regular checkups instead. That way, you won't miss the optimal window for surgery. Su Lin thanked him and headed toward the ward.
Su's mother was talking with Su Ying. Seeing him return, she immediately asked, what did the doctor say about my condition?
Nothing serious. She's just been through a lot in the past and her health isn't great.
She needs proper recuperation.
Su Lin sat down beside the bed. After weighing his thoughts, he voiced his plan.
How about this? Why don't you stay in Yin City from now on? Be closer to me, so I can.
Before he could finish, Su's mother cut him off.
I can't get used to this place. It's just for recuperation. I can do that back home too.
Su Lin's eyes betrayed his helplessness. His mother had always been a whirlwind of energy. There was no way she could sit still. Are you sure you'll take good care of yourself once you're back? Chapter 78, This is truly urgent. A flicker of guilt crossed Su's mother's eyes. She knew her own temperament well. If she really went back, she'd likely be swamped with tasks that very day. After a moment's thought, she pulled Su Ying closer.
Even if I wanted to stay in Yin City, Ying still has school. I can't very well bring her to Yin City with me, can I? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Why not? What about the family business? That's how we make our living now. If we move over there, how would we earn money?
Su's mother waffled back and forth, but her core point boiled down to one sentence: she wouldn't be coming to Yin City. Su Lin understood the crux of her concern and couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose.
Their roots truly weren't in Yin City, and they needed the money now.
But if Su's mother insisted on going back, he wouldn't agree either.
Unconsciously, Su Lin's thoughts drifted to Zhang's mother and Uncle Wang.
The former had a stake in the business, and the latter was someone their family trusted. If these two were willing to cooperate, entrusting the management of the business there to them wasn't out of the question. Besides, flights were quick. He could fly back weekly to check on things. We just need to find the right person to manage it. I'll go rent an apartment for you. After you're discharged from the hospital, you can move straight there. Su Lin didn't mention the two individuals directly. After giving that answer, he prepared to look for a place near the school.
Su's mother grew impatient.
Su Lin, stop right there. Already at the ward door, Su Lin turned back with a sigh.
Mom, is there something else?
You're not allowed to rent a place.
I said I don't want to live in Yin City.
Su's mother voiced her demands loudly, glaring at Su Lin.
But Su Lin wasn't afraid at all.
After exchanging a few words, he asked Su Ying to keep an eye on his mother.
Brother will be back soon. 2 hours later, after securing the apartment, Su Lin rushed back to the hospital. As soon as he entered the ward, he spotted Jiang Beiwei.
Wei, what brings you here? Surprised, Su Lin hurried over to her side as he asked.
Jiang Beiwei smiled faintly. I came to see Aunt Su. After a pause, Jiang Beiwei continued, I just heard Aunt Su say you want them both to stay here?
Su Lin nodded. The doctor said her body needs recuperation. I was afraid she'd get caught up in work again if she went back, so I asked her to stay. Jiang Beiwei's eyes crinkled with a smile.
I know. Aunt Su has already agreed to stay.
Su Lin froze.
Mom?
Su's mother replied irritably, what's that look on your face?
Wei told me everything. I understand the gravity of the situation. I'm not unreasonable. Relieved to hear Jiang Beiwei had persuaded her, Su Lin sighed, that's good. I'll go handle the discharge paperwork. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei left the hospital room.
Wei, thank you. Jiang Beiwei lowered her head slightly.
You're welcome. Auntie has been very kind to me.
It's only right that I help persuade her.
But, what about those business deals?
Su Lin stared straight ahead. I plan to find someone trustworthy to manage them.
I'll fly back weekly to check in. Nothing major should go wrong.
That's good. Jiang Beiwei nodded with a smile, but soon, her expression grew somber. Su Lin had been watching her and noticed the change, prompting him to ask, why the sudden gloom?
Did something go wrong? Nothing. Really?
Su Lin silently observed Jiang Beiwei, ultimately deciding not to press further.
He processed the discharge paperwork for Su's mother without another word.
Before long, they arrived at the rented apartment. Located near Yenbei University, it was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. Su Ying dashed through each room. Brother, this place is even bigger than our house.
Home?
Su Lin thought of that cramped second floor above the supermarket and ruffled Su Ying's hair.
Do you like it, Ying? Su Ying nodded with a smile. Of course I do. But which room is mine?
You can pick any room except the master bedroom.
Yay! Su Ying cheered and went off to pick a room. The 3 adults watching couldn't help but smile.
A little while later, Su Ying came running out. Brother, I'm a little hungry.
Su Lin immediately replied, there are some restaurants nearby. Let's grab a bite to eat.
Su's mother hesitated to refuse, but seeing her children in Jiang Beiwei, she held her tongue.
Alright, let's go out to eat.
Over the next 2 days, Su Lin accompanied Su's mother as they explored the surrounding area, confirming the local conditions.
Afterward, he and Jiang Beiwei departed Yen City.
By the time they returned to Yen City, the new semester at Yenbei University had already begun. After dropping Jiang Beiwei off at her dorm, Su Lin was about to leave when he suddenly received a call from Chen Dahui.
Where are you right now? Chen Dahui's voice boomed through the receiver, and even through the phone, Su Lin could tell he was in high spirits.
I'm downstairs at the girls' dorm.
What's up?
Chen Dahui visibly hesitated before speaking again, his voice noticeably quieter.
I was thinking of inviting you and Li Yun over for a meal. Would you be available? Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. Why wouldn't I be free? Send me the address, and I'll be right over. Alright. Chen Dahui instantly perked up again. Soon after, the address arrived on Su Lin's phone. He glanced at it and saw it was right outside the school. He headed over immediately. Hey, over here. As soon as he entered the door, Su Lin heard Chen Dahui's greeting.
He looked up and saw a stranger standing there, causing his pace to slow involuntarily.
Chen Dahui, oblivious to Su Lin's hesitation, cheerfully introduced, this is Han Su. He's from the same place as me, a sophomore. Han Su stood up with a smile. Hello. Su Lin took the outstretched hand and gave it a firm shake. Nice to meet you, Su Lin.
After the introductions, Chen Dahui ordered the dishes to be served. As they chatted, the conversation drifted to their winter break experiences at home.
Chen Dahui sighed heavily.
You guys won't believe this, I'm only a freshman, but as soon as I got home, they started pressuring me to get married.
They even dragged me to blind dates. Honestly, it's a whole other story. Su Lin couldn't help but glance sideways. Is your family that impatient? Su Lin had experienced marriage pressure in his previous life too, but Chen Dahui had only just started college. Wasn't it too early to be pressured now? Chen Dahui waved his hand with a wry smile. I'm the only son in 6 generations. You tell me, how could they not be anxious?
Su Lin's mouth twitched.
Yeah, that does make sense. Li Yun beside them was also startled.
I never imagined you were in such a unique situation.
So, are you planning to get married? Chen Dahui groaned, his face filled with dread. Don't even bring up marriage. I'm barely old enough. To be blunt, I can't even get a marriage certificate yet. What good would getting married do?
Oh, right, Su Lin, I heard you and Jiang, the school beauty, have been together since high school.
When are you two planning to tie the knot? Su Lin, ? Wasn't this topic a bit off?
Su Lin thought, then voiced his confusion directly.
Chen Dahui hesitated, is it really that off? Chapter 79, Why won't the phone connect?
The group exchanged glances. Somehow, they all burst into laughter. The atmosphere lightened, and their conversation shifted. As they chatted, they began discussing Chen Hao's investment.
I heard they've already picked someone. Wonder who's so lucky to snag that spot.
Han Su's voice carried a hint of envy, but Su Lin sensed his gaze lingering on her. It seemed Han Su had gotten some inside information. If that was the case, his purpose for coming to dinner today wasn't entirely pure. The thought crossed Su Lin's mind as she glanced at Chen Dahui.
Did he know about this?
Though he wondered, Su Lin had no intention of pressing the issue. He played along with the conversation, quickly steering the topic elsewhere. Even after the meal, Han Su never mentioned Chen Hao again. They parted ways. Halfway through, Chen Dahui suddenly sighed. I shouldn't have brought Han Su along today. The abrupt remark drew both Su Lin and Li Yun's attention.
Su Lin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Chen Dahui curled his lips. What else could it mean?
He came here solely for Chen Hao's investment, yet he insists on pretending to be making friends.
Does he really think I'm some naive little darling? Su Lin's expression turned peculiar.
Truth be told, he'd always thought Chen Dahui wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Wait, what's that look on your face? Su Lin, you don't seriously think I'm a little cutie, do you?
Su Lin cleared his throat.
No. Chen Dahui. He shot Su Lin a resentful look. You think I buy that?
Su Lin laughed heartily, brushing the matter aside with a few words. A moment later, Chen Dahui slung his arm around Su Lin's shoulder.
But man, you're something else. Snagged that investment without anyone noticing. We're all freshmen, how'd you pull it off so fast? Xian Dehui groaned.
Su Lin and Li Yun exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of resignation in each other's eyes.
The three chatted as they walked back to the dormitory.
Before long, Chen Dehui was called over by someone from the dorm next door. Just as Su Lin was about to make a call, Li Yun spoke up that Hansu probably came over on purpose.
Su Lin glanced at him. I know.
Li Yun shook his head slightly.
Even though you know, you still harbor some resentment toward Dehui.
Su Lin smiled.
You're overthinking it. I'm not so naive as to miss the scheming. Li Yun pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. You're right, I was overthinking it.
The two ended the conversation. Su Lin stepped out of the dorm to make his call, but before he could dial the number, he spotted Hua Ling approaching head-on. Their eyes met, and a flash of resentment flickered in Hua Ling's gaze.
Su Lin, you're awfully lucky. So he couldn't even make this call?
Su Lin sighed inwardly, but replied aloud, if my luck were bad, I wouldn't have made it this far.
Hua Ling stared at him coldly. Nice words, but your luck is about to run out.
Su Lin's heart skipped a beat.
What could have Hua Ling so fixated on him? Could it be that Chen Hao's investment had hit another snag?
By then, Hua Ling had already left. Su Lin rubbed his chin.
He intended to call home, but instead dialed his advisor's number. Su Lin? What do you need? Su Lin got straight to the point. I'd like to ask about the investment. Is now a good time, sir? Silence fell on the other end of the line.
Su Lin narrowed his eyes. His hunch had been right. While thinking this, Su Lin voiced a different intention.
Well, I've run into some issues recently and desperately need new capital.
I was wondering when the school plans to finalize the investment. Otherwise, if things go south, I could suffer heavy losses, and then. He trailed off, but the threat in his words was crystal clear to the counselor. After a few seconds, the counselor gave a nervous chuckle.
The school's commitment is ironclad. You have nothing to worry about.
After hanging up, not a trace of amusement flickered in Su Lin's eyes. If he hadn't unexpectedly run into Hua Ling, he never would have imagined someone would try to muscle in on the investment.
Trying to take back what was already in his hands? What a joke. Su Lin turned and headed back to the dormitory. Li Yun noticed him leaving and then returning, giving him a curious look. Why are you back so soon?
Su Lin gave a faint smile.
I left something in the dorm.
He retrieved his laptop from the cabinet and turned to leave once more. Li Yun sensed something was off, but seeing Su Lin's retreating figure, he held his tongue.
They weren't on the same level, saying too much could easily invite misunderstanding. Unaware of Li Yun's thoughts, Su Lin headed straight to his rented apartment with the laptop.
Su's mother was cleaning with Su Yingying and was surprised to see him arrive.
Didn't you say you'd stay on campus after the semester started? Why are you back?
The rules aren't as strict next semester as they were this one, so I figured I'd come back and stay for a couple of days.
Su Lin offered a casual explanation, his gaze settling on Su Yingying.
Besides, Yingying's school situation isn't settled yet.
I'll need to make a couple trips back. At this, a hint of melancholy flitted across Su's mother's face. You're right. It's because I don't know anyone here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made you.
Sensing the awkwardness, Su Lin quickly cut her off.
This is what I should be doing, Mom. You can't compete with me over this. Cut off by Su Lin, Su's mother couldn't continue.
She finally gave him a stern look before turning to tidy the living room. Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. All his mother needed now was to focus on recovering her health. She couldn't be involved in anything else, nor could her emotions be allowed to fluctuate. With that thought, Su Lin pulled Su Yingying closer. I've already arranged your school placement, but you still need to take a pre-enrollment assessment.
Is that okay with you?
Su Yingying blinked her eyes and patted her chest with her little hand.
I'm the top student. How could I have any problems?
She lifted her chin proudly, looking utterly convinced of her own brilliance. Su Lin wanted to point out that things were different here than back home, but the words died on his lips. Instead, he reached up and ruffled her hair. Of course.
Our Yingying is the best.
He wouldn't discourage her now. He'd comfort her properly when she returned from school. After that, Su Lin let Su Yingying go play on her own. He turned to contact the online store and stayed busy until evening.
Su's mother called him out for dinner. Didn't you hand over everything over there? Why are you still following along?
I want to make some arrangements ahead of time. Su Lin gave a casual reply before shifting the topic to Su Yingying.
Tomorrow, you should be able to take Yingying to school, right?
Su's mother waved her hand dismissively.
No problem, no problem. I can handle it. All right.
After dinner, Su Lin returned to campus.
The moment he stepped into the dorm, Chen Dehui grabbed him around the neck. You're finally back. Why couldn't I get through on the phone? Chapter 80, I can give you a chance. Su Lin's brow furrowed. You said you couldn't reach me? He instinctively pulled out his phone, only to discover the screen was black after pressing the power button. Chen Dehui watched this unfold, utterly speechless. Didn't you notice your phone was dead? Su Lin's lips twitched. If I had noticed, I wouldn't be waiting for you to point it out now. After a pause, Su Lin asked, what's going on at school? When the conversation turned serious, Chen Dahui immediately perked up. The school website posted a list of students who secured investment from Chun Hao. I remember you were one of them, but your name isn't on it. Why not? Chen Dahui was genuinely puzzled. Han Su had even reached out to him specifically for this matter. How could it come to nothing at the last minute? Just then, Li Yun approached. He didn't speak, but the look in his eyes was equally puzzled. Su Lin observed the expressions on both their faces and smiled faintly. Someone interfered in the middle. Li Yun frowned. Are you planning to just let this slide? Su Lin shook his head decisively. This is a benefit I secured only after making concessions. How could I possibly tolerate losing something I've already gained? Before Li Yun could respond, Chen Dahui urgently interjected, this is the school's decision. Won't they reprimand you for this? The problem originated with the school. They have no right to criticize me. Su Lin's tone remained calm, his expression showing not a hint of emotion. Chen Dahui tried to say more, but Li Yun placed a hand on his shoulder. Since you know what you're doing, we won't say more. Don't let things get out of hand. Su Lin gave a slight nod, ending the conversation with Li Yun and Chen Dahui. Shortly after, Su Lin saw the list on the official website. Just as Chen Dahui had said, there were 3 names listed but his wasn't among them. Most crucially, Zhang Chenghao's name appeared at the very bottom. Su Lin smiled. Taking away his spot was bad enough, but giving it to Zhang Chenghao? The school was deliberately trying to piss him off. But he wasn't in a hurry. If he couldn't get the money, neither would anyone else. The next day, Su Lin went to class with a calm expression, her composed demeanor drawing both overt and covert glances from Chen Dahui. Li Yun noticed this and slapped him on the back. Stop lurking around like that. Su Lin said he's got it under control, he doesn't need you meddling. Chen Dahui murmured in acknowledgement but couldn't resist adding, do you really think he can handle this? Li Yun casually averted her gaze. Of course. He's got more brains than both of us put together. Su Lin remained unaware of Li Yun and Chen Dahui's exchange. After class, he immediately called his advisor. But after several rings, no one answered. Feeling guilty? Su Lin stared at his phone, a flash of coldness darting across his eyes. That same afternoon, a post appeared on the school's official website. Student council president and counselor conspire against students for the purpose of. Within just 1 hour, the news had spread throughout the campus. By then, Su Lin had already arrived at the game studio. Zhou Shu was typing away with several others. He didn't even look up when Su Lin approached. Find a seat yourself. I'm still sorting out some programming issues here. Su Lin complied and sat down at a nearby desk. An hour later, Zhou Shu paused his work. Why did you come over at this time? Just checking on the game's progress. How's it looking? Ready for release? Su Lin cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. A look of satisfaction spread across Zhou Shu's face. With me developing it, progress is naturally fast. So, when do you plan to release it? In a week. After a brief pause, Su Lin continued, but before release, I need to take you to meet someone. Zhou Shu looked puzzled. Who? Chan Hao. Su Lin uttered the 2 words, then instructed Zhou Shu, keep your phone on at all times these next few days. Whenever I call, you must get to the school as fast as you can. Zhou Shu sensed the gravity of the situation and replied solemnly, rest assured. If you call me, I'll get to the school as soon as possible. Su Lin played the game for a while before leaving the studio. Time passed, and 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. The post about the scheme on the school's official website had been deleted, replaced by another announcement. Investor Chen Hao would arrive at the school in 2 days to meet with the students he had invested in. Su Lin's lips curved into a slow smile upon seeing the announcement. The opportunity he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. That evening, Su Lin called Zhou Shu to confirm his arrival time at the school, and the two ended their conversation. Meanwhile, Zhang Chenghao stared at the clean, unblemished page on the official website, a smug look spreading across his face. He had said Su Lin lacked the capability. Look at this, even with the replacement, he didn't dare speak up. Now he just had to wait 2 days for Chen Hao to arrive at the school. Then his online store would secure even greater investment. Then he could finally establish his studio. The 2 days passed amid everyone's anticipation. Chen Hao arrived at Yanbei University early in the morning. After a brief chat with the president, he broached the subject of investment. Are those students still on campus? The president smiled warmly. We heard you were coming earlier. The university has already made arrangements. Go ahead and gather them all here. Zhang Chenghao and the other 2 students who had secured spots entered the president's office. Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Zhang Chenghao. I currently serve as the president of the student union here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Chenghao extended his hand, greeting Chen Hao with great formality. Chen Hao glanced at his hand, then shifted his gaze to the other 2. Are all the recipients of this investment here? Ignored, Zhang Chenghao's expression grew slightly awkward.
But he quickly withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened.
The principal replied, "Yes, everyone is here." Just as Chen Hao was about to speak, a knock sounded at the door. "Excuse me, I have a project I'd like to discuss with Mr. Chen." Everyone turned to see three figures standing at the doorway: Su Lin, Jiang Beiwei, and Zhou Shu. The moment he saw them, Jiang Chenghao's expression changed abruptly. At that moment, the principal spoke up. "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Su Lin walked into the office with a smile. "My name is Su Lin. I was originally awarded one of the investment slots, but due to unforeseen circumstances, my slot was given to someone else. However, I thought Mr. Chen might be interested in my project, so I came over." After a pause, Su Lin looked at Chen Hao. "Would Mr. Chen be willing to spare some time to hear us present the project?" The principal immediately retracted his dismissive words. Chen Hao took in the expressions of everyone present and suddenly smiled. "I can give you a chance." Chapter 81, Mr. Chen isn't that kind of person. "I can give you a chance." Chen Hao fixed his gaze on Su Lin, his tone deliberate. "But if your project fails to impress me?" Su Lin smiled faintly, cutting him off before he finished. "If my project fails to impress Mr. Chen, then I'll gladly hand it over free of charge as a gift to Mr. Chen." Chen Hao narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you afraid I might actually like it, but pretend I don't?" Mr. Chen isn't that kind of person. Su Lin's words rang out with conviction, his expression calm and composed. Their gazes locked. Chen Hao shifted in his seat, leaning back against the chair. "I like the sound of what you're saying, kid. Tell me about your project." Su Lin glanced at Jiang Chenghao, who kept his head down. Smiling slightly, he gestured for Zhou Shu to take his place. Half an hour later, Chen Hao's posture shifted from leaning back to leaning forward. Not just him, but the others too, were captivated by Zhou Shu's words. The principal looked astonished. "This mobile game of yours is truly impressive. And it's already fully developed, ready for release anytime." "Excellent. Very excellent." The principal's repeated praise made Jiang Chenghao's expression grow increasingly grim. The better Su Lin's project was, the more it exposed the inflated nature of the investment quotas. Indeed, all three spots present were controlled by the student council. He had assumed Su Lin had backed down and wouldn't cause trouble again. But unexpectedly, Su Lin had turned around and stormed straight into the principal's office. This was going to be difficult to handle. As Jiang Chenghao grew anxious, Chen Hao chimed in alongside the principal. "Mobile games are indeed a promising project, but this dress-up and exploration aspect feels rather simplistic. At best, it might attract some female players. Surely your studio has more than just this one project?" Zhou Shu remained silent, turning his gaze toward Su Lin instead. At that moment, Su Lin stepped forward decisively. "We do have other projects in the works, but these involve studio confidential information and cannot be detailed at this time." Chen Hao chuckled, tapping Su Lin in the air with his finger. "I'm investing in this project. But in exchange, I want a stake in your other game projects too. Sound good?" Honestly, Su Lin didn't want to agree. The future market for mobile games was enormous, and if Chen Hao took a share, Su Lin's portion would shrink. But that thought only flashed through Su Lin's mind before he suppressed it. The market might be huge, but he needed the opportunity to capture it. He couldn't afford to lose his early backing. "Of course it's fine. But we'll need to discuss the specific investment shares later." Agreed. After arranging a follow-up meeting with Chen Hao, Su Lin bid farewell to the principal and promptly exited the office. On the way out, Zhou Shu took his leave first. As Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei walked along the path, the latter suddenly spoke up. "You and Zhou Shu could have handled today's matter yourselves. Why did you call me in?" Su Lin halted, his gaze fixed on Jiang Beiwei with earnestness. "Because I want everyone to know that you and I are in this together." Jiang Beiwei froze. What do you mean?" "Exactly what it says." Su Lin drew closer to her. "Wei, I have a lot on my plate. There will inevitably be times when I neglect things on your end. So for important matters, I will always bring you along." A gust of wind blew through, ruffling Jiang Beiwei's hair. Su Lin raised his hand to smooth her hair back into place, then smiled as he walked her back to her dorm. Meanwhile, Chen Hao also exited the principal's office. As his figure disappeared, the smile vanished from the principal's face. "Jiang Chenghao, do you have an explanation for me?" Jiang Chenghao lowered his head slightly. The project Su Lin pitched earlier was an online store, not a game. The principal gave Jiang Chenghao a piercing look. "I hope that's the case." After a brief pause, the principal continued, "Chen Hao not pursuing this means the matter is settled. I don't care what you two are up to, just focus on your own responsibilities and don't give me any more trouble." Jiang Chenghao hastily assured him, "I won't. I absolutely won't cause any more trouble." The principal sighed. "Go back to work." The next day, Su Lin brought Zhou Shu to Chen Hao's company. As soon as they announced their names at the entrance, they were ushered into the reception room where two managers approached them. "Mr. Chen has briefed us on the situation. We'll be handling the follow-up cooperation. My name is Wang Hua. I'm Chen Bei." After the two managers introduced themselves, Su Lin exchanged greetings with them and instructed Zhou Shu to bring out the relevant materials. The entire morning was spent discussing the collaboration, wrapping up just before noon. Manhwa stood up with a smile. How about we grab lunch to celebrate the partnership? Su Lin glanced at the time and declined. I still have some matters to attend to. We can save the celebration for later. Zhou Shu, who was organizing documents, also declined upon hearing the invitation. I also have some procedures to follow up on. I won't take up any more of your time. Manhwa clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events, but he didn't press the issue. After exchanging a few more words, he saw them both out of the company. On the way back to the studio, Su Lin told Zhou Shu, the rest just needs to follow the procedures, there shouldn't be any issues. But we also need to keep up with the new game. If the studio is short-staffed, we'll hire more people. I'll send you the hiring criteria and salary details as soon as possible. Zhou Shu's eyebrows shot up. Send them to me? I'm a developer, you want me to handle recruitment? Su Lin glanced back at him. What, you expect me to do the recruiting? He was still just a freshman. Though he was studying computer science, that was precisely why they were targeting him for recruitment. Putting him in charge of recruiting for technical roles, wasn't that a waste? After Su Lin laid out the situation, Zhou Shu fell silent. Fine, I'll give recruiting a shot. Don't worry. As long as you've got the real skills, the school won't be a problem. Su Lin patted Zhou Shu on the shoulder, offering reassurance before stepping out of the car. He'd been holed up at school these past few days and hadn't had a chance to check on Su's mother. Returning to his rented apartment, Su Lin walked in to find Su Yingying in tears. Hey, why are you crying like this? Did something happen at school? Su Lin asked as he picked her up. Su Yingying wiped her tears. Brother, I can't keep up with the pace of the classes at school. Today. Her sobs made her words come out in broken, stuttering fragments. Su Lin felt heartbroken watching her. He gently patted her back, and once she stopped crying, he gave her some water to drink. So what if you can't keep up? We can find a tutor. Money solves everything, it's no big deal. Stop crying. Su Yingying stared back with eyes red and puffy. Really not a big deal? Of course not. When have I ever lied to you? After soothing her for a while longer, Su Lin saw their mother emerge from the bedroom with a pained expression. Mom, what's wrong? Chapter 82, I won't put you in a difficult position. As Su Lin finished speaking, Su Yingying also turned to look at their mother. Su's mother sighed. Nothing. Su Lin's lips twitched. His mother's expression certainly didn't look like nothing was wrong. Is there trouble with Uncle Wang? Su's mother waved her hand. No. If it wasn't Uncle Wang, then it must be her health. Su Lin asked again, but Sumu still shook her head. This time, Su Lin was completely baffled. Mom, just tell me what the problem is. If I keep guessing and can't figure it out, it'll affect my work. Hearing Su Lin's words, hesitation flickered across Su's mother's face. It's your uncle. Su Lin's expression darkened instantly. They contacted you? Who gave them your contact information? Su's mother nodded, though she herself didn't know where the contact information had come from. Su Lin's eyes flashed. I'll handle this. You don't need to worry about it. After a pause, Su Lin continued, if they call again, just hang up. Su Lin thought he needed to find time to go back. Su's mother sensed something was amiss. Shaolin, what are you planning to do? Su Lin smiled faintly. He's my uncle, after all. What could I possibly do? It's fine. Don't worry. I've got this under control. Su Lin shot Su Yingying a look, and she immediately threw herself onto Su's mother's lap. Mom, Yingying wants to find a tutor. The moment she heard the words tutor, Su's mother's attention shifted instantly. Why suddenly need a tutor? Su Yingying blinked her big eyes. I'm having trouble keeping up with my studies. There's so much I don't understand. Mom, can we? Of course. I'll find you a tutor right away. Before leaving, Su's mother turned back to glance at Su Lin. I know you can handle it, but they are elders after all. Don't push things too far. Su Lin nodded, acknowledging he understood. After leaving the rented apartment, Su Lin called Uncle Wang. After hearing the whole story, Uncle Wang fell silent. I haven't received any calls from them. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. Then I'll need to trouble you to look into it, Uncle Wang. I'll be heading back myself in the next couple of days. Understood. After hanging up, Su Lin headed back to campus. That very evening, Jiang Beiwei suddenly contacted him. Su Lin, something seems to have come up with my mom. I need to go back. Su Lin's expression shifted. When do you plan to go? This weekend. A thoughtful look crossed Su Lin's eyes. I'll go with you then. You're coming back with me? Jiang Beiwei's voice brimmed with surprise. Don't you have matters to attend to here in Yin City? Su Lin replied in a level tone, it's mostly settled now. There's no need for me to handle it further. I'll book the tickets. That weekend, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei boarded a flight out of Yin City. After landing, they headed straight to Jiang Beiwei's home. The moment the door opened, Jiang's mother's expression froze. Su Lin? Why are you back too? Su Lin smiled. Wei Wei mentioned something happened on your end. I was a bit concerned, so I came back with her. He glanced around the house. But I don't see anything unusual here. Is it that you're not feeling well? John's mother gave a dry laugh. Not really. I just missed Wei Wei a bit. Su Lin nodded. I see. Well, that's perfect, you'll get to see her today. Jiang Beiwei glanced around, her keen senses detecting the uneasy atmosphere. Her heart sank uncontrollably. Mom, Su Lin, what are you two talking about? Are you hiding something from me? Jiang Beiwei reacted quickly, but neither Su Lin nor Jiang's mother brought the matter out into the open. This left Jiang Beiwei seething inwardly, yet she couldn't pry anything out of them. A little while later, Su Lin returned to the supermarket. Uncle Wang was busy with the delivery crew when he spotted Su Lin's return, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You're back already? I haven't finished looking into what you asked about. Su Lin replied indifferently, I had something to attend to, so I came back. No need to look into that matter anymore. Uncle Wang's eyebrows twitched. You know who it is? Su Lin remained silent, but his expression spoke volumes. Wang Shu hesitated, but ultimately held his tongue. Instead, he shifted the conversation to recent arrangements. That's the general outline. See if there are any oversights, we can still make adjustments here. Su Lin reviewed Uncle Wang's plans and made several revisions. After a short while, Uncle Wang was called away. Returning to the second floor of the supermarket, Su Lin intended to spend the night there. Yet upon discovering the bed completely bare, he couldn't help but slap his forehead. Ever since deciding to go to Yin City, everything here had been packed away. Left unoccupied for so long, it was no longer fit for staying. With that realization, Su Lin grabbed his suitcase and checked into a hotel. The next day, Jiang Beiwei called, her voice tinged with regret. Su Lin, I'm sorry. The brief apology fell silent. Su Lin lowered his eyes. Why apologize? I know what my mother did. I'm sorry. Su Lin rubbed his temples. Before Jiang Beiwei said she was coming back, he had even suspected Uncle Wang, but never once had he suspected Zhang's mother. It wasn't until yesterday that he finally felt certain. In the silence, Jiang Beiwei spoke again, I know she was wrong. I'll bring her to you shortly so she can apologize in person. Su Lin declined Jiang Beiwei's offer, it's unnecessary. Jiang Beiwei lowered her voice. Why? If she truly wanted to apologize, she wouldn't have put you in this difficult position. Su Lin hung up the phone, reflecting on recent events. He decided it was time for Zhang's mother to leave the delivery station. He had brought her there for Jiang Beiwei's sake. Now that Beiwei had gone to Yin City and Zhang's mother had her own job, there was no need for her to stay. That same afternoon, Uncle Wang contacted Zhang's mother to explain the situation. Zhang's mother was stunned, but soon grasped the underlying reason. Though furious, she didn't argue. Instead, she turned and vented her anger on Jiang Beiwei. The long-unseen stubbornness and frenzy left Jiang Beiwei looking dazed and confused, standing there blankly. It was only when Su Lin arrived and led her away that Jiang Beiwei slowly began to recover. Have some water. At the hotel, Su Lin poured Jiang Beiwei a glass of water. But when Jiang Beiwei took the cup, she merely held it without drinking. Silence spread, and Su Lin sighed inwardly. I know you're not feeling well, but about Aunt Jiang. It's not your fault. I know that. Jiang Beiwei cut Su Lin off, a bitter expression crossing her face. She had thought Aunt Jiang was slowly recovering after seeing the doctor, never expecting that after all the twists and turns, she would be scheming behind the scenes. Su Lin, let's go back to Yin City. Chapter 83, the school's reputation is ruined. Jiang Beiwei's voice was low, and Su Lin detected a hint of heartache in it. Alright, I'll book the tickets right now. We'll be back tomorrow. Su Lin acted swiftly, booking the tickets almost immediately after speaking. But before long, there was a sudden knock on the hotel room door. Su Lin went to open the door and found police officers standing there. We received a report that you abducted someone's daughter. Since she's been missing for 24 hours, we're here to investigate. Su Lin, ? This abducted daughter must be Jiang Beiwei, right? But the problem was, Jiang Beiwei had only just arrived at the hotel. How could it have been 24 hours? Zhang's mother's false report left Su Lin speechless. Unable to call her out on it, he could only turn and usher the officers into the room. Soon, Jiang Beiwei grasped the situation and was completely stunned. I didn't. Weiwei, go take a look. Su Lin cut Jiang Beiwei off, gave her a meaningful look, and began negotiating with the police. Soon, both sides came to an understanding. Accompanied by the police, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei returned to her home. Zhang's mother sat on the sofa, her expression dazed. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked utterly exhausted. Weiwei, you're back. Seeing Jiang Beiwei, tears suddenly streamed down Zhang's mother's face. Jiang Beiwei's words caught in her throat. She opened her mouth several times, yet no sound came out. Yet her chest felt incredibly tight. It felt like a thin membrane was pressing down on her heart, suffocating her, impossible to escape and unbearably uncomfortable. It hurt. It hurt so much. Su Lin, who had been observing Jiang's mother, caught Jiang Beiwei's expression out of the corner of his eye. He immediately sensed something was wrong and decisively stepped forward to shield her. Jiang's mother's expression twisted violently. "Get away from me! Don't you dare come near my daughter!" She grabbed the nearby pillow and swung it viciously at Su Lin. But within moments, Su Lin seized the pillow and flung it aside. Jiang Beiwei is an adult. She can decide for herself who she allows near her. Even as her mother, you shouldn't interfere with her friendships. Were it not for Jiang's mother and Jiang Beiwei's status, Su Lin would have exposed the false alarm. After holding back repeatedly, Su Lin shielded Jiang Beiwei as they retreated toward the front gate. Jiang's mother, who had been fixated on Su Lin, grew even more livid at this move. "I'm her mother. How could I harm her? You're no good. How could I let you near her? You." "Enough." Su Lin's words were cut off. Jiang Beiwei shoved him aside and pointed at her mother. "You are my mother, no doubt. But you are only my mother. You have no right to insult others, especially Su Lin." "I have no right?" Jiang's mother's voice trembled slightly. "What gives you the right to say I have no right? Because you and Su Lin are nothing but strangers. Because Su Lin came back with me." Jiang Beiwei pushed Su Lin aside and strode up to her mother. "I was attending classes in Yan City just fine when you suddenly called saying something happened at home." Su Lin immediately booked a flight to accompany me back. "Now you're saying Su Lin isn't a good person? Does that make you one? Don't you know what you've done? And calling the police? What gives you the right to call the police?" The barrage of questions silenced Jiang's mother. She tried to speak, but no sound came out despite several attempts. Jiang Beiwei turned her head. "My apologies, everyone. We've troubled you with our family matters. We can handle this from here. Please feel free to leave." The officers offered a few parting words before leaving. Su Lin saw them off and turned back to find the living room frozen in silence. Jiang Beiwei and Jiang's mother sat at opposite ends of the room, a tense, heavy atmosphere hanging between them. Su Lin's footsteps halted instantly. Just then, Jiang Beiwei and her mother both looked at him simultaneously. The next second, Jiang Beiwei stood up. "Let's go back to Yan City." Before Su Lin could respond, Jiang's mother snapped angrily, "No. I won't let you go back. If you really go back, You'll call the police?" Jiang Beiwei turned and fixed her mother with a piercing stare. "Go ahead. Call them. Better yet, get me expelled from school. Then I'll be stuck with you forever." Bang! Jiang Beiwei slammed the door against the wall, her figure quickly disappearing up the stairs. Su Lin sighed, ultimately remaining silent. Without a word, he went to chase after Jiang Beiwei. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he spotted her and immediately slowed his pace. "Are you okay?" Jiang Beiwei didn't turn around. Just as Su Lin thought she wouldn't speak, a voice choked with emotion broke through. "I'm fine." Su Lin paused, then stepped forward to take her hand. "About your mother, we should sit down and talk properly?" Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together. "What is there to talk about concerning her?" "Su Lin, this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to get involved." If it were anyone else, Su Lin truly wouldn't want to get involved. But Jiang's mother was Jiang Beiwei's mother. He had to consider their relationship, no matter what. Truthfully, Su Lin knew Jiang's mother was unstable, but he hadn't expected her to go from being perfectly fine one moment to causing a police incident the next. Wei. There's no need to say more. Let's just leave it at that." Jiang Beiwei shook her head. To prevent Su Lin from continuing, she turned and walked away. Su Lin watched her retreating figure until all that remained was a sigh. The next day, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei flew back to Yan City. As soon as they returned to their dorm, Chen Dahui rushed over. "I heard you secured Chen Hao's investment and it wasn't even through the school's quota?" Su Lin glanced at Chen Dahui. "Yep. What's up?" Chen Dahui frowned. "You earned that spot on merit, right?" Su Lin found this odd but still gave an affirmative answer. "Of course. Is something wrong with the school?" "Nothing. I'm going out to talk to someone." Chen Dahui walked out of the dormitory with his hands behind his back. Su Lin's mouth twitched slightly as his questioning gaze fell on Li Yun. What's really going on? Li Yun couldn't help but laugh. What else could it be? Some people are talking nonsense and he just can't accept it. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. What exactly did they say? Li Yun paused, gesturing for Su Lin to check the official website himself. It's pretty harsh stuff. Pretty nasty? He wanted to see just how nasty the comments on the official website could get. Su Lin opened his laptop and quickly found the comments on the official website. Apart from a few envious comments, the rest were all filled with skepticism and insults. They said all sorts of things, even dragging Jiang Beiwei into it, accusing her of selling something. Beyond that, I just can't wrap my head around how they managed to bypass the school's quota. This is outrageous. The spots were supposed to be open to everyone. What they did has ruined our school's reputation. One comment followed another, and Su Lin's expression gradually darkened. Li Yun, who had been observing from the side, noticed the shift in Su Lin's expression and sighed inwardly. Chapter 84, The mother of Jiang chased to Yen City. I know you're upset, but this involves quite a few people. You, just take a look and let it go. Li Yun found it difficult to persuade her further and could only hope Su Lin would come to terms with it herself. Su Lin scoffed coldly. The school went back on its word and swallowed my spot. I fought to get it back with my own abilities. Why shouldn't I care? Li Yun paused, unable to hold back, but the official statement has been up for 2 days now. It's too late to suppress it at this point. 2 days? Su Lin found the timing amusing. His indifferent gaze settled on Li Yun. He wanted to ask why Li Yun hadn't informed him, but the words died on his lips. Whether it was Li Yun or Qian Dahui, their relationship wasn't close enough for him to share everything. It wasn't indifferent. Su Lin had simply been consumed by business matters, leaving little time for emotional connections. As long as it can be handled, it's never too late. Su Lin closed the official website and went to the bathroom to call Zhou Shu. I recall the game's release is scheduled for the next few days, right? I'll swing by campus then to properly promote our game content. Meanwhile, Jiang Beiwei had also seen the comments on the official website, and her eyes were red with anger. Just then, Yu Xia approached her. Weiwei, just glance at those comments on the official website. Don't dwell on them. It's unnecessary. Jiang Beiwei clenched her fingers, her flushed eyes fixed on Yu Xia. Ever since the incident with Hua Ling, she had deliberately distanced herself from Yu Xia. The latter must have picked up on it, which was why she hadn't approached her for so long. Yet here she was again today, telling her not to take it to heart. I'm innocent. Why shouldn't I care? Or do you think I'm not innocent, so it doesn't matter whether I pursue justice or not? Yu Xia's expression froze instantly. Weiwei, what are you saying? I'm just worried about you, so? I don't need your concern, nor can I accept it. Jiang Beiwei cut Yu Xia off abruptly, her words leaving Yu Xia's face darkening. Why wouldn't you dare? We were so close before. Weiwei, have you been misled by someone, that's why you see me this way? Whether I've been deceived, you know the answer. Don't force me to lay it all out in the open. You won't be able to handle the consequences. Yu Xia's eyes instantly reddened. Weiwei. She cried out, the rest of her words choking in her throat. Jiang Beiwei ignored her, closed her laptop, and locked it away in the cabinet. Yu Xia hung her head, enveloped in an aura of sorrow. Xin Shui glanced around, confused. Choosing silence, she merely gave Yu Xia a light pat on the shoulder as she passed by. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the game's release. The game is titled Little Miracle. We've handled all promotional aspects in advance, and current attention levels are promising. But the real test will be the download numbers. In the studio, Zhou Shu quickly outlined the situation. Su Lin lowered his head slightly. The promotional campaign was based on his experience from his previous life. Though only a few days had passed, Little Miracle had already gained significant recognition. Its official release was set for 10 a.m. that very morning. Don't worry. Even if it starts slow, this game will gradually gain traction. Su Lin patted Zhou Shu on the shoulder, offered a reassuring word, and then left. At the same moment, celebratory posts appeared on Yanbei University's official website. The name Little Miracle officially spread throughout Yanbei University. Meanwhile, news about Chun Hao's investment resurfaced. The university president, upon seeing the related posts, was stunned. While others might be unaware of the situation, he certainly wasn't. Su Lin had secured more than just an investment. He had gained a powerful ally. As long as Su Lin didn't make any foolish mistakes, once his foundation was solid, Chen Hao would undoubtedly shield him fiercely. That very afternoon, an explanatory post appeared on the official website, sparking considerable discussion. When Su Lin learned of it, he found it laughable. The school's clarification came too late. Neither he nor Jiang Beiwei needed it anymore. Soon after, the student union's deliberate manipulation of investment quotas was exposed. If the earlier smear campaign against Su Lin stemmed from student resentment, then now, the student union had truly incurred the collective wrath of the student body. If they could arbitrarily change established investment quotas, what about other matters? Could the student council have already compromised their interests in ways they were unaware? When matters didn't concern them personally, everyone remained indifferent, even taking the moral high ground to criticize. But when their own interests were at stake, even just a possibility, they wouldn't let it go easily. Suddenly, accusations and inquiries erupted everywhere, thrusting Zhang Qinghao into the eye of the storm. Just then, Su Lin poured fuel on the fire. Back when Jiang Beiwei was a freshman, her hosting spot had been swapped by the student council at the last minute. This incident directly implicated Guan Yunyun. Back and forth, the school had no choice but to step in and handle the situation. Within a single day, the 3 investment slots were reassigned, and Zhang Qinghao was expelled from the student union. The whole thing happened so abruptly that by the time everyone had processed it, it was already April. Just as Su Lin was about to go see Su's mother, he suddenly received a call from Qin Shui. The counselor just brought in a middle-aged woman claiming to be Weiwei's mother. She said something happened at home and Weiwei needs to go back with her. Something feels off about the situation. You should go check it out too. Su Lin's pupils contracted. He muttered a quick thanks and dialed Jiang Beiwei's number. Yet after several rings, Jiang Beiwei didn't pick up. Su Lin knew immediately that Jiang's mother was deliberately not answering. A surge of anger welled up inside him. But he quickly suppressed his emotions. Leaving Yen City required either a flight or the high-speed rail. The former was expensive but required arriving an hour early. Even if Jiang's mother might not choose it, that extra hour gave Su Lin a window to find someone. Before long, Su Lin arrived at the airport. Confirming that Jiang's mother and Jiang Beiwei weren't there, he immediately headed to the high-speed rail station. The moment he entered the station, he spotted Jiang Beiwei and her mother going through ticket inspection. "Wei Wei!" Su Lin shouted. By the time Jiang Beiwei turned around, he had already rushed forward. Jiang's mother instantly shielded Jiang Beiwei behind her. "What do you think you're doing? Stay away from my daughter. Don't come any closer." The sudden shrieking drew the attention of everyone nearby. Within a minute, a crowd gathered around them. "What are you doing? Back off from them. What kind of man runs over to scare women?" Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei were separated, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "What gives you the right to say I'm scaring them? If you weren't scaring her, why would she be so afraid of you?" Chapter 85, One person is enough. The speaker pointed at Jiang's mother, her eyes brimming with disgust toward Su Lin. But the next moment, Jiang Beiwei shoved him away. "This is our family business. What are you, a stranger, shouting about?" The man who pointed at Jiang's mother froze. "You your family?" Jiang's mother immediately shouted, "We're not family. We're not family with him." Jiang Beiwei turned her head. "What do you mean we're not family?" "Mom, even if you dislike him, you can't ignore us." Before Jiang Beiwei could finish, Su Lin cut her off. "We are indeed family. If you don't believe us, call the police. I'll go with you to the station." The mere mention of the police station silenced the skeptical crowd. But soon, one of them called the police. "Words won't suffice. Regardless, you'll all be going to the police station." Su Lin had chased after them specifically to make Jiang Beiwei stay. Now that he'd achieved his goal, he said nothing more. Jiang's mother, however, refused. She shrieked that they mustn't call the police. "We don't know him." Neither Su Lin nor Jiang Beiwei responded. Their calm only made Jiang's mother seem more deranged, drawing increasingly suspicious glances from the people who had called the police. However, the other end had already responded. They didn't stop the person but instead called airport personnel. An hour later, Su Lin led Jiang Beiwei and her mother out of the police station. Jiang's mother glared at Su Lin. "I won't let my daughter stay here." Su Lin halted. "Aunt Jiang, you seem to have misunderstood. It's not that I'm keeping Wei Wei here, she's currently enrolled in school and must remain." Mrs. Jiang's expression hardened. "I refuse to agree. This is Yanbei University. Do you expect one word of disapproval from you to erase all of Wei Wei's hard work? Or is that job so crucial to you that losing it means forcing Wei Wei back home?" Su Lin pressed forward step by step. By the end, he took a step closer and lowered his voice. "Or perhaps, Aunt Jiang, you're actually targeting me? You suddenly can't stand seeing me by her side?" The words suddenly dripped with sarcasm. Jiang's mother was rendered speechless. Jiang Beiwei watched from the side, disappointment flashing in her eyes. "Mom, there's no way I'm leaving Yen City before graduation." Jiang's mother's gaze immediately fixed on her daughter. "Are you disobeying your mother now?" "Mom, I'm an adult now, not the child I used to be. I need to study, I need to plan for my future. I can't possibly." Smack! A sharp slap echoed through the room. Su Lin's expression shifted abruptly, but before he could speak, Jiang Beiwei covered her face and looked at Jiang's mother. "This is your consent, isn't it?" Jiang's mother froze. "What consent? I didn't." "Mom, please go back. Don't come to Yen City anymore. I can manage just fine on my own." After a pause, Jiang Beiwei turned to Su Lin. "Su Lin, could you help me send her back?" Without hesitation, Su Lin replied, "Of course. Whenever you need me." Jiang Beiwei offered a wry smile. "Of course I need it." Jiang's mother grew frantic. "How dare you ask him to take me back?" "Jiang Beiwei, I'm your mother. Is this how you treat your own mother?" Jiang Beiwei lowered her head. "If you keep this up, I can choose not to have you as my mother." At those words, Jiang's mother froze. "No? You don't want me as your mother?" "Yes." Jiang Beiwei kept her head bowed and walked away without another word. Su Lin watched her retreating figure and, without a second thought, rushed after her. He saw Jiang Beiwei crying. How could he let her walk alone in this state? But after just a few steps, he halted and glanced back. "I don't know what you're thinking, but Wei Wei is right, she's not a child anymore. If you still want this daughter, you need to suppress those thoughts in your heart and stop pressuring her." With that, Su Lin revealed the location of Su's mother's residence before turning to chase after Jiang Beiwei without looking back. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Su Lin spotted Jiang Beiwei. She walked with her head down, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Seeing her about to collide with someone, Su Lin quickened his pace, grabbing her and pulling her into his arms. "Where are you headed? Need a ride?" The simple inquiry sent Jiang Beiwei's tears cascading uncontrollably. How did you know I was at the airport?
Su Lin's gaze softened slightly as he reached out to gently wipe away Jiang Beiwei's tears. Yet the tears didn't stop, they kept falling steadily. Seeing this, Su Lin felt a pang of pity. Stop crying.
Your eyes look red and it's not pretty.
Jiang Beiwei widened her eyes.
Really? Really? I'm just kidding.
You look beautiful no matter what. Su Lin comforted Jiang Beiwei as he guided her to sit down nearby. Once Jiang Beiwei's emotions had settled somewhat, he spoke again. I know this is hard for you right now, but regarding Aunt Jiang's situation, we can take it slowly. We'll eventually help her let go of those messy thoughts. Jiang Beiwei clasped her hands together so tightly her fingertips dug into the soft flesh of her palms.
It's impossible.
Her mind can't be changed. Su Lin said nothing, instead gently prying her hands apart. Seeing the bloody marks on her palms, he sighed. Even if it seems impossible, you shouldn't hurt yourself like this. Look how much it must hurt to pinch your palms like that.
Jiang Beiwei opened her mouth, then shyly looked away. It doesn't hurt.
Alright, it doesn't hurt. Su Lin's voice was filled with tenderness. He stayed with Jiang Beiwei for a while longer, trying to persuade her to return, but she refused to go back. I think I'll lose control if I see her again.
Hearing this, Su Lin nodded. Alright, we won't go back. But you have to let me call Aunt Jiang, right? Jiang Beiwei was still fuming.
She could ignore everything, but Su Lin couldn't. He had to prevent any possible mishaps for her, and Jiang's mother getting into trouble was one of them.
Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together, finally turning her head away. If you want to call, go ahead.
A hint of amusement flickered in Su Lin's eyes. He pulled out his phone and called Jiang's mother. Learning she was in a taxi, he hailed one for himself and Jiang Beiwei to return to campus.
Jiang Beiwei remained silent the entire ride.
Su Lin understood her distress and remained silent. But when the car stopped at the school gate, he hesitated again. Yu Xia was in Jiang Beiwei's dorm.
Would bringing her back upset her?
The taxi driver, noticing no movement in the back seat, turned to glance at them.
You too. Take us to the nearest hotel.
Su Lin's words cut the driver off. He glanced around before decisively steering toward the nearest hotel. After settling the bill, Su Lin got a room and escorted Jiang Beiwei inside.
Chapter 86, the studio's second game. Take a shower first.
I'll call Qin Shui shortly and have her bring some clothes over.
Su Lin carefully instructed Jiang Beiwei.
Seeing her sitting motionless on the bedside, he sighed inwardly.
Still thinking about Aunt Jiang?
Don't worry, I've already sent her to my mom's place. I'll go check on her soon and try to get her back as quickly as possible, okay?
Jiang Beiwei finally stirred. Okay.
Su Lin ruffled her hair gently before turning and leaving the hotel.
Meanwhile, Su's mother stared at Jiang's mother in utter shock.
You, how did you end up in Yin City? She asked while ushering her inside.
Quick, come in and sit down. Let me pour you some water. You should have given me a heads up. I could have sent Su Lin to pick you up. Yin City is so big, what if you'd gotten the wrong place? Mrs. Jiang took the cup. I've already met with Su Lin.
Mrs. Su paused, then clapped her hands.
Oh, silly me.
If you hadn't met Su Lin, you wouldn't know where this place is.
That boy. How could he let you come alone?
Wait here, I'll call him and have him bring Wei Wei back for lunch.
No need.
Jiang's mother stopped Su's mother. Under the latter's puzzled gaze, she forced a bitter smile.
I had a disagreement with him.
While Jiang Beiwei and Su Lin faced her with reckless abandon, Jiang's mother dared not speak the truth to Su's mother.
Silence fell over the living room. Mrs. Su opened her mouth several times, unsure what to say.
As time passed, Mrs. Su sighed. I don't know what happened, but Wei Wei and Su Lin's relationship is practically out in the open.
You don't approve of my son Su Lin, do you? Jiang's mother remained silent. To Su's mother, this silence felt like tacit agreement.
Her expression darkened involuntarily.
What's wrong with Su Lin? He's been studying and doing business with Wei Wei since high school.
Since college, he's helped her in every way, involving her in everything he does.
Why do you?
Before Su's mother could finish, the front door swung open. Spotting Su Lin standing in the doorway, Su's mother immediately rose.
Little Lin, you're back. Why are you alone?
Where's Wei Wei?
Su Lin explained. Wei Wei's feeling a bit unstable, so she didn't come back. As he spoke, Su Lin walked to stand opposite Jiang's mother. Aunt Jiang, you remember what Wei Wei said earlier, right?
Mrs. Jiang clenched her hands.
I remember. Since you remember, I won't say more. Tomorrow I'll send Xiao Lin. Mrs. Su suddenly spoke up. Su Lin, though interrupted, showed no emotion. He merely turned to look at his mother. What is it, Mom?
I'd like to have Aunt Jiang stay at our house for a few days. Su Lin fell silent.
After a few minutes, he said, No, Wei Wei said she wants Aunt Jiang to go back.
Su Lin didn't know what his mother was trying to achieve, but Jiang Beiwei's stance mattered more to him. Wei Wei said it was her decision, but as an elder, I just want to keep a guest here.
It's no big deal.
Under his mother's insistence, Su Lin had no choice but to concede and agree to let Aunt Jiang stay for a few days. At lunchtime, Su Lin deliberately called Qin Shui from his room.
Weiwei's asleep now. I can tell her emotions have stabilized considerably.
Qin Shui's voice was hushed and Su Lin instinctively lowered his own.
That's good. Thank you for coming out to keep her company.
Later, call the hotel to send some food and drinks.
Don't worry about it, I'll handle the bill.
Su Lin hung up, a thoughtful look lingering in his eyes. He was thinking about Jiang Beiwei and her mother, but in the end, he pushed those thoughts aside. Whatever happened next, the fact remained that Jiang's mother was staying.
He'd wait a few more days. They'd deal with it then.
Jiang Beiwei learned about her mother the very next day, and her brows immediately furrowed.
Why did Aunt Su let her stay? When Ying goes to school during the day, she gets bored staying alone in the house. She just wanted some company.
Su Lin paused before continuing. It's actually a good thing Aunt Jiang is staying.
Neither of them has ever visited Yin City before.
This trip gives us a chance to explore together.
Maybe getting out and about will help Aunt Jiang feel more like herself again?
Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together. She didn't quite agree with this, but since Su's mother had spoken, she couldn't insist further. I'll go see Aunt Su after my mom returns.
Alright, whatever you say.
However, Jiang's mother ended up staying for a whole month. Beyond taking Su Ying to school at the start, Su's mother spent most of her time out with Jiang's mother. This left Su Lin not only attending his own classes but also picking up and dropping off Su Ying. As time passed and the weather grew warmer, the studio finally released a new game just before summer break. By then, Little Miracle had gained significant recognition. With the increasing variety of beautiful outfits, the studio hired a bunch of new artists and even brought in several fashion designers. When Su Lin learned of this, he was rather speechless.
You really think ahead, even getting us fashion designers? Zhou Shu rolled her eyes. Fashion designers? How fitting.
Little Miracle is a dress-up game. If the clothes aren't attractive, how are we supposed to get people to spend money on gacha draws? The term pay to win was something Zhou Shu had overheard from Su Lin by chance.
Ever since, it had stuck in his vocabulary.
Su Lin tapped him twice in the air with his finger.
Enough chit-chat.
You called me saying a new game was out.
Where is it? Show me. At that, Zhou Shu immediately handed his phone to Su Lin.
Hard to believe it's only been a few months, but these phones keep getting more powerful. I was worried the game wouldn't even load before. The new game was a 5v5 tower defense battle royale. It featured 3 lanes, 5 distinct classes, and a wide array of skills. Since it wasn't officially released yet, only basic configurations were visible. Su Lin explored it briefly before asking Zhou Shu to add a practice mode. While this game has a quick learning curve, mastering it requires an AI mode to help players get familiar with all the skills. Drawing on memories from his past life, Su Lin outlined the core functionalities.
Zhou Shu nodded repeatedly. Alright, I'll have them work overtime to implement these features right away. Su Lin reminded him, make sure they get paid overtime.
Also, tweak the gacha system, make sure there's a clear difference between free and paid rewards.
Got it, no problem. Zhou Shu readily agreed, then immediately posted the overtime notice in the group chat.
Before long, the studio erupted in a chorus of groans.
Su Lin found it amusing, though his expression remained impassive.
He turned to discuss the new game with Zhou Shu, a 100-player gunfight.
Chapter 87, that person is lying. 100-player gunfight?
Su Lin cleared his throat. Battle Royale was a term he'd deliberately chosen to be precise. It referred to what was commonly known as PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds in his previous life. But there was no need to elaborate on that point. Pushing aside his thoughts, Su Lin outlined the situation. As Zhou Shu listened, his eyes grew brighter.
That's an excellent idea, but our studio's manpower is stretched thin. Taking on a new game project, well. Without hesitation, Su Lin replied, manpower isn't the issue. I recall another batch of students graduating soon. We can assign some veteran staff to mentor them. With practice, they'll become seasoned hands.
Zhou Shu nodded.
Alright, I'll start recruiting immediately. With the matter settled, Zhou Shu departed.
Su Lin leaned back in his chair, his thoughts turning to transforming the studio into a proper company.
To attract top talent, they needed the credibility of a proper company.
Otherwise, the truly skilled individuals wouldn't even glance at a mere studio.
Brother. Su Ying's voice drifted in.
Su Lin snapped back to attention just as Su Ying came running over, her face flushed and sweaty, yet unable to hide the excitement and joy radiating from her.
Where have you been?
Su Lin asked as he pulled out tissues to wipe her sweat.
Su Ying giggled a few times. I went to play over there.
There's this really handsome little brother who came over, but he doesn't like to talk. Su Lin's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to respond to Su Ying at only 10 years old. She was already showing signs of being a superficial person.
Don't just judge by looks. What if he's not a good person?
Su Ying shot Su Lin a look that screamed, you're being unreasonable.
That boy is only 11 years old. He's so handsome, how could he be a bad person? That's not necessarily true.
Watching Su Ying defend a stranger, Su Lin felt his nose wasn't a nose and his eyes weren't eyes anymore.
Su Ying rolled her eyes and ran out. Not long after, Jiang Beiwei entered. What did you say to Ying? Why does she look so upset?
Su Lin propped his chin on one hand.
I just said someone who looks good isn't necessarily a good person, and she got upset. Jiang Beiwei instantly grasped the crux of the matter, her eyes crinkling in amusement.
She then deliberately remarked, "That boy really is quite handsome. I wonder how his parents managed to produce him. He seems to embody all the best qualities of adults."
Su Lin shot her a sidelong glance. You're deliberately trying to annoy me, aren't you? Jiang Beiwei laughed aloud. How could that be on purpose? Being good-looking is undeniable.
Su Lin retorted irritably, still just a kid, no matter how good-looking.
Jiang Beiwei's smile deepened. Look at you. Anyone who knows Ying is only 10 would think she brought her boyfriend home.
At that moment, Jiang Beiwei suddenly felt sorry for Su Ying's future boyfriend.
With an older brother-in-law like Su Lin, it would probably be. Jiang Beiwei shook her head, dismissing the thought.
After chatting for a while, they moved on from the topic. Su Lin brought up the matter of hiring new staff. Jiang Beiwei had been helping out at the studio lately and had gained a good understanding of its operations. Upon hearing about the hiring, she immediately offered to take charge of it. Since Chen Wei isn't going home this summer, it would be perfect for her to come to the studio and help out.
Upon hearing Chen Wei wouldn't be going home, Su Lin agreed immediately.
I'll go inform Zhou Shu, but we can't delay the hiring process.
You'll be getting busy in the next couple of days. No problem. I'll just need to talk to Chen Wei. With both sides settled, Su Lin promptly informed Zhou Shu.
That very afternoon, Chen Wei arrived at the studio. Jiang Beiwei took her under her wing, and they immediately dove into the hiring process. Due to the competitive salary, numerous recent graduates came inquiring. After Jiang Beiwei and Chen Wei screened the candidates, they quickly submitted the list to Su Lin and Zhou Shu.
Without hesitation, Su Lin waved his hand and hired them all. When Jiang Beiwei learned of this, she was utterly shocked. Why keep them all? Our studio doesn't need that many people, does it? Zhou Shu shared the same doubt.
Meeting their gazes, Su Lin shared his vision of transforming the studio into a company.
While we can recruit many people now, attracting true talent will require the backing of a company.
More importantly, no matter how powerful the studio is, it won't last forever. It's better to handle things properly now than to have to go through all that trouble later if we decide to move to another country. Su Lin laid out his entire plan, and upon hearing it, Jiang Beiwei and Zhou Shu both felt a surge of emotion. Su Lin was truly bold in his thinking.
They didn't hold back, voicing their astonishment directly. Su Lin's lips twitched. Never mind.
You'll see how brilliant my ideas are later. Driven by this plan, Su Lin swiftly began preparations.
Before he knew it, summer break had ended.
Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei returned to campus for classes, only to immediately hear about the welcome party. Online forums buzzed with heated discussions about the freshmen. Heard there's a stunning girl joining this year.
Wonder if she could replace Jiang Beiwei as campus queen? While you're all focused on the new students' looks, I'm different.
I want to intern at the studio Su Lin and senior Zhou run, but unfortunately, they're not taking anyone.
Internship? Are you a senior? I thought the school told us to find internships before summer break. Why haven't you secured one yet? Didn't I say? The place I want to go won't take me. Sigh.
Below that, a string of comments lamented how difficult internships were. At that moment, Su Lin had just finished showering in the dorm. Wiping his hair, he stepped out of the bathroom. Meanwhile, Li Yun and Xian Dahue were gaming.
Spotting Su Lin emerge, they exchanged a knowing glance. Xian Dahue remarked, Su Lin, your studio's reputation is really taking off. I hear a lot of people on campus want to join. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Really? Then why haven't I received any resumes? This wasn't an exaggeration. Su Lin hadn't seen a single resume from Yanbei University students all summer. Xian Dahue looked surprised. Seriously? Not a single Yanbei University student has applied? Li Yun turned around at that moment. Come on, that can't be true. I've seen tons of people on the official website mentioning your studio and senior Zhou Shu's. The website again? Su Lin's interest peaked. He clicked on the post and scanned through it, then fell silent. The studio had been recruiting all summer due to staffing shortages. They'd accepted nearly every suitable candidate, even those from non-elite universities. How could they possibly overlook Yanbei University students? With that thought, Su Lin messaged Jiang Beiwei to inquire about the resumes. Jiang Beiwei thought it over carefully, consulted Chen Wei, and then replied to Su Lin. That person is lying. Chapter 88, maybe he's mad at me. The moment those two words appeared, Su Lin knew for certain. Without hesitation, he replied immediately. This is Su Lin. After seeing the message, I specifically checked the resume records and can confirm you never submitted one. I'm curious, what evidence are you basing your claim that we didn't hire you on? Under normal circumstances, Su Lin wouldn't have revealed himself. But with so many replies piling up below, he felt compelled to clarify the matter for the sake of his studio's reputation. Before long, Su Lin's response spread like wildfire.
Amidst the wave of suspicion, Su Lin and that person were thrust into the eye of the storm. Li Yun and Xian Dahui watched the scene unfold, both stunned.
Seriously, Su Lin? This is just a comment. You don't need to get involved, do you?
Xian Dahui was utterly baffled, his tone dripping with confusion.
In his view, this whole thing was completely unnecessary. Su Lin retorted, what do you think of the capabilities of Yanbei University students? They're decent?
Xian Dahui began to grasp the situation, his praise now tinged with hesitation. Su Lin tapped his computer screen.
They're exceptionally capable. My studio needs talent, and to recruit the right people, reputation is paramount. That's why I had to clarify things today. Xian Dahui sighed. I see. I underestimated the situation. But posting this on the official website probably won't accomplish much, right?
After all, some students won't even check the website for such announcements.
As long as someone sees it, that's enough.
Su Lin didn't elaborate further. His gaze swept over the post on the official website as he waited quietly. But an hour passed, and the comments on the post remained unanswered. Word of this situation spread, and murmurs began to circulate.
Didn't they say the studio wasn't accepting submissions? Now that someone stepped forward, why aren't they responding? Could it be fake? Did they just make it up, thinking Su Lin wouldn't notice the posts on the official website? Is that even possible? No wonder Su Lin stepped forward. If they don't clarify this situation, who in our university would dare submit a resume there? After reviewing each comment, Su Lin decided to start a new thread.
Its main content addressed the studio's hiring process and salary structure.
At the very end, Su Lin specifically noted resumes are welcome from any major at Yanbei University. After that, Su Lin put the matter to rest.
For the next few days, Su Lin was occupied with academic matters. When he finally had a moment to breathe, Jiang Beiwei informed him that the studio had hired quite a few people.
Half are from Yanbei University, the rest are from other schools.
But the studio doesn't need that many people right now, so it's a bit tricky to find roles for them all. It's just that we can't assign them roles right now. In a little while, we'll be short-handed again.
Jiang Beiwei expressed skepticism at Su Lin's words, but she didn't dwell on it.
Changing the subject, she began discussing some follow-up arrangements. Su Lin listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a comment or two. Sometime later, Su Lin received a call from Zhou Shu.
Don't just hang around campus. Come to the studio and take a look.
Su Lin massaged his throbbing temples, belatedly realizing he hadn't been to the studio in a while. He immediately called Jiang Beiwei to ask if she wanted to go together.
I'm already at the studio.
There was a moment of silence before Jiang Beiwei spoke. Su Lin cleared her throat.
I'll be right over.
Upon entering the studio, Su Lin was immediately drawn to the lively scene inside. Before he could take a closer look, Zhou Shu emerged from somewhere and spoke up.
Our big boss finally remembered he has a studio?
Su Lin shot him a glance and chuckled.
Like you're not the boss yourself. I just haven't been around lately. The studio didn't go under, so why the snarky attitude?
Zhou Shu rolled his eyes.
You didn't even show up for the game launch, and now you're complaining about my sarcasm? Su Lin, ? You mean that last team deathmatch thing? What else?
Their eyes met, and Su Lin's mouth twitched.
If I recall correctly, that game wasn't fully finished, was it?
Zhou Shu replied, that's just your opinion.
Actually, we've already ironed out all the subsequent details.
As they spoke, they entered the studio. The door closed, blocking all outside eyes.
Zhou Shu pulled out a contract.
I wasn't planning to rush the release either. But since Mr. Chen sent someone to pressure us, I ended up submitting the game early.
Su Lin skimmed the contract, satisfied they hadn't incurred any losses, and finally relaxed. Next time you release a game, remember to give me a heads up. Zhou Shu nodded. Got it. By the way, what's the status of that third game I mentioned?
It's still in development, but we've laid the groundwork. It should be ready in a month at most.
Su Lin nodded thoughtfully, then offered Zhou Shu a suggestion.
Our studio can develop games ourselves, but we also do some investing.
Once a contract is signed, we can help promote it. Zhou Shu paused. Got it.
Their eyes met, and both saw amusement in each other's gaze.
As more games were released, the studio's reputation and standing would rise accordingly.
Their future was still wide open.
That evening, Su Lin took Jiang Beiwei and Zhou Shu out to dinner.
After the meal, they parted ways.
The heat was stifling, leaving one drenched in sweat even at night.
Jiang Beiwei followed Su Lin, but stopped abruptly after a few steps.
Su Lin. What is it?
Su Lin turned to look at her, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together.
Is my mom still staying with Aunt Su?
Su Lin paused. He hadn't been over there in a while and had almost forgotten about it. I'll give her a call to check, but do you still want her to come back? Jiang Beiwei tightened her fingers slightly. After a few seconds, she clenched her teeth and said, it's not good for her to stay here. Su Lin sighed. I know it's not good, but she hasn't caused any trouble lately. That means her emotions are relatively stable. If we send her back,
He trailed off, but Jiang Beiwei understood the implication perfectly.
In the silence, Su Lin's fingers hovered over the dialing screen.
Time ticked by. Jiang Beiwei turned her head. I want to go see her first.
Half an hour later, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei met Su's mother, only to be told that Jiang's mother had returned home a fortnight ago. Mrs. Su looked surprised.
You didn't know about this? Su Lin frowned. I've been staying at school lately and wasn't aware of this. Jiang Beiwei nodded in agreement. Me neither. Hearing their responses, Mrs. Su couldn't help but frown. If she didn't tell Su Lin, that's one thing, but why didn't she tell you either? Jiang Beiwei gave a wry smile. Maybe she's still angry with me. Chapter 89, One More Chance.
Su's mother found it baffling, but soon she grasped the crux of the matter, her expression tinged with resignation. I know you've suffered, dear, but she's your elder.
Some things you just have to endure.
Jiang Beiwei forced a strained smile.
I understand, Auntie.
Su Lin disagreed with his mother.
Mom, Aunt Jian went too far. Even as an elder, she shouldn't be so unreasonable.
Su's mother shot him a look.
You speak so eloquently to me, but would you say the same to Auntie Jiang? Su Lin retorted coolly, why wouldn't I? The problem lies with her. Even as an elder, she can't ignore the facts.
Su's mother opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she remained silent on the matter.
Fine, I won't argue with you about this. Have you eaten yet since coming back? We already have. We need to head back to school soon.
Su's mother hummed in acknowledgement, chatted with Su Lin for a moment, then dismissed him. The door closed.
Su's mother glanced to the side. Come out. The tightly shut door opened a crack.
Soon after, Jiang's mother emerged, her expression tinged with an indescribable complexity.
Su's mother sighed. Don't take their words to heart. They're still young. Once they have children of their own, they'll understand our perspective.
Jiang's mother nodded, her expression unchanged.
Mrs. Su didn't press further.
After chatting with Mrs. Jiang for a while, she turned to attend to her own affairs.
Meanwhile, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei walked out of the residential complex. After a few steps, Jiang Beiwei said she didn't go back.
Su Lin paused in his stride.
Do you want to see her?
Jiang Beiwei shook her head softly. No, I just don't understand why Aunt Su would help cover it up.
To be honest, Su Lin wasn't sure either. After a moment's thought, he said, maybe spending so much time together lately made her feel more sympathy? Jiang Beiwei's gaze grew distant as she murmured, is that it? Aunt Su is so kind. Su Lin.
He suddenly felt at a loss for words. Just then, Jiang Beiwei turned her head.
You don't know what to say, do you?
Su Lin cleared his throat.
Not really. I just think you're overthinking things. And no matter what, I'll always be by your side.
As he finished the last sentence, Su Lin reached out his hand toward Jiang Beiwei. Their gazes met, and the curve of Jiang Beiwei's lips gradually widened.
She reached out her hand, thank you.
Su Lin smiled silently and took her hand. They walked along the neighborhood path and soon returned to campus. After that, both stayed at school, dedicating themselves to their studies. During an occasional casual chat, Su Lin asked Jiang Beiwei about her future plans. Jiang Beiwei hesitated. What do you think about me applying for graduate school?
Graduate school? Su Lin responded immediately with enthusiasm, that's an excellent idea.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes lit up slightly.
Really? But I feel like pursuing a master's degree might be too much. Could it affect my job prospects? Not at all.
Su Lin was utterly certain. He explained to Jiang Beiwei that bachelor's degrees would become increasingly common in the future, and pursuing a master's would make her far more competitive. At that moment, Qin Shui listened nearby, her expression gradually turning thoughtful. Time slipped by in the busyness, and before long, it was the end of the semester again. Because Jiang Beiwei's exams were scheduled separately, Su Lin stayed with her until the campus emptied.
But neither of them left Yen City.
Su's mother had been staying outside the campus, and Jiang's mother hadn't returned home either.
When the few of them met, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Finally, Su Yingying broke the silence.
Brother, I've seen so many classmates playing Little Miracle.
They're spending money to buy clothes in the game. It would be great if those outfits were real. Su Lin ruffled Su Yingying's hair. Those outfits are pretty nice. If you want to wear one, I can have someone make it for you.
Half a semester had passed, and Su Yingying had grown significantly taller. She felt annoyed by Su Lin's habit of ruffling her hair. But that displeasure vanished instantly at Su Lin's words. Really? Those clothes could become real? Su Lin replied calmly, the designs are all in the studio.
As long as we find the right person, making them is no problem. Su Yingying perked up.
But you said it yourself, big brother. I want those clothes, I want them now. Hearing this, Su's mother couldn't stand by any longer.
Su Lin, you can't just agree to everything she wants. Whatever she has to wear is fine.
Su Yingying puffed out her cheeks. Those clothes are really beautiful. Once they're made, I'm sure I won't be the only one who wants them. Mom, you can't stop brother from making clothes for me.
Su's mother glared at Su Yingying. So you're saying I'm wrong to stop him? Su Yingying fell silent.
Su Lin, seeing this, couldn't help but chuckle. He quickly interjected, "Mom, this was something I'd already planned to do. It has nothing to do with Ying."
Su's mother retorted irritably, "Even if it was your plan, you certainly weren't planning to do it so soon, were you?"
That was true. His thoughts exposed, Su Lin smiled silently. Su's mother shook her head and tapped Su Ying on the head twice.
"I understand the situation now. No more trying to sweet-talk your brother. Fine."
Su Ying dragged out the word, her voice dripping with reluctance. But Su's mother paid her no mind, simply tossing out the order before heading into the kitchen. Su Lin had no choice but to step in and comfort her.
Once Su Ying cheered up a bit, he exchanged greetings with Jiang Beiwei and Zhang's mother before following into the kitchen. In an instant, the living room was left with only Jiang Beiwei and Zhang's mother.
They sat on the sofa, neither making the first move. After a while, Zhang's mother broke the silence. "I know you've had issues with me.
I've thought a lot about things lately, Weiwei. From now on, I won't interfere in your affairs anymore." Jiang Beiwei kept her head bowed, saying nothing. Zhang's mother understood that her frequent flip-flopping had eroded Jiang Beiwei's trust. But it didn't matter.
She and Jiang Beiwei still had plenty of time together. They could gradually build their relationship from here on out. Just then, Mrs. Su's voice called from the kitchen.
"Come help me out here. We need to hurry up and eat."
Zhang's mother immediately got up and headed to the kitchen. Soon, Su Lin was brought out.
Seeing Jiang Beiwei's expression, Su Lin lowered his voice slightly. "Didn't get along well?" Jiang Beiwei replied in a dazed tone, "Very well. If it was so pleasant, why the look on your face?"
Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together.
"I just can't quite believe her.
She's changed her mind too many times." Su Lin smiled faintly. "But you've always regarded her as your mother.
Give her one more chance.
If it still doesn't work out this time, we'll figure something else out."
Chapter 90, Plagiarism. Jiang Beiwei hesitated before nodding. "I'll listen to you."
After lunch, Su's mother and Zhang's mother took Su Ying out to buy clothes.
Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei declined their invitation and headed straight for the studio.
The studio now housed over 100 employees. To accommodate them, Su Lin had specifically purchased 3 additional storefronts nearby.
After a simple renovation, employees from all departments were moved in. Game revenues grew increasingly stable.
As Su Lin studied the figures in the ledger, a smile spread across his face. At the same time, the idea of transforming the studio into a company became increasingly clear. Just then, Zhou Shu entered the office. "There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Su Lin fixed him with a scrutinizing gaze.
"What is it?" "Nothing major, really. Just wondering what your plans are going forward?"
Su Lin looked puzzled.
"Didn't I share some game ideas earlier? Aren't those games already in development?" Zhou Shu gave a bitter smile. "Of course not. What I mean is, this studio can't stay a studio forever, right?" Su Lin understood immediately. "You mean you want to turn the studio into a company, right?" Zhou Shu immediately grew serious. "Yes, that's exactly it."
Su Lin tapped the tabletop.
"I've been thinking about this too, but now isn't the right time."
Zhou Shu was puzzled. "Our revenue is stable now, and we've got a new game in development.
The future looks bright. What's not right about it?"
Su Lin cleared his throat.
"Have you forgotten that the entire location where the studio is based was purchased with my personal assets?"
After covering expenses like salaries and Chen Hao's share, Su Lin poured his entire portion into purchasing real estate. In contrast, Zhou Shu had kept most of his share for himself. This meant that if they wanted to incorporate the studio, Su Lin currently couldn't contribute much capital. The only way to free up funds would be to run the real estate expenses through the company's accounts.
Zhou Shu wasn't stupid.
He quickly grasped the crux of the matter, his expression suddenly tightening. He'd been so preoccupied with Su Lin's ideas that he'd overlooked the fact the studio hadn't paid rent for the current locations. If anything, he was the one benefiting. The only complication was the ongoing connection with Chen Hao regarding the game. After pondering it over, Zhou Shu focused intently and said, "I'll transfer the rent from the studio's accounts based on the local situation. Converting it into company business can't wait."
"Should we go see Mr. Chen? Chen Hao again?"
He was certainly a valuable contact, but Su Lin didn't want his company entangled with Chen Hao either. The gaming aspect was already enough. Without hesitation, Su Lin refused. The game publishing deal involved Mr. Chen because we needed investment to expand. But when it comes to the company itself, the fewer people involved, the better. Since Su Lin disagreed, Zhou Shu weighed his options and shelved the idea. The two chatted for a while longer before finally putting the matter to rest. Su Lin spent the entire winter break holed up in the game studio. However, he wasn't solely focused on one task, he was also grappling with overseas proxy purchase orders. To tackle this, Su Lin specifically sought out professionals in the field for advice and even spent a hefty sum to recruit several people. The export conditions seemed daunting, but if he could establish a foothold, the profits might even surpass those in the domestic market. The express delivery industry was only going to get hotter. Yet before Su Lin could fully address these export challenges, another issue arose.
Little Miracle's new giveaway outfit is accused of plagiarism? They're suing us? Su Lin rushed to the studio. After learning the details, his brow furrowed deeply. Who designed that outfit? Where's the designer? Zhou Shu rubbed his temples. Can't get through on the phone, but I've sent someone to his residence. We should have results soon. Just then, Zhou Shu's phone rang. He switched it to speakerphone and heard the other end report that the designer had moved out. The neighbors said he moved out last night. Zhou Shu's heart skipped a beat. Last night? Does anyone know where he moved to? No. Keep asking around the neighborhood. Unwilling to give up, Zhou Shu gave further instructions before hanging up. After a moment, Zhou Shu spoke with difficulty. Do you think this situation can still be handled? Su Lin didn't answer, silently rubbing his fingertips. Zhou Shu felt a surge of anxiety, but quickly suppressed it. While he could handle game development tasks, anything beyond that was completely beyond his capabilities. So now, Zhou Shu could only wait for Su Lin to speak. Su Lin didn't keep him waiting long. After a moment's consideration, he instructed someone to contact the person who had been complaining about plagiarism. I need to speak with him in person. Zhou Shu called someone over. I need to get back to development. If anything comes up, call me directly. Su Lin gave a slight nod. Only after Zhou Shu left did his gaze shift to the person across from him. The person Zhou Shu had summoned was a woman in her 20s. She possessed striking beauty and a curvaceous figure, yet her entire demeanor radiated a sharp, almost blade-like intensity. Compared to that aura, her looks and figure seemed almost overlooked. My name is Lu Yao. I'm the newly hired PR manager. Su Lin extended his hand. Su Lin. You should know me. Their hands touched briefly before quickly withdrawing. Lu Yao said, I know you, Mr. Su. What are your thoughts on this matter? Su Lin didn't answer, but countered, if this matter were handed over to you to handle, what would you do? First, contact the other party to verify whether the plagiarism allegations are true or false. Then, respond differently based on the outcome. If it's true, we could try purchasing the design blueprints. If they refuse, we'd immediately pull the garments, issue an apology, and offer refunds. If it's false, then sue him and make him pay the price he deserves. Lu Yao spoke slowly, yet each word was crystal clear. Su Lin nodded slightly. Though not exhaustive, she had covered the essential points. Contact that person now. I want to see what you're capable of. Lu Yao's eyes lit up. She understood the deeper meaning behind Su Lin's words and immediately turned to make the call. A few minutes later, Lu Yao informed Su Lin, the other side has agreed to meet. Tonight at 8 p.m., second floor of Tianyun Pavilion, Jiomei private room. Tianyun Pavilion. A fairly renowned restaurant in Yen City, with a price tag exceeding 10,000 yuan per person. Choosing this location clearly indicated the other side had come prepared. A dark gleam flashed in Su Lin's eyes. What's his name? Jiang Hao. Tianyun Pavilion, Autumn Plum private room. Su Lin arrived half an hour early, only to wait until 10 o'clock. Chapter 91, You think too much of him. The atmosphere in the private room was heavy. Su Lin sat expressionless on one side, while Lu Yao kept glancing outside. Several times she reached for her phone to contact someone, but Su Lin's piercing gaze made her stop each time. Time dragged on until Tianyun Pavilion staff came to inquire about the situation. Only then did Su Lin signal Lu Yao to leave. On the way back to the studio, Lu Yao tried several times to ask about the contact matter but closed her mouth each time. Yet the moment they stepped back into the company, her phone rang. Jiang Hao sounded extremely apologetic on the line. I truly didn't expect this sudden matter to come up and delay our meeting. How about we reschedule for tomorrow? I'll definitely arrive early this time. Lu Yao didn't respond, instead turning to look at Su Lin. The next second, Su Lin gestured for her to hang up. Lu Yao hesitated, but ultimately hung up without a word. Mr. Su, are we not pursuing this matter further? Su Lin shifted his posture, his tone indifferent. Jiang Hao never intended to negotiate with us. Lu Yao's eyes widened slightly. Not interested in talking? But he's been accusing our studio of plagiarism. Surely he needs to clarify the situation? Su Lin gave a cold laugh. If it were true, of course he'd want to get to the bottom of it. But what if it's false? Jiang Hao was clearly playing for time. In other words, Jiang Hao was feeling uneasy. Investigate Jiang Hao's background. Find out what's really going on with those so-called design blueprints. Su Lin said no more, but his words were a test for Lu Yao. Lu Yao nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Just then, Su Lin's phone rang. It was Jiang Beiwei calling. Are you done over there? Jiang Beiwei's voice was exceptionally gentle. Hearing it, the emotions that had been weighing heavily on Su Lin's heart instantly eased. It's over. We didn't reach an agreement. No deal? Why? Su Lin replied with a laugh, they weren't sincere. So that's how it is. Then maybe we should find another way to handle this? We definitely need to find another solution. I've already asked Lu Yao to look into that person. We should have results soon. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei exchanged words in turn. Soon after, Su Lin ended the call. Seeing colleagues still working late at the studio, Su Lin decided to treat everyone to late-night snacks. As the group chatted, Zhou Shu approached Su Lin. "How's the situation?"
Su Lin explained the situation as it was, and Zhou Shu's expression immediately darkened.
"So what do we do now?"
Zhou Shu was good at making games, but dealing with these matters was pure torture for him. Su Lin understood this well and replied decisively, "No need to panic.
"This matter will be resolved. Alright, it's getting late. After we finish our late-night snack, let everyone head home for now. We'll address the rest tomorrow." Zhou Shu sighed. "Guess that's the only option."
Soon, the two parted ways. The next day, Lu Yao placed Jiang Hao's files before Su Lin.
After reviewing the contents, Su Lin's expression gradually turned icy.
The file stated that Jiang Hao was merely an unemployed ne'er-do-well. While he had some familiarity with local connections and a bit of influence in certain circles, he certainly wasn't a clothing designer.
They'd been duped. No wonder he chose Tianyun Pavilion, yet dared not show his face when the time came. Jiang Hao was clearly feeling guilty. The office fell silent.
Lu Yao wanted to say something but held her tongue.
"Su Lin, someone's accusing our game of plagiarism online again. That guy, have you contacted him?"
Zhou Shu pushed open the door, his face etched with urgency. Su Lin said nothing, simply handing over the materials. After glancing through it, Zhou Shu's face darkened.
How could he?
Zhou Shu grew angrier the more he thought about it, his body trembling uncontrollably before he could finish his sentence. Su Lin sighed. "I suppose Little Miracle's cash flow has made people envious."
Zhou Shu took several deep breaths before finally suppressing his surging emotions. After a pause, he asked, "Should we expose his situation now?
With this evidence, no one will believe him." Su Lin shook his head gently. "If we leak the files, they'll just claim we made it all up.
That'll only make things worse. So we just let him sling mud?"
Su Lin smiled, a cold glint in his eyes.
"Our studio isn't just anyone's punching bag. First, we'll pull this collection.
Then we'll issue an apology for the dispute in the game announcement, offer some compensation, and finally report the missing designer to the police."
The mention of the police left Zhou Shu dumbfounded. In his view, the main problem lay with Jiang Hao. Why turn around and go after the runaway designer? Zhou Shu couldn't hold back and voiced his confusion directly.
Su Lin replied calmly, "Our studio only acquired this design, we have no knowledge of its origin. Since Jiang Hao is accusing us of plagiarism, we naturally need time to verify."
"Is there a problem with that?" Without hesitation, Zhou Shu replied, "Of course not. But can we actually find that designer? As long as he's still alive, even if we can't locate him personally, we can find his family."
Su Lin enunciated those final three words deliberately slowly, yet both Zhou Shu and Lu Yao understood their meaning all too clearly. The two exchanged a glance and quickly departed. Before long, matters unfolded exactly as Su Lin had arranged. The forum was flooded with comments, but upon closer inspection, the initial storm of insults had subsided. Many who cursed did so out of sheer anger but without affection. How could there be any emotion at all? Thus, after receiving the official response, their emotions quickly dissipated. A few days later, Su Lin received a message from Lu Yao, stating that Jiang Hao wished to meet with him. Su Lin responded with a casual refusal. "I'm swamped lately. No time for meetings."
Lu Yao understood and promptly relayed the message.
Inside the KTV, a young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes spoke to several others with a bitter smile. This was Jiang Hao, the man who had publicly accused Little Miracle of plagiarism online. The smugness he'd radiated before Little Miracle's announcement had now turned to panic. He'd been paid off specifically to attack Little Miracle. To that end, he'd even stood someone up on purpose, all to make the studio panic and offer him more compensation. But unexpectedly, Little Miracle had immediately taken down the clothing line and even reported the matter to the police. If this kept up, wouldn't he end up getting sent back too? Jiang Hao grew increasingly frantic. Upon learning his handler was at a KTV, he rushed over immediately. The man sitting directly across from him couldn't help but laugh. "Jiang Hao, you're overestimating that studio's capabilities." Chapter 92, You really don't know? Jiang Hao's expression froze abruptly. He cautiously asked, "Young Master Lin, what do you mean by overestimating?" The man called Young Master Lin slowly rose, walked over to Jiang Hao, and gave him a light pat on the cheek. "Exactly what it sounds like. It's just a studio started by a bunch of college kids who got lucky with Chun Hao's backing. They've got zero real capability. You're worrying too soon." Jiang Hao opened his mouth but swallowed his words. He feared the Little Miracle studio, but he feared even more that young Master Lin would fire him. If that happened, prison and compensation claims might await him. 1,000 thoughts raced through Jiang Hao's mind, but his face remained a mask of obsequiousness. Young Master Lin is right. But as the saying goes, even a rotten ship has 3 pounds of nails. What if those studio people? Overthinking it. As long as you stick to your claim that they plagiarized, they won't be able to recover. But the question remained, could plagiarism truly cripple that studio? Jiang Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself. Before long, young Master Lin dismissed him.
Meanwhile, Su Lin was discussing the matter with Jiang Beiwei. We haven't prioritized copyright issues here yet. If we truly want to resolve this, aren't the methods we've employed so far sufficient? Jiang Beiwei voiced her thoughts. Su Lin froze for a moment before realizing he'd subconsciously transposed the current time to his previous life. Back then, any widespread criticism could easily impact stock prices and such, but things hadn't reached that level yet. In other words, what they'd done so far was indeed sufficient. Su Lin, why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Beiwei found Su Lin's silence odd and couldn't help but ask. Su Lin snapped back to reality and cleared his throat. I was thinking your point makes sense, but I still want to see this through to a conclusion. Jiang Beiwei pondered for a moment and guessed Su Lin's intention. You want to build the studio's reputation? Su Lin nodded. I want everyone who hears about the studio to have a crystal clear understanding of copyright. At this, Jiang Beiwei's eyes crinkled with a smile. Well then, we'll have to step up our game. Su Lin nodded in agreement. We definitely need to step up our game. This matter had to be resolved quickly, or else it would end in a rush. The next day, Su Lin received a call informing him that the fashion designer had been located. He's in Yen City. Our police station has already contacted him and brought him in. You should send someone to negotiate with him. Su Lin hung up and immediately rushed to the police station with Lu Yao. The designer's name is Zhao Ji. He was specially recruited. His color palettes and concepts are exceptionally bold. That's why many outfits in Little Miracle were designed by him, or at least adapted from his inspirations. In the car, Lu Yao recounted Zhao Ji's background. Su Lin nodded occasionally asking a question. By the time they got out of the car, his expression showed no trace of emotion. When the two parties met, Su Lin saw a dejected middle-aged man. You must be Zhao Ji. I'm Su Lin. You should recognize me. The man lifted his head, a complex expression crossing his face. Of course I know you, Mr. Su. Su Lin glanced at the police officer beside him and got straight to the point. Since you know me, I won't beat around the bush. What exactly is the story behind that outfit in Little Miracle? Truthfully, Su Lin had felt suspicious the moment he first laid eyes on Zhao Ji. No matter how he looked at him, Zhao Ji didn't seem like the person Lu Yao had described. But Lu Yao knew people, so he could only steer the conversation toward the crucial matter. Zhao Ji remained silent for several minutes before speaking. That outfit. I did design it. Then why did the plagiarism scandal arise? Zhao Ji wiped his face. I didn't know the studio had selected that design, so I sold it to someone else beforehand. Su Lin was so angry she laughed. From finalizing the design to creating the model, the process takes at least half a month. Zhao Ji was a costume designer specifically recruited by the studio. How could he not know his design had been selected? More crucially, they offered a revenue share. Compared to a one-time sale, wouldn't the latter be far more advantageous? 1,000 words swirled around in Su Lin's mouth, but only one question came out. How much did you get for selling that design? Zhao Ji opened his mouth, then lowered his head. That's my private business. I don't need to explain it to you. Su Lin nodded. Rest assured, I won't pry into your privacy. But regarding the losses you've caused our studio, I've already filed a lawsuit with the court. I hope you'll be able to afford the damages when the time comes. Zhao Ji's expression abruptly changed. You're suing me? That costume was returned by the studio. I had no idea. Su Lin cut him off. From selecting the outfit to completing the in-game modeling takes at least half a month. I reviewed your attendance records. You didn't take any leave during that period, and there were no gaps or delays in your work. So, you genuinely don't know? Zhao Ji tried to speak, but all words died in his throat when he met Su Lin's gaze. Su Lin shook his head silently. I don't care who you partnered with. You must compensate the studio for this loss. Lu Yao, let's go. Lu Yao complied, glancing back at Zhao Ji before leaving. Our studio's generosity is well known. I hope you won't regret this decision in the future. With that, Lu Yao left without giving Zhao Ji a chance to speak. Not long after returning to the studio, Su Lin received a call from Chen Hao. Heard you ran into some trouble? Su Lin paused. Mr. Chen, you're joking. It's nothing major, hardly a problem. That's good. Our collaboration has been excellent, and I certainly don't want any hiccups midway. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong. After exchanging a few more words, Su Lin hung up. He looked up just as Zhou Shu walked in holding two phones. Su Lin's mouth twitched. Is this about Zhao Ji? Zhou Shu waved his hand. Nope. I'm here with the new game. The team's been on fire these past few days. They've finished the shooter you requested. Su Lin, huh? Battle Royale? They finished it that fast? He took the phone Zhou Shu handed him and flipped through it casually, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Though the map differed slightly, the core gameplay elements he knew were mostly there. The controls felt solid too, at least to Su Lin, who found himself thoroughly enjoying the gameplay. After testing it for a moment, Su Lin tapped the screen to exit. Zhou Shu noticed and immediately asked, What do you think? Is the game okay? Su Lin flashed a smile. No issues so far. We'll need to run a closed beta test first. Start distributing test slots. Chapter 93, beating them to the punch? Not a chance.
Meanwhile, test slots for the shooter game were being distributed. Meanwhile, news of the studio suing fashion designer Zhao Ji had spread, sparking widespread discussion. But in the end, the studio itself was dragged into the spotlight, replaced by Zhao Ji and Jiang Hao as the targets of criticism. Shortly after, Su Lin filed another lawsuit against Jiang Hao, accusing him of malicious competition and damaging the studio's reputation, demanding compensation. Of course, this was merely something Su Lin tacked on as an afterthought. He wasn't sure of the outcome either, but he simply didn't want Jiang Hao to be left off the hook purely to annoy him. Regardless of Jiang Hao's potential reaction, with the new year approaching, Su Lin discussed with Zhou Shu and decided to grant the studio staff an early holiday, along with a generous bonus. Once the matter was settled, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei headed to Su's mother's place together. Watching the two mothers bustling about in the kitchen, Su Lin felt a strange sensation as if he and Jiang Beiwei had already become a married couple.
Su Lin? Su Lin? The suddenly amplified voice snapped Su Lin back to reality. Meeting Jiang Beiwei's puzzled gaze, he cleared his throat. What is it? Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips. She wanted to ask what Su Lin had been thinking about, but quickly suppressed the question. Yingying is calling you. Su Lin turned and met Su Yingying's furious gaze, halting abruptly. Yingying, what's wrong? Su Yingying's anger instantly shifted to hurt. Brother, didn't you say you'd make me a dress? Where is it? You don't keep your promises. Su Lin. Oh no. Zhao Ji's matter had made him completely forget this promise. Su Lin sighed in frustration. Yingying, it's not that I didn't keep my word. It's just that lately. Big liar. Su Yingying yelled, then turned and ran into the kitchen. Su Lin was speechless. He didn't want to be a liar either. But hadn't the studio's attitude caused him to forget his promise to Su Yingying? Turning his head, Su Lin caught Jiang Beiwei covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. He couldn't help but sigh. You're laughing at me? Jiang Beiwei's eyes sparkled with amusement. Is it wrong to laugh? Su Lin choked on his words. It's not that. It's just that I'm in trouble now. Jiang Beiwei cleared her throat softly. Wait here. With that, Jiang Beiwei rose and walked away. Su Lin watched her retreating figure with puzzlement. Before long, Jiang Beiwei returned carrying a bag. Here. Open it and see. A vague suspicion began to form in Su Lin's mind. After opening it, that suspicion turned into certainty. When did you make this? Inside the bag lay a neatly folded outfit. Any player of Little Miracle would instantly recognize it as one of the game's most famous cheongsams. Since it was for Su Yingying, it was specially made in a smaller size, exquisitely crafted and utterly adorable. Jiang Beiwei replied the very day Zhao Ji found it. What do you think? Su Lin examined it carefully. The quality is good, and it's quite faithful to the original. Jiang Beiwei's eyes crinkled with a smile. That's good. Hurry and take it to Yingying. The dress is already washed, she can wear it right away. Su Lin nodded. Alright, I'll take it to Yingying right away. Weiwei, thank you. He thanked her earnestly before heading to find Su Yingying. Before long, Su Lin returned, holding Su Yingying's hand. Sister Weiwei. Su Yingying threw herself into Jiang Beiwei's arms, cooing, Sister, you're so kind, even kinder than my brother. Jiang Beiwei chuckled, ruffling her hair. My pleasure. After a moment of playful banter, Su's mother called out that dinner was ready. Su Lin immediately went to serve the dishes. You and Yingying wait here. Jiang Beiwei agreed, then was promptly dragged off by Su Yingying to change clothes. Wow, this dress is so pretty. Jiang Beiwei nodded in agreement. It really is beautiful, and it makes our Yingying look even cuter. Su Yingying smiled shyly. I'll go show mom. Jiang Beiwei watched Su Yingying run off, deliberately pausing for a moment before following. Having finished showing off, Su Yingying immediately snuggled up beside Jiang Beiwei when she saw her emerge. Sister Weiwei. Before Jiang Beiwei could speak, Su Lin reached out and pulled Su Yingying aside. Stop clinging to Sister Weiwei. Hurry up and eat. Su Yingying pouted. Why can't I stick to Sister Weiwei? I just want to. Su Lin picked her up and plopped her into a chair. Sit still. Your sister Weiwei still needs to eat. How can she eat with you leaning on her? Watching Su Lin and Su Yingying bicker, Su's mother couldn't help but sigh. These siblings were 10 years apart, how could they still be bickering like this? Never mind, never mind. Let's eat. Everyone, sit down. After dinner, Jiang's mother and Jiang Beiwei slept in one room, while Su's mother and Su Yingying slept in the master bedroom. Su Lin leaned against the headboard, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Beiwei and future plans. He dipped his toes into the online store, delivery services, and gaming. All three ventures were profitable, but the real boom hadn't hit yet. If he remembered correctly, short videos and live streaming would take off soon. With compelling content, launching popular streamers wouldn't be a problem. But not just anyone could be a streamer. He needed to figure out how to sign talent. Oh, right, he also needed the studio team to develop an app.
As long as the streamers could stabilize things in the early stages and build a reputation, they'd stick around. Before he knew it, Su Lin had fallen asleep. The next day, Su Lin wrote 2 proposals for the projects he'd been mulling over. Considering the studio staff were all on vacation and he had no contacts, he simply tucked the proposals into a drawer. Over the next few days, Su Lin kept both families busy exploring Yin City. Because Su Yingying clung to Jiang Beiwei, he didn't even get any alone time with her. This made Su Lin feel a bit helpless every time he looked at Su Yingying. As the new year drew to a close, Su's mother suddenly sought him out. "Lin, I need to talk to you about something." Su Lin perked up. "What is it?" "Nothing major, really. I just wanted to ask about your relationship with Wei Wei. Have you two made any commitments? Settled?" Su Lin fell silent. Not only had he not made any commitments to Jiang Beiwei, he hadn't even confessed his feelings yet. Time passed. Su's mother read the answer in his silence, her eyes widening in disbelief. "No way, you and Wei Wei haven't made a commitment?" Su Lin wiped his face. "It's not that we haven't made plans. We've discussed it before, but I wanted to formally confess to Wei Wei, so..." Su's mother's brow furrowed. After a moment's thought, she asked earnestly, "I don't care what decision you make. I just need to know, can you and Wei Wei be together?" Su Lin answered without hesitation, "Of course we can." "Then hurry up and make things official with Wei Wei. She's outstanding, Lin. Don't drag your feet and let someone else swoop in first." Su Lin replied confidently, "You're overthinking it. Wei Wei's practically always with me, there's no way anyone could beat us to it." Chapter 94, Be Your Own Person. Su Lin's overconfidence made his mother's gaze toward him seem slightly off. Mother and son locked eyes. After a moment, Su's mother sighed and waved her hand. "Since you know what you're doing, I won't say more. Just be careful." With that, Su's mother turned and walked away. Su Lin hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. Just then, Jiang Beiwei approached. "Su Lin." Su Lin nodded. "What is it?" Jiang Beiwei shook her head with a smile. "Nothing. Just wanted to say hi." As she spoke, Jiang Beiwei pulled out her phone. "Oh, I just saw in the group chat that the start of the semester has been moved up. See if you've heard anything similar where you are." The start date was moved up? Su Lin froze at the news, pulled out his phone to check, and shook his head slightly. "Nothing like that here." Jiang Beiwei frowned. "So that means someone's spreading rumors?" Su Lin smiled. "Even if it is, it's no big deal. We live so close to campus we can head back anytime. No need to worry." Jiang Beiwei considered this and her worries instantly vanished. 2 days later, the studio staff gradually returned to work, and Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei began spending more time at the studio. With no one to accompany her, Su Yingying was sent to a tutoring class by Su's mother. "School starts in a few days. You've been playing around all winter break. This is the perfect chance to brush up on your studies." Within a single day, the once bustling house was left with only Su's mother and Jiang's mother. Mother Su quickly decided and immediately dragged Mother Jiang into action. "We already have a framework ready. Let's set up an online store too. No need to stay cooped up at home forever." At the mention of an online store, Jiang's mother felt a pang of worry. "What about Su Lin? Is that okay?" Su's mother couldn't help but laugh. "I'm his mother, what could possibly go wrong? Enough worrying. Come on, let's get moving." Su Lin remained unaware of his mother's plans. He was busy discussing with Zhou Shu how to bring the clothes from Little Miracle to market. "Except for the super fancy ones, we can get the everyday wear ready. People will definitely buy them." Zhou Shu stroked his chin, a look of realization dawning on his face. "No wonder you insisted on finding a fashion designer all along. So that was your plan." Su Lin smiled without comment. Seeing this, Zhou Shu dropped the subject. "I'll have someone recruit staff and set up a dedicated department for this." Su Lin gave a slight nod. "Go ahead." The establishment of the new department caused a stir within the studio. Can clothes from the game really be made for real life? Won't they look weird? Those outfits are designed by professional fashion designers, how could they possibly be ugly? If they look bad, it's not the clothes' fault anyway. As the chatter swirled, Jiang Beiwei walked past and caught the attention of 2 people. "Jiang Beiwei, have you heard about the new department being established?" Jiang Beiwei froze. "What new department?" "The one specifically handling sales for Little Miracle apparel." "Didn't you know?" Meeting their probing gazes, Jiang Beiwei gave a slight tug at the corner of her mouth. "Oh, so that's what you're referring to." "I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but this was decided long ago." "Oh, I see." The person who had been staring at Jiang Beiwei with that probing look immediately looked away. Jiang Beiwei showed no reaction whatsoever. A moment later, Jiang Beiwei turned and walked away. Not long after, Su Lin learned about the conversation here, and his expression darkened instantly. After work that evening, he brought the matter up with Jiang Beiwei. Jiang Beiwei arched her eyebrows and eyes. "It's just a minor issue. I can handle it." Su Lin retorted irritably, "You may think it's minor, but to me, she's deliberately trying to drive a wedge between us." Jiang Beiwei didn't take it to heart, but if it had been anyone else, it would have caused friction between them.
Jiang Beiwei chuckled softly. I know. But she won't succeed in driving a wedge between us. She understood Su Lin's temperament while he simply didn't let such things bother him.
Seeing Su Lin still fuming, Jiang Beiwei immediately turned to soothe him. Back home, Su Lin couldn't help but recall his mother's words. After weighing them over and over, he finally made up his mind. Just as Su Lin was about to solidify their relationship, he suddenly received a call from Zhou Shu. Mr. Chen suddenly decided to withdraw his investment. If we don't handle this well, our studio's next game might have to delay its testing phase.
Su Lin frowned. Did they mention a reason?
No, they just called out of the blue to inform us. Su Lin rubbed his fingertips.
Pack your things. We'll meet behind the entrance to Chen's company. Got it.
Soon after, Su Lin and Zhou Shu met at the entrance of Mr. Chen's company. However, when they sought to see Mr. Chen, they were informed he wasn't at the office or even in the country. Our CEO has a lot on his plate and doesn't spend much time at the office. If it's not urgent, there's no need to rush over. After all, he doesn't meet just anyone. The receptionist's words seemed reasonable, but both Su Lin and Zhou Shu detected a hint of sarcasm. The two exchanged a glance. Su Lin smiled faintly. We apologize for the disturbance. As they left Chen's company, Zhou Shu's brow furrowed. Su Lin, this doesn't feel right. Could it be that someone below is deliberately keeping this from Mr. Chen? Su Lin replied calmly, Mr. Chen is right here in the company.
Zhou Shu was stunned. You mean the decision to withdraw investment came from Mr. Chen himself? Su Lin nodded slowly. Zhou Shu grew anxious. Our studio's games are profitable. They've taken their share of the profits. Why would they suddenly? Mid-sentence, Zhou Shu fell silent. The same amount of money meant different things when split between one person and two. Even he knew mobile games were lucrative. How could Mr. Chen not be tempted? Zhou Shu sighed, pushing the thought aside. He asked about the next steps as if nothing was wrong.
Su Lin glanced behind him and declared decisively, we'll start testing immediately upon returning. Zhou Shu froze at the statement.
Start testing immediately? Isn't that too hasty?
Su Lin shook his head lightly.
If we delay any longer, we won't even get a taste of the soup. As he spoke, Su Lin hailed a taxi.
Back at the studio, Su Lin immediately gathered the relevant staff and issued the testing notice. Their speed was remarkable, yet even so, it couldn't offset the upheaval brought by Chen Hao. By that afternoon, several key members of the game development team had already announced their resignations. When Zhou Shu found out, he was speechless for a long time. Fearing he might overthink it, Su Lin deliberately pulled him into his office.
Don't overthink it. Their resignations just show they weren't on the same page as us.
We just need to focus on doing our own thing.
Chapter 95, I just can't accept it.
Zhou Shu wiped his face.
I know, but I just can't accept it.
It was a thriving studio, and they weren't exactly underpaid.
Why would they suddenly quit? No, more accurately, how had they been poached?
Su Lin sensed Zhou Shu's thoughts but offered no comment, merely instructing him to recruit more people.
Zhou Shu's face immediately fell. It's not that I want to hire people, it's just not the right time for recruitment. Where am I supposed to find suitable candidates?
Su Lin stroked his chin.
Then reach out to interns at universities early.
Promise them permanent positions upon graduation. As the old saying goes, it doesn't matter if the cat is black or white as long as it catches mice. Build the team first, then worry about the rest.
Zhou Shu nodded. Alright, I'll start selecting people right away.
Just as things started to get busy on this front, several more people resigned on the other side. Su Lin approved every resignation without exception, not trying to keep a single one. The result was that within 3 days, the studio was down to just over 40 people. Seeing the empty studio, the remaining staff grew anxious.
What's going on with our studio? Why are so many people suddenly quitting?
They're all off pursuing their own paths. Word is they got poached with hefty offers.
Once they got the details, they quit. Our studio's salaries aren't low to begin with.
Who'd be such a sucker to poach people at such high prices? The person asking these questions instantly became the center of attention.
Weren't you poached? The person asked froze. What do you mean? You've all been poached? Silence fell around them, and the person's expression slowly shifted. What do you mean?
He tried to say something, but stopped mid-sentence.
Finally, he slumped his head onto the table, silent and defeated.
Because of this incident, the group that had been chatting cheerfully moments ago all fell silent.
In the office, Zhou Shu was already losing his temper. That bastard Chen Hao poached half our game developers. The few left aren't even enough to maintain the game. He's trying to force us into bankruptcy.
Zhou Shu's eyes were bloodshot with rage. They were supposed to be partners. Chen Hao even got a cut of every game's profits.
How could he do something like this?
Su Lin calmly remarked, this situation might actually turn out to be a blessing in disguise for us.
A blessing? Zhou Shu couldn't believe his ears. The game maintenance is falling apart, how is that a blessing? Su Lin replied coolly, why wouldn't it?
We're still in the early stages. Even with fewer people, we can grit our teeth and push through.
What if we launch a few more games?
Zhou Shu froze, following Su Lin's train of thought.
A sudden realization struck him.
With only 2 games already causing this much trouble, if more were added, their studio would have to shut down.
Zhou Shu took a deep breath. I'll take Lu Yao to ambush people outside every school right now. He refused to believe he couldn't find suitable candidates.
Zhou Shu was brimming with determination, and Lu Yao was equally focused on achieving results.
Working dawn to dusk, they actually managed to recruit several students interning at prestigious universities.
After confirming their abilities, Su Lin waved his hand and offered them full-time employee salaries. As soon as you graduate, we'll sign your contracts immediately. The students hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise.
After a brief silence, they immediately asked if they could bring in more people.
Su Lin smiled faintly.
Of course. As long as they prove capable, they'll receive the same compensation as you. That very afternoon, 5 students arrived. At that moment, Su Lin was busy reassigning the remaining veteran employees. They're all new, still in their internships.
They'll inevitably fall short in many areas, but they'll get the hang of it soon enough.
Don't worry about it.
For the duration of their training, I'll pay you double wages. The mention of double pay instantly silenced the grumbling among the veteran staff.
No problem. Mr. Su, leave this to me.
One by one, they accepted the task without hesitation. After the initial chaos, the studio gradually got back on track. During this period, a few more people were poached, but they were mostly office staff. All the programmers stayed on, and the shooter game named Lone Wolf was officially launched. But within days, another similar game hit the market. Doomsday? Su Lin stared at the familiar interface, casually tapping a few buttons. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This was clearly the work of the departed programmer.
Lu Yao's expression darkened. They've integrated the shooter mechanics into an exploration game.
It looks novel, but it overlaps significantly with our game. It's already siphoned off a large chunk of our player base.
Su Lin set down his phone. Don't worry. This isn't a problem. Lu Yao frowned.
Our core concept has been copied.
If players find theirs more enjoyable, our revenue will drop. Mr. Su, this is a major problem.
You're absolutely right, but you're overlooking one crucial point. Su Lin pointed out the crucial detail. Before the shooter game launched, I specifically applied for a patent for this game. After a pause, Su Lin flashed a smile.
Gather the documents. We're ready to file a lawsuit.
The importance of patents remains underappreciated by many, but Su Lin was different. He had quietly filed the patent application the moment the game launched. He hadn't told a soul about it until now. Upon learning the news, Lu Yao's eyes lit up with delight. No problem.
I'll arrange the lawsuit immediately. I'll make sure not a single one of them gets away.
Within 2 days, news of the lawsuit against the programmer and the game reached Chen Hao's ears.
What did the lawyers say? We're bound to lose.
Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes.
Seems I underestimated him. He thought that by poaching the programmer, Su Lin would have no chance of recovery.
Instead, he'd assembled a team of interns and now launched a patent lawsuit.
Chen Hao gathered his thoughts and asked, what do they suggest? Settle privately. Besides compensation, negotiate patent royalties. Chen Hao tapped the table in front of him. If there's a solution, why are we still standing here? Arrange a meeting. Lu Yao received the call and immediately notified Su Lin. Should we meet?
Su Lin chuckled.
Of course we should. Where else would my royalties and compensation come from? By the way, did they mention where to meet? Our studio.
That evening, Chen Hao arrived at the studio with his people. The moment they met, the two exchanged warm pleasantries, showing no trace of animosity in their demeanor. Before long, Chen Hao broached the subject of compensation and patent fees.
We're old acquaintances. I'm sure you won't make things too difficult for me, Mr. Su. Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. You overstate the difficulty. These are business matters. Let's handle them according to business rules. How does that sound? Chen Hao smiled. I wonder what rules Mr. Su has in mind. Chapter 96, Terminate them all. Su Lin's smile deepened.
There were no fixed rules in business. By saying this, Chen Hao was essentially conceding that Su could set the terms. 10 million yuan in compensation, 1 year of free patent use, followed by 5 million yuan annually for the next 3 years of 4-year contract total.
How does that sound?
Chen Hao's expression flickered at the first demand, but the subsequent terms quickly smoothed out that flicker.
Their eyes locked. Chen Hao tugged at the corner of his mouth. Deal. Where's the contract? Su Lin gave Lu Yao a look. She understood immediately and pulled out several contracts.
The person behind Chen Hao stepped forward to take them.
An hour later, both parties signed the contracts. Chen Hao stood up. Pleasure doing business with you. Su Lin extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. The two shook hands, both breaking into smiles. Soon, Chen Hao departed.
The moment he stepped out the door, Zhou Shu came running over.
You just accepted that compensation? And that patent fee, isn't it too low?
Su Lin replied calmly, we can't go up against Chen Hao right now.
Even with the patent in hand, the studio's system was too small.
So he signed a 4-year patent agreement not just to leave room for maneuver, but also to get Chen Hao to back off for now. What he needed was time to grow. 4 years was the initial plan, but today's reckoning didn't necessarily have to wait until then. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Joshu understood this point too, and couldn't help but sigh, looks like we need to pick up the pace.
Only by transforming the studio into a company sooner could they go further. Su Lin nodded slightly.
I plan to register the company by year end.
The initial capital won't need to be huge, 2 million should suffice. Joshu understood, once this batch of interns is properly trained, I'll have them split into teams to develop games.
Su Lin emphasized, make sure they sign non-disclosure agreements. Also, disclose the patent situation, let them weigh their options. No one questioned why Su Lin hadn't disclosed the patent matter earlier.
Once this was settled, the studio's atmosphere visibly lightened. Given Su Lin's reputation for generously rewarding performance, the relaxed atmosphere didn't stop many from working diligently. Meanwhile, Chen Hao wasn't about to let it rest. Except for the few developing games, let's find an opportunity to let the rest go. He refused to believe that after working in the studio for so long, they knew nothing about the patent. They had been present when the critical information was shared, yet they had overlooked it, causing him such significant losses. They must pay the price. Understood. Soon, termination notices were delivered to each employee.
Except for a few programmers, everyone else's faces turned pale.
We've only been here less than 2 months, why are we being fired? Yeah, we were doing fine. Why fire us?
As they murmured among themselves, one person suddenly spoke up, this isn't even hiring season.
By doing this, isn't the company just pushing us into a corner? The group fell silent, frozen in place. Yes, leaving now would indeed be like being driven into a corner. This was Yen City.
Even if they had some savings, it wasn't hiring season.
And being laid off like this, how could they find new jobs? This incident sent the group into a frenzy. Let's go find someone and get to the bottom of this. Just then, the person who had voiced the predicament glanced at the programmers standing nearby. Aren't you coming with us? In the silence, he spoke again, we came here together. Now we've been laid off. You won't last much longer either. If you don't join us in demanding answers, you won't have a way out.
The expressions on the programmers' faces immediately darkened. But after a moment's thought, they declined the invitation. We're the core of game development.
They won't fire us easily. We're not joining your protest.
One programmer spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. Thus, the group split into 2 factions. Yet the group seeking answers didn't fare well either. The HR manager hurled a barrage of contemptuous remarks, leaving them flushed with embarrassment.
Stop causing trouble here.
Our company isn't that studio that tolerates a bunch of dead weight.
Take your severance and get out. If you delay any longer, we'll sue you for causing the company losses. Where are the security guards? Get these outsiders out of here. The group left in disarray, ending up downstairs at the company building, all of them bewildered. What do we do now?
Someone timidly spoke up, panic evident in their eyes. The next moment, someone brushed past her.
What else can we do? Hurry up and find new jobs. Huang Xiaoman, if you're late, you'll miss out on everything.
At those words, the group that had been huddled together instantly dispersed. Only Huang Xiaoman remained rooted to the spot, her face edged with bitterness. If she'd known she'd be fired, she never would have agreed to come. Now without a job, her place to stay.
Wait. Her place to stay was the company dormitory. Huang Xiaoman suddenly snapped to attention and rushed toward the dormitory.
Just as she reached the entrance, she saw a young woman carrying things out.
Their eyes met.
The girl pursed her lips.
These belong to you, right?
Don't worry, I was careful moving out.
Nothing's damaged. Huang Xiaoman opened her mouth, but before any sound escaped, tears spilled down her cheeks.
The girl gasped in surprise, you. A word caught in her throat. After a moment's thought, she simply shut the door. Watching this, Huang Xiaoman's tears fell even harder as she sobbed while gathering her belongings. Downstairs in the dormitory building, Huang Xiaoman sat huddled by the roadside, looking disheveled. She had just called the real estate agent, asking for a place with rent around 2,000 yuan. The agent told her to wait a moment, saying someone would be there soon. The area was crowded, and every passerby gave her a strange look. Huang Xiaoman lowered her head, holding back her emotions even as they threatened to spill over.
You must be Huang Xiaoman. How did you end up with so much stuff? Come on. Let me help you carry it.
Huang Xiaoman looked up to see a cheerful young man running toward her, chattering non-stop.
For the rent you mentioned, I do have a place available. It's a bit out of the way, but it comes fully furnished, you can move in with just your bags. Huang Xiaoman thanked him and followed the young man out. Not long after, she bumped into a familiar face in the hallway. Lu Yao was surprised. Doesn't Chen Hao's company provide dorms?
Lu Yao had originally planned to stay in the dormitory, but the studio didn't have enough rooms, so she rented her own place. The company covered half of that cost. Huang Xiaoman felt a pang of sadness but still told her about Chen Hao laying them off. Lu Yao said nothing, merely patting her shoulder before opening the door and stepping inside. Soon after, Su Lin learned of the incident.
Chapter 97, One leaves, one stays. At that moment, Su Lin was having dinner with Jiang Beiwei. Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened in shock. They poached the people, and now they pull this stunt?
Su Lin hadn't anticipated this either, and his brow furrowed involuntarily.
Silence settled over them.
Su Lin sighed.
Guess they just had bad luck.
Chen Hao had offered substantial benefits, so naturally, his subordinates pursued better prospects. But since Chen Hao wasn't a good person, they ended up getting fired.
Ultimately, the word luck could indeed replace all explanations.
Jiang Beiwei sighed too, then shook her head silently, saying nothing more. Within days, the remaining studio members learned of the dismissals, each expressing surprise. At the same time, a sense of relief crept into their hearts. Their staying didn't mean they hadn't been tempted. It was just that, when faced with the lure of benefits, timidity had gotten the better of them.
None of them had ever imagined Chen Hao to be that kind of person. I've seen through it now. Those who dangle perks as bait aren't trustworthy.
From now on, I'll stick to the studio and take only what's rightfully mine.
Don't talk like that. Our studio pays pretty well.
The boss is generous. Where else would you find a company willing to share so much?
True.
I heard the programmers developing the games get even more. They get profit shares.
New and veteran employees gathered to discuss, but soon dispersed to their respective tasks.
In the office, Zhou Shu was also discussing Chen Hao with Su Lin, his tone laced with complexity.
Right now is the toughest time to find work in Yen City.
Those guys will probably be scrambling around for months.
Su Lin replied coolly, they made their own choices.
They should be prepared to face the consequences. No one forced them to leave.
Zhou Shu glanced at him and suddenly asked, what if they come back? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Has anyone come begging you for help?
Zhou Shu's face flushed with embarrassment as he unconsciously rubbed his nose. Su Lin shook his head. Setting aside their own decision to leave, given the studio's current situation, is there even room for them? Or are you suggesting we sacrifice our current team for a bunch of people who've already betrayed us?
Zhou Shu fell silent.
When these two groups were weighed against each other, he would choose the latter without hesitation. The gap was simply too vast. Seeing his silence, Su Lin sighed helplessly. Since you already know the answer, don't waste your time here.
Zhou Shu sighed again and left Su Lin's office.
The next day, Lu Yao shuffled into Su Lin's office.
Before she could speak, Su Lin knew exactly why she was there. If you're here to plead someone's case, keep your mouth shut.
Lu Yao cleared her throat. I know you're furious, Mr. Su, but some people are different. Her abilities are still.
Su Lin kept his gaze fixed on Lu Yao.
Slowly, her voice grew quieter until it faded away entirely. Su Lin's voice was eerily calm. If you want someone back, fine.
Go outside now and ask the employees if any are willing to leave. For everyone who leaves, one will return. Lu Yao's expression changed instantly. A few seconds later, she bent down, muttered an apology, and left the office.
Su Lin didn't rush to follow her out. Over the past 2 days, several veteran employees had tried to intercede on her behalf, but he had remained silent, choosing to observe how things unfolded. As it turned out, his decision not to intervene immediately had been the right call. When the group resigned en masse, not a single one had stepped forward to try and keep them. Now, suddenly, they were playing the good guys. The studio's rules were still too lax. They all seemed to think they could call the shots for the boss.
Meanwhile, Zhou Shu also sensed something was amiss.
It seemed their studio had veered off course in certain areas. Driven by his concerns, Zhou Shu immediately sought out Su Lin to discuss the matter. Su Lin assured him with conviction, some things have indeed gone off track, but there's no need to rush.
I've got it under control.
That very afternoon, Su Lin emphasized the matter of returning veteran staff in the workgroup chat. I don't care how you were persuaded, but if they want to come back, it can only happen through the studio's departure process. One leaves, one returns. The moment those words were spoken, all related discussions abruptly ceased.
Tensions flared, with many employees now openly disliking one another.
For a moment, the entire studio atmosphere felt thick and heavy.
Su Lin observed this unfold, showing no intention of intervening.
As time passed, the studio released 2 more games. As their reputation grew, so did Su Lin's funds. However, all profits from the online store and delivery points were funneled into loan repayments, forcing Su Lin to continually postpone plans to register the company. During this period, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei worked tirelessly juggling their school commitments. Through their efforts, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei's reputations grew steadily. Just as things seemed to be turning around for the better, trouble struck the online store. Someone spreading rumors that our products are substandard and posted a bunch of messy videos.
The comments section is flooded with it now.
Not only is business suffering, but people are even coming to the store to cause trouble. Su Lin received Uncle Wang's call, quickly informed Jiang Beiwei, and rushed back immediately. Everything unfolded exactly as Uncle Wang described. Online sales had plummeted, and the physical storefront was now besieged by protesters. When Su Lin arrived, Uncle Wang had just called the police to disperse the crowd.
Seeing Su Lin return, Uncle Wang looked surprised. How did you get back so fast? Su Lin replied, I came back as soon as I got the call. What's the situation now? Uncle Wang gave a wry smile. Not exactly good, but it doesn't seem to have gotten much worse either. The remark sounded odd, and Su Lin couldn't help but frown. Tell me the details.
It didn't take long for Su Lin to grasp the situation. They had indeed been targeted. The initial situation was chaotic, but Uncle Wang had immediately alerted the police upon discovering the problem. Though their response was delayed, he had uploaded all the police investigation details online. They were all stamped with official seals. Though some were skeptical at first, more people came to believe it later. The online store wasn't the main issue, it was mainly here. Uncle Wang trailed off, casting a troubled glance around the room. The troublemakers had been taken away, but the mess they left behind remained. Su Lin gave a slight smile. I understand. I'll handle things here. Su Lin moved swiftly. Drawing on knowledge from his past life, he paid to have the troublemakers investigated. Before long, the list was sent to his phone. Not only that, but it also included some deductions that neatly untangled the entire incident. In short, it was someone jealous, and that someone was an acquaintance, Bai Jiruo. Su Lin rubbed his fingertips, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Since arriving in Yen City, he hadn't thought of this person in ages. Suddenly, a call came in. Su Lin smiled upon seeing the familiar number. She come looking for him. Chapter 98, Is this matter tricky? The call connected, and Bai Jiruo's voice came through. Su Lin, do you remember me? Su Lin remained expressionless. Of course I remember. Why are you calling me? I heard you're back. I was wondering if I could treat you to a meal. Would that be okay? A cold smile touched Su Lin's lips. Of course. Address. Su Lin's bluntness was met with equal directness. Bai Jiruo stated the location directly, Xinghao. Xinghao KTV. Su Lin entered the private room Bai Jiruo had mentioned with practiced ease. A quick glance revealed several familiar faces, mostly former classmates from their school days. Bai Jiruo sat in the center, dressed in an extremely provocative outfit. When she saw Su Lin, she tilted her chin slightly. You came? Didn't Jiang Beiwei come back with you? Su Lin replied coolly, her studies come first. Why, did you need to see her? As he spoke, Su Lin smoothly pulled out a chair and sat down. His natural ease flashed a hint of displeasure in Bai Jiruo's eyes. You really do defend Jiang Beiwei. I wonder if she's even worth your protection. Their gazes locked, and Su Lin suddenly smiled. Whether she's worth it is my business. What does it have to do with you? Bai Jiruo's expression darkened instantly. The classmates nearby quickly chimed in to diffuse the tension. We're just classmates gathering today to have a good time. No need to make such a big deal out of it, okay? Su Lin glanced at the speaker. I'm a petty person. If you don't like it, just say so. No need to be so sarcastic. The speaker frowned. You're such a... Su Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. What's wrong with me? Seeing the tension in the air, Bai Jiruo quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. Within moments, the mood in the private room lightened considerably. They deliberately ignored Su Lin, chatting animatedly. But Su Lin didn't seem to mind. He simply stared expressionlessly at Bai Jiruo. After a while, Bai Jiruo grew irritated under his steady gaze, though she forced herself to maintain a calm expression. Su Lin, why are you staring at me like that? Su Lin leaned forward slightly and offered a faint smile. What do you think I'm looking at? The question bounced back, and Bai Jiruo's smile stiffened. How should I know what you're looking at? But no matter what, we're still classmates. There was some connection between us before. You? Su Lin slowly rose to his feet. Though he hadn't been there long, Bai Jiruo's stalling had already exhausted his patience. Bai Jiruo's words trailed off mid-sentence. What do you mean by this? Su Lin looked down at her from above. You should know perfectly well why I came here today. Cut the nonsense. Get straight to the point. Why are you targeting me? Bai Jiruo looked utterly shocked. Su Lin, what are you talking about? We haven't seen each other in ages since you went to Yen City. How could I possibly be targeting you? Before Su Lin could respond, a man beside them exclaimed in surprise, Aren't you both at the same school? How could you not have seen each other in so long? Su Lin froze. Same school? How could he not know Bai Jiruo had gotten into Yenbei University? The speaker looked astonished. You didn't know? Jiruo retook her entrance exams and got into Yenbei University with a high score. Su Lin genuinely hadn't known about this. He glanced at Bai Jiruo, suddenly understanding the reason behind her hostility. You really are surprising. Others assumed Su Lin was referring to the university entrance exam, but Bai Jiruo understood clearly that he was speaking of her deliberate targeting. After a brief silence, Bai Jiruo forced a smile, feigning ignorance. I was just looking out for my own future. After all, exams can be unpredictable, and I've always been pretty lucky. Su Lin sneered coldly, I hope your current streak of good luck lasts forever. With that, Su Lin strode out of the private room. Someone tried to call after him, but Bai Jiruo stopped them. Though we're old classmates, we've been apart for over a year. If he wants to leave, let him go. We should just enjoy ourselves. Come, let me toast everyone. Bai Jiruo rose, her sweet voice drawing everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Su Lin stepped out of the KTV and had barely gotten into his car when Uncle Wang's call came through. Su Lin, where are you? Someone's trying to wreck the place again. Su Lin placed his hand on the steering wheel, his tone calm. I'll be right back. Returning to the delivery point, Su Lin arrived just as a group of people were being pinned to the ground. Uncle Wang sat nearby, his face bruised and swollen, his eyes blazing with fury. You bunch of thugs, daring to come smash the place up again and again? Just wait, this time I'll make you pay until you're broke. Uncle Wang. Su Lin called out. Only after Uncle Wang turned his head did he approach. Are you okay? Uncle Wang waved him off. Just a few scrapes. I'm fine. Su Lin gave a slight nod, then shifted his gaze to a group of thugs. With just one glance, he knew the compensation was gone. There was no other reason these thugs simply didn't have the money. He'd been foolish for a time in his past life too. Among this group were a few familiar faces, all of them abandoned by their families. Su Lin pulled Uncle Wang aside to discuss the matter. Uncle Wang's face turned pale. No money for compensation? Then what about our losses? Su Lin pondered, make them work it off. Uncle Wang, are you serious? Su Lin gave a faint smile. Leave it to me. No one knew what Su Lin had said to the gang of troublemakers, but when he returned, the rowdy bunch had all settled down. Su Lin pointed at Uncle Wang, he's in charge here. Whatever you need to do, go through him. Half your monthly earnings go toward repayment, the other half is yours to spend. Yes. Oh. Amidst the sluggish responses, Uncle Wang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Could these thugs really be trusted? Wouldn't they just come back and wreck the place again? Unaware of Uncle Wang's anxiety, Su Lin handed him over and headed upstairs to call Jiang Beiwei. Weiwei, did you hear that Bai Jiruo retook her exams and got into Yanbei University? You didn't know? Those 4 simple words left Su Lin speechless. Should I have known? After a brief silence, Jiang Beiwei informed Su Lin, after she enrolled, her looks made it onto the campus website. Back then, a lot of people were comparing her to me. Su Lin. He seemed to recall hearing about a beautiful girl among the freshmen, but he hadn't expected it to be Bai Jiruo. After Su Lin shared this, Jiang Beiwei also fell silent. After a moment, Jiang Beiwei asked softly, why did you suddenly bring her up? Did something happen? Su Lin didn't hide anything, quickly recounting Bai Jiruo's actions targeting the online store and delivery point. I ran into her earlier. It was so out of the blue I have no idea what she was getting at. Jiang Beiwei voiced her concern, is this going to be a real headache? Chapter 99, please get lost. Su Lin replied without hesitation, not at all. I've already dealt with the troublemaker. I should be back in a couple of days. Jiang Beiwei felt considerably relieved upon hearing this. Alright, I'll wait for you to come back. They chatted for a while longer before Su Lin hung up to sleep. The next day, Bai Jiruo unexpectedly found the delivery point. Spotting Su Lin, she flashed a sweet smile. Su Lin, I came to find. Get lost. Su Lin spat out the single word expressionlessly, then ignored Bai Jiruo's stiff reaction and walked away without a second glance. Bai Jiruo paused, then turned to chase after Su Lin. Su Lin, do you have some misunderstanding about me? We're classmates after all. You should explain to me, Just then, a group of thugs approached. Bai Jiruo's words cut off abruptly. The two groups faced off. One of the thugs visibly froze. You. Su Lin, I have things to do. We'll talk another time. Bai Jiruo quickly cut off the thug's words and turned to run outside. Su Lin clicked his tongue. She sent you guys, didn't she? The thugs exchanged glances, none of them uttering a word. Su Lin said indifferently, no need to cover for her. I know the situation. Uncle Wang, I'll leave these men to you. I'll come back in a couple days when I don't have classes. After settling matters here, Su Lin flew back to Yen City that same afternoon. Shortly after landing, he arrived at his studio. Soon after, Zhou Shu approached him cautiously. Did you know someone's been stalking your girlfriend? Someone was pursuing his girlfriend? Jiang Beiwei? Su Lin froze for a moment, who's pursuing her? Zhou Shu nodded toward the doorway. All I know is it's some rich guy. He's talking to her right now. Su Lin. He's even come to the studio? Shocked and bewildered, he paused, then dialed Jiang Beiwei's number. The phone rang only a few times before being answered. Su Lin, what's up? I'm back in Yen City. Are you at the studio? You're back? Jiang Beiwei's voice brimmed with delight. Before Su Lin could speak, footsteps approached. Within minutes, Jiang Beiwei pushed open the office door. When did you get back? The voice on the phone overlapped with Jiang Beiwei's own, brimming with unmistakable delight. Su Lin hung up and stood up. Just got back.
The next moment, he looked past Jiang Beiwei and found a young man staring back at him with a blank expression.
Weiwei, who is this? Jiang Beiwei seemed to suddenly remember something, turning her head to look behind her.
This is Zhao Boyu, the general manager of Chen's company. From Chen Hao's company?
Then he's not a suitor. Su Lin shot a sidelong glance at Zhou Shu, who was scratching his nose, and inwardly clicked his tongue. Manager Zhao is here to discuss business with our studio, I presume.
Please, have a seat. Su Lin gestured invitingly, then motioned for Jiang Beiwei to fetch a cup of tea. Zhao Boyu quickly interjected, Mr. Su, you've misunderstood. I'm not here for business, it's a personal matter. Su Lin, ? So he'd misread the situation?
The thought crossed his mind, and Su Lin's expression turned slightly amused.
Is that so? Might I ask what personal matter Manager Zhao needs to attend to? Zhao Boyu turned to Jiang Beiwei, his gaze softening.
I met Miss Jiang a few days ago, and I was immediately drawn to her.
What are you doing?
Before Zhao Boyu could finish his sentence, Su Lin walked over to Jiang Beiwei and wrapped his arm around her waist.
Facing the questioning gaze, Su Lin replied calmly, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Is it a problem if we're affectionate? Zhao Boyu froze. Boyfriend? Miss Jiang, I thought you didn't have one?
Jiang Beiwei was startled by Su Lin's sudden appearance, but when she heard Zhao Boyu's question, she glanced at him.
Did I ever say that?
Zhao Boyu wanted to say yes, but the words caught in his throat.
Because Jiang Beiwei had never confirmed it, she'd simply avoided the topic.
In the silence, Jiang Beiwei's brows furrowed slightly.
From what Manager Zhao implied, you came to the studio just to pursue me?
The last three words came out with genuine surprise.
She had always assumed Zhao Boyu had come to discuss business. Was he now telling her that wasn't the case? Zhao Boyu felt a pang of awkwardness.
He glanced at Su Lin, then back at Jiang Beiwei, forcing himself to swallow his embarrassment.
I have some business to attend to. I'll take my leave now. We'll meet another day.
He stiffly tossed out the words before turning and bolting out the door.
The office fell into dead silence.
Su Lin turned his head. How much longer will Mr. Zhou be staying over there? In the corner, Zhou Shuzheng had been watching with keen interest.
Startled by the sudden question,
his eyes darted away as he stammered, I'll be leaving now.
Right away.
A soft thought echoed as the office door slammed shut. Su Lin sighed. I was only gone a day, and already you've caught someone's eye. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together. Even though it was Zhao Boyu who had come running over, facing Su Lin at that moment, she inexplicably felt a pang of guilt.
I don't like him either.
His hushed voice carried a hint of petulance, and Su Lin's expression softened.
I know. Jiang Beiwei lifted her head. Then why did you say what you did earlier?
You. Su Lin's arm tightened suddenly, pulling her closer. I was just regretting not revealing our relationship sooner. The confession had been put off for so long that even Su Lin, usually so composed, felt a bit off now.
Some things were better known to others. With that thought, Su Lin tightened his embrace around Jiang Beiwei.
No, I need to make sure everyone knows you're mine. Feeling his heartbeat mere inches away, Jiang Beiwei flushed, her lips parting several times only to fall silent each time.
Making their relationship official wasn't such a bad idea.
That very afternoon, Su Lin busied himself with the confession arrangements. But just as closing time approached, the front desk called to say someone was waiting for him outside.
Quite the commotion, it's drawn a crowd of passers-by.
Su Lin was puzzled, but since someone had come looking for him, he went out. When he saw who it was, his face darkened.
Bai Jiruo, what are you doing here? Indeed, it was Bai Jiruo who had come to see Su Lin.
They locked eyes.
Bai Jiruo curved her lips into a smile. Su Lin, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Ignoring Su Lin's question, she shouted loudly.
The gathered crowd erupted in a roar of applause, stomping feet, and whistles, instantly heating up the atmosphere.
Mr. Su, you're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? She's pretty and she's taking the initiative. Mr. Su, what are you waiting for? Just say yes already. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes.
The pleas inexplicably condensed into 3 words. The voices merged into a single, unified beat, as if even their heartbeats had synchronized. Under everyone's gaze, Su Lin spat out a few words. I have my own girlfriend.
Get lost. Don't mess with our relationship. Chapter 100, Troubles Brewing. Get lost.
Su Lin's words echoed through the crowd, instantly dousing the earlier fervor. The onlookers had come to join the excitement, but they never imagined the guy would already have a girlfriend. Seeing the person who had confessed, they instinctively took a few steps back. Oh dear, this was definitely not something to get involved in. Bai Jiruo clenched her fingers tightly. Though furious inside, she showed no sign of it on her face. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, aren't you two still figuring things out? Our relationship is already confirmed. Bai Jiruo blinked, her gaze suddenly shifting to the space behind Su Lin. You say your relationship is confirmed, but why is there no confession ceremony? Or is it that Jiang Beiwei doesn't mean anything to you at all? Su Lin keenly noticed Bai Jiruo's unusual gaze. The moment she finished speaking, he turned his head to look behind him.
That glance revealed Jiang Beiwei standing not far away. Weiwei, what brings you out here? Jiang Beiwei forced a smile. I heard it was lively here, so I came to see. Bai Jiruo's eyes crinkled in amusement. It's definitely worth seeing. After all, confession ceremonies aren't something you witness every day. Before she could finish, Su Lin had already pushed through the crowd and stood before Jiang Beiwei. Weiwei, I've made it clear to her my girlfriend is you. You? I heard you. Jiang Beiwei cut Su Lin off, a resolute glint flashing across her seemingly gentle, delicate face. Pulling Su Lin behind her, she fixed Bai Jiruo with a steady gaze. Pursuing another girl's boyfriend isn't something a lady should do. Bai Jiruo flicked her hair. But is he really your boyfriend? At this remark, those around them couldn't bear to watch any longer. What's wrong with you, young lady? They've both said he's her boyfriend. You can deny it all you want, but the truth is undeniable. Save yourself the embarrassment. Exactly. They're perfectly happy together, why stir up trouble? Their words came one after another, causing Bai Jiruo's expression to darken. Just then, Su Lin grabbed Jiang Beiwei's hand and walked away. She's just an irrelevant person. No need to waste our time on her. Let's go. Jiang Beiwei glanced back at Bai Jiruo before letting Su Lin pull her away. Inside the studio, a group of employees who had been peering out the window quickly scurried back to their desks, though their curious stares were impossible to hide. Su Lin merely circled the room once to grasp what they'd been doing. He gave a cold snort. Have you finished your tasks? In the ensuing silence, a voice spoke up, Mr. Su, we're still working on our tasks. Su Lin glanced at the speaker, a young man whose name tag indicated he was newly hired. Can you finish it before the end of the workday? The young man froze, then ducked his head back down. With so much work piled up, how could they possibly finish before closing time? Su Lin clicked his tongue. Get to work. Stop watching the show. He raised his hand, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Money in hand is what matters. Yes. The deliberately drawn-out response carried a hint of absurdity. Su Lin shook his head, ignoring them as he pulled Jiang Beiwei into his office. Weiwei, are you upset? Jiang Beiwei paused, startled. I'm not angry. After a pause, she continued, besides, it wasn't something you could control. Su Lin clasped her hand. That may be true, but I still feel some responsibility. His submissive demeanor, coupled with his hushed voice, made him seem inexplicably pitiable. Jiang Beiwei saw it and felt her heart soften involuntarily. Don't think that way. This really wasn't your fault. Su Lin sighed. You're so kind to me, always making excuses for me when things go wrong. But this time, I truly failed. If I had confessed to you sooner, Bai Jiruo wouldn't have been able to stir up today's trouble. With that, Su Lin pulled Jiang Beiwei into his embrace. Weiwei, I've been too. Bang! The office door burst open as Zhou Shu rushed in. Su. Before he could finish, he met Su Lin's expressionless gaze. After a brief exchange of glances, Zhou Shu cleared his throat. There's been an incident online. The next second, Lu Yao peeked out from behind Zhou Shu. It's about the top-up system. Su Lin paused, a vague unease stirring within him. Come inside and talk. Jiang Beiwei had already stepped aside. Seeing this, Zhou Shu and Lu Yao immediately entered the office. Before long, they had explained the situation. A minor had used an adult family member's bank card to top up 20,000 yuan because they liked the clothes. Now that the matter had come to light, the adult had called. From the tone on the other end, if we don't refund the money, he'll contact reporters and make a scene on TV. Lu Yao sounded utterly helpless. Logically, this was the parents' fault, they hadn't safeguarded their bank card and PIN, allowing the child to succeed. Yet now the pressure was being placed squarely on them. How could this be fair? She explained all this, and both Zhou Shu and Jiang Beiwei agreed. But Su Lin just smiled. Such incidents had been common in her previous life, eventually leading to the establishment of a minor protection system. Su Lin actually supported the system. After all, many adults involved in incidents with children refuse to acknowledge their own children's responsibility. Once that system was in place, any child's misdeeds became the adult's absolute responsibility. Yet even then, it couldn't stop some people from making unreasonable demands. When Su Lin and Zhou Shu partnered up, he had already anticipated such scenarios. Now that it had surfaced, he wasn't the least bit surprised. After a moment's thought, Su Lin asked Lu Yao for the number and then said to Zhou Shu, once this matter is resolved, have the development team add an identity verification system. Require all players to input their ID numbers, and prohibit anyone under 18 from making in-game purchases. Su Lin wouldn't exclude players outright, but minors needed age-appropriate restrictions. If this escalated into a major scandal, the studio would be the one suffering the losses. Zhou Shu hesitated, about to speak, but quickly recalled Su Lin's foresight in other matters and immediately held his tongue. I'll relay the instructions immediately. After that, Jiang Beiwei and Lu Yao followed him out. Su Lin dialed the number. After just a few rings, it was answered. Hello, this is... Su Lin quickly introduced himself before getting straight to the point. We received your call reporting that a 20,000 yuan top-up was made by a child, correct? The other party gave an affirmative reply. Honestly, we're not messing around. This 20,000 yuan is just too crucial. It takes our family of 3 an entire year to save up 40,000 yuan in deposits. Su Lin occasionally hummed in acknowledgement. Once the other party finished speaking, he arranged for them to come to the studio. Chapter 101, how about calling him Yafeng? We'll cover all expenses. As you know, 20,000 yuan is no small sum, so certain details must be carefully confirmed. Su Lin discussed the details with the caller and quickly finalized the arrangement. 2 days later, a middle-aged man entered the studio with a 10-year-old boy in tow. Su Lin stepped forward. You must be Mr. Chen Ming. He extended his hand. Chen Ming glanced at it and offered his own. After a brief handshake, Chen Ming said somewhat awkwardly, about the top-up, what's your position on this? Su Lin smiled. We'll proceed as previously discussed. Rest assured, once we confirm the child made the purchase, we'll refund the money immediately. By the way, what's the child's name? Chen Daiyu, the rain in rainfall. They walked toward the office as they talked. Su Lin noticed the 10-year-old boy kept his head down the entire time, looking utterly dejected. His gait was noticeably awkward. Obviously, he'd been beaten. Meanwhile, Lu Yao brought over several cups of water. Su Lin had Chen Daiyu log into the account to review its status, then discussed another matter with Chen Ming. You mean we should make a big deal out of this? Chen Ming was baffled. Making a big deal out of this, wouldn't that be bad for your game? Chen Ming knew he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but the consequences of this course of action were painfully obvious. Su Lin smiled. Making a big deal out of this certainly isn't good for us. But it's precisely because of this incident that we discovered the oversight in the game. We can return your money now, but what if similar issues arise in the future? Chen Ming rubbed his hands together. What exactly are you suggesting? Su Lin exchanged a glance with Lu Yao, who promptly excused herself. Shortly after, Zhou Shu arrived. Su Lin informed Chen Ming, these past 2 days, our studio has been developing a program to restrict minors from making in-game purchases. Oh, and it also limits their login times, tailored by age group. Zhou Shu added, this system can be deployed anytime, but we lack a legitimate reason to do so now. Chen Ming understood, you want me to be that justification? Su Lin and Zhou Shu nodded simultaneously. Then Su Lin spoke again, once this matter is made public, you and Chen Daiyu will inevitably face criticism. As compensation, in addition to the full refund of 20,000 yuan, we will provide you with an extra 200,000 yuan. 200,000. The moment that figure was mentioned, Chen Ming's breathing quickened. Restricting minors from spending money and playing games sounded like a good thing. All he had to do was endure a few criticisms to get 200,000 yuan. That was 200,000 yuan. After pondering for just a few minutes, Chen Ming made up his mind, how do we proceed? Su Lin smiled. He knew 20,000 would sway Chen Ming. Lu Yao, explain everything clearly to Mr. Chen. Lu Yao complied, outlining the upcoming arrangements to Chen Ming. Meanwhile, Su Lin had someone bring over 20,000 yuan. The next day, a news story aired on Yen City TV and spread online within hours. That was my family's life savings. That game did nothing but make my child drain every penny from our household savings into it. I'm suing them. I'm suing them. The incident quickly escalated nationwide. Suddenly, people everywhere were discussing it, all condemning the game. No matter what kind of game it is, they're all harmful things, a waste of time and money. Who can argue with that? That game ruined kids' studies and destroyed people's lives. Within just 2 days, the studio found itself at the center of a storm. At that time, Su Lin also received a notice from higher-ups demanding that the impact of this incident be minimized. Without hesitation, Su Lin promptly integrated the developed program into the game and made a pledge. Any money spent by minors could be fully refunded upon request. However, the trade-off was that the ID number used for the refund request would be permanently barred from applying for any future games from their studio. All of this was announced in the game update notice. The entire studio was baffled. Why emphasize refunds for minors? Isn't this prone to loopholes? Can anyone register any number they want? Just shut up, guys. This time it's only 20,000. Wait until next time it's hundreds of thousands, and you won't even have a place to cry. The developers in the studio kept murmuring, but their chatter was quickly silenced. Su Lin and Zhou Shu were discussing the company's transition. This incident could actually boost our company's reputation. What do you think? Zhou Shu waved his hand dismissively. You make the call. I'll follow your lead. As fellow Yanbei University students, Su Lin's vision extended far beyond what Zhou Shu could see. This filled Zhou Shu with mixed emotions, yet he also felt fortunate to have such a junior colleague. With him, their studio would inevitably gain national recognition. Su Lin wore a helpless expression. This is your studio too, you know? Zhou Shu cleared his throat. It is mine, but we agreed from the start I handle the technical aspects, everything else is yours. Su Lin. His tone was faintly bitter. I recall I only said I'd provide funding. True, but if you have the ability to decide the studio's future, then you should step up. The capable bear more responsibility. Joshu brushed aside past disagreements, chatting briefly before trying to leave. Su Lin called him back with a sigh. Hold on a second. Think about the company name. If it were just Su Lin, he would have decided outright. But now that they were transitioning into a game studio, he naturally needed to hear Joshu's thoughts. Joshu pondered for a moment. How about speed? All the games we make are top tier, always ahead of the pack. It shows we move fast. Speed might not be the most original, but it fits perfectly. Su Lin stroked his chin. Racing did fit, but he felt the company name could be even better. Just then, Jiang Beiwei pushed open the door. Seeing the two deep in thought, she asked curiously, "What are you guys talking about?" Su Lin explained the situation. Jiang Beiwei pondered, head bowed. "How about Yefeng?" Yefeng? Su Lin and Joshu exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Su Lin said, "Let's go with Yefeng. Have Lu Yao handle the paperwork and get the company registered as soon as possible." Joshu glanced at Jiang Beiwei before turning and leaving. As the office door closed, Su Lin turned to Jiang Beiwei across the desk. "You came to see me, is there something you need?" Jiang Beiwei nodded. "There is something, but I'm not sure if it's feasible." Su Lin froze. "What is it?" "Exchange students." The three words Jiang Beiwei uttered left Su Lin momentarily dumbfounded. After processing the information, he asked, "Where is this exchange program? Did you secure a spot?" Chapter 102, What on earth is this about? After two consecutive questions, Jiang Beiwei shook her head gently. "I didn't get the spot. Qin Shui told me the school has 3 exchange spots with M country, lasting 1 year. She asked if I was interested. If so, I could apply now." M country? Logically, Su Lin should encourage Jiang Beiwei to apply. After all, if she succeeded, it would be a valuable addition to her resume. But that meant they would have to be apart. So far apart, even if he wanted to visit, the prolonged separation would be too much to bear. What if? Su Lin lowered his gaze slightly. His silence made Jiang Beiwei feel a bit downcast. "Do you think I shouldn't go?" Su Lin quickly denied it. "I don't think that. It's just that we're only sophomores. There's still so much to learn. Going on exchange now might." Before he could finish, Su Lin caught Jiang Beiwei's expression a mix of gloom and disappointment. Suddenly, Su Lin felt selfish. Earlier, he'd encouraged Jiang Beiwei to pursue graduate studies, and now he couldn't even support her going on an exchange program. He knew exactly what was on her mind, how could he doubt her now? Taking a deep breath, Su Lin said, "Go ahead and apply." The abrupt change in tone startled Jiang Beiwei. Apply? Su Lin nodded firmly. "While you could still pursue graduate studies after college, that's different from going abroad as an exchange student now. If you want to go, go. I'll wait for you back home." Emotion welled up in Jiang Beiwei's eyes. "Su Lin, I." She tried to speak, but the words caught in her throat before she could finish. Su Lin sighed inwardly and deliberately raised his voice. "But I do have conditions." "What conditions?" Su Lin stroked his chin. "I'll tell you once I've thought it through. Go register first." "Wait, where do we register again? On the official website? Or through the student council?" Jiang Beiwei was about to press further, but seeing Su Lin start to open the school website, she quickly grabbed his hand. "Neither. You have to register with the counselor." Hearing they had to return to campus, Su Lin immediately stood up. "Let's go back to school." The two returned to campus. Su Lin led Jiang Beiwei to her counselor. After explaining the situation, the counselor handed Jiang Beiwei a registration form. "Register first. Who gets the spots will be decided by the principal." While Jiang Beiwei filled out the form, Su Lin inquired about the specifics. Learning that the 3 most suitable candidates would be selected, he felt a pang of unease. "Is there a specific standard for most suitable?" The counselor smiled. "Didn't I just say? It's up to the principal." Hearing the same words repeated weighed heavily on Su Lin's heart. Could it be that the spots had already been decided? He kept this thought to himself, however, showing no trace of it on his face. "By the way, when will the list be finalized?" "In 3 days." Su Lin thanked her, and once Jiang Beiwei finished the registration, the two left. Little did they know that upon returning home, Jiang's mother, upon learning of the matter, exploded. "Why on earth would you want to go abroad? I won't allow you to leave." Jiang Beiwei froze, a shadow of sadness crossing her face. "Mom, I've already applied. So what if you signed up? You can still refuse the offer when it comes. I won't let you go, I won't." Her voice was shrill, tinged with a hint of uncontrolled fury. Noticing something was amiss, Su's mother hurried over and pulled Jiang's mother back. The child only said she applied. She didn't say she's definitely going. "Why are you getting so worked up? Calm down. If you lose control again, it'll be chaos." Jiang's mother opened her mouth, her eyes already red with anger. Yet upon hearing Su's words, she forced herself to suppress her emotions. "Right. Jiang Beiwei hadn't said she absolutely had to go. She couldn't let herself lose control.
Su Lin observed the scene, and a sudden realization dawned on him.
Once Su's mother had calmed Jiang's mother, he immediately pulled Jiang Beiwei out onto the balcony. Is Aunt Jiang mentally unstable?
Jiang Beiwei, head bowed in dejection, nodded softly at the question.
My mother can be quite stubborn.
She saw a psychiatrist before and stabilized after taking medication.
Su Lin, why are you looking at me like that?
Su Lin frowned. He wanted to ask why she hadn't told him, but the words died on his lips. He had known all along that Jiang's mother acted erratically, but he had never considered it a mental health issue. Instead of questioning Jiang Beiwei's silence, he should examine his own failure to take it seriously.
With that realization, Su Lin rubbed his temples. Nothing.
I was just thinking about how to get Aunt Jiang better treatment.
Jiang Beiwei flashed a faint smile. Her condition is stable now. As long as she avoids triggers?
Her voice trailed off abruptly.
Jiang's mother couldn't be provoked, yet she herself had provoked her. Su Lin, maybe I shouldn't have given that registration form to the counselor?
Su Lin knew exactly what she was thinking and sighed inwardly.
Jiang's mother's obsession had driven her to the brink of mental collapse, and Jiang Beiwei wasn't faring much better.
She remained trapped within a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. She seemed to break free, only to circle back to the same place. Su Lin reached out, pulling her into his embrace.
Family is important, but sometimes you have to make choices. After all, you did it to give Aunt Jiang a better future, didn't you?
Jiang Beiwei nestled against him, a hint of loss flickering in her beautiful eyes. Her mind was filled with the conversation from filling out the registration form, the criteria for suitability.
Could she really secure a spot? But if she didn't, perhaps it wasn't such a bad thing? After all, she'd always been trapped by Aunt Jiang.
Without the spot, she wouldn't have to endure that torment.
Su Lin remained unaware of Jiang Beiwei's thoughts.
Holding her close, he felt her soft warmth against him, his mind drifting unconsciously. Suddenly, a clear brother rang out. Su Lin instinctively turned his head and saw Su Yingying staring at them through the sunlit glass door.
The next moment, Jiang Beiwei pushed him away. Yingying, when did you arrive?
Jiang Beiwei asked, looking somewhat flustered as she pulled open the glass door. Su Yingying blinked her big eyes and suddenly ran backward. Brother and sister Weiwei were hugging.
I'm going to have a little brother. Su Lin. Jiang Beiwei.
Meanwhile, Su's mother rushed out in alarm. Once she understood what Su Yingying had said, she was so furious she flicked her forehead.
What nonsense are you spouting? Little brother? That's your little nephew. Wait, no, they were just hugging. How could they possibly have a baby? Su Yingying, it's bad enough your grades are poor, but how can you not even know basic common sense? Su's mother chased after Su Yingying. The exchange left Jiang Beiwei's cheeks flushed crimson.
Su Lin tried to speak up, but Jiang Beiwei shot him a glance and dashed back into her room.
Su Lin couldn't help but hold his forehead. What on earth was going on? Chapter 103, her name wasn't on the list. The next morning, Su Lin was eating breakfast when he received a call from Zhou Shu. The company's registered. Want to come take a look? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. With a mere 2 million yuan in registered capital, what's there to see? Zhou Shu was clearly stumped. Fine. There's nothing to see with a 2 million yuan registered capital. With that, Zhou Shu hung up the phone.
Su Lin stared at the call-ended screen and couldn't help but shake his head.
Not a bit steady. After breakfast, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei returned to school for class.
After one class period, Su Lin went to find Jiang Beiwei but was told she'd gone to the student council. Seems to be about some kind of spot, but I don't know the details.
A spot? Could it be for an exchange student program?
Su Lin's heart skipped a beat. He hurried to the building housing the student union and spotted Jiang Beiwei coming toward him the moment he arrived.
Why are you here? Jiang Beiwei looked surprised.
I heard you were called in, so I came to see.
By the way, what did the student council want with you? Jiang Beiwei smiled.
Qin Shui and I started a club earlier, but we didn't meet the membership requirement.
The student union called me in to cancel it. Was that really the case? Su Lin stared intently at Jiang Beiwei, saying nothing, but the suspicion in his eyes was unmistakable.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes flickered slightly, but her thoughts remained hidden behind an expressionless face.
Should we head back to the dorm or go to Aunt Su's place?
Su Lin suggested the latter, but before they could leave, Qin Shui rushed over and called out to them. Qin Shui's eyes held a searching look. Where were you two headed? Su Lin raised his eyes slightly.
Is there something you need?
Qin Shui cleared her throat. It's not exactly business, but there's something I'd like to discuss with Weiwei.
Hearing this, Su Lin looked at Jiang Beiwei.
This matter concerned her, and it was up to Jiang Beiwei to decide.
Jiang Beiwei realized this too and immediately offered, how about dinner together tonight?
Qin Shui readily agreed, let's meet outside campus. I recall a newly opened restaurant nearby with quite good food. After setting the time, Qin Shui hurried off. Su Lin withdrew his gaze. This time, he didn't mention going back home. Instead, he walked Jiang Beiwei back to her dormitory. As for himself, he headed to the studio, or rather, what should now be called the company, Yefeng Company.
The atmosphere in the company was lively. Upon seeing Su Lin arrive, everyone greeted him enthusiastically.
Su Lin responded with nods and smiles before entering Zhou Shu's office to inquire about progress on Chen Ming's project.
Things are moving along smoothly.
It shouldn't take more than a few days to wrap up. Zhou Shu shared his assessment, then shifted the conversation to future plans. While we started with games, we can't keep relying solely on them now that we're a company.
Do you have any other plans?
Su Lin smiled faintly. I do have some ideas, but it's too early to start. I'll look into recruiting some people in the next couple of days and try to finalize the other departments.
Hearing this, Zhou Shu immediately nodded. All right, I'll wait. For the hiring, see if there's anyone in the company who can help you.
If there is, just bring them on board directly. After chatting for a while, Su Lin left Zhou Shu's office.
That evening, Su Lin picked up Jiang Beiwei and Qin Shui for dinner.
Midway through the meal, Li Yun and Xian Dahui arrived, and the two groups mingled and ate together. Before long, Li Yun brought up the exchange student program.
I hear the competition is pretty fierce this time. A lot of people have their eyes on the spots, all scheming about how to get their hands on them.
Su Lin paused in his eating.
Has anything been said about the specifics? No official word yet, but the spots ultimately depend on the principal.
Nothing will happen until he gives the green light, no matter how much people scramble below him.
That made sense.
A thoughtful look flashed in Su Lin's eyes.
He shifted his gaze, effectively ending the topic.
Qin Shui, however, remained silent due to Li Yun and Chen Dahui's presence, not uttering a single word about what she had intended to discuss. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of resignation in each other's eyes. But they said nothing more, simply letting the matter drop as if nothing had happened. That evening, Jiang Beiwei stayed in the dormitory, finally finding an opportunity to speak with Qin Shui. Even if you get accepted for the exchange program, don't go.
Jiang Beiwei's eyebrow twitched. What do you mean? Is there a problem with this?
Qin Shui's face twisted into a bitter smile. It's not that there's much wrong with it, but... Her expression turned troubled, and she abruptly stopped mid-sentence.
Jiang Beiwei frowned. Just say it. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Qin Shui gritted her teeth. The spot was secured from the start.
The reason we opened up applications was to get something in return. Get something?
Jiang Beiwei didn't grasp it at first, but quickly caught on.
So you're saying the spot was actually reserved for certain people by the school? That's why. Qin Shui nodded, and Jiang Beiwei's words abruptly trailed off. After a few minutes, Jiang Beiwei forced a smile. It's fine.
If I don't get selected this time, I can still apply for graduate school after graduation.
Or I can just go study on my own.
Hearing this, a hint of a smile touched Qin Shui's face too.
She then offered Jiang Beiwei a few suggestions. Jiang Beiwei looked surprised. So you have to prepare in advance to go abroad? I see. Thanks, Qin Shui.
Qin Shui waved her hand dismissively. You're welcome. I just mentioned some basics, you could have looked those up yourself.
Jiang Beiwei shook her head.
I could find it, but it would take so much time. You explaining it clearly now saves me a lot of effort. Time slowly passed, and by 10 p.m., the two had finished their chat and retired for the night. Jiang Beiwei picked up her phone, thought for a moment, and sent a message to Su Lin about the matter.
Su Lin hadn't gone to sleep yet.
Hearing the phone alert, he glanced over. When he read the message, his brow furrowed. No wonder the counselor had been acting so strangely back then. Come to think of it, Qin Shui was quite interesting.
How did she know about these things when they weren't openly discussed?
Su Lin didn't dwell on it for long, quickly pushing the thought aside. The next day, the list was released, and Jiang Beiwei's name was nowhere to be found. The two who had known something was amiss all along remained silent. Yet, to their surprise, the school's official website was abuzz with discussions about it.
Honestly, the school could have picked anyone for the exchange program. But the 3 names on the list? We've never heard of any of them. Or is it that none of the top students from every major, freshman through senior year, applied?
I only heard the campus beauty applied, but she's not on the list.
The campus beauty? Jiang Beiwei? Besides her, is there a second campus beauty? As online discussions swirled, Jiang Beiwei was summoned by her counselor's call.
Chapter 104, You don't need to get involved in this. Su Lin was still at the office when he got the news.
He immediately called Jiang Beiwei. But Jiang Beiwei didn't answer. Just as Su Lin was growing concerned, Jiang Beiwei called back. What did the counselor want with you? Su Lin asked coldly, a faint surge of irritation rising within him.
The counselor asked if I was interested in applying for graduate school here.
She said.
Jiang Beiwei's voice carried a hint of bewilderment, yet she explained the situation clearly.
Listening, Su Lin couldn't help but pinch the bridge of his nose.
He sensed Jiang Beiwei wasn't telling him the whole story, but upon reflection, she had no reason to hide anything about this. After all, if he wanted to know more, he could simply ask her directly.
I'm at the office now. Do you want to come over? No, I can't. My mom needs me.
Recalling Zhang's mother's earlier state, Su Lin sighed inwardly. It was a shame that despite her near illness, all the effort had ultimately been in vain.
Then go ahead. We'll discuss this matter tonight.
After hanging up, Su Lin leaned back in his chair, his thoughts drifting unconsciously to the future. He had intended to take things slowly, but now developments were moving too fast.
One moment of inattention and many opportunities would be lost.
But whether it was him or Jiang Beiwei, both were still in school. Finding a balance between the two was incredibly difficult.
Or maybe. Knock knock knock.
The sudden knock interrupted Su Lin's thoughts.
Snapping back to reality, he called out, "Come in."
Lu Yao pushed the door open, followed by a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. "Mr. Su, this is our new HR manager, Zhao Haoyu." Zhao Haoyu stepped forward to greet him. "Mr. Su."
Su Lin nodded. "Please sit down. Lu Yao should have already briefed you on our company's situation, right?"
Zhao Haoyu adjusted his glasses.
"Yes, she has. What are your thoughts on the company?"
"The company has a promising future, which aligns well with my career plans." Their eyes met, and neither Su Lin nor Zhao Haoyu said more.
"Then, welcome aboard."
Su Lin stood up and extended his hand toward Zhao Haoyu. Zhao Haoyu stood up as well, looking forward to working together.
Zhao Haoyu was someone Su Lin had specifically recruited based on memories from his previous life. A graduate of Yanbei University, despite his youth, there was scarcely anyone in Yanqing's corporate circles he didn't know. Recruiting talent? Zhao Haoyu was a pro at it.
After they sat back down, Su Lin laid out his plans. "Due to a recent poaching incident, our company is currently short on many permanent staff positions.
I want you to fill all the vacant roles within a month. Remember, I want talent.
As long as they have genuine skills, age isn't an issue, nor is compensation." 2 consecutive nods caused a flicker of change in Zhao Haoyu's eyes. After a few seconds, he curved his lips into a smile. "I'll take note of your requirements, Mr. Su." After Zhao Haoyu and Lu Yao departed, Su Lin pulled out several follow-up proposals. Though called proposals, they were essentially plans Su Lin had devised based on memories from his previous life. This recruitment drive was merely the beginning. Once he confirmed the company's stability, he would immediately scale up operations and bring all relevant talent on board. By then, Zhao Haoyu would be even busier. Pushing his thoughts aside, Su Lin returned the plans to the drawer, carefully locked it, and headed to the adjacent development department.
"Is the short video app and live streaming program I requested ready yet?"
The programmers groaned inwardly at the sight of Su Lin, but the thought of their paychecks forced smiles onto their faces. "It's mostly done, but there might still be some issues that need testing." Su Lin frowned slightly.
"Are the issues significant?"
The programmer who answered paused. "Nothing major, but if we don't fix them, it could affect the user experience." Su Lin stroked his chin. "Roll it out first. If real problems arise, we'll fix them later."
"Ha? Isn't that risky?"
"What if?" Su Lin waved him off.
"No what ifs.
Short videos and live streaming are bound to take off in the future.
Followers will never outshine the pioneers.
You guys work overtime tonight on testing. Aim for a full rollout in 2 days." With Su Lin setting the deadline, the programmers had little choice but to dive headfirst into testing.
That night, Su Lin didn't get home until 10 p.m.
The moment he walked in, he spotted someone sitting on the living room sofa.
"Wei Wei? Why aren't you asleep yet?"
Jiang Beiwei sat curled up on the sofa, her arms wrapped around her knees. She turned her head slightly at the question.
"I was waiting for you to come home."
Su Lin flipped on the living room light. As he approached, something was clearly wrong.
A distinct handprint was visible on Jiang Beiwei's left cheek. "Who did this?" Su Lin's voice dropped slightly, tinged with irritation.
Jiang Beiwei instinctively reached to touch her face, but her hand froze mid-motion.
"It's nothing, just... Was it Aunt Jiang who hit you?" Su Lin's tone was questioning, yet his words carried certainty.
Jiang Beiwei lowered her head, forcing a strained smile. "Su Lin, you don't need to get involved in this."
Su Lin felt an oppressive weight in his chest, yet he couldn't vent this frustration toward Jiang Beiwei.
After a moment, Su Lin stepped forward and pulled Jiang Beiwei into his arms. Neither spoke as silence spread through the living room.
After an unknown length of time, Jiang Beiwei pulled away from Su Lin's embrace. I'm thinking about applying for graduate school here. What do you think?"
Su Lin tugged at the corner of his mouth.
"That's fine.
But we're only sophomores.
You could also consider graduate programs at other universities."
Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips.
"Are you talking about studying abroad?"
"Yeah."
Jiang Beiwei lowered her head. "Never mind. I think staying in China is fine too."
Su Lin said no more. After chatting with Jiang Beiwei for a while, he saw her off to bed. Turning around, he spotted Su's mother standing behind him.
"Mom? Why aren't you asleep yet?" Su Lin was taken aback. He hadn't heard her approach at all. Su's mother sighed. "I can't sleep. Is it because of Wei Wei?" Su Lin and his mother stepped out onto the balcony. Hearing his question, Su's mother sighed again.
"That's part of it."
Su Lin smiled. "Me and Wei Wei are doing just fine." "Really?" Su's mother eyed him skeptically, clearly unconvinced. Seeing this, Su Lin immediately gave an affirmative answer. Really? Su's mother snorted lightly. Don't try to fool me with those lies. If things were really fine between you two, would Wei Wei be so scared out of her wits? Su Lin frowned in confusion. Terrified? Mom, you must be mistaken. Su's mother said nothing, but raised her hand and smacked Su Lin right on the back of the head. If I were mistaken, would I be wasting my breath arguing with you here? Su's mother glared fiercely at him. Do you remember Bai Jirua? Su Lin's anger flared instantly. She came looking for Wei Wei? Chapter 105. Is it too soon to get engaged? Su's mother retorted impatiently. She wasn't looking for Wei Wei. She came to see me, spouting all sorts of nonsense. Your Aunt Jiang just happened to overhear. You know her condition, of course. She blew up on the spot. Su Lin froze, suddenly recalling Jiang Beiwei's words from earlier that day. She mentioned Jiang's mother had sought her out, yet he hadn't even bothered to ask why before dismissing it with a casual "we'll talk tonight." How could he have forgotten that Jiang's mother would never contact Jiang Beiwei without reason? Mom, Su's mother cut him off. There's no need for explanations. I've met that Bai Jirua girl myself and understand her character well enough. If you still want things to work out with Wei Wei, you'd better handle this properly. And as for your Aunt Jiang. At this point, Su's mother suddenly paused, her expression growing solemn. Su Lin, I'll ask you this once, what exactly are your feelings for Wei Wei? Is she the only one you can see your future with? Her direct question left Su Lin feeling utterly helpless. Mom, I've always favored Wei Wei. I've never had feelings for anyone else. Since you have no interest in anyone else, then get engaged to Wei Wei. After graduation, you can get married. Is that okay? Su Lin, Mom, isn't getting engaged too soon? He had no objection to getting married, but Su Lin genuinely felt that getting engaged now was too soon. Su's mother stared at him, her brows furrowed. Do you truly like Wei Wei? Su Lin froze. Mom, what are you saying? If I didn't like Wei Wei, I wouldn't even. Su's mother cut him off again. If you truly liked her, you would have agreed immediately when I suggested the engagement, instead of questioning whether it's too soon. Su Lin, what exactly are your feelings toward Wei Wei? The barrage of questions plunged the balcony into silence. Several times, Su Lin wanted to say he did like her, but the words vanished at the tip of his tongue. Following his mother's line of questioning, the more he thought about it, the more he felt there was nothing wrong. Could it be that he truly felt nothing for Jiang Beiwei? But in his previous life, he and Bai Jirua had also. Wait. Why was he comparing his situation with Bai Jirua from his past life? After reincarnating, he had already severed ties with Bai Jirua. Su Lin felt dizzy, instinctively pressing a hand to his forehead. Mom, Su's mother sensed something was wrong and hurriedly reached out to steady him. What's wrong? Did I speak too harshly? I was just. Su Lin seized her hand. Your words weren't harsh. It's me who hasn't figured things out. The problem lies with me. He believed he had feelings for Jiang Beiwei, but his approach had been wrong. If not for her gentle nature, they likely would have parted ways long ago. I was mistaken. Su Lin murmured softly, yet he didn't elaborate on the specifics to his mother. His mother grew impatient, but seeing him like this, she could do nothing but usher him back inside. I don't know exactly where you went wrong, but since you understand now, you must know deep down. Xiao Lin, think it through carefully. Su's mother wasn't taking Jiang Beiwei's side, it was simply that the two families were now intertwined. If Su Lin had no feelings for Jiang Beiwei, the sooner they parted ways, the better it would be for both of them. Matters of the heart carried too much weight. In the living room, Su's mother sighed again. She didn't know how this would end, but she hoped the impact wouldn't be too deep. The next day, Su Lin appeared in the living room as if nothing had happened. He greeted Jiang Beiwei and suddenly noticed Jiang's mother was absent. Where's Aunt Jiang? Jiang Beiwei replied, she's not feeling well today and is resting in her room. Su Lin glanced at her. I see. I'll go check on her later. Jiang Beiwei shook her head. No need. She wants to be alone for a while. Su Lin opened his mouth to speak, but finally nodded silently. Su's mother observed the exchange with a sigh of resignation, though her expression remained neutral. She turned to urge Su Yingying to hurry with her meal. Don't dawdle and miss your school bus. Su Yingying replied with an okay and picked up the pace. After breakfast, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei returned to school for class. Before they knew it, noon arrived. Just as they were about to go eat, Su Lin received a call from Lu Yao. A major investor is seeking out Zhao Haoyu. He asked me to check with you should we accept this investment? An investor? Su Lin narrowed his eyes. Have Zhao Haoyu take the call. The call was transferred to Zhao Haoyu. Su Lin asked a few questions to verify the caller's identity, then instructed Zhao Haoyu to proceed with the discussion. I can only give up a maximum of 8%. After Zhao Haoyu indicated he understood, Su Lin hung up. Jiang Beiwei's probing gaze fell on him. Someone wants to invest in the company? Su Lin nodded. But I won't give up too much. Zhou Shu remained a threat on the other side. Even if he focused solely on the development department, he still posed a constraint to Su Lin.
For that reason, Su Lin would never give anyone the chance to climb above him.
Jiang Beiwei, unaware of these dynamics, asked once and then dropped the matter.
The next day, Su Lin went to the company to promote the short video app Kwaoyu. By then, the company's promotional news had already been released.
Thanks to the Qin Ming incident, Yefeng had become a household name, making their promotional efforts much smoother.
Moreover, Su Lin allocated 400,000 yuan as a new user incentive, specifying that anyone who downloaded the app would receive 10 yuan, with additional referral rewards offering up to 100 yuan per person. Upon release, these offers drew 200,000 downloads for Kwaoyu that very day. By evening, the person in charge of this initiative approached Su Lin.
Mr. Su, the number of Kwaoyu downloads has surged again. The funds allocated earlier are insufficient.
Su Lin showed no surprise.
Have finance allocate another sum. This 3-day promotion must run its full course. Just then, Zhou Shu approached Su Lin. I heard someone wants to invest in the company? Su Lin glanced at him. Zhao Hao you told you? I overheard him on the phone.
Zhou Shu sat down across from Su Lin, a hint of awe in his expression.
Our company has only just been registered and already someone wants to invest? Su Lin reminded him the deal isn't finalized yet.
Zhou Shu murmured in acknowledgement, then fell silent, his gaze fixed on Su Lin. After a while, Su Lin began to sense something was off.
Is something wrong on your end? Zhou Shu shook his head. Nothing's wrong on my end. If nothing's wrong, then why have you been staring at me the whole time? Zhou Shu sighed.
I just wanted to see what you really look like.
Why is it that?
Mid-sentence, Zhou Shu abruptly stopped.
Never mind that. I need to take some time off. Su Lin paused. Take leave? Yes. Family matters. But I've arranged everything on the development side. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Su Lin nodded slightly, then asked, how many days do you need? Chapter 106, didn't you know? That same afternoon, Zhou Shu left the company. Su Lin made a special trip to the development department to confirm everything was indeed as Zhou Shu had said before he could relax. Kwaoyu's reach was expanding rapidly. As download numbers surged, more and more people were becoming hooked on the app. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lin launched a group of company-affiliated bloggers. Within just 2 days, a trend took hold on Kwaoyu. Underneath the posts, a flood of likes and comments poured in, followed closely by a wave of imitators. Through this back and forth, the fame of those being imitated also grew. Having lived through the previous era, Su Lin knew that even though the internet traffic boom hadn't yet arrived, with a little effort, he could accelerate this explosive growth pattern. Within a month, just 1 month, Su Lin had hooked users across all age groups. During this period, several bold and creative individuals seized opportunities to make a name for themselves. Su Lin had his team reach out to these individuals. Those willing to sign contracts stayed with the company, while those who declined were not pressured. Time slipped away in the whirlwind of activity. By the time things settled down, 2 months had passed. It was only then that Su Lin suddenly realized he hadn't spoken to Jiang Beiwei in ages. He pulled out his phone and immediately dialed Jiang Beiwei's number, but no one answered for a long time. Su Lin's heart skipped a beat as a wave of unease washed over him. Almost in an instant, he sprang up and rushed to the school. But he didn't see Jiang Beiwei there. After a moment's thought, he immediately called Qin Shui. The list for the exchange program abroad was changed. Weiwei is now on it. Didn't you know?
Qin Shui's voice was filled with astonishment, but Su Lin was even more perplexed than she was. Zhang's mother and Su's mother lived in the same place. Why hadn't Su's mother mentioned a word about such a major change?
Su Lin, you genuinely didn't know about this?
In the silence, Qin Shui spoke again. Su Lin wiped his face.
I've been busy lately and didn't get around to asking.
If you're still in touch with Weiwei, please don't mention this call to her. Before Qin Shui could respond, Su Lin decisively hung up and drove home.
It was already evening.
As soon as Su Lin entered the door, he saw Su's mother and Su Yingying chatting.
Their eyes met. Su's mother patted Su Yingying's head. Go do your homework first. I'll check it later. Su Yingying glanced around, blinked, and left.
Su Lin approached his mother. The words choked his throat, not a single one escaped. He sat down silently across from her.
The atmosphere grew tense. Su's mother sighed. You came because of Weiwei, didn't you?
Su Lin kept his head down.
You mentioned the engagement before. Back then, you seemed to favor me. Why did you suddenly switch sides and favor Weiwei? Su's mother frowned. Why would you think I'm favoring Weiwei?
Su Lin gave a bitter smile. Besides favoritism, I can't think of any other reason you'd hide things from me.
Mrs. Su shook her head. You're my son. My heart has always been with you. As for Weiwei, I did it for your Aunt Jiang.
At the mention of Zhang's mother, Su's mother's expression grew complex.
Your Aunt Jiang initially opposed Weiwei going abroad.
But after the list was released, she volunteered to go with Weiwei.
Su Lin's heart tightened. Aunt Jiang went too? Yes. Mrs. Su glanced at Su Lin.
I know you're anxious now, but some things can't be ignored just by staying together. I don't know your feelings for Weiwei, but this temporary separation might help you see things more clearly.
Then you can reconsider your relationship with her. Put simply, Su's mother didn't want Su Lin entangled with Jiang Beiwei. Matters of the heart couldn't be put off otherwise, even the most suitable person could become an enemy. Most crucially, she feared Su Lin would get hurt. Even when love is strained, people can never truly escape its pull. Unaware of his mother's thoughts, Su Lin remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. I need her contact information. Su's mother shook her head. I don't have it. What about Aunt Zhang's? She didn't leave any either. Su Lin looked up sharply. Mom, I'm telling you the truth.
Mrs. Su cut him off, her voice heavy with meaning. They've decided to cut off contact with China for a year. Instead of wasting your breath on me, you should be thinking about your relationship with her. Don't wait until Weiwei comes back and you're still avoiding the topic like this.
By then, even if Aunt Zhang is willing, I won't let the two of you be together.
Su Lin tried several times to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. At that moment, Su's mother rose decisively. She still needed to supervise Su Yingying's homework. Su Lin would have to figure things out on his own. On the sofa, Su Lin suddenly slumped back, a flash of bitterness crossing his eyes. But that bitterness quickly hardened into resolve. A year wasn't too long nor too short, but he wouldn't let Jiang Beiwei spend it alone overseas. With that thought, Su Lin dialed Zhao Haoyu's number directly. Get me a visa to country M. The sooner, the better. Over the phone, Zhao Haoyu raised an eyebrow. Even if it's just for a few days? Yes. Su Lin gave his affirmative reply. By the third day, he had secured a temporary visa. It won't be long, just 4 days. Finish the business and come back immediately. Su Lin. 4 days really wasn't long. Well, it was his original request. Zhao Haoyu had already proven remarkably capable by securing this temporary visa without requiring his personal appearance. That same afternoon, Su Lin boarded a flight out of the country. After more than 10 hours, he arrived at the entrance of Jiang Beiwei's exchange school. But standing outside the gates, he felt lost again. He'd been so focused on getting there that he hadn't bothered to find out anything about Jiang Beiwei's major or class schedule. After a moment's thought, Su Lin called Qin Shui again. Learning that Su Lin had already arrived overseas and was standing right at the school entrance, Qin Shui was utterly shocked. You came all this way without knowing anything? Aren't you afraid of making a wasted trip? Su Lin stared straight ahead. As long as I keep standing here at the school gate, there's no such thing as a wasted trip. Qin Shui was speechless. After a moment, Qin Shui sighed again. I know you're anxious, but I won't tell you anything about this without Weiwei's permission. Su Lin lowered his eyes slightly. You can tell her about my situation right now. The next second, the call ended. Su Lin stared ahead, his gaze unwavering. No matter what, he had to see Jiang Beiwei this time. Half an hour passed and Qin Shui still hadn't called back. Su Lin couldn't help but furrow his brows. What was going on? Could it be that Weiwei didn't want to see him? Just as Su Lin was about to reach for his phone to contact Qin Shui, an unfamiliar number called in. Chapter 107, Qian Dehui's Incident. The unfamiliar number flashed repeatedly on the screen, sending an inexplicable pang of anxiety through Su Lin's heart. It was Jiang Beiwei's number. He took a deep breath and quickly pressed to answer. But as time passed, there was no sound from the other end. Su Lin lowered his eyes and broke the silence. It's Weiwei, right? It's me. Qin Shui said you followed her here. Su Lin stared at the school gates ahead, about to voice his thoughts, but changed his mind. Yes. I want to see you. I'm not at school right now. You, go back first. When the exchange year ends, I'll come find you. I want to see you right now. Su Lin didn't refuse Jiang Beiwei, but his words conveyed unwavering resolve. Jiang Beiwei sighed. I think we both need some space, Su Lin. Go back. When my exchange ends, we'll meet and talk. Su Lin tightened his grip. What if I refuse? Su Lin's question was met with a hung-up phone. Not long after, Su Lin received a call from his mother. Did you go see Weiwei? Su Lin rubbed his temples. I don't want to wait until Weiwei's exchange is over. But Weiwei doesn't want to see you right now. Her mother's tone carried a hint of resignation. Don't stay there. Come back quickly. If this escalates, Weiwei will be the one left in a difficult position. Su Lin, you have so much to accomplish. There's no need to push things to the extreme right now. Su Lin remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead with a stubborn glint. Mom, come home, Su Lin. Su's mother hung up the phone, leaving only those 5 words. Su Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, not a trace of emotion could be seen. Half an hour later, Su Lin turned and walked away. What he didn't know was that just to the left of the school gate, Jiang Beiwei was nervously watching his retreating figure. Only after he had walked far away did Jiang Beiwei breathe a sigh of relief. The next day, Su Lin boarded the earliest flight out of M country. By the time he returned to China, it was already midnight. Dragging his heavy, weary body home, he caught sight of Su Yingying sneaking around the moment he entered the door. Click. Su Lin flipped on the living room light, locking eyes with Su Yingying.
What are you doing up this late? Startled, Su Yingying blinked in surprise before her eyes widened. Why did you scare me? You don't act like my big brother at all.
Su Lin chuckled at her reaction here. She was lecturing him.
Well then, tell me how exactly should I act like an older brother?
Su Yingying put her hands on her hips. You have to cherish me, spoil me, take the blame for me, and also. Her voice trailed off mid-sentence. Just as Su Lin found this odd, a dark shadow appeared in his peripheral vision. He looked closer and realized it was Su's mother.
What are you two siblings doing up this late, causing a ruckus in the living room?
The words Su Lin had just spoken were now coming out of Su's mother's mouth. Su Yingying blinked innocently, her finger pointing decisively at her brother.
It was brother sneaking back home that made me come out.
She lifted her chin, looking as if she deserved sympathy. Su Lin was so exasperated he laughed, reaching out to ruffle her hair.
Are you sure you only came out after I returned? Su Yingying felt guilty, not daring to meet her mother's gaze. Watching the siblings' antics, Su's mother understood the situation well enough. Alright, both of you go to bed now. Don't end up oversleeping tomorrow and missing class.
Su Lin immediately replied with a yes, Mom. But before leaving, he gave Su Yingying's hair another good ruffle, messing it up completely before walking away satisfied.
Su Yingying yelled angrily, "Bad brother," while their mother watched, torn between laughter and exasperation.
After a bit more commotion, Su's mother finally dragged Su Yingying off to bed. The next day, after finishing his classes at school, Su Lin was about to head back to the company when Li Yun stopped him.
I need to talk to you about something.
Su Lin stared at him intently before finally agreeing.
What do you need to talk to me about?
Back at the dorm, Su Lin cut straight to the chase.
Li Yun asked, did you do that thing with Qian Dahui? Qian Dahui?
Su Lin looked puzzled.
What happened to Qian Dahui?
The question caught Li Yun off guard, leaving him speechless.
Why aren't you answering? What happened to Qian Dahui?
Li Yun rubbed his temples.
Someone set Qian Dahui up.
Not only did they take all his money, but they also tricked him into taking out high-interest loans. Su Lin's brow furrowed sharply.
When did this happen? Just 2 days ago. Qian Dahui is now being hounded so badly he can't even return to school. His parents keep contacting me, leaving me feeling utterly.
Li Yun spread his hands helplessly. Though he didn't finish his sentence, his frustration and exasperation were plain to see. Su Lin rubbed his fingers, his gaze darkening.
Why do you think I'm behind this? Li Yun. Su Lin wasn't following his line of questioning at all. Though puzzled, Li Yun proceeded with his explanation.
Someone tipped off Qian Dahui, saying this incident was connected to the old Hualing case, but it wasn't actually Hualing's doing. Su Lin narrowed his eyes.
Have you forgotten there's a student union president behind this?
If Su Lin and Hualing had conflicts, the catalyst for those conflicts lay with another person. Li Yun shook his head firmly. It has nothing to do with him. Su Lin frowned.
Any evidence?
Li Yun opened his mouth to speak, then abruptly swallowed his words.
I can't really discuss this matter.
Just remember, he has no chance to cause trouble right now.
Categorically impossible, yet he couldn't elaborate? Su Lin was momentarily bewildered by Li Yun's evasive attitude, but he quickly composed himself. Where is Qian Dahui now? Outside the school.
I rented him a place specifically. He'll stay there until this is resolved. Su Lin nodded and requested to meet Qian Dahui. I can assure you this has nothing to do with me, so I need to meet him to confirm some details.
Li Yun hesitated. I'm not sure if Qian Dahui wants to see you.
Su Lin replied calmly, I can help resolve his issues. Even if you're unsure, you should at least call him. Li Yun realized he was right and immediately pulled out his phone to contact Qian Dahui.
Before long, Qian Dahui answered.
Li Yun quickly explained the situation. If you want to meet him, I can bring someone over right now.
Qian Dahui remained silent for a full minute before responding. All right. I'll be waiting here for you. Su Lin followed Li Yun to the rented place. When he saw Qian Dahui, shock flashed in his eyes.
His hair was disheveled, his beard unkempt and overgrown. He looked utterly bedraggled and haggard, clearly someone who had suffered greatly. You're here.
Come in and sit down. Qian Dahui greeted them weakly, making way for Su Lin and Li Yun to pass. Chapter 108, Bring him here. Su Lin entered the living room and sat down, getting straight to the point. Li Yun has already told me about your situation. I came today to ask for some details. Qian Dahui sat down across from him.
Hearing Su Lin's words, he fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands together.
Ask away. Whatever I know, I'll answer honestly. Su Lin nodded and asked, who was the first person to deceive you out of money?
It was Qin Yang from our department. He said he had a business venture he wanted to partner with me on, but since he was short on cash, he borrowed money from me.
Su Lin frowned. How much did he borrow? Did he write an IOU? He borrowed 50,000 yuan and wrote an IOU. But that IOU.
At this point, Qian Dahui suddenly hesitated.
Su Lin sensed something was amiss and pressed him, what's wrong with the IOU?
That promissory note has no legal standing. Su Lin froze.
What do you mean? Qian Dahui clasped his hands together. I had a lawyer look at it. He said the note wasn't written properly and lacked crucial details. Even if we took it to court, it wouldn't hold up. Still confused, Su Lin asked to see the note.
Qian Dahui turned and produced it immediately.
Su Lin turned pale after reading it. How could you dare sign your name with the word gambling written so prominently?
Though Su Lin wasn't familiar with the specific legalities of promissory notes, he knew gambling was strictly regulated domestically.
Not only was Qian Dahui's IOU legally invalid, but if it ever went to court, Qian Dahui himself might face liability.
Qian Dahui protested urgently. When I signed it, those two words gambling weren't even on the note.
I have no idea how they appeared there.
Su Lin chuckled.
You mean someone added it later?
But the spacing between every character on the note is identical. There's no room for anything to be added afterward.
Qian Dahui opened his mouth, a bitter expression fleeting across his face.
I know you won't believe me, but when I signed it, those two words were definitely not there. Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sweeping over the note once more. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him.
Did you ever sign your name on a blank piece of paper?
Qian Dahui shook his head instinctively.
I haven't. Wait, I think I might have. Seems like?
Before Su Lin could speak, Li Yun beside him grew impatient.
What do you mean I think? Don't you know whether you did it or not? Qian Dahui lowered his head. I'm just not entirely sure. Li Yun was furious. This is such an important matter, how can you be unsure? You, Li Yun.
Su Lin cut Li Yun off, shooting him a look before continuing his questioning.
Set aside the promissory note for now. What exactly is the situation with the loan shark?
Qian Dahui scratched his head.
I did arrange that myself. But Qin Yang told me the interest rate was low.
I never expected the interest to jump right after I got the money.
I couldn't pay it back at all.
Su Lin's tone was cold.
How much did you borrow? Not much, just 100,000.
Su Lin stared at him intently.
How much do you owe now?
The debt collector said 800,000.
100,000 became 800,000.
Su Lin rubbed his temples.
The interest keeps climbing, right?
Yes.
Who has the money? Qin Yang.
At this point, the room fell silent.
Li Yun glanced around and couldn't help asking, Su Lin, do you have a way to handle this?
Whether it was the 50,000 or the borrowed 100,000, this was all Qian Dahui's money.
No matter what, they had to get it back.
Su Lin reached out.
Give me your phone.
Huh?
Qian Dahui looked puzzled. What do you need my phone for?
Su Lin replied calmly, to help you resolve this matter.
For Qian Dahui, repaying the debt was his top priority right now. Everything else could wait. Seeing Qian Dahui still standing motionless, Su Lin raised an eyebrow. What? Don't you want me to handle it?
Qian Dahui shook his head hastily.
No, I just wanted to ask, how do you plan to? Smack. Li Yun smacked Qian Dahui on the back of the head.
Frustrated, he snapped, Su Lin offering to help you is already giving you face.
What nonsense are you spouting here? Hand over the phone already. Fine, I'll get it myself. Is it in the bedroom? Before long, Li Yun returned with the phone.
Here. Su Lin glanced at the phone but didn't take it.
Qian Dahui, let me ask you, do you want me to answer this call? After some hesitation, Qian Dahui finally nodded. Yes.
Su Lin took the phone and, finding it turned off, immediately powered it on.
He then opened the contacts, found Qian's father, and dialed the number. Dahui, why are you calling me at this hour? Running low on cash? Need me to wire some over? The moment the call connected, Qian's father's booming voice filled the air. Upon hearing this, Qian Dahui's neck instantly shrunk back.
He couldn't bring himself to speak, let alone glance at the phone. Su Lin clicked his tongue, rose to the balcony, and relayed Qian Dahui's recent situation to his father. The line fell dead silent the moment he finished speaking.
After a moment, Qian's father asked in a trembling voice, is what you're saying true? You're not pulling my leg? Su Lin gazed out at the balcony. I have no reason to deceive you. This matter is neither trivial nor insignificant. Could you consider coming to Yin City? The sooner we resolve this, the sooner he can return to school. I'll buy a ticket right now. I can be there tonight. Alright, I'll be waiting for you here. Su Lin gave him the address here and hung up. But the next second, another call came in. An unfamiliar number flashed on the screen.
Su Lin smiled. The caller was so prompt it must be a debt collector. He answered, and sure enough, that's exactly what it was. The voice on the other end growled, don't blame us for being harsh.
Paying back debts is only fair. Stop stalling. Or else we'll break a limb or two. Don't say we didn't warn you.
After hanging up, Su Lin raised an eyebrow before turning back to the living room. Qian Dahui and Li Yun both kept their heads down, their expressions heavy with gravity.
Su Lin paid them no mind, sitting down as if alone. Your dad said he'd be here tonight.
Oh, and the debt collector just called too.
Qian Dahui tensed. Did they say anything?
Su Lin shifted his posture.
You should know everything they said.
Call Qin Yang now and tell him I have some money I want to invest in him.
Qian Dahui froze. Invest in him? But he. Do as I say.
The phone slid across the coffee table to Qian Dahui. After a moment's hesitation, he dialed Qin Yang's number.
He said he's free tonight at 8. Calculating Qian's father's schedule, Su Lin tilted his chin slightly. Have him come here. Chapter 109, How will the school deal with you?
At 8 p.m., Qin Yang arrived at Qian Dahui's rented room.
Upon seeing Su Lin and Qian's father, he turned to leave. But Qian Dahui had already prepared to block the door when he went to open it.
Seeing him turn back, Qian Dahui immediately blocked his path.
Qin Yang felt a surge of anxiety, though he didn't let it show. What's this all about, Dahui?
Qian Dahui stared at him intently.
I mean, I want my money back.
Qin Yang's eyes flashed with anger.
What do you mean get it back? I've already spent all that money. Are you trying to drive me to my death by demanding it now? Qian Dahui remained silent.
Su Lin stepped forward.
Both payments totaled 150,000 yuan. Where did you spend it?
Qin Yang's eyes darted nervously, but he put on a brave face. Investments, of course. I discussed this with Dahui from the start and he agreed.
Su Lin's tone was flat. Investments require contracts. Produce the contracts for me to review. This is between Dahui and me. What right do you have to see it?
Su Lin smiled, but upon closer inspection, his eyes held no trace of amusement.
What are you hiding? Qin Yan reflexively retorted, I'm not hiding anything.
After a pause, he turned to Qian Dahui and snapped, Qian Dahui, I took you under my wing to help you with investments.
Is this how you repay me? Before Qian Dahui could respond, Qian's father stormed over. You dare call it a kind gesture? You couldn't even come up with 150,000 yuan yourself, how dare you spout such nonsense? Qin Yang didn't recognize Qian's father. Hearing the accusation, he shot him a dismissive glance. What arrogance! Qian Dahui gave me the money because he trusts me. This is between us, got it?
Su Lin chuckled at Qin Yang's insistence that this was solely between him and Qian Dahui. It had to be said, Qin Yang had a thick skin. Any ordinary person would be feeling guilty right now, let alone speaking with such conviction. By now, Qian Dahui had grasped Qin Yang's meaning, and a surge of anger shot straight to his head.
Qin Yang, you liar! Qian Dahui roared, swinging his fist toward Qin Yang.
The sudden scene startled everyone present. By the time Su Lin and Qian's father managed to restrain him, Qin Yang had already been knocked flat on the ground. At this point, Qin Yang no longer held back his fury. Qian Dahui, do you still want to get your money back? Qian Dahui snorted derisively, pointing his finger at Qin Yang. That sounds nice, but can you actually pay me back now? Qin Yang, I treated you like a real brother and went out of my way to help you. But what about you? You've been stabbing me in the back at every turn. What exactly did I ever do to you? Qian Dahui grew angrier as he spoke, yet by the end, his voice carried a hint of choking back tears. The onlookers fell silent, except for Qin Yang, who remained unconcerned. You treated me like a brother, but did I treat you like one? Qian Dahui, this investment I'm talking about could make us a fortune. If we weren't close, why would I bring you along? Su Lin's tone was cold, you keep talking about investment, but the moment I ask, it's all about you and Qian Dahui. Fine, then give the contract to Qian Dahui. No problem, right? Qin Yang's eyes darted nervously. Of course it's fine. But I'm not some idle fool who carries contracts around with me every day. Su Lin crossed his arms. True enough. Then let's handle the other matter first. Qin Yang froze. Another matter? What else could there be? The IOU. Su Lin uttered the two words, shooting a glance at the silent Li Yin beside him. The latter immediately turned away and returned with paper and pen in hand. Qin Yang stared at the items, a wave of unease washing over him. What do you want to do? Li Yin replied, write an IOU. You took 150,000 yuan twice, that's no small sum. You must write an IOU. Qin Yang frowned. I already wrote an IOU. You guys? Su Lin silently lifted a stool. Though he said nothing, his implication was clear, think carefully before speaking. Li Yin glanced over with his peripheral vision, pretending not to notice, and handed Qin Yang the paper and pen. After a moment's thought, he added gently, you can refuse, but we called you here specifically to get this written. You're not leaving until it's done. Qin Yang's face turned pale. This is illegal detention. Li Yin let out an awe and feigned confusion. Illegal detention? You must be mistaken. We merely invited a friend over to discuss the IOU. There might have been a little friction along the way, but it was nothing major. At this point, Li Yin tapped the paper and pen. I'll dictate, and you just write down what I say. Remember, don't add anything. Of course, you can add things, it'll just mean more work for us, making you write a second copy. Truthfully, Qin Yang didn't want to write any IOU. But facing these four men, he couldn't afford to offend any of them. In the end, he could only write it down with a grim face, following Li Yin's instructions.
When the new IOU appeared, Chen Wei was stunned.
He always thought he'd have to shoulder this alone, never expecting things to turn around so quickly.
But 150,000 yuan was just the principal.
Of that, 100,000 yuan was borrowed through loans.
What about the interest? This thought made Chen Wei's expression grow even more tense instead of relaxing. Here, I've written the IOU. Can I go now? Qin Yang reluctantly handed the note to Li Yun.
After reviewing the contents and confirming no additional clauses had been added, Li Yun exchanged a glance with Su Lin. Seeing this, Su Lin produced the earlier promissory note. This is the one you wrote before.
Watch closely, I'm destroying it now.
While forcing Qin Yang to write the note had been a bit harsh, Su Lin wouldn't overlook any necessary steps.
The note crumbled into shreds as Su Lin tossed it into the trash bin.
His expression turned serious.
The note is settled.
Now we need to discuss the loan. Qin Yang hunched his shoulders. He arranged the loan himself.
Talking to me won't help.
Su Lin smiled. True, he applied for it himself.
But he didn't choose where to get the loan, did he?
His voice softened considerably as he uttered the last sentence. The chill in Su Lin's tone sent a shiver down Qin Yang's spine.
Well.
Su Lin kept his gaze fixed on him. Seeing Qin Yang stammering without continuing, Su Lin's smile deepened.
You don't have to say anything. But the fact that you dared approach Chen Wei and encouraged him to take out a loan shows you've done this before. Even if it hasn't blown up yet, there must be plenty of students at school who've been taken advantage of, right? Tell me, if the university found out what you've been doing, how do you think they'd deal with you?
Other universities might turn a blind eye to such matters, but Yanbei University's students were too important. The university won't tolerate this continuing.
Chapter 110, Why are you back?
Su Lin's voice wasn't too loud, but to Qin Yang's stilty ears, it thundered like a bolt of lightning, freezing him solid.
I didn't. I was just.
Qin Yang tried to come up with an excuse, but after stammering a few words, he couldn't continue. As time passed, Su Lin slowly curved the corners of his mouth upward.
Looks like you're not going to cooperate. But that's fine, we don't need your cooperation anyway.
Li Yun, call the counselor and explain the situation here.
Remember, make sure to mention what Qin Yang did. Li Yun raised an eyebrow. Got it.
He walked over to the side with his phone, quickly dialed the counselor's number, and explained the situation.
The counselor was stunned. Are you certain it was Qin Yang?
Yes. The counselor felt a wave of dizziness wash over him.
Encouraging students to take out loans and high-interest ones at that. Good heavens, his career was ruined.
Bring Qin Yang back to campus immediately.
I'll be waiting for you in my office in the South Building.
As soon as Li Yun explained the situation, Su Lin raised his chin. Let's go straight there. Qin Yang protested urgently. I did initiate this, but they took out the loans voluntarily.
How can you turn this around on me?
Su Lin paid him no mind. Before leaving, he gave Qian's father a few pointed instructions, then coached Chen Wei on what to say. Remember, you must stick to your story on this matter.
Mr. Qian's face lit up with gratitude.
Rest assured, we'll stick to our story.
Truthfully, if he'd been handling this alone, his only thought would have been repaying the debt never involving the school.
But now, with the school stepping in, perhaps those hundreds of thousands in interest payments could be avoided. Su Lin saw through Qian's father's thoughts and sighed inwardly.
Actually, you might still have to lose some money over this. Mr. Qian froze, then hurriedly asked, how much? The amount on the promissory note. Hearing this, Mr. Qian immediately relaxed. That's no problem. It's only 100,000 or so.
Compared to the interest, that 100,000 or so was nothing to Mr. Qian. Dahue, you heard what Su Lin said, right? Mark my words, no slip-ups from now on, or else I'll be after you.
Qian Dahue shrank his neck and answered cautiously. Soon after, the counselor arrived. After hearing the details, his vision went dark.
Su Lin cleared his throat.
Sir, what's your take on this?
The counselor rubbed his temples.
This is serious.
I need to discuss it with the principal before making a decision. Su Lin replied calmly, while repaying debts is only fair, students take out loans at school for vanity. They should repay the principal, but the exorbitant interest isn't necessary.
What do you think? The counselor glanced at Su Lin. You make a good point.
I'll discuss this with the principal.
After a pause, the counselor turned to Qian's father. We will provide your family with a proper explanation regarding this matter. Mr. Qian sighed. I know the school is doing its best.
As long as this matter is resolved, I won't cause any further trouble. The counselor smiled with satisfaction.
All right, you may go back now.
I'll take Qin Yang to see the principal. At that moment, Su Lin spoke up softly. This Qin Yang has a tendency to lash out. If you take him alone, he might try to run off.
Perhaps we should accompany you? The smile vanished from the counselor's face.
He stared at Su Lin for a moment before walking out to call the principal.
Through the door, Li Yun lowered her voice slightly. Why do you insist on coming along?
Su Lin replied indifferently. If we don't go, are we supposed to just wait for the results?
Li Yun blurted out, isn't waiting for the results just fine?
Su Lin smiled.
What if?
He said no more, but those 3 words instantly made the others grasp the crux of the matter.
Su Lin didn't trust the counselor.
Li Yun scratched his nose and fell silent. Not long after, the counselor entered with her phone in hand. The principal says we need to go over there immediately.
This parent.
As soon as Mr. Qian caught the counselor's gaze, he immediately assured them it was no problem.
I'll follow the school's arrangements.
His attitude brought the counselor great relief, yet the more composed he appeared, the heavier the weight on the counselor's heart grew. Fortunately, they met with the principal shortly thereafter.
After hearing the full account, the principal's expression darkened involuntarily.
The school will certainly provide you parents with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter.
Please do not worry. Mr. Qian quickly assured him, my only concern is resolving this issue.
If there's anything the school needs help with, just let me know.
I'll be there immediately.
Half an hour later, Su Lin and the others returned to the temporary apartment rented by Qian Dahui.
Su Lin stated, based on the current situation, Qian Dahui's case shouldn't change much.
You all just wait here for now.
Call me if anything comes up. Mr. Qian and Qian Dahui kept thanking him profusely, but Su Lin responded briefly before leaving.
By the time he got home, it was nearly 11 p.m. Su Lin washed up quickly and went to bed. The next day back at school, Su Lin overheard many people discussing the loan shark business, with Qin Yang being the most frequently mentioned name. I heard this guy's been borrowing money everywhere and even encouraging others to take out loans.
How dare he? Exactly. We're all students at the same school. What's in it for him? He can't possibly get a cut from every loan, right? Take a cut? That's not impossible. If there's no benefit, why would he go to all that trouble? Wonder how the school will handle this.
Those interest rates are so high I can't even bear to look at them. The buzz around campus didn't faze Su Lin. These past few days, he'd been shuttling between home and school, handling even company matters only over the phone. With summer break approaching, he needed to wrap up his final exams early. Su Lin had no desire to go through all the hassle only to end up with a makeup exam. Time flew by in this whirlwind of activity. Before he knew it, summer vacation had arrived and a new round of internships was upon him.
Yafeng attracted a group of interns with its high salary offer. Their arrival tightened the internal atmosphere at Yafeng considerably.
However, the situation here had stabilized, and they integrated smoothly into Yafeng and their work.
With summer break underway, Su's mother suddenly suggested returning home for a visit.
Even though Uncle Wang is managing things there, I still feel uneasy and want to go back and see for myself. Su Lin didn't really want his mother to go back, but considering she was cooped up indoors all day here, he relented.
That same afternoon, the family of 3 boarded a flight out of Yin City.
At the delivery point, Uncle Wang beamed at them with delight before pulling them toward the nearby supermarket.
How come you're back? Chapter 111, Making money is so hard.
Su's mother smiled and said, we got a bit bored over there, so we came back to visit.
How are things going over here? No trouble, right? The barrage of questions eased Uncle Wang's expression.
He waved his hand with a smile.
What kind of trouble could I have here? Everyone's familiar.
They all know how to get things done.
It's been a breeze.
As the two chatted, Su Lin took Su Yingying out for a stroll.
Not long after, they ran into several high school classmates, among them, surprisingly, Zhou Yu. Su Lin?
Zhou Yu called out instinctively, rushing over to Su Lin with delight.
When did you get back? Just got back. Su Lin replied, his gaze drifting past Zhou Yu to the unfamiliar faces of her classmates.
He ignored them, but after exchanging a few words with Zhou Yu, something felt off.
Didn't you get into college? Why did you suddenly drop out? Zhou Yu's eyes flickered. It's not that I'm not going. I just have some other ideas, so I'm taking a leave of absence for now.
Su Lin frowned.
What kind of plans? Would you mind telling me?
Without hesitation, Zhou Yu declined, my thoughts aren't really something I can share with others. Su Lin stared at him intently, holding his gaze until Zhou Yu shifted his eyes nervously, and Su Lin finally let it drop.
Are you free tonight? Want to grab dinner? Zhou Yu immediately agreed, sure, I'll call you when it's time. That evening, Su Lin received Zhou Yu's call and promptly headed to the address given. Upon arrival, he found only Zhou Yu waiting. Sit down. Su Lin sat down across from Zhou Yu. Why didn't you bring those people from earlier?
Zhou Yu gave a wry smile, we're not exactly close. Su Lin raised his eyes slightly.
Spill it. What's going on with you now?
Zhou Yu had once been someone who'd given up on himself, but since he started taking tutoring sessions with Jiang Beiwei, his grades had steadily improved. Zhou Yu had followed suit and started pushing himself. He'd finally gotten into a school, so why had he dropped out? Zhou Yu sighed, his face betraying his distress, yet his words conveyed something else entirely.
Honestly, it's nothing serious. I just can't keep going. Could simply not being able to keep up really have Zhou Yu looking this miserable?
Su Lin didn't believe it, but seeing Zhou Yu had no intention of elaborating, he didn't press further. Instead, he simply ordered the waiter to bring several bottles of liquor. Before long, Zhou Yu was drunk.
I don't want to quit. But my family needs money. No matter how unwilling I am, I have to drop out and earn it. That's my mom. How could I just watch her die? But making money is so hard. 150,000 yuan. I can't even scrape together 10,000. I really. Zhou wept, snot and tears streaming down his face. His voice trailed off abruptly. Su Lin's mouth twitched slightly. He nudged Zhou a few times, confirming he was truly out cold, then called the waiter over to settle the bill. Afterward, he took Zhou to the hotel. The next day, Su Lin received a call from Zhou. Why did you leave me at the hotel? Su Lin replied flatly, I've already paid for your room. Come to my place now. Huh? What for? Just come when I tell you to. Stop arguing. Su Lin hung up without another word. Less than half an hour later, Zhou arrived, still wearing yesterday's clothes. His unshaven face gave him a slightly disheveled look. I'm here. Su Lin eyed him up and down, then pointed to the waist-high backpack beside him. Take that thing away. Zhou froze. Huh? Why are you giving me a backpack? I withdrew 100,000 yuan from the bank this morning. Take it for now. The remaining 50,000 will have to wait, I'll give it to you tomorrow. Su Lin said it casually, as if it were no big deal. But Zhou was stunned. He never imagined Su Lin would suddenly pull out 100,000 yuan for him. Stunned, Zhou stammered, where did you get the money? Of course I earned it. Hurry up and pay the bill, don't delay Auntie's treatment. Zhou's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Su Lin, cut the sentimental crap. Now get out of here. Su Lin dismissed him without a second thought, flinging his backpack onto Zhou's shoulders. Caught off guard, Zhou stumbled from the impact but quickly snapped out of his daze. I'll go pay right now, Su Lin. I promise I'll pay you back every penny. Su Lin laughed bitterly, kicking him with a foot. You think you won't pay me back? Let me tell you, even if you work for me from now on, you'll still have to pay this back. Zhou's eyes reddened further. Fine. I'll work for you to pay it back. With that, Zhou grabbed his backpack and sprinted toward the hospital. Just as Su Lin turned around, he spotted Su's mother behind him. After a brief exchange of glances, Su Lin cleared his throat. Mom, when did you arrive? When you said 10,000. Su's mother spoke softly, her gaze appraising as she looked at Su Lin. You just handed over 100,000 yuan like that? You're quite generous, aren't you? Su Lin corrected her, it's not a gift, it's a loan. He'll have to pay it back. If it were anyone else, Su Lin wouldn't have bothered. But Zhou was his classmate, and they'd shared experiences together, so he was willing to lend him some money. Su's mother clicked her tongue. Fine, it's a loan. By the way, I plan to take Ying out for a walk. What do you think? Su Lin replied without hesitation, I'll stay at the hotel. Su's mother. Though she'd anticipated Su Lin's response, hearing it still made her feel a bit annoyed. Young people shouldn't just stay cooped up in their rooms all the time. You need to get out and walk around. Otherwise, your health will suffer sooner or later. Su Lin responded with a few polite smiles. After seeing his mother and Su Ying off, he returned to the hotel and stared blankly at a phone number on his screen. It was Jiang Beiwei's number. Su Lin hesitated over whether to call. They hadn't seen each other in ages, and he wanted to hear her voice. After much deliberation, he dialed the number. Time passed and a woman's voice came through. Sorry, the number you dialed. Su Lin closed his eyes and instinctively pressed hang up. It was fine. He could always call again later. Someday, Jiang Beiwei would answer. Over the next few days, Su's mother kept taking Su Ying around to different places, occasionally meeting up with friends. After lending Zhou another 50,000 yuan, Su Lin stopped concerning himself with her affairs. He'd occasionally drop by the courier station or call the company to check on things. A week before summer vacation ended, the Su family of 3 returned to Yen City. No sooner had he set down his suitcase than Li Yun called. Remember that loan deal with Qian Dahui? Li Yun opened with a question, catching Su Lin off guard. I remember. Why? Did the results come out? Yeah. Are you free tonight? Want to grab dinner? Su Lin replied decisively, just give me the time and place. Chapter 112, his arrangements had oversights. At 8 p.m., Su Lin met up with Li Yun and Qian Dahui. It didn't take long for Su Lin to grasp the current situation. The school has already negotiated with those people. Besides the principal amount, everything else will be repaid with normal interest. They've also ordered those individuals to stop harassing the school students. If any similar incidents are discovered again, they'll go straight to the police. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. And they agreed? Su Lin's skepticism was understandable. Students, inexperienced in the ways of the world, were easy targets for manipulation. Each student represented a pile of cash. Would they really be willing to give it up? Li Yun smiled. Of course they wouldn't. But this isn't their time to choose. Su Lin realized he was right. The gap between schools wasn't something that could be glossed over with a few words. Given the current situation, the fact that those people could walk away unscathed, recouping their principal and normal interest, was already the school showing them face. Just then, the waiter arrived to serve the dishes. Jiang Beiwei, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. I handed over the 150,000 yuan promissory note to them. From now on, they'll come after Qin Yang for repayment and won't bother me anymore. Su Lin nodded slightly. That'll do. All his detours had finally paid off in resolving this matter. The three ate and chatted casually. Afterward, Li Yun and Jiang Beiwei returned to campus, while Su Lin walked along the roadside. Without Jiang Beiwei around lately, Su Lin had been feeling an inexplicable emptiness, as if most of his energy for doing anything had vanished. Su Lin knew his emotions were being affected. With that thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed Jiang Beiwei again. Sorry, the number you dialed. The familiar voice came through the line. Su Lin rubbed his temples, suppressing the bitter taste in his mouth for a long moment. Never mind. Time to go home. He had other things to attend to tomorrow. Su Lin returned home with a nonchalant expression, but the moment he stepped inside, he was startled to find his mother collapsed on the floor, her eyes tightly shut. Mom, what happened? Su Lin checked on his mother while dialing emergency services. Soon, the ambulance arrived, startling Su Ying awake inside the house. Brother. He'd almost forgotten about Ying. Su Lin's footsteps halted abruptly. He turned and scooped Su Ying into his arms. Don't be afraid. We're just going to the hospital. Everything will be fine. At the hospital, Su Lin took Su Ying to pay the fees. When they saw Su's mother again, she had woken up, her face filled with confusion. Shaolin, why am I in the hospital again? Su Lin set Su Ying down and briefly explained the situation. Su's mother paled. I've been feeling fine lately. Why did I faint? Just then, the doctor approached. Have you been experiencing frequent insomnia, vivid dreams, and loss of appetite lately? Su's mother, who had just claimed to be fine, now showed a hint of guilt in her eyes. Su Lin noticed this and instantly fell silent. Doctor, the symptoms I just mentioned, they shouldn't pose any serious health risks, right? If she were a healthy person, there wouldn't be any issues, but... Before the doctor could finish, Su Lin cut him off. Her health has always been perfectly fine. The doctor paused, quickly grasping the implication in Su Lin's words, and promptly continued. Indeed, her health has always been quite good. By the way, there are some fees to settle. Please step outside with me. Su Lin nodded, instructed Su Ying to look after her mother, and followed the doctor out. Your mother has some heart issues, correct? Su Lin's face darkened with bitterness as he recounted the previous examination results. After comparing the details, the doctor reassured Su Lin that there was no immediate cause for concern. At present, there are no signs of deterioration in your mother's heart condition. However, when it comes to her health, as the younger generation, you should keep a closer eye on her to prevent any unexpected incidents. Su Lin acknowledged each of the doctor's points. A moment later, he returned to the ward and saw Su's mother comforting Su Ying. He sighed silently to himself. Mom, I'm back. Both Su's mother and Su Ying turned their heads. Su's mother asked, what did the doctor say? Is my condition serious? Su Lin stood by the bedside. You're overthinking it. The doctor said you simply fainted from hunger. You just need to rest and recover. Oh, and he asked me to keep a closer eye on you to prevent something like today from happening again. Su's mother felt a twinge of guilt. Actually, I'm in pretty good health. I just haven't been paying much attention lately. I know. Su Lin smiled gently, showing no trace of annoyance. Su's mother sensed something was off, but seeing Su Lin acting as if nothing was wrong, she pushed her thoughts aside. At dawn, Su Lin processed her mother's discharge. The three returned home. After settling Su's mother in, Su Lin took Su Ying to school. Seeing it was still early, he headed to the agency. I need a nanny. The requirements are. By noon that same day, a nanny appeared before Su Lin and Su's mother. My surname is Lin. You can just call me Little Lin. The nanny was a bit plump, with a constant smile on her face that made her appear gentle. Su's mother froze. Shaolin, what's this about? Su Lin replied calmly, the doctor said you need to take good care of your health. To prevent last night's situation from happening again, I hired a nanny. Don't worry, she's an excellent cook. You won't have to worry about preparing meals anymore. Su's mother's eyes widened. But? No buts. Just follow my arrangements. Su Lin cut his mother off, gave a few instructions to Shaolin, and then returned to his room. Su's mother and Xiaolin exchanged bewildered glances, taking a long moment to process the situation. You? Just call me Shaolin, Shaolin said with a cheerful smile. Su's mother complied with her request, and Xiaolin then headed into the kitchen. Lunchtime's a bit rushed, so I'll just whip up a couple of dishes. I'll prepare a full feast for you to try tonight. Mrs. Su felt uneasy all over. Having endured a life of hardship, she now found herself with nothing to do and felt a bit restless. Shaolin really should have told her about hiring a maid beforehand. Sigh. Su Lin, unaware of his mother's thoughts, had just entered his room when Zhou Shu called. How long has it been since you've been to the company? Do you know what the staff downstairs are saying? They all claim I kicked you out. Oh my, you better come back soon. I'm really fed up with them. Su Lin was both amused and exasperated. Don't try to fool me. Those employees wouldn't say such things.
Zhou Shu dismissed his concern. Whether they say it or not, you haven't been around for ages.
Find time to drop by these next couple of days.
Under Zhou Shu's persistent urging, Su Lin agreed to visit the next day. I have some things to handle today, but I'll definitely come tomorrow.
Alright, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow.
After hanging up, Su Lin pulled out the chair beside his desk.
Some things were bound to surface. Chapter 113, Why are you crying?
The next day, as soon as Su Lin entered his office, he called Zhou Shu over.
Take a look at this. Can we get this app up and running?
Su Lin was referring to a food delivery app. In his previous life, countless people had poured resources into it, but in this life, it hadn't emerged yet.
Su Lin wanted to get in early.
Zhou Shu examined it carefully.
It's doable, but won't it be tough to promote in the early stages? Plus, we don't have anyone to deliver the orders.
Su Lin smiled. True for now, but this is Yen City. There are plenty of people eager to make money.
As long as we do it right.
Su Lin laid out his plan, and Zhou Shu nodded in agreement as he listened. Before long, the two finalized the plan.
Zhou Shu took Su Lin's proposal and left to discuss implementation with the development team.
Meanwhile, the game department approached Su Lin to discuss recent arrangements.
That's the gist of it.
The only thing is, the closed beta might need to be pushed back a few days.
Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. No need to delay. Run the betas simultaneously. Tell them to push through the extra workload. Overtime pay will be fully covered. That promise of generous overtime pay kept the entire game department scrambling for the next fortnight.
During this period, Su Lin was constantly shuttling between school, home, and the company, overwhelmed with work. Gradually, Su Lin began to lose weight. His mother watched this unfold with a heavy heart.
Why are you rushing so much? Some things can wait until after graduation.
Su Lin smiled faintly.
I know.
I'll be more careful from now on. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than he plunged back into his work.
He was all talk and no action, which infuriated his mother.
Finally, with no other options left, she resorted to threatening him, insisting he come home for all 3 meals.
You can come back for a nap at noon too. Su Lin.
Honestly, he felt helpless. But looking into his mother's worried eyes, he couldn't bring himself to voice that helplessness.
Fine.
I'll only go to the office, and I'll definitely come back for lunch. Time slipped away in the busyness, and before he knew it, it was time for Jiang Beiwei to return. The day before, Su Lin had specifically asked Su's mother to give her a call.
Weiwei, are you guys coming back soon? When's your flight? Jiang Beiwei answered the call. After a few words, Su's mother inquired about their flight. We haven't booked our tickets yet.
Mrs. Su paused in surprise.
You haven't booked tickets? Isn't your exchange program about to end?
It is ending, but due to some matters, I might need to stay here a little longer.
Mrs. Su glanced at Su Lin and asked, Did you run into trouble? Should I send Su Lin over? No need. I'll handle it soon. I have to go now, Aunt Su. Someone's calling me. Beep beep beep. The dial tone echoed from the receiver. Su Lin took a deep breath. Mom, I want to go to M country. Su's mother sighed. Do you really think going there will make Weiwei see you?
Su Lin's eyes darkened slightly. She might not see me, but she'll definitely see Qin Shui. The next day, Su Lin arranged to meet Qin Shui and explained his plans to go to country M.
I'll cover all expenses. All you need to do is help me see her. Qin Shui hesitated. She was willing to go to country M, but what about Jiang Beiwei? I can't agree to this. Su Lin frowned. Why? Vivi and I are friends. Even though you and Vivi were once close, there's a reason she's avoiding you. I'm not Vivi herself. I can't make decisions for her. So I can't agree to this.
After giving her earnest explanation, Qin Shui stood up and left. Su Lin rubbed his temples, leaning back in his chair, his entire demeanor radiating defeat.
He called, but Jiang Beiwei didn't answer. He went looking for her, but Jiang Beiwei wouldn't meet him.
Though he'd been using busyness as an excuse to ignore Jiang Beiwei lately, the anxiety gnawing at Su Lin's heart was impossible to conceal.
What on earth was wrong with Jiang Beiwei? Country M. Jiang's mother was packing when she turned to see Jiang Beiwei rush into the room. Weiwei, what's wrong? Jiang Beiwei forced a smile. Nothing, Mom. Why are you packing? Jiang's mother smiled. Your exchange program is ending soon, isn't it?
I thought I'd pack some things so we can book our flight back right away.
There's nothing great about being abroad anyway. I can't understand what they're saying, and even buying things is inconvenient. It's not as good as back home.
Her tone grew slightly resentful toward the end. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together slightly, head bowed, listening silently to her mother's words. After a while, Jiang's mother sensed something was off.
Weiwei, what's wrong? Why haven't you said a word? Did that kid Su Lin upset you? Oh, right, you hung up on him earlier. Has he been trying to reach you? Jiang Beiwei shook her head.
It has nothing to do with him.
With those words, Jiang Beiwei lifted her head.
Seeing the tear stains on her face, Jiang's mother grew alarmed.
Why are you crying? What happened? Mom, can we not go back? Jiang's mother froze. Not go back? You want to stay in M country? But you're just an exchange student. Can exchange students even stay? Jiang Beiwei opened her mouth, then lowered her head in defeat. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang's mother sighed and sat down on the nearby single sofa. Tell me what happened. Jiang Beiwei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Someone told me I can't go back. Who said that? What gives him the right to say that? It was a male classmate at school. From the moment I enrolled, he pursued me relentlessly. No matter how I refused, it didn't work. I thought I could return home once the exchange ended, but he told me that if I dared to go back, he'd kill us. Kill us both. Jiang's mother felt a chill in her heart. How could he? No, this isn't some other place. How could he possibly? Before she could finish, Jiang's mother fell silent. This place wasn't just anywhere, but it wasn't particularly safe either. If someone was deliberately watching them, something terrible could happen. The thought made Jiang's mother frown deeply. What if we call Su Lin? No. Jiang Beiwei refused decisively. It's too dangerous here. I can't drag him into this. Jiang's mother suddenly understood, so this is why you've been ignoring his calls? Jiang Beiwei remained silent. Mrs. Jiang stamped her foot in frustration. You're being so foolish. If Su Lin had known about this sooner, it might have been resolved already. Now. Forget it. I'll call Su Lin myself. No, you can't call him. Before Jiang Beiwei could finish, a familiar voice came through the receiver. Is this Aunt Jiang? Did you need something? Chapter 114, Why this unexplained sense of awkwardness? Jiang's mother pushed Jiang Beiwei's hand away. Shaolin, can you come to M country now? Su Lin stared at the phone in his hand, his expression shifting slightly. The moment the call connected, he heard Jiang Beiwei's words and noticed her abrupt halt. After a brief silence, Su Lin replied, Of course I can. Aunt Jiang, have you and Weiwei run into trouble? Jiang's mother took a deep breath. It's a bit complicated, but I can tell you. Soon, Su Lin learned about Jiang Beiwei's obsessive stalker. I know this is dangerous, and Weiwei forbade me from calling you. But staying here alone, something bad will happen to us sooner or later. I have no choice but to be the bad guy. Shaolin, you. I'll book a flight right now. Give me the address. After hanging up, Su Lin received a text from Jiang's mother. Glancing at the address, he promptly booked the earliest flight available. In the dead of night, Su Lin boarded a flight to Country M. Before leaving, he made a point to call Zhou Shu and go over the arrangements for what came next. I won't be reachable for a while, but I'll be back soon. Upon landing in Country M, Su Lin headed straight for the address Jiang's mother had provided. Ding dong. Su Lin pressed the doorbell. Moments later, Jiang's mother appeared in the courtyard. When Su Lin saw her, he clearly noticed the relief wash over Jiang's mother. You're finally here. Come on in. After being welcomed into the courtyard, Su Lin took a few steps before asking about Jiang Beiwei. Is she at home now? Jiang's mother nodded. Yes, she is. Her exchange program has ended. As long as she wishes, she can stay at home now. Su Lin's footsteps faltered slightly before he entered the house as if nothing had happened. A figure sat on the sofa, back to the doorway. Yet with just a glance, Su Lin knew it was Jiang Beiwei, the person he'd missed for so long. Weiwei. Su Lin called out. Though it was just two simple syllables, the words felt incredibly difficult to utter. Jiang Beiwei clenched her fists. It's me. How did you get here so fast? Her dry question concealed nervousness, and Su Lin saw it, his expression suddenly softening. I booked the earliest flight after hanging up. Weiwei, you've been through so much. No blame, no questions, just words filled with heartfelt concern. Jiang Beiwei's tears fell instantly. I'm sorry. Enough. I understand. Su Lin cut her off, reaching out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. But it's okay. I'll take care of this problem for you. After comforting Jiang Beiwei for a while, Su Lin asked her to accompany him to the embassy. Jiang Beiwei froze. Now. Of course. Su Lin tilted his chin slightly. Returning home should be done sooner rather than later. We'll go straight to the embassy to see if they have any suggestions. If not, we'll process the paperwork and head back immediately. Jiang Beiwei's worry was impossible to hide, but that person. Don't worry about it. We'll just hire a few more bodyguards. During Jiang Beiwei's year abroad on exchange, Su Lin's wealth had only grown. Hiring a few bodyguards here posed no problem at all. Though he'd spent his previous life entirely within China and wasn't deeply familiar with the situation in M country, he'd heard rumors about certain matters. Come on, let's head over to. Before Su Lin could finish, the doorbell in the courtyard chimed again. All three people in the room turned their heads simultaneously, their expressions turning solemn. A few minutes later, Su Lin went out alone. Su Lin immediately spotted several figures outside the courtyard. Their appearance alone marked them as standard M country nationals. Su Lin paused, then deliberately asked, Who are you? What brings you here?
His fluent country language caught the visitors off guard.
The young man in the center demanded angrily, "Isn't this the residence of a mother and daughter? Who are you? A mother and daughter?"
Su Lin repeated their words, sneering coldly. "Who told you a mother and daughter lived here?" "Of course." The young man trailed off abruptly, realizing something, and immediately bit his words back.
Su Lin didn't let him off the hook. "What tricks did you use to spy on me? Mother and daughter? Ha! Today I'll see which mother and daughter you came for. Just you wait, I'll kill you all."
As he spoke, he stormed back inside, his furious demeanor intimidating the few people lingering outside the courtyard gate.
They didn't wait for Su Lin to emerge. They decisively left.
They'd come to the wrong place and provoked the wrong person. They had no intention of dying here for nothing.
Little did they know that after entering the house, Su Lin hid by the door, watching the situation outside.
Only after confirming the group had departed did he turn to look behind him.
"No need to go to the embassy." Those 7 simple words left Jiang Beiwei dumbfounded. "We don't need to go?" Su Lin nodded.
"Those guys were completely incompetent. They were just trying to scare you."
"Intentionally scare me?"
Jiang Beiwei repeated Su Lin's words blankly, her body swaying uncontrollably.
Su Lin startled, quickly steadying her. "What's wrong?"
Jiang Beiwei felt like crying. "I always thought his threats were real." Su Lin gently rubbed her head.
"It's perfectly normal to be scared on your first outing." Jiang Beiwei lowered her head. "I'm just so stupid."
If it had been someone bolder and smarter, they would have seen through that young man's true nature long ago. Yet she'd been intimidated for nearly a year.
"Su Lin, am I really that useless?"
Su Lin cupped her face. "You're Jiang Beiwei, capable, talented, and beautiful.
How could you be useless? Don't overthink it. We'll finish the paperwork and head back. If need be, we'll just never come here again." Jiang Beiwei hesitated, then nodded softly.
That afternoon, Su Lin made a special trip out and returned with 4 bodyguards in tow.
"Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to school with the bodyguards.
I'll make sure you complete the enrollment smoothly." The next day, the group arrived at the school.
Su Lin wore a mask.
As soon as they reached the school gate, he spotted the young man from yesterday. He strode forward and stood directly in front of Jiang Beiwei.
"You're finally back at school. I thought you weren't coming back. I was about to go look for you at your place."
The young man spoke with a smile, his seemingly calm tone carrying an underlying threat.
Jiang Beiwei's face instantly paled.
Before she could speak, 2 bodyguards stepped forward from behind her, immediately separating her from the young man.
"Please keep your distance. My mistress isn't very brave and gets easily frightened."
The young man froze.
"Miss?" Seeing him hesitate, the bodyguard gave him a shove. A loud thud echoed as the young man crashed to the ground. The bodyguard stepped aside. "Miss, please." Jiang Beiwei. Why did she suddenly feel awkward? Chapter 115, back to Yen City. In truth, it wasn't just Jiang Beiwei who felt awkward, Su Lin did too. But he remained composed, nearly giving Jiang Beiwei a gentle nudge before the group walked away. With bodyguards assisting her, Jiang Beiwei quickly completed the paperwork. As they departed, she still felt a bit dazed. "Su Lin, did I really get everything done so smoothly?" Su Lin gave a faint smile. "Yes." Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but furrow her brows. Then what had she endured all that time for? Without realizing it, Jiang Beiwei voiced her inner thoughts aloud. Su Lin chuckled. "It doesn't matter. You're just too kind-hearted." Jiang Beiwei didn't want him to get into trouble, preferring to endure in silence herself. But a year was simply too long. "Wei." Jiang Beiwei instinctively turned her head. "What is it?" "A year is too long." Su Lin spoke slowly, his tone tinged with gravity. "You can't keep doing the same thing anymore." Even Su Lin couldn't be certain he could maintain this facade for another year. It wasn't a matter of a month or two, too much could change in that time. Jiang Beiwei recognized her own fault, her eyes reddening slightly. "I know I was wrong about this, Su Lin." "I'm sorry." Su Lin extended his hand. Jiang Beiwei glanced at it before slowly placing her own fingers over his. Their fingers intertwined tightly. Su Lin murmured softly, "It's okay. We still have time." Inside the house, Jiang's mother was packing when she saw Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei return. She immediately asked for details. Jiang Beiwei replied, "We've finalized the paperwork. Once we vacate this apartment, we can leave immediately." A smile suddenly spread across Jiang's mother's face. "That's wonderful. I've already contacted the landlord, and they said they'll come by at noon." Jiang Beiwei nodded. "Then we can leave this afternoon." Upon hearing this, Su Lin immediately offered, "I'll book the flights right now." 3 tickets booked, the group waited until noon. As soon as the landlord arrived, Jiang Beiwei handed over the keys. Under the protection of bodyguards, the trio headed straight for the airport. Only after boarding the plane did Su Lin dismiss the security detail. Yen City. Su's mother was helping Su Yingying with her homework. Seeing it was almost noon, she couldn't help but glare. "Su Yingying, if you keep messing around like this, I'm going to." "Brother!"
Before she could finish, Su Yingying cut her off. Su's mother was furious. Your brother isn't home, you shouldn't be shouting like that.
Shaolin? You're back. Standing at the doorway was none other than Su Lin.
Hearing his mother's words, he curved his lips upward.
Yes, I'm back. Su's mother pressed. Is the matter resolved? It's already taken care of.
Su Lin casually closed the door behind him. Seeing no one behind him, Su's mother looked puzzled.
If it's settled, why did you come back alone? Are they still handling paperwork overseas?
Su Lin shook his head. They've returned to the country, but they won't be coming over today.
Oh, right, I found them an apartment nearby.
They plan to live separately.
Mrs. Su felt a pang of disappointment. Is that so?
I was looking forward to having a proper chat with Aunt Jiang.
Aunt Jiang will come to visit. You can chat then.
Su Lin felt a bit puzzled but offered a reassuring word anyway. The moment the words left his mouth, he earned a sharp glare from his mother.
Su's mother said, living together and occasionally getting together, can those two things be the same? Su Lin. What difference does it make if we can't be together all the time? Isn't it enough that we can talk?
The confusion on his face was so obvious that Su's mother spotted it immediately and she fell silent. After a long pause, Mrs. Su pointed at him and said, "Stop talking to me. Come over here and finish helping your sister with her homework.
I can't keep an eye on this little girl anymore."
Su's mother pressed her hand to her forehead. Though both were children, Su Lin had never caused her a moment's headache growing up, though high school was a different story. Su Lin's mouth twitched.
Fine, I'll handle it. Su Yingying muttered under her breath, it's Saturday today. I can do it tomorrow.
Su Lin's hand came down, giving her head a firm pat. Finish early, play early. Here's the deal, if you get all your homework done today, I'll take you to play with Sister Weiwei tomorrow.
How about that? Su Yingying remembered the pretty older sister.
Her eyes lit up at the suggestion.
Are you and sister going on a date? Su Lin. When did this little girl learn so much? Su Yingying blinked innocently. Brother, why aren't you talking? Did I say something wrong? Su Lin forced a helpless smile. Why are you thinking about all this nonsense as a kid? Hurry up and do your homework.
I'm warning you now, if you don't finish today, I won't take you out to play anymore. Su Yingying's cheeks puffed out instantly. She pouted angrily. You're always threatening me, you big brother. Oomph. She turned her head away, still fuming, but obediently started on her homework. Meanwhile, Su's mother had retreated to her room, talking on the phone with Jiang's mother. Su Lin glanced at the doorway and couldn't help but shake his head. Their family relationships had improved significantly during their year of living together. He hadn't been able to reach Jiang Beiwei all year, yet Su's mother had always been reachable? But his relationship with Jiang Beiwei really needed to be settled. Maintaining this ambiguous state was unsustainable, especially since even Su's mother was siding with Jiang Beiwei. This simply wouldn't do. Lost in thought, Su Lin tapped the table. Wrong. Su Yingying murmured in acknowledgement and immediately turned to write another problem. Time passed, and soon the next day arrived. Jiang Beiwei and her mother came to visit. You're finally here. Come in, come in. Jiang Beiwei followed her mother into the living room. Her gaze swept the room, and a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Su Lin wasn't there today. Just then, a hand tapped lightly on her shoulder. Jiang Beiwei instinctively turned her head, meeting a pair of smiling eyes. Looking for me? Su Lin raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with teasing. Ever since Jiang Beiwei entered, he'd been watching her. Every change in her had been caught in his gaze. Who was looking for you? I was just checking if Yingying was here. Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but retort, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. Fine, I'll call Yingying out. Su Lin shrugged, about to call out to Su Yingying when she came running out of the room. Sister Weiwei. Su Yingying spread her arms wide and cheered as she dashed toward Jiang Beiwei. Just as she was about to collide with Jiang Beiwei, Su Lin stepped in to block her. Do you think you're still a 3-year-old? Charging around like that, what if you knocked someone over? Su Yingying struggled a few times but couldn't break free. Resentfully, she cried, I wouldn't knock anyone over. Sister Weiwei, save me. Jiang Beiwei smiled and reached out. Alright, I'll save you. Meanwhile, Su's mother and Jiang's mother were engaged in a low-voiced conversation. Chapter 116, Can you put this on me? Su's mother said, these two have been together for years now. Over the past year, you've seen Su Lin's intentions. Why don't our two families just arrange their marriage? An engagement is possible, but they're still students. Isn't marriage too soon? Jiang's mother frowned. Young people are fickle. Engagement and marriage are entirely different matters. After a moment's thought, Mrs. Jiang continued, besides, they're not even old enough to get a marriage license. It's not practical. We could just have a wedding banquet first. Didn't we get married back then even though we weren't old enough to register? Mrs. Su brought up her own situation with Mrs. Jiang. Seeing Mrs. Jiang still hesitating, she didn't press further. Instead, she turned and called Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei over. After explaining the situation, both Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei were stunned.
After a moment, Su Lin said, Mom, isn't getting married too soon? Jiang Beiwei also seemed uneasy. Yeah, we could just get engaged. Su's mother shook her head. I don't think an engagement is wise. Besides, you two have been close since high school. Even if you weren't officially boyfriend and girlfriend, your feelings for each other are real. Getting married sooner rather than later is perfectly fine. Su Lin. Has Su's mother lost her mind? She hadn't mentioned marriage at all yesterday. Glancing at Jiang Beiwei, who looked flustered yet speechless, Su Lin sighed inwardly before speaking again. We could get engaged first. We can consider marriage after graduation. What do you think, Aunt Jiang? Su Lin brought Jiang's mother into the conversation. Compared to marriage, Jiang's mother preferred the engagement option. When asked, she nodded decisively. Then let's get engaged first. We'll discuss the wedding later. Su's mother looked at the three of them and finally agreed with great reluctance. Then, let's just get engaged for now. Jiang Beiwei instantly breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, an engagement is good enough. Su Lin smiled without comment. Before long, they all sat down at the dinner table. After the meal, Jiang's mother and Jiang Beiwei left first. Because of the engagement matter, Su Lin didn't leave with them. Instead, he turned to look at Su's mother, his eyes filled with helplessness. Mom, what are you and Aunt Jiang scheming about now? Despite Jiang's mother's reluctant expression, Su Lin detected a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. In other words, while marriage might not be Mrs. Jiang's preference, an engagement certainly was. Su's mother pursed her lips. Aunt Jiang and I aren't scheming. We just think it's utterly pointless for the two of you to keep pulling in opposite directions. Su Lin's mouth twitched uncontrollably. How is it boring? Besides, this is our business. As elders, isn't it inappropriate for you to interfere so early? Mrs. Su shot him a sideways glance. And then wait until you've lost both your girlfriend and your wife? You claim to be capable in your professional life, yet when it comes to matters of the heart, why do you always seem so muddle-headed? If Su Lin hadn't been standing right there, Su's mother might have thought he was someone else entirely. But it didn't matter. As long as Su Lin was willing, she could step in. Enough. Go back to your company. I don't want to look at you right now. Su Lin, fine. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother and Jiang Beiwei were locked in a silent stare, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a few minutes, Jiang Beiwei spoke up. Why didn't you tell me that we'd be discussing marriage today? Jiang's mother sighed. Your Aunt Su didn't tell me about discussing marriage either. She only said she wanted to formalize your relationship. I thought it was about an engagement. To be honest, she herself had been startled by the news. Fortunately, it turned out to be just an engagement discussion. It wasn't that she opposed their marriage, but both were still students marrying now felt far too early. What if Wei Wei wanted to pursue further education? An undergraduate degree wasn't the end of the road, there were still graduate and doctoral programs ahead. Jiang Beiwei, unaware of her mother's concerns, followed her train of thought and couldn't help but purse her lips. So this is just Aunt Su's idea? Jiang's mother nodded. It should be. After a pause, Jiang's mother suddenly realized, you wouldn't be thinking of marrying Su Lin right away, would you? Jiang Beiwei froze. Our relationship hasn't progressed to the point of marriage, has it? Jiang's mother. She couldn't make sense of it either. Why were these two always together, yet unable to define their relationship? Unconsciously, Jiang's mother thought of Su's mother. Could it be that this was why she blurted out about marriage? Jiang's mother pressed her hand to her forehead. If that were the case, then she... No, she couldn't think that way. Jiang Beiwei still had a long road ahead of her. There was no need to tie her down now. We won't discuss the specifics of the engagement until a couple of days from now. Don't overthink it, an engagement isn't the same as marriage. If they truly aren't suited, we can always talk about it later. Jiang Beiwei nodded softly. All right. Over the next few days, Jiang Beiwei was busy handling the paperwork for Yanbei University, with Su Lin by her side the entire time. Before long, news of the campus beauty's return spread throughout the university. Su Lin didn't think much of it when he heard, but he did make a special trip to the florist to buy flowers. He also purchased a jade bracelet and a necklace, placing them in a gift box. After glancing at it for a moment, Su Lin felt it wasn't enough and went out of his way to have another piece custom made. By the time everything was ready, half a month had passed. Su Lin invited Jiang Beiwei out for dinner that evening. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow. Through the candlelight, Jiang Beiwei's beautiful face appeared even more stunning. Su Lin gazed at her, unable to suppress the smile that curved his lips. Wei Wei, I like you. Jiang Beiwei had been staring at the bouquet and gift box before her. Hearing Su Lin's words, she froze instantly. Su Lin, you. Su Lin rose, walked to her side, and opened the gift box. I thought long and hard about it, and those grand, public declarations just didn't feel right for us. So I figured we should keep it low-key. He placed the jade bracelet and necklace around Jiang Beiwei's wrist and neck one by one. Before she could speak, he pulled a palm-sized box from his pocket. Opening it revealed a stunning pair of diamond rings. Jiang Beiwei's pupils contracted. These rings. Engagement rings. Su Lin uttered the 4 words, then slipped one ring onto Jiang Beiwei's middle finger. The other one. I'd like you to put it on me. Would you?
Jiang Beiwei's eyes glistened. She gazed at the ring on her middle finger, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes. She had always felt their relationship was unclear, which was why she hadn't contacted him after the exchange. Indeed, the real reason Jiang Beiwei hadn't reached out to Su Lin was because of their relationship. While the young man was certainly intimidating, Jiang Beiwei was merely afraid. She never imagined that after all this time, they'd end up wearing engagement rings before their engagement was even announced. Unaware of the turmoil within Jiang Beiwei, Su Lin couldn't help but call out when she remained motionless. Wei Wei? Jiang Beiwei snapped back to reality and tremblingly reached out her hand. Chapter 117, You Are the Only One I Love. Su Lin's gaze followed Jiang Beiwei's hand as her slender white fingers hovered over the diamond ring, about to take it off. Suddenly, a figure darted forward from the side. Before Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei could react, a hand slapped the ring box away. The diamond ring clattered to the floor, and both Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei's expressions changed. They turned to see Bai Jiruo glaring at them with fury. Smack! Jiang Beiwei abruptly rose and delivered a sharp slap to Bai Jiruo's face. The sharp sound interrupted Su Lin's rising anger. He glanced at Jiang Beiwei and immediately swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. Bai Jiruo clutched her stinging cheek, eyes wide. How dare you hit me? Jiang Beiwei snapped back furiously. Why shouldn't I? Bai Jiruo, ever since high school, you've meddled in Su Lin and my affairs. Now you're still hanging around like a ghost. Do you think I'm easy to push around, or that Su Lin still has feelings for you? Hearing the last sentence, Su Lin hastily declared, I have no feelings for her, Wei Wei. You're the only one I love. Bai Jiruo's eyes widened even further. Her face was beautiful otherwise, she wouldn't have had a string of men chasing after her. But in this extreme state, her beauty twisted into something grotesque and hideous, her eyes looking as if they might pop out at any moment. Su Lin, that's not what you said in high school. You. Su Lin cut her off with a cold laugh. You know it was high school. Who hasn't been blind once or twice in their youth? Wei Wei and I are both juniors now. Even counting every single year, that's only 5 years. What makes you think that brief period of blindness could affect us? Bai Jiruo, you're no fool. Stop dreaming. You should understand our relationship isn't something you can meddle in. Restaurant staff rushed over. One picked up the ring box from the floor though knocked off, the diamond ring remained inside. Su Lin caught sight of it out of the corner of his eye and immediately snatched the box. Wei Wei, put it on me. Jiang Beiwei hesitated for a moment, but she didn't hesitate. She quickly put the ring on Su Lin's finger. The same finger, the same diamond ring. Even amidst the hazy candlelight, this sight stung Bai Jiruo like a sharp thorn. Su Lin, you faithless man. How dare you? Smack! This time, it was Su Lin who struck. Su Lin said coldly, we never even started. The word faithless doesn't apply to me. Honestly, instead of tangling with me here, you'd be better off finding that Uncle Wang of yours sooner. I recall you were quite close to that uncle when you graduated high school. Even though he's a stranger to me, he's been generous with you. Perhaps it's time to rekindle that relationship. With that, Su Lin turned to the restaurant manager and asked for the bill. Though the engagement ring was on her finger, Bai Jiruo's appearance had dampened Su Lin's mood. He couldn't be bothered to argue with her here. Wei Wei, let's find somewhere else to eat. Jiang Beiwei, who had been staring blankly at Su Lin, nodded without hesitation upon hearing this. Whatever you say. Bai Jiruo desperately tried to stop him. No, you can't leave. I won't let you go. Su Lin, you can't treat me like this. We were perfectly fine together, how could you abandon me for Jiang Beiwei? Su Lin shoved Bai Jiruo away. It's not me abandoning you, it's you abandoning yourself. Bai Jiruo, I told you back in high school, there's no future between us. If you dare to make such a scene again, I'll make sure you can't stay at this school. Bai Jiruo had deliberately repeated a year to get into Yanbei University. Su Lin didn't believe she wouldn't care about her reputation. If anyone else had jumped in front of him, Su Lin would have dealt with them immediately. But whenever he saw Bai Jiruo's face, memories of the previous life would flood back and his resolve would suddenly soften. Bai Jiruo fell to the ground. Su Lin withdrew his gaze, took Jiang Beiwei's hand, and strode away. Not long after, Su Lin abruptly halted. Wei Wei, Bai Jiruo, and I. Jiang Beiwei flashed a smile. I know your situation. I won't let her affect me. During their standoff with Bai Jiruo moments ago, both she and Su Lin had voiced their true feelings. Bai Jiruo was indeed irritating, but some things they couldn't say to each other, they ended up saying to her instead. But wasn't Bai Jiruo's situation just too strange? Knowing the truth, why did she persistently come back to bother them? And Bai Jiruo's persistence was sporadic, like fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2. The more Jiang Beiwei thought about it, the stranger it seemed. She couldn't help but ask Su Lin, has Bai Jiruo run into some kind of trouble? Su Lin froze. What does her trouble have to do with us? And how do you even know she's in trouble? Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips slightly. Even if her troubles aren't our concern, she is, after all, from the same place as us. There's still that bond of classmates.
And don't you find it odd how she keeps pestering you?
If she were truly following her own logic, she wouldn't just show up occasionally, she'd be constantly hounding you, trying to make things go back to how they were in high school. Su Lin frowned in confusion.
Is that so? Jiang Beiwei nodded solemnly. Exactly.
Su Lin hadn't considered that angle, but Jiang Beiwei's point did highlight something peculiar. He pondered it for a moment before pushing the matter aside again. Turning to Jiang Beiwei, he said, I know you're kind-hearted, but someone like Bai Jiruo can't be judged by ordinary standards. We should just live our own lives and not concern ourselves with an outsider. Jiang Beiwei opened her mouth, but seeing Su Lin's indifferent expression, she swallowed her words. Su Lin was right, there was no need to concern themselves with an outsider.
After dinner, Su Lin walked Jiang Beiwei back to her dormitory.
Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught a figure sitting on the steps. He looked closer and realized it was Qin Shui.
After a brief exchange of glances, Su Lin approached. What are you doing here alone?
Qin Shui had been staring at the ground. Hearing the voice, she instinctively looked up. Recognizing Su Lin, she tugged at the corner of her mouth.
I was thinking about something. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. What is it?
Qin Shui resumed her previous posture. I was wondering if I should drop out.
Su Lin, ? Why drop out when everything seems fine?
Qin Shui smiled bitterly, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes.
It only looks fine on the surface. Mind sharing? Maybe I can help. Qin Shui and Jiang Beiwei were best friends. Given that connection, Su Lin would indeed step in.
Qin Shui shook her head.
You can't help me. Her certainty was so absolute that Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. You haven't even told me yet. How do you know I can't help? As he spoke, Su Lin sent a message to Jiang Beiwei. Qin Shui is downstairs at the dorm building. Something's off. Come quickly. Chapter 118, are they involved?
Inside the dorm, Jiang Beiwei had just taken off her coat when she saw Su Lin's message. She hurried downstairs. Seeing Su Lin and Qin Shui together, Jiang Beiwei breathed a huge sigh of relief.
Su Lin. Su Lin nodded. I'm here. I'll head back first. Jiang Beiwei replied with a nod, watching Su Lin walk away.
Once he was out of sight, she walked over and sat down beside Qin Shui.
Did you run into trouble? The sudden question brought a bitter expression to Qin Shui's face. What kind of trouble do you think I could possibly have?
The question bounced back at her.
Jiang Beiwei sighed. I don't know, but I want to help you. Qin Shui froze. You want to help me? Jiang Beiwei hugged her knees.
I know this might sound hard to believe, but you helped me out back when I was abroad.
Now it's my turn. Tell me, what kind of trouble are you in?
Qin Shui buried her face in her knees, remaining silent for a long while before speaking.
I haven't run into any trouble. I just feel a bit lost about myself. Jiang Beiwei frowned in confusion.
Why do you say that?
Meanwhile, Jiang Beiwei and Qin Shui were talking.
Meanwhile, Su Lin returned home only to be intercepted by his mother the moment he entered the door.
Did you have dinner with Wei Wei?
Su Lin paused in his steps. Yes, and we've made our relationship official. At this point, Su Lin held up the ring on his finger for his mother to see. Su's mother's face lit up with joy.
Excellent, excellent. You finally made it official. Now all that's left is to get married.
Su Lin, it's too early for that. By the way, Mom, I plan to invite Aunt Jiang back for dinner the day after tomorrow.
Please have the housekeeper prepare everything tomorrow night.
Su's mother waved her hand dismissively.
We'll see about that.
Su Lin smiled faintly.
Ever since hiring the housekeeper, Su's mother's complexion had visibly improved. It's getting late, Mom. You should get some rest. The next day, Su Lin was in class when he suddenly received a text from Jiang Beiwei. Su Lin, are you free right now? Can you come to the school gate? The school gate?
Su Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Though he felt a bit puzzled, he skipped class anyway.
However, when he arrived at the location, he didn't see anyone.
Seeing this, Su Lin promptly called her.
Ha? You're here? How come I didn't see you?
Jiang Beiwei's voice came through the receiver. Su Lin scanned the surroundings, detecting not a single overlapping sound.
I can't see you either. Which direction are you in?
Su Lin described his location truthfully as he stepped out of the school gate.
I'm on the west side.
Jiang Beiwei's reply came through. Su Lin decisively changed direction. After a few steps, he spotted Jiang Beiwei, accompanied by Qin Shui. But something was off about Qin Shui. She was drenched in sweat and her face was deathly pale.
What happened? Jiang Beiwei was furious.
A man suddenly ran out just now, attacked Qin Shui, and ran off after hitting her.
Su Lin frowned. Did you call the police? Attacking someone right at the entrance of Yanbei University? That man must be out of his mind.
Jiang Beiwei clapped her hands.
You didn't mention it, so I almost forgot.
I'll call the police right now. But just as she pulled out her phone, Qin Shui grabbed her wrist. Jiang Beiwei looked puzzled.
Qin Shui, why are you stopping me? Qin Shui forced a faint smile. I know that man. At those words, Jiang Beiwei froze instantly. Silence fell around them. Su Lin cleared his throat to break the silence. Let's go to the hospital first.
At the hospital, the doctor examined Qin Shui's condition and his expression darkened immediately.
You're still in your critical period. This could have killed you. Who did this? Did you report it to the police?
Qin Shui whispered softly, no one did it.
I fell by accident.
The doctor hesitated, instinctively glancing at Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei who had accompanied her.
Both remained silent, shaking their heads simultaneously at the doctor, indicating they couldn't make the decision. Seeing this, the doctor didn't press further.
He simply arranged for Qin Shui to be admitted for observation. Your condition isn't critical right now, but since you're in your monthly special period, it's best to stay overnight just in case.
Qin Shui hesitated. But,
before she could finish, another thought crossed her mind.
She sighed. All right, I'll stay.
Jiang Beiwei stayed with Qin Shui while Su Lin turned to handle the admission paperwork. Before long, he returned to the ward.
I've already deposited some funds in advance. If there are any issues, call Wei Wei.
Su Lin briefly explained the situation before leaving with Jiang Beiwei. On the way, Jiang Beiwei frowned deeply. I don't understand why Qin Shui would defend that man.
He's clearly just a stranger.
Su Lin shook his head.
Are you sure they were strangers? Jiang Beiwei instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized, are you saying they have a connection? Su Lin replied calmly, they definitely have a connection.
Why else would Qin Shui protect him? After a pause, Su Lin advised Jiang Beiwei, don't get involved in this matter.
Whether it's about feelings or family, you'll be the one who ends up suffering in the end.
Su Lin had witnessed countless similar cases in his past life.
He didn't want Jiang Beiwei to become another one.
Even if Qin Shui and their family were close, it still wouldn't do. Jiang Beiwei hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue, but in the end, she said nothing.
I'll listen to you then.
Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already noon, so he decided to take Jiang Beiwei out for lunch.
After lunch, it was almost time for class.
Jiang Beiwei had afternoon classes, so Su Lin efficiently dropped her off.
I don't have class this afternoon.
I'll pick you up when yours ends. After setting the time, Su Lin headed to the office, only to be immediately surrounded by people upon entering.
Mr. Su, you're just in time. Our department's hit a snag it's tricky to handle. Come take a look.
Before he could fully process the situation, Su Lin was pulled away. By the time he offered his advice, an hour had already passed. Su Lin hurried to Zhou Shu's office, only to be startled by the dark circles under Zhou Shu's eyes the moment he entered. Why are your dark circles so severe?
What were you doing up all night?
Zhou Shu lifted his head with a weary sigh.
Working overtime every single day. How could my dark circles not be heavy? Su Lin. He cleared his throat. You're the boss too. Isn't working overtime for the company just part of the job? It's all for the future.
Zhou Shu rolled his eyes.
Cut the crap. What brings you here today? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Does that mean I only come here when I have business?
Zhou Shu snapped irritably, if you didn't have something to say, you wouldn't be in my office.
Spit it out already. Just seeing you gives me a headache. Su Lin clicked his tongue. I don't eat people. Why does seeing me give you a headache?
After a few more casual remarks, Su Lin finally got down to business. I'm thinking of expanding the company's scale a bit more, but...
Before long, Zhao Haoyu was summoned into the office.
Immediately after, all the company managers were summoned to a meeting.
Chapter 119, you handle it. Alright, that covers everything for today. Handle the rest as you see fit. Call me if any issues arise.
After the 2-hour meeting concluded, Su Lin delivered a summary before leaving the company. On his way out, Su Lin called Jiang Beiwei and learned she was at the hospital. His heart skipped a beat.
Your class isn't over for another half hour? Why are you at the hospital already?
Jiang Beiwei's voice carried a hint of resignation.
The hospital called me.
Qin Shui's condition isn't looking good, so I took leave early. Su Lin rubbed his temples.
I'll be there soon.
After hanging up, Su Lin rushed to the hospital at top speed. Upon entering the ward, he saw two people chatting animatedly. You're here. Jiang Beiwei jumped up, about to say something, but Su Lin gestured for her to be quiet. The sudden silence made the room feel tense and awkward. The smile slowly faded from Qin Shui's face. Su Lin, however, seemed oblivious. He walked expressionlessly to the bedside.
What did the doctor say about your condition?
Qin Shui touched her lower abdomen and whispered, the doctor said my condition has stabilized significantly and recommended you be discharged as soon as possible.
Get discharged as soon as possible.
Su Lin repeated her words deliberately, his expression seemingly amused, yet his eyes betrayed no trace of humor.
Jiang Beiwei sensed something was off and quickly interjected, Su Lin, this is the doctor's advice.
You.
I know. Is the paperwork done?
Su Lin's gaze shifted away from Qin Shui, his expression softening slightly. Jiang Beiwei replied, it's all taken care of.
We can leave right now.
Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement.
Then let's go.
After escorting Qin Shui back to her dorm, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei walked along the central path toward the school gates.
Midway, Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but speak up. Su Lin, do you have something against Qin Shui?
Su Lin turned his head slightly. Why do you say that?
Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips. Your expression is off, Su Lin.
Qin Shui got hurt, and I was just helping her.
I wouldn't. Do you think I don't want you to help her?
Su Lin cut her off, a faint shadow flickering in his eyes.
Jiang Beiwei shook her head.
I know you're worried about me, but Qin Shui and I have known each other for a long time.
She wouldn't hurt me.
Don't hold a grudge against her. Su Lin replied coolly, I have no issue with her, but she made a mistake this time.
Jiang Beiwei opened her mouth to speak. After a moment, she lowered her head. I understand.
Watching her walk away, Su Lin sighed. He caught up and grabbed her hand. I don't mind if you want to go with her, but you can't waste your time because of her.
And stay safe. Jiang Beiwei had specifically taken time off to go to the hospital.
He assumed something was wrong with Qin Shui, only to discover it was merely to process her discharge.
He knew this was a minor matter, but what if it had been something else? I understand.
The same words came out of Jiang Beiwei's mouth again. By now, she had shed the emotional turmoil she'd felt earlier.
Hand in hand, they walked silently toward the school gate.
Behind them, someone suddenly peered over their shoulder, pulled out a phone, and snapped a photo.
That very night, photos of Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei surfaced online. The campus beauty ended up with that guy after all. Sigh.
So what if they're together? They haven't hidden their feelings since freshman year.
It was bound to happen sooner or later. Agreed.
Plus, I heard that guy's pretty accomplished, just a junior, and his company already has hundreds of employees.
Huh? Did any of our seniors intern at his company? How's the pay?
The pay is great, but you have to work overtime.
If you're interested, you should ask around.
Their company has been posting a lot of job openings lately, and the salaries for full-time employees are even higher. Downstairs, everyone was discussing Yu Feng's salary. Su Lin was unaware of this. After wrapping up a meeting with the company's managers, his thoughts had already shifted to another matter. Truly risk-free ventures were few and far between.
Eventually, circumstances would inevitably impact them.
That's why Su Lin wanted to expand his operations.
He wasn't seeking huge profits in the early stages. As long as he could build scale and let the company's capital snowball, that would suffice.
While Su Lin was making arrangements for these plans, Su's mother and Su Yingying were pondering the next day's menu. Su Yingying declared, "Pretty sister will definitely love the dishes I picked out."
Mom, let's make these.
Su's mother glanced at the list. It was all meat dishes, not a single green in sight.
While it might be acceptable for entertaining Zhang's mother and the others, who could possibly eat so much meat? This won't do. Su Yingying's eyes widened. Why? Too much meat.
Su's mother still offered an explanation, then soothed her, "If you eat these dishes, we can enjoy them slowly over time." Su Yingying was about to protest, but remembering she could have them later, she fell silent.
Just then, Su Lin emerged from his room. Mom, why aren't you two asleep yet? Su's mother turned and smiled. Yingying and I were planning tomorrow's menu. What do you think of these dishes?
Su Lin took the menu his mother handed him, glanced over it, and praised, "Excellent choices.
Perfectly suited."
Mom, you've gone to great trouble.
Su's mother waved it off. It's no trouble at all.
Just don't cause me any more headaches with your love life. Su Lin's mouth twitched. Mom, this is just the natural progression of things.
You don't need to dwell on it so much. Su's mother replied irritably, "That's how you see it. To me, this is important. Anyway, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to bed. Yingying, let's go." Su Yingying gave a soft okay and obediently took her mother's hand as they walked away.
Su Lin glanced at the menu in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head. Though he disagreed somewhat, the smile on his lips was impossible to hide.
The next day, Su Lin made a point of picking up Jiang Beiwei and her mother.
While Su's mother was chatting animatedly with Jiang's mother, holding hands, Su Lin took Jiang Beiwei's hand and led her out to the balcony.
Did Aunt Jiang say anything about our situation?
Jiang Beiwei looked puzzled.
What exactly do you mean by opinion?
Su Lin turned to look at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. Of course, the conditions for the engagement.
Does Auntie have any requests? Jiang Beiwei flushed involuntarily. You two can just arrange whatever you think is best.
Su Lin drew closer.
Anything we arrange is acceptable?
As their distance closed, Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together and turned her head. Of course.
Su Lin.
Su's mother suddenly called out from inside.
Su Lin turned his head. What is it? Bring Wei Wei in. Su Lin. All right.
He took Jiang Beiwei's hand and led her into the living room. Su's mother cleared her throat.
I just discussed it with Aunt Jiang. We'll arrange your engagement this weekend. Chapter 120, A Clear Answer. This weekend.
At the mention of those two words, Su Lin remained unresponsive, but Jiang Beiwei panicked.
An engagement this weekend? Isn't that too soon? Jiang's mother interjected, not at all. You're already wearing rings, the engagement is just a formality.
After a moment, Jiang's mother added, you could invite a few friends over. Not many, just enough to make it lively.
Su Lin agreed, sure. Do you have a preferred hotel for the engagement, Aunt Jiang?
When the topic turned to the venue, Jiang's mother considered carefully, let's just pick somewhere nearby.
Su Lin frowned. Isn't that a bit perfunctory?
He hesitated for a long moment before uttering those last two words.
Jiang's mother shook her head. It's our Weiwei getting engaged to you.
We don't feel it's perfunctory, so there's no need for outsiders to say so.
Recalling Mrs. Jiang's earlier remark about not needing many friends, Su Lin understood she wanted to keep this low-key.
Still, an engagement was significant. He should consider Jiang Beiwei's wishes.
Weiwei, what do you think?
Jiang Beiwei paused, completely taken aback that Su Lin would ask her opinion.
I think it's fine.
We're just students now, there's no need to make a big deal out of the engagement. Su Lin hesitated.
Unlike Jiang Beiwei, he actually wanted to spread the news.
Not for any other reason, it was simply that Bai Jiruo made him feel sick.
Su Lin, what are your plans? Seeing Su Lin remain silent, Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but ask.
Su Lin waved his hand dismissively.
I don't have any plans.
Since you and Aunt Jiang are on the same page, let's just go with your idea.
My family will fully support it. Su's mother chimed in, yes, we'll follow your lead.
With the crucial matters settled, there was no need to dwell on the rest.
After lunch, Su Lin drove Jiang Beiwei and her mother home.
When he returned, he saw Su's mother holding a passbook.
Mom, why did you take out the passbook?
Su Lin tossed his keys aside as he asked. Su's mother turned her head.
I was thinking about the betrothal money. How much do you think we should give?
Su Lin shook his head with a smile, slipping the passbook back into his mother's hands.
Don't worry about the dowry money. I've already taken care of it.
Su's mother looked surprised.
You've prepared it?
Yes.
Su Lin pulled out a bank card. There's 500,000 yuan in there.
I deposited it last year. I plan to give this card to Weiwei. Mrs. Su hummed in acknowledgement, then immediately remembered something else.
After the engagement, shouldn't we start thinking about buying a house?
Though the wedding was still some time away, Mrs. Su felt they needed to hurry with the house purchase. Not to mention, just the renovations alone would take a while, plus airing out the place. The more Mrs. Su thought about it, the more anxious she grew.
Shaolin, you should go house hunting tomorrow. Make sure to find a place with a good location.
We need to hurry with the renovations, time flies, and before you know it, it'll be gone. Su Lin wanted to say there was no need to rush, but he opened his mouth and closed it again, keeping his thoughts to himself. Alright, I'll look at houses after class tomorrow.
In truth, both Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei already owned properties.
But choosing where to live required careful consideration. Su Lin decided to bring this up when he went to pick up Jiang Beiwei later.
Jiang Beiwei paused, taken aback. So, have you found one you like? Not yet, but I have a good idea about the location.
At this point, Su Lin outlined his criteria.
Jiang Beiwei's cheeks flushed instantly.
Su Lin mentioned needing a primary school and middle school nearby, plus convenient transportation.
The latter was reasonable enough, but the former made Jiang Beiwei immediately think of children.
With that thought, she touched her face.
Shall we go look now? Su Lin nodded. Good properties are hard to come by. I know a few places, let's go take a look. They spent the entire afternoon touring potential homes. After a thorough search, they finally settled on a location.
But when the topic turned to the down payment, both of them stiffened.
Jiang Beiwei suggested, I have some savings too. If we buy together, we can cover 2/3 of the price. Wouldn't it be better to take out a smaller loan?
Su Lin sighed helplessly. Borrowing less would be great, but you're forgetting something. Jiang Beiwei widened her eyes.
What is it?
Su Lin smiled.
I can't tell you now. Just trust me, I'll cover the down payment. After that, Su Lin selected an adjacent unit on the same floor.
Arrange the loan for me with the minimum down payment.
No problem, but we require proof of income for the loan.
What do you say?
Agreed. Thanks to Su Lin's generosity, the home purchase paperwork proceeded swiftly. However, the loan process required another trip.
By then, it was already Sunday. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei had to put it aside for now and head to the hotel Su's mother had booked. During the home purchase, Su Lin had sent invitations to Li Yun and Xian Dahui. After some thought, he also invited a few others from the company. On the other hand, Jiang Beiwei only invited Qin Shui.
They were both transplants to Yen City, and Jiang Beiwei had even spent a year abroad.
Aside from her immediate circle, she had no relatives here.
But neither Su Lin nor Jiang Beiwei seemed to mind.
They went through the motions, and the engagement was settled. It all happened so fast that when Su Lin lay on the sofa that evening, he still felt a bit dazed. Just lying here on the couch, lost in thought.
What's on your mind?
Su's mother walked past behind him and gave Su Lin a light tap on the head. Su Lin slowly sat up. Mom, I got engaged.
Su's mother froze. Oh, right. You're engaged. What's the matter? Su Lin opened his mouth. In his previous life, he'd never even considered marriage until his death. He never imagined that this time around, after getting into university, he'd be engaged by his junior year. Combined with his success in career and investments, Su Lin felt an inexplicable sense of dread. It felt as though things were moving too fast, making everything feel unstable. Unaware of Su Lin's inner turmoil, his mother saw his dazed expression and assumed he was overwhelmed with joy. She shook her head. I told you to settle down with Wei Wei ages ago. You kept putting it off, no wonder you can't believe it now. Su's mother patted his head. Alright, go to bed now. I recall you have something to attend to tomorrow, don't you? Su Lin sprang to his feet. Right, I have loan paperwork to handle tomorrow. I'll head to bed now. Meanwhile, not long after Jiang Beiwei arrived home, Xin Shui called her to the school. Xin Shui stared blankly at Jiang Beiwei. You just got engaged like that? Jiang Beiwei wore a red long dress. The evening breeze blew, causing her skirt and hair to sway continuously. She lifted her hand to smooth it down. Yeah, so? What's the big deal? Don't you think it's too soon? Xin Shui's tone grew increasingly peculiar as she spoke. Jiang Beiwei shook her head with a smile. Not at all. Su Lin and I have known each other for years. We've always been together. Getting engaged now is just giving each other a clear answer. Chapter 121, Making Your Stance Clear. A clear answer? Xin Shui slowly repeated Jiang Beiwei's words, her eyes unfocused. Jiang Beiwei sensed something was off. Xin Shui, what's really going on with you? Xin Shui snapped back to reality, offering a wry smile. It seems I've made a mistake about something. The remark was utterly baffling. Jiang Beiwei couldn't make sense of it. Xin Shui, you. Xin Shui cut her off, enough about that. It's getting late, go get some sleep. After walking a few steps, Xin Shui suddenly turned back. Wei, thank you for talking with me. Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips, thought for a moment, then hurried after Xin Shui's retreating figure. I'll stay with you in the dorm tonight. I don't feel like getting up early for class tomorrow anyway. Xin Shui hummed in acknowledgement, lowering her head without further comment. But Jiang Beiwei didn't seem to mind. Her searching gaze kept drifting toward Xin Shui, only to pull away unnoticed moments later. Xin Shui must be going through something. Was it because of that person from last time? Or should she mention it to Su Lin? With this thought in mind, Jiang Beiwei returned to the dorm with Xin Shui. Hiding under the covers, Jiang Beiwei sent Su Lin a message. After waiting a long while with no reply, she drifted off to sleep without realizing it. The next morning, Su Lin discovered a flood of messages on his phone as soon as he woke up. Glancing at the time, his heartbeat quickened. But he quickly calmed down when he saw Jiang Beiwei's message explaining everything. After a moment's thought, he called Jiang Beiwei. Su Lin, where are you right now? The moment the call connected, Jiang Beiwei asked about his location. Su Lin replied, at home. How are things on your end? Jiang Beiwei whispered, everything's fine here, but Xin Shui's demeanor keeps making me uneasy. Not quite at ease? After a moment's thought, Su Lin told Jiang Beiwei he'd be there shortly. After hanging up, Su Lin quickly washed up and headed straight for Jiang Beiwei's classroom, arriving just as class ended. In the surging crowd, Su Lin quickly spotted Jiang Beiwei walking alongside Xin Shui. Their eyes met across the distance, and Su Lin waved with a smile. Jiang Beiwei flashed a bright smile, took Xin Shui's hand, and ran toward Su Lin. How long have you been waiting here? Su Lin smiled faintly. Not long. You must be exhausted from class. As he spoke, Su Lin handed the 2 bottles he was holding to Jiang Beiwei. Jiang Beiwei gave a light cough. Teaching isn't hard work. Xin Shui, here. Xin Shui thanked her, but simply held the drink in her hand. Su Lin glanced over as Jiang Beiwei chatted idly while walking toward the exit. Suddenly, Xin Shui halted. I have something to do. I won't be joining you too. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei both halted in their tracks. Jiang Beiwei's gaze shifted slightly as she asked softly, where are you going? Xin Shui froze for a moment. Do I need to tell you where I'm going? Jiang Beiwei quickly clarified, I just asked out of habit. No other meaning. Don't read too much into it. Xin Shui hadn't been overthinking it at first, but Jiang Beiwei's words made her can't help but overthink it. Wei, did you misunderstand something? Jiang Beiwei gasped, me? Misunderstood what? Su Lin. Jiang Beiwei's behavior was clearly like digging a hole to hide something. He cleared his throat and steered the conversation toward himself. We'd like to treat you to lunch. Would you be available? Jiang Beiwei immediately nodded. Right, we'd like to treat you to lunch. Are you free? Xin Shui tilted her head, pondering for a moment. I'm not free at noon. How about tonight? Would that work? Su Lin looked at Jiang Beiwei, who immediately nodded. Sure, let's do dinner then. We'll come pick you up. Xin Shui hummed in acknowledgement, said her goodbyes, and left. Su Lin turned his head and saw Jiang Beiwei staring intently at Xin Shui's retreating figure, her brows furrowed. He couldn't help but wave his hand in front of her face. Have you seen enough? Jiang Beiwei snapped back to reality and grabbed Su Lin's hand. Enough or not enough? I just can't help but worry. Su Lin sighed helplessly. Chen Wei is an adult. She can make her own judgments and handle things. You don't need to overthink it. Those who knew her as a friend might mistake Chen Wei for Jiang Beiwei's daughter. Su Lin thought to himself, but kept his thoughts to himself. Instead, he brought up the mortgage. It's not quitting time yet. We need to finish the paperwork quickly, or we'll have to wait until this afternoon. With the serious matter at hand, Jiang Beiwei temporarily set aside thoughts of Chen Wei. Then let's go now. As noon approached, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei finally completed all the paperwork. Checking the time, they grabbed a bite nearby. After dropping Jiang Beiwei off at home, Su Lin was about to rest when Lu Yao's call came through the moment he lay down. Something's happened, Mr. Su. Could you come to the office right away? Su Lin rubbed his temples. What happened? It's rather complicated. I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Alright, I'll be right over. Upon arriving at the office, Su Lin was immediately surrounded by a crowd as soon as he entered. At that moment, Lu Yao broke free from the crowd and rushed forward. Everyone step aside. This is urgent, I need to handle this first. The crowd immediately dispersed. Lu Yao pulled Su Lin into Zhou Shu's office. Here's the situation. Through Lu Yao's explanation, Su Lin learned the incident involved a food delivery rider who had died suddenly while making a delivery. The news had spread online, sparking an uproar with accusations that the company's exploitation had caused this outcome. Lu Yao sighed helplessly. That delivery rider had underlying health issues. There was no exploitation involved. Now we're facing accusations from all sides. If we address it, the problem isn't on our end. But if we ignore it, it'll only cause more trouble. What do you suggest we do about this? Su Lin caught Lu Yao's dilemma and chuckled. But he knew this was indeed the crux of the matter. After a moment's thought, Su Lin instructed Lu Yao to issue a public statement. Although it stems from the delivery driver's health issues, he did suffer a sudden death while on the job. We should compensate accordingly without unnecessary hesitation. Also, from now on, all new hires must submit medical examination reports. The company will cover the costs, and anyone failing the examination will not be hired. After explaining the situation, Su Lin added, everything in our company must follow established procedures. Handle matters as required, you needn't worry excessively or feel apprehensive. Su Lin trusted Lu Yao's capabilities, though her background at other companies meant she might not fully grasp his stance. But that was fine. He could lay out his stance clearly, leaving the rest to Lu Yao's discretion. For this reason, Su Lin spent half an hour discussing the matter with Lu Yao and Zhou Shu. Chapter 122, has the party involved agreed? That's the basic situation. Handle the rest as you see fit. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Su Lin spread his hands and prepared to leave. Zhou Shu watched this unfold and, without hesitation, pulled Su Lin back. Hold on a moment. I still have some matters to discuss with you. Su Lin turned back. Didn't we cover all future developments at the last meeting? What else is there? Zhou Shu pressed his hand to his forehead. The investment matter. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Someone wants to invest? Who is it? You know this person. Seeing the conflicted look on Zhou Shu's face, Su Lin guessed immediately, Chen Hao? Yes, it's him. Zhou Shu nodded firmly, then sighed. To be honest, I don't want to take his investment. Su Lin crossed his arms. Given our company's current situation, we have absolutely no need to accept investment. So what exactly are you agonizing over? Zhou Shu fell silent for a moment before letting out a bitter laugh. Because I need money. Su Lin's brow furrowed. Given Yefeng's current profits, Zhou Shu was already extremely wealthy. Why did he need more money? What happened? Su Lin asked, waving Lu Yao away. The office door closed. Zhou Shu leaned back in his chair. My dad gambled away 30 million. Su Lin scratched his ear. How much did he lose? 30 million. Zhou Shu repeated the figure, his face twisted with bitterness. Can you believe it? He just played cards at home and lost a full 30 million. When I heard it, I was just... Mid-sentence, Zhou Shu covered his face. Even with only half his features visible, the bitterness at the corners of his mouth remained unmistakable. Su Lin rubbed his fingertips together. Who does he owe? Several relatives and some neighbors. Su Lin froze. More than one person? Zhou Shu detected the shift in tone. Why did you assume it was just one person? Their eyes met, and Su Lin voiced his suspicion he believed someone had set a trap for Zhou Shu's family. From what you're saying, your father just liked playing cards. Even if he gambled heavily, it would only be a few thousand or tens of thousands. 30 million isn't something you could easily owe. Zhou Shu followed Su Lin's line of reasoning, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. But they're all relatives and neighbors. Even if they were setting a trap, it wouldn't go this far. A mocking smile touched Su Lin's lips. Senior, you can't be that naive, can you? When profit is at stake, even siblings can turn on each other, let alone relatives and neighbors. Zhou Shu snapped out of his daze, his whole body going limp. Su Lin shook his head. I'll cover the 30 million for you. Don't worry about Chen Hao. As for your father.
He paused abruptly, his tone growing solemn.
This is the first time. I hope it's the last. Zhou Shu took a deep breath. Thank you. Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. Just keep it in mind.
Since he was already at the company, Su Lin didn't rush to leave. He took a quick tour, resolved a few minor issues, and then departed. By then, evening was approaching. Su Lin decided to pick up Jiang Beiwei, who then called Qin Shui. But after 3 calls, Qin Shui still didn't answer. After a long wait, Jiang Beiwei grew anxious. Su Lin, I hope nothing happened to Qin Shui? Su Lin stroked his chin. Why don't you try calling a few more times? When Qin Shui left that morning, she hadn't seemed unusual at all. It was unlikely anything had happened. Truthfully, Su Lin felt a bit helpless. Jiang Beiwei had been spending far too much time on Qin Shui lately, yet Qin Shui's attitude remained ambiguous, not even discussing the matter properly. After much deliberation, Su Lin couldn't help but suspect that Qin Shui was deliberately stringing Jiang Beiwei along. But that was just Su Lin's internal thought. He didn't say a word about it. Jiang Beiwei steadied her nerves and kept calling Qin Shui. On the 7th try, the phone finally picked up. Weiwei, why are you calling so many times? Through the receiver, Jiang Beiwei detected a hint of weariness in her voice. Qin Shui, where are you right now? Qin Shui paused for a few seconds. I'm in my dorm at school. Jiang Beiwei's brows furrowed. Are you sure you're in your school dorm? Qin Shui fell silent. This time, a full minute passed before she spoke again. I'm still out. I haven't finished handling my business yet. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together, a flicker of anxiety crossing her eyes. Qin Shui, do you need help? Su Lin and I can come over right now. No, I can handle it. With that, Qin Shui hung up the phone. Jiang Beiwei stared at the phone screen, completely dumbfounded. Su Lin, she. Su Lin took the phone and dialed the number displayed. The moment the call connected, Su Lin stated, "This is Su Lin, CEO of Yifeng Corporation. Are you certain you don't require my assistance?" Silence fell on the other end. Su Lin showed no impatience, simply waiting quietly. 5 minutes later, a man's voice came through. I'm Qin Shui's father. If you want to help her, come over. The man then provided an address. Su Lin hung up expressionlessly. Call the police. Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened. But, will the police actually help? Su Lin gave a meaningful smile. Whether it helps or not, calling the police is the simplest solution. Jiang Beiwei choked on her words, but what grounds do we have to report it? Kidnapping and extortion. Su Lin uttered the 4 words and promptly dialed the emergency number. An hour later, a group of people entered the police station. Qin Shui sat huddled in a corner, wrapped in a blanket. Her body was covered in injuries, and patches of her clothing were soaked through with blood. Her head hung low, radiating an indescribable sorrow. Jiang Beiwei stood nearby, several times wanting to speak but silently swallowing her words each time. On the other side, a middle-aged man and a young man kept shouting. I'm her father. I have every right to beat her to death. What gives you the right to arrest me? Exactly. This is a family matter. What right do you have to interfere? The guarding officer was so exasperated he laughed. After rushing into the location reported by the caller, they witnessed the 2 men beating a bound woman. Each blow seemed aimed at killing her. First you kidnapped her, then you extorted money and you dare call her your daughter? Calm down, or you'll regret it. The middle-aged man was stunned. Kidnapping and extortion? We just wanted her to come home and get married. We even took the dowry. The officer's temple throbbed. Received the dowry? So you tied her up and beat her for that dowry? The middle-aged man cringed, fear rising in his heart. Well, what's wrong with that? As the old saying goes, parents will and matchmakers word her marriage is my decision to make. The officer felt his breath catch. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did the person involved consent to you taking the dowry? Chapter 123, which one do you want? The middle-aged man sneered, his earlier fear vanishing instantly. I already said it, parents will, matchmaker's word. She just needs to marry into the family. Her consent is irrelevant. Silence fell over the room. The glances directed at the middle-aged man grew increasingly hostile. Given your actions, the police can classify this as trafficking. Do you know how long you'll serve for abducting and selling women? Just then, a voice cut through the air. Su Lin had been accompanying Jiang Beiwei, but seeing Qin Shui standing there blankly, he gave the 2 some space to talk and went over to confront the man claiming to be Qin Shui's father. Unexpectedly, as he approached, he overheard an explosive exchange and couldn't help but speak up in anger. The middle-aged man glanced around. Trafficking? That's my daughter. What's wrong with me arranging her marriage? Su Lin scoffed. Qin Shui is a student at Yanbei University. She's in her 3rd year now, just 1 year away from graduation. Do you know how much a Yanbei graduate earns annually? The middle-aged man dismissed the question with disdain. You said she has 1 year left. I don't care about Yanbei University's salaries. All I know is I need money now, and that dowry is what I'm after. Not just Su Lin, but even the surrounding police officers were stunned by the middle-aged man's words.
Could a Yanbei University student's future really be worth less than a dowry? How much money had this man taken?
Su Lin sized him up.
From the sound of it, you've taken quite a lot?
The middle-aged man smirked smugly. 300,000.
Silence fell once more.
And within that silence hung an indescribable, heavy stillness.
A police officer spoke with evident difficulty. Do you realize that Yanbei University graduates start with annual salaries of at least 500,000 yuan?
300,000 yuan was a substantial dowry, but compared to the income Qin Shui could potentially earn in the future, it was practically insignificant. Everyone assumed that once they brought this up, the middle-aged man would reconsider.
Even Su Lin waited for his shock and bewilderment. Yet the man remained utterly dismissive. No matter how much she earns, that money won't come into my hands. Why should I make things easy for her? Everyone understood.
The middle-aged man harbored a deep malice toward Qin Shui. This malice compelled him to accept the 300,000 yuan dowry and agree to destroy Qin Shui.
A dark gleam flashed in Su Lin's eyes. So it was you who beat Qin Shui at the school gate until she ended up in the hospital, too?
The middle-aged man lifted his chin.
My son did it. She never listened. A little lesson was in order. Thud. Su Lin delivered a powerful kick.
The middle-aged man fell backward, slamming hard into the chair beside him.
The police officer immediately shouted, "What's wrong with you? How can you hit someone here?" Exactly. Stop it right now. You can't get physical here.
Their words came out sharp, but their actions were slow. One officer rushed to help the man, but as Su Lin charged forward, he grabbed the officer's arm. Su Lin watched this unfold, delivering several more kicks and punches before pretending to be restrained.
He then offered a swift apology. I know hitting someone is wrong. I admit my mistake and am willing to accept punishment. Apologize my ass. You did this on purpose.
The middle-aged man shouted angrily, but as soon as he stood up, he doubled over in pain. Su Lin's blows had been too painful. No matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't escape them. Back and forth, he could only endure it himself.
He injured me.
He has to pay me compensation.
What injuries? You look perfectly fine.
Take him to the interrogation room.
As for you, get out of here. Don't loiter around the station.
Su Lin smoothed his clothes.
Got it. I'm leaving now.
Returning to the front, he found Qin Shui clutching Jiang Beiwei and weeping.
Well, crying it out was good. Bottling up emotions was the real problem.
But once Qin Shui finished crying, they'd still need to go to the hospital. He hadn't thought it through. He'd completely forgotten to call an ambulance. Su Lin thought to himself as he sat down on the other side.
Just then, a female officer approached them. You should go to the hospital first. We'll notify you if there are any developments here.
Su Lin snapped back to attention.
Understood. The three rushed to the hospital. After completing the paperwork, Su Lin headed straight to the emergency room. How is he?
The surface wounds have been treated, but further examinations are needed elsewhere. Jiang Beiwei cautiously explained the situation, her eyes clouded with worry. Su Lin, about the reason you called the police earlier. Su Lin made a shushing gesture.
I've got it under control.
Although Qin Shui's father hadn't explicitly mentioned extortion, the interrogation at the police station had been grueling enough.
As for the rest,
he had poor hearing.
Couldn't he have misheard?
Worst case, he'd just pay a fine. Su Lin casually averted his gaze and turned to buy dinner for Jiang Beiwei and Qin Shui. That night, Jiang Beiwei stayed at the hospital. I need to keep Qin Shui company, just in case she does something reckless.
You should go home first.
Su Lin agreed. I'll come by tomorrow morning.
The next day,
Su Lin arranged for a nurse to care for Qin Shui, then headed to class with Jiang Beiwei. Both were juniors now, with fewer freshman-level courses, though the remaining ones were still enough to cause headaches. Thinking about their senior year internships, Su Lin felt his irritation ease considerably.
Just then, Li Yun approached. Heard you went to the police station last night? Su Lin was taken aback. How did you know? Li Yun said nothing, instead sliding his phone toward Su Lin.
Displayed prominently was a post from the school forum detailing why he'd ended up at the police station. Su Lin's mouth twitched.
These people really have nothing better to do.
Li Yun shrugged.
Gossip always finds a way, no matter how busy you are. By the way, what were you doing at the police station last night? Handled some things. Nothing major.
Su Lin had no intention of mentioning Qin Shui, so he brushed it off casually and ended the topic.
Seeing this, Li Yun didn't press further.
Only after class did he ask about the internship at Yifeng Company. Su Lin frowned in confusion.
Who are you asking for?
Li Yun pointed at himself. Myself. Su Lin chuckled.
You're only a junior. Isn't it a bit early to be asking about internships?
Li Yun replied earnestly. You're my easiest way to get close to Yifeng.
The sooner I ask, the better.
Su Lin shrugged.
I only handle minor company tasks now.
For hiring, you'll need to talk to Yifeng's HR manager.
But with your resume, I doubt it'll be difficult.
Li Yun rolled his eyes.
Great. That was a waste of time.
After a pause, Li Yun brought up another matter. There's a robotics competition happening up north recently.
Interested? A robot competition?
Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly.
Intelligent robots?
Li Yun snapped his fingers.
Bingo! So, what do you say? Interested?
Su Lin chuckled.
Are you after me personally? Or just my money? Chapter 124, should we wait?
When it came to professional ability, Su Lin didn't think he could hold a candle to Li Yun.
So Li Yun's question was clearly after his money. Li Yun laughed heartily. Isn't that basically the same thing? Su Lin was speechless. You've got your sights set on me, haven't you? The two chatted idly. Before long, Su Lin steered the conversation back to business. How much investment are you guys looking for? 100,000. Su Lin stroked his chin and asked the most crucial question. What's in it for me?
100,000 wasn't much for Su Lin, but he couldn't just hand it over lightly. Plus, robots were the future, so he definitely needed to secure some advantage in this deal. At the very least, he needed to recruit a few key people. Unaware of Su Lin's calculations, Li Yun replied without hesitation, if we place, your name will be listed among the contributors, and you'll receive a share of the final product. To be honest, Su Lin was tempted. However, he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he proposed another idea. I hope your team members will consider joining Yefeng. Of course, I don't mean right now, I mean later. Hearing about employment, Li Yun hesitated. I can guarantee my own situation, but the others will need to discuss it further. Su Lin smiled faintly. No problem. Go ahead and discuss it. Regardless of the outcome, I'll cover the expenses. With that settled, they fell silent. After class, as Li Yun was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and asked, you just said you wouldn't be responsible for internships, so why are we talking about joining the company now? Su Lin cleared his throat. His words were indeed contradictory, but he had his reasons for evading the issue. Are internships and full-time positions the same thing? Li Yun, fine. I'll give you an answer by tonight at the latest. Su Lin nodded and strolled over to Jiang Beiwei's classroom. Are you going to the hospital? Jiang Beiwei, who had been staring at her phone, nodded immediately upon hearing the question. I need to go be with her. Su Lin said, I'll take you there first. I still need to swing by the office later. The implication was clear, he couldn't stay with her. Jiang Beiwei understood the implication and curved her lips into a smile. Go ahead with your work. I'll be right here at the hospital. Nothing will happen. Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement, dropped Jiang Beiwei off at the hospital, and headed to the office. Robots? Zhou Shu frowned. It is the future trend, but short-term returns are unlikely. Our company already has ventures across multiple sectors. Is adding robotics really necessary? What if? Su Lin raised his hand. Zhou Shu immediately fell silent, waiting quietly for Su Lin to speak. I know short-term returns are unlikely, but robotics itself is a long-term investment. If not something grand, how about starting with smartphone intelligence? What do you think? Zhou Shu's mouth twitched. He didn't think it was a good idea. Su Lin, this isn't trivial. Once we invest, abandoning it midway means losing everything. Are you certain you want to proceed? Su Lin gave a firm answer, I'm certain. Zhou Shu rubbed his temples. If you're that certain, I have nothing more to say. But I don't know much about these things, so? Su Lin understood, I'll find someone. After a pause, Su Lin continued, don't worry too much. The investment hasn't officially started yet. I still need to observe things for a while longer. Hearing this, Zhou Shu exhaled in relief. Then before it officially begins, you should discuss hiring with Zhao Haoyu. Su Lin sighed helplessly. It's too early to discuss hiring now. Zhou Shu shook his head dismissively. Now is the perfect time. Talent is hard to come by, we can't afford to miss any opportunity. Su Lin realized he was right and immediately discussed the matter with Zhao Haoyu. Zhao Haoyu pondered for a moment. No problem. I'll keep an eye out on my end. Currently, the most profitable division at Yefeng was solely its gaming department. Consequently, resources from all sectors were heavily allocated to this division. After confirming everything was in order in the gaming division, Su Lin turned his attention to the live streaming department. Kuayu's growth had been rapid, and with Su Lin's earlier investments made without regard for cost, they were essentially at a point where every employee had one. That was Su Lin's perception, though he wasn't entirely sure of the actual situation. Our department currently handles only bug fixes. By the way, with the recent surge in streamers, our own top-tier talent is clearly struggling with revenue. Mr. Su, should we consider a strategy to regain audience attention? Su Lin waved it off. No need. New streamers kept emerging, and Kuayu was the first to appear. Those signed to the company had already gained the upper hand. If they couldn't retain talent under these circumstances, they were useless anyway, no need to keep them around. After walking a few steps, Su Lin suddenly remembered something. He turned to the department manager and said, keep a close eye on those streamers lately. See if they have any ulterior motives. The department manager wasn't stupid, he instantly grasped the crux of the matter. So if they have ideas?
Yefeng won't force anyone to stay, but conversely, we won't let anyone walk away with Yefeng's resources.
At this, the department manager nodded.
I understand. Those who wish to leave would have to pay a heavy price. As evening approached, Su Lin finally left the company. Just as he picked up Jiang Beiwei and prepared to head home, she said, "What happened yesterday is all over the internet."
Su Lin turned his head slightly.
What's the situation?
I don't know the specifics, but a bunch of people online are cursing us. The last two words came out with great difficulty.
Su Lin was baffled. Why would they be criticizing us?
Jiang Beiwei quietly explained the situation. Only then did Su Lin realize the online discourse had been distorted.
To netizens, they appeared to be the ones deliberately picking a fight, yet because they had Yefeng backing them, the victim ended up getting arrested.
Su Lin laughed bitterly in anger.
This was clearly someone targeting Yefeng, using yesterday's incident as a pretext. The person behind it really wasn't afraid of getting caught. Jiang Beiwei frowned deeply. Su Lin, how should we handle this? Su Lin replied softly, "It's not a big deal. I'll take you home first." After dropping Jiang Beiwei off, Su Lin was about to head back to the office when Lu Yao called. "You've heard about the online situation, right, Mr. Su?"
Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement.
"What are your thoughts?"
Lu Yao replied, "We can't disclose our plans yet, but there are some matters we need to discuss with you." Su Lin understood. "I'll be at the office shortly."
Upon entering the office, Su Lin briefly recounted yesterday's events.
Lu Yao's face darkened with anger, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled.
"If what Mr. Su says holds true, we've got this in the bag. The question now is, should we wait?" Chapter 125. Today I'll show you around Yin City.
Su Lin's eyes darkened.
Wait? Of course we wait. Whoever was behind this would pay the price for acting without understanding the full picture. Truthfully, the company had been too quiet for too long.
Compared to the days when it was still a studio, Su Lin felt somewhat unsettled.
Lu Yao nodded and added, "When we issue our clarification, it would be ideal if the police department could release a statement alongside it.
That should help restore our reputation." Su Lin remained silent. What exists exists, what doesn't, doesn't. There was no need to overthink it, otherwise, his mindset would crumble.
With that thought, Su Lin dismissed Lu Yao for the day. "We'll address this matter tomorrow." "All right."
Yufeng left work immediately, but online discourse only grew more intense. Many people began hurling insults at the company's official website. Meanwhile, related videos have also surfaced on Kuayu.
Yet Yefeng showed no reaction whatsoever to any of this.
After a while, the angry crowd grew quiet.
By then, it was already the third day, and Yefeng's employees were growing anxious. Why hasn't the company responded yet? Could it really be true, like they're saying online, that it's our CEO Su's fault? Should we ask Manager Lu? His department handles these matters, surely they have a solution?
The group buzzed with discussion, their focus completely shifting away from work.
Zhou Shu noticed this and was furious. He immediately called Su Lin to the company. "What exactly do you plan to do about those online rumors?"
Su Lin leaned back in his chair, speaking calmly, "Why the rush?
It's not time to handle it yet. Let's wait a bit longer."
Zhou Shu slammed his hand on the desk. "I wish I could wait, but the entire company is buzzing with related comments."
"Your inaction is already disrupting our workflow." Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement, folding his arms. "If everyone's distracted, why not organize a team-building event? It'd be perfect for giving the staff a chance to explore Yin City." After a pause, Su Lin added, "Oh, and pay will be issued as usual. Don't let this take up your rest time." Zhou Shu's mouth twitched violently. "You really are."
After uttering 4 words, Zhou Shu swallowed the rest of his sentence. "I'll have Lu Yao and Zhao Haoyu handle the arrangements." Before long, the news spread throughout the company. Employees who had been buzzing with speculation fell silent in stunned disbelief. Seriously, have CEO Su and CEO Zhou lost their minds? If this isn't handled properly, it could damage the company's reputation. Come on, I don't see any downside. If they can have fun, let them have fun. It's their company, they must have their reasons for doing this.
Exactly. I need to think about what to bring. Paid team building? Where else can you find something this good?
Meanwhile, Lu Yao, having heard the full story, promptly sought out Zhao Haoyu. Zhao Haoyu fell silent.
After a moment, he pulled Lu Yao aside and asked, "Spill the beans, what's really going on here?" Lu Yao didn't hold back, summarizing the situation in a few words. Zhao Haoyu's eyes lit up. "So, they're just waiting for an opportunity?" Lu Yao nodded solemnly. Suddenly remembering something, she looked at Zhao Haoyu. "Have you run into trouble recruiting people lately?"
Zhao Haoyu waved it off casually.
"That's nothing to worry about."
Lu Yao hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. Instead, she shifted the topic to the team-building event.
Zhao Haoyu replied, "I know a team.
I'll get in touch with them and have them handle it directly.
By the way, what's the budget?" Lu Yao fell silent.
Zhao Haoyu looked puzzled.
"Why aren't you saying anything?" Lu Yao sighed. "Those two only asked us to handle this matter. They didn't mention a budget." Zhao Haoyu raised an eyebrow. I'll give them a call and check. A minute later, Zhao Haoyu hung up. Just proceed as usual. Lu Yao nodded. Alright, then I won't interfere with this matter. Meanwhile, Yefeng Company was busy with a paid team building event. Su Lin, however, headed straight to the police station. He wasted no time, efficiently relaying some online comments. Since it involves the police department, Yefeng hasn't issued an immediate clarification. Their reputation has already suffered some damage. I wanted to ask how things are progressing on your end. If possible, could I issue a related clarification from my side? The police department hadn't anticipated such an incident. After hearing Su Lin's account, they immediately escalated the matter to higher authorities. We'll get back to you as soon as possible. Su Lin sighed, adopting a melancholy expression. That's good. I'll just wait a little longer then. At the hospital, Qin Shui's injuries had significantly improved. With nothing else to do, she pulled out her phone to pass the time. Before she knew it, she stumbled upon news about Yufeng. Her eyes reddened as she read the abusive comments. How could these people dare to insult Su Lin and Yufeng like this? Outsiders didn't know the truth, but as someone directly involved, she understood everything clearly. No, she had to help clear things up. Qin Shui wanted to take action, but then she froze. She was alone. Even if she wanted to set the record straight, what could she possibly do? Just then, the hospital room door slid open. Jiang Beiwei entered carrying a thermos, her voice light and cheerful. Qin Shui, dinner's ready. Qin Shui looked at her, and before she could speak, her eyes welled up. Jiang Beiwei startled. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Qin Shui spoke, her voice slightly choked. Did you know about the online rumors all along? Jiang Beiwei's eyes flickered, her grip on the thermos tightening slightly. In the silence, Qin Shui spoke again. I want to help you. What should I do? Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together. Honestly, I'm not sure either. How about this? I'll call Su Lin and ask what he plans to do. Qin Shui hummed in acknowledgement, her hands resting motionless on the quilt as she kept her head bowed. It seemed she wouldn't be eating. Jiang Beiwei sighed inwardly, dialed Su Lin, explained the situation, and whispered, what do you think she should do? Have her wait. I have other plans for this matter. Don't do anything unnecessary. Su Lin gave his instructions before calling Zhao Haoyu, arrange for the company's streamers to go live. Make it as big a spectacle as possible. The next day, Yefeng Company held a team building event. Following Su Lin's instructions, all the streamers went live simultaneously. Soon, fans of the relevant streamers flooded into the live streams. Upon hearing Yefeng Company's instructions, they were stunned. Despite the fierce online backlash, Yefeng Company seemed completely unfazed and was even holding a company-wide team building event? A team building event was one thing, but holding it during work hours as a paid activity? For a moment, many were at a loss for words. The streamers saw the crowded chat rooms but noticed few comments, and they didn't seem to care. Come on, everyone. Today, Yefeng Company is taking you to explore Yin City. Chapter 126, Streamers Demand Contract Termination. Yefeng's attitude sparked another online storm, with criticism and envy mingling in a chaotic mix. Just then, another company stepped forward, immediately condemning Yefeng for reckless behavior. They dragged Su Lin into it, declaring he was unfit to be the CEO of a major corporation. Abusing your power, ignoring the situation, having someone like you in Yin City is nothing short of a disgrace to our city. In no time, Yin City's disgrace became a trending topic on Kuaiyou. In response, Su Lin casually stated that this was his personal matter and asked outsiders not to involve the company. This statement only fueled the other company's pursuit of Su Lin. If it's not about the company, then what about Yinbei University? We hear you're a student there. After doing something like this, do you still hold Yinbei University in any regard? In the office, Lu Yao relayed these comments to Su Lin. Mr. Su, should we wait any longer? Su Lin rubbed his fingertips. What's the situation with this company? Lu Yao paused before honestly explaining, this company specializes in gaming. Before Yefeng emerged, they were considered one of the top players in the industry. In other words, Yefeng had blocked their path. No, it was more accurate to say they had been suppressed by Yefeng. Now stepping forward, it looks like standing up for the victims, but it's really just about riding their coattails. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. Is there anyone else behind this company? Lu Yao lifted her head slightly, nothing has surfaced so far. Su Lin looked up, have Zhao Haoyu come over. Compared to Lu Yao, Zhao Haoyu, who was in charge of poaching talent, should have a better grasp of the situation. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Haoyu appeared, he laid out the company's situation. Chan Hao. Su Lin uttered the two words, then suddenly smiled. Mr. Su, are you alright? Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I'll head to the police station. Zhao Haoyu raised an eyebrow. Before heading to the station, shouldn't you discuss this with Mr. Chen? No need. Chen Hao remained hidden in the background. No matter how big this scandal blew up, it wouldn't implicate him. But that company. Su Lin smiled. Now that it had surfaced, there was no going back. Su Lin left the company but received a call before reaching the station. Regarding the online situation, we've made our decision. We can issue the notice immediately. Can you coordinate your side? Su Lin flashed a smile. Of course I can cooperate. After both sides hung up, Su Lin sent a message to Liu Yao. Within an hour, the relevant clarifications appeared online, and the voices that had been targeting Su Lin's company fell silent. But Su Lin, having endured these past few days, wasn't about to let it go. He directly invested funds. The question was where to invest them. At the same time, the company's streamers went live, instantly stirring up a storm. Su Lin returned to the office with remarkable ease. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Zhao Haoyu, his expression grave, deep in conversation with the finance department. Mr. Su, you're back. The finance manager greeted him. Su Lin nodded, his gaze settling on Zhao Haoyu. What happened? He'd only been gone a little over an hour. Why did Zhao Haoyu look so grim? Zhao Haoyu suppressed his anger as he explained, just an hour after you left, 5 streamers came looking for us. They claimed the company damaged their reputation and demanded to terminate their contracts. They insist the fault lies with us and refuse to pay any penalty fees. Su Lin chuckled. And that's their reason? Zhao Haoyu smiled, but the warmth was entirely absent from his eyes. If it were only that, I wouldn't say anything. But they've already filed a lawsuit against our company. Su Lin crossed his arms. Has the relevant paperwork reached the company yet? Not yet, but they've been broadcasting about it. The internet is flooded with related stories now. Zhao Haoyu rubbed his temples. They'd been waiting for developments outside, but never imagined that after all that waiting, this would be the outcome. Suing over a live stream? Those 5 streamers really had some nerve. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Now that the issue is resolved, what are they saying? Zhao Haoyu sighed helplessly, not a word. Su Lin understood immediately. They'd made up their minds to terminate their contracts with the company. Let them terminate their contracts. Just get the breach of contract penalty back. Zhao Haoyu looked troubled. That's it? Su Lin instantly grasped his thoughts. Patting his shoulder, he said meaningfully, we're a legitimate company. Everything follows standard procedures. No messy underhanded tactics. Zhao Haoyu. Those streamers were all specially cultivated by the company, each one costing a fortune. But since Su Lin had spoken, Zhao Haoyu felt it was best not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, the 5 streamers gathered in the company provided live streaming room. As they scanned the online updates, silence fell over them. After an unknown amount of time, one of them spoke up. Hey, why isn't anyone saying anything? Don't you have anything to say? The female streamer Li Yunyun beside her scoffed coldly. What's there to say? They've already sued us live on stream. They won't let us back out now. We've got nowhere to retreat. The other 3 male streamers chimed in one after another. We really have no way out. Let's keep moving forward. After all, Mr. Chen has already promised that once we successfully terminate our contracts, he'll promote us as his main streamers. He's right. We're all major streamers with dedicated fanbases. Wherever we go, we'll get preferential treatment. Li Yunyun glanced around, then lowered her head without a word. Then the first speaker spoke up. Stop standing around. Go find a lawyer immediately. If we lose, the penalty for breach of contract won't be cheap. The group exchanged glances before silently dispersing. On their way out of the company building, they passed several fellow streamers from the same agency. Neither side spoke. Their eyes met briefly before they all looked away. Li Yunyun got into her car, her hands resting on the steering wheel, motionless for a long time. Suddenly, her phone, resting beside her, rang. Li Yunyun jumped in fright, but quickly regained her composure. Mom, why are you calling me? I heard your company's issues were resolved. Yunyun, your boss is truly a decent person. He endured all that criticism without defending himself. You really suffered an injustice. Li Yunyun lowered her head. Yes, he was wronged. Her mother detected the sadness in her voice. Yunyun, you don't sound right. Are you sick? Or did someone hurt your feelings? Li Yunyun rested her head on the steering wheel, her emotions beginning to unravel. Mom, I think I did something wrong. Wrong thing? What did you do? Li Yunyun remained silent. Her mother's sigh echoed from the passenger seat. I don't know what you did, but making mistakes isn't scary. What's scary is not having the courage to admit it. Those who turn back in time still have a chance to make amends. Chapter 127, Follow the procedure. So you're saying you regret it? In the office, Su Lin stared expressionlessly at the female anchor before him, inwardly amused. You were the one suing to terminate the contract. Now you come back to take it back? Li Yunyun, what do you take this company for? Li Yunyun clenched her fists nervously. I know I was wrong, but I can withdraw the lawsuit. I hope the company will give me a chance to make amends. Su Lin offered no reply, merely observing Li Yunyun in silence. As time passed, Li Yunyun's nerves grew increasingly frayed. She called her mother, who told her that those who turned back in time could have a chance to reconsider. But now, it seemed she had none left. Slowly, Li Yunyun lowered her head, a hint of disappointment on her face. If the company doesn't want to give me a chance, that's fine. I made a mistake and must pay the price. Mr. Su, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Lee Yun turned to leave the office. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, a voice called out from behind her. I can give you a chance to redeem yourself, but you must do one thing. Lee Yun spun around. What do you want me to do, Mr. Su? Encourage them to make a big fuss about this. The bigger, the better. Su Lin's voice was low and deep, leaving Lee Yun utterly confused. For now, keep them calm. Before he could finish, Lee Yun abruptly lowered her head. This was an opportunity she'd actively sought out herself. Why should she plead for the other four? I understand. After Lee Yun left, Su Lin leaned back. To be honest, he was utterly surprised. The 5 streamers demanding contract termination should logically be a united front. They should either leave together or stay together. Yet, unexpectedly, Lee Yun had broken ranks. Su Lin could offer her a chance, but if she failed to meet his demands, she could forget about any future favors. With that thought, Su Lin closed his eyes, waiting to see how Lee Yun would handle things next. The controversy surrounding Yufeng Company's streamers demanding contract termination was escalating. One faction argued that since Yefeng had nurtured them, it was unreasonable to terminate their contracts now. Others argued that workers had every right to quit if they no longer wished to be employed, and there was no need for condemnation. The two sides argued incessantly, neither able to sway the other. Meanwhile, Lee Yun gathered with the other 4 streamers involved in the contract dispute. Lee Yun looked around and spoke up. A lot of people are talking about our contract termination now. It's gotten so big that the company must be furious. Should we step forward and try to calm things down? Calm things down? The streamer on the left repeated her words and couldn't help but laugh. Why suppress it? Lee Yun glanced over. Lu Hai, the most arrogant of the group, always followed his own path and despised weakness above all else. He was also the most vocal in demanding contract termination. Pushing aside her thoughts, Lee Yun said, the bigger the fuss, the harder it will be to terminate our contracts. There's no. Precisely because it'll be harder, we need to make it even bigger. I consulted a lawyer these past 2 days. If we can't reach a private agreement with the company, every penny we've earned won't cover the penalty fees. Lu Hai cut her off, his eyes flashing with determination. That's why we have to make the company back down. The other 3 remained silent, but their expressions made it clear they understood and agreed with Lu Hai. Lee Yun opened her mouth, then lowered her head, feigning resignation. But Lu Hai, have you considered the company might not fall for this? Lu Hai replied coolly, we 5 are the company's top streamers. If our fans unite, the company has no choice but to back down. They have no options. Too bad the ones with no choice are you guys. Lee Yun concealed the dark glint in her eyes and pressed on, what exactly do you plan to do? We'll co-stream on Kuayu. Lee Yun looked up in shock. We're terminating our contract with Kuayu and you want to stream on Kuayu? Aren't you afraid the company will ban our accounts? Lu Hai replied nonchalantly, if the company really does ban our accounts, that would actually benefit us more. Seeing this, Lee Yun remained silent. Subsequently, the 5 collaborated to post a preview for the 8 p.m. livestream. Yefeng had been under intense scrutiny these past few days, and now these 5 individuals had emerged, drawing nearly all attention toward them. Inside the company, Lu Yao stared at Su Lin. They've made such a big fuss. Isn't the CEO planning to step in? Or did he know about their plans all along? Su Lin held a cup of hot water, his expression calm as ever. I have no idea what their plans are. I've just made a few minor adjustments in certain matters. Lu Yao watched Su Lin's hand gestures and nearly lost her composure. Mr. Su, could you please? Knock knock knock. The door knocked and both Su Lin and Lu Yao turned toward the entrance. The next moment, Zhou Shu pushed the door open. When his gaze met theirs, he froze instantly. You guys know about the livestream, right? Su Lin gave a slight nod. Lu Yao told me. You didn't come over just for that, did you? Zhou Shu wiped his face and sat down across from Su Lin without a word. Seeing this, Su Lin exchanged a glance with Lu Yao, who immediately understood. As the office door closed again, Su Lin turned to Zhou Shu. Alright, what's the problem on your end? Zhou Shu gave a wry smile. What could possibly be wrong? It always comes down to the same few things, doesn't it? Su Lin interlaced his fingers. So you have other plans? Silence filled the office. Just as Su Lin was about to press further, Zhou Shu spoke up. I'd like to go abroad for further studies for a while. Su Lin shifted his posture. How long? A year. For some reason, Su Lin suddenly recalled the year Jiang Beiwei had been away. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Logically, I shouldn't stand in your way now. But the company has many tasks requiring manpower. Are you certain you want to leave at this time? Zhou Shu visibly hesitated. Su Lin showed no impatience, simply waiting quietly. After a long pause, Zhou Shu clenched his jaw. I know leaving now isn't ideal, but there's something I absolutely must attend to at this moment. Su Lin asked a few more questions, confirming Zhou Shu truly wouldn't change his mind, and then abandoned any further attempts to persuade him. When are you leaving? In a week. There are still some formalities to handle. Su Lin nodded. Let's have a meal together before you go.
At 8 p.m., the 5 streamers who had posted previews went live together on Kuayu.
But not long after, all 5 accounts were suspended.
Simultaneously, an announcement appeared on Kuayu's homepage, clearly outlining the streamer contract termination process and portions of the contract terms.
We at Yefeng are a legitimate company. We won't stand in the way of any employee pursuing their future.
If you wish to terminate your contract, please follow the proper procedures.
No exceptions. Chapter 128. What kind of logic is this?
The moment this announcement appeared, the fans who had been ready to cause a scene instantly fell silent. They had assumed the streamers were causing trouble because the company wouldn't let them leave, never considering it might be the streamers' fault.
Just as everything fell into a standstill, Lee Yunyun's account was unblocked. The very next evening, Lee Yunyun went live on her own initiative. Regarding the contract termination, we are indeed at an impasse. The main issue, to be honest, I don't know how to put it, but the outcome will be revealed soon. All concerned fans can wait for the company's official announcement. Whatever the situation, you will have your answers.
Meanwhile, Lu Hai and the other 3 streamers stood before Su Lin's desk. The office atmosphere was thick with tension, broken only by the sound of Su Lin shuffling papers. Lu Hai and the others dared not utter a word. From the suspension of their live streaming accounts to the subsequent announcement, the company had flawlessly demonstrated its dominance. After a night of waiting, any hope of forcing the company to back down had vanished without a trace.
Instead, they found themselves reluctant to terminate their contracts.
Yet the initiative was no longer in their hands, all they could do was wait quietly.
Time passed.
Suddenly, Su Lin lifted his head. His gaze met the figures across from him, and a look of realization washed over his face. My memory's failing me, I almost forgot the main reason you're here.
You're here to terminate your contracts, right? Zhou Cece.
As Su Lin's voice faded, a woman in a form-fitting long dress walked in, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. This was Su Lin's newly hired secretary, a graduate from a prestigious university who was not only attractive but also highly competent.
Zhou Cece scanned the room. Mr. Su, what can I do for you?
Su Lin tilted his chin slightly.
Have someone bring in a few chairs. Oh, and have manager Zhao come over too. Zhou Cece nodded and hurried out.
When she returned, 6 people followed behind her. 5 of them carried chairs, while the 6th was Zhao Haoyu.
Mr. Su.
Zhao Haoyu greeted him, his gaze shifting to the other 4 men.
His eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke again. You summoned me, Mr. Su, regarding the streamer's contract termination, correct? Have you finalized the terms?
Su Lin shook his head.
Not yet.
Zhao Haoyu hummed in acknowledgement.
Then I'll handle the negotiations with them.
Before long, the conversation flowed entirely at Zhao Haoyu's pace. Lu Hai tried several times to regain control but found himself utterly powerless.
Gradually, only one voice filled the office.
At that moment, Zhao Haoyu paused, picked up the cup beside him, and took a sip of tea.
You all understand what I just said, right? Any other questions?
Bring them all up now, and I'll address them.
Lu Hai and the other 3 remained silent, their eyes still holding a trace of bewilderment.
They had always believed they were in control of the situation. They never imagined the company would either stay completely passive or, once it acted, crush them completely. What should they do?
Should they still insist on terminating the contract?
Su Lin and Zhao Haoyu exchanged a subtle glance. Suddenly, Lu Hai spoke up. We've done our share for the company, if not for achievements, then at least for the effort.
Is there truly no room for negotiation regarding the termination?
Su Lin tapped his desk.
If it were you, would there be any room? Lu Hai fell silent.
Others might not know, but if it were him, he'd never let anyone off the hook for breaching a contract at a critical moment.
Enough. Let's put this matter to rest.
Pay the penalty fee promptly, and afterward, you're free to go wherever you please.
The company won't interfere in the slightest.
Of course, if you can't come up with the penalty.
Su Lin abruptly cut himself off. Lu Hai and the others instinctively looked up. Before surprise could light their eyes, Su Lin's next words struck them into silence. You can have the people behind you pay it. Lu Hai gave a nervous chuckle. Mr. Su, you really have a sense of humor.
Terminating the contract was our own decision.
What backers are you talking about? Is that so?
Then there's no one, I suppose. You have 3 days. Once the penalty is paid, your accounts will be returned to you. Hearing that the accounts could be returned, Lu Hai felt his tense heart relax slightly. We'll pay the penalty as soon as possible. After the 4 streamers left, Su Lin turned to Zhao Haoyu. Keep an eye on things from here on out.
Prevent any more mishaps. Understood. An hour later, the termination results were announced publicly. After confirming no loose ends remained, Su Lin headed to the hospital to find Jiang Beiwei. Is everything settled?
Jiang Beiwei's eyes sparkled as she stared at Su Lin for a long moment without looking away.
Yes. What did the doctor say about Qin Shue's condition?
The doctor said she can be discharged, but she needs proper rest afterward. Some injuries were quite severe, so I plan to take Qin Shue home.
She'll return to school once she's fully recovered. Su Lin agreed, that's fine, but we still need to keep an eye on her father. Jiang Beiwei lowered her voice. You mean, her father might come looking for her again? Su Lin nodded. Their family, after all. No matter how severe the beating, he won't be locked up for long. Jiang Beiwei's brows furrowed. Just because they're family, the law doesn't apply? What kind of logic is that? Su Lin replied flatly, it's not about logic, but that's how it is. Jiang Beiwei opened her mouth, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Then Chen Wei won't be safe? She worked so hard to get into Yanbei University. She has her whole future ahead of her. How can she be trapped by that rotten family? Su Lin crossed his arms. There is a way. Jiang Beiwei's eyes lit up. What way? Go abroad. The two simple words left Jiang Beiwei stunned. Go abroad? But what could she possibly do on her own? Jiang Beiwei voiced her doubts almost instinctively. But she quickly caught herself, so you mean sending Chen Wei abroad to study and then having her stay there? That's the most reliable option. Of course, she could also go abroad to work directly. With both options laid out, Jiang Beiwei decided to leave the choice entirely up to Chen Wei. What do you think? Chen Wei pondered for a long time. Both options are good, but given my circumstances, I probably couldn't even get a visa, right? As a student, certain visas required proof of financial means, something she simply couldn't provide. Jiang Beiwei replied, you needn't worry about the visa. If you're willing, we can handle it for you. It all depends on what you want. Chen Wei pressed her lips together, hesitating. I'd be willing to go abroad, but what exactly would I do once I'm there? Su Lin interjected, I'm looking into foreign trade and some multinational ventures. If you're willing to go, I can arrange for a team to go with you. At those words, Chen Wei's unease vanished instantly. All right. I'm willing to go. Su Lin gave her a deep look. Get discharged first. Focus on recovering your health. I still need some time to prepare things on my end. Chapter 129. This is what they call the depths of human malice. After dropping Jiang Beiwei and Chen Wei off at the former's residence, Su Lin called Zhao Haoyu. Foreign trade? International business? Zhao Haoyu was stunned. I could recruit people, but reliable ones would basically require poaching. It's impossible to assemble a team in the short term. Su Lin pondered, what's the fastest and slowest possible timeline? Fastest would be 1 month. Slowest could take 3 months. Chen Wei needed time to recover, and with visa complications, 1 month was too short, yet 3 months felt too long. Su Lin snapped back to reality, could we get things sorted in 2 months? It's possible, but we might have to compromise on certain aspects. Then 2 months it is. Su Lin didn't mind making concessions. The critical moment hadn't arrived yet, so temporary compromises were acceptable. While Zhao Haoyu was busy recruiting staff, Su Lin was occupied handling matters at the school. When the online discussions about him had reached a fever pitch, the principal had specifically called to inquire about the situation. Su Lin had promised then that the matter could be easily resolved, but subsequent contract termination issues had caused him to keep putting it off. Now that he had time, Su Lin met with the principal. After explaining the situation, he proposed the idea of recruiting on campus. Yefeng may not be large yet, but I am a Yanbei University student. Asking for a campus recruitment spot isn't unreasonable, is it? You're not here to discuss the matter, you're just after that campus recruitment spot, aren't you? The principal was both amused and exasperated. It wasn't that no student had ever considered this before, but such requests typically came after a company went public. A company still in its developmental stage like Su Lin's was a first. Su Lin smiled candidly. That is indeed part of my intention, but the specifics will depend on the principal. The president considered it. I can grant you a campus recruitment spot. However, your company is small, so you'll only get a corner. Whether you can recruit anyone will depend entirely on your own skills. Just having a spot was enough for Su Lin. After bidding farewell to the principal, Su Lin left the campus. Only upon arriving home did he send a message to Zhao Haoyu. Make the arrangements. Just then, Su Yingying approached. Brother. Su Lin put down his phone. What is it? Su Yingying plopped down on the floor. Nothing. Su Lin lifted her up. If you have something to say, just say it. If it's something I can handle, I'll take care of it for you. Swaying in the air for a moment, Su Yingying pouted, I graduated from elementary school. Su Lin froze, you finished elementary school already? Su's mother emerged from the house, her tone sharp. You're about to graduate from college. Isn't it perfectly normal for your sister to finish elementary school? Su Lin realized she was right, scratched his nose, and set Su Yingying down on the sofa. Alright, what do you want? Su Yingying tilted her head up. Can I have anything I want? Just as Su Lin was about to agree, he suddenly remembered something and cautiously replied, you have to tell me what it is first. Only then can I decide if it's okay. Su Yingying's cheeks puffed out instantly. Can't you just say yes now? Su Lin thought, if I agree now and you get me into a huge mess, how am I supposed to handle it? No.
Sue's mother watched the siblings back and forth, shook her head with a smile, and left them be. Soon, Su Lin learned of Su Yingying's plan. She wanted to go on a trip with her classmates. Su Lin refused. "You're too young. Even if I agreed, Mom wouldn't let you go." Su Yingying muttered softly, "Brother, just say I'm going to summer camp. Mom will definitely believe it." Su Lin chuckled, pinching her sister's cheek playfully. "You've got some nerve trying to rope me into lying with you." Su Yingying mumbled, "Just say yes or no." Su Lin laughed. "Sure, why wouldn't I? But if I'm doing this for you, I'll be taking on the risk. So in exchange, you'll have to give me something, right?" Su Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're my brother. How dare you ask me for something in return?" Su Lin replied with righteous indignation. "Even blood brothers settle accounts clearly. You came begging me first. What's wrong with me wanting something in return?" Su Yingying's brows nearly knitted together. But I don't have anything to give you." "That's your problem. My job is to get paid. I won't do anything for you until I'm compensated." Su Lin patted Su Yingying's head lazily. "Don't waste my time. Go figure out how we're going to make this deal work." "Oh." Su Yingying returned to her room, head hanging low. Su Lin watched the door close without concern, turning his attention back to his own affairs. That afternoon, Su Yingying arrived before Su Lin, clutching her piggy bank. "What's this?" She paused mid-sentence, deliberately holding her breath. Su Yingying placed the piggy bank on Su Lin's lap with a look of reluctance. "This has 4 years' worth of my New Year's money and pocket money. Can you help me in exchange? Let me see how much is in there." With a loud thud, the piggy bank shattered open, revealing its contents packed full of bills and coins. After counting it all, Su Lin was surprised to find there was 3,050 yuan inside. "Besides the red envelopes, you barely spent any of your allowance?" Su Yingying scratched her cheek. "Yeah, I saved most of it." "Su Lin. This was truly unexpected." Su Yingying blinked. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I'll take the money. Wait for my word." Su Yingying stomped her foot happily. "Okay." An hour later, Su Yingying was being chased by her mother wielding a stick. "Su Yingying, you've grown quite bold. How dare you bribe your brother to deceive me? Stop right there. I'll teach you a lesson today." "What? I didn't deceive. Brother, you big liar." Su Yingying cried with snot and tears streaming down her face, but she couldn't escape her mother's stick. Finally, she angrily accused Su Lin. Seeing this, Su's mother grew even angrier. "Su Yingying, who gave you permission to speak to your brother like that?" Su Yingying raised both hands to wipe her tears. "It was him, hick, who took my allowance, hick." Su Yingying's sobs came in fits and starts until she couldn't even speak properly. Su's mother was so exasperated she could barely laugh or cry. Though her heart ached for Su Yingying, she didn't say much. She merely pointed at her daughter and ordered her to face the wall for reflection. Turning back, she flung the stick she held at Su Lin. "You're old enough to be teasing your little sister. Give the money back." "No way." Su Lin refused with deadpan seriousness, explaining, "This is a lesson I specifically prepared for her. It teaches her that people are treacherous and you can't trust others easily." Su's mother, "How could you possibly do that?" Su Lin retorted with righteous indignation, "This is what I deserve. Why should I be ashamed?" That same evening, Su Lin's unapologetic stance brought him face to face with a baffled Jiang Beiwei. Chapter 130, You're here to collect a debt? I heard you took all your sister's New Year's money and allowance? Su Lin, did she go tell on you? Jiang Beiwei glanced inside and whispered, not exactly tattling, but she was whining and complaining about how unfair it was. "I even sent her a red envelope, but she refused to take it." Su Lin scratched his nose. The little girl sure knew how to make a fuss. "It's no big deal. I'll handle it." Mrs. Su walked past carrying a fan. Hearing Su Lin's words, she raised her hand and smacked him. Smack! The fan landed squarely on Su Lin's back of the head. Su's mother said, "You're talking nonsense again, aren't you? If you truly cared, you wouldn't be causing all this trouble. Weiwei, don't waste your breath on him. Come with auntie." Jiang Beiwei glanced at Su Lin, gave a light cough, and smiled as she followed Su's mother away. Su Lin remained utterly unfazed, flopping onto the sofa and staying put. After dinner, Su Lin walked Jiang Beiwei home. The evening breeze blew by, carrying an indescribable chill. The two walked forward silently, holding hands. Their shadows stretched long on the ground, as if they could merge together. The seemingly long road suddenly felt shorter in that moment. "Weiwei, you're home." Su Lin's reminder broke the silence. Jiang Beiwei hummed in acknowledgement. As their eyes met, a cough sounded nearby. They turned to find Jiang's mother standing there. "Su Lin. Why is she still up so late?" Su Lin wondered inwardly, but greeted her warmly with genuine enthusiasm. "Good evening, Aunt Jiang." Mrs. Jiang remained silent, finally giving a slight nod. "Why are you home so late?" Su Lin replied, "Dinner was running a bit late at home." "Is this something you're particularly concerned about?" "If so, I'll be more mindful in the future." Su Lin's rapid-fire questions made Jiang's mother frown involuntarily. "You? Never mind.
I'm aware of the situation. You may go now. Su Lin gave a faint smile, bid her farewell, and left. Back home, Su's mother and Su Yingying were lounging on the sofa watching TV. Back already?
Su's mother seemed surprised, having assumed Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei would linger out longer.
Su Lin caught the implication in her words and explained, it's too late.
I have class tomorrow, and staying out too long makes it hard to stay alert.
Su's mother nodded, patting Su Yingying's head. Did you hear your brother? Go to bed now. Su Lin. What did his words have to do with Su Yingying? Su Lin considered asking, but his gaze swept over Su Yingying and he ultimately kept quiet. And so, pouting, Su Yingying reluctantly left. Immediately after, Su's mother mentioned Su Yingying's classmate. I heard that girl's name is Lu Chengcheng. She goes out to play every year. This time, I don't know what happened, but she suddenly invited some classmates along. Yingying is just one of them. Su Lin pondered thoughtfully, so, her background is above board? Su's mother nodded.
That's right, but I still feel something's off about this. Su Lin said calmly, if it feels off, just keep Yingying home. We'll accompany her when she goes out later.
At this, Mrs. Su's expression immediately relaxed. You're right. Let's do that.
Before long, Su Lin wrapped up his junior year courses.
Zhao Haoyu took charge of the campus recruitment process and results came quickly. With Mr. Su's name behind us, we didn't come away empty-handed this time.
However, the terms we offered were quite high. After the internship period, the company will need to prepare for the salary adjustments. Zhao Haoyu quickly summarized the situation.
Su Lin replied, as long as they have the capability, salary isn't an issue.
The senior internship period was long enough. If someone truly had the skills, a high salary was key to retaining them. Zhao Haoyu handed several files to Su Lin.
The documents all look solid. It'll come down to their performance during the internship. With our company's compensation package, I'm confident no one will want to leave. Zhao Haoyu's confidence and conviction stemmed entirely from the company.
As it turned out, the company did not disappoint him. Changing the subject, Zhao Haoyu mentioned some recent personnel changes.
That's the gist of it. If any other issues arise, I'll discuss them with you, Mr. Su.
Good work.
With the report concluded, Zhao Haoyu departed at a brisk pace. In the quiet office,
Su Lin massaged his temples and buried his head in the documents on his desk. By the time he finished, it was already noon.
Just as Su Lin settled down to rest, Jiang Beiwei arrived with Su Yingying.
What brings you here?
Su Lin rose to greet them, surprise evident in his voice.
Su Yingying tilted her head up.
I'm here to collect a debt.
Su Lin stumbled, nearly losing his balance.
You're here to collect a debt? What debt are you talking about?
He flicked her forehead playfully. Su Yingying clutched her head in pain.
Sis.
Jiang Beiwei nervously pulled her hand away, looking at the reddening spot on her forehead with helplessness.
How old are you, Yingying? How could you flick her forehead like that? Exactly. My head hurts so much. Su Yingying stomped her foot angrily, then threw herself into Jiang Beiwei's arms.
Su Lin's mouth twitched.
Yes, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. After settling Su Yingying into a chair, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei chatted idly for a few moments.
Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Su Lin said, "Come in."
Mr. Su, there's... Secretary Zhou Cece entered, holding documents. Her words trailed off mid-sentence as she glanced awkwardly at Jiang Beiwei. There's someone in your office? I'll leave right. Just hand me the documents.
Before she could finish, Su Lin cut her off.
Zhou Cece froze. But... Don't make me repeat myself.
Su Lin's voice dropped, tinged with a hint of displeasure.
Zhou Cece jolted awake, no longer daring to delay.
She hurriedly handed over the documents, but Su Lin didn't take them. Zhou Cece hesitated for a moment, her expression growing anxious. Just then, a slender, pale hand reached out. Jiang Beiwei spoke gently, "Hand the documents over to me."
Zhou Cece instinctively glanced at Su Lin.
Seeing no reaction from him, she gritted her teeth and let go.
Jiang Beiwei smiled. Su Lin.
Su Lin hummed an acknowledgement and casually took the documents. Zhou Cece watched this unfold, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. In the end, she left without a word.
As the office door closed, Jiang Beiwei felt a slight urge to laugh. Who is she? Why are you so harsh with her?
Just a secretary.
Was I being harsh? Su Lin countered while reviewing the documents.
Su Yingying nodded her head emphatically.
Brother was so mean. That lady was scared she couldn't even speak.
Su Lin shot her a glance.
What do you know about being mean? You're just a kid.
Su Yingying made a frightened face and threw herself into Jiang Beiwei's arms.
Sis, look at brother.
Jiang Beiwei ruffled her hair, a smile flickering in her eyes.
I see. Are you hungry, Yingying? Shall we let big brother treat us to dinner? Chapter 131, Won't Let Mr. Su Down.
Su Yingying shot Su Lin a sideways glance and snorted lightly.
And make him give me back my New Year's money. Su Lin lifted his gaze from the documents. So this debt you're talking about is the New Year's money?
Su Yingying puffed out her cheeks.
You took my money and didn't get the job done. Isn't it only fair I get it back?
Su Lin tapped her forehead. Pay first, deliver results later, that's universal.
You can't demand money just because things didn't work out. If everyone acted like you, who'd dare take on any job? Su Ying's eyes widened. So it's still my fault? What else? Su Lin countered casually, noticing Su Ying's jaw-dropping shock.
He nearly burst out laughing. But he quickly composed himself, adopting a calm demeanor.
Fine. I won't dwell on your flip-flopping. Let's go eat.
Su Lin set down the documents and reached out his hand to Jiang Beiwei. Jiang Beiwei instinctively placed her hand in his, then turned to Su Ying.
Ying, let's go.
Su Ying trailed behind slowly. Just as Su Lin thought she'd settled down, Su Ying suddenly shouted, "Bad brother tricked his little sister out of money.
Shame on you." In the office area, the remaining employees all stared at Su Lin in shock. Su Lin's expression froze. Su Ying.
The three words were practically squeezed through gritted teeth. Su Ying stuck out her tongue and turned to run, but no matter how fast she sprinted, she could not pay Su Lin's long arms and legs. With a single reach, Su Lin grabbed her collar and yanked her back. By then, the surrounding employees had snapped out of their daze and decisively looked around. They saw nothing, heard nothing. Su Lin could easily guess their thoughts, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. His reputation had been utterly ruined by Su Ying today.
"Wah, big brother is bullying me." Su Ying wailed, casting a pitiful glance at Jiang Beiwei.
The pleading in her big eyes softened Jiang Beiwei's heart. Instinctively protective, she brushed the incident aside with a few words. As the trio departed, murmurs instantly filled the quiet office area.
Who knew President Su had such a little sister? Su's sister is pretty cute, but their relationship is kinda funny, just like my own little sister. Meanwhile, Su Lin took Jiang Beiwei and Su Ying to a nearby restaurant. After dinner, he saw them both back to their place. There are some things at the company. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll make sure we have a good time together.
Jiang Beiwei curved her lips into a smile.
No rush. Take your time with work.
Back at the office, Su Lin had barely stepped into his office when Zhao Haoyu approached with a grim expression.
What's wrong with you?
Zhao Haoyu wiped his face.
Mr. Su, your secretary wants to resign.
Su Lin paused in his movements.
If she wants to resign, let her resign. Our company won't force anyone to stay.
Zhao Haoyu fell silent.
After a moment, he asked, did she do something she shouldn't have? If possible, I could help.
Su Lin raised his hand. I know you wanted to use her for something, but what she did today has left me very displeased. The document Zhou Cece delivered was perfectly ordinary. There was absolutely no need for her to make a special trip to bring it in front of Jiang Beiwei. Put bluntly, Zhou Cece had harbored some inappropriate thoughts, even displaying a touch of presumption. Su Lin made no attempt to conceal any of this. After hearing the details, Zhao Haoyu nearly lost control of his expression. This was truly. He rubbed his temples, his voice tinged with hope. I still need another half-month.
Is there absolutely no room for flexibility on your end?
Su Lin fixed her gaze on Zhao Haoyu. As time passed, Zhao Haoyu understood the situation. All right, I understand. Little did he know that shortly after Zhao Haoyu left, Zhou Cece stormed over, fuming.
I'm not quitting.
Su Lin paused. Whether you quit or not, what does that have to do with me?
Zhou Cece's eyes widened. What do you mean it's none of your? Secretary Zhou.
Zhao Haoyu's voice echoed as he hurried into the office, promptly closing the door to prevent prying eyes. Secretary Zhou, I understand you feel frustrated, but resigning was your own decision.
You shouldn't have come to Mr. Su about it.
Zhao Haoyu's tone was stern, his gaze fixed on Zhou Cece as if she were a child throwing a tantrum.
Zhou Cece's eyes welled up with tears. I joined this company for him. Why can't I talk to him? Su Lin, ? What did that mean?
He was puzzled, but he didn't ask aloud. Some thoughts were better kept private. Bringing them out into the open would only make things awkward.
Zhao Haoyu understood this too. Seeing Su Lin's lack of reaction, he immediately pulled Zhou Cece away.
The resignation has nothing to do with Mr. Su.
Don't waste your time here. Come with me now.
Zhou Cece struggled desperately, but she was quickly pulled away. Su Lin shook his head, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. Had he known Zhou Cece would act this way, he never would have agreed to hire a woman as his secretary. He'd have to emphasize this to Zhao Haoyu later. He didn't want any more incidents like this.
That afternoon, after handling Zhou Cece's resignation, Zhao Qianyu came to find Su Lin. Mr. Su, do you still need a secretary? Su Lin, what do you think? Zhao Haoyu cleared his throat.
I have a woman here who's had children. She's very capable, but she's been out of the workforce for a while to balance family responsibilities. Su Lin knew Zhao Haoyu's capabilities well, and the person he mentioned piqued his curiosity. If she's truly capable, I can give her some time to adjust.
Then I'll have her come over.
The next day, as soon as Su Lin arrived at the office, Zhao Haoyu brought in a woman who looked exhausted.
Mr. Su, this is Yang Hanyue. Yang Hanyue? Su Lin felt a faint sense of familiarity at the name.
His gaze fell upon her, tinged with a hint of scrutiny. On the other side, young Manhwa felt Su Lin's gaze and tensed involuntarily. Her clenched palms slowly began to sweat. As time passed, even her breathing slowed. Zhao Haoyu intended to break the silence, but after glancing at Su Lin, he ultimately remained silent. Stay. Just as the atmosphere grew thick with tension, Su Lin relented. Those three simple words instantly relaxed young Manhwa. Thank you, Mr. Su. Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me just yet. Whether you stay depends entirely on your true abilities. Yang Manhwa nodded solemnly. I understand. I won't let you down, Mr. Su. Su Lin quickly discerned the gap between Yang Manhwa and Zhou Sisi. The latter was like a vase, placed there merely for decoration. The former, however, could process documents for Su Lin based on her own understanding. Su Lin's time was saved. Chapter 132, Only One Solution. After accompanying Jiang Beiwei for 3 consecutive days, Su Lin finally asked, why has the company been so quiet lately? We hired a capable secretary who's handled most of the tasks. Su Lin's casual reply piqued Jiang Beiwei's curiosity. What kind of secretary is so capable? Her name is Yang Manhwa. She returned to work after having a baby. At this point, Su Lin paused abruptly. Weiwei, are you going to be working alongside her for a while? The question caught Jiang Beiwei off guard. Work with her? Su Lin continued, although Yang Manhwa has been away from the workplace for a while, her capabilities in many areas surpass those of new hires. How about having her mentor you? Jiang Beiwei hesitated. If she's willing to mentor me, I'm certainly open to it. It's just. Su Lin understood Jiang Beiwei's concern and chuckled softly. You're just learning from her. There's no conflict of interest involved. She won't refuse. Most crucially, Yang Manhwa was a smart woman. She knew how to make the right choice. With that, Jiang Beiwei no longer hesitated and solemnly nodded her agreement. The next day, Su Lin escorted Su Yingying home. Your sister Weiwei has important matters to attend to these days and won't be able to play with you. Stay home quietly and don't get into trouble, understand? Su Yingying felt like her world had collapsed. She'd only been playing with her for a few days before having to go home. Brother. Su Yingying called out pitifully, her big eyes filled with pleading. She didn't want to go home. Su Lin felt a pang of sympathy. Since finishing elementary school, Su Yingying had always been with Jiang Beiwei. Suddenly sending her home now, it was only natural she'd feel unsettled. But soon, Su Lin pushed the thought aside. We have important work to do. Even if you came along, you'd just be stuck in the office. Would you rather stay cooped up inside, or join mom and get out occasionally? Under Su Lin's persuasion, Su Yingying finally abandoned her plan to tag along. Seeing this, Jiang Beiwei held back the words on the tip of her tongue. She had momentarily softened, but since Su Lin had successfully persuaded her, there was no need for her to say more. Upon entering the company, Su Lin immediately summoned Yang Manhwa to his side. Understanding the situation, Yang Manhwa immediately agreed. You'll be working under me for the time being. I won't hold back anything I can teach you. Yang Manhwa used the conversation to show her sincerity to Su Lin. Before long, Jiang Beiwei followed Yang Manhwa out. Throughout the day, Jiang Beiwei was swamped with work. Having previously worked at the company for a period, she already had her own understanding of certain matters. Now, under Yang Manhwa's meticulous guidance, her eyes grew increasingly bright. In truth, Yang Manhwa was also astonished by Jiang Beiwei's capabilities. She had initially assumed Jiang Beiwei was merely Su Lin's fiancé, lacking any real substance herself. Yet the more they interacted, the more impressive Jiang Beiwei became, like a sponge soaking up everything around her, never forgetting anything she heard. After work that evening, while dining with Su Lin, Jiang Beiwei brought up the day's events. Jiang Beiwei smiled softly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sister Yang is incredibly knowledgeable. Many things I'd never heard of before. She only needed to give me a slight hint, and I could grasp them completely. It seems like there's nothing Sister Yang doesn't know. No matter what question I have. Jiang Beiwei gushed with praise. Su Lin watched her sparkling eyes and found his mood lifting unconsciously, a slow smile curving his lips. After that, Jiang Beiwei followed Yang Manhwa every single day. Su Lin's initial arrangements had been meticulously planned. Even when faced with a mountain of documents, he handled them with ease. Outside, Yefeng's reputation grew ever larger. Seeing the potential profits, numerous companies began aligning themselves with Yefeng's direction. Amidst this climate, developments emerged regarding Zhao Haoyu's situation. These are all people who can go abroad with us. But while there are many, none are truly capable of management roles. Su Lin flipped through the resumes Zhao Haoyu had handed over. Each candidate was exceptionally talented, yet none possessed the management skills required. Su Lin closed the stack. You must have someone in mind, right? A hint of a smile flitted across Zhao Haoyu's face. I do have a candidate in mind, but the cost is rather steep. Su Lin stroked his chin. Take the salary you set and bump it up by 50%. Zhao Haoyu's eyebrows shot up. Isn't that a bit steep? Su Lin crossed his arms and leaned back slowly in his chair.
I've seen what you're capable of.
The implication was clear, he was willing to take that risk. Zhao Haoyu paused, then lowered his head after a long moment.
Understood. I'll find someone immediately.
With arrangements here nearly settled, Su Lin summoned Jiang Beiwei and briefed her on the situation.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes lit up. So Qin Shui can leave Yen City within the next few days? Barring any unforeseen circumstances, yes.
Jiang Beiwei exclaimed excitedly, I'll tell Qin Shui right away. Just as she was about to dial, her screen lit up. It was Qin Shui calling.
The smile in Jiang Beiwei's eyes deepened.
They really were in sync.
Qin Shui, I have some good news. You're that meddlesome student from last time, aren't you?
The abrupt voice cut off Jiang Beiwei mid-sentence. A look of surprise flashed across her face as she instinctively glanced at Su Lin.
Realizing something was wrong, Su Lin immediately stepped forward.
Just as he activated the speakerphone, a threatening voice boomed through the line.
You want to save Qin Shui, don't you?
Then come to the North City high-speed rail station.
I'll give you 30 minutes. If you don't show up, I'll take her back. Jiang Beiwei's heart skipped a beat in panic.
Su Lin made a shushing gesture.
Jiang Beiwei understood immediately she couldn't let the other party know Su Lin was nearby. Realizing this, Jiang Beiwei clenched her jaw in anger and snapped, You can't hurt her. I'm on my way right now. After hanging up, Jiang Beiwei asked anxiously, Can we make it in time?
Qin Shui had finally glimpsed hope, and Jiang Beiwei refused to let everything collapse at the last moment.
Su Lin could see through Jiang Beiwei's thoughts and replied without hesitation, If it's us, of course we won't make it. Jiang Beiwei froze. What do you mean?
Call the police. Jiang Beiwei unconsciously clenched her fingers.
What if? There are no what ifs. This is the only way to save them now.
Su Lin cut her off, a hint of resignation in his eyes. Though the call mentioned the North City high-speed rail station, they had no chance of reaching it within half an hour, not even within an hour.
Without giving Jiang Beiwei time to think, Su Lin decisively dialed the emergency number.
Qin Shui's case had caused quite a stir, and even after all this time, the police still remembered it. After confirming the situation, the police immediately dispatched personnel to the North City high-speed rail station to rescue the victim. At the same time, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei were also rushing toward the station.
Chapter 133, My demands aren't difficult. In the car, Jiang Beiwei looked anxious. Su Lin, will we make it in time?
Su Lin drove while reassuring her, Don't worry. Since he called us, he won't harm Qin Shui before we arrive. Despite his words, Jiang Beiwei couldn't suppress her mounting worry. Seeing this, Su Lin silently accelerated. Upon arrival, they were told the suspect had already been apprehended. Qin Shui, her face bruised and swollen, stood surrounded by people, her eyes filled with terror.
The moment she spotted Jiang Beiwei, she pushed through the crowd. Wei. Qin Shui. Jiang Beiwei rushed to Qin Shui's side, her searching gaze scanning her from head to toe. Are you okay? Who was that person on the phone? Qin Shui forced a pale smile. It was a cousin from my hometown. After that man was arrested, word got back home. My family thought I wasn't obeying them, so...
Her eyes darkened with sorrow as she trailed off. Jiang Beiwei wanted to comfort her, but the words circled on her tongue. In the end, she simply embraced Qin Shui. Meanwhile, Su Lin negotiated with the police, piecing together the events.
His expression darkened considerably.
The police officers were helpless too. They never imagined that something from months ago would have such repercussions.
This time, it's all thanks to your emergency call. Otherwise...
The officer trailed off, shaking his head and sighing. Su Lin gave a faint smile, exchanged greetings with the officers, then turned to find Jiang Beiwei.
Su Lin, what did the police say? It's definitely kidnapping, but that's not the key point. Su Lin paused before asking Qin Shui, Do you want to leave the country early?
Her junior year courses had concluded, leaving only senior year internships. Qin Shui's placement could be arranged through Yefeng as long as she returned for graduation day. There wouldn't be any major issues. Qin Shui had been pondering this very thing. After a moment, she nodded firmly. Once today's matters are settled, I'll leave for abroad.
No matter what, Qin Shui didn't want to put herself through this anymore.
After entering the police station and completing the formalities, Su Lin led Jiang Beiwei and Qin Shui away. As for the cousin Qin Shui mentioned, neither Su Lin nor Jiang Beiwei paid it much mind.
Stay on campus for now. If you need to leave for any official business, I'll arrange someone to accompany you. Otherwise, don't go out. At the foot of the girls' dormitory building, Su Lin gave a brief reminder before taking Jiang Beiwei's hand and walking away.
On the way back to the company, a hint of gloom flickered in Jiang Beiwei's expression.
Su Lin.
Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement.
What is it?
Jiang Beiwei opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, only a faint, bitter smile touched her lips.
Nothing.
Su Lin sighed inwardly. He knew what Jiang Beiwei wanted to say, but Qin Shui's case was too complex to brush aside with a few words. For now, they could only wait for the police department's response before considering other options.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
A preliminary plan had been made regarding Qin Shui's case, but since it involved kidnapping, a resolution was impossible in the short term. For this reason, Jiang Beiwei pulled Su Lin aside and specifically sought out a lawyer for consultation. As long as she's safe and sound.
Jiang Beiwei smiled. That's good.
Su Lin, we can take Qin Shui away now.
Su Lin nodded reluctantly. When do you plan to send her off?
Jiang Beiwei considered for a moment, then clapped her hands together.
I believe the visa has already been processed. She'll be leaving tomorrow. What do you think? Su Lin, fine. Some of the others have made their decisions too. I'll check the arrangements. If they're set, they can go with her. Jiang Beiwei hummed in acknowledgement. Her gaze softened as she looked at Su Lin.
Qin Shui's situation had been incredibly difficult to handle. Without Su Lin's help, who knew what state Qin Shui would be in now?
Su Lin, thank you.
Su Lin paused, startled, just as a gust of wind blew through, ruffling Jiang Beiwei's hair.
You're welcome.
Su Lin reached up to smooth her hair.
We should head back to the office. Back at the office, Su Lin inquired about the personnel arrangements. Have their paperwork and procedures been finalized?
A few were finalized earlier.
Are you planning to send them out early, Mr. Su?
But we haven't made arrangements with the other side yet, and many details remain undecided.
Wouldn't it be a bit rushed to proceed like this? What if something unexpected happens? It wouldn't be easy to resolve, right? Zhao Haoyu fired off several questions in quick succession. However, Su Lin didn't address Zhao Haoyu's concerns.
Instead, he shifted the conversation to another matter.
Has the management you're trying to poach arrived yet? Listening to their completely unrelated conversation, Zhao Haoyu's mouth twitched. Not yet. He's still hesitating. Su Lin's immediate reaction, the money hasn't been secured? Not exactly.
His parents aren't in good health, and he's worried no one will take care of them if he leaves.
Parents?
When elders were involved, even Su Lin found it hard to press further.
I'll give you another week. If he's still hesitating, find someone else. Given Yefeng's qualifications, Su Lin was confident many would be willing to take the position.
Zhao Haoyu hesitated, but in the end, only a sigh escaped him.
I understand.
The next day, several individuals with all their paperwork in order boarded the plane. Qin Shui watched the airport facilities recede rapidly. As her body lifted into the air, a flicker of joy flickered in her eyes. She had finally escaped. Outside the airport, Su Lin looked at the dejected Jiang Beiwei and reached behind him to pull out a bouquet of flowers.
Jiang Beiwei froze. When did you buy these? She had been with Su Lin the entire journey and hadn't seen him buy flowers. Su Lin raised an eyebrow.
I bought them earlier, but kept them hidden behind me.
You didn't notice.
After a pause, Su Lin brought up dinner. I'll drop you off at the office first.
I have a meeting afterward and won't be back for lunch. All right.
An hour later, Su Lin and Zhao Haoyu entered a private dining restaurant. They didn't wait long before a somewhat haggard-looking man appeared.
Su Lin.
Su Lin greeted him first.
My name is Han Song. The two shook hands.
A few seconds later, Su Lin invited Han Song to sit down. Manager Zhao has already briefed me on your situation.
Su Lin got straight to the point. Regarding the overseas assignment, I can make some concessions on my end.
Feel free to state your conditions. We can discuss things at length today and surely reach a mutually satisfactory outcome. Han Song was the person Zhao Haoyu had mentioned earlier. This meeting had only been arranged late last night. Zhao Haoyu had informed Su Lin that Han Song showed signs of softening his stance, but whether a deal could be sealed ultimately depended on today's negotiations. Su Lin's decisive approach clearly caught Han Song off guard. After a brief silence, Han Song stated, My request isn't difficult. I only hope the company can arrange someone to care for my parents. Su Lin glanced at Zhao Haoyu. The request itself wasn't unreasonable, but surely caring for one's parents didn't require the company to arrange it? Chapter 134, I'm half an adult now. Wouldn't it be more reliable for Han Song to handle it himself rather than relying on the company? Thinking this, Su Lin voiced his question directly. Han Song's face twisted with bitterness. On the surface, it would be more reliable for me to handle it myself. But there are complications involved. I have no choice but to seek help from others. After all, this is a matter of utmost importance. Su Lin didn't agree immediately. He couldn't shake the feeling that something about Han Song's situation was off. Beside them, Zhao Haoyu frowned. During last night's call, Han Song hadn't mentioned this request at all. Caring for his parents seemed like a minor matter, but if Han Song wasn't in the country, it could easily lead to other complications. In the silence, Su Lin cleared his throat. Your parents' situation is indeed critical. To ensure stability, you can't rush it. Often, handling things personally might be the better approach. Su Lin decided to let Han Song go. Yen City was vast enough he refused to believe he couldn't find someone better than Han Song. Han Song's gaze drifted unfocused. He understood Su Lin's reasoning. He opened his mouth several times but ultimately said nothing. After the meal, Han Song left. Su Lin glanced at Zhao Haoyu. Something about that guy feels off. Zhao Haoyu had been pondering the same thing. He gave a wry smile. We didn't notice any of these peculiarities when we first interacted with him. Han Song's abilities were genuinely formidable, otherwise, Zhao Haoyu wouldn't have kept such a close watch on him for so long. Su Lin remarked coolly, then he must be skilled at deception.
Alright, keep observing the others. That evening, Su Lin picked up Jiang Beiwei from work.
Halfway there, Su's mother called.
I'm out with Ying and your Aunt Jiang. Are you with Wei Wei? Want to join us? Su Lin asked for their location and immediately headed toward them.
Su Ying, drenched in sweat from playing, sat between Su's mother and Jiang's mother.
Spotting Jiang Beiwei, she beamed and called out, Sister Wei Wei, come sit over here. Jiang Beiwei smiled and walked over.
After greeting Su's mother and Jiang's mother, she sat down across from Su Ying.
Ying, why are you so sweaty? Su Ying chuckled, I ran in a race today and came in first. Jiang Beiwei looked surprised. Really? Our Ying is so amazing.
Su Lin had just sat down beside Jiang Beiwei when he heard this and rolled his eyes.
A running race for elementary school kids? What's so great about that? Su Ying's eyes widened. What's wrong with being an elementary schooler?
I am an elementary schooler, but I'm a very talented one.
And I've graduated now, so from now on, you have to call me a middle schooler.
Su Lin chuckled.
What's the difference between an elementary school kid and a middle schooler? There is. I'm practically an adult now.
At the word adult, Su Ying lifted her chin proudly, looking extremely pleased with herself. Su's mother nodded in agreement beside her. Indeed, Ying will be half an adult from now on. Su Lin shook his head.
Being an adult isn't something you just say. Right now, you don't look the least bit like one. Su Ying snorted. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Since you failed, of course I'm taking the money back. Get it back?
Su Lin sensed something was off and glanced at Su's mother, noticing her eyes darting nervously.
With that, Su Lin understood.
To prevent Su Ying from causing a scene, Su's mother had deliberately given her the money and pretended it was Su Lin who had returned it.
Fine, he'd play along.
Su Lin thought to himself, then tapped the table. With behavior like yours, I wouldn't dare take your business again. Su Ying stuck out her tongue.
I won't do business with you either.
Just then, the waiter arrived to serve their meal.
Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei ate while chatting quietly.
Su's mother attended to Su Ying, occasionally chiming in, while Jiang's mother remained silent throughout. Noticing this, Su Lin decided to bring her into the conversation. Suddenly, Su's mother brought up a news story. I don't know if you've heard, but there was a recent case of a student trafficking another student. At first, I thought it was fake, but after looking into it more, I found out it was real.
And the kids involved weren't even that old, about the same age as Ying. Hearing the mention of Su Ying's age, Su Lin's heart skipped a beat. Where did this happen? Some county town down south, I think. A small place I've never even heard of.
At this point, Mrs. Su frowned. The name was on the tip of her tongue, yet she couldn't bring herself to say it.
Just then, Mrs. Jiang spoke up. Wasn't that place called Huai City? Ah, yes.
That's the place. Mrs. Su clapped her hands. A smile flickered across her face before vanishing abruptly.
Shaolin, doesn't that place sound familiar to you?
Su Lin frowned slightly.
I've never heard of this place, Mom. Did you perhaps misremember?
Mrs. Su paused, startled. Perhaps.
I've misremembered.
As she spoke, her gaze drifted away. When it landed on Su Ying, her face instantly drained of color.
Ying, wasn't the place you kept saying you wanted to go to Huai City?
At this, everyone present, including Su Lin, turned to look at Su Ying. Su Ying, who had been eating with her chopsticks, looked up at the question. Yes, I was going to Huai City. The restaurant bustled with activity, but the table where Su Lin and the others sat fell into an eerie silence.
Su Lin pressed, when did you mention this place?
Su Ying tilted her head slightly.
The day you drove me home. I told Mom. Su's mother nodded in agreement. That's right, we discussed it that day. Su Lin took a deep breath. Has your classmate returned yet? Yeah, she's back. I even went out with her yesterday.
Su Lin clutched his chest. It was just an ordinary conversation, yet he felt as if a knife had pierced his heart.
Mom.
Su's mother replied without hesitation, I'll keep a close eye on Ying from now on. I won't let her play with that boy.
Su Ying protested, why can't I go play? He's my good friend.
Su's mother clenched her fists so tightly her palms were damp with sweat from the tension. That's just your one-sided view of friendship, Ying.
Huichang is far too dangerous. If he went there once, he could go again. What if something happened to you? What would I do then?
Su's mother pulled Su Ying into her arms as she spoke. Su Lin agreed with his mother's concerns, but seeing her distress, he felt helpless.
Mom, that's all hypothetical. You don't need to be so anxious.
We'll just be more careful from now on.
Put Ying down first. Zhang's mother chimed in with reassurance. Su Lin is right. You don't need to be so anxious. Put her down now.
Under their combined reassurance, Su's mother slowly set Su Ying down. The next morning, Su Lin had just gotten out of bed when he spotted his mother sitting in the living room. Glancing at the time on his phone, he saw it was 6 a.m.
Mom? Why are you up so early? Chapter 135. Any departments interested? Sue's mother glanced at him. I've been thinking about something.
Su Lin instantly knew what she was referring to, a flicker of resignation crossing his mind.
It's about Ying, isn't it? Nothing has even happened yet. You don't need to be so anxious.
Su Lin said as he poured her a glass of water from the nearby dispenser.
Sue's mother gave a bitter smile. It's not that I'm anxious. I just feel a lingering fear.
Su Lin smiled faintly.
Yeah, I understand.
Holding the cup, Sue's mother retorted irritably, if you truly understood, you wouldn't have said those things earlier.
I don't think there's anything wrong with what I said. You're just worrying too much. Some things really don't need this much attention.
Su Lin understood his mother's perspective perfectly well. As a mother, she wanted nothing more than to shield her child from harm.
But some things truly didn't need it.
Mom, Ying isn't at the stage where you need to be this anxious yet. Just as Sue's mother was about to respond, Su Ying came running out of her room.
Mom, I'm starving.
Sue's mother paused, then stood up with a smile.
Xiaolin has already made dinner.
I'll serve you some.
Okay.
Su Ying's voice carried a hint of playful pouting as she hurried over, taking her mother's hand and leading her toward the kitchen. She even called out a quick greeting to Su Lin as they passed. After breakfast, Su Lin headed to the office. But no sooner had he sat down than Lu Yao approached with a worried look on her face.
What's wrong? Another PR issue at the company?
Lu Yao cleared her throat.
Not exactly, but...
Lu Yao hesitated, abruptly cutting herself off mid-sentence. Su Lin found this odd and couldn't help but fix his gaze on Lu Yao. After a tense standoff, Lu Yao clenched her jaw and finally finished her sentence.
Have you heard about the incident in Huai City?
I have.
What about it?
Su Lin was baffled. The Huai City incident had caused quite a stir, but surely it wasn't enough to give Lu Yao such a headache. Lu Yao said, this matter has caused quite a stir.
Should we intervene?
Su Lin interlaced his fingers.
What's your plan?
Lu Yao took a deep breath and laid out her entire plan. In essence, she wanted to leverage the influence of the game and Kuai Yu to conduct a search.
If handled well, even if we don't find the person, Yefeng's reputation could still gain some traction. What do you think? Su Lin didn't respond immediately, instead pondering Lu Yao's proposal deeply.
It must be said, she was a very capable young woman.
But there was a problem. If handled poorly, this could easily become mere attention-seeking, ultimately backfiring and defeating the purpose. Frankly, the balance was difficult to strike.
Su Lin voiced his thoughts and added, if you truly want to leverage this to boost the company's reputation, you need to present me with a solid plan.
I'll make a decision after reviewing it.
No sooner had he finished speaking than a folder landed on Su Lin's desk.
Lu Yao forced a smile. Would you like to take a look?
Turns out Lu Yao had been waiting for him to speak up. Su Lin felt both amused and exasperated, but he said nothing. He opened the folder and examined its contents carefully.
What do you think, Mr. Su? Lu Yao asked nervously, her hands clenching uncontrollably.
She had presented numerous PR solutions, but most were for corporate crises. This was her first time handling something like this.
The stakes were too high. Lu Yao genuinely feared Su Lin would reject it outright. Fortunately, after reviewing it, Su Lin didn't reject it outright. Start by promoting some videos on Kuai Yu. Forget about the game.
Lu Yao hesitated, her lips parting several times, but ultimately left silently with the proposal. The good news was the plan was approved. The bad news was only half of it passed.
Unaware of Lu Yao's complex emotions, Su Lin dismissed her and immediately summoned Yan Hanyue. Schedule a meeting for this afternoon.
I need to reorganize some company matters.
Got it.
That afternoon, Su Lin made adjustments based on the company's development prospects.
He then summoned Lu Yao and the finance department. This morning's proposal made me realize something.
Su Lin tapped his desk, his calm gaze fixed on Lu Yao. So I plan to allocate some funds for charity, but this must remain confidential for now.
Lu Yao instinctively objected. Charity can enhance the company's reputation. It shouldn't be kept secret.
The finance department, however, took the opposite stance. Charity can reduce our tax burden.
As long as the funds are put to good use, it's entirely feasible.
Lu Yao froze. But finance turned to cut her off. You proposed a plan for Huai City this morning.
Why are you now making the opposite choice?
Lu Yao fell silent. Su Lin, who had remained silent, observed the exchange. He tapped his desk, ensuring both pairs of eyes were on him before speaking.
Proceed as I instructed. Calculate the company's charitable expenditure.
As for Lu Yao, expedite the Kuai Yu matter. Don't let it linger until it loses traction.
Lu Yao set the charity matter aside.
I'll have someone draft the proposal immediately. I'll have it ready for you before the end of the workday tonight.
Su Lin gave a slight nod.
Thank you for your hard work.
After Lu Yao and the finance staff left, Su Lin massaged his temples and leaned back into the sofa. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. With his eyes still closed, Su Lin said, "Come in." But the visitor remained silent. In the silence, Su Lin sensed something was off. Opening his eyes, he found Jiang Beiwei smiling at him.
Their eyes met, and Su Lin's lips curved upward.
Why didn't you say anything when you came in?
Jiang Beiwei stood with her hands behind her back, smiling mischievously.
I wanted to see how long it would take you to catch on. Su Lin chuckled and played along, asking, so, are you satisfied now? Not bad.
Jiang Beiwei uttered the 3 words before turning to sit across from Su Lin.
Su Lin's gaze fixed on her face as he asked, you barged into the office suddenly, you must have something to tell me, right? Jiang Beiwei nodded. Sister Yang said I've mastered a lot of things and wants me to transfer to another department. Learned everything?
Su Lin was taken aback by Jiang Beiwei's words, though he quickly dismissed it as only natural. Jiang Beiwei's learning ability was that formidable. Even if she showed some inconsistencies in certain areas, the skills she displayed were enough to keep others chasing her for quite some time.
Which department are you planning to transfer to?
Jiang Beiwei sighed, resting her chin in her hands.
I don't know. Su Lin froze at those 4 words, you don't know? Is there any department you're interested in?
When the topic turned to departments she was interested in, Jiang Beiwei suddenly perked up. I heard the live streaming team is short-staffed.
I'd like to check it out. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. You want to be a streamer?
At the mention of live streaming, Jiang Beiwei hesitated.
Su Lin noticed her hesitation and couldn't help but smile. Scared? Jiang Beiwei cleared her throat. Not at all. Chapter 136, it's that simple. Just what?
Su Lin grew curious about Jiang Beiwei's response. Before Kuayu emerged, live streaming already existed.
However, since that platform had a relatively obscure reputation, its influence remained limited.
Kuayu was the app that truly propelled live streaming into the mainstream.
Jiang Beiwei sighed. I'm a little scared. Su Lin raised an eyebrow.
The company has a dedicated team.
If you want to stream, they can find the safest and fastest path for you. All you need to do is sit in front of the camera. Jiang Beiwei froze. It's that simple? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. It really is that simple. Want to give it a try? Under Su Lin's persuasion, Jiang Beiwei finally nodded. Alright, let's give it a shot.
Before long, the manager of the live streaming department arrived.
Upon hearing the crux of the matter, the manager's eyes lit up. Rest assured, Mr. Su. We'll handle this perfectly. You won't have a single worry.
Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement and instructed the manager to get to work immediately. 2 days later, Su Lin saw Jiang Beiwei looking dazed.
Why the look? Did the live stream go poorly?
Jiang Beiwei hastily waved her hands. No, the live stream went very smoothly.
I just didn't expect it to go viral so quickly. Su Lin inquired, what kind of strategy did they come up with for you? Jiang Beiwei looked slightly embarrassed.
They said there are too many singing and dancing live streams, so they had me play games instead.
Su Lin, company games?
Yep.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes sparkled brightly. I never imagined gaming could attract so many viewers. It's just that the gameplay is pretty complex.
It took me over a day to master even one game. Su Lin thought to himself that the games he chose were mostly titles that had been wildly popular for years in his previous life, nearly perfect in every aspect. Their playability and operability were top tier. Jiang Beiwei mastering one game in just over a day was already incredibly impressive. But Su Lin didn't dwell on it, instead listening quietly as Jiang Beiwei continued her story.
Before long, someone from the live streaming department came to find Jiang Beiwei.
Today's live stream schedule has been finalized.
Please review the arrangements. When work was involved, Jiang Beiwei promptly pushed Su Lin aside.
Watching her walk away without a backward glance, Su Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips.
Why did he feel like he'd dug himself into a hole? Was Jiang Beiwei about to throw herself into her career and leave him behind?
That feeling was confirmed 3 days later. Su Lin, I've got some things to take care of.
We'll talk later. Su Lin, what do you think of this game?
The team says I need to master a few more games to keep the live stream viewers from getting bored.
Su Lin.
One sentence after another made Su Lin want to bury his face in his hands. Just then, Su's mother called in a panic.
Xiaoyi, where are you right now? Hurry home immediately.
Su Lin was confused.
What happened?
Your sister is missing.
What? Su Lin jumped up instantly, said goodbye to Jiang Beiwei, and left the company.
Back home, Su's mother paced restlessly in the living room.
Did you call the police? Su Lin asked as he helped his mother sit down. They said it's not the right time yet, they won't take it.
Su Lin's brow furrowed slightly before he quickly shifted his focus.
When did you notice Ying was missing? About an hour ago.
Su's mother clenched her fist so tightly her knuckles turned white. Noticing this, Su Lin reached out and gently pried her fingers apart.
Don't worry. Ying might just be playing nearby and will come out soon. But I've already searched the area. Ying isn't here at all.
Su's mother's emotions were spiraling out of control. Ever since the incident in Huai City, she'd been consumed by a sense of urgency regarding Su Ying. This urgency had made her fixate on Su Ying, often losing even basic composure. Su Lin recognized this, squeezing his mother's hand gently.
Mom, Ying has gone out to play before. You can't assume something happened to her just because of Hawaii City. She might be right outside the door. The moment the words left his mouth, Su Lin saw the front door open. Su Ying peered through the crack. Caught off guard, Su Lin locked eyes with her. Even with his usual composure, he couldn't help but startle. Had his mouth suddenly gained a life of its own? But he quickly regained his composure. Ying. Su's mother cried out, rushing over to embrace Su Ying. Where did you go? Why couldn't I find you until now? Su Ying scratched her face. I was right here in the neighborhood. There was a pretty lady walking a big white dog, so I went to play with her. Su's mother froze. She had imagined countless scenarios and searched everywhere, but never considered that Su Ying hadn't left at all. She'd been playing with a dog the entire time. Seeing the awkward tension in the air, Su Lin spoke up. Now that she's back, Mom, you can relax. Please put Ying down. Su's mother instinctively loosened her grip, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Su Lin noticed and quickly offered comfort. It took a long while before Su's mother finally relaxed. I feel a bit uneasy in my chest. I'll go lie down for a while. Su's mother clutched her chest and headed back to her room. Watching the door close, Su Lin's gaze immediately fell upon Su Ying. Su Ying flinched, realizing something was amiss. Brother, I'm sorry. Su Lin ruffled her hair. No need to apologize to me, but I do need to have a serious talk with you about this. Su Ying kept her head bowed. Go ahead, brother. From now on, whenever you go out, you must tell an adult at home where you're going and when you'll be back, okay? Facing his younger sister, Su Lin suppressed any lingering irritation, his tone gentle. Su Ying nodded. I understand. I won't do it again. Su Lin smiled faintly, then made another decision as he looked at Su Ying. That very evening, Su Lin gave Su Ying a cell phone. Always carry this phone with you when you go out. Okay, thanks, big brother. Su Ying clutched her phone excitedly, while her mother frowned. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to give her a phone right now? Su Lin countered immediately. Don't you want to be able to reach Ying anytime? Su's mother opened her mouth but instantly fell silent. Su Ying glanced around before burrowing into her mother's embrace. Mom, I was wrong. I won't do the same thing again. Su's mother hugged her tightly. I know you didn't mean it. I was just so worried. As they spoke, Su Lin stepped aside. Just then, he noticed a message on his phone from Jiang Beiwei, inquiring about Su Ying. Su Lin replied to the message and then asked, Want to go for a walk? Chapter 137, Too Good to Be True. Su Lin's message caught Jiang Beiwei off guard, but she quickly declined. I have a live stream tonight. No time to go out. Su Lin. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have brought up the live stream. Sighing, Su Lin sent a message reminding her to rest before setting his phone aside. For some reason, he suddenly felt incredibly bored lately. It was as if nothing was happening anymore, and his entire life had settled into a state of calm. The next day, Su Lin had barely stepped into the office when Lu Yao followed right behind him. Their eyes met, and a bad feeling washed over Su Lin. Something happened at the company? Lu Yao's face darkened. It's not just trouble, it's absolutely. She didn't finish her sentence, instead handing Su Lin a printed document. After a quick glance, Su Lin realized the trouble stemmed from the live streaming division. Earlier, 4 streamers had left the company. Due to breach of contract penalties, while they were gone, they were now saddled with debt. Nearly all the money they earned went toward paying off these obligations. But their futures weren't as perfect as they'd imagined. The new companies they joined handled many matters for them, but their expertise couldn't match Yefeng's. After a while, they actually set their sights on Yefeng's streamers. Last night, those 4 streamers exploited past connections to orchestrate a joint stream that set a trap for 6 streamers. This included, but was not limited to, the company's tax issues and certain fire safety concerns. But these were minor issues. Since Su Lin prioritized compliance, resolving them required only minor adjustments. The critical issue was that 4 streamers demanded contract termination, citing the company's deduction of their promotional fees. These 4 are currently the company's hottest streamers, carrying significant advertising deals secured by the company. Their contracts are already signed. If they genuinely push for termination, the penalty fees are one thing, but those contracts. While the streamers are indeed popular, many of their promotional ads were specifically secured by Yefeng to boost their profiles. Consequently, the fees were extremely low. But Lu Yao never imagined they would terminate their contracts over this issue, escalating the situation to the point where criticism of the company is now everywhere. Zhao Hao, you pushed open the door, Mr. Su. Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement. You've heard about the company situation, right? Zhao Hao, you nodded. I'll have a thorough discussion with the 4 streamers who terminated their contracts. Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. No need for talks. Zhao Hao, you paused. They have multiple promotional contracts signed. If we agree to terminate, our company will suffer significant losses. Su Lin replied coolly, whatever losses they inflicted on the company, I'll make them pay back in full. The most critical issue now is the tax implications. Even if Yefeng himself is clean, this incident has already raised red flags in many people's eyes. Zhao Haoyu frowned. Manager Lu, as someone from PR, what are your thoughts on this? Lu Yao pursed her lips. First, we need to suppress the momentum. Oh, and before I came, I had someone lock the live stream rooms of those 4 streamers. When you negotiate with them, Manager Zhao, you can use the accounts to bargain for more favorable terms. Since the accounts were created by the company, those 4 would have to pay a price if they wanted to take them. Zhao Haoyu would handle the streamer situation, while Su Lin and Lu Yao would jointly address the other issues. Su Lin had assumed that once this matter was resolved, he could focus on the streamer issue. Little did he know that as soon as the investigation concluded, another incident erupted. Numerous companies launched games similar to Yefeng's. Despite Yefeng's comprehensive safeguards, these games' merely reskin versions gained traction through aggressive marketing campaigns, capturing the attention of countless players. Not only that, they copied Su Lin's original promotional tactics for Kuayu by offering cash-out incentives. Even though players' hearts remained with Yefeng's game, the allure of these perks proved stronger than their desire for a temporary change of pace. This shift led to a noticeable decline in gaming revenue. No sooner had this problem emerged than the bank sent a payment reminder notice. Su Lin glanced at the loan repayment schedule and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Every loan under his name had been paid on time without a single delay. How could the bank now accuse him of late repayment? Upon learning of this, Zhao Haoyu immediately volunteered to negotiate with the bank. I know some people in Yen City. I can talk to them and get them to. Su Lin stopped Zhao Haoyu. I have the money. More than that, I want to know who's pulling the strings behind this. Logically, banks only issue payment reminders when a funding chain breaks. This situation was anything but normal. Someone was definitely stirring the pot behind the scenes. A dark gleam flashed in Zhao Haoyu's eyes. I'll have people look into it, but you should prepare yourself too, Mr. Su. Su Lin's brow twitched slightly. What do you mean? With all that's happened these past few days, there are bound to be plenty of people behind the scenes. Put simply, Yefeng Company had caught the attention of many. Zhao Haoyu considered this unsurprising. Yefeng's growth had been too rapid, whether in market leadership or profitability. Anyone with eyes would be tempted. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. If it comes to it, we'll relocate the company elsewhere. Given Yefeng's revenue, it would be a major taxpayer anywhere. Su Lin wasn't fixated on staying in Yen City. As for those who had set their sights on Yefeng, they could settle the score with them later. Zhao Haoyu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Relocating from Yen City was indeed a way out of the predicament, but finding a suitable new location for so many people wouldn't be easy. Still, that was the last resort. Things weren't quite that dire yet. After settling the bank payments early, Su Lin turned his attention to the 4 streamers. Just then, streamer Li Yunyun brought a young man over. Mr. Su. Su Lin's probing gaze swept over the pair. You two came to see me? What's the matter? Li Yunyun took a deep breath. We're here to discuss something with you, Mr. Su. Considering the situation with the other 4 streamers, Su Lin's first thought was, termination? Li Yunyun shook her head hastily. We're not here about terminating contracts. Li Huai, just get on with it. This young man also had the surname Li? Su Lin was slightly taken aback, but he quickly suppressed his surprise. Li Huai stepped forward. Mr. Su, how do you feel about the compensation packages for our company streamers? Su Lin raised his eyes slightly. If Li Yunyun brought you here, that means you're also a company streamer. You should be well aware of the company streamer's compensation. The implication was clear. Li Huai was stating the obvious. Li Huai smiled. The company's compensation is excellent, but don't you think it's a bit excessive, Mr. Su? Chapter 138, Have we overreached? Su Lin's brow twitched as thoughts raced through his mind, culminating in a cold chuckle. It seems you have some unique ideas about the company's rules and regulations. Then tell me what you have in mind. As he uttered the last words, Su Lin leaned back in his chair, his gaze utterly serene. Li Huai deepened the smile at the corners of his mouth. Cut all current benefits in half. Those who refuse can resign immediately. Su Lin didn't even lift an eyelid. Have you considered the staffing shortage? With Yefeng's current reputation, even if we lose some staff, it won't cause significant damage. On the contrary? Su Lin stared silently at Li Huai, whose eloquent speech gradually trailed off. Meanwhile, Li Yunyun stared at Li Huai in utter shock. She had brought Li Huai along not only because of their shared surname, but also because of his solemn oath, his claim that he had a way to uncover the mastermind behind the sabotage and easily resolve the company's crisis. Little did she expect that his so-called solution was nothing more than an excuse. Realizing this, Li Yunyun's voice trembled slightly. Li Huai, what you said earlier wasn't what you just said. Li Huai replied indifferently, just excuses. If I hadn't said them, you wouldn't have brought me to meet President Su in the first place. You. Li Yunyun was so furious she couldn't speak. After a long moment, she turned to Su Lin. Mr. Su might not believe me, but I truly didn't bring Li Huai here because... Su Lin raised a hand. Li Yunyun instinctively fell silent, watching him anxiously. In the silence, Su Lin spoke softly. I don't care why you sent someone over. But here, I only judge by actions.
Go terminate your contract with Zhao Haoyu.
Considering you once helped the company, I'll waive your penalty fee.
Li Yunyun's face instantly drained of color.
Understood. I'll go see manager Zhao right away. Li Huai froze, suddenly tense. Ms. Su, what I proposed would greatly benefit the company. How could you? Secretary Yang, escort this gentleman out.
Su Lin cut Li Huai off abruptly. Once Yang Hanyue entered the office, she turned away, refusing to listen to his further explanations.
Soon, the office fell silent once more. Yang Hanyue returned moments later. Those two streamers have been sent to HR, but the termination process still requires some procedures. It might not go smoothly. Su Lin responded nonchalantly, with Zhao Haoyu handling it, there won't be any surprises.
Others might not know, but Zhao Haoyu had been navigating the cutthroat world of Yin City for so long his capabilities were undeniable. A flicker of bewilderment crossed Yang Hanyue's eyes. This level of trust was something she had never encountered before. Yet, from another perspective, Zhao Haoyu's competence was the decisive factor in all this. Realizing this, Yang Hanyue immediately grew serious. I'll discuss this matter thoroughly with manager Zhao.
But with all the recent turmoil at the company, should President Su step in to calm things down?
Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly.
Contact finance.
Tell them the company recently made a substantial profit on a project. Increase everyone's bonus by 2,000.
Yang Hanyue gasped. Isn't that excessive?
Su Lin shook his head.
This amount is most appropriate. More than that would strain the company's finances. Too little, and it wouldn't calm the employees' anxiety at all.
Yang Hanyue hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. She simply turned to discuss it with finance. The next day, the bonuses were distributed. With 2,100 yuan in hand, the previously unsettled employees instantly calmed down. The company had weathered a storm of troubles recently, but the fact that it could afford such a large sum at this moment surely meant it had solid backing. All they needed to do now was wait quietly for the outcome. The company would handle the rest. As internal calm settled, the external turmoil also seemed to be subsiding. Yet the company's top brass knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Should the situation spiral out of control, the company's very survival would be in question. In Su Lin's office, a group of people gathered around. Lu Yao frowned deeply. Mr. Su, do you have any solutions for the company's recent issues? If this continues, chaos will spread throughout every department. Su Lin replied calmly, maintain the status quo for now. As for other matters, there's no rush. Lu Yao couldn't believe her ears. Mr. Su, there are bound to be more incidents like this. How can we not be concerned? Su Lin smiled faintly. What good would rushing do? Do you really think the people behind this will back down just because we panic? Lu Yao opened her mouth several times but couldn't find the words. At that moment, Zhao Haoyu interjected, Manager Lu, there's no need to worry. Mr. Su already has a plan for this matter. Lu Yao froze. Mr. Su has a plan? Zhao Haoyu remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Su Lin. Some matters still required Su Lin's explicit stance. Su Lin spared Zhao Haoyu any awkwardness and didn't mention moving out of the company. He simply stated, I plan to establish a branch office in my hometown. No one present was foolish. A moment's thought revealed the crux of the matter. Establishing a branch office was merely a pretext. What Mr. Su truly intended was to relocate the company. Yang Hanyue asked, should I head there immediately? Su Lin's eyes darkened slightly. Of course. When smart people gather, the last thing needed is idle chatter. The brief meeting concluded, and everyone dispersed. Just as Su Lin was about to seek out Jiang Beiwei, he suddenly received a call from Zhou Shu. I heard the company's facing some trouble. Should I come back? Su Lin rubbed his fingertips. It's already been resolved. No need for you to come back. By the way, how's your training abroad going? Need any help from the company side? Zhou Shu laughed heartily, his cheerful tone clear even through the phone. I don't need any help here. But if you run into trouble again, you must tell me. I might be able to lend a hand. Su Lin lowered his gaze slightly, one hand tapping lightly on the desk without conscious thought. While you were abroad, did you encounter any particularly formidable competitors? You want to poach them? Zhou Shu cut straight to the chase. Su Lin chuckled. Our company offers excellent benefits. As long as the salary is right, it wouldn't be considered poaching. Zhou Shu fell silent for a moment before asking, are you planning to bring them back to China, or have them work overseas? Su Lin's tapping hand froze instantly. Thoughts flashed through his mind before he finally made his decision. How about establishing a subsidiary overseas? That's an excellent idea, but I lack management experience. Setting up the basic framework might require you to handle it personally. Su Lin replied without hesitation, I'll get it arranged as soon as possible. After hanging up, Su Lin pressed his hand to his forehead. Had he just bitten off more than he could chew? Chapter 139, Let It Stay Empty. Su Lin's inner turmoil didn't last long before he pushed it aside. Over dinner that evening, Jiang Beiwei hesitated before asking about the company's situation.
Su Lin, I still have some funds available. If the company needs it, I could.
Su Lin felt touched, but quickly cut her off.
I know you mean well, but the company isn't in such dire straits. Things have stabilized. Jiang Beiwei looked doubtful. Really stabilized? Have I ever lied to you? Su Lin abandoned explanations, his simple counter-question silencing Jiang Beiwei's worries. Still, she couldn't resist reminding him. If you ever need money, you must tell me. I have plenty on hand right now.
Su Lin believed her implicitly. Whether it was the courier station profits, company dividends, or her earnings as a streamer, Jiang Beiwei had every reason to speak with such confidence.
Su Lin felt no resentment at being underestimated. His gaze toward Jiang Beiwei was filled with tenderness. All right. If I ever need money, I'll definitely tell you. Half a month passed, and the turbulent storm surrounding Yefeng Company finally settled. At this point, the plan to establish branch offices was brought to the forefront. Given the shortage of personnel, Su Lin directly addressed the entire company, inquiring if anyone was willing to relocate from Yen City. Salaries will be equivalent to those in Yen City, and those who relocate to the branch early will have greater opportunities for advancement. Word spread quickly, sparking interest among many employees. Within just 2 days, the list of volunteers for the branch office stretched to 5 full pages. After consulting with Zhao Haoyu, Su Lin set aside those deemed unsuitable and approved the rest to relocate. Zhao Haoyu raised a question. The branch office location hasn't been finalized yet. When do you plan to go, Su? Tomorrow.
Su Lin gave a time frame and reassured them there are plenty of places available for rent over there. We don't need a large setup initially, so finding a location should be easy.
That same afternoon, Su Lin mentioned the trip back to Jianghua City to Jiang Beiwei. Want to come along? Jiang Beiwei frowned slightly. My live streaming schedule is packed lately. I might not be able to make it back. Su Lin recalled Jiang Beiwei's busy schedule, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. You're right. I'll go alone then. Jiang Beiwei softened. It's not that I don't want to. It's fine. You stay in Yen City.
If anything comes up with the company or home, remember to contact me right away.
Jiang Beiwei hesitated, then nodded silently. I'll be in touch.
The next day, Su Lin caught the earliest flight out, arriving in Jianghua City by midday.
Uncle Wang was surprised to see him return. Why are you back so soon? Su Lin shared his plan to establish a branch office. Do you know of any suitable locations nearby, Uncle Wang?
Uncle Wang pondered briefly before clapping his hands.
Honestly, I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it.
There is one place, but it's quite large, and the rent.
His hesitation grew as he spoke. Little Lin, you might not be able to afford it.
Su Lin smiled faintly.
Uncle Wang hasn't even mentioned the price. How can you say I won't be able to afford it? Can you take me to see the place? Uncle Wang didn't say much more.
He stepped outside to make a call, then told Su Lin they could go right away.
It's in a remote area, originally intended for a clubhouse. 3 stories tall, almost out of the city limits.
But I hear they're building a subway nearby, so property prices and rents have been rising lately. On the way, Uncle Wang gave a rough overview of the situation.
Su Lin nodded occasionally, indicating he was listening attentively.
When he heard the words property prices, something stirred within him.
Is Uncle Wang talking about the suburbs, Beichen Road?
Upon receiving an affirmative response, Su Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. What's the price per square meter over there?
Currently around 5,000 yuan per square meter, pretty pricey for Jianghai City. 5,000 yuan per square meter?
Su Lin heard Uncle Wang's exclamation, but inwardly disagreed that the prices were exorbitant. This figure hadn't even reached the peak yet. After all, the area Uncle Wang mentioned would indeed have a subway line built in a year and a half.
Snapping up property now would be like snagging a bargain. Can we buy that place?
Uncle Wang paused, then said, the subway construction is just a rumor right now.
Who knows if it'll actually happen? Buying there would be pointless, wouldn't it?
Su Lin smiled faintly. I plan to open a branch office here and stay for a long time. I don't want to waste too much energy on renting. Mortgage payments, internal company cash flow, and some investments. After all that was accounted for, Su Lin didn't actually have much money left. If not for that, he would have invested in real estate long ago. But those deals required hundreds of millions in capital far beyond his reach.
For now, he had to hold back. Uncle Wang nodded, understanding.
Since you put it that way, I'll definitely help you solve this problem.
Let's discuss renting first, then buying.
With their decision made, Su Lin soon saw the place Uncle Wang had mentioned. It was indeed a 3-story building, each floor spanning over 500 square meters, clearly purpose-built. However, its remote location, coupled with Jianghua City's low consumption levels, meant that even if such a club opened, it likely wouldn't be sustainable for most people.
Just then, an agent hurried over. Mr. Wang and Mr. Su, right? I'm Xiao Lu. Mr. Wang should have mentioned me on the phone earlier. Yes, I know you. Please give us an overview of the property and the rental terms. Xiao Lu nodded and quickly outlined the details.
Su Lin turned his head slightly. What Xiao Lu said was largely consistent with what Uncle Wang had mentioned earlier. The difference was that Xiao Lu mentioned the rent. As you can see, the space here is quite large, so the rent is also on the higher side, 150,000 yuan per month.
150,000?
Su Lin's gaze fell to the floor. Though it appeared clean and tidy, dust swirled everywhere. And this was only the first floor, the upper levels were likely even dirtier. This also meant the place had been vacant for quite some time.
A place that's been vacant for so long, and they want 150,000 in rent? 50,000.
The sudden demand startled Su Lin. He turned to see Uncle Wang staring expressionlessly at Xiao Lu.
The next moment, Uncle Wang launched into his critique. This place is filthy. It's clearly been vacant for ages. No matter how big it is, it's not worth 150,000 in rent. 50,000 is the absolute ceiling. Xiao Lu's smile froze. Mr. Wang, I'm just an agent.
The implication was clear, he had no authority over the so-called rent.
Uncle Wang replied coolly, then bring the owner here. I'll pay the agency fee as agreed.
We need to discuss this directly with the owner. He added, or you can choose not to. In that case, this place will just stay vacant.
Chapter 140, you're making a killing, okay?
Under Uncle Wang's firm insistence, Xiao Lu finally relented.
I'll reach out, but I can't guarantee they'll agree. Uncle Wang waved his hand dismissively. Just make the call. We know what we're getting into.
Not long after, Xiao Lu returned with a smile.
They said they're busy today. If you want to meet in person, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. Uncle Wang remained silent, turning his gaze toward Su Lin.
Xiao Lu's gaze shifted for a moment before she realized Su Lin was the one making the decisions.
Mr. Su, what do you think?
Su Lin looked up.
All right. Where is it? What time? At Xinghao. 8 p.m. tonight. Su Lin nodded slightly. Then we'll wait until tomorrow. The two drove away. Midway, Uncle Wang asked, are you sure you want to buy that place?
It's way too big, it'll cost a fortune.
That location is perfect. Su Lin offered a brief explanation before signaling he didn't wish to elaborate further.
Uncle Wang noticed this and silently held back his words.
That evening, Su Lin received a call from his mother.
Her tone carried a hint of reproach. I heard you returned to Jiang City.
Why didn't you tell me?
Su Lin explained with a smile, I came to handle some matters.
I won't be staying long, so I didn't mention it. After a pause, Su Lin continued, you called so late, is there something you need me to handle? Nothing urgent, really, it's just... Hesitation crept into Su's mother's voice as she trailed off mid-sentence.
Su Lin rubbed his fingertips, feigning ignorance as he pressed gently, if there's something you need, just tell me.
I can make a quick trip back to Yen City.
At this, Su's mother quickly protested, no, you should handle your matters first.
Come back and tell me once you're done over there. With that, Su's mother hung up.
Su Lin stared at the call-ended screen, his brow furrowing slightly. His mother rarely showed signs of distress, she preferred to keep things bottled up rather than speak of them.
This unusual display today, could it mean she was facing a major problem?
The thought made Su Lin instinctively reach for his phone to call Jiang Beiwei, but his finger hovered over the dial button, unable to press it. After much deliberation, Su Lin turned and called Yang Hanyue instead.
Find an excuse to go to my house tomorrow and see if anything's happened over there. Understood.
The next day at noon, Yang Hanyue called.
Nothing's wrong.
Su Lin frowned.
Are you sure nothing's wrong? I even asked the neighbors nearby.
I can confirm nothing's wrong. Su Lin replied, got it, then hung up and headed to the supermarket near his home.
Uncle Wang was busy with customers when he spotted Su Lin and called out, why are you here so early?
Su Lin replied, I was bored staying at the hotel, so I came to take a look.
Uncle Wang nodded and pointed to the computer in the store.
The ledgers and such are all over there.
You can take a look. Time passed quickly, and evening soon arrived.
At exactly 8 p.m., Su Lin and Uncle Wang entered Xinghao. Agent Xiao Lu was standing by the counter and immediately came over to greet them. Mr. Su, Mr. Wang, this way please. Su Lin and Uncle Wang followed Xiao Lu inside. Along the way, Su Lin inquired about the other man's name.
My surname is Wang. Su Lin raised an eyebrow.
They were about to meet the person, yet Xiao Lu was still keeping them hidden. Whatever else could be said, this guy was truly tight-lipped. Right here. Xiao Lu pushed open the door to a private room. The sound of wailing and howling immediately spilled out, accompanied by a thick stench of alcohol.
Su Lin's brow instantly furrowed.
Had he not remembered the purpose of this visit, he would have turned around and left immediately.
But soon, Su Lin entered the private room with a blank expression. He would talk it out face to face. If the other party didn't budge, he would turn around and leave immediately. The chaotic clamor inside died down as Su Lin and his two companions entered. Young Master Wang, these are the people you wanted to meet. Honestly, they don't seem particularly special to me. Only the one in the middle has a decent face. A pretty girl spoke in a sweet, girlish voice, her disdain clearly visible on her face. Su Lin's gaze fell upon the man addressed as young Master Wang, and he froze. Wang Fenglin?
Su Lin's voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the sudden silence of the private room.
Su Lin? Why are you here?
The man across from him stood up, none other than Wang Fenglin, the last person Su Lin had seen before his rebirth.
He recognized Su Lin too, striding over in a few steps. You've made it big now, huh? Such a huge. Wang Fenglin abruptly stopped, turning to wave his hand, signaling everyone else in the private room to leave. And you, the agent, you come with us too.
Xiao Lu nodded and followed the others out of the private room. The overhead lights flashed on, banishing the dimness from the private room. Wang Fenglin scrutinized Su Lin from head to toe, while Su Lin did the same to him. After a moment, Wang Fenglin suddenly stepped forward and gave Su Lin a hard punch on the shoulder. You bastard, you haven't contacted me once since I transferred schools in the second semester of my freshman year. Su Lin staggered slightly, replying with a hint of resignation, I've been swamped with schoolwork. That's why I didn't reach out. Wang Fenglin's eyes lit up. I heard you got into Yanbei University. Is that true? What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true. Su Lin replied, walking over to sit down. So that club is yours? Wang Fenglin followed suit. Technically, it's my dad's. But since it lost a lot of money early on, it's been closed. From what Xiao Lu said yesterday, you guys aren't planning to rent it, you want to buy it outright? What do you need such a huge club for? If it were anyone else, Wang Fenglin wouldn't have asked so many questions. But since it involved his brother, he felt compelled to inquire. Su Lin answered, to start a company. Wang Fenglin, that's it? Su Lin shot him a glance, what else? Their eyes locked. Wang Fenglin clicked his tongue. Never imagined after all these years you'd be doing so well. Interested in helping your brother make a fortune? Su Lin leaned forward slightly. Making a fortune? Not exactly. But if you're genuinely interested, you can invest in the club. I'll give you an 8% stake. Wang Fenglin's mouth twitched violently. My huge club, and you're offering me just 8%? Old Su, that's not how you rip people off, is it? Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. You said I'm robbing you, so I certainly won't disappoint. Wang Fenglin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Please stop talking. It's giving me a headache. Su Lin shrugged indifferently. A club that's been sitting idle for ages in exchange for 8% of my company? You're getting a steal, okay? The conversation circled around, and soon Wang Fenglin adopted a pained expression. Fine, 8% it is. When do you plan to transfer the shares? Chapter 141, Running into Trouble? Wang Fenglin's swift decision left Uncle Wan momentarily dumbfounded. A 3-story club, traded away so casually? Wasn't he that a bit too generous? The two present were unaware of Uncle Wang's thoughts. After receiving the affirmative answer, Su Lin gave Wang Fenglin a thumbs up. That's refreshingly straightforward. Wang Fenglin laughed heartily. This isn't about being straightforward, it's about trusting your capabilities. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. From the sound of that, who knows what I've been up to lately? Wang Fenglin grinned smugly. Of course. Bai Jiruai told me everything about your situation in Yen City. While I'm not short on cash, I'd like to have a bit more on hand. You wouldn't let me down, would you, brother? So Bai Jiruai was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. No wonder Wang Fenglin's behavior had seemed off. Su Lin's eyes flickered, but he replied, of course I won't let you down. We'll transfer the property tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to in Yen City and can't linger here too long. Wang Fenglin stroked his chin. Will you be returning afterward? Su Lin had intended to say he wouldn't be returning for the time being, but the words changed on his lips. I'll come back to see you when the branch office is established. Wang Fenglin clicked his tongue, clearly dissatisfied. So you don't plan on returning to Jianghuai City? Su Lin shook his head with a smile. Not at all. It's just that my roots are in Yen City now, and some things. He shrugged, leaving the rest unsaid. Seeing this, Wang Fenglin felt it best not to press further. The two chatted idly. Before long, Su Lin suggested leaving, but Wang Fenglin wasn't having it. He placed an arm around Su Lin's shoulder, refusing to let him go. We haven't seen each other in so long, don't we deserve a proper reunion? Come on, come on. It's my treat. Let's go have some fun. Su Lin's lips twitched. He understood exactly what Wang Fenglin meant. If he'd been alone, he might have gone, but Uncle Wang was with him. Let's do it tomorrow. My treat. Wang Fenglin grumbled, you're impossible. Fine, fine. Tomorrow it is. But don't even think about backing out then. Su Lin couldn't help but laugh bitterly, quickly assuring him, don't worry, I won't run away. At the front desk, Su Lin gave the private room number and deposited a large sum before leaving. Halfway there, Uncle Wang couldn't help but speak up, Xiao Lin, is that person really your friend? Su Lin nodded. We were pretty close in high school. Uncle Wang tried several times to speak up, but couldn't find the words. After all, no matter how suspicious he felt, it couldn't outweigh the fact that the other party had genuinely given up the club membership. Of course, the situation remained uncertain for now. The details would only be clear after tomorrow's property transfer was finalized. The next day, Su Lin received a call from Wang Fenglin. Upon learning the location, he immediately drove over. Within an hour, ownership of the club was officially transferred to Su Lin.
After spending the entire day dealing with Wang Fenglin, Su Lin didn't return to the hotel until midnight.
He had barely lain down when he realized his phone was dead. Su Lin rushed to charge it. The moment he turned it back on, he saw over 10 messages from Jiang Beiwei and several missed calls, all from around 8 p.m. Had something happened in Yin City? Su Lin's heart skipped a beat as he immediately called Jiang Beiwei back. The phone answered after only a few rings.
Su Lin? Why are you calling me in the middle of the night?
Su Lin froze.
I saw some messages and missed calls on my phone.
Jiang Beiwei sounded momentarily bewildered, but quickly regained her composure.
Those messages and calls weren't from me. Yingying came over tonight probably because she missed you. Everything's fine here. Hearing it was Su Yingying's doing, Su Lin's tense nerves instantly relaxed. I'm glad everything's fine.
After a pause, both Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei fell silent.
After a while, Jiang Beiwei asked softly, how much longer will you be staying in Jianghua City? Su Lin walked to the window. Jianghua City's bustle couldn't compare to Yinshur's, and its nightscape carried an indescribable chill and desolation. I've found a place. I can return anytime, though I'll need to come back later to handle some details.
Su Lin explained the situation in a low voice. Time slipped away as they talked, and gradually, Jiang Beiwei fell silent. Su Lin knew she had fallen asleep.
A faint smile touched his lips as he ended the call. Over the next 2 days, Su Lin moved around the vicinity, quickly arranging the renovation details. After confirming nothing was overlooked, he immediately rushed back to Yin City. Ya Feng.
Su Lin briefly updated Zhao Haoyu, we can start assigning staff to that location in 2 weeks.
Has the final roster been confirmed? It's finalized. They're handling the handover and are ready to depart at any moment.
Hearing the affirmative response, Su Lin's eyes softened with a hint of amusement.
Good. We absolutely cannot have any issues on this front. Keep a close eye on it.
Zhao Haoyu solemnly assured him there would be no issues, I'll keep a close eye on it. Just then, Yang Hanyue entered the room.
Mr. Su.
Su Lin gave a slight nod.
What is it?
Yang Hanyue explained, Miss Jiang has been transferred to the live streaming department, but some paperwork is still pending here. I wanted to ask how you'd like to proceed, Mr. Su?
Jiang Beiwei's paperwork?
Su Lin cleared his throat.
Transfer them over directly.
Though he hadn't been paying close attention lately, he was aware that Jiang Beiwei's popularity in live streaming was growing steadily. Under these circumstances, Su Lin naturally followed Jiang Beiwei's wishes.
Understood.
I'll have my team transfer Miss Jiang to the new department shortly.
However, there's one more matter.
Su Lin raised his eyes slightly.
Go ahead. Yang Hanyue didn't respond immediately.
Instead, she turned to Zhao Haoyu beside her. I need an assistant here.
Would Manager Zhao be able to arrange someone?
Zhao Haoyu replied with a sigh, HR can make the arrangement, but Secretary Yang's requirements and conditions are quite demanding.
It will take a few days. Yang Hanyue raised an eyebrow.
I can wait, but I hope Manager Zhao will expedite this matter. With that, Yang Hanyue departed, only to return moments later carrying a stack of documents.
Su Lin's lips twitched.
He'd planned to make the arrangements and then go find Jiang Beiwei, but now he was stuck here.
With no other choice, Su Lin buried himself in the paperwork.
Before he knew it, it was quitting time.
When he went to pick up Jiang Beiwei, he was told she had already left.
Since Miss Jiang transferred to the live streaming department, her departure time has been adjusted. If Mr. Su wishes to pick her up, it might be best to contact her in advance.
The live streaming assistant offered the suggestion with unwavering confidence.
Su Lin glanced at her twice before turning to leave. As he walked away, he dialed Jiang Beiwei's number. Weiwei, where are you?
I'm at home.
Why?
Hearing the confusion in Jiang Beiwei's voice, Su Lin stared straight ahead. I'm back in Yin City. Would you like to grab dinner sometime? Silence fell on the other end of the line. Su Lin didn't hear a reply. His fingers tightened slightly around the phone. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with Jiang Beiwei since she transferred to the live streaming department. Had she run into trouble? Chapter 142, can't even get things done properly. Su Lin pondered for 3 minutes without realizing it. Seeing this, Su Lin spoke again, why aren't you saying anything? Did my invitation put you in an awkward position? No, I just hadn't fully processed it yet. Jiang Beiwei hastily dismissed Su Lin's assumption. Where are you now? I'll come find you. No need. I'll come pick you up at your place. Su Lin hung up after saying that. Half an hour later, he sat across from Jiang's mother, chatting with her while waiting for Jiang Beiwei to return. Suddenly, the front door swung open. Jiang Beiwei rushed in, panting heavily. Su Lin, why didn't you give me a heads up? I was just... Jiang Beiwei's words trailed off abruptly. She glanced at the light-hearted atmosphere in the living room and unconsciously pressed her lips together. At that moment, Su Lin stood up and casually greeted Jiang's mother. Let's go. I've already made a reservation at the restaurant. Jiang Beiwei instinctively glanced at Jiang's mother, who wore a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth.
Jiang Beiwei's gaze darted around the room before she finally managed to utter a single word.
All right. The two left arm in arm.
Once seated in the car, Jiang Beiwei instinctively tried to explain. Su Lin, I actually. Su Lin cut her off.
No need to explain. I trust you.
Jiang Beiwei opened her mouth several times before lowering her head.
Su Lin, maybe I shouldn't have transferred to the live streaming department?
Su Lin turned his head.
In trouble? Jiang Beiwei remained bowed.
At his question, her eyes instantly reddened.
Su Lin,
Su Lin detected the choking sound in her voice, a wave of helplessness washing over him.
If you're in trouble, why didn't you tell me? That's my company. As my fiancé, if I can't resolve the issues you face, what kind of boss am I?
Jiang Beiwei shook her head softly.
It's not like that.
I just felt this matter was too big, so I didn't dare mention it.
Su Lin frowned. What exactly happened? Jiang Beiwei clasped her hands together. Do you remember Chen Hao? He met with the principal a few days ago and inexplicably dragged me into it.
He said there was a project suited for me and asked if I wanted to join his company. I flat out refused him, but he turned around and went to the livestream to tip, telling me to reconsider what happened before. Oh, and Chen Hao brought a few people to campus, some big shot sons or something.
At this point, Jiang Beiwei fell completely silent and Su Lin's grip tightened.
Given how far she'd taken this, if he still didn't grasp the crux of the matter, he'd be an undeniable fool. Chen Hao, who had once invested in him, had now completely switched sides and was actively setting traps for him behind the scenes. In the business world, everything revolved around profit. Even if there were conflicts, they shouldn't be pursued with such relentless determination. But Chen Hao kept striking at him. What was really going on behind the scenes? Could it be he wanted to swallow Yafeng whole by himself? Su Lin's silence led Jiang Beiwei to misunderstand.
Su Lin, have I caused you trouble? Su Lin snapped back to reality and instinctively denied it. You haven't caused me any trouble.
After a pause, Su Lin shared some of his speculations with Jiang Beiwei. Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened involuntarily.
He really is targeting you?
Su Lin sighed.
You could also say it's to target you Feng.
Yafeng had taken every step at the outset, reaping benefits plain for all to see. Until he got a response from Chen Hao's side, Su Lin could only assume as much. After they talked it out, Jiang Beiwei felt much better.
After dinner, Su Lin walked Jiang Beiwei downstairs.
Noticing the lingering gloom in her expression, he simply reached out and pulled her into his embrace. The sudden change startled Jiang Beiwei. After a moment, she relaxed and let herself nestle into Su Lin's embrace. After a moment, she gently pushed him away.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Su Lin gazed quietly at Jiang Beiwei.
After a long moment, a smile finally touched his lips.
I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to see you a little longer. Jiang Beiwei's cheeks flushed. We see each other every day. What's there to look at? With that, she headed straight upstairs. Su Lin stood downstairs for over 10 minutes before heading home.
Su's mother and Su Yingying were already asleep. Only the nanny, Xiao Lin, was still preparing things.
Spotting Su Lin, she immediately asked, would you like something to eat? I've already eaten. By the way, everything okay at home lately?
Xiao Lin smiled and replied, everything's been fine at home lately.
Su Lin asked a few more questions to confirm everything was truly fine, then went to bed.
The next morning, before Su Lin had even gotten out of bed, he heard a series of urgent knocks on the door.
Brother! Brother, open the door quickly!
Su Yingying's voice came from outside.
Startled awake, Su Lin rubbed his face. What's all this noise so early in the morning? Su Lin opened the door and glared at Su Yingying.
Su Yingying lifted her chin defiantly.
I have to go to school soon. How else would I see you if I didn't make a fuss?
Su Lin chuckled.
Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've gotten a lot more talkative.
Su Yingying shot him a sideways glance.
I've always been sharp-tongued. Unlike you can't even handle things properly. Su Lin.
Still holding a grudge, huh? Su Lin raised his hand and gave Su Yingying a sharp flick on the forehead.
Ouch.
Su Yingying cried out in pain, covering her forehead with one hand. Su Lin walked past her as if nothing had happened. Little girl, don't learn to hold grudges like grown-ups.
Is breakfast ready?
Xiao Lin poked her head out from the kitchen, smiling as she called out, it's ready.
It's ready. You can eat now. Soon after, breakfast was laid out on the table. Su's mother, hearing the commotion outside, yawned as she emerged. When did you get back? Last night. Got back a bit late, so I didn't say hello. Su Lin gave a brief explanation and asked Su Yingying to set the chopsticks. Su's mother hummed in acknowledgement, yawning again. So, did you manage to resolve things this time?
It's been taken care of. As Su Lin spoke, his gaze suddenly fell on Su's mother. Ever since coming out, Su's mother had been yawning repeatedly.
Mom, did you not sleep well last night?
A flicker of guilt crossed Su's mother's eyes.
Who said I didn't sleep well? I slept exceptionally well.
Su Lin scrutinized her mother from head to toe.
Mom, your dark circles. Smack.
Mrs. Su slammed her hand on the table and glared.
What's wrong with dark circles? At my age, it's only natural to have them. Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, take your sister to school. I need to get back to sleep. Su Lin. She was furious. Fine, it was just a case of staying up late. He'd pretend he hadn't noticed. After dropping Su Ying off at school, Su Lin headed to the office.
The moment he walked in, he saw a crowd gathered, their voices raised in a loud commotion.
What was going on? Chapter 143, Leave him with nothing. Just as Su Lin was puzzling over it, he heard Zhao Haoyu's voice. Are you all just standing around here? Have you finished everything on your plates? Where are the department managers? Hurry up and assign more tasks.
As Zhao Haoyu's words fell, the gathered crowd quickly dispersed, revealing the scene within to Su Lin. A disheveled woman sat on the floor, her face streaked with tears, her eyes blank and sorrowful. Across from her, a man covered his face, his exposed neck and hands bearing scratch marks. These two had actually gotten into a fight at the company. Su Lin frowned, his gaze locking with Zhao Haoyu's. The next moment, Zhao Haoyu ordered the two on the floor to stand up. By all accounts, your domestic issues shouldn't be brought into the company. But since you're here, our company is willing to help. Come on, head to President Su's office. Zhao Haoyu didn't reveal Su Lin's identity, so naturally, no one else spoke up either. Before long, several people entered Su Lin's office. Su Lin glanced at the two, his gaze lingering on the woman for a few seconds before he spoke. Go ahead. What's the reason for causing such a disturbance in the company? The man wiped his face. Sorry, Mr. Su. I didn't mean to cause trouble at work. She's just so unreasonable, always suspicious. The man spoke at length, shifting all blame onto the woman in every sentence. Su Lin listened at first, but as the man's words grew more numerous, his expression darkened. Throughout this exchange, the woman remained silent. A heavy silence spread through the room. The man's voice gradually faded, until all that remained was his own shrinking silence. At that moment, Su Lin turned to Zhao Haoyu beside him. Did you hear all that? Zhao Haoyu's face darkened. I heard it all. If it's inconvenient for you to intervene, Mr. Su, let me handle this person. Su Lin gave a slight nod and waved them away. The man immediately grew frantic. I'm innocent. Why should you deal with me? Mr. Su, I refuse to accept this. Su Lin shot him a dismissive glance, inwardly feeling a wave of contempt for the man. He didn't dismiss them either, instead asking directly, are you certain you're innocent? The man declared with righteous indignation, of course. Su Lin turned to the woman, you haven't spoken since you came in. Are you sure you still want to keep quiet? The woman slowly lifted her head, and tears suddenly fell. Mr. Su, he's lying. Su Lin raised his eyes slightly. Proof. He had intended for Zhao Haoyu to handle this privately, but since the man refused to concede, he would settle this openly. The man's heart skipped a beat. Wang Mei, don't talk nonsense. When did I lie? Mr. Su, don't believe this woman. She's the one lying. Huang Mei said nothing, only silently rolling up her sleeves and pant legs. Where no one could see, her skin was covered in wounds, some even old scars left behind. As these wounds were exposed, the man's defiant voice instantly fell silent. The office fell silent with shock, but Su Lin remained composed, leaning back calmly in his chair. From the moment Huang Mei entered the lobby until she reached the office, he had been observing her movements. He had clearly seen how cautious each of her actions was. Occasionally, when she made a slightly larger movement, traces of stiffness would appear. In other words, Huang Mei was wounded too. Unlike the man's visible injuries, hers were hidden from plain sight. As it turned out, Su Lin hadn't misjudged her. Domestic violence. Su Lin uttered the two words, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. Logically, you should have gone to the police station about this, not come here to cause trouble at the company. Huang Mei slowly let her sleeves and pant legs fall back into place, her voice low. I went. But they said it was a family matter and couldn't help me. I want a divorce, but he refuses to grant it. Su Lin's brow twitched, sensing something deeply off about Huang Mei. So? Huang Mei was still crying, yet a smile spread across her face. So I'm going to take him down with me. Her eyes fixed on the man, yet her words were directed at Su Lin. I'll ruin his career. I'll strip him of everything he has. And I'll make him pay with his life. Of course, you could keep him here. Then I'll come back every single day until your company fires him. Su Lin. Thank you. Yu Feng is innocent. The man was stunned, staring at her in horror. How could you think like this? I only hit you a few times. Is this really worth threatening to kill yourself over? Huang Mei shrieked and lunged at him, clawing at his face. Just a few slaps? You bastard. I don't want to live anymore. Then you can die with me. The office descended into complete chaos. Seeing Huang Mei about to be pinned down and beaten again, the bystander Zhao Haoyu couldn't stand it anymore. He deliberately pulled at the man's arm while pretending to break up the fight. Huang Mei might be acting crazy, but the man who drove his own partner to this state was no saint either. Huang Mei seized the chance while Zhao Haoyu was pulling them apart and unleashed a barrage of blows on the man. Before long, the man's face was a bloody mess. You lunatic! Let go of me.
Manager Zhao, you let go.
Su Lin's mouth twitched as he pulled out his phone and dialed 911. That's the gist of the situation.
What do you think the police should do with these two? After hearing the full story, the police fell into an instant silence.
In theory, domestic violence cases were straightforward, just follow the law. But the problem was they were family. It was all too easy for them to fight one moment and make up the next, turning a straightforward case into a complicated one. Back and forth, the police station could only end up playing peacemaker. In today's situation, should they proceed as usual or follow the usual compromise approach? Su Lin didn't rush for an answer. Though he hadn't experienced such situations himself, he'd seen plenty of related news in his past life and understood their dilemma well. Just then, Zhao Haoyu spoke up. Regardless of how the police handle this, our company won't tolerate scum like him. Given the damage he's done to our reputation, we're not only firing him, we're suing him. The man held back by the police grew agitated. On what grounds? This is a family matter. What company meddles in family affairs? Zhao Haoyu replied coldly, most companies wouldn't interfere in family matters, but not Yafeng. We provide competitive salaries and benefits. Employees cannot disrupt the workplace over personal issues. The company won't expend resources on unnecessary complications. Is that clear? The words might sound cold-hearted, but Zhao Haoyu had seen Huang Mei's state and the man's nonchalant demeanor. He'd already made up his mind. To avoid greater trouble, Yafeng absolutely couldn't keep someone like this. The man opened his mouth several times, despair flickering in his eyes. How can you do this? I only did what many men would do. You can't fire me or sue me. Chapter 144, Mr. Su isn't angry? Zhao Haoyu scoffed. Don't go dragging other men into this. Few would push their wives to the brink of madness. With Yufeng's cooperation, both the man and Huang Mei were taken away by the police. In the silence, Su Lin rubbed his temples. Follow up on this. If Huang Mei is willing to divorce, have someone assist her. Of course, if Huang Mei refuses to divorce, that is another matter entirely. Zhao Haoyu caught the implication and nodded immediately. Alright, I'll have someone keep an eye on it. At this point, Zhao Haoyu sighed helplessly. Mr. Su, what kind of mess is this? Su Lin felt equally helpless, but what was done was done. No amount of talking would change it. Alright, let's leave it at that. Internally, have Lu Yao issue a brief notice about this matter. Make sure it doesn't leak outside. Understood. After Zhao Haoyu left, Su Lin received a call from Jiang Beiwei. I heard there was an incident at the company. No one got hurt, right? It was a family matter that spilled over into the office. Nothing serious. That's good. I was thinking of going to the office to check, but now that's unnecessary. Su Lin asked curiously, where are you now? At home. My mom said she and Aunt Su are going out for a few days, so I'm packing. Su Lin froze, suddenly recalling the dark circles under Su's mother's eyes. His lips twitched. When was this planned? Probably yesterday? Jiang Beiwei wasn't entirely sure either, her voice tinged with hesitation. Su Lin pressed his hand to his forehead and mentioned Su's mother's dark circles. Jiang Beiwei's laughter immediately filled the receiver. Then why don't you go check on Aunt Su? After all, they're leaving this afternoon. Su Lin considered it, finding Jiang Beiwei's suggestion reasonable. Let's have lunch together then. Sure. After hanging up, Su Lin contacted his mother to arrange the lunch meeting. Su's mother replied with a simple okay. Then go pick up Yingying at lunchtime. Su Lin reminded her helplessly, Su Yingying is already in middle school. She doesn't come home for lunch anymore. Oh right, I completely forgot about that. Fine then, come pick me up at noon. We'll go together to pick up Aunt Jiang and Weiwei. Su Lin agreed. He left work early that afternoon and soon picked up Jiang's mother and Jiang Beiwei with Su's mother. Jiang's mother felt a bit embarrassed. Look at you two, going out of your way to pick me up. A simple call would have sufficed. Su's mother disagreed, that wouldn't do. We made plans to have lunch together, so of course we should come pick you up. By the way, Shaolin, where are you having lunch? I reserved a private room at a home-style restaurant. I hear the food is excellent. It'll be perfect for us to try it together. Su Lin explained the situation while driving. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Su Lin parked and headed inside to find them, only to see Chen Hao intercepting Su's mother, Jiang Beiwei, and the others at the entrance. Facing each other, Chen Hao greeted them with a smile. Long time no see, Mr. Su. Su Lin's gaze swept over his face. It has been a while indeed. I hear you've been raking in quite a bit lately, Mr. Chen. Where exactly have you struck gold? Care to take me along sometime? Others might not know, but he was well aware that Chen Hao had been up to no good behind the scenes. Making money? Hardly. He'd probably lost a fortune. Chen Hao's smile stiffened slightly. Mr. Su, you really do love to joke. In Yen City right now, surely no one makes more money than you? You can't say that. When it comes to making money, nothing is ever absolute. Su Lin chatted cheerfully with Chen Hao, his words subtly hinting at getting Chen Hao to help him make money. Compared to reality, Chen Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, he ended the conversation himself and turned to leave. Su Lin watched his retreating figure, narrowing his eyes slightly.
This encounter with Chen Hao today surely wasn't a coincidence? Shaolin, who was that guy?
Su's mother's question snapped Su Lin out of his thoughts. After a moment's thought, he offered 5 words. A former benefactor. Unfortunately, that benefactor had changed their mind, wanting more, and thus became an enemy.
Let's not talk about him.
Let's head into the private room first and savor the chef's craft here. Su Lin steered the conversation away.
Su's mother hesitated but didn't press further.
But halfway through the meal, a waiter approached. A guest at the next table requested we send over a few dishes. Su Lin glanced at the dishes placed before them, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind.
You mean the guest named Chen Hao, right? The waiter nodded. Yes, Mr. Chen.
Su Lin pinched the bridge of his nose.
Please take these dishes back. The waiter hesitated. Well, it's not that we won't return them, but... Su Lin raised his hand, signaling her to stop. I understand your predicament. One thing, have your boss come over.
Before long, the owner of the private dining room arrived.
Upon hearing the full story, he immediately had the dishes taken away. My sincerest apologies. The restaurant will cover the entire bill for today's private dining room. Please enjoy your meal. After the owner left, Su's mother asked in confusion, why did he suddenly offer to cover our bill?
Su Lin replied calmly, I believe their policy prohibits staff from disturbing guests. If every server acted like that one just now, taking orders from anyone, the place would descend into chaos. After all, part of the appeal of a private dining room isn't just the food, it's the peace and quiet.
Su Lin didn't elaborate, but after hearing his earlier explanation, Su's mother let the matter drop. The next day, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei arrived at the office. As soon as they entered, they saw Lu Yao standing at the office doorway with an imposing presence, accompanied by Manhwa. Su Lin's first thought was that something had gone wrong at the company. Before he could ask, Lu Yao pulled out her phone. Mr. Su, is this you in the photo? Su Lin's gaze fell upon a photo of himself standing alongside Chen Hao. Yes, it's me. Where did you get this photo? Lu Yao tapped twice, revealing the video beneath. Early this morning, this video hit the homepage of Kuayu. It claims our company is partnering with Mr. Chen's firm, that projects are already finalized, and we're even seeking external investment. Lu Yao's frown deepened with each word. While outsiders were unaware, as an insider, she understood the critical issue perfectly. The two companies had absolutely no chance of collaborating. Whoever released this video was clearly trying to cause trouble. Su Lin seemed oblivious to Lu Yao's anger. He watched the video with mild interest. Its content matched Lu Yao's account almost exactly, except it ended with a disclaimer stating he didn't know the specifics. Mr. Su, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing Su Lin remain silent, Lu Yao couldn't help but ask. Oh, I was just wondering who could have done this. Su Lin snapped back to attention and offered a casual explanation. That's it? Lu Yao's voice rose slightly. Aren't you angry, Mr. Su? Chapter 145. This matter deserves further consideration. Before Su Lin could respond, Jiang Beiwei, standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh. If he were upset, he wouldn't be chatting with you like this. Manager Lu, you're overthinking it. It's just a video, it won't affect the company. Lu Yao frowned. It might not seem like it now, but what if? Do you think our company can't handle this? Jiang Beiwei cut her off, her voice tinged with a hint of inquiry. But what if something goes wrong? Lu Yao couldn't suppress her worry. Seeing this, Jiang Beiwei could only turn to Su Lin, signaling for him to step in and resolve the matter. Weiwei's right. Manager Lu, you're overreacting. It's just a video. A simple call can suppress it. No big deal. With both Jiang Beiwei and Su Lin speaking up, Lu Yao could only leave with a grim expression. Beside them, Yang Hanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Mr. Su managed to talk her out of it. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Has she been pestering you this whole time? Yang Hanyu nodded helplessly. She's extremely anxious, as if Yafeng and Tianyu are already tied together because of this video. But anyone with eyes can see our two companies have never collaborated. At the mention of collaboration, Su Lin's expression suddenly grew grave. Well, it's not that we haven't collaborated at all. Yang Hanyua's eyelid twitched. What do you mean? We granted some game-related licenses. Timing-wise, they expire next year. Su Lin rubbed his temples. Have the game department manager come see me shortly. Yang Hanyua nodded solemnly. Understood. Shortly after, Jiang Beiwei headed to the live streaming department. Su Lin finished handling some documents just as the game department manager arrived. Mr. Su, you requested me? Su Lin gave a slight nod. Regarding the game licensing, has Tianyu sent anyone to discuss it? Tianyu? The game department manager shook his head without hesitation, then asked, Mr. Su, doesn't this matter expire next year? Isn't it too early to discuss it now? Su Lin offered a meaningful smile. Some things require advance preparation. Otherwise, how will we manage when the time comes? Keep a close eye on it. If Tianyu reaches out, have Secretary Yang handle it. Understood.
Meanwhile, Su Lin had just finished his conversation with the department manager. Meanwhile, Jiang Beiwei, live streaming, spotted several familiar names and nearly lost control of her expression.
Just then, one of them typed, "Does the streamer look down on us? You ask for tips while giving people the cold shoulder, don't you want to be a streamer? If that's the case, why even bother going live?"
As the words fell, a flurry of supportive replies followed, along with a wave of abusive comments.
The moderator, sensing trouble, quickly stepped in to mute the offenders. But as soon as one batch was muted, a new wave of comments flooded in.
Back and forth it went until Jiang Beiwei had no choice but to end the stream early. Similar incidents weren't confined to Jiang Beiwei's stream, other streamers faced comparable situations. The situation escalated until it reached Su Lin's attention.
"Have you traced where those accounts originated?" "We've checked. They're all confirmed to be secondary accounts.
We need to investigate further, but based on the situation, it's likely we won't be able to trace them back to anyone." The maintenance team members all looked guilty. They had combed through everything repeatedly yet found nothing, meaning the opposing party was more skilled than they were. Su Lin hadn't anticipated this turn of events either.
After pondering for a moment, he instructed someone to visit the game department.
"I recall there are a few recent graduates on the team.
See if they can handle it." Yufeng was investigating the situation behind the accounts.
A bunch of new streamers had popped up on Kuayu, snatching away a significant portion of Yufeng's streamer's fame before anyone could react. If Su Lin still couldn't pinpoint the problem after several days, he'd be a fool. But before he could track down the mastermind, Tianyu called to relay that Chen Hao wanted to meet with Su Lin. They said it'll be at the same private dining spot as last time, 8 p.m. tonight. Su Lin listened to Yang Hanyue relay the message, his eyes turning icy cold. Under the heavy atmosphere, Yang Hanyue spoke up, "If you don't want to meet, you can just refuse.
I'm sure he'll understand."
Su Lin waved her off. After Yang Hanyue fell silent, he said, "It's rare he wants to meet me.
Just make the trip. It shouldn't be a big deal. Then I'll return the call." Yang Hanyue left the office. Su Lin stared at the closed door for a long moment before sighing.
Chen Hao was truly persistent. He'd show him who was really pulling the strings behind the scenes.
That evening, Su Lin arrived with Zhao Haoyu in tow. "Mr. Su, it's good to see you again."
Su Lin smiled, shook hands with Chen Hao, and got straight to the point. "Mr. Chen, you went to great lengths to invite me here.
I assume it's not just for dinner. Let's be direct, what exactly do you want to do? Or rather, what do you want from me?"
Their eyes met, and Chen Hao laughed heartily.
"Mr. Su, you're mistaken, aren't you? I invited you here tonight purely for dinner. Honestly, nothing else." Su Lin nodded. "In that case, I won't say more.
Let's just get the food served." He'd given Chen Hao an opening, but if Chen Hao refused to take it, then things would stay as they were. After that, no matter how subtly Chen Hao hinted, Su Lin feigned complete ignorance. As time passed, the calm on Chen Hao's face began to crack. "Mr. Su, this is getting rather dull." Su Lin smiled faintly.
"Mr. Chen said tonight is just about dinner. Let's not discuss anything else."
Come, I'll raise a toast to Mr. Chen." Zhao Haoyu saw his chance and chimed in occasionally.
Back and forth, Chen Hao's face darkened.
Yet the words had come from his own mouth, leaving him unable to steer the conversation away.
Amidst this awkward atmosphere, the two sides gradually ended their conversation. In the car, Zhao Haoyu remarked, "I spotted the CEO of another company earlier. Wonder if he's here for tonight's meeting too."
Su Lin tilted her head back, her eyes tightly shut.
He'd drunk too much earlier and now felt a bit dizzy.
After a moment, Su Lin said, "Chen Hao will ask to meet me again."
"We'll see what happens then."
Zhao Haoyu turned his head slightly. "Our company might have to cede some of our interests this time." Su Lin's eyes snapped open.
"Do you think I should give up those interests?" Silence fell over the car. Zhao Haoyu's face betrayed a mix of resignation and reluctance. Yefeng had made such a bold move, grabbing up so much profit that anyone would be tempted.
They had no choice left. "Mr. Su, we have no choice but to concede." Su Lin stared straight ahead until the car came to a stop. Only then did he address Zhao Haoyu. "I still believe this matter warrants further consideration."
Chapter 146, I will satisfy you.
Su Lin and Zhao Haoyu concluded their conversation. The next morning, as soon as Su Lin entered his office, he summoned the managers of several departments.
His central directive was clear: dismantle the company.
The statement left all present managers stunned.
"Mr. Su, why break up the company when it's doing just fine? The company is doing quite well now. Splitting it up might weaken our current influence."
Every voice that spoke was filled with persuasion. Their earnest pleas only served to highlight Su Lin's perceived misjudgment.
Yet some understood his reasoning, including Zhao Haoyu and Yang Hanyue.
After a brief silence, Zhao Haoyu spoke up. "Splitting the company is indeed an option, but it's risky.
If communication breaks down between the two sides, it could." Zhao Haoyu trailed off.
The unspoken implication was clear to everyone present: he feared someone might take the charade too far. Su Lin replied calmly, if I dared to take such a risk, I'm not afraid of betrayal. Glancing around the room, Su Lin's lips curved into a meaningful smile.
What I hold in my hands isn't just what's visible on the surface. If anyone chooses to pick up small gains while losing big, that's their choice. His indifference froze the atmosphere in the office.
Before long, the managers resumed their discussions as if nothing had happened, chatting cheerfully until they settled on a general plan.
That very afternoon, 2 individuals from Yefeng Company walked out with their entire departments in tow.
The news spread fast and attempts were made to contact those 2 managers, but they ignored all calls. Just then, Su Lin received a call from Chun Hao. I hear your company's in a bit of a pickle, Su.
Need any help? My company, Tianyu, still carries some weight in Yen City.
Su Lin deliberately timed his response, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chen, but I have this matter under control. There's no need to trouble yourself.
Mr. Su, you're being too formal. Yefeng's success today owes something to me. I've watched you rise from nothing to where you are now. How could I allow others to take credit for your achievements?
Chen Hao's words dripped with insincerity. Su Lin listened with lowered eyes, a flash of coldness darting across his gaze. After listening to a few more sentences from Chun Hao, he hung up the phone. The situation escalated to the point where even Zhou Shu, who was abroad, learned of it and called specifically to inquire about the situation. Su Lin told him, I orchestrated it all. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Hearing this, Zhou Shu didn't press further.
Since you've got it under control, I won't say more. If there's anything I can do to help, be sure to call me.
Don't worry, I won't forget you.
After a few more words, Su Lin ended the call. Knock knock knock.
A knock sounded at the door. Su Lin lifted his head slightly.
Come in. Zhao Hao, you pushed the door open, Mr. Su.
Su Lin watched him place a list on the table, looking puzzled.
What's this list about? Zhao Hao, you, question mark. Did you forget about the arrangements overseas, Mr. Su?
After a few seconds of silence, Su Lin wiped his face.
I haven't forgotten. I just didn't process it immediately. These are the people to be sent over later, right?
Receiving confirmation, Su Lin casually scanned the list.
Process the paperwork and send them out discreetly. Keep it under wraps. Zhao Haoyu nodded solemnly.
Just then, Lu Yao rushed in and knocked on the door. Mr. Su, a group of reporters are outside.
They say they want to interview you. Su Lin refused without hesitation. Our company doesn't entertain any journalists. Tell them to leave immediately.
Lu Yao hesitated. Mr. Su, accepting the interview now might actually help resolve the situation.
Are you sure you want to refuse?
Su Lin waved her off.
Doing too much makes it seem fake.
He'd orchestrated all this precisely to lull Chen Hao and his backers into complacency. No need for unnecessary complications.
After Lu Yao left, Su Lin instructed Zhao Haoyu to handle the employees' overseas arrangements.
Meanwhile, the team bound for Jianghuai City had completed preparations and departed Yen City the very next day. Yefeng, once a household name, had dwindled to just its gaming and live streaming divisions within days, sparking widespread online speculation.
I always thought Yefeng would keep climbing higher.
Never expected it to suddenly go quiet.
What a shame. Who wouldn't agree? But it's only natural. I heard Yefeng's boss is just a Yenbei University student with no backing. He won't last long in Yen City. As online commentary grew, Su Lin, the CEO at the center of the storm, didn't spare a single glance. He simply headed home.
But the moment he stepped through the door, his mother approached him cautiously. Little Lin, I heard your company ran into some trouble.
Is there anything your mother can do to help?
Su Lin had just poured himself a glass of water when he heard her voice.
He smiled and replied, it's just a minor issue. No need for your help. Su's mother's expression darkened. Are you sure it's nothing? I heard Yefeng only has 2 departments left now, everyone else has quit. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Could it be that I deliberately arranged this? Su's mother froze, scrutinizing him from head to toe. You orchestrated this?
Su Lin helped his mother sit down.
Yefeng has become too prominent.
Many are watching us from the shadows. I feared something might go wrong, so I deliberately dismantled the company. Though it appears unstable now, its foundation remains solid. There's no need to worry.
Su's mother exhaled in relief.
As long as you have it under control, I won't pry further.
Su Lin smiled and smoothly steered the conversation towards Su Yingying. Now that Yingying's in middle school, is she keeping up with her studies? Su's mother's thoughts immediately followed. Keep up with what? Who knows what she's picked up from?
She spends all day buying clothes from some brand called Luwata or something, and keeps going on about starting a business. Mrs. Su grew angrier as she spoke, slapping her thigh.
She's only in 7th grade. What business is she learning? If this keeps up, I doubt she'll even pass the high school entrance exam.
Su Lin had gone through a rebellious phase, but he buckled down during his senior year of high school, and the final results left Su's mother thoroughly satisfied. Little did she expect that Su Yingying would start acting up next and even earlier than Su Lin's rebellious phase.
A middle schooler.
Mrs. Su rubbed her temples.
Listen to me, you absolutely must rein in Su Yingying's ideas. I will not tolerate her acting out like this in middle school.
At this point, Su Lin immediately stepped in to make a promise.
No problem. Leave it to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Just then, Su Yingying returned with her backpack. Their eyes met.
Su's mother gave a cold snort and rose to leave. Seeing this, Su Lin beckoned to Su Yingying.
Once she sat down on the sofa, he asked, "How's school going?" Chapter 147, The Sibling Deal. Su Yingying shot Su Lin a few glances. Stop pretending.
I know mom told on me, but I still think I'm right. Lolita will definitely be a hit with lots of people.
Su Lin.
She really is her sister, she's got a knack for business.
Thinking this, Su Lin first offered affirmation, "You're right, Lolita will definitely be loved by many." Once Su Yingying's expression softened slightly, Su Lin continued, "But you've overlooked one crucial point."
Su Yingying froze, the smile on her face stiffening.
What did I forget? Do you have the resources to pursue Lolita fashion right now?
From the mini miracle of the game, Su Lin confirmed that beautiful clothes could spark a desire to buy, but only if those clothes could actually be made.
What good was it to just talk about it without taking action?
Su Yingying opened her mouth to protest, but no words came out.
After another moment, she lowered her head. You're just taking mom's side, aren't you? But if you can run a business, why can't I?
Su Lin's tone was cold.
Because you lack the capital, Su Yingying. You're just a middle school student right now.
You rely on your family for everything: food, clothing, shelter, transportation.
You can't even afford to pay a single penny. What basis do you have to run a business? Or rather, what would you use to run a business? The barrage of questions made Su Yingying's eyes redden. She retorted defiantly, I have my New Year's money and allowance. It's not like I can't afford a single penny. Do your red envelopes and pocket money combined even add up to 10,000? Su Yingying froze. 100,000?
Su Lin crossed his arms, leaning casually against the sofa back.
Let's not get into the details of your business. But you'll definitely need a clothing designer and a factory, right? You might be able to keep the designer's salary low, but what about the factory? Forget about outsourcing production. You're not even stable in the early stages. With so much uncertainty, how many pieces would you dare to outsource?
Su Lin laid out the facts one by one.
The defiance on Su Yingying's face gradually gave way to calm.
As time passed, her head drooped lower and lower. Su Lin watched, knowing she had taken his words to heart. The blow had landed hard enough. Now it was time to give Su Yingying some confidence, fueling her drive to fight onward. After pausing for a few minutes, Su Lin broached the subject of investment. My investment comes with conditions. You must rank in the top 10 of your grade on every exam. Su Lin listed a long string of conditions. After carefully considering them to ensure nothing was overlooked, he nodded with satisfaction. Those are the terms. If you can meet them, starting from the summer break after 7th grade, I'll personally guide you in business. Su Yingying's mouth fell open, her face a picture of conflict. Her brother's list of conditions was overwhelming. Just meeting the academic requirements alone would demand tremendous effort. But the idea of her brother investing and personally guiding her in business was incredibly tempting. Su Yingying lowered her head, deliberating for a long moment before clenching her teeth. Fine. But you have to keep your word. Su Lin didn't speak. Instead, he held out his hand toward Su Yingying. The next second, Su Yingying reached out her hand too. Smack! A large and small palm met in a high five. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. I always keep my word. With the matter settled, Su Lin grabbed Su Yingying and made her go apologize to Su's mother. Mom didn't say anything, but she's that upset you must have said something hurtful. Go apologize right now. Oh. Su Yingying dragged out the syllable before entering her mother's room. When Su's mother reappeared, the smile on her face was impossible to hide. Su Lin noticed this and felt a surge of satisfaction. After that, Su Lin poured all his attention into the company, neglecting even Jiang Beiwei. But in the end, the outcome was favorable. After Su Lin spun off the live streaming division, Chen Hao and his backers finally shifted their focus elsewhere. The moment they abandoned their pursuit, Su Lin, now at the eye of the storm, noticed the shift. The previously arduous paperwork suddenly eased, and the bank stopped hounding him relentlessly. With all these factors converging, Su Lin couldn't help but smile. Yet upon closer inspection, that smile didn't reach his eyes. The massive corporation had been dismantled piece by piece. Not only had its former influence vanished, but its profits had been slashed in half. Truthfully, Su Lin was furious, yet powerless to act. Fortunately, behind the scenes, he had made other arrangements. Even if Yen City suffered heavy losses, other regions could remain stable. Now he just had to wait for the right moment. Once all his plans bore fruit, Yefeng would return to the public eye. No rush. He still had time. Su Lin clenched his fingers, suppressing the turbulent thoughts churning within him. Time flowed by, and before he knew it, a year had passed. To achieve her goals, Su Yingying worked herself to the bone, as if she were two people. But this situation had its benefits. Su Yingying's academic performance improved dramatically, and she began to show promise in other areas as well. Su Lin observed this closely, constantly arranging various tutors for Su Yingying. This relentless schedule left her utterly exhausted, prompting her to exclaim that her brother was a devil.
Yet despite this, Su Ying persevered and completed everything assigned.
After the summer break of her first year of middle school, she tugged at Su Lin's sleeve, demanding he honor his promise. Su Lin smiled and patted her head. "Don't worry, I've got everything taken care of."
Su Ying's eyes widened. "What did you arrange?" Instead of answering, Su Lin took Su Ying to the company. "Manager Zhao, how's the person you were looking for?" Zhao Haoyu glanced at Su Ying, who was watching with curiosity, and beckoned someone over with a smile. "This is Anna, a fashion designer I specially invited from abroad.
She previously specialized in Lolita designs.
You can start by learning from Anna for a while.
Once the design drafts are finalized, I'll arrange production."
"Is that okay?" Su Ying blinked excitedly. "Absolutely. No problem at all. Fashion designer, production." Those two words struck a chord deep within Su Ying's heart. Before long, Su Ying left with Anna.
Zhao Haoyu withdrew his gaze, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes.
Why did Ms. Su suddenly develop an interest in Lolita fashion? Su Lin waved his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in Lolita.
Ying struck a deal with me, this is the reward she earned."
With that, Su Lin ended the conversation. Zhao Haoyu didn't linger either. After confirming everything was settled, he departed. Over the next few days, Su Ying followed Anna around constantly, while Su Lin went to pick up Jiang Beiwei and bring her back to campus.
Before we knew it, our university days were coming to an end. Looking back now, it still feels surreal, time really does fly. Su Lin sighed, wrapping an arm around Jiang Beiwei as they sat snuggled together on the school steps.
The night breeze blew, lifting the hems of their clothes.
Jiang Beiwei curved her lips into a smile.
"It has flown by.
By the way, I got into graduate school."
Chapter 148, An Unexpected Encounter.
The sudden announcement left Su Lin speechless.
"Got in? When did you?"
He wanted to ask when she'd studied for it, but after a moment's thought, he held his tongue.
Back in their sophomore year, he'd known Jiang Beiwei was planning to pursue graduate studies.
Even if he hadn't witnessed her studying, it was a foregone conclusion, no need to dwell on it.
"Congratulations." Jiang Beiwei looked at Su Lin, a glimmer of light appearing in her eyes as she unconsciously voiced her inner thoughts. "Su Lin, do you know? I always thought you wouldn't want me to pursue graduate studies."
Su Lin was dumbfounded.
Why would you think that?
If he remembered correctly, he was the one who had brought up graduate school in the first place. Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together, her shifting gaze betraying her unease.
"Someone told me that." Su Lin's brows instantly furrowed. "Who told you that?" "Never mind. It doesn't matter who it was."
Jiang Beiwei turned her head away, adopting a defiant stance.
Su Lin wanted to press further, but seeing Jiang Beiwei's expression, he couldn't bring himself to do it.
In the end, he swallowed his anger. Just then, several people walked past from behind. One of them suddenly stopped.
"You two are Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei, right?"
Both turned simultaneously.
Recognizing the stranger, Su Lin instinctively shifted his body slightly forward, subtly shielding Jiang Beiwei. "What do you want?"
Su Lin asked coldly. The man who had addressed them by name looked slightly awkward.
"Nothing important. Just a pleasant surprise to run into you." "What brings you?" "Visiting our old school." Su Lin replied briefly, then took Jiang Beiwei's hand and walked away. The few who remained exchanged glances, each seeing astonishment in the other's eyes. After a moment, the last of them, a lanky young man, spoke up. "So what if they know a little about business? What's so great about that? They think they're hot stuff."
The one who had initially exposed their identities felt awkward.
"They probably just don't want to be bothered." All right, it's no big deal. Let's hurry back to the dorm. We've got work tomorrow, right?"
The slender youth rolled his eyes, trailing behind for a few steps before pausing to glance back in the direction Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei had departed. Pretending he didn't buy that not wanting to be disturbed nonsense. Once back, he'd make sure to expose Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei's true colors, so the school wouldn't be fooled anymore.
Unaware of the slender youth's thoughts, Su Lin stopped walking after covering some distance with Jiang Beiwei.
Their eyes met, and both saw amusement in each other's gaze.
Jiang Beiwei remarked, "Who'd have thought that after a year away from campus, someone would still recognize us? Guess your face is pretty famous."
Su Lin laughed heartily, disagreeing with Jiang Beiwei's assessment. Yanbei University had too many famous faces, but few as striking as Jiang Beiwei. Those people must have recognized her first, then brought him along. Thinking this, Su Lin blurted out, "It wasn't me they recognized, it was you."
After some explanation, they brushed the incident aside.
The next day, they returned to campus for the graduation ceremony and soon spotted Xin Shui, who had just returned from abroad.
"Xin Shui, how was your time abroad?"
Jiang Beiwei excitedly grasped Xin Shui's hand, asking while giving her a thorough once-over. Xin Shui curved her lips into a smile.
"I've been doing quite well abroad.
But you, on the other hand, seem to have lost quite a bit of weight lately.
Have you been troubled by something?" Jiang Beiwei touched her cheek. "Maybe I've been studying too much lately. It's been draining my energy and affecting my health."
Xin Shui frowned in confusion.
But you've already graduated. What are you still studying? Jiang Beiwei smiled. I'm preparing for graduate school entrance exams.
Qin Shui understood. Oh, I see.
Well, you really need to take care of yourself. Your health is important. Su Lin stood nearby, smiling as he watched Jiang Beiwei and Qin Shui converse.
Just then, a group approached, led by none other than Chen Hao.
Su Lin, we meet again.
Su Lin turned his head slightly, his smile fading a bit.
Mr. Chen, it's been a while. How have you been lately? Very well.
Some troubles have been resolved. With my mood lifted, my complexion has improved too. Anyone could see Chen Hao was deliberately provoking Su Lin, yet no one spoke up. They all silently watched Su Lin, waiting to see his reaction. The next moment, Su Lin smiled. Without troubles, one's mood does tend to lift.
But when smooth sailing becomes the norm, it can easily turn sour.
After all, no one can sail through life without a single wave.
Chen Hao's expression grew distant. Then you're mistaken, Mr. Su. Some people have everything go their way, it's easy to envy them. Su Lin fixed him with a steady gaze. Mr. Chen, are you referring to yourself? Their eyes locked. Chen Hao burst into laughter.
I wouldn't dare say that it'd make my face hurt.
Alright, today's your happy occasion. As an outsider, I won't intrude. I'll be on my way.
Chen Hao left immediately, leaving Su Lin facing a group of people with mixed expressions.
Soon, however, they dispersed. Though their attention remained fixed on Su Lin, each feigned utter indifference. Su Lin couldn't stand it. Hypocritical adults were nauseating no matter what they did.
Pushing the thoughts aside, Su Lin turned to find Jiang Beiwei.
Su Lin, are you okay? I'm fine.
Su Lin replied with a smile, shifting his gaze to Qin Shui.
How long do you plan to stay this time?
Qin Shui lowered her voice.
Once I get the certificate, I plan to leave.
Su Lin's heart skipped a beat.
Did your relatives come looking for you?
Qin Shui shook her head. Not yet, but they know exactly where I am.
They might be lying in wait somewhere.
Su Lin stroked his chin.
In that case, you should come with us. Jiang Beiwei nodded in agreement. Yes, come with us. With more people, they'll definitely think twice.
Qin Shui looked at Jiang Beiwei with gratitude.
Thank you, Weiwei.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes crinkled with a smile.
You're welcome.
We're good friends, after all. Just as Qin Shui was about to nod, she suddenly spotted someone nearby and froze. Yu Xia, what are you doing here? Yu Xia forced a smile. I saw you all chatting happily, so I came to check on you.
Her gaze shifted to Jiang Beiwei. Weiwei, are you free tomorrow? I'd like to invite you. No time. Jiang Beiwei cut Yu Xia off bluntly. I have other things to do. No time to meet up with you. Qin Shui, let's go.
She pulled Qin Shui away. Su Lin was about to follow when Yu Xia called out to him.
Su Lin, do you really think Jiang Beiwei is right for you?
Su Lin froze, his expression blank.
Is this any of your business?
Yu Xia took a step forward.
I just don't want you to. Ah. Chapter 149, regretting today's move?
Yu Xia let out a shrill scream as she crashed to the ground. Instantly, all eyes in the vicinity turned toward them. They stared at Su Lin's innocent expression, then glanced at Yu Xia sprawled on the floor, utterly bewildered.
Out of nowhere, someone was lying on the ground?
Someone voiced the question aloud, but received no clear answer. Immediately after, another person spoke up. I didn't see clearly, but I noticed that girl leaning in close, then suddenly falling down.
Is that guy Su Lin? The Su Lin from Yefeng?
His company might not be what it used to be, but his background is solid.
Plenty of people keep an eye on him. Oh, it's him. No wonder someone tackled him. Let's go, let's go. Nothing to see here.
Within moments, the surrounding crowd dispersed. Su Lin looked down at Yu Xia from above, his tone icy.
How much longer do you plan to stay on the ground?
Indeed, Yu Xia had fallen on her own. Not only were the onlookers baffled, but even Su Lin found it hard to believe.
He knew Yu Xia had issues, but he never imagined she'd go this far. He had a fiancé, and his relationship with Jiang Beiwei was exceptionally strong. How could Yu Xia possibly affect him?
After a brief silence, Yu Xia slowly got to her feet. Su Lin wasted no time on her, turning to find Jiang Beiwei. He then casually mentioned Yu Xia's behavior to her in a joking manner. Instantly, both Jiang Beiwei and Qin Shui's expressions changed. After a moment, Qin Shui asked in a hushed voice, "Where is Yu Xia?" "She should still be in the back." Su Lin gave a casual reply, steering the conversation away. Yet the moment Qin Shui turned around, she abruptly walked away. Su Lin's heart skipped a beat. "Qin Shui, where are you going?" Jiang Beiwei blinked, realizing belatedly she must be going to find Yu Xia, right? The two exchanged glances, abandoning further small talk as they hurried after her. But after circling around, they found neither Qin Shui nor Yu Xia anywhere. Su Lin sensed something was wrong. "Weiwei, call Qin Shui immediately." Jiang Beiwei was confused, but her fingers flew over the keys. When the call went straight to voicemail, panic began to rise within her. "Su Lin, she's not answering. Qin Shui isn't picking up." Su Lin pressed his hand down on hers.
Don't panic yet. We're still on campus grounds. It's unlikely Chen Wei would get into trouble so easily. Let's keep searching. Jiang Beiwei took a deep breath, repeatedly telling herself to stay calm. The two hadn't split up, they were searching together. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they learned Chen Wei and Yuxia's whereabouts from Li Yun. They headed north, over there. Li Yun pointed to a specific location and asked, "Need help? I can go with you." To be safe, Su Lin agreed to Li Yun's offer. The three of them headed in that direction. As the dormitory came into view ahead, Li Ming felt a pang of doubt. Maybe they didn't go this way? Just as Su Lin was about to speak, a faint rustling sound suddenly reached their ears. He immediately raised his hand, signaling Jiang Beiwei and Li Yun to stay silent. A gust of wind swept through, amplifying the surrounding silence and revealing faint sounds including voices arguing. Su Lin narrowed his eyes. Over here. With that, Su Lin charged toward the right. As it turned out, Su Lin hadn't misjudged the situation. Behind the dense thicket, Chen Wei was seen struggling with a man, while Yuxia stood nearby. The moment the two sides faced off, Yuxia's expression changed instantly. Without even a warning, she turned and ran. Su Lin and Li Yun moved swiftly, pinning the man to the ground. Su Lin demanded sternly, "Who are you? Why are you dragging students around inside the school?" The man's face pressed against the ground, refusing to answer Su Lin's question as he struggled relentlessly. "Chen Wei, are you okay?" Jiang Beiwei rushed over to help Chen Wei up, her eyes filled with concern. Though fear still lingered on Chen Wei's face, she reassured Jiang Beiwei, just a few tugs back and forth. "I'm not hurt." After a pause, Chen Wei turned to the pinned man and delivered a series of sharp slaps to his face with both hands. The crisp smacks echoed through the air. Even Su Lin winced at the sound. Chen Wei really wasn't holding back. Stunned by the blows, the man snapped back to his senses and roared with rage, "Chen Wei, you're asking for it." "I." Smack. Smack. Chen Wei delivered 2 more slaps. "You dare curse me? Xinjin, you really don't understand the situation at all. Now is the time for you to bow your head." The man called Xinjin's cheeks burned crimson, but no matter how fierce his emotions raged, they were no match for the hands of Su Lin and Li Yun. The two men pinned him down firmly, leaving him at Chen Wei's mercy. Moments later, Chen Wei stepped back. "I'm calling the police. I won't just hold him accountable, I'll make Yuxia pay too." Su Lin and the others all agreed wholeheartedly. Some people needed to be beaten into submission before they'd learn their lesson. Chen Wei's family had been like that, and Yuxia was no different. The police car arrived swiftly. Within half an hour, they were seated inside the station. After questioning, the police were speechless. "Your family is quite something. You keep targeting the most successful one, repeatedly causing trouble. And deliberately lying in wait at the school. This involves..." Xinjin couldn't take it anymore. Before the officer could finish, she slammed her hand on the table. "Forget what it involves. Look at my face, huh? Look at this face. Ow. It hurts like hell." Xinjin's voice trailed off, dwindling to nothing but whimpers of pain. The two interrogators couldn't help but shake their heads at this. The situation seemed complicated now, but in reality, as long as the parties involved communicated properly, it wouldn't have much impact at all. In fact, Xinjin's situation might be even more problematic than Chen Wei's. After all, Xinjin had admitted himself that he'd hidden in the school for Chen Wei's sake, and he'd actually laid hands on someone. "Your situation." Over here, the police explained the current situation to Xinjin. Meanwhile, Chen Wei placed her hand over her heart, declaring she would take full responsibility for the consequences. "I was the one who acted. If there are any consequences, come after me. They were just here to help me and shouldn't bear any responsibility." Jiang Beiwei grabbed Chen Wei's hand and lowered her voice slightly. "What nonsense are you talking? Today's incident isn't solely your responsibility. If anything, Xinjin bears even greater blame." Chen Wei patted Jiang Beiwei's hand reassuringly. "I know. But I don't want any of you to suffer." Jiang Beiwei and Su Lin had done so much for her, and now Li Yun had stepped in today too. Chen Wei didn't want to drag anyone else into this. But it was fine. Once she left Yen City again, she wouldn't be returning to the country. Not far away, Su Lin glanced at Li Yun. "Regretting stepping in today?" Chapter 150, It's compensation, not whimsy. Li Yun turned his head, surprise in his eyes. "Are you kidding? How could anyone regret doing a good deed?" His chin lifted slightly as he continued, "I heard your company ran into serious trouble. Almost got taken over?" "Su Lin, let's not talk about that. We're still good brothers." If not for his quick thinking, who knows what would have happened. Li Yun laughed heartily, about to speak, when 2 people approached from the side. "You're free to go." Li Yun was taken aback. "You're letting us go without asking any questions?" The specifics have already been explained by Xinjin and Chen Wei. For now, there's nothing you need to take responsibility for. If anything else comes up later, we'll call to notify you. Su Lin and Li Yun exchanged a glance. Neither said more, simply responding with a crisp nod. Jiang Beiwei and Chen Wei walked over, holding hands.
Upon seeing them, Chen Wei immediately thanked them. "Thank you so much for everything today."
Li Yun waved it off. "No need to thank us. We just did what we should have done." "What we should have done, that's all?"
Su Lin glanced sideways at Li Yun, then nonchalantly took Jiang Beiwei's hand.
"You weren't scared, were you?" Jiang Beiwei curved her lips and murmured softly, "Such a minor incident? How could it possibly scare me?"
Su Lin couldn't help but smile, offering a few words of praise.
The group chatted as they made their way outside.
Li Yun took a taxi back to campus alone, while Su Lin drove Jiang Beiwei and Chen Wei to their hotel.
"Just stay in the hotel if you don't need to go out. If you run into trouble, just go to the front desk."
Su Lin had initially suggested calling him, but considering the distance, he quickly changed his mind and said to contact the front desk instead.
Still, he didn't forget to remind Jiang Beiwei. "Of course, remember to call me too. I'll come over as soon as I can." Jiang Beiwei hummed in acknowledgement. "Don't worry, I've got this." Su Lin was ushered out of the hotel and headed straight home.
On the way, Su Lin kept feeling like he'd forgotten something important, but he couldn't quite place it. He could only push the thought to the back of his mind. It wasn't until he stepped through his front door that Su Lin realized they'd forgotten someone. Yuxia. Yanbei University wasn't a place anyone could enter freely. If Yuxia hadn't helped Qin Zhen, he wouldn't have been able to linger on campus at all. Of course, Chen Wei had also done some foolish things, but that didn't mean Yuxia could escape unscathed. The problem now was, since they hadn't caught her red-handed, how could they get her to come forward voluntarily? The next day, Su Lin received a call from his advisor. "The president says he needs to discuss something with you.
Do you have time?" Su Lin didn't agree immediately. "Tomorrow. I have things to do today." "Alright, tomorrow morning then. Is that okay?" "No problem."
After hanging up, Su Lin felt a twinge of unease at the mention of the principal. If it was about Chen Wei, he should have contacted him last night. If not, this call felt a bit off. After much deliberation, Su Lin pushed the thought aside. He'd find out tomorrow when he went to meet him. That day, Su Lin stayed home, but he wasn't idle.
He remotely guided matters in Jianghuai City over the phone.
After a busy day of calls, his head ached. Just as he put down his phone, a message popped up from his mother. "What's your sister been up to lately?" Su Lin rubbed his temples.
"She's learning things at the company." "Learning things?" Su's mother's voice suddenly rose. What could she possibly be learning? Su Lin replied calmly, "Ying is smarter than you think. There's a lot she can learn. But, Mom, you should trust Ying. Besides, she earned this opportunity herself. You can't expect me to be a brother who breaks his word, can you?" Su's mother fell silent. Just as Su Lin thought his mother had lost her words, a knock sounded at his door. Opening it, he found Su's mother standing outside, clutching her phone and staring intently at him. "Do you think I, as your mother, shouldn't interfere in your lives?" The moment Su's mother spoke, Su Lin sensed her anger. He looked closely and saw a hint of irritation hidden in her expression. "I don't think that." Su's mother paused. "You don't?" Su Lin took the phone from her hand, ended both calls, and said gently, "You raised both my sister and me. You hold an irreplaceable place in our hearts." Su's mother snorted softly. "That sounds nice, but didn't you still act recklessly regarding your sister's matter?" Su Lin exaggerated his tone. "I'm so unfairly accused. Ying fought for nearly a year for an idea she believed in. Mom, that's her own talent. How could I possibly make her feel bad? Besides, you always emphasize that brothers should support their sisters. She's capable and has her own vision, of course I'd want to fulfill her dreams." Under Su Lin's words, Su's mother gradually became flustered. Finally, she impatiently pushed him away. "You're always spouting grand principles. Of course I know Ying is capable, but she's just a middle schooler. I only want her to enjoy her student life properly. Am I wrong?" Su Lin's expression softened. "Of course you're not wrong, Mom. But have you asked Ying what she thinks?" Su's mother froze. She hadn't. In fact, she'd always believed this matter shouldn't be discussed with Su Ying at all. As long as Su Lin backed down, Ying would have no choice but to comply. Silence spread. Su Lin's face betrayed a hint of resignation. "Mom, I can take the blame for you, but if you really say that, how heartbroken will Ying be? They say opportunities to make money don't wait, and Ying has already waited a whole year." Su's mother opened her mouth several times, but the words stuck in her throat. After a long moment, she nudged Su Lin aside. "You, move over." Su Lin stepped aside as requested, but Su's mother sat down beside the bed instead. After an unknown length of time, Su's mother murmured softly, "Would I really hurt Ying?" Su Lin tilted his head slightly. "Mom, you could ask Ying. I believe she'll give you an answer." Su Lin wasn't Su Ying, so he couldn't answer for her. Su's mother hesitated, but finally gritted her teeth and left. As the door closed, Su Lin's expression darkened abruptly. Su's mother knew about his deal with Su Ying. Why hadn't she made a fuss before, but now she was stirring things up? Who was pulling the strings behind the scenes? After much deliberation, Su Lin decided to wait until his mother had spoken with Su Ying before asking. That evening, Su Yingying came to find Su Lin with reddened eyes.
Brother. Su Lin studied her.
Did she tell you? Yeah. Su Yingying rubbed her eyes and whispered, Brother, did I really act selfishly?
Su Lin replied calmly, you just wanted to pursue your own path and worked hard for it. This is the reward you deserve, not selfishness.
Chapter 151, You Have a Bright Future.
Su Yingying stood frozen in place. A flood of words poured into her ears, but only 7 stuck. It's your reward, not selfishness.
Brother.
Su Yingying called out, her eyes reddening even more. Su Lin saw this and reached out to ruffle her hair.
I know what you want to say. You don't have to say it. Some things are better left understood between us.
Su Yingying hummed in acknowledgement, wrapping her arms around Su Lin. Too short to reach his chest, she buried her face against his abdomen. Slowly, a chill seeped through his clothes. Su Lin wrapped his arms around her shoulders. He knew she was crying, and a flicker of heartache crossed his eyes. For a single chance, Su Yingying had pushed herself too hard.
But given their family's current circumstances, she truly didn't need to struggle so fiercely.
Words churned in her mouth, only to dissolve into silence. After crying for a long while, Su Yingying finally pulled away from Su Lin's embrace, wiping her tears with an embarrassed expression.
Mom agreed.
She said I can follow my own path, but in exchange, I can't afford to fall behind.
Su Lin replied, with your abilities, that won't be a problem at all. Su Yingying blinked. I think so too. With Su's mother's concession, Su Yingying's matter was temporarily settled. The next day, Su Lin rushed to the school and greeted the principal proactively as soon as he entered the office. Good morning, principal.
The principal smiled and gestured to the chair opposite him.
Sit down and let's talk. Su Lin complied, sitting down.
His gaze swept the room unobtrusively, confirming no one else was present before turning his attention to the arrangement before him. A dedicated tea brewing table stood before him, a complete tea set neatly arranged upon it. Before Su Lin arrived, the principal had already begun brewing tea, and 2 cups on the table were already filled with tea.
Did you ask me here today just to drink tea?
Su Lin broke the silence.
But I know little about tea. I'm afraid I'll be like an ox chewing on a peony.
The principal laughed heartily. Drinking tea is all about finding joy and comfort.
As long as you enjoy it, it's not like a cow chewing on a peony. Come, have a taste.
Su Lin nodded, lifted the cup before him, and took a sip.
The principal asked, what do you think?
Rich and mellow, with a subtle tea fragrance.
It's quite delicious.
Su Lin chose a safe description, then reiterated his lack of tea knowledge. The principal merely waved it off, seemingly unconcerned. The 2 chatted idly over tea, neither broaching the purpose of their meeting first. An hour passed before the principal finally grew restless. Su Lin, I called you here today regarding your company's campus recruitment quota. Your company no longer meets our internal review criteria. Su Lin's fingers tightened slightly. He had specifically secured those campus recruitment spots from the president, who had agreed readily at the time. Now, unexpectedly, they were being revoked and he had no way to refuse. In the silence, Su Lin slowly nodded. You're right, principal. Starting this year, Yefeng will no longer participate in Yanbei University's campus recruitment. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The president poured tea. Su Lin glanced at it, then departed with decisive efficiency. Meanwhile, Jiang Beiwei was staying at the hotel with Qin Shui when she suddenly received a call to go to the police station. After a quick discussion, they called Su Lin directly. I'll come pick you up right away. Having just stepped out of the school gates, Su Lin gathered his composure and hurried to the hotel. By then, his face showed no trace of emotion as he smiled warmly at Jiang Beiwei. Been waiting long? Get in the car. We'll go check things out right now. Not too long. We just stepped out. Jiang Beiwei said as she settled into the passenger seat. Qin Shui leaned forward slightly. They called us over this time, so the results must be in. Once this is over, I can leave. Barring any surprises, I won't be coming back. At these words, a flicker of sadness crossed Jiang Beiwei's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. It's okay. As long as we can stay in touch, it doesn't matter if we can't meet in person. As they spoke, the group arrived at the police station. Things unfolded exactly as Qin Shui had predicted the results were in. However, due to the mutual assault, Qin Shui's side would need to cover some medical expenses. Qin Shui stated she would cover it entirely. But what about my side of things? Your family. Plus, since the incident didn't cause any serious repercussions, this matter has to end here. Qin Shui couldn't believe her ears. I suffered such a huge loss, and you're telling me it just ends here? When no actual harm or impact occurs between family members, this is the only resolution. Qin Shui's face darkened as she tried to protest, but Jiang Beiwei pressed her shoulders from behind. Qin Shui, let's go. Qin Shui hesitated, but finally left the police station as Jiang Beiwei pulled her away. In the car, Qin Shui took a deep breath. Why did you make me come out? Jiang Beiwei whispered, if we didn't come out, we couldn't do anything. But we can't do anything now either. Qin Shui was deeply frustrated. Her so-called relatives kept causing trouble time and again.
If murder weren't illegal, she would have.
Her thoughts abruptly halted. Xin Shui pressed her lips together and buried her face in her hands. Just then, Su Lin spoke up, "You have a bright future ahead. There's no need to get entangled with a bunch of scoundrels." Xin Shui clenched her fingers, her sharp nails digging into the tender flesh of her palms. Jiang Beiwei sighed, gently prying her fingers apart. "I know you're furious, but Su Lin is right. You have a bright future ahead. There's no need to waste your energy on those people back home." Hearing the same words from both of them, Xin Shui remained silent, staring down at her fingers. Upon arriving at the hotel, Su Lin motioned for Jiang Beiwei to step aside.
"There's another way to handle this."
Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened slightly.
"What other way?"
"Spread it on Kuayu." After a pause, Su Lin explained, "Kuayu has a massive user base. Once this spreads, there's a high chance it'll reach people close to the Qin family.
Plus, netizens will likely rally behind Xin Shui."
The execution was straightforward, but Su Lin feared the situation could spiral out of control. Once too many people got involved, it wouldn't be something anyone could simply stop later.
It might even lead to serious consequences.
After Su Lin laid out these concerns, Jiang Beiwei's expression darkened.
"Forget it. Let's think of another way." Su Lin nodded slightly, but his gaze drifted to the corner behind Jiang Beiwei.
Just moments ago, a corner of fabric had retracted its color identical to the dress Qin Shui wore today.
"Su Lin, what are you looking at?"
Su Lin gathered his thoughts.
"Nothing. Are you staying at the hotel or coming back with me?" Chapter 152, Your money belongs to me. Jiang Beiwei felt torn.
She wanted to follow Su Lin back, but thinking of Qin Shui's current state, her voice caught in her throat. Su Lin read her expression and knew her answer. "If you're worried about Qin Shui, stay here and keep her company." Jiang Beiwei hummed in acknowledgement, then added with a hint of embarrassment, "I've been spending all my time with Qin Shui lately."
"Are you upset about that?" Su Lin raised an eyebrow, countering with a question instead of an answer. "Why would I be upset?" Jiang Beiwei clenched her fists. "Didn't I just explain? Lately I've been."
Before she could finish, Su Lin pulled her into his arms. Su Lin lowered his voice slightly.
"I understand what you mean, but I also know your temperament. So don't worry, I won't be angry." Snuggled against Su Lin's chest, Jiang Beiwei listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat.
Her gaze grew slightly dazed, but what filled her eyes more was deep gratitude.
"Su Lin, thank you."
Su Lin tightened his arms around her.
"We're engaged. We're destined to be family. There's no need for thanks." After chatting a little longer, Su Lin left first.
Jiang Beiwei stood rooted to the spot for several minutes. She patted her cheeks, ensuring no trace of emotion showed, before turning to head back to the hotel.
"Xin Shui, I'm back."
Xin Shui was sitting on the edge of the bed. Hearing Jiang Beiwei's voice, she immediately lifted the corners of her mouth.
"Why are you back so soon? Don't you need to accompany Su Lin?" "Su Lin has his own things to do. He doesn't need me to accompany him."
Jiang Beiwei walked over with light steps and then casually wrapped her arm around Xin Shui's.
Xin Shui couldn't help but turn her head. "Aren't you afraid Su Lin will get angry?"
Jiang Beiwei paused, recalling Su Lin's earlier words, then a faint smile touched her lips.
"He won't get angry." Xin Shui's eyes widened slightly. "Why?" "I don't know. But I'm certain he won't."
Jiang Beiwei tilted her head slightly. "Oh, never mind him.
Want to go for a walk?" Xin Shui's eyes flickered. "It's not really convenient for us to go out right now, is it?" Jiang Beiwei smiled. "We won't go far, just explore around the hotel. You probably won't be back in the country for long this time, so you should definitely take a good look around." Xin Shui nodded and agreed with a smile. Before long, the two left the hotel. Meanwhile, Su Lin, who was preparing to head home, received a call from Jianghua City. "We've run into a problem here. Could you make time to come over?" Uncle Wang's voice carried a hint of gravity. Su Lin furrowed his brow slightly. "What happened?" "It's difficult to explain over the phone. You should come back as soon as possible." "Oh, and don't bring your mother and sister with you." With his family involved, Su Lin's suspicions began to stir. After careful consideration, he decided to return the next day. But before that, he needed to inform Jiang Beiwei. That evening, Su Lin called Jiang Beiwei and informed her of his trip back to Jianghua City. "It'll only take 2 or 3 days at most. Stay at a hotel with Qin Shui for now. We'll talk more when I get back." After hanging up, Su Lin went to bed. He booked the earliest flight, needing to head to the airport before dawn. By noon the next day, Su Lin arrived in Jianghua City. He hailed a taxi immediately upon landing and headed straight for Uncle Wang. "How did you get back so quickly?" Uncle Wang was utterly surprised. He'd assumed Su Lin would hesitate for a couple of days and hadn't expected him back so soon. Su Lin gave a faint smile. "I was afraid something might go wrong, so I came back specifically to check." After a brief pause, Su Lin got straight to the point. "Can you tell me what happened now?" "Relatives came to your grandparents' house and called the police to have you arrested. They said, you killed that entire family." Uncle Wang's face twisted with anguish as he uttered the last sentence. Whoever reported it was utterly despicable. If Su Lin had truly killed that family, the police would have been knocking on his door long ago. Why would some distant relative report it? Su Lin's expression hardened. Do you know anything about these relatives, Uncle Wang? Uncle Wang shook his head. I don't know, but I made a point to inquire. I can confirm they are indeed relatives of yours. Su Lin asked a few more questions, satisfied there were no loose ends, and decided to meet this so-called relative. Can Uncle Wang arrange a meeting for me? Uncle Wang hesitated. That shouldn't be a problem, but are you sure you want to meet them privately? Those people clearly have bad intentions. If they cause trouble, it could be very dangerous for you. Su Lin. He had come back precisely because of Uncle Wang's phone call. Why was he so anxious before? Yet now that he'd returned, Uncle Wang seemed less concerned. But Su Lin offered no explanation, only telling Uncle Wang to proceed as he saw fit. If I dare meet them, I'm not afraid of them causing trouble. That afternoon, Su Lin received a call from Uncle Wang confirming the meeting was set. I'll send you the address. You must be there before 8 p.m. After receiving the address Uncle Wang sent, Su Lin stared at it for a moment before lying down to rest. That evening, he arrived at the private dining room half an hour early. Not long after, Uncle Wang arrived too. When they met, Uncle Wang's face showed a hint of hesitation. Shaolin, maybe we should just. Uncle Wang, I've got this under control. Su Lin cut Uncle Wang off, pressing his shoulder to urge him to sit down. I'll handle this. You just sit beside me and listen. Just then, the door swung open. A waiter ushered in 3 people, an elderly man and woman, and a slouching young man. Su Lin racked his brain but confirmed he'd never seen any of them before. Just then, the young man spoke up. You're the college student with some connections? I'm your brother. My name is Wei Yan. I'm here for one reason only. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Oh? And what might that purpose be? I want your delivery point. Oh, and that online store too. Both belong to me now. After all, I'm your older brother. I deserve some privileges in certain matters. Wei Yan grew increasingly pleased as he spoke, rubbing his hands together. Now that we've laid our cards on the table, when do you plan to hand over the delivery point and the online store? Su Lin laughed in exasperation. Never mind that he'd never even met these 3 people, even his own mother wouldn't demand his business with such brazen confidence. Who gave him the nerve? Who gave you the nerve to blatantly extort me like this? The word extortion made Wei Yan's smile vanish instantly. Extortion? Su Lin, I'm genuinely trying to help you out, not wanting you to overwork yourself. And this is how you treat. Smash. Su Lin smashed the water glass on the table. Shards of porcelain flew everywhere, silencing Wei Yan's voice. Moments later, Wei Yan stammered again. Don't think smashing things means I'm afraid of you. That money is mine. You're not allowed to use it elsewhere. No compensation either. Chapter 153, What did the 3 do? Not just Su Lin, even Uncle Wang couldn't bear to listen any longer. Are you bandits? Why should someone else's family fortune go to a bunch of strangers like you? If you keep causing this much trouble, you'll end up with nothing and in jail. Before Wei Yan could respond, the 2 elders behind him couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stepped forward. The woman declared, You're the one who'll end up in jail, you're the one who'll have nothing. My Wei Yan is the smartest man alive. He knows business like the back of his hand. If he's willing to take over the Su family business, it's doing the Su family a favor. The man chimed in, she's absolutely right. Don't be ungrateful, Su family. Uncle Wang felt his breath catch. He knew this family of 3 was eccentric, but he never imagined they could be this outrageous, stealing someone else's business and calling it giving them face. How dare these 3? Shaolin, let's call the police right now. Su Lin gave a faint smile. Perhaps his anger had peaked, for now he showed no emotional fluctuation. Instead, he asked calmly, Do you truly intend to take over the Su family business? The question instantly silenced the 3, who had been ranting and raving. They sensed something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. The woman glanced at Wei Yan beside her, then at the man across from them, and whispered, We're here for the Su family's business, right? Greed took hold, and the man replied without hesitation, That's right. We're here to take over the Su family business. If you're smart, hand it over to us now and stop wasting our time. The woman and Wei Yan nodded in unison, standing behind the man to encourage him. Uncle Wang's face flushed crimson as he unleashed a torrent of scolding and curses. Compared to his fury, Su Lin's calm detachment made him seem like an outsider. Before long, the man used Su Lin's demeanor as a pretext for counterargument, leaving Uncle Wang speechless. As the 2 men looked ready to come to blows, Su Lin pressed his hand on Uncle Wang's shoulder. I know you're furious, but hold your temper for now. Uncle Wang's vision darkened. They're all after your business. How could I not be furious? And don't you care at all about the business you built from scratch? Su Lin cared deeply, but considering his plans, he replied calmly, If they genuinely wish to take over the Su family business, I'm not opposed to stepping aside. Uncle Wang, that business ultimately belongs to the Su family. As he spoke, Su Lin patted Uncle Wang's shoulder.
Uncle Wan, who had been on the verge of exploding with rage, suddenly realized something. Su Lin wasn't the type to play along, he must have his own plans behind these words. At this thought, Uncle Wang immediately turned around, brushed off Su Lin's hand, and remained silent. To the other three, this scene appeared as though he couldn't stand up to Su Lin and had already abandoned his confrontation with them. At the thought of the Su family's business, delight flashed in all three of their eyes.
Wei Yan said, "You're absolutely right. The Su family's business should be managed by the Su family. When do you plan to hand it over to us?"
Su Lin smiled faintly.
"It's a minor matter. No rush. We're here today to eat. Let's sit down first and discuss it slowly."
Wei Yan still felt impatient and was about to speak when the woman beside him tugged at his sleeve.
Su Lin is right.
There's no need to rush over trivial matters.
Let's eat first.
As the waiter served the dishes, Su Lin subtly encouraged both the man and Wei Yan to drink. Before long, both men were thoroughly drunk, their speech growing increasingly reckless.
Wei Yan slammed his palm on the table.
"No offense, but when we go after business deals, they practically beg us for it. Then the Chen family came all the way back from abroad, looking miserable as can be. They begged us, saying if we could help them land the Su family's business, they'd split half the profits with us.
What a joke. If we get it, it's all ours. Why should we give half away?"
The man beside him nodded in agreement.
"Exactly. The Su family's business is ours for the taking. Why should we share?"
Su Lin and Uncle Wang stared at the two men, their expressions unreadable. The sober woman was terrified. Forgetting to gauge their expressions, she frantically tried to pull Wei Yan and the man away.
"You two, stop talking. Shut up. Both of you shut up. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry. They're both drunk. What they say is drunk and rambling. You can't believe a word of it. I apologize on their behalf."
"I'm so sorry, truly sorry." The woman was at a loss with the drunks. Seeing that they not only didn't stop but spoke even more rapidly, she steeled herself to apologize to Su Lin, hoping to sweep the matter under the rug.
After all this commotion, even Su Lin had fallen silent.
He intended to encourage drinking and probe for information, but never imagined these two would spill so much once drunk. As for this woman, she seemed somewhat sharp-witted, but her words carried no weight.
Uncle Wang sneered coldly, "Looks like even the heavens aren't on your family's side. Tell me, where are the Chen family now?"
Su Lin tilted his head slightly, his occasional glances casting a heavy pressure over the woman. Yet she stubbornly insisted it was all drunk and rambling, leaving Su Lin and Uncle Wang with no further questions to ask. However, Su Lin had already gleaned the most crucial information, so he made no further delay and departed with Uncle Wang.
On the way, Uncle Wang suddenly remembered the bill. "Didn't we forget to settle the bill earlier?"
Su Lin replied indifferently, "I already spoke with the waitstaff. I told them to have the people in the private rooms settle the bill."
Uncle Wang was completely baffled. "When did you talk to the waitstaff?" "This evening, after you sent me the address, I called the restaurant."
Su Lin made it sound like no big deal, but Uncle Wang was stunned.
"You've been planning to get them drunk all along?"
"Yes." Uncle Wang opened his mouth several times, finally steering the conversation back to business.
"Since you already had a plan, why did you agree to hand over the business?"
Su Lin rubbed his fingertips.
"To get someone to talk, you have to offer them something in return, right? Besides, I never said I'd hand over both businesses completely. As long as the accounts are in order, transferring some assets is no problem. As long as it's not illegal, transferring some assets is certainly fine." Uncle Wang finally understood.
Back at the supermarket, he immediately called people to start packing things up.
Meanwhile, Su Lin called Wang Fenglin. "Can you do me a favor?"
The background noise in Wang Fenglin's location was deafening over the phone, but it soon quieted down.
"What kind of favor?" "Find 3 people, Chen Yuan." Su Lin listed the names of the Chen family members one by one. "How about it?" "No problem, right?" Wang Fenglin laughed heartily. "Finding 3 people? That's a piece of cake for me. Just wait, I'll get you the info ASAP. Hey, what did these 3 do to piss you off so much?" Chapter 154, Plans don't always go as expected.
Su Lin stared ahead, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "They've set their sights on my family's assets."
Wang Fenglin fell silent instantly. After a moment, Wang Fenglin solemnly promised, "I'll find these 3 as quickly as possible. Wait for my news."
The next day, Su Lin received a call from Wang Fenglin, who simply gave him a hotel address.
Without delay, Su Lin drove straight there.
But as soon as he arrived at the hotel entrance, he spotted Chen Yuan and the other 2.
Were they trying to escape?
Su Lin frowned deeply and stepped forward. The trio, dragging their luggage, were caught off guard by Su Lin's sudden appearance.
All 3 froze in shock. "You, how did you know about this place?" Chen Yuan asked instinctively, his eyes flashing with wariness.
Su Lin's gaze swept over the trio as he replied in a detached tone, "Of course I came looking for you.
You've caused me such a big mess, how could I not come pay you a visit?" After a pause, Su Lin continued, "Seeing how eager you are to leave, where are you headed? Can you spare room for one more person?" Chen Yuan's eyes flickered. "It's inconvenient. We're heading to the airport. Having you along won't help."
Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement, drawing out the syllables slightly.
So, you're preparing to leave the country again? Come to think of it, we're practically family. Leaving without so much as a word?
Word gets out, and people will say Su Lin has no manners, not even bothering to host her own grandparents and uncle.
Just then, Chen Tianen stepped forward impatiently. Stop putting on airs. You tricked me into going abroad. I nearly died over there.
Don't think playing the good guy will sweep this under the rug.
Mark my words, this isn't over.
Lu Hua, who had been trailing behind, suddenly leapt forward and clamped her hand over Chen Tianen's mouth. Your great-uncle's mind isn't quite right lately. Just listen to what he says, don't take it to heart. After a pause, Lu Hua continued, our flight leaves in 2 hours.
We need to head out early.
If anything comes up, just call us.
Chen Yuan also pressed his hand over Chen Tianen's mouth.
Your grandmother's right. If anything comes up later, just call us. Just as the group was about to leave, Su Lin spoke softly, uttering 2 words.
Wei Yan.
In that instant, all 3 froze in their tracks.
Chen Yuan whipped his head around. Though clearly in the wrong, he erupted suddenly, what are you doing bringing up some stranger's name? Su Lin, we're your elders. You tricked us into leaving the country, and now you come threatening us? Is this how you treat your elders? Su Lin stared at him steadily, not responding immediately.
As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward.
Yet the more Chen Yuan thought about it, the angrier he became.
Su Lin's words were clearly a warning, and they weren't going to have an easy time of it either. These past years abroad had been nothing short of miserable. All their dreams had dissolved into thin air, leaving only endless exhaustion. If not for this, they wouldn't have returned home. With that thought, Chen Yuan lifted his chin. Don't think that by staying silent, the past can be erased. That delivery point and online store are compensation for us. They're what we deserve, understand? Su Lin smiled, his gaze toward Chen Yuan tinged with pity. Ever heard of extortion? Chen Yuan and his 2 companions froze, then snapped back to reality. Lu Hua shrieked, you want to send us to jail? Su Lin, how can you do this to your mother? Su Lin's tone was cold. I'm just doing what needs to be done. She'll understand. Just then, a group of people came running over, led by none other than Wang Fenglin. Su Lin, how are things going over here? Is there anything I can help with? Su Lin looked surprised. What brings you here? Wang Fenglin tilted his chin. To back you up, of course. How about that? Pretty loyal, huh? Su Lin paused, then patted Wang Fenglin on the shoulder. You're a good friend. But this is my family matter. It might be a bit awkward for you to get involved. Huh? Wang Fenglin glanced around. They're your family? What kind of family? Relatives on my mother's side. As Su Lin answered, his icy gaze fixed on Chen Yuan and the other 2. They were surrounded by people, their faces filled with fear as they glanced nervously around. The trio who had been so arrogant at the Su residence now dared not raise their voices in front of outsiders. Wang Fenglin followed Su Lin's gaze and whispered, since they're your relatives, this might be tricky for you to handle, huh? Su Lin snapped back to reality. It is tricky, but I've already made arrangements. Wang Fenglin's eyes lit up. What arrangements? Su Lin smiled faintly. You'll see soon enough. Before long, Chen Yuan and his 2 companions were brought into the police station. Su Lin put on a deeply distressed act as he told the police they'd been defrauded. A family surnamed Wei claimed they were sent to seize my inheritance. Fearing trouble, I kept them occupied, but Su Lin described the Wei family's behavior as fraudulent. Combined with the advanced age of Chen Yuan and his companions, the police immediately contacted Wei Yan. Soon, the Wei family of 3 rushed over. Upon learning the whole story, they were furious. I'm his brother. He offered us that business deal himself. How is that extortion? Exactly. We're family. Both sides agreed to it. How can you call that extortion? The extortionists are the other family, right? We just took what we were entitled to. As the voices grew louder and more numerous, the police officers found the situation increasingly peculiar the longer they listened. They weren't fools. Before the Wei Yin family arrived, they'd already traced the phone number and conducted an investigation. To begin with, the 3 lived over 1,000 miles away from Jianghua City. Moreover, none of them had ever visited Jianghua City before. Under these circumstances, how could they possibly be Su Lin's relatives? Crack! A sudden loud crash erupted nearby. Everyone turned to see Chen Tianen smashing a chair. Pointing angrily at Wei Yan, Chen Tianen demanded, say again, who was that deal for? Wei Yan's eyes darted nervously, but considering the current situation, he stubbornly insisted it was for them. If you don't believe me, ask him. Those words came straight from his mouth. As Wei Yan and Chen Tianen argued, Su Lin got dragged into it again. But Su Lin couldn't care less. He'd said everything he needed to say. As long as they couldn't produce evidence, his words held no weight. After all, he was the one who had been set up, and the deal had indeed been relinquished as a tactical maneuver. He had originally planned to wait until Wei Yan's family reclaimed the business before acting. But since Chen Yuan's family insisted on leaving early, he had no choice.
plans simply couldn't keep up with the speed of change. Chapter 155, I won't let him off. Enough, all of you shut up. The police stepped in to intervene, quickly separating the two and taking them away.
The parents from both families were left behind, glaring at each other with hostility.
Su Lin watched the scene unfold, inwardly amused.
When the Chen family sought help, they hadn't considered the possibility of things going wrong. But then again, it was only natural they were a bunch of greedy fools, probably too preoccupied with their own gains. He, too, had been too careless. He'd forgotten that after 4 years abroad, the Chens were still overseas, completely unprepared for their return. Once this incident was resolved, he'd make sure to send them even farther away. He'd also need to find someone to keep an eye on them. He certainly didn't want this matter reaching Su's mother.
An hour later, the police emerged and instructed Su Lin to leave first. This case is rather complicated. We need to double-check many aspects. Su Lin rose to thank them.
I'll be staying in Jianghuai City for the foreseeable future. If anything comes up, just contact me directly. After leaving the police station, Su Lin returned to his hotel. No sooner had he sat down than the name Jiang Beiwei flashed on his phone screen.
He answered immediately. Weiwei, why are you calling me at this hour? Jiang Beiwei said, I heard you're back in Jianghuai City. Did you run into trouble? Just a minor business issue, nothing major. I'll be back in a couple of days. Su Lin gave a brief explanation before asking about Jiang Beiwei's current situation.
Jiang Beiwei sighed, her tone tinged with uncertainty. I can't shake the feeling that Qin Shui is preoccupied with something.
But she won't tell me anything, she's even been avoiding me. I'm kind of at a loss.
Su Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew exactly what Qin Shui was preoccupied with. Those words that night had been deliberately spoken for her ears alone.
There was no other way.
The Qins were despicable, and Qin Shui clearly wasn't ready to let go. Su Lin didn't want to drag Jiang Beiwei into this mess, so he'd let Qin Shui stew in her own thoughts. Pushing those thoughts aside, Su Lin murmured softly, Qin Shui considers you her best friend. She definitely won't let you worry too much. But you shouldn't keep fixating on Qin Shui lately.
Don't forget, you have things to do too. Jiang Beiwei hummed in acknowledgement.
Don't worry, I've got it under control. After hanging up, Su Lin still felt uneasy.
He decided to call Zhao Haoyu and instruct him to assign several bodyguards to follow Jiang Beiwei.
No need for overt surveillance, just ensure her safety. After a moment's thought, Su Lin added Qin Shui to the arrangement, the same goes for Qin Shui. I'll transfer the expenses to you shortly.
With arrangements settled, Su Lin flopped onto the bed.
His time in Jianghuai City hadn't been long, yet inexplicably, he felt utterly exhausted, as if he'd accomplished a mountain of tasks.
No point dwelling on it. Better to get some sleep. Su Lin slept until 3 a.m.
The dimly lit room left him momentarily disoriented, but he quickly snapped back to normal. Rubbing his temples, he reached for the phone beside the bed. At a glance, he saw a string of messages and several missed calls from Su's mother, Uncle Wang, and
Zhao Haoyu?
He could guess why the first two had called, but the last one?
Had something happened to Zhao Haoyu?
Su Lin instinctively reached to dial, but glancing at the time on the screen, he changed course and sent Zhao Haoyu a tentative message instead.
The next second, Su Lin's phone rang.
The caller was none other than Zhao Haoyu.
Mr. Su, there's been an issue with the company in Jianghuai City.
What followed was Zhao Haoyu's explanation of the situation. In short, the company had been reported. From tax compliance to fire safety, no aspect had been spared.
Su Lin's lips twitched. Got it. I'll head over tomorrow.
Recalling that Wang Fenglin also held a stake in the venture, Su Lin disregarded the late hour and immediately called him.
Why are you calling me at this hour? Wang Fenglin's voice carried obvious sleepiness and a hint of confusion. Su Lin outlined the situation. Can you spare some time tomorrow to come with me to the company? Sure, I'll pick you up at the hotel tomorrow morning. The next morning, Su Lin was eating breakfast when Wang Fenglin's call came through. I'm already downstairs. Where are you? I'm eating breakfast. I'll be down shortly. Half an hour later, Su Lin and Wang Fenglin arrived at the company. Someone was already waiting at the entrance and immediately approached them upon seeing the pair. Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, Mr. Wang. My name is Guan Yun.
I'm the manager of the PR department.
Su Lin gave a slight nod and inquired about the current situation. Guan Yun replied, there's a minor issue, but nothing major. Wang Fenglin tilted his head, unable to resist remarking, how can you say that when it sounds contradictory? Guan Yun smiled faintly. It's not contradictory. That's precisely how the situation is. Wang Fenglin clicked his tongue.
Then explain the specifics to me clearly. Guan Yun glanced at Su Lin, seeing no change in his expression, and proceeded to explain the situation.
Wang Fenglin's face flashed with surprise before he frowned. If you got through the inspection just fine, why did you call Su Lin?
Guan Yun whispered, the incident is over, but this was only the first time.
Wang Fenglin understood, you brought him in because of potential future incidents. Guan Yun smiled faintly. Exactly.
Wang Fenglin tapped her finger.
You really think ahead. As they spoke, they walked deeper into the company building and soon entered Su Lin's office. Managers from various departments arrived one after another. Su Lin greeted each of them, asked a few questions, and after confirming the company's smooth progress, dismissed them. But when he turned around, he met Wang Fenglin's stunned gaze and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "What's with that look?" Wang Fenglin sighed. "That look you gave me, Su Lin. You looked completely different just now from the person I knew back then." Su Lin smoothed his sleeves and replied casually, "It's been at least 5 years since we last met, hasn't it? People change. It's impossible to stay exactly the same." Wang Fenglin remained silent, though his expression grew more complex. Though Su Lin sensed something was off, Wang Fenglin clearly had no intention of elaborating. He didn't press the matter, instead shifting the conversation to company affairs. "Have you found a way to track down the whistleblower?" Wang Fenglin jolted. "You plan to retaliate against the whistleblower?" Su Lin laughed in exasperation. "Do I look like that kind of person?" Wang Fenglin fell silent, but his eyes betrayed certainty. "You are exactly that kind of person." Su Lin. It felt like pent-up anger with nowhere to vent. "Stop messing around. I want to know who's behind this. Can you look into it?" Wang Fenglin retorted, "Why couldn't we investigate? I have a stake in this company too. Whoever's behind this is trying to cut off my income stream. I won't let them get away with it." Chapter 156, How did she know? Wang Fenglin, seething with pent-up anger, left the company and immediately had someone look into it. Results came back that very afternoon, and the identity of the whistleblower took both him and Su Lin completely by surprise. No offense, but is Bai Jirua out of her mind? Why would she report our company for no reason? That's right, the one who reported it was Bai Jirua, who hadn't been seen in ages. Su Lin stroked his chin. "Probably targeting me, right? If it's targeting you, why add a maybe?" Wang Fenglin turned his head, suddenly remembering something, and followed suit by rubbing his chin. "I remember back in high school, you were always chasing after Bai Ji like a dog chasing its tail. You played the role of a pathetic, lowly suitor with such dedication. How did you suddenly end up with Jiang Beiwei?" "Su Lin, chasing Bai Jirua was me being brain dead. I came to my senses later. As for Weiwei, we're mutually attracted and already engaged." "Don't use that word hooking up, it sounds awful." Wang Fenglin shrugged. "Alright, my bad. But how do you plan to handle this situation? That Bai Jirua did report the company, but her reasons were all legitimate. If we approach her privately, she might see it as retaliation. If she calls the police, then we'll be the ones in trouble." Su Lin knew this well. After a moment's thought, he said, "Let me handle things at home first, then I'll arrange to meet Bai Jirua." Wang Fenglin patted Su Lin on the shoulder. "Remember to bring me along when you do." Su Lin looked helpless but agreed, "I definitely will." That evening, Su Lin drove back to the hotel. As soon as he entered the lobby, he spotted the woman in the white dress sitting in the center. Their eyes met, and Su Lin inwardly cursed his luck. The very person he discussed with Wang Fenglin that morning had appeared that evening. Was Bai Jirua deliberately trying to annoy him? As he pondered this, Bai Jirua rose and walked toward him. "Su Lin, we meet again." Bai Jirua pursed her lips in a faint smile, her face flushed with a hint of bashfulness, as if deeply embarrassed. Su Lin rubbed his temples, his voice tinged with impatience. "You're the one who reported my company, aren't you?" "Bai Jirua, I know your character well. There's no need to keep up the act. It's hypocritical and ugly." The smile and blush froze on Bai Jirua's face. "You must be mistaken. I just returned to Jianghua City today. How could I have reported your company?" Su Lin's voice turned cold. "Do you really think I couldn't find out?" Bai Jirua's eyes darted nervously before she clenched her jaw. "I don't understand what you mean. Anyway, I never reported your company. If you don't have proof, don't slander people." "Oomph." Su Lin scoffed coldly, stepping past Bai Jirua to press the elevator button. "Stop." Realizing something was amiss, Bai Jirua hurriedly called out, but as she moved to chase after him, she was stopped by the hotel security guard. "Ma'am, we apologize, but our hotel policy prohibits non-guests from approaching the elevators." In that split second of delay, Su Lin had already stepped into the elevator. Bai Jirua panicked instantly. "Get out of my way. If you delay me, I'll make sure this hotel pays." She tried to push the guard aside, but he grabbed her wrist firmly. "Hold your horses. If you keep causing trouble here, we'll have to call the police." Under the guard's threat, Bai Jirua had no choice but to leave the hotel. The night wind blew, and Bai Jirua instinctively hugged her arms tighter. Watching the cars pass by on the street, she clenched her teeth tightly. Ever since she got into Yenbei University, she'd realized the gap between her and Su Lin was growing wider. The once desperate suitor had transformed into a rising young elite. She yearned to draw near, yet found herself utterly without opportunity. Later, because of the engagement, she had even given up on Su Lin. Unexpectedly, just as she turned away, Su Lin had fallen on hard times. His once massive company had shrunk back to its startup phase. Still, Bai Jirua believed Su Lin's capabilities wouldn't keep him down forever.
That's why she decided to seek him out. She intended to offer support in his hour of need, but after all her efforts, Su Lin showed no appreciation. Instead, she ended up feeling deeply hurt. Give up? The man she, Bai Jiruo, had set her sights on would never be allowed to slip away. Bai Jiruo took a deep breath, steadying her turbulent emotions, and strode out of the hotel. Meanwhile, Su Lin remained oblivious to Bai Jiruo's intentions. Upon returning to his room, he received a call from Jiang Beiwei. Su Lin, Qin Shui seems to have lost her mind. She actually implemented the method she once told me about. Jiang Beiwei's voice was filled with shock and an unmistakable undercurrent of panic. You warned me this could spiral out of control and cause major problems. With things like this happening now, could it mean? Weiwei, calm down. Su Lin cut her off abruptly. After a brief silence, Jiang Beiwei spoke again. Su Lin, I can't calm down. Qin Shui is trying to destroy the Qin family. Su Lin lowered his gaze slightly. Given Qin Shui's past experiences, no amount of revenge against the Qin family would be excessive. It was Jiang Beiwei who seemed to be overreacting. Su Lin, why aren't you saying anything? Su Lin snapped back to reality. I was wondering what you would do if you were Qin Shui. Jiang Beiwei fell silent. After an unknown length of time, Jiang Beiwei replied, I don't know. Su Lin pinched the bridge of his nose, relaxed his body, and flopped onto the bed. You genuinely don't know? Jiang Beiwei fell silent again. After another moment, she simply hung up the call. Su Lin glanced at the call duration, 3 minutes. During those 3 minutes of conversation, Jiang Beiwei had been silent for at least 2. Which meant Jiang Beiwei understood why Qin Shui had made her choice. Yet despite that, she had still called him, seeking his stance on the matter. What was Jiang Beiwei trying to do? Was she unable to bear it? But Qin Shui had already taken action. Even if she couldn't bear it, she could only let events unfold. Su Lin put down his phone, ready to sleep, when suddenly Bai Jiruo from tonight flashed through his mind. Without thinking, his fingers dialed Jiang Beiwei's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently. The familiar message came from the other end, and an inexplicable irritation rose in Su Lin's heart. What the hell was Jiang Beiwei playing at? After dialing twice more to confirm she truly wasn't answering, Su Lin tossed the phone aside. Just then, the phone rang. Su Lin jumped up immediately and saw it was his mother calling. Just as he was about to hang up, Su Lin answered. Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? Why did you suddenly return to Jianghua City? Instead of answering, Su's mother fired back with a question. Even without seeing her, Su Lin could picture his mother pacing angrily. The company was reported. I came back to handle some business matters. I'll be back soon. Su Lin tried to reassure his mother, about to hang up, when she said, Don't you think just because I haven't returned, I don't know about Chen Yuan and the others looking for you? Su Lin. How did Su's mother find out? Chapter 157, What are your conditions? Caught off guard, Su Lin didn't respond immediately. But his mother didn't wait for him to speak. I know you want to handle this alone, but as a junior, there are many things you can't easily bring up. Su Lin smiled faintly, there's nothing awkward about it. The matter has already been resolved. Su's mother was surprised. How did you resolve it? I can't discuss the details with you. Just know that it's taken care of. After reassuring his mother for a moment, Su Lin ended the call. The next morning, Su Lin headed straight to the office. As soon as he walked in, he spotted Wang Fenglin talking to a manager. Su Lin, you're here. Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement, looking at Wang Fenglin with some confusion. Why are you at the company today? Su Lin's question wasn't too surprising, as Wang Fenglin had never proactively come to the office before. Today was his first time. Wang Fenglin chuckled a few times. Well, the company's been facing some issues lately. Since I've got nothing to do at home, I figured I'd come take a look. After a pause, Wang Fenglin added, Is that okay? Su Lin gave him a thumbs up. Of course it's fine. You're the company's owner, you can come anytime. After chatting for a while, Su Lin pulled Wang Fenglin into the office. Last night, Bai Jiruo came to the hotel looking for me. Wang Fenglin's voice was laced with anger. What did she want with you? What else could it be? Su Lin didn't hide anything, quickly explaining Bai Jiruo's intentions in a few words. Wang Fenglin laughed bitterly in exasperation. She must be out of her mind. She was the one stringing you along, and now she's the one backing out. Anyone who knows you would see you as a decent person, but someone unaware might think you're. Mid-sentence, Wang Fenglin suddenly caught himself. He rubbed his nose and swallowed the rest of his words. Su Lin gave him a sidelong glance before shaking her head in exasperation. Alright, you don't have to pretend so hard. I was just thinking about how to completely suppress Bai Jiruo. Until now, Su Lin had never taken Bai Jiruo seriously. But after the incident with the report, he had to deal with this potential threat. As the old saying goes, it's not the thief stealing that you fear, but the thief keeping an eye on you. Who knew what trouble Bai Jiruo's watchful eyes might stir up? To be safe, she had to be dealt with. A cold gleam flashed in Su Lin's eyes as he whispered a few words to Wang Fenglin.
Wang Fenglin initially showed some reluctance, but as time passed, he slammed his palm on the desk. Do as you say. Su Lin cautioned, don't overdo it. Wang Fenglin raised an eyebrow. Don't worry. I won't get myself tangled up in this. Watching Wang Fenglin leave, Su Lin reviewed some documents. Aside from branch office matters, a portion concerned affairs in Yen City.
Just then, Zhao Haoyu called, something's happened with Qin Shui. Su Lin lifted his eyes slightly.
What happened?
Qin Shui posted her situation on Kuayu. After it blew up, a lot of people started paying attention to both Kuayu and Qin Shui, including her hometown. Through Zhao Haoyu's explanation, Su Lin quickly grasped the sequence of events.
It turned out that the overwhelming online attention had sparked chaos in Qin Shui's hometown.
News of the incident then spread online, with many now accusing Kuayu of deliberately provoking the dispute. They also claimed Qin Shui acted that way because Kuayu had made promises.
Before long, Yu Feng was dragged into the controversy as well.
Many believed Yu Feng had orchestrated this disgusting stunt to make a comeback. They completely forgot the suffering Qin Shui had endured, fixating only on hurling abuse and condemnation at Yu Feng. The situation now is that this has escalated to higher authorities.
Not only has our company been warned, but Kuayu has also been temporarily taken down. They say we can only resume promotions after rectifying the issues.
Zhao Haoyu's voice carried a hint of anger as he spoke. Someone's definitely stirring the pot behind the scenes.
CEO Su, we absolutely cannot just accept this.
Even if we make the necessary adjustments, we must make our stance clear. Su Lin rubbed his fingers. He had anticipated that Qin Shui's situation would stir up a storm, but he hadn't expected the storm to engulf him as well. The incident itself wasn't major, but mishandling it could tarnish his reputation, making future advancement difficult. Mr. Su, why aren't you speaking? Have you already made up your mind? Su Lin snapped back to reality. First, take it down as per the notice.
We'll discuss the rectification once I return.
As for those online comments, leave them be.
I have other uses for them.
Zhao Haoyu agreed, adding a reminder, Mr. Su, please return as soon as possible.
Leaning back in his chair, a fleeting look of resignation flashed across Su Lin's expressionless face. Everyone was watching him. Well, let's see who comes out on top in the end. Knock knock knock. The knocking sounded.
Su Lin lifted his head and said, come in. The next moment, a woman in a white dress walked in. Su Lin glanced at her, his previously detached expression abruptly freezing.
Bai Zhirua? How did you get in? Bai Zhirua's eyes crinkled with a smile. Of course I walked in. Take a look at this. Bai Zhirua placed a document on the table.
Su Lin initially ignored it, but his brow furrowed the moment he spotted the word investment.
What do you mean by this?
Bai Zhirua chuckled softly.
Don't rush to question me. I said I wanted you to look at it, so just take a good look.
A hint of coquettishness tinged her voice, causing Su Lin's mind to drift uncontrollably for a moment. He had never heard such a voice in his previous life. He never imagined that upon returning, Bai Zhirua would be so different. When he desperately pleaded, she remained distant, yet now that he'd given up, she was suddenly clinging to him. Bai Zhirua really was. Su Lin rubbed his temples, then picked up the documents to review them. Upon confirming their contents, he looked up at Bai Zhirua with a hint of surprise.
This document.
Bai Zhirua propped her cheek with one hand, smiling sweetly.
I went out of my way to get this document. I had to ask many people for help.
I know the previous accusation upset you.
So here I am, bringing you an apology gift. An apology gift?
Su Lin repeated the 5 words silently, his fingers tightening slightly.
The document primarily outlined how Yefeng Branch Company would invest locally to stimulate the regional economy.
In exchange, Zhanghua City would provide certain conveniences, including but not limited to land use rights and policy support and protection.
In other words, if Su Lin agreed to this document, the online attacks against Yefeng could be easily diffused.
Su Lin placed the document on the table, his scrutinizing gaze circling Bai Zhirua several times. Someone who had been pushed aside wouldn't come forward with something valuable. Crucially, he saw no evidence that Bai Zhirua had the capability to produce this document herself.
That meant someone else was pulling the strings behind her. What are your conditions? Chapter 158, Why the change this time? Hearing Su Lin's words, Bai Zhirua blinked, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes as she looked at him with pitiful vulnerability. Can't it just be that I want to help you? Over those 3 years in high school, misunderstandings built up between us.
I know you've grown to dislike me, but I want to make things right.
You. Bang. The office door swung open. Su Lin turned to see Jiang Beiwei and Yan Hanyu standing outside.
The two parties locked eyes.
Su Lin immediately rose to greet them. Weiwei, what brings you here?
Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips.
I came back to check on things. By the way, what's she doing here? Su Lin followed Jiang Beiwei's gaze to Bai Zhirua. She came to deliver some documents. Su Lin's demeanor was so calm and composed that Bai Zhirua nearly lost her act of feigned vulnerability. Damn it!
She was so close to finishing her story.
Why did Jiang Beiwei have to show up now? Why couldn't she have come at any other time?
Jiang Beiwei murmured a no, then politely invited Bai Jiruo to leave.
We have some internal company matters to discuss. It's not appropriate for outsiders to stay.
Bai Jiruo felt resentful, but Su Lin's expression remained unchanged. She could only manage a strained smile as she stepped out of the office. Before leaving, she grabbed the documents from the desk.
You can reach me anytime before tomorrow evening. I'll hold these for you.
The next moment, Yang Hanyu closed the office door, blocking Bai Jiruo outside. Jiang Beiwei withdrew her gaze and approached Su Lin, her previous composure gone.
Su Lin, did you see what's circulating online? Su Lin nodded. I saw them. Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened. You saw? Then why haven't you acted? If this isn't handled properly, it could deal a massive blow to the company.
Su Lin knew this well, but some things required waiting.
Hearing his response, Jiang Beiwei frowned deeply. How much longer do you plan to wait? Delay any further, and even if we get to the bottom of it, the stain won't wash off. Then we won't wash it off. Not wash it off? Su Lin, do you even realize what you're saying? Jiang Beiwei couldn't understand why Su Lin remained so calm.
This situation clearly couldn't wait.
At that moment, Yang Hanyu spoke up. Is Mr. Su waiting for notification from the police?
Su Lin denied it.
What I'm waiting for is for the Qin family to show their faces. Truthfully, Su Lin was tempted by the documents Bai Jiruo had brought. But Bai Jiruo was clearly well prepared, and he didn't want to be at a disadvantage. Now it all depended on when the Qin family would show up. Once they showed up, the matter would be easily resolved. Jiang Beiwei hesitated, then lowered her gaze to her fingers, remaining silent. Su Lin sighed inwardly. Weiwei, I truly understand. You needn't worry.
Jiang Beiwei lifted her head, a fleeting bitterness in her eyes.
I'm not worried about the solution. I'm just wondering, if we hadn't gotten involved with Qin Shui, would today's situation even exist?
Before she could finish, Jiang Beiwei suddenly realized something. She turned her head and whispered, my mind's a bit muddled.
Don't take my ramblings seriously.
Su Lin stared at her intently, uttering only a single okay without a single extra word.
Yang Hanyu watched from the side, feeling an inexplicable sense of fullness. She sensed she didn't belong here.
Her thoughts shifted, and she took 2 steps back toward the corner.
Soon, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei concluded their conversation.
Both men glanced at Yang Hanyu standing in the corner, looking somewhat puzzled.
Jiang Beiwei asked, Sis Yang, what are you doing over there? Yang Hanyu gave a light cough.
I was thinking about some things and ended up stepping back here without realizing it.
Jiang Beiwei was skeptical. Was that really the case?
Before she could speak, Yang Hanyu pulled out her phone and opened a chat page.
Mr. Su, this is the update from Mr. Zhou. Su Lin glanced over and saw it was Zhou Shu wanting to return home. If he wants to go back, let him go. Why send a message? Yang Hanyu hesitated.
Mr. Zhou seems to have other ideas. Su Lin narrowed his eyes.
Regarding the game?
Yang Hanyu remained silent, though the smile on her face now looked distinctly strained.
Su Lin understood. Zhou Shu was indeed returning for the game, though exactly what aspect remained unclear. In the silence, Yang Hanyu spoke up, Mr. Su, should we make some preparations in advance?
Regardless of why Mr. Zhou has returned, you handle many of the company's affairs.
It might be best to clarify certain matters. Su Lin replied coolly, you mean the game patents, right? Yang Hanyu. She hadn't voiced it aloud.
Su Lin sighed inwardly. You're my secretary, after all. Speak plainly, no need for hints. As for the patents you're worried about, they were registered under the company's name. Even if he came back for them, he can't take them.
Hearing this, Yang Hanyu instantly relaxed. Mr. Su, you've thought of everything. That afternoon, Su Lin took Jiang Beiwei and Yang Hanyu out to lunch. Midway through the meal, Wang Fenglin sauntered in, having lunch? Su Lin was surprised. When did you arrive? How come I didn't see you? Wang Fenglin replied, I arrived half an hour ago. I was sitting over there.
Su Lin followed his gesture and spotted him in a corner, obscured by a raised platform.
Ah, there you were. No wonder I didn't see you. Ms. Yang, let's switch seats.
Su Lin and Yang Hanyu switched seats, allowing her to sit next to Jiang Beiwei.
Spotting the empty seat, Wang Fenglin didn't hesitate and plopped down.
Su Lin said, I don't need to introduce my fiancé to you.
This is my secretary, Yang Hanyu. Wang Fenglin's gaze immediately locked onto Yang Hanyu.
A flash of astonishment flickered in his eyes.
How could someone be both sharp and gentle? Hi, Sister Yang. Do you have a boyfriend yet? Do you like younger guys? You. MMMPH. Su Lin covered Wang Fenglin's mouth with an embarrassed expression. My apologies, Secretary Yang. He never thinks before he speaks. Please don't take it to heart. With that, Su Lin dragged Wang Fenglin away. What the hell? What the hell? I rarely see a beauty I like. What's wrong with asking a few more questions? Did you really have to drag me away? Wang Fenglin glared, thoroughly displeased with Su Lin's behavior.
Su Lin's mouth twitched.
The woman you like already has a child. The words left Wang Fenglin completely dumbfounded. She has a child? But she doesn't look that old. How could she have a child already? Su Lin clicked his tongue. That's her business. Keep your thoughts to yourself. If someone mistakes this for sexual harassment, you'll be in for it.
Despite his words, Su Lin couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled.
In his previous life, Wang Fenglin had never revealed his type. Why the sudden change now? Chapter 159, There is no second.
With this question lingering in his mind, Su Lin returned to the dinner table with Wang Fenglin.
At that moment, Jiang Beiwei and Yang Hanyue were chatting animatedly. But the smile vanished instantly from Yang Hanyue's face the moment she spotted Wang Fenglin. Su Lin noticed this and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wang Fenglin really did have quite the intimidating presence. Wang Fenglin noticed the tension and quickly apologized. I just have a sharp tongue. I didn't mean anything by it.
Please don't take it to heart.
Yang Hanyue smiled faintly. I didn't take it to heart. Wang Fenglin sighed inwardly.
He thought he'd finally found someone he liked, but it wasn't meant to be.
But it was fine.
He'd find an opportunity to send a gift as an apology. With that thought, Wang Fenglin repeated his apologies a few more times. Yang Hanyue's expression stiffened slightly, but she managed to hold back her emotions and said nothing. Fortunately, Wang Fenglin didn't linger too long either, leaving after sitting for just a few minutes.
The moment he was gone, Yang Hanyue visibly relaxed. Mr. Su, this Mr. Wang.
Su Lin interjected, don't worry. He was just talking nonsense.
As he said, he didn't mean anything by it. Yang Hanyue gave a forced nod. Well, that's good then.
Su Lin knew she didn't believe him, but he couldn't persuade her otherwise. He simply pretended not to notice anything amiss. After dinner, Su Lin booked rooms for Jiang Beiwei and Yang Hanyue before heading back to the supermarket.
But then, Jiang Beiwei followed him out. Su Lin.
Su Lin stopped.
What is it?
Jiang Beiwei pressed her lips together slightly before smiling faintly.
Nothing.
Su Lin thought for a moment, then stepped toward Jiang Beiwei and pulled her into his arms.
The sudden embrace left Jiang Beiwei momentarily stunned. What are you doing?
Su Lin tightened his arms around her.
Did you come all the way from Yen City to Jianghua City because you missed me?
Nestled against him, Jiang Beiwei flushed with embarrassment.
No. But I missed you.
Jiang Beiwei lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Su Lin's face. After a moment, she murmured softly, I missed you too. The night breeze blew as Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei strolled leisurely near the hotel. Neither spoke, yet an indescribable sweetness filled the air between them. After an unknown amount of time, a figure suddenly approached from the side.
Su Lin.
Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei turned simultaneously.
Recognizing the figure, their expressions shifted in different ways. The former wore annoyance, while the latter looked utterly bewildered. After a brief silence, Jiang Beiwei broke the quiet. Bai Jiruo, what brings you here? Bai Jiruo's gaze drifted between the two before she suddenly tugged at the corner of her mouth. To see him, of course. There are things I need to discuss with him. Please give us some space. Bai Jiruo spoke with righteous indignation, her composure suggesting Jiang Beiwei was an insignificant outsider.
A flicker of bewilderment crossed Jiang Beiwei's eyes.
Su Lin, should I leave?
Su Lin took her hand.
No need. Bai Jiruo frowned. What do you mean, no need? Su Lin, don't forget Yefeng's current situation is? Yefeng is my company. How it ultimately fares is none of your business as an outsider. Bai Jiruo froze, staring at Su Lin in disbelief. Su Lin, do you even realize what you're saying? Su Lin replied calmly, I know. So please leave. Bai Jiruo laughed bitterly in anger. Su Lin, I'm only trying to help you. How could you? Irritation surged within him.
Su Lin grabbed Jiang Beiwei's hand and turned to leave.
Time and again, Bai Jiruo had treated him like a pushover.
Su Lin, you stop right there. Bai Jiruo hadn't expected Su Lin to walk away so abruptly, and she let out a shrill scream.
Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but glance back, meeting Bai Jiruo's furious gaze. In an instant, Jiang Beiwei averted her gaze. When did Bai Jiruo return to Jianghua City? Su Lin replied, I don't know. Jiang Beiwei frowned in confusion. She never came looking for you before?
Su Lin stopped in his tracks.
Jealous? Jiang Beiwei's cheeks flushed. Who's jealous? I just think Bai Jiruo is acting strangely. Don't make things up.
Su Lin softened his expression.
Fine, I was talking nonsense.
But I genuinely don't know when Bai Jiruo returned.
She did cause me a major headache, though. To ease Jiang Beiwei's worries, Su Lin recounted the entire incident of Bai Jiruo's accusation. Jiang Beiwei gasped in shock. Has she lost her mind?
Jiang Beiwei understood Bai Jiruo's intentions, but she never imagined Bai Jiruo would do something so foolish. To those in the know, Bai Jiruo was trying to win Su Lin back. To the uninitiated, it looked like she was taking on an enemy. After hesitating for a long while, Jiang Beiwei asked, is she out of her mind? Su Lin. To be honest, he also thought Bai Jiruo had lost her mind, but since they had no emotional connection, he didn't want to say more. After Su Lin voiced his thoughts, Jiang Beiwei immediately swallowed the words on her tip of her tongue and nonchalantly changed the subject. A little while later, Su Lin dropped her off at her hotel room. As he turned away, his phone rang. The number was unfamiliar, but after a moment's thought, he guessed who it was. Bai Jiruo, don't you realize you're acting like a madwoman right now? Biting people left and right, it's laughable and pathetic. There was no sound on the other end of the line. After a few seconds, the call disconnected on its own. Su Lin rubbed his temples. He really wanted to ask Bai Jiruo what was so great about him that she kept messing with him like this. The more he thought about it, the more it gave him a headache. The next day, Su Lin arrived at the company and immediately saw Wang Fenglin and Yang Hanyu talking. The difference was that the latter's face now bore a forced expression. TSK. Su Lin silently clicked his tongue, striding over in a few steps. What are you two talking about? Wang Fenglin's words caught in his throat. He turned his head and cleared his throat a few times. Nothing, just. Su Lin stared at him intently. Though he didn't speak, his meaning was crystal clear. Let's see how you spin this. Faced with this, Wang Fenglin could only rub his nose in frustration. Well, I have things to do. We'll talk another time. Another time. He repeated this as he started walking away, but as he passed Su Lin, his collar was suddenly grabbed. Su Lin tilted his head with a faint, ambiguous smile. In such a hurry? I still have something to discuss with you. At that, Su Lin turned to Yang Hanyu. You come too? Yang Hanyu nodded, deliberately ignoring Wang Fenglin as she followed Su Lin. I called Qin Shui this morning. She said she'd make a decision this afternoon, but Kuayu got reported. We need to find a second suitable live streaming platform. Any recommendations? Wang Fenglin stroked his chin. Besides Kuayu, isn't there really another live streaming platform? Su Lin frowned. I remember some platforms popping up before. How could there not be a second one? Chapter 160, just let me have some fun. Su Lin was certain his memory wasn't failing him. At that moment, Yang Hanyu spoke up. There were indeed some smaller platforms that popped up before, but they couldn't hold a candle to Kuayu. Plus, they lacked sufficient traffic, so they gradually faded away. Su Lin was surprised, not a single one survived? Yang Hanyu nodded, deliberately repeating her statement for emphasis. Not a single one remained. That shouldn't be possible. He remembered from his previous life how several live streaming platforms had flourished side by side, creating an incredibly vibrant scene. How had it changed in this life to leave only Kuayu? Pushing aside his thoughts, Su Lin rubbed his temples. Call Yan City and have them launch a live streaming platform immediately. Also, promote Qin Shui's livestream on Kuayu's announcements and company website. Regardless of anything else, I want Qin Shui's livestream to become a trending news story. Su Lin's instructions were crystal clear. Yang Hanyu nodded decisively. I'll get it done immediately. After Yang Hanyu left, Wang Fenglin immediately approached the desk. Can a single livestream really quell the online uproar? Su Lin replied coolly, netizens only follow the crowd. With sufficient evidence, they'll see the truth. Put simply, whoever dominates the narrative gains the upper hand. And since Qin Shui's case was clearly in their favor, there was no need for hesitation. Of course, they weren't leaving empty-handed. Hadn't the second livestream platform just gained fame? Having heard the entire process, Wang Fenglin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're impressive. If he faced a similar situation, even if he could resolve it, he wouldn't create a second platform. After all, there were only so many people. Splitting the audience between two platforms risked losing both sides entirely. Su Lin smiled, ignoring Wang Fenglin's praise. After a brief silence, Su Lin raised another point. This second platform can't be registered under Yafeng's name. Wang Fenglin's eyes lit up. Give this platform to me. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want it? Wang Fenglin rubbed his hands together. It's just sitting idle anyway. Consider it mine to play around with. What do you say? Su Lin tapped his desk. Don't you want to make money? Wang Fenglin. Well, Su Lin had him completely figured out. How do we make money? A hint of amusement flickered in Su Lin's eyes. Simple. Create a second Kuayu. Wang Fenglin gasped. Bro, you really think highly of me. Wang Fenglin hadn't been involved in Kuayu's rise to fame, but he was well aware of the overt arrangements that had been made. How much money would he have to pour into a second Kuayu? And there was always the risk of failure. The thought of it all seemed like a terrible loss. Without hesitation, Wang Fenglin voiced his concerns. Su Lin couldn't help but laugh. Your concerns are valid, but you've overlooked one crucial factor. Wang Fenglin's eyes narrowed with curiosity. What key point? Kuayu was built entirely on my efforts. Creating a second platform would be a piece of cake. Wang Fenglin's eyes lit up. You're the one saying this. If you can't create a second Kuayu. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Then I'll hand Kuayu over to you. Wang Fenglin slammed his hand on the desk. Those are your words. Don't regret it later. Su Lin leaned back. Want to put it in writing?
Wang Fenglin waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. Just remember you absolutely must help me build another Kuayu. At 2 p.m., the second live streaming platform app arrived from Yen City. Time is tight.
Yen City hasn't had time to test it yet, but we can confirm the livestream won't have any issues. If we continue using this app later, they'll refine it to ensure smoother performance.
Yang Hanyu outlined the situation. Su Lin nodded. Has the announcement gone out? It's out. Just post the link and have them download it.
Under Su Lin and Yang Hanyua's watchful eyes, the time for Qin Shui's livestream slowly approached.
Many people, curious to see the spectacle, downloaded the app from the link.
Within minutes, the livestream began showing signs of lag. Su Lin exchanged a glance with Yang Hanyua, who gave a slight nod before swiftly exiting. Soon after, the lagging in the livestream room vanished. Qin Shui's pale, haggard face appeared on the screen. Her eyes darted around restlessly, as if she had encountered something utterly terrifying.
Anxiety, fear, unease.
A whirlwind of emotions washed over Qin Shui's face. In an instant, the entire livestream fell silent, with many viewers flooding the comments section.
Is she the woman who was involved with Yufeng? Why do I get the feeling she's in a bad spot? You guys aren't being fooled, are you?
She nearly got her own family killed.
Hey, have you even seen his family?
No, but I saw the whole drama unfold. Ugh, that was clearly an attempt to drive someone to their death.
Comment after comment flooded the live stream chat, with many people chatting away.
Qin Shui kept her head down until someone came over to remind her. Only then did she lift her head, looking dazed.
Has the live stream started? Then I'll go over what happened.
Qin Shui recounted every arrangement and action her family had made since she started college.
I'd been hospitalized multiple times. Here are the hospital records.
Each time was for a different reason, but each time involved my family.
And this is the police report. Without going into the distant past, the most recent one was just a few days ago. As each detail unfolded, the live stream room gradually fell into dead silence.
At that moment, Qin Shui took a deep breath. Regarding the online bullying, I actually feel a strange sense of satisfaction. They've caused me so much pain, yet when I confront them, I can't do anything.
I'm sorry.
Everything froze at those 3 words of apology. Qin Shui abruptly ended the livestream, leaving viewers who had rushed to watch stunned but more so filled with shock and anger.
Didn't they say this person was deliberately promoted by Yefeng Company? The authorities have already stepped in. Why hasn't Yefeng come forward to handle this? Yeah, Yefeng should step up and say something already.
The incident made headlines, and Su Lin used it to subtly promote his new live streaming app, Tingyue. After that, Qin Shui made 2 more appearances before leaving the country altogether. Her former relatives, because of these 3 live streams, were now despised and shunned by their neighbors. Yet all these changes worked to Yefeng's advantage. The company and Kuayu, once vilified, were now being praised to the skies. Su Lin seized the opportunity, decisively launching another game with massive promotion. Once all this was wrapped up, Su Lin received a call from the police station, summoning him to come in.
Chapter 161, Don't Take It to Heart. The investigation into Chen Yuan and the Wei family's joint financial fraud has concluded. They've requested to meet with you today to discuss a settlement.
The officer who received Su Lin explained the situation.
Su Lin's expression darkened. I won't negotiate with them. This matter will be handled as it should be. The police officer reminded Su Lin, this involves several families. Why don't you discuss it with your family?
Su Lin replied calmly, I can make the decision.
With that, the officer said no more, merely instructing Su Lin to meet with Chen Yuan. Considering recent events, Su Lin did not refuse. Su Lin, I'm your grandfather. How could you send me to prison? How could you do this to your mother?
Chen Yuan was visibly agitated, rising to his feet when he mentioned Su's mother. The officer nearby immediately shouted at him.
Stay put. Sit down immediately.
Chen Yuan resisted, but after his emotions subsided, he slowly sat back down. I know you have grievances against me, but I am your elder.
Even if I've done wrong, you can't treat me like this. Go tell them you won't press charges.
I'm leaving this place.
Su Lin remained impassive, showing no intention of responding. To Chen Yuan, this look signaled outright refusal to cooperate. In an instant, Chen Yuan lost control again. Su Lin, I want to see your mother. I want to see your mother.
Su Lin rose slowly.
You don't deserve it.
After a pause, Su Lin continued, you summoned me here.
I've made this trip. Don't contact me again. My stance remains unchanged, handle this according to the law.
Chen Yuan shouted after him incessantly, but Su Lin ignored him completely, walking away on his own. Back at the hotel, just as Su Lin was about to contact Jiang Beiwei, he saw a call from his mother.
Mom? Why are you calling me? Did you put your maternal grandparents and your uncle in jail?
Su's mother cut straight to the chase. The sudden question made Su Lin stiffen, and he quickly composed himself.
I can explain this. No need for explanations.
They must have done something to make you take such drastic measures.
I just want you to know, don't hold back because of me. Handle it however you see fit.
With those words, Su's mother hung up. Su Lin stared at the phone screen, his fingers tightening unconsciously. His mother still couldn't bear to see him suffer, but the Chen family had crossed his line. He would not let this go. Once back in Yen City, he would have a serious talk with Su's mother. The next day, after discussing it with Jiang Beiwei, Su Lin decided to return to Yanshi as soon as possible. Just then, Wang Fenglin called. Got time? Want to grab a bite? Considering he was about to return to Yen City anyway, Su Lin agreed. Wang Fenglin gave him the address and added, remember to bring the campus beauty queen along. Su Lin found this odd, but that evening, he still brought Jiang Beiwei along. However, the moment they arrived, his expression darkened. Wang Fenglin, what's this all about? Not far away, Bai Jiruo sat in a chair, smiling at him. Hearing Su Lin's accusation, Bai Jiruo's expression visibly softened with disappointment. Su Lin, do you really not want to see me? Su Lin ignored her, blaring at Wang Fenglin for an explanation. Wang Fenglin had no choice but to explain the situation honestly. She knows my father. He specifically asked me to bring her along for some company. Wang Fenglin deliberately emphasized the word specifically. Su Lin, you. He uttered a single syllable before trailing off. Wei, let's go. Jiang Beiwei glanced at Wang Fenglin. Though hesitant, she followed Su Lin's lead and left. In the car, Jiang Beiwei couldn't help but speak up, isn't this a bit much? Su Lin turned his head slightly, why do you say that? Wang Fenglin and you are close. Just leaving like this isn't that disrespecting him? Staying would be disrespectful. Wang Fenglin wasn't even willing to take Bai Jiruo in the first place. Su Lin shook his head and told Jiang Beiwei, let's not talk about them. We should go eat first. Jiang Beiwei nodded in agreement. But not long after, Su Lin received a call from Wang Fenglin. Where the hell did you guys go? Wang Fenglin's booming voice blared through the receiver, causing Jiang Beiwei to glance over involuntarily. Su Lin replied, we're eating. Where? Bring me along. The excitement in Wang Fenglin's voice was almost impossible to hide. Su Lin didn't immediately agree, instead turning to Jiang Beiwei with a questioning look. Jiang Beiwei nodded understandingly. Sure, I don't mind. After confirming Jiang Beiwei wasn't being forced, Su Lin finally replied to Wang Fenglin, come on over. We're at. Not long after Su Lin hung up, Wang Fenglin hurried over. He barely sat down before waving down a waiter to order. You guys are something else, just leaving like that without waiting for me. I was absolutely disgusted by Bai Jiruo. The waiter took away the new menu. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Wang Fenglin clicked his tongue. She's the woman my dad's keeping. Su Lin, ? That doesn't quite add up, does it? When did your dad start keeping Bai Jiruo? Wang Fenglin shrugged helplessly. I was out of town the whole time. How would I know when? Just as Su Lin was about to speak, Jiang Beiwei tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong? Jiang Beiwei's face flushed slightly. Do you remember after the college entrance exams, when you took me shopping for clothes? Su Lin didn't immediately recall, but soon the memory surfaced. During that shopping trip, they'd gotten into an argument with Bai Jiruo. At the time, Bai Jiruo had been supporting a middle-aged man, calling out, Uncle Wang. Su Lin's mouth twitched. This Uncle Wang wasn't the one he knew. But if what Jiang Beiwei said was true, then Bai Jiruo and this so-called Uncle Wang had been involved for quite some time. At that thought, Su Lin looked at Wang Fenglin with sympathy. Brother, you've been through a lot. Wang Fenglin replied, not hard work. Just a tough life. After chatting idly for a while, they wrapped up the topic once the atmosphere had eased. Throughout this time, Wang Fenglin had been drinking in silence. Su Lin noticed this and could only join him in drinking. After a while, Wang Fenglin rose first. Alright, I won't sit here and be the third wheel. Call me if you need anything. Wang Fenglin departed decisively, leaving Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei to exchange bewildered glances. After another moment, Jiang Beiwei's sigh broke the silence. Wang Fenglin's father really went too far. Su Lin served her some food. Everyone has their own choices. Just listen. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Beiwei lowered her gaze. You're right. We should just focus on living our own lives. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei exchanged a knowing smile. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room. Chapter 162, you know the situation. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei exchanged glances, both seeing confusion and surprise in each other's eyes. Just then, shouts erupted from outside the shop. Oh no! Someone's been in a car accident. Su Lin hadn't paid much attention at first, but then someone rushed in, looked around frantically, and headed straight for him and Jiang Beiwei. The guy in the accident outside is the same man who was just having lunch with you too. You. Su Lin sprang to his feet, rushing outside without pausing for further questions. Jiang Beiwei was about to follow when she suddenly remembered something. She turned and called out to the waiter, come over to settle the bill. By the time Jiang Beiwei finished paying, a large crowd had gathered outside. In the middle of the road, one of the cars was smashed into the rear seat at an extremely awkward angle. Jiang Beiwei walked to the front. Su Lin. What's the situation? Her words trailed off as her voice caught in her throat. Wang Fenglin's body was wedged halfway into the back seat, his eyes tightly shut, covered in blood. Though the scene was unclear, his condition seemed relatively better. The driver slumped over the steering wheel, half his body a bloody mess with bones exposed. The heavy stench of alcohol mingled with the smell of blood, making her feel sick to her stomach. Jiang Beiwei's face turned deathly pale as she stumbled backward a few steps. Just then, a hand covered her eyes. Su Lin whispered hoarsely, "Don't look." Jiang Beiwei remained frozen in place, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived shortly after. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei didn't manage to squeeze onto the ambulance and instead drove there themselves. By then, Wang Fenglin had been rushed into the emergency room. As soon as Su Lin arrived, he was informed that payment was required. Oh, and his family needs to be notified. If his condition worsens, they'll need to sign a critical condition notice. Su Lin's expression darkened. He had no contact information for Wang Fenglin's family, but then he remembered Bai Jiruo. He dialed her number. "Su Lin, why are you calling me at this hour? Is it?" Ignoring the delight in Bai Jiruo's voice, Su Lin cut her off decisively. "What's Wang Fenglin's home phone number?" Bai Jiruo's voice turned strange. "I'm not close with Wang Fenglin. How would I know his home number?" "You may not be close with Wang Fenglin, but you know his father. Call him immediately and tell him Wang Fenglin was in a car accident and is undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. Tell him to come right away." Su Lin hung up, exchanged a quick greeting with Jiang Beiwei, and turned to pay the fees. Time slipped by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Su Lin stared at the motionless elevator, his brow furrowing. Could Bai Jiruo have failed to make the call? Did Bai Jiruo forget to call Wang Fenglin's home? Jiang Beiwei voiced Su Lin's unspoken concern. He glanced back at the emergency room door before dialing Bai Jiruo again. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently." The voice on the other end made Su Lin's expression darken. Jiang Beiwei drew a sharp breath. She really didn't call Wang Fenglin's home? She's out of her mind. Su Lin gave a cold laugh. If she won't call, someone else will. Just then, a group of people rushed over, the family of the other car's owner. Su Lin made eye contact with them but ignored them, instead calling the traffic police. After some inquiries, he finally obtained Wang Fenglin's family's phone number. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man hurried over. "My son, how is my son?" Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei exchanged a glance. Though years had passed, they recognized the middle-aged man. The man, however, didn't seem to recognize them. As soon as he approached, he demanded updates on Wang Fenglin's condition. "How is my son? How long has he been in?" Just as Su Lin was about to answer, a middle-aged woman rushed over from the other side. "You're from the other family, right? Your son hit my son, your family has to pay compensation." Mr. Wang was clearly stunned. "What do you mean my son hit yours? Do you have proof? How can you just make such accusations? Making things up? My son's always been a careful driver. He rarely overtakes. If it wasn't your son who crashed into us, then who else could it be?" The middle-aged woman kept yelling, and Wang's father couldn't handle it. He was quickly forced to keep backing away. Su Lin watched coldly, showing no intention of stepping in to help. Just then, the lights in the emergency room went out. Jiang Beiwei alerted them. The doors open. Her voice rang out clearly in the silent corridor. In an instant, all eyes turned to the emergency room door. The door swung open. A nurse pushed someone out, shoving aside those who had just stepped forward. "Don't block the way." The crowd pressing forward was completely blocked, preventing them from seeing anything. However, a group of middle-aged women rushed after them. At that moment, Su Lin approached Wang's father. "Hello." Father Wang stared at Su Lin, feeling strangely familiar with him for some reason. "Where have I seen you before?" "Su Lin, we met once several years ago. I'm Su Lin, a classmate of Wang Fenglin." Su Lin spared Wang's father the embarrassment by not mentioning Bai Jiruo's existence. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang assumed they had met at school. He cleared his throat a few times. "So you're Fenglin's classmate. How much do you know about Fenglin's situation?" Su Lin replied indifferently. "I don't know much. The specifics will depend on the traffic police's investigation." Mr. Wang's eyes flickered slightly. "I see." As they walked and talked, they soon reached the ward, but Wang Fenglin was nowhere to be seen. Su Lin immediately stopped a nurse to inquire about the situation and was directed to another ward. Only then did Wang's father realize, Fenglin's injuries aren't serious? Su Lin. He looked at Wang Fenglin lying in the hospital bed and realized the same thing. So why had he lingered outside the emergency room for so long? After a brief silence, Su Lin rubbed his temples and explained. "I made a mistake. When I arrived and didn't see him, I assumed he'd been taken to the emergency room." Wang's father's mouth twitched, about to say something, when suddenly a loud thud echoed.
followed by the ward door being pushed open. Su Lin turned to see a middle-aged woman standing in the doorway, her eyes red. "You hit and killed my son." The shrill voice cut through the night air with piercing clarity. Wang's father, having confirmed Wang Fanglin's safety, felt his emotions shift. Hearing the accusation, he snorted coldly. "The traffic police haven't released their findings yet. Yelling here won't change anything." The middle-aged woman sneered coldly. "The traffic police have already been here, and it's still your fault." Su Lin said softly, "I'm afraid the responsibility lies with your son." The middle-aged woman spat out. "Nonsense. My son was the most. He was drunk." A deathly silence fell over the ward. The woman glared at Su Lin. "Don't you dare make things up." Su Lin turned away, offering a meaningful smile. "You know the situation." Chapter 163, What did she want with you? Su Lin spoke sparingly, yet those 5 words alone caused the middle-aged woman's feet to involuntarily retreat. Though Father Wang hadn't yet grasped the full picture, he had eyes. Seeing the woman's reaction, he instantly understood the crux of the matter. "Your son caused a car accident while drunk driving, and you dare to shout and scream in front of me? Very well indeed. I won't let this slide easily. Just you wait." Wang's father was truly furious. Anyone who dared to come out and cause him trouble had better be prepared to pay the price. Father Wang had no intention of being deceived by some middle-aged woman. He shot her a vicious glare and shoved her out. Just then, Wang Fanglin stirred awake. "Where am I?" Wang Fanglin's eyes were filled with confusion. No sooner had he spoken than he clutched his head. Ouch! Why did his head hurt so badly? Su Lin glanced at him. "The hospital. You were in a car accident outside your restaurant." Wang Fanglin lay on the bed, his realization coming slowly. "A car accident? How could I have gotten into one? Ouch! I remember now. You just got in the car when something slammed into us from the side. The driver tried to swerve but couldn't avoid it. The car was wrecked." As he spoke, Wang Fanglin kept touching his body. "I'm still in one piece. I'm still alive." Shut your mouth." Unable to bear it any longer, Wang's father coldly snapped at him. Wang Fanglin's voice instantly fell silent. But soon, a sneer spread across his face. "Oh, playing the tough guy with me now? That mistress of yours, Wang Fanglin," Wang's father shouted, instinctively turning to Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei beside him. "Well then, Wang Fanglin has woken up. You 2 students should head back now. It's getting late, don't keep your families waiting." Wang Fanglin sneered. "What's the point of putting on airs? You're capped." Wang Fanglin, "Mr." Wang's panic vanished abruptly, replaced by an indescribable calm. Wang Fanglin glared at him, his eyes blazing with fury. Su Lin. Well, he'd gotten caught up in the father-son argument. With that thought, Su Lin cleared his throat twice. "Well then, Wang Fanglin, I'll come see you again tomorrow." Wang Fanglin's expression softened. "Thanks for tonight." Though he didn't know the details, Su Lin's late-night appearance here must have been for him, so gratitude was only natural. Su Lin smiled, exchanged a few casual words with Wang Fanglin, then left with Jiang Beiwei. Throughout this exchange, all 3 had completely ignored Wang's father, leaving him thoroughly infuriated. The moment Su Lin and Jiang left, he slammed the door and stormed out. Wang Fanglin watched his retreating figure, a flash of coldness crossing his eyes. But soon, he collapsed from a headache. Meanwhile, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei drove back to the hotel. At a red light, Jiang Beiwei sighed. "We really did make a spectacle of ourselves." Su Lin's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, they exchanged glances, seeing resignation in each other's eyes, but neither dwelled on it. What was done was done. The rest could wait for another day. The next day, Su Lin made another trip to the hospital. Wang Fanglin was being questioned by the traffic police. Su Lin simply stood nearby until the officers finished and left before approaching. "How are you holding up?" Wang Fanglin shrugged his shoulders. "He's lucky to be alive. Just some superficial injuries. Oh, and a mild concussion." Su Lin, "That is incredibly lucky. How's your driver?" Though he asked, Su Lin already knew the driver's condition, not good, and possibly life-threatening. Sure enough, the moment the words left his mouth, Wang Fanglin's expression darkened. The driver took a massive impact. He's still in the ICU. Whether he survives. Well, he trailed off, shaking his head, his face heavy with sorrow. Su Lin patted his shoulder. "This isn't your fault. Regardless of whether he wakes up, make sure compensation is handled first." Wang Fanglin's hand beneath the blanket tightened. "I know." Just then, a nurse entered to change the dressing, and Su Lin and Wang Fanglin ended their conversation. Shortly after the nurse left, Su Lin brought up the other driver's family situation. "They probably won't be reasonable. Getting any compensation out of them will be tough." Wang Fanglin snorted coldly. "No matter how difficult, he'll have to pay. If he hadn't been drunk driving, last night's accident never would have happened." Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Did the traffic cop say that? Wang Fonglin nodded, grinding his back teeth in anger. That kid's got some nerve, getting wasted like that and still driving. He's a danger to himself and others. Su Lin's eyes flickered. For some reason, he suddenly recalled the middle-aged woman's insistence from last night. Something was off, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. The middle-aged woman had already confirmed her son was involved. Overthinking it wouldn't change anything. After all, someone drunk driving couldn't possibly perceive what was happening outside, right? Su Lin rubbed his chin, exchanged a few more words with Wang Fonglin, then headed to the branch office. After handling some important documents, Su Lin summoned several branch managers. I'll be returning to Yen City soon. The general direction has been outlined. If you encounter any issues, contact headquarters. I'll arrange for someone to come resolve them. After issuing these instructions, Su Lin called Jiang Beiwei. Where are you? I'm at Uncle Wang's place. Su Lin hummed in acknowledgement, about to suggest meeting her, when he suddenly realized something was off. Music was playing in the background. If she were truly at Uncle Wang's place, music wouldn't be possible. Instead, it sounded like a coffee shop? Wei, fancy some coffee? There's a new coffee shop around here. I hear it's pretty good. Want to give it a try? A new coffee shop? I definitely want to try it. Bring me a cup when you come back. Sure. Su Lin hung up the phone, his expression darkening abruptly. Jiang Beiwei doesn't drink coffee at all, but she was indeed at a coffee shop. There were only 2 coffee shops near the hotel. Su Lin turned the car around and drove back. When he found the second one, he saw Jiang Beiwei sitting alone in the middle. Wei. Su Lin glanced around and, seeing no one else present, immediately walked over. He then noticed 2 cups of coffee on the table. Jiang Beiwei lifted her head, a faint smile touching her lips. You're here. Su Lin nodded slightly. Whose coffee is this? Jiang Beiwei touched her nose. Bai Jiruo's. Su Lin closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the anger rising within him. What did she want with you? Jiang Beiwei didn't answer immediately. She patted the table. Why don't you sit down first? Su Lin sat down silently. Jiang Beiwei waved for coffee and cake. This cake is pretty good. Want to try some? Su Lin ate the cake without a word. It is indeed good, but I didn't come here for cake. Chapter 164, Who's More Pitiful? Jiang Beiwei lowered her eyes slightly, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. Bai Jiruo told me I'm not suited to be by your side because I can't help you with anything. Su Lin's brow twitched. You believed her? Jiang Beiwei froze. Shouldn't I have believed her? There was nothing wrong with that statement. Was there? Su Lin sighed. He had already laid bare everything he could reveal. Why did Jiang Beiwei still doubt herself? Could it be that the influence of her mother still lingered? Lost in thought, Su Lin patiently continued their conversation. As time passed, a dazed look spread across Jiang Beiwei's face. Su Lin, I feel like something's off with me. Su Lin knew full well that Jiang Beiwei wasn't quite right, but he didn't agree with her assessment. You're perfectly normal. There's nothing wrong with you. Jiang Beiwei hesitated, but the turmoil in her heart vanished as she met Su Lin's gaze. You're right. I'm perfectly normal. Su Lin sighed inwardly, then steered the conversation toward graduate school. It's going smoothly. My professor is easy to work with. The topic of school brought a smile to Jiang Beiwei's face, and she proceeded to share many details with Su Lin. Su Lin listened with a warm smile, occasionally chiming in with a few words. The atmosphere between them was sweet and tender, but to others, this very sweetness became the spark that ignited their fury. Bai Jiruo never imagined that the moment she left, Su Lin would arrive. She found herself staring at them through the glass, her anger growing more intense with every passing second. The next moment, she stormed into the cafe. Su Lin! The sudden shout startled everyone in the cafe. Just as they wondered who Su Lin was, the intruder rushed to a man and a woman. Su Lin, what do you think you're doing? Bai Jiruo demanded loudly, her eyes blazing with anger and her trembling body causing those around them to misinterpret the situation. So angry? Could it be she's here to confront the mistress? TSK. That mistress is pretty attractive. Though, just as Jiang Beiwei was about to be branded the third wheel, Su Lin slowly rose and delivered a sharp slap across Bai Jiruo's face. The murmuring crowd fell instantly silent. After a brief silence, someone leapt up to accuse. What's wrong with you? You're the one cheating with a mistress, and you dare hit your own wife? Once someone spoke up, others immediately echoed the outcry. Su Lin surveyed the crowd, a mocking smile curling his lips. So righteous? Have you all figured out the situation between her and me? What's there to understand? You betrayed her, didn't you? Not only that, but you hit her. Su Lin snorted derisively. Idiots. The moment those 2 words left his mouth, everyone nearby jumped to their feet. Are you out of your mind? Calling people names for no reason. You're calling the police? Su Lin's raised phone drew several glances.
When the emergency call screen appeared, the surrounding voices instantly fell silent. But Su Lin didn't stop. He pressed the button. No way! Bai Jiruo realized something was wrong and shouted, lunging to grab the phone. But Su Lin, who had been prepared all along, wouldn't let her succeed. He spun away from her, his expression filled with disgust. Don't think your nonsense outside will sway my feelings. Mark my words, even if I never marry, I'll never be with a lunatic like you. Bai Jiruo's eyes widened. You called me crazy? What gives you the right to call me crazy? I've been engaged to Weiwei for so long, and we were about to get married. Yet you kept clinging to me, even going so far as to report my company for tax evasion over this. As Su Lin spoke, the surrounding crowd fell deeper into silence. The woman they'd assumed was the mistress turned out to be nothing of the sort. The hysterically screaming woman wasn't even worthy of that title. She'd even resorted to such disgusting acts just to cling to someone. Good heavens, who would believe this story if it got out? Bai Jiruo panicked. She'd stormed in because she couldn't accept it, but she never expected Su Lin to publicly expose everything she'd done. She had intended to frame Jiang Beiwei as the mistress. Now, with Su Lin's revelation, wouldn't she be the one exposed as the real lunatic? Su Lin, dare you say you never felt anything for me? You were the one who clung to me from the start. Are you trying to drive me mad with these accusations? Bai Jiruo wiped away tears as she spoke. I get it. I'm not as pretty as her. So you slandered me for her sake? It's fine. I like you. I can endure this humiliation. Su Lin's gaze darkened. At the 11th hour, Bai Jiruo had finally shown some sense. If she'd said these things from the start, nothing he said now would matter. Too bad it was too late. Beside them, Jiang Beiwei stared blankly at Su Lin as he called the police, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes. She knew Su Lin wasn't one to speak much. His actions were meant to protect her. If Su Lin was this biased toward her, how could she just stand by and watch? Jiang Beiwei took a deep breath, stood up, and slapped Bai Jiruo across the face. She and Su Lin, one on each side, left a pair of slap marks on Bai Jiruo's face that were barely symmetrical. Clutching her stinging cheek, Bai Jiruo stared at Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei in disbelief. You too, Jiang Beiwei, who gave you permission to hit me? She shrieked and lunged toward Jiang Beiwei, trying to tear into her. Su Lin sidestepped, shielding Jiang Beiwei behind him. He grabbed her wrist and yanked her away. I've already called the police. You can explain everything once they arrive. Bai Jiruo collapsed onto the ground, a bitter smile curling her lips. You clearly liked me at first. If it weren't for her meddling. Su Lin cut her off. You're wrong. I liked Weiwei from the very beginning. Bai Jiruo froze. From the start? What do you mean? Su Lin ignored her, gently nudging Jiang Beiwei back to her seat. Truthfully, Su Lin hadn't expected Jiang Beiwei to strike so suddenly. Seeing the red handprint on Bai Jiruo's cheek, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. By now, the surrounding crowd had fallen completely silent. They had initially sided with Bai Jiruo out of ignorance, but once the truth came to light, only silence remained. Soon, the police arrived. After hearing the story, they were utterly speechless. You too. Never mind. Just follow me. Before leaving, Su Lin made sure to settle the bill. The moment the group stepped out of the cafe, the place erupted with chatter. Unbelievable. I've never seen anything this bizarre in my life. Who hasn't? How could someone do all that and still claim they're in love? That's reporting tax evasion, obviously trying to ruin someone's life. Could that woman really be insane? That man is so pitiful. Why pity him? I feel sorry for the woman engaged to him. Getting entangled with that lunatic out of nowhere? Ugh. Chapter 165. How can they say I'm breaking the law? The cafe chatter went unnoticed. Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei had made their rounds at the police station. By the time they returned to the hotel, both were in high spirits. Jiang Beiwei tilted her head slightly, unable to suppress the smile playing at the corners of her lips. I'll remember what you said. Su Lin raised an eyebrow. That's good, but just remembering isn't enough. Jiang Beiwei paused, her words trailing off. Then you. Before she could finish, a hand suddenly rested on her cheek. Su Lin leaned in slightly. Weiwei, when things happen, don't stay silent like you did before. I've got your back. You don't need to worry about anything. Have some faith in me, okay? Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened slightly, her gaze flickering as her thoughts raced wildly. After an unknown length of time, she lowered her head. I understand. Su Lin fell silent, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Merely acknowledging understanding without making a commitment, Jiang Beiwei clearly hadn't taken his words to heart. Just then, his phone rang. Su Lin glanced at the caller ID. It was Wang Fenglin. He informed Jiang Beiwei before answering. What do you need? Are you free now? Bring some people to the hospital. We've got a bit of trouble here. Su Lin's eyelid twitched. The other driver's family? Yes, them. Got it. I'll be right over.
After hanging up,
Su Lin turned to Jiang Beiwei. I'll drive you back to the hotel.
Jiang Beiwei pursed her lips. Something happened at the hospital? A minor complication requires my attention. Su Lin didn't elaborate, offering only that brief explanation before escorting Jiang Beiwei back to the hotel. Turning away, he contacted Wang Fenglin's people. Even with Su Lin's lightning speed, by the time he finished handling everything and arrived at the hospital, half an hour had already passed. Su Lin had assumed the situation here was resolved, but upon arrival, he found a crowd still shoving each other, with neither side willing to back down. Their voices were thick with anger, ready to erupt into violence at the slightest provocation. Just as a fight seemed imminent, hospital security intervened, swiftly separating the two sides. Su Lin sensed something was amiss, but before he could dwell on it, Wang Fenglin grabbed his arm. You finally showed up.
Su Lin's brow twitched. He casually pressed Wang Fenglin's hand down.
What's going on here? Wang Fenglin made a shushing gesture. Watch. Su Lin. Fine. He'd watch. Before long, the middle-aged woman and her family were led away. Wang Fenglin had someone follow them. Once the ward emptied, Su Lin spoke up. You rushed me over here just to make me watch from the sidelines? Wang Fenglin sighed. I thought they'd come to blows. Su Lin? Doesn't that sound like you're dodging the question? Thinking this,
Su Lin voiced his confusion directly.
Wang Fenglin cleared his throat. It's not exactly irrelevant, it's just that some things aren't clear to me either. At this point,
Wang Fenglin carefully explained the situation. Only then did Su Lin learn that the middle-aged woman and her family had arrived unexpectedly, demanding compensation and insisting the incident was primarily their fault, pressuring him to suppress the matter. If he refused, they threatened to expose it online. As Wang Fenglin reached this point, his mouth twitched violently. I have no idea where they picked up these tactics. They shout with such convincing professionalism it's infuriating. Su Lin fell silent.
They probably, possibly, maybe learned it from Qin Shui.
Su Lin uttered those words, stringing together three tentative phrases,
causing Wang Fenglin's gaze to darken with resentment. Seriously, bro? So I'm just some copycat victim now?
Su Lin cleared his throat. Not exactly a victim of copycats.
Just some people getting the wrong idea. Truthfully, if Wang Fenglin's incident ever made it online, the one getting slammed would be the other party.
The drunk driving incident was irredeemable from the start, let alone all the subsequent trouble they'd caused. As Su Lin laid out these points,
Wang Fenglin's expression gradually softened. You're right.
The main reason for this mess is his drunk driving.
But, Su Lin raised an eyebrow. But what? Wang Fenglin flashed a mischievous grin. What do you say, should we add fuel to the fire? Su Lin, what are you planning? They want exposure, right? We'll give it to them. Since it'll come out of their own mouths, no one will ever suspect us. Plus,
we can use this to promote our new streaming platform.
It's a win-win. Wang Fenglin grew more and more convinced as he spoke,
his eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Lin remained silent,
staring intently at Wang Fenglin. After a while,
the smug look on Wang Fenglin's face turned to hesitation,
and finally to caution. Is my plan not feasible?
Su Lin murmured.
Your approach is viable. But have you considered whether 2 instances of online harassment in such a short span might lead to the platform receiving warnings or even becoming widely disliked? Everything has its limits.
Once you cross that line, it becomes an entirely different situation. It was strange. Wang Fenglin had been a business whiz in his previous life, so why did he seem incapable of knowing when to quit while he was ahead in this one?
Su Lin's expression was too obvious. Wang Fenglin saw right through it. After a long silence,
Wang Fenglin murmured softly,
I'm just so damn frustrated. Look at everything that's happened to me lately, nothing good. It's driving me crazy. Su Lin wanted to say something, but considering Wang Fenglin's recent predicament, he didn't know what to say. Wang Fenglin had truly been unlucky lately. In the end,
Su Lin simply patted Wang Fenglin on the shoulder and said, take care.
Wang Fenglin's face twitched violently.
That consolation was worse than nothing.
Oh well, better than nothing. Pushing his thoughts aside, Wang Fenglin flopped onto the bed. Just then, the phone on the nightstand rang. Both pairs of eyes fell on it simultaneously. The next second, Wang Fenglin answered the call. After a few words, his eyes lit up as he looked at Su Lin. My people have located their hideout. A bad feeling washed over Su Lin. What are you going to do? Wang Fenglin waved his hand dismissively. I'm just a victim injured in a car accident. What else could I possibly do?
Su Lin frowned.
You have the moral high ground now. Don't do anything rash. Wang Fenglin nodded casually. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. You don't look like you have it under control. The more Su Lin observed Wang Fenglin,
the more uneasy he felt about the situation.
Yet he knew Wang Fenglin wouldn't reveal his plans once he'd made up his mind. Looks like he'd have to keep a closer eye on things.
Due to Wang Fenglin's car accident, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei had no choice but to postpone their plans to return to Yan City.
Little did they know. Within days, the police came knocking. Do you know threatening others is illegal? Wang Fenglin lifted his chin, speaking with a cocky tone. What gives you the right to say I broke the law? Chapter 166, Surpassing the Original Height. At that moment, Su Lin was also in the hospital room, and the words made his scalp tingle. But he quickly grasped the situation the police described. It seemed Wang Fenglin had sent someone out who caused trouble, and the other family had called the police. Threats and intimidation. Wang Fenglin denied it. This meant those people hadn't gone too far, otherwise, the police would have arrested them on the spot today. Relieved by this realization, Su Lin caught Jiang Beiwei's anxious expression out of the corner of his eye and gently patted her hand. No words were spoken, yet Jiang Beiwei clearly felt the reassurance, and the unease vanished from her face. Meanwhile, Wang Fenglin continued his conversation with the police. Back and forth they went, but Wang Fenglin refused to admit to any threats or intimidation. If you'd done your homework, you'd know I was the one sent to the hospital by their family members drunk driving, and now they keep threatening me, telling me not to pursue charges, demanding I pay compensation, or else they'll expose me online. Wang Fenglin rattled off his story, turning the officers' faces pale. Then, Wang Fenglin clapped his hands. You know, after everything I've been through, I'm terrified. So, I hired some people to follow them. If they come looking for me again, I can get out of here early. Before he could finish, the phone on his bedside table rang. All eyes turned to it. Su Lin looked surprised. Could this call possibly be from the people he was having followed? The next second, Wang Fenglin answered the call. His expression changed drastically after just a few words. Oh my gosh, officer, they're after me again. They're threatening me. You have to protect me. Not just the police, even Su Lin was stunned by this unexpected coincidence. Soon after, the police responded that they would wait there. If they really show up, we'll make sure you get justice. Wang Fenglin pleaded urgently. What explanation do I want? I want you to protect me. Those people are terrifying. I'm seriously injured. I can't handle even a little of this. The officers' mouths twitched. They couldn't see any sign of serious injury on Wang Fenglin. This kid was clearly exaggerating. Wang Fenglin was indeed exaggerating, but he saw nothing wrong with it. He was the victim. He deserved to be treated as such. Half an hour later, the door burst open as a group rushed in. The middle-aged woman leading them fell silent, frozen by the sight of the police before she could utter a word. What are you doing here? From the sound of it, shouldn't we be here? You're Chen Wei, right? Do you know how serious making a false report is? They had come to investigate Chen Wei's report, never expecting the truth to be the exact opposite of reality. The real victim had become the nominal perpetrator. What kind of impact would this have if it got out? Chen Wei and her group had gone too far. The police's arrival instantly transformed Chen Wei's group from aggressive to timid. In the end, Wang Fenglin found himself standing on the sidelines. Su Lin watched the scene unfold, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Wang Fenglin was incredibly lucky. Who could have predicted that Chen Wei would call the police one moment and then rush to the hospital with her people the next? And to think they'd run straight into the police head-on? Humph. This was getting interesting. Su Lin watched silently, enjoying the spectacle as Chen Wei and her group got a stern lecture. By the time both groups departed, an hour had passed. The moment the ward door closed, Wang Fenglin burst into laughter. Did you see that? Chen Wei's face? Ha 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 ha. Wang Fenglin couldn't contain himself, laughing until he doubled over. Su Lin watched this unfold and couldn't help but shake his head. You got lucky this time. Have you ever considered what would have happened if Chen Wei and her crew hadn't shown up? Wang Fenglin scoffed. So what if they hadn't? I didn't do anything. Even the police could only ask me a few questions. Su Lin sighed. You really are. Never mind. Better not say more. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Lin changed the subject to their departure. We've been back in Jianghua City for quite some time now. Things here are mostly settled, so it's time for us to head back to Yan City. Wang Fenglin paused, then nodded. It is about time. I recall you were planning to leave earlier. By the way, when do you intend to depart? Tomorrow. Wang Fenglin's face fell with regret. Too bad I can't see you off tomorrow. The thought counts. Just take care of yourself. After exchanging a few more casual words with Wang Fenglin, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei departed. The next day, the two caught the earliest flight back to Yan City. Zhao Haoyu timed his arrival perfectly to meet them at the airport. On the way to drop Jiang Beiwei off at school, Zhao Haoyu mentioned some personnel changes at the company. Things are relatively stable for now, but we're still a bit stretched thin in several areas. Do you happen to know any suitable students at Yanbei University? If possible, perhaps we could bring someone on board for some training? Zhao Haoyu phrased it as a suggestion, but every sentence carried a hint of inquiry.
Su Lin pondered briefly before recalling Li Yun. I'll inquire shortly, but don't get your hopes up too high.
Yefeng isn't what it used to be. Ever since the company was forced to break up, Yefeng had become a second choice option in the eyes of many recent graduates. The truly capable ones had mostly flocked to other companies, which meant Yefeng rarely hired new employees. The capable ones didn't want to come, and the unqualified ones weren't wanted. As a result, Yefeng's external reputation had steadily deteriorated. Zhao Haoyu understood this well. He sighed and even tried to reassure Su Lin, Mr. Su, don't worry, outsiders don't know the full picture, but we're well aware. Yefeng's current state is only temporary. We'll return to our former heights sooner or later. Just then, Jiang Beiwei interjected, you're wrong. It won't be returning to our former heights, it will be surpassing them.
As they waited at a red light, both Su Lin and Zhao Haoyu turned their gaze toward her. Jiang Beiwei flushed slightly and turned her head away unconsciously.
Manager Zhao, the light's green. Zhao Haoyu smiled and pressed the accelerator. At the same moment,
Su Lin's lips curved upward.
Grasping Jiang Beiwei's hand, he spoke gently. You're right. The summit will surpass its former height. After dropping Jiang Beiwei off at school,
Su Lin and Zhao Haoyu returned to the company.
The moment he entered the office, Su Lin called Li Yun. What have you been up to lately? Li Yun's end was extremely noisy, but it quieted down after a moment. I'm busy competing right now. Calling me at this hour, is your company in trouble? Trouble isn't quite the right word. We're looking to recruit some gaming talent. Any recommendations? High salary.
Su Lin deliberately paused before uttering those last two words.
High salary? Li Yun repeated Su Lin's words. Can the monthly salary reach 50,000?
Chapter 167. His journey has only just begun. End.
50,000? Su Lin raised an eyebrow. Li Yun wasn't the type to ask around casually.
The fact that he'd brought it up meant he already had a suitable candidate in mind. If the person is truly capable, forget 50,000 yuan a month, even 100,000 yuan is no problem.
Li Yun immediately retorted.
You said it, don't regret it later. Su Lin's lips curved upward.
I won't regret it. If you have someone, bring them over right away.
I'll be waiting for you at the company.
That same afternoon,
Li Yun brought a man nicknamed the Emperor to the company.
After a brief interview, Su Lin approved the candidate's hire. He then instructed Zhao Haoyu to personally escort Li Yun and Emperor back to the latter's residence. The next day,
the lawyer hired by Zhou Shu arrived at the company.
After discussions confirmed everything was in order, Su Lin signed the transfer contract. Pleasure doing business.
Su Lin extended his hand, shook the lawyer's, and then had Yang Hanhua see him out. With the company shares now back in his possession, Su Lin began contemplating the possibility of reorganizing Yefeng.
Following this,
Su Lin immersed himself in various decision-making processes.
He had vision and was bold enough to invest heavily in talent acquisition and strategic investments. As time passed,
all sorts of developments emerged.
The restructuring of Yefeng in Jianghuai City also drew significant online attention.
After all these twists and turns,
Yefeng has actually regained its former glory. I told you Yefeng wouldn't crumble so easily. The leaders from every industry have returned.
Su Lin remained unaware of the online buzz.
Due to certain shifts in his decision-making,
he was contemplating the possibility of returning to Jianghuai City.
He specifically discussed this with Su's mother and Jiang Beiwei.
Su's mother agreed readily, whether it's Yan City or Jianghuai City.
As long as I have a place to stay, it's fine. But your sister is in middle school now. If we go back, I'll need to keep an eye on her.
Su Lin quickly interrupted her. You should stay in Yan City with Engying. I only mentioned this so you know I might not be around Yan City much going forward. You need to take care of yourself.
Mrs. Su relaxed. That's fine. I get along well with Aunt Zhang and the other friends I've made here.
You don't need to worry about me.
In contrast to Su's mother's straightforwardness, Jiang Beiwei seemed a bit displeased. She held back repeatedly, finally managing only one sentence. I'm still in graduate school. Su Lin pulled her into his embrace. I know. I'm sorry.
Jiang Beiwei nestled against him,
saying nothing. She didn't want Su Lin to return to Yan City,
yet she knew she couldn't stop him. Her chaotic thoughts left her at a loss for words.
Just then,
Su Lin murmured,
Are you angry? I'm not. Su Lin tightened his arms around her, his expression earnest. I know you are.
But Weiwei, if I had a choice, I wouldn't be going back to Jianghuai City right now. You're so beautiful, with such a kind heart. Without me by your side,
who knows how many people at school would be watching you?
What if, before he could finish,
Jiang Beiwei pulled away from his embrace and said earnestly, You're the only one I want.
Su Lin froze,
a wave of emotion suddenly welling up in his eyes. I only want you to. Under the night sky, Jiang Beiwei's eyes sparkled with breathtaking beauty.
As Su Lin gazed at her, he instinctively drew closer.
Jiang Beiwei's eyes widened. The softness of her lips left her dazed, all sound vanishing in that instant. When they pulled apart again, Jiang Beiwei's face was flushed crimson, her rapid breaths causing her chest to rise and fall sharply. How could you? Her words cut off abruptly as Jiang Beiwei spun around and fled as if escaping. I'm heading back to school. Su Lin watched her hasty retreat, the curve of his lips deepening uncontrollably. That afternoon, Su Lin discussed some programming details with the Emperor while handling the drone. Drone performances were challenging, but still relatively rare. Su Lin intended to leverage this uniqueness to make a statement. He wanted it to be grand and unforgettable, a proposal to Jiang Beiwei that would leave a lasting impression on everyone. Indeed, Su Lin had decided to hold his wedding with Jiang Beiwei before returning to Manhwa City. And preceding the wedding was the proposal. The Emperor stared at the drone for a long time. Once he grasped Su Lin's plan, he solemnly assured him it was no problem. The programming is manageable, but you'll have to handle the drone-related issues yourself. Su Lin patted his shoulder. As long as you can handle that, I'm good. On one side, Su Lin was busily preparing for the proposal. On the other, Jiang Beiwei was still flushed from Su Lin's sudden kiss. After that, both Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei immersed themselves in their respective pursuits. Jiang Beiwei focused on her studies, while Su Lin worked on transferring the company. Time passed swiftly, and half a month soon flew by. After receiving a call from the Emperor, Su Lin then dialed Jiang Beiwei. Are you free tonight? Let's go for a stroll downtown? Jiang Beiwei felt a pang of disappointment. Was Su Lin planning to return to Manhwa City? Just then, another sentence came through the phone. Dress up nicely tonight. I have a surprise for you. Jiang Beiwei hummed in acknowledgement. Got it. At 6 p.m., Su Lin picked up Jiang Beiwei for dinner downtown. After dinner, the two strolled hand in hand through the square. Under the dazzling neon lights, a breeze swept through, lifting the hems of their clothes and strands of their hair. Passers-by were drawn to their striking appearance, their eyes lingering involuntarily. Just then, a sudden gasp echoed through the air. Look up at the sky. What are those things flying up there? Everyone around them looked up to see countless points of light appearing in the sky, forming patterns at a steady pace. Slowly, they spelled out several large characters. Jiang Beiwei, marry me. Simultaneously, a video appeared on the square's large screen, followed by people rushing in from all directions. Rose petals formed a bouquet in Su Lin's hands. He pulled a ring from his pocket, smiled, and knelt down on one knee. Marry me, Wei Wei. Su Lin looked up at Jiang Beiwei, and all the experiences of his past and present lives seemed to converge in this single moment. Jiang Beiwei froze, the light in her eyes gradually intensifying. You, how could you? Her words trailed off as she reached out her hand. I'll marry you. Boom! A firework exploded in the sky, like a key unlocking a lock. The next moment saw a dense swarm of fireworks bursting across the sky, while a drone formation continuously shifted its patterns. Jiang Beiwei's name became the top trending topic online that night. 3 days later, Su Lin and Jiang Beiwei held their wedding ceremony. In contrast to the grand scale of the proposal, the wedding invited only family and close friends, yet Su Lin made no attempt to conceal his celebration, using the marriage registration as an opportunity to offer discounts on all products under Yifeng's brand. Amidst everyone's joy, Su Lin boarded a flight bound for Manhwa City. His journey had only just begun. The end.